Chapter 1, Rebirth. Genevieve sat up abruptly from her bed, staring at the familiar bedroom in a daze for a moment. Wasn't she dead? How could she return to her room on Water Blue Star? She pinched herself hesitantly, the pain confirming that she was indeed alive. What was happening? Could it be that after death, people from Water Blue Star could return to their own planet? At this moment, her phone on the bedside table flashed. She picked it up and saw, August 26, 2034, 7:10 a.m. That wasn't right. When she was transported to another world, it was September 1, 2034. And she had lived there for several months. So even if time between the other world and Water Blue Star didn't sync, the date should have been after September 1, not reverted back 5 days. Her return to Water Blue Star came with a regression in time, and her physical condition was still as fragile as before the apocalyptic hardships, considering she died from being torn apart by an alien beast. So, did this mean she was reborn 5 days before the arrival of Doomsday? A surge of excitement filled Genevieve's heart. She was thrilled to have come back to life, and more so because she returned just in time to change her and her family's fate. August 26, 2034, was a crucial turning point for Water Blue Star. At exactly 9 o'clock on the morning of August 26, 2034, a mysterious holographic game would suddenly appear on the interstellar network of Water Blue Star. This silent appearance of the game called End Day Survival was unknown to everyone at the time. Not until September 1, when all humans on Water Blue Star were transported into the game world, did they realize what this meant. Alas, it was already too late. Genevieve glanced at the time. It was over an hour before the game launched. She hurriedly opened her phone and bought a few items. While waiting for delivery, she called home. Seeing her parents and younger brother on the video call, Genevieve forced herself not to cry from the emotion overwhelming her. In her previous life, after being transported to the desolate world, Genevieve found her father during the second zone merge but never received any news about her mother and brother until her death. Her mother, though not frail, was an ordinary housewife in her 50s, with low overall attributes. Her brother, only 15 years old, might have slightly higher attributes than her mother, but being raised in a sheltered environment and not yet an adult, his chances of survival in such a cruel world were slim. Only her relatively healthy and strong father stood out. After finding her father, he provided her with many supplies. Because of these supplies from him, she survived for so long. However, her father perished soon after in the first wave of beast invasion after the merge. Genevieve had been devastated by his death. She believed that her father died because he gave her too many resources. Otherwise, with his attribute values, he shouldn't have failed that test. Genevieve closed her eyes briefly. She wouldn't let the sadness and regrets from her previous life happen again. Under the pretense of work requirements, Genevieve insisted that they must register for the End Day Survival game today to help her with the internal testing. Being able to play games openly, her little brother was delighted. Her parents also agreed, wanting to support their daughter and since it was their day off. After giving some tips on how to play the game, Genevieve particularly reminded them to eat well and drink well before entering the game, adjusting their bodies to the best state possible. Timing her actions perfectly, she ended the call just as the delivery robot rang the doorbell. Genevieve had ordered a nutrient package designed to rapidly improve her body's condition. This nutrient package was very expensive, costing her 1 month's salary for just one meal, far beyond the budget of an average worker. She also bought 20 packets of the best nutrition liquid, each 200 milliliters packet sufficient for a day. It was rumored that this kind of nutrition liquid could gradually enhance human physical attributes. One packet cost half a month's salary for her, normally way beyond her means. But now, she was willing to spend on anything that could improve her stats. Time quickly reached 9 o'clock. On all screens with signal and internet connection, a red screen appeared simultaneously, bearing 4 large black characters, End Day Survival. Genevieve took a deep breath, hoping that because of her rebirth, this impending doomsday game might disappear, leaving the world as peaceful as ever. But the game appeared as scheduled. In her past life, on this day, she was busy writing her work report. Even though she saw the game interface, she paid no attention to it, assuming it was just a heavily advertised game by some capital firm. There were plenty of similar games on the interstellar network. When Genevieve played them occasionally while studying, she found them uninteresting and ignored them. Who would have thought it was a game leading to another world? Even fewer people could have predicted that at exactly 9 o'clock on the morning of the 5th day after the appearance of the End Day Survival game, all humans on Water Blue Star would be transported into the desolate world within the game. Genevieve lay inside the networked holographic pod and clicked on the icon for End Day Survival. Immediately, she felt herself being pulled into a white room. Unlike other games where an anthropomorphic customer service avatar would greet players, this game interface simply and abruptly displayed a single line of text. Please enter your ID. Rural Herschel, Genevieve typed in without hesitation, using the nickname she had used in her previous life. After entering her ID, a talent lottery wheel appeared on the game interface, making Genevieve excited. In her previous life, after entering the game, Genevieve had been extremely lucky to draw a D-level talent of premonition during the newbie grand gift package lottery. She had once heard that before the full realization of this game, there was a daily login lottery opportunity with cash spending involved. On the first day, one could draw talents, on the second day, martial techniques, on the third day, equipment, and on the fourth day, blueprints. The cash spending lottery had 2 tiers. Spending 1,000 yuan for 10 draws, with only 1 draw per day, from which one could choose 1 talent. Spending 10,000 yuan for 100 draws, also limited to 1 draw per day, from which 2 talents could be chosen. If possible, Genevieve wished she could choose both tiers, but unfortunately, she could only pick one. Genevieve chose to spend 10,000 yuan and performed 100 consecutive draws. Immediately, the screen in front of her was filled with a dense array of choices. Out of the 100 draws, about 50% were thank you for participating, 35% were E-level talents, 10% were D-level talents, 5% were C-level talents, 2% were A-level talents, and S-level talents were just 1%. With only 5 minutes to make her choice, Genevieve quickly scanned for any S-level or higher talents. When she saw that there was indeed an S-level talent among them, her excitement made her hands tremble as she hurriedly clicked to select it. Talent, Siphon, S-level, after killing prey, can siphon off 1% of its attributes. For an ordinary person whose luck varied between good and bad, drawing an S-level talent was already incredibly fortunate, and it was even more amazing that it was a talent capable of plundering attribute values. No wonder her hands were trembling with excitement. Chapter 2, Opening Move. In the endgame, attribute values are concrete numbers that represent a human's overall abilities. The higher one's attribute values, the stronger their combat power and the greater their chances of surviving in this new world. Thus, after entering the barren world, everyone must continuously enhance their attributes to survive. It is said that even people with exceptional physical fitness and combat skills only had initial attribute values of 3 points when they first entered the survival game at the end of days. Genevieve's initial attribute value was only 1 point when she first entered the barren world in her previous life, which was considered average. Many people didn't even have 1 point, having only fractions of a point. Humans primarily increased their attribute values through 2 methods. One was by gaining free attribute points upon leveling up, and the other was by consuming foods that boosted attributes. Although Genevieve didn't know about talents that could draw attributes from others in her previous life, it didn't stop her from understanding how powerful such an ability would be. Gaining such a formidable talent right at the start calmed Genevieve down somewhat as she continued reviewing her other available talents. Without any S-tier talents, she looked at the A-tier ones, of which there were 2. One A-tier talent was Critical Strike, offering a 60% chance for double rewards. The other A-tier talent was Plunder, giving her a 60% chance to steal an opponent's talent upon killing them. These 2 A-tier talents were both extremely good, and Genevieve found herself torn between the 2. More talents naturally meant stronger attributes and combat power. However, the Critical Strike talent was incredibly important because with it, whether she was fighting monsters or gathering resources like mining, she had a significant chance of obtaining double rewards. This allowed her to collect more resources than others. Resources were essential for survival, and everything in the alternate world had to be obtained independently. In her previous life, at least 1/3 of humans died from lack of resources during the first 2 months in the new world. Her luck was relatively decent back then, but even so, her resources were always tight. She nearly starved to death twice. Therefore, she wanted a way to gain more resources. On the other hand, using the Plunder talent required killing fellow players and only if they had a talent to take. Despite living through 1 lifetime, she was still unwilling to kill indiscriminately. In her past life, she had spent almost a year living alone in the barren world, occasionally fighting off 1 or 2 invading players without knowing if they had any talents. Thus, compared to the Critical Strike talent, the Plunder talent seemed less practical. Genevieve ultimately chose the Critical Strike talent. After activating the talent, the game interface switched again, displaying her player information. Player, Ellis. Level, 1, 0 100. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 2. Attack power, 8. Defense, 2. Health points, 10 tenths. Stamina, 100 100. Talents, Absorption, S tier, Critical Strike, A tier. Territory level, 0. Game coins, 0. Inventory, Iron Sword times 1, Iron Axe times 1, Iron Pickaxe times 1, Territory Core times 1. Indeed, choosing the energy meal earlier had been the right decision. Her 4 attribute values were each 1 point higher than in her previous life. When she was transported to the barren world in her past life, she had just finished an all-night work shift. She was exhausted and her physical state was terrible, leading to low initial attribute values. After checking her initial attribute values, Genevieve manually switched the game interface, and another message appeared: please select the location for your territory. Options included grassland, desert, forest, mountain, and snowfield. Back in her previous life, Genevieve had no choice but to be randomly teleported into the barren world. She hadn't expected that players could choose their landing spot before the game fully manifested. After some thought, she selected the forest, just like in her previous life. At least this environment was familiar to her. No matter how challenging it was better than being dropped into an entirely alien setting, and the forest was rich in resources. Upon selecting her landing point, Genevieve felt a sudden darkness followed by brightness, immediately sensing joy. By coincidence or fate, her landing point turned out to be exactly where she had landed in her previous life. Back then, she had known nothing about the importance of a territory and placed the core in the forest amid terrifying animal roars. This time around, appearing in the full dive format, players wouldn't actually die during the first 5 days, only getting logged off for 10 hours if they died. Also, only level 1 monsters would appear around here for these 5 days, making it the perfect time for her to level up and gain attributes and resources. Familiar with the terrain, Genevieve had already identified an ideal location to establish her territory, though it was over 1,000 meters away from her current position. Without the constant threat of death, Genevieve was not in a hurry to place the core. Instead, she started chopping trees with her iron axe because establishing a territory required a considerable amount of basic materials. In her previous life, it had taken Genevieve 50 chops to fell a medium-sized tree, but now, with her attributes doubled, it only took her 25 chops to bring down the tree. Planks times 20. Planks times 20, critical strike triggered. With the bonus from critical strike, she obtained a total of planks times 40. At this moment, Genevieve heard a system announcement. Congratulations to player Ellis for being the first to complete the gathering task. You have been rewarded with an iron treasure chest. Genevieve was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected to receive an iron treasure chest right at the start. In the endgame world, players often obtained resources early on from treasure chests. The lowest level was the wooden treasure chest, followed by the iron treasure chest. To get an iron treasure chest at the beginning was already a great reward. It was just a pity that no critical strike was triggered. Not lacking anything at the moment, she continued cutting another tree. Planks times 22. This time, no critical strike was triggered. Genevieve kept chopping, still without triggering a critical strike. However, she triggered critical strikes twice in succession afterward. It seemed that there was no set pattern to when critical strikes would occur, but as long as she performed more actions, about half of them would result in a critical strike. After chopping down 5 trees, Genevieve felt a bit tired, with her stamina dropping below half. She stopped to rest and wait for her stamina to recover. In her past life, she needed to rest after cutting 2 trees, yet the stamina consumption was the same. This was not only due to her higher base attribute values in this life but also because she knew how to chop trees with the least amount of effort. Genevieve tried contacting her parents and younger brother in-game, discovering that while voice calls were not possible, messages could be sent. She sent them information on how to proceed with in-app purchases, choosing talents, and placing the territory core, as well as other game strategies. Half an hour later, Genevieve's stamina recovered to 80%, so she resumed chopping trees. As she chopped, soft music played continuously in the background. Suddenly, the music stopped mid-chop. Although Genevieve didn't understand why, she felt uneasy and immediately became alert, looking around cautiously. Chapter 3 Monster Killing. When the background music suddenly cut off, Genevieve suspected that something unusual was about to happen. Therefore, she vigilantly observed her surroundings. Then she saw a rat monster twice the size of a blue water planet rat dart out from the grass. Rat monster, level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 5. HP, 10. Genevieve dodged the rat monster's attack and swung the iron axe in her hand into an iron sword, stabbing the rat monster. The beginner's iron sword had 5 points of attack power, adding to her own 8 points of attack power. 2 strikes were enough to finish off this rat monster. In her previous life, she killed plenty of rat monsters. Even though her current level and attribute values had greatly reduced her combat effectiveness, the battle awareness she developed in her past life hadn't faded. Killing a level 1 rat monster wasn't difficult at all for her. Successfully killed one level 1 rat monster. Rat meat plus 2, experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10. Rat meat plus 2, experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10, critical hit. Dexterity absorbed plus 0.01. Dexterity absorbed plus 0.01, critical hit. Genevieve was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected that absorbing attributes could also result in a critical hit. After absorbing 0.02 points of dexterity, Genevieve's attack value increased by 0.02. At this moment, Genevieve heard an announcement. Congratulations to player Field Herschel for being the first to complete the wild monster killing task, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. She got a reward for completing the first collection task and another reward for being the first to kill a wild monster. It seemed that any task completed first would earn her a reward. Because of this, Genevieve couldn't wait to go mining stones instead of chopping trees anymore. Stone plus 1. Stone plus 1, critical hit. For 3 consecutive times, every first attempt resulted in a critical hit, followed by random results, but among 3 attempts, there would be 1 critical hit for sure. Unfortunately, Genevieve did not get the reward for completing the stone gathering task first. It appeared that other players had already finished it since she had been chopping trees for over an hour. Even if she started playing this game so quickly because of reincarnation, many players should have logged in during this time. While Genevieve was collecting the 3rd piece of stone, an ant monster the size of a fist crawled out from the pile of stones. Ant monster, level 1. Attack, 15. Defense, 3. HP, 10. The ant monster moved slower than the rat monster, making it easier for Genevieve to deal with. She crushed the ant monster with 3 axe swings. Successfully killed 1 level 1 ant monster. Experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10. Experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10, critical hit. Strength absorbed plus 0.01. Strength absorbed plus 0.01, critical hit. Genevieve had wondered before why the rat monster's attack power was lower than that of the ant monster. Now, seeing the attribute values absorbed from killing both types of monsters, it became clear that the rat monster specialized in speed while the ant monster specialized in strength. Hence, it was no wonder the ant monster's attack was higher. With an additional 0.02 strength attribute, Genevieve didn't feel any increase in her strength, but she noticed that her stamina seemed to deplete slightly slower. After gathering enough stones for constructing her territory, seeing that her stamina still had 30 points, she chopped down 3 more trees. When her stamina dropped to 20 points, she headed towards the location she had chosen for her territory. Genevieve chose a place at the edge of the forest, on the other side was a prairie, and between them flowed a small stream. About 800 meters away from the forest edge, she placed the core of her territory near the stream. A flash of white light, and dense bushes along with several large trees disappeared, turning into wood planks and boards in her backpack. However, as she didn't personally chop these, none of the items triggered a critical hit. Standing amidst the cleared 150 square meter space was a tattered little wooden hut. At that moment, she received a notification from the game. Ding, congratulations player for completing the placement of territory core mission, rewarded with 1 wooden treasure chest. It appeared that quite a few players had already placed their territory cores after spending half a day. Genevieve did not rush into the cleared land but instead clicked the territory icon on the game interface. Immediately, the territory construction information popped up. Territory, unnamed, level 1. Genevieve first checked the wall construction. Level 1 fence, wood plank times 100, stone times 20, copper coins times 10. Defense 100. Level 1 wooden wall, wood plank times 200, stone times 20, copper coins times 15. Defense 300. Level 1 stone wall, stone times 200, copper coins times 20. Defense 800. Apart from barely having enough wood planks, she lacked other materials. But she couldn't use the wood planks on the walls. Genevieve opened the icon of the small wooden hut, and immediately information about it popped up. Broken down level 0 small hut, area 10 square meters, defense 10. This little wooden hut was drafty and leaky, with a defense so low it couldn't withstand 2 claw strikes from a level 1 rat monster. Upgrade requirements. Level 1 wooden hut, wood plank times 100, stone times 20, copper coins times 20. After upgrade, area 20 square meters, defense 200. Genevieve had enough materials on her to upgrade the wooden hut. She took out the materials from her backpack and placed them in the hut, then walked out and clicked to upgrade the dilapidated wooden hut. Then a beam of white light enveloped the entire small wooden hut. After about 10 minutes, the shabby little wooden hut turned into a complete and brand new wooden hut. At this time, she received a world announcement. Congratulations to player Field Herschel for being the first to upgrade the small wooden hut to level 1, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. Level 1 wooden hut, area 30 square meters, defense 300. Defense instantly increased to 300. Only then did Genevieve enter the wooden hut. A small window was cut into the wall facing the front yard, with the door and window letting in just enough light to illuminate the room. The entire room was lined with neatly arranged wooden planks, looking quite cozy. Genevieve looked around the room and clicked the icon of items that could be crafted at the wooden hut. She saw that she could first build a level 1 construction stand using 10 stones, placing it under the window. Then she used wood plank times 5 to build a 1m times 2m wooden bed and placed it against the wall not facing the door. Next, she used wood plank times 10 to build a square wooden table and 2 chairs, placing them in the center of the little wooden house. Then she took 3 iron treasure chests and 1 wooden treasure chest from her backpack and placed them on the table. Genevieve opened an iron treasure chest first, 500 milliliters purified water times 5, bread times 5, skill book times 1, wrist guard times 1. Then it became a critical hit, doubling the resources inside the iron treasure chest. Genevieve had been playing the game for half a day now. Although only her spirit had entered the game, she actually felt hunger, and her stamina recovery was several times slower than before. She tried eating a piece of bread and found that her 25-point stamina immediately increased by 20 points. Feeling very thirsty, she drank water, her stamina increasing by 1 point per sip. After finishing half a bottle of purified water, her stamina rose to 67 points. More importantly, her stamina recovery sped up again, and with another 10 minutes of rest, her stamina would be around 80. With food that could replenish stamina, she could soon go out to gather stones for building walls. Genevieve originally planned to build a wooden fence as a transition because mining stones consumed too much stamina, and without stamina, she couldn't do anything, which would waste a lot of time. But now, with food to replenish stamina, she decided to directly build a stone wall. Chapter 4 Treasure Chest. The iron treasure chest also dropped a skill book and a bracelet. Genevieve picked up the skill book and examined it. Gathering skill, used for identifying and collecting flora and fauna. This skill had a high drop rate. After being transported to this desolate world, many people relied on this skill to identify which plants and animals were edible and which were not. Moreover, she didn't have to cut or pull anything herself. With one use of the gathering skill, items could be directly stored in her backpack. Genevieve picked up the equipment. Bracelet, strength +1. It turned out to be an item that increased strength, which was precisely what Genevieve needed most right now. She already had 2 bracelets for triggering critical hits, but unfortunately, only one of the same type of equipment could be worn at a time. Otherwise, she could have immediately added 2 points to her strength. Genevieve put on the bracelet, bringing her strength value up to 3 points. Even though it was just 3 points, in the real world, this would be considered the level of a strongman. It seemed like her luck today was exceptionally good. Genevieve dismantled the iron treasure chest, obtaining 2 iron blocks. This time, no critical hit was triggered. She didn't intend to open the next 2 iron treasure chests and 1 wooden treasure chest right away. In her previous life, the total number of iron treasure chests she obtained wasn't even as many as what she got today. In the early stages, the supplies from iron treasure chests were incredibly precious. She wanted each opening to trigger a critical hit. From her observations, she found that when she obtained the same item for the first time, it would almost always trigger a critical hit. However, if she continued to obtain the same item, it would depend on the critical hit probability and wouldn't consistently trigger a critical hit repeatedly. Therefore, she planned to do other things first and then come back to open another treasure chest later to increase the chances of triggering a critical hit. Genevieve intended to go out and gather stones and fight monsters before nightfall. According to the rules of the Desolate Realm, one couldn't leave home after dark. Even though only her spiritual form was in the game world, where monsters couldn't inflict much harm, she didn't plan to break this rule. Genevieve had a strong desire for a territory with very high defense. In the Desolate Realm, walls were crucial. Her ideal was to build the best stone wall possible. Now that she had food to replenish her energy, Genevieve prepared to focus on gathering stone materials. The closest pile of stones near her territory wasn't large enough to provide enough material to build a level 1 territory wall. But rumor had it that before the game became tangible, the map refreshed every day. This meant that if she gathered all the stones today, they might refresh tomorrow. So this was the best time to collect basic materials. For the next 4 hours, Genevieve dug tirelessly without tiring. Even better, every half hour, a level 1 ant monster would appear, offering her experience and attribute points. When Genevieve killed the 7th ant monster, including the strength points gained from critical hits, she received a total of 0.11 strength points. She noticeably felt stronger, and her stamina consumption decreased slightly. At this point, her experience points totaled 120, more than enough for her to level up to level 2. Each time a player leveled up, their health and stamina increased significantly. Most valuable was the reward of 1 free attribute point, which could be allocated to any physical attribute. If she were physically present in the desolate world, she would certainly upgrade immediately. After all, one's life was most important. A level 1 player was quite fragile, with only 10 HP, making it easy to lose all health after 1 or 2 attacks from a level 1 monster. However, since she wasn't physically in the desolate world, there was no immediate danger to her life during these 5 days. If she died, it would just mean she couldn't enter the game for 10 hours. Currently, all the monsters around her territory were still level 1. If she leveled up to level 2 now, killing them would only yield 5 experience points and copper coins. So Genevieve decided not to rush leveling up and to see how things developed. Knowing that each level up fully restored a player's health and stamina, she wanted to choose the perfect time to maximize her upgrades. After finishing this pile of stones, Genevieve collected 200 stone pieces. Adding the 110 pieces from the critical hit, she had enough to build the territory walls. Upon returning to her territory, Genevieve first went into the small wooden house to open the second iron treasure chest. 500 milliliters of pure water times 5, 1 green quality apple, 1 skill book, 1 spatial stone. As expected, another critical hit triggered, giving her double the rewards. Seeing the green quality fruit, Genevieve ate it immediately, permanently increasing her constitution by 1 point. This was the benefit of green quality and higher food. Unfortunately, the attribute boost only applied upon first consumption. With her constitution increased by 1 point, her attack and defense were also increased by 1. Adding the 1 point of strength from the bracelet, the 0.11 points of strength, and 0.02 points of dexterity she had accumulated, her current attack value was now at 10.13. Today's luck was truly extraordinary, having obtained another skill book as well as the spatial stone that she needed most right now. Her backpack currently only had 10 slots, and although each slot could stack up to 99 items, they could only hold 1 type of item. With more monsters appearing, her backpack wouldn't be enough. A spatial stone could expand her backpack by 5 slots, so 2 spatial stones would add 10 additional slots, which would allow her to collect a substantial amount of resources. After expanding her backpack with the spatial stone, Genevieve picked up the skill book again, only to tremble slightly at what she saw. It turned out to be the skill, and Genevieve immediately learned it, gaining knowledge of many medicinal formulas in her mind. The demand for medicine in the Desolate Realm was extremely high, as many players died due to a lack of treatment that led their HP to drop to 0. One could say that with this skill, Genevieve now possessed a golden goose that continuously laid eggs. Medicines could allow her to exchange for a large amount of supplies while also reducing human casualties. This skill complemented the gathering skill since the gathering skill could identify and collect medicinal plants. However, at this stage of the game being single player, collecting medicinal plants wasn't easy. It might have to wait until they were transported to the desolate world. With this skill, Genevieve wouldn't need to strain herself gathering basic resources like in her previous life. After upgrading her territory to level 2, she could focus on killing monsters to enhance her attributes. Genevieve walked out of the small wooden house, took out the necessary materials from her backpack, then opened the icon for the wall and clicked to construct the stone wall. A white mist enveloped the entire territory. 20 minutes later, when the white mist dissipated, a 3-meter-high stone wall enclosed an area of 150 square meters around the wooden house, giving Genevieve a strong sense of security. Thus, Genevieve completed the construction of her level 1 territory, which was sufficient for her to easily survive the first wave of beast attacks. In her previous life, after being transported to the desolate world unprepared, she had strained herself immensely to build the territory wall before the end of the 3-day protection period. She barely managed to construct a wooden wall by the third night. Chapter 5 Family. To upgrade a level 1 territory to level 2, in addition to building walls and wooden houses, arrow tower must also be constructed. Arrow towers come in 2 types, wooden arrow towers and iron arrow towers. Genevieve's territory had no nearby mines, so she couldn't quickly obtain large amounts of iron ore. Therefore, she could only start by constructing a wooden arrow tower first. Primary arrow tower. Materials required: wood times 1000, stone blocks times 20, iron blocks times 2, rubber bands times 10. Attack power, 20. Attack range, 30 meters radius. Attack frequency, 1 arrow 3 seconds. Energy consumption, 20 wood hour. Though the 1000 wooden planks required for a primary wooden arrow tower were many, with such a vast forest surrounding her, it was just a matter of time before she could gather enough. She had obtained the iron block when she dismantled an iron treasure chest. The only thing missing was the rubber band. Genevieve could only open the in-game store where the items' prices made her gasp. Yet one had to endure being overcharged in this game world, so she gritted her teeth and bought 10 rubber bands. Although Genevieve was already familiar with this forest from her previous life, there were still some plants she did not recognize. Whenever she encountered unfamiliar plants, she would use the gathering skill. By checking the feedback information, she could determine their effects and collect them if needed. Since casting the gathering skill required stamina, Genevieve only chose to gather edible berries. Genevieve soon found the berry patch that she remembered from her memory. Berries, restore stamina +1. White berries, restore stamina +10. With critical hits, Genevieve gathered a total of 110 ordinary quality berries and 19 white quality berries. During her early days after crossing over to the desolate world in her past life, Genevieve relied on this patch of berries to fill her stomach. This ensured she had enough stamina to gather the basic materials needed to construct a level 1 territory. With these stamina-boosting berries, Genevieve began cutting down trees. Cutting trees was similar to gathering stones. Every half hour of background music would pause as a level 1 rat monster appeared looking for death. Genevieve obliged the rat monsters, killing them all. After more than 4 hours, she had collected wood times 1269, rat meat times 22, gained plus 1,100 experience points, plus 1,100 copper coins, and absorbed plus 0.11 agility. By then it was around 8:30 at night, but the desolate world became dark at 9 and remained dark until 7 in the morning. Returning to her territory, Genevieve initiated the construction of the arrow tower. Seeing that it would take 10 minutes to build, she entered the small wooden house and opened her third iron treasure chest. Bread times 10, rice seeds times 100, green quality hand crossbow times 1, crossbow bolts times 100. She triggered another critical hit and received double the rewards. No skill books came out this time, but she obtained a green quality hand crossbow with plus 20 attack power. With this weapon, Genevieve now had ranged attack capabilities and could instantly kill any level 1 wild monster. The rice seeds were exactly what Genevieve wanted most. As someone from the south, she could never go a day without rice as her staple food. She used the crafting station to create torches and stone hoes and dug up a plot in the yard for planting. Seeing the barren unqualified soil, Genevieve bit the bullet and spent a hefty sum at the in-game store to buy white quality improvement liquid, transforming the soil into white quality farmland. She then planted all 100 rice seeds. Rice takes a month to mature. If planted in unqualified soil, the minimum maturity period would be 2 months. The primary wooden arrow tower was finally completed, and Genevieve placed it at the entrance of her courtyard. Noticing it was pitch dark in the game world, Genevieve logged off inside the small wooden house. In the desolate world, many wild monsters roamed during the night. Humans had to hide within their territories and avoid attracting attention, otherwise, they'd invite countless wild monsters to attack their territories. In her previous life, Genevieve had been very afraid of wild monsters. But in this life, she had the absorption talent. Not only was she no longer afraid of wild monsters, but she even thought of leaving her territory in the late night, an hour before dawn in the desolate world, to kill some monsters and boost her attributes. Having played for an entire day, she needed to log off, eat something, and more importantly, check on her family's progress in the game. After exiting the game, Genevieve checked the time, 9:11 p.m. It seemed that the passage of time in the game was nearly identical to the real world, except the nighttime in the game world started about 2 hours later, and dawn would likely come at the same time as Water Blue Star. After eating, Genevieve called home and discovered only her parents were there. Her little brother had gone back into the game after dinner. "Mom, Ken, which 2 talents did you choose?" asked Genevieve. In the game strategy guide she had given her family, she instructed them to choose talents that could increase their character's physical attribute values and overall combat power first. If none were available, they should choose talents that increased survival rates. And the landing location should be chosen to match their talents. "Fortunately, I got an S-level talent, while the best they could get was only an A-level," Kinley said with a hint of pride. Genevieve was elated. According to her knowledge, S-level talents were extremely rare, even A-level ones were hard to come by. It was beyond fortunate that both she and her mother had obtained S-level talents through random draws. Her father, who had not gotten any talent in his previous life, Managed to draw 2 A-level talents in this life, which was also incredibly lucky. Send me a screenshot of your talents so I can take a look, Genevieve said. Genevieve first checked her mother's personal attributes. Player, Krista of the countryside. Level, 1, 13,100. Strength, 1. Agility, 0.5. Constitution, 1.5. Spirit, 1.5. Attack power, 4.5. Defense power, 1. Health points, 10/10. Stamina points, 100/100. Krista's attribute values were 0.5 more than the average 4 points, which was acceptable. Krista's first talent was the S-level talent Vitality. Vitality can extract vitality from surrounding creatures and inject it into the body, increasing health points of someone on the brink of death, delaying the time of death. Genevieve was a bit conflicted about her mother's talent. She wasn't sure whether it was good or bad. The good part was that it could delay the time of death when facing life-threatening situations, giving time to find ways to save oneself. This way, her mother wouldn't die immediately if she encountered monsters she couldn't defeat. However, it did not boost her own attribute values or combat power. But if her mother had enough life-saving medicines, this talent would be very useful. Fortunately, Genevieve had the skill book for, making it very suitable for her mother. Krista's second talent was the A-level talent Planting. Planting. People with this talent have plants mature in half the time compared to ordinary people and have a chance to plant attribute-increasing plants. This talent also didn't add to her combat power or attribute values, so her mother's combat ability would be weak. Mom, do you have experience planting crops? Genevieve asked. She herself had no experience in planting, but with her mother having the talent, it might be different. Yes, planting a white quality plant gives 1 point of experience, Kinley said. Genevieve slightly relaxed. Indeed, there was always a way out. If planting gave experience points, in the early game stages, her mother could level up through planting and use the free attribute points gained from leveling up to increase her attributes. As long as she leveled up quickly, her overall combat power wouldn't be worse than regular monsters. With better quality weapons, surviving the animal tide would be easier. But with the ability to plant food, they wouldn't worry about running out of copper coins, and copper coins could be used to buy weapons in the game store. Chapter 6 Talent. Genevieve still had 100 rice seeds in her hand, which she planned to give to her mother. If one seed earned 1 point, it would be enough to upgrade her mother's player level to 2. Whether or not there was a maternal bond, the mother chose the forest terrain just like Genevieve. The grassland was more suitable for her mother's talent, but the forest was also acceptable. Mom, when you collect basic materials, pay attention to gathering edible plant seeds and seedlings to plant in the yard. Try to reach level 2 as soon as possible. Later, I will go online and give you 2 skill books. After you learn them, you'll know how to use them. Also, tell me how many building materials for the wall are missing, and you should have the stone wall built by noon tomorrow, Genevieve said. Since her mother's combat ability was weak, the best material for the territory walls had to be used. She decided to give the collection skill book to her mother too. These 2 skill books seemed to be tailor-made for her. Also, she gave her mother the wrist guard that increased strength, so now she had 2 points of strength. Krista didn't know how important these items were. She only knew that the faster she progressed in the game, the more basic resources she could obtain, thus earning more bonuses for her daughter. So, she accepted everything her daughter gave her. Mom, your 2 talents require higher spirit power and physical strength. After you upgrade to level 2, put your free attribute points into spirit power. After reaching level 3, put them into physical strength, Genevieve said. Okay, Krista had no objections. She did not understand these matters, so she just followed what her daughter said. After arranging for her mother, Genevieve went to check on her father. Player, Chuck of Pasture. Level, 1, 16,100. Strength, 2.5. Agility, 1. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 1. Attack, 6.5. Defense, 2. Health, 10/10. Stamina, 100/100. Chuck's overall attribute value was only 5 points in his previous life. This time, it was 6.5, which was better than before. The first talent her father got surprised Genevieve. Strength, an extra 1 point is added for each level up. Other players only get 1 attribute point reward per level up, while her father got 2, almost doubling the rewards. Therefore, even though this talent was an A-level talent, after entering the Desolate World, this talent was better than her mother's S-level talent. In the Desolate World, the stronger ones could kill more monsters, gaining more rewards. This talent made him start from a better position compared to ordinary people. As long as her father leveled up quickly, he could easily overpower others. Floods of beasts would merely provide him with experience and currency. In his previous life, without drawing any talent, Chuck carved out a bloody path based on his initial strength value of 2.5. In this life, with a talent that greatly enhanced his combat power and without having to carry her burden, Chuck was bound to live well in the Desolate World. Genevieve was pleasantly surprised by her father's other A-level talent. Craftsman. When making weapons, it's easier to produce high-quality weapons and may gain additional bonuses. The craftsman level depends on strength and constitution. The attributes of strength and constitution determine the craftsman level. One might say that these 2 talents complemented each other perfectly, not inferior to S-level talents. After choosing the talent, Chuck picked the mountains from the perspective of a craftsman. I explored all day today and mined more than 600 stone blocks. I also found an iron mine, but with my current pickaxe, I only get 10 pieces of iron or after digging 100 times. It needs smelting to become an iron block. Genevieve, who was worrying about the lack of stone blocks, rejoiced. Ken, you send 200 stone blocks to Mom for the territorial wall later. Tomorrow, Ken, please try to mine more stone blocks and search for minerals around us. The forest where Mom and I are has plenty of wood but lacks stone, so we can trade with each other. Does mining stone give you experience? Genevieve asked. No, but smelting does give me experience, Chuck said. This was also good. In the future, her father would have many opportunities to smelt, so he wouldn't lack experience points. With both parents' talents and their early game development, they would have no problem surviving in the desolate world 4 days later. The only thing Genevieve worried about was her 15-year-old brother, so she had her father take Oriv out of the game pod. Player, son of Alja. Level, 2, 5200. Strength, 1+1. Agility, 1.5. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Attack, 6.5. Defense, 1. Health, 10/10. Stamina, 100/100. The total number of initial attribute values was the same as her mother's. However, Oriv's talent gave Genevieve a pleasant surprise. His first A-level talent was actually space. In the previous life, every Water Blue Star person knew how powerful Jin, their first-rate master, was. His S-level talent skill could tear space, reverse the order of things, and throw monsters into a void. Jin's talent was related to space. Oriv's spatial talent was certainly not as powerful as Jin's. After all, his talent was only at the A-level. However, Oriv's spatial talent wasn't about having an innate space but sensing and utilizing spatial power. This meant he could use spatial skills. Oriv was clueless about how to use this talent skill. Genevieve recalled the commonly used skills by Jin, spatial blade and teleportation, and thought that Oriv should be able to use these. These two skills were absolute monster-killing techniques, but they required high spirit value and agility. Genevieve explained the characteristics of spatial blade and teleportation to Oriv, encouraging him to try them out in-game. Although in the desolate world, opening treasure chests and killing monsters had a chance to yield skill books, no matter how good these books were, they couldn't compare with self-created skills because those were the most suitable for oneself. Hearing that spatial talent could be so cool, Oriv immediately felt eager to try it. Seeing Oriv's second A-level talent, Genevieve didn't know what to say. It was evident that food lovers were food lovers, even choosing talents without forgetting food. This talent is really good. If others can gain 10 points of stamina by eating something, I can gain 20. That way, I will have more stamina to kill monsters, which gives me a natural advantage, Oriv argued convincingly. In fact, the true benefit of the food lover talent was that when consuming food that increased attribute points, Oriv could increase 2 points while others would only get 1 point. Since foods that increase attribute points usually only worked once, Oriv's talent was quite useful during the early game. Especially if her mother could grow such foods, they should focus on planting over the next 4 days, trying to cultivate foods that increase attribute points to maximize her mother's and brother's attribute improvements. In this sense, Oriv's food lover talent suited him well. The biggest weakness of Oriv's two talents was at the start of the game. His initial attribute values were low, making him relatively weak in the early stages. After being directly transported to the desolate world, his situation wouldn't be very favorable. However, now he had a good head start. Once his attributes improved, and he could use his spatial talent, his combat ability would significantly increase. As a minor kid, Oriv lacked the patience of his parents and sister for collecting basic materials. Chapter 7, Finding People. What upset Genevieve was that she had no idea what Oriv was thinking when he actually chose the Gobi terrain. Didn't I tell you not to choose the Gobi terrain? Genevieve said irritably. I was just curious about what the Gobi terrain is like, Oriv mumbled. Little did he know his answer nearly made his sister burst a blood vessel. The Gobi terrain was notoriously known as one of the hardest starts. Why didn't you pick the snowfield? Wouldn't that be more challenging? Genevieve remarked sarcastically. The snowfield looks obviously very cold, and I'm afraid of the cold, Oriv finally admitted, realizing how upset his sister was, speaking in a low voice. Genevieve wished she could crawl through the phone line and beat this dense guy up. When she warned Oriv, she forgot just how strong his curiosity could be. It was easy to guess that because she reminded him not to choose the Gobi terrain without sternly warning him of the seriousness, it only piqued his interest in the Gobi terrain. The Gobi terrain not only lacked basic resources and water but also had more wild monsters than other terrains. During the beast tide, the pressure was second only to the forest terrain, which was the most severe. Though the snowfield terrain was also hellishly difficult with scarce supplies, the monsters there were fewer and easier to kill, making the pressure during the beast tide relatively light. No wonder Oriv's player level had risen so quickly to level 2, Genevieve couldn't imagine how recklessly he must have charged into battle. Genevieve comforted herself with the thought that at least he hadn't chosen the snowfield due to his fear of the cold. Thankfully, this wasn't their real bodies in the game, so there was no real death. After consoling herself, she finally calmed down her anger. No matter how angry she got, it wouldn't change the fact that he had already chosen the Gobi terrain. In this end-of-the-world game, restarting wasn't an option. Genevieve could only ask her father to provide stone materials for Oriv to build a wall and make up for the timber needed for building a small wooden house, allowing him to establish a level 1 territory tomorrow. Then, she gave Oriv another green-quality apple that increased constitution, boosting his constitution by 2 points right away, giving him a defense value of 3 points and reducing his chances of dying. Finally, for Oriv's strategy for tomorrow's game, Genevieve reluctantly let him continue killing monsters. In the early stages of the desolate world, various wild monsters posed the greatest threat to humans. As long as Oriv's level was higher than the monsters around his territory, his chances of survival would be significantly higher. Regarding basic survival supplies, the three of them could always meet this brat's needs. If Oriv could upgrade his territory to level 2 before entering the desolate world, his survival would be secured. During the game, by killing so many monsters, not only was his player level higher than other players, but he also had plenty of meat drops and enough copper coins to buy supplies from the game store. Finally, after setting up the strategies for the middle schooler, the exhausted Genevieve was about to hang up the call when she remembered their relatives. For such a significant event, they should at least inform their relatives out of courtesy. After careful consideration, Genevieve said to her family, "This game will have a huge impact on our future. Playing well can earn money. Mom and Ken, you can suggest others play it too. Even if they don't spend money, creating an account, collecting some resources, and securing a position would be beneficial." Not only did Genevieve tell her parents, but she also posted these words on social media, encouraging her friends to play the game. Initially, after rebirth, Genevieve had only thought about her family. Now that everyone had a good start according to her plans, she began thinking of others. Thinking about the 70 billion people from Water Blue who entered the desolate world in her previous life, only a little over 1 million remained at her time of death. This made her feel heartbroken. She felt that if Water Blue inhabitants could enter the game before being transported to the desolate world, even without spending money, accumulating some basic materials to develop their territories would be much better than going in empty-handed. However, she was just a commoner, and her parents were ordinary people too. They lacked connections to report matters concerning the end-of-the-world survival game manifesting reality to higher authorities. Genevieve wasn't worried about higher-ups knowing about her rebirth. With Water Blue inhabitants soon to be transported to the desolate world, who would care about whether she was a reborn person? Moreover, she had taken so many steps ahead that she would definitely have the ability to protect herself in the desolate world. Furthermore, even if she had a way to report it, who would believe such a fantastical story of the entire planet being transported to another world? They would undoubtedly think she was crazy. After pondering for a while, Genevieve finally decided to turn to Jin. Before entering the desolate world, Jin was already a captain. Approaching him offered the best chance of reaching the top. Yes, this Jin was the person acknowledged as having the strongest combat strength among the people of Water Blue in the desolate world in her previous life. Although in this life Jin wouldn't remember that she had once served under him in the desolate world. Yet, she and Jin were former high school classmates. Although after high school graduation, Genevieve went to university while Jin attended a military academy, they had almost no contact. But Genevieve's high school group chat included Jin, and she also had his private messaging information. Genevieve thought for a moment, then sent a message to Jin, clearly stating what she wanted to convey. "Jin classmate, I am your former high school classmate Genevieve. In the past half-month, I've been having strange dreams every night about humanity facing a great disaster, with less than 1 million people surviving in the end. In my dream, at 10:33 tomorrow morning, Japan will experience an 8.3 magnitude earthquake, with 2 volcanoes erupting consecutively. At 1 p.m., the United States will have a magnitude 9 earthquake, leading to the eruption of Yellowstone Park volcano. We can discuss the subsequent disasters if you believe me. If you trust this message, please find me as soon as possible. The situation is very serious and urgent." After sending the message, Genevieve didn't receive any reply from Jin. She wasn't sure if he hadn't seen it or if he thought she was crazy and ignored it. Therefore, Genevieve could only go online, leaving some ambiguous comments under the forum discussing the survival game of the end times, encouraging everyone to play the game as much as possible, even if not investing money, just playing it would help. To prevent the administrators from deleting her posts, Genevieve was very cautious, unsure if it made any difference. Though she couldn't publicly announce her rebirth to change more people's fates, she did her best and put in effort. After being busy for a while, it was already late at night. Preparing to rest before getting up at dawn to farm monsters, Genevieve went to sleep, unaware that the message she sent to Jin had reached its intended audience, catching the eye of someone who cared. Chapter 8. Reporting. Jin was training his physical abilities. After confirming this morning that he had successfully traveled back in time and reborn at a critical juncture, he reported the intelligence. Because this matter was too extraordinary and of significant importance, he requested solitary confinement to maintain credibility. He didn't expect Genevieve to send him such straightforward information, clearly indicating that she too was a reborn individual. He couldn't help her hide this fact. Before entering the isolation room, Jin handed over all communication devices to the information department. The first person to see Genevieve's message was from the information department. By the time he saw Genevieve's message, it was already an hour later. During this hour, Genevieve's information had been thoroughly investigated. "When I reverse time, Genevieve was being attacked by a mutated beast, less than 50 meters away from me," Jin said. Recalling the situation made Jin feel very distressed. He was trapped by the mutant beasts and unable to save her. After all the guards were killed, the survivors in their territory wouldn't last long either. He hoped that Genevieve was a reborn person so that she could have an advantage before entering the desolate world and live better than in her previous life. But if she was reborn, it meant she would remember the disasters she once experienced, especially given how tragically she died in her previous life, which would be very painful for her. So it's possible that the brainwaves of Genevieve right after her death hadn't dissipated and were brought back to this point in time by your skill, merging with the brainwaves of Genevieve at this time point, giving her memories of her past life, a specialist who studied time and space speculated. Looking at Genevieve's information, she seems to know what might happen in the future. Otherwise, considering her family background and behavior, she wouldn't willingly spend money on this game unless she believed it had significant investment value, a psychologist analyzed. Whether it's true or not, we'll know tomorrow. Genevieve sending this information to Captain Lin is either because she knows he also has memories of his past life, or she wants him to report this to the authorities. With Genevieve's network, she can't reach high-ranking officials within a short period, the person in charge concluded. If it's true, Genevieve is a good comrade, another supervisor said. Everyone agreed. If Genevieve were truly reborn, she could easily keep this secret and use her foresight for personal gain, making a name for herself in the other world. I hope what Captain Lin reported isn't true, an expert worriedly said. The evidence of Jin's rebirth was already mounting, and now there was another suspected reborn individual providing identical predictions, increasing the likelihood. If what Jin said was true, all humanity on Aqua Blue Star would face an apocalypse. This game isn't simple, we can't find its creator, it mysteriously appeared and took over all displays on Aqua Blue Star, and we can't delete it, another expert said worryingly. In fact, the higher-ups already believed about 60% of it, otherwise they wouldn't have gathered here. But even if they verified that Captain Lin was reborn, they still wouldn't have enough time to find a solution. Genevieve didn't know about Jin's situation. Her alarm woke her up at 4:30 in the morning, and she checked the message she sent to Jin, finding no reply yet. Thinking for a moment, all she could do was send an inquiry emoji. To ensure Jin saw her message, she tried calling him on WeChat when it was daylight to make direct contact. Genevieve entered the post-apocalyptic survival game, where it was still dark night. She received a game notification. You killed a rat monster, gaining 2 rat meats, 10 copper coins, 10 experience points. Similar notifications appeared 5 times, and the items were automatically collected into her game backpack. This was the result of lower-level monsters approaching the territory and being shot dead by automatic archer towers. Although the loot was stored in her backpack, there was no critical hit or absorption. Probably because the monsters weren't killed by her personally, so her talents couldn't be triggered. To kill the monsters herself, Genevieve dismantled the archer towers to prevent them from killing the incoming monsters. Less than 2 minutes after opening the courtyard gate and standing outside, wild monsters noticed her and rushed toward her. Wild wolf monster, level 1. Attack, 20. Defense, 3. HP, 10. Indeed, nighttime monsters had higher attack power compared to daytime ones. Wild wolves were already quite powerful, and one scratch from them could be fatal for her. However, Genevieve didn't have much trouble killing this wild wolf monster. After a day of training yesterday, killing level 1 monsters wasn't difficult for her, she only lost 2 points of stamina. Killing one level 1 wild wolf monster, wolf meat plus 10, experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10. Wolf meat plus 10, experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10, critical hit. Absorbing strength plus 0.01. Absorbing strength plus 0.01, critical hit. The wild wolf monster contributed strength, which was the attribute Genevieve most wanted to enhance. The second monster that lunged at Genevieve was also a wild wolf monster with even lower stats than the first one, and she easily took care of it. When Lilu Aloro killed the third wild wolf monster, suddenly more than 10 wild wolf monsters surrounded her, forcing her to retreat back to the courtyard gate. Wild wolf monsters were pack animals, so it was not surprising for over 10 to appear all at once. Genevieve had been mentally prepared for this. The courtyard gate limited the wild wolf monsters' approach, preventing them from swarming her. She only needed to deal with 1 or 2 at a time. This battle was quite dangerous. If Genevieve hadn't had combat experience from her previous life, she definitely would have been injured. Fortunately, she managed to kill 15 wild wolf monsters without serious injury, earning 220 experience points, 220 copper coins, and wolf meat, absorbing 0.22 strength points. As the sky gradually brightened in the game, Genevieve placed the dismantled archer towers at the courtyard gate to prevent any monsters from attacking the wall. She had logged into the game as soon as she woke up, having neither brushed her teeth nor washed her face. She needed to log off first before coming back online. After logging off to freshen up, Genevieve drank some nutrient solution and picked up her phone to call Jin on WeChat. Genevieve called twice but got no answer, so she put the phone down and entered the game again. Today's pay-to-play draw was for cultivation techniques. Pay 1,000 yuan for 10 draws to choose one technique, or pay 10,000 yuan for 100 draws to choose 2 techniques. After performing a series of ritual actions for good luck, Genevieve clicked for the 100 draws. This time, 90% were thank you for participating, while the remaining 10% were cultivation techniques. She had only 10 minutes to browse through the available options. This time there were only 10 cultivation techniques, so she could take her time choosing the best fit. Last night, Genevieve had carefully considered her 2 talents, believing her absorption talent might have a significant impact on her body. Ordinarily, people gained attribute points by killing monsters and leveling up, during which their bodies were exercised and strengthened, allowing them to endure the gradual increase in attributes. However, her absorption talent accelerated the acquisition of attribute points, meaning her physical conditioning might lag behind. Therefore, she needed a cultivation technique to strengthen her body. In her past life, she had heard that those who practiced body strengthening techniques would see a significant increase in physical attribute points after reaching a certain stage. Fortunately, she drew a body-strengthening technique and immediately chose to learn it. Reviewing the other techniques, none were suitable for her or were too ordinary. Genevieve ultimately chose a saber technique, feeling that using a saber to kill monsters felt more exhilarating than using a sword. Chapter 9, Incidents. After learning the body tempering technique and saber technique, Genevieve did not immediately start cultivating. The effects of these two cultivation techniques were not instantaneous but gradually increased one's attributes over time. In recent days, her primary task during the daytime was to gather materials needed to upgrade her territory to level 2. She had to work hard on gathering materials and could only cultivate at night. Once humans were transported into the wasteland world, she would be alone for a long time with communication possible only through the bracelet Lightbrain. Then she would have plenty of time to cultivate. Half an hour ago, Genevieve had logged out from the small wooden house and logged back in within it. She opened the wooden treasure chest that she had in yesterday, bottled water times 2, small bread times 2, salt, 200 grams, times 2. Like in her previous life, most of the wooden treasure chests contained daily necessities. A critical hit occurred, doubling the contents of the wooden treasure chest. After opening the wooden treasure chest, Genevieve went to the stream side with her backpack and retrieved 99 cubic meters of stream water, then returned to the courtyard to irrigate the paddy fields before going out again to collect materials. The stone resources that she had dug up yesterday had refreshed today. Although her father could obtain quite a number of stones, the wall upgrade required an abundance of stone materials, so she couldn't neglect her own stone mine. The increase in strength value allowed Genevieve's speed of extracting stone to be a third faster than yesterday, and thus she spent more than 2 hours completely extracting this resource point. During this process, she killed 7 ant beasts, gaining plus 120 experience points, 120 copper coins, and absorbing 0.12 points of strength attribute value. She obtained 239 stones. Adding those left over from yesterday, she now had just over 300. To acquire more stones, she would need to gather from the stone resource spot on the prairie. Genevieve was extremely familiar with the surrounding terrain and knew how to safely cross the stream. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go to the prairie. Instead, she went into the forest to harvest the newly refreshed white berries, which served as her main source of motivation for material collection. Then Genevieve spent 4 hours cutting trees and gathered over 2,000 pieces of wood. Her increased strength attribute meant she only needed to chop down a tree a dozen times or so. Her mother took her advice and started focusing on collecting edible and plantable flora while her little brother focused on killing monsters and leveling up. It fell upon Genevieve and her father to supply the family of 4 with the basic construction materials needed for their level 2 territory. While cutting down trees, Genevieve killed 6 rat beasts and triggered 4 critical hits, obtaining level 1 rat meat times 20, experience points times 100, copper coins times 100, and absorbing 0.1 points of agility attribute value. Time had passed noon. Recalling the message she had sent to Jin, Genevieve returned to the wooden cabin and logged off. Upon turning on her phone, she saw a push notification about the earthquake in Japan. As in her previous life, the Japanese earthquake happened at the same moment. Genevieve checked the news reports and found everything similar to her past life. She checked America's information and indeed, there was already news about the American earthquake. However, most people were still paying attention to the Japanese earthquake and didn't know that a larger magnitude earthquake had just occurred in America. Genevieve sighed lightly. It seemed that even as someone reborn, her actions could not change the big picture, and the end of the world survival game would still materialize as scheduled. Seeing several unread messages on WeChat, Genevieve casually tapped on it. Then she was stunned by Jin's reply. I also know about this matter and have reported it. Please play your game at ease. Jin's reply was sent at 9:30 a.m., before the earthquake in Japan had occurred. For a long while, Genevieve pondered over what Jin meant by I also know about this matter. He had known beforehand that both his country and America would experience earthquakes that day. The reason behind his foresight could only mean either Jin was reborn, or he was acquainted with someone of high status who was reborn. If so, that was excellent. If Jin was reborn, he could accomplish far more things. Knowing that Jin was likely reborn lifted much of Genevieve's worries. Jin must have used the earthquake news in Japan and America to prove that he was reborn. Something this significant could not be faked, and no one had the capability to do so. Once the state believed Jin's words, they should take action soon. That way, the fate of many people in China would change. Genevieve was concerned only with the Chinese population. So long as they got an advantage first, she was satisfied. With her concerns resolved, Genevieve returned to the game. Eating some berries and drinking half a bottle of water replenished her stamina to 90 points, after which she headed out. She walked to the stream side, opened the game interface, and clicked on the manufacturing icon. The game quickly provided an icon for constructing a small bridge based on the terrain. Genevieve used 300 wooden planks and 20 stones to build a wooden bridge that was 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. The bridge foundation was made of stone, while the deck and railings were made of wood. After crossing the bridge, Genevieve entered the prairie and easily found another type of fruit that could replenish stamina and satisfy hunger, Shayla fruit. Shayla fruit resembled tomatoes from water blue star, with sweet flesh, and Genevieve loved eating them very much. Ordinary quality Shayla fruit, like the berries, could only replenish a small amount of stamina. However, a white quality Shayla fruit could replenish 5 points of stamina while increasing agility by 1% for an hour. While harvesting Shayla fruit, a fist-sized buzzing beast flew towards her, trying to stop her from collecting the fruit. Buzzing beast, level 1. Attack, 12. Defense, 5. Health, 10. Genevieve had anticipated this and slashed with her sword, almost emptying the buzzing beast's health bar in one strike. It barely managed to fly away, but Genevieve finished it off with another slash, turning it into white light. Experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10, absorbed mental attribute value plus 0.01. Experience plus 10, copper coins plus 10, absorbed mental attribute value plus 0.01. Critical hit triggered. Since the buzzing beast was too small, it left no residue at all. However, Genevieve was still pleasantly surprised because she absorbed mental attribute value from the buzzing beast. Mental attribute value was the hardest to increase for players, yet it was crucial for the strength and frequency of talent skills. In her previous life, Genevieve didn't have the ability to absorb this attribute, so she avoided swarms of hundreds of buzzing beasts at all costs. This time was different. Genevieve knew where the beehive was located. After gathering enough stones to upgrade her territory to level 2, she planned to kill buzzing beasts. Genevieve spent over 5 hours, collecting 1,205 stones. During this process, she killed 11 ant beasts and triggered 7 critical hits, earning 180 experience points, 180 copper coins, and absorbing 0.18 points of strength attribute value. The stone pile in the prairie had been completely harvested by Genevieve and would need to refresh before she could mine again. It was nearly dusk, so Genevieve decided to wait until tomorrow to kill buzzing beasts. Since she needed to buy materials using copper coins in the game mall, she still lacked a considerable amount of copper coins for upgrading her territory to level 2. By the time she returned to her territory, it was already dark. Chapter 10, Daily Life 1. After logging off, Genevieve ordered a meal and ate her fill before dialing home. In the guides Genevieve gave to her parents and brother, she instructed them to choose body forging technique if they drew it. However, only Trace and younger brother Oriv drew the body forging technique, her mother did not. But this did not mean that her mother had bad luck. Instead, she drew mental power cultivation technique. The mental power cultivation technique is suitable for any player to practice, as the strength of one's mental power directly relates to the intensity and frequency of innate skill usage. It also concerns the restrictions on skill learning and weapon use later on. Genevieve herself quite wanted this cultivation technique, especially for Oriv's spatial talent, which would benefit greatly from this technique. Unfortunately, among the 4 of them, only her mother drew it. Mom, this cultivation technique is very practical and perfectly suited to your 2 talents. You should persist in practicing for at least 2 hours every day, Genevieve reminded her. All right, her mother replied. For her second cultivation method, her mother chose swordsmanship confidently, saying, I happen to have a sword, and I've practiced sword techniques before. Genevieve restrained herself from criticizing her mother, who had actually only practiced sword dancing poorly. Well, there was no harm in letting her mother have some confidence now that she'd chosen. Her father picked knife techniques, pragmatically because large knives are easier for ordinary people to master and more lethal. Her little brother chose swordsmanship, something Genevieve expected, as he admired wandering swordsmen. She couldn't say much about that middle school boy anyway. Once he'd made his choice, words were useless. Regardless of whether in-game or after being transported to the desolate world, they would need to continuously kill monsters and level up to survive. None of them had prior martial training, so each person must earnestly cultivate a combat technique to effectively fight monsters. No matter how powerful one's talent or skills, they can't be used indefinitely, especially when first entering the desolate world and having low player levels and attributes. Players with combat skills would have the highest survival rates. Great. According to what I know, our family accounts are developing the best. In the future, spend 2 to 3 hours every night cultivating and boosting personal attributes. If you can kill higher level wild beasts later, I'll get the 200,000 yuan bonus, said Genevieve. Upon hearing this, her parents and little brother were highly motivated to log back in and start cultivating. Genevieve also logged back in to practice the body forging technique. After 3 hours, she finally completed the first stage, leaving her stamina nearly depleted. But the effort paid off. After completing the first segment of the body forging technique, she gained +1 constitution. At 5 in the morning on the 3rd day, Genevieve logged on again and went out in the dark to lure monsters. That night, 6 level 1 wild beasts were killed by the arrow towers. Early in the morning, Genevieve killed 15 different types of wild beasts, earning a total of 50 pieces of beast meat, 230 experience points, and 230 copper coins. Her attributes increased by strength +0.08, agility +0.1, and spirit +0.05. After luring the last monster, Genevieve logged off for breakfast. Halfway through eating, she remembered Jin's reply yesterday and planned to check the Star Network for any official actions. Before finishing, her phone received an official message. At 8 a.m. on August 26, 2034, in Huagua time, End Day's survival holographic game was officially released. After 2 days of testing, it is now announced that all citizens aged 15 and over must log into the game today to establish their territory cores. They must build a level 1 territory within 3 days. Failure to complete this task will result in a 50% reduction in social welfare benefits. Note, you can opt to draw talents with a payment of 10,000 yuan. Citizens who complete today's task will receive a 150% subsidy from the state. Not only did Genevieve's phone receive this information, but all her accounts on the Star Network also received it. Unless someone avoids using phones, computers, or full dive devices, they will inevitably see these messages. Linking the login requirement of end-day survival directly to social benefits was bound to cause a significant backlash among the public, like dropping a big stone in a small pond, splashing everyone. But since it affected personal interests and wasn't too difficult to accomplish, most citizens would likely do it despite any inner dissatisfaction. As for why citizens under 15 didn't need to register for the game, only those who had been reborn knew the young would enter the desolate world alongside their parents, relying on them for survival. As long as everyone follows the state's instructions and promptly builds a level 1 territory, they would gain an advantage before entering the desolate world, greatly improving their chances of survival in the early days of the apocalypse. Regarding the matter of paying to draw talents, with the state offering a 150% subsidy for those who pay 10,000 yuan, both the clever and the greedy would choose to spend on this. Seeing that the state was not only taking action but doing so with such force, Genevieve let out a sigh of relief. The fate of the people of Huagua in this lifetime would surely change significantly. With her biggest concern resolved, she logged back into the game feeling much lighter. The third day's draw was for equipment and items. Genevieve had already given her family strategies yesterday, instructing them to choose one item and one piece of equipment. She opted for the same approach as the previous 2 days, choosing to spend 10,000 yuan for a 100 consecutive draws. The result was 50% thank you for your patronage, along with 50 pieces of equipment and items. The quality of the equipment and items ranged from the lowest white grade, then green, blue, orange, red, with the best being purple. Genevieve immediately focused on the only red grade item. The sonic gun could destroy the brains of level 50 or lower wild beasts within a 200 square meter range. Even if it didn't kill them outright, they would be left brainless and dazed, with durability at 500. Although this gun was powerful, each use consumed 10 points of mental energy. For Genevieve, whose mental energy was only 2 points, it was unclear when she could actually use it. But as a mass-killing weapon, it was absolutely indispensable. With the item chosen, she next had to pick an item of equipment. She drew 2 blue-quality items, 1 piece of equipment and 1 tool. The blue-quality equipment was a protective suit, resistant to cold, heat, and water, with plus 50 defense and durability, 500. The blue-quality tool was a large knife, with plus 50 attack and durability, 500. Without hesitation, Genevieve chose the blue protective suit. While she also coveted the blue large knife, using it against level 1 and level 2 monsters would be overkill. Unlike the protective suit, which ensured her safety, nothing was more important than staying alive. With this protective suit, Genevieve no longer needed to worry about her mere 10 health points, allowing her to take her time upgrading. Chapter 11, Daily Life 2. Genevieve did not obtain any treasure chests yesterday, so she had no treasure chests to open today. She walked out of the courtyard and saw that the seedlings in the farmland looked like a green carpet covering it. Yesterday, she had collected a ton of stream water into one spatial grid in her backpack, which was very convenient for watering. With a flick of her wrist, she splashed a large sheet of water, like rain showering over the sprouted rice seedlings in the paddy field. After watering the crops in the farmland, Genevieve prepared to go out and gather basic materials. She first went into the forest to pick berries and then chopped down about a dozen trees before stopping. The timber she had cut down yesterday was enough for the family of 4 to upgrade their wooden house to level 2, so she wasn't in a hurry to chop many more trees today. Instead, she headed towards the grassland. Upon reaching the grassland, she picked Shayla fruits while walking towards the stone resource area, pulling up withered grass along the way before starting to mine stones. Genevieve's strength value increased by about 0.5 compared to yesterday, making her mining faster by half an hour today. She finished this stone resource point, obtaining 358 stones. During this process, Genevieve killed 10 snake monsters, triggering 6 critical hits. Thus, she gained 160 experience points, 160 copper coins, and absorbed 0.16 strength attributes. With the protection of the blue quality protective suit, the increase in attack and defense gave Genevieve more confidence. Initially, she only planned to sneak around near the beehive and ambush bee monsters for a batch of loot. But now, feeling bolder, she decided to play big and destroy the beehive. Following the remembered route, Genevieve quickly found the beehive. In this post-apocalyptic survival game, beehives were different from those on Shuelan planet. They were built on the ground, not hanging on trees or buildings. This beehive was about 7 to 8 meters tall and resembled a cage with densely packed cells. Genevieve took out her crossbow and shot an arrow, which penetrated the beehive, leaving a fist-sized hole. At that moment, she heard the game announcement. Congratulations to the player for killing 4 level 1 bee monsters, gaining 40 experience points, 40 copper coins. Genevieve didn't catch the rest of the announcement because 20 palm-sized bee monsters flew out of the beehive, fiercely charging at her. Genevieve immediately retreated to create distance, while continuously shooting arrows with her crossbow. During this process, 15 bee monsters were killed by the arrows. However, since they were close and the bee monsters moved quickly, she couldn't kill all of them. 5 bee monsters surrounded her, stabbing her with their black and shiny poisonous stingers. Among these 5 bee monsters was a slightly larger level 2 bee monster. Level 2 bee monster. Attack, 25. Defense, 12. HP, 20. Genevieve couldn't kill the level 2 bee monster with one shot as it moved too fast, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. Its stinger was as long as one of her fingers, looking extremely venomous. Genevieve ignored the other level 1 bee monsters, engaging in combat with the level 2 bee monster for a whole minute, landing 4 sword strikes before finally killing it. After dealing with the level 2B monster, Genevieve then focused on killing the 4 level 1B monsters constantly attacking her. During the fight, she was stung over 20 times, reducing the durability of her protective suit by 1. Without the blue protective suit, Genevieve would have surely perished. Of course, without the blue quality protective suit, Genevieve wouldn't have taken this risk. To Genevieve, the price was worth it because the rewards were impressive. Within 5 minutes, she killed 19 level 1B monsters, triggering 11 critical hits. She obtained 300 experience points, 300 copper coins, and absorbed 0.2 mental energy points. From the level 2B monster, she got 20 experience points, 20 copper coins, absorbed 0.02 mental energy points, and triggered a critical hit. Drops from level 2 monsters were twice as much as those from level 1B monsters. Genevieve retrieved the arrows she shot, and with the absorbed 0.28 mental energy points, her control over shooting improved, allowing her to stand 1 meter farther away than before. Therefore, she used the same method to lure more monsters. This time, the arrow pierced the beehive and killed 5B monsters while also triggering a critical hit. 18B monsters flew out from the beehive, but because of the greater distance, Genevieve managed to shoot dead 16 of them before they reached her. Only 2B monsters reached her, with one being a level 2B monster again. With the previous warm-up experience, Genevieve killed the level 2B monster in just 30 seconds this time and swiftly dispatched the other level 1B monster with a single strike. This time, the durability of her protective suit remained intact, but the absorbed mental energy allowed her to increase her distance by another meter. Genevieve once again aimed her crossbow at the beehive, and with another arrow, she created another fist-sized hole in the beehive, simultaneously hearing the announcement of 3B monsters being killed. After the beehive was pierced by an arrow, another 18B monsters flew out. Genevieve raised her crossbow and continuously shot arrows. The last one to reach her was only the level 2B monster leading the group. This time, the mental energy she absorbed allowed her to increase her distance by another meter. The farther away she stood, the more time she had to shoot arrows. After she pierced the beehive for the 4th time, the 18B monsters that flew out were all shot dead before reaching her. The last B monster was killed at just 2 meters from her. Thus, Genevieve repeatedly lured the B monsters using the same method, eating white-quality Shayla fruits to restore her stamina when it was depleted. After more than an hour, possibly because the beehive was continuously pierced and a large number of bee monsters were killed, after Genevieve shot the beehive again, 50 bee monsters suddenly flew out of the beehive. The leading bee monster was enormous, about twice the size of a palm. It was clearly a level 3 bee monster. Around the level 3 bee monster were 5 level 2 bee monsters, surrounded by dozens of level 1 bee monsters. Thinking that killing a level 3 bee monster might drop a treasure chest, Genevieve paid no attention to the other bee monsters and aimed at the level 3 bee monster while retreating. After shooting 5 consecutive arrows, she finally killed the level 3 bee monster when it was only 5 meters away. Upon the death of the level 3 bee monster, a wooden treasure chest dropped. Although she knew there was a certain probability of getting a wooden treasure chest from a level 3 monster, Genevieve was still surprised and delighted. What made her even more surprised and delighted was that the drop of a wooden treasure chest from killing a monster could also trigger a critical hit, meaning she got 2 wooden treasure chests from killing 1 monster. However, even such pleasant surprises weren't enough to make Genevieve brave enough to face a large swarm of buzzing level 1 and 5 level 2 bee monsters. She collected the treasure chest and turned to run immediately. Fortunately, having eaten the white-quality Shayla fruit, she could run faster than the bee monsters. But those bee monsters seemed like they had taken some kind of stimulant, their wings spinning so fast that they were almost invisible, pursuing her relentlessly. Even though she ran with all her might, she couldn't shake them off. It wasn't until she crossed the small wooden bridge that the bee monsters, seemingly restricted by something, stopped at the edge of the bridge. Seeing this, Genevieve stopped running and stood on this side of the bridge, observing the movements of the bee monsters. Dozens of bee monsters buzzed around the small wooden bridge for a while, wanting to cross but restrained from doing so, eventually flying away very slowly. Only then did Genevieve have time to review her gains from over an hour of killing monsters. She had killed a total of 1,852 level 1 bee monsters, triggering 1,023 critical hits, earning 28,750 experience points and copper coins each, and absorbing 28.75 mental attributes. She had killed 99 level 2 bee monsters, triggering 60 critical hits, earning 3,180 experience points and copper coins each, and absorbing 3.18 mental attributes. She had killed 1 level 3 bee monster, earning 30 experience points and copper coins each, absorbing 0.03 mental attributes, and triggering a critical hit. The amount of copper coins she earned just from killing bee monsters was enough to upgrade her territory. More importantly, she received the first reward in the game world for killing a level 3 monster, a iron treasure chest. Genevieve immediately opened the iron treasure chest. 500 milliliters purified water times 5, cabbage seeds times 5, 1L green quality plant nutrient solution times 2, green quality combat boots times 2. The critical hit yielded double rewards. Using a 1L bottle of green quality plant nutrient solution to irrigate 1 square meter of white quality farmland can transform it into green quality farmland. Green quality farmland reduces the maturity time of plants by 20% compared to white quality farmland, and 10% of the crops will be green quality. Genevieve planned to keep 1 set of cabbage seeds and nutrient solution for herself and give the other set to her mother. With the green quality nutrient solution, her mother should be able to grow green quality cabbage tomorrow or the day after. Green quality combat boots added plus 20 agility points. If Genevieve had these green quality combat boots when she fought the bee monsters earlier, her blue quality protective suit wouldn't have lost 2 durability points. Genevieve put on 1 pair of combat boots and ran back to her territory, adapting to her new agility speed. She planned to give the other pair to Oriv so that the teenager who constantly leveled up wouldn't get stuck unable to fight or flee. Back in her territory, Genevieve went to mine the stone resource point in the forest. Thanks to the significant improvement in her comprehensive attributes, she mined all the stone resources in just an hour, obtaining 280 stones. During the process of mining stones, she killed 7 ant monsters, gaining plus 120 experience points, 120 copper coins, and absorbing 0.12 strength attribute values. After finishing mining the stone resources in the forest, Genevieve prepared to upgrade her territory. Chapter 12, Daily Life 3. Genevieve's territory was actually completed yesterday. All the necessary buildings were constructed, and it could be upgraded to a level 2 territory. However, upgrading the level 2 stone wall required 1,000 stones. Although she mined almost that number of stones yesterday, she couldn't use all of them and had to save some for emergencies. Her father worked hard at mining all day yesterday and obtained more than 1,500 stones. Genevieve asked for 200 stones from her father before starting the upgrade and construction of the territory. Genevieve entered the territory, placed all the required materials within it, and then clicked on the territory upgrade and wall construction. The territory upgrade only took 10 minutes, while the wall construction needed half an hour. Genevieve couldn't just wait around doing nothing, so she took out some wood and clicked on constructing a basic arrow tower. A level 2 territory's walls can have 2 gates. There was already a wooden arrow tower in front of the yard gate, so she put this second basic wooden arrow tower at the back gate. Once the territory was upgraded to level 2, the wooden house could also be upgraded to level 2. Genevieve clicked on upgrading the wooden house. The wooden house upgrade only took 15 minutes, faster than the wall. After the upgrade, the wooden house looked much sturdier on the outside, with its defense value rising to 800 points. The interior area expanded to 60 square meters. Before confirming the upgrade, players could choose the format of the inside of the wooden house. Genevieve partitioned a 15 square meter small room and 2 5 square meter mini rooms. The area of the level 2 territory expanded to 300 square meters, the stone wall reaching 6 meters high with its defense value increasing to 2,000. The territory wall was built first. After the small wooden house upgrade was completed, Genevieve received a notification from the game world. Congratulations player Tianyuan Yangung on being the first to upgrade the territory to level 2 and complete construction. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, plus 1 free attribute point. Genevieve didn't expect to be the first player to upgrade her territory to level 2 and finish construction, and the upgrade reward included a free attribute point. Genevieve, who never received this reward in her previous life, was pleasantly surprised and originally intended to add the free attribute point to strength. But then she thought about it. Ever since her mental attribute suddenly increased by 30 points, she had felt a slight ache in her temples. Genevieve suspected it was because the attributes increased too quickly, and her physical condition hadn't caught up, making it hard for her body to cope. Therefore, she added the free attribute point to Constitution. With yesterday's bodybuilding technique adding 1 point to Constitution and this addition, her current Constitution was now 5 points. After increasing her Constitution to 5 points, Genevieve soon felt the throbbing pain in her temples disappear, leaving her feeling refreshed. This proved her guess correct indeed. It was because the other attribute values increased too fast for her Constitution to handle. Yet despite killing so many monsters, she hadn't gained any Constitution points at all. Genevieve wasn't sure if it was because there were too few monsters that granted Constitution points or none at all. With the discomfort gone, she felt energetic again. After praying earnestly, Genevieve eagerly opened the iron treasure chest obtained from the territory upgrade. Bread times 5, green quality berries times 1, green quality large knife times 1, 1L water purifier times 1. Then Genevieve triggered a critical hit and received double rewards. This time, the rewards from the iron treasure chest were very abundant, almost matching those from a silver treasure chest. Just based on this box of treasures, it was enough for Genevieve to live comfortably for the first month after crossing over to the wasteland world, not to mention that she had double the rewards. Genevieve first took out the green quality berry, seeing the message permanently increase strength plus 1 appear before her eyes after consuming it. She immediately ate the berry, increasing her strength by 1 point. The other green quality berry, Genevieve definitely wanted to give to Oriv. His desert terrain lacked resources, mainly relying on killing monsters for survival. The more strength he had, the better. Besides, others would only get a 1 point increase in strength from eating it, but he would get a 2 point increase. With this 2 point strength boost, combined with the green quality combat boots that added 20 agility points, Oriv's combat power was now enough to sweep through level 3 monsters. Genevieve picked up the green quality large knife and examined it. Increases attack by 20, durability 100. Genevieve had learned knife skills and badly needed a large knife since she only had a long sword. Now with this green quality large knife, she could easily kill monsters tomorrow. She planned to give the other green quality large knife to her father. After entering the wasteland world, her father wouldn't need to mine stones so urgently and could kill more wild monsters. In the past couple of days, although she opened many boxes of supplies, what she gave to her father was the least. There was no help for it. Her mother was weak, and her brother was young. She had to take care of them too first. Whenever her father got good supplies, he always thought of giving them to her and her brother. If only her father hadn't been so indulgent with her in her previous life and kept more things for himself, nothing would have happened to him. Genevieve's picked up the water purifier, and to her surprise, it was an intermediate level 1, can filter and purify all non-polluted water sources, capable of purifying 100 L of purified water per day. Below the intermediate level water purifier was a 20 L water collection bucket, which meant Genevieve's wouldn't need to stay by its side during the purification process. She planned to give the other water purifier to her mother. The terrain where her father and brother were located had no water source, so only she and her mother could provide large amounts of fresh water for filtration. In the past 2 days, they filtered 200 L of purified water and divided it between her father and brother. They also equipped them with a space grid of 999 L of stream water, which would be enough for 4 to 5 months. Such a long time would be sufficient for her family, even if they weren't merged into one area. Her father and brother would have earned enough resources to buy purified water by then. In her previous life, without the golden finger of rebirth or the critical hit talent, Genevieve's overall attributes were average. From the very beginning, she relied on trading stream water for survival supplies to barely survive. After all, not everyone could find a water source near their territory, so selling purified water was a very hot commodity in the early stages of the game. Water like stream water or river water, which cannot be drunk directly but can be consumed after boiling due to its low price, was very popular. In her previous life, after 2 months of entering the wasteland world, most people who survived had the ability to obtain purified water, and the price of purified water finally dropped. After opening the treasure chest, Genevieve's moved the bed into the small room, making it her bedroom from now on. She placed an immaculate toilet and a large bucket that she bought from the game mall in the smallest room at the far end. Near the door, in the smaller single room, she placed a stone-made long table, which she crafted using 2 stone blocks. As for cooking utensils, she didn't plan to purchase them now, intending to wait until they entered the wasteland world to see if she could pick up any bargains. These items could also be obtained from wooden treasure chests, and buying them from the system game mall was too expensive. Seeing that it was still over 3 hours before dusk and the upgrade had used up most of her basic materials, Genevieve's went to the forest and chopped trees for 3 hours, returning to her territory just as it started getting dark. Chapter 13, Daily Life 4. After returning to her territory, Genevieve opened one of the wooden treasure chests that dropped when she killed a level 3 hive monster. 2 purified waters, 2 small breads, 1 spatial stone. Since killing monsters had increased the chance of obtaining critical drops, each wooden treasure chest now had a higher probability of yielding more items. Thus, opening it resulted in 3 times the usual reward. She hadn't expected a spatial stone to appear inside a wooden chest. This was an extremely rare occurrence, indicating she must have had good luck today. Genevieve planned to give 1 spatial stone to her father and another to Oriv. They both frequently left the territory to kill monsters, so having more slots in their backpacks would save them from making unnecessary trips, thereby saving much time. After finishing with the wooden treasure chest, Genevieve busied herself by cultivating a square meter of farmland. She buried the Chinese cabbage seeds and then poured 1 L of green quality nutrient solution into the soil. Surprisingly, the maturity time was set for the evening of the day after tomorrow, meaning it would only take 2 days to mature. Just as she finished planting the cabbages, Genevieve received a Game World announcement. The 3-day beginner protection period would end tomorrow, and from 8:30 AM to 11:30 AM, there would be a beast tide attacking the territories. Players were asked to protect their territories from being destroyed. Genevieve hadn't expected there to be a beginner protection period and a beast tide in the game. The sole consolation was that the scale of the beast tide wasn't based on the territory's level but rather on a fixed schedule. The first beast tide would consist entirely of level 1 monsters, with only a single level 2 monster appearing in the final 10 minutes. However, it was already dark outside, and she couldn't go out to kill ant monsters to boost her strength. So, she decided to log off and eat something first. After logging off, Genevieve recalled the news announced by the government that morning. While eating dinner, she watched the reactions of the citizens on the Starnet. As expected, the Starnet was buzzing. Nearly all of Huaguax's hot topics revolved around this event. The Huaguax government kept sending out the same announcements throughout the day. Many netizens complained about receiving phone calls from government departments, strongly urging them to log into the end-time survival game online. However, the government remained tight-lipped about why they were doing this, only saying that the state would provide explanations later. Therefore, there were various speculations circulating on the Starnet regarding this matter. The speculation at the top suggested that this end-time survival game might not just be a regular game, it could very well descend into their real world, bringing an apocalypse-like disaster to Aquamarine Planet. After carefully reading through these discussions, Genevieve strongly suspected that the article, which seemed like an official report, reaching the top hot topic on the forum had powerful backers behind it. However, from the comments of netizens, despite any dissatisfaction towards the government's requirement to log into the end-time survival game, few went against the government's wishes. Due to the government's usually reliable credibility, many people logged in upon receiving notifications, and some even paid to draw talents in-game. After discussing with her family, Genevieve learned that her parents were also informed by the government to play the end-time game. Helen, do you think we can report to the state about our spending 10,000 yuan on drawing talents? Krista asked hopefully. Genevieve told her parents that any money spent on in-game purchases would be refunded daily to her account. If subsidies from the state were possible, each of them could receive an additional 15,000 yuan subsidy. Although she knew getting such a subsidy was impossible, Genevieve didn't discourage them. You can try applying for it. Satisfied with her permission, Krista soon returned to the topic of the game. The seeds and seedlings I planted have sprouted and grown, giving me over 130 experience points. Should I level up now? Krista asked. Krista also received the notification about the impending beast tide tomorrow. To her, this was still just a game, though it was unfortunate if the character died, it only meant being unable to log in for 10 hours. If Genevieve hadn't told her that the death of a character would lead to the destruction of the territory and financial loss, she wouldn't have cared about the beast tide at all. See how things go tomorrow before leveling up. After leveling up, allocate your free attribute points to Spirit, Genevieve advised. Krista had drawn a blue chest badge, with defensive stats similar to the blue protective clothing, sufficient for her to focus on being a life player. Krista's item was a blue longsword with plus 50 attack power, enough for her to kill monsters below level 4 in one strike. So Genevieve wasn't eager for her mother to level up right away and planned to deal with the beast tide wave tomorrow. However, given her current skills, even with a good weapon, she might not accurately hit the monsters. Therefore, she should prioritize training. Ken, give Mom 1,000 stone plates to upgrade her territory to level 2 and build the walls. Tonight, Mom will create 2 basic arrow towers, placing one in each direction, Genevieve instructed. 3 arrow towers are enough to kill any wild monsters that approach the territory, at most letting 1 or 2 through for Krista to practice. After Anson gave the 1,000 stone blocks mined today to Julia for upgrading, the remaining stones were not enough to construct a level 2 stone wall for the territory. Chuck, tomorrow let Brigham upgrade the territory and build the walls first. The day after tomorrow, you can upgrade your territory, Genevieve said. Okay, Anson had no objections. There's a beast tide tomorrow, should I upgrade to level 2? Anson asked. Genevieve had planned for Julia to focus on being a life player, while Anson and Oriv would focus on killing monsters for leveling up. Therefore, increasing their comprehensive attribute values was important for them. Although Anson spent the entire day mining stone materials, he was attacked by monsters during the process. The experience points he gained from killing monsters over these 2 days were already enough to upgrade his player level to level 2. Because Genevieve had told them not to rush upgrading their player levels, he held back. Genevieve didn't answer her father's question right away but first checked the equipment and items he obtained today. The best equipment and items Chuck got were also blue in quality. The wrist guard added 20 points of strength, enough to handle monsters below level 5. With a durability of 500 points, it could be worn for a long time. The item was a repeating crossbow, which could fire 10 shots at once, greatly improving accuracy. However, it only came with 200 crossbow bolts and required 5 points of spirit to use, which Chuck couldn't afford now. But the blue wrist guard added 20 points of strength immediately, combined with the green longsword given by Genevieve. Even without leveling up, Anson could deal with the beast tide tomorrow. Chuck, don't rush to upgrade. If you do, killing level 1 monsters will reduce your rewards by half. Wait until tomorrow when the beast tide hits, and if you can't handle the situation, then you can upgrade. Make another basic arrow tower and place it behind the house, Genevieve said. 2 basic arrow towers are enough to kill 6/10 of the monsters during the beast tide. This way, Chuck can still farm monsters without too much pressure. Chapter 14, Daily Life 5. Karina's younger brother also did not draw any orange quality equipment or items, and the best he got were blue quality ones. Oriv chose a blue quality headband that added 20 points to his mental stats and had a durability of 500 points. The design of this headband was very cool, filled with a high-tech vibe. No wonder this middle school boy eagerly put it on. Sis, after putting on this headband, I can cast teleport and spatial blade today, but each use will deduct 1 point of durability, Oriv said, sounding both excited and dejected. These 2 spatial skills were incredibly powerful, unfortunately requiring too much mental energy. However, Genevieve's spirit revived. Her little brother's comprehension was surprisingly good. She only guided him, yet he quickly mastered these 2 skills. But the system told me that because I independently understood 2 skills, it rewarded me with 2 wooden treasure chests. Apart from water and food, I got a white quality armor that boosts defense by 10 and a bracelet that adds 1 strength, Oriv continued. To be able to obtain such quality items from wooden treasure chests, her little brother's luck was truly excellent. Genevieve then examined his items, a blue quality large saber. This was an item Genevieve wanted but had to give up on. Her little brother's luck made her feel as if this otaku-like youth had potential to be the protagonist. With armor, wrist guard, a weapon adding 50 attack power, and green quality berries boosting his strength to 6 points, her little brother's overall abilities were now at a level where he could handle tomorrow's beast wave without issue. Genevieve thought for a while and decided to give the green quality combat boots originally intended for him to her mother instead. She feared that with a pair of speed and agility boosting combat boots, her little brother would wander off so far that she couldn't find his territory. Try not to level up anymore unless it's really urgent or the wild monsters around your territory exceed level 3, Genevieve warned. I understand. After reaching level 2, my rewards halved. Knowing this earlier, I wouldn't have rushed leveling up, Oriv said somewhat regretfully. You should also build a basic wooden arrow tower. When you want to hunt solo, you can hide in it, and release it when your stamina is low, Genevieve suggested. Being young, there were times when he couldn't judge situations well, so being cautious was better. After explaining the next day's gacha strategy to the family and arranging the plan for hunting, Genevieve returned to the game. She opened another wooden treasure chest and received 1 air-conditioned quilt, 1 set of women's pajamas, and 1 pillow. After a critical hit trigger, she received double rewards, the other naturally going to her mother. Considering that her various attributes might significantly increase during tomorrow's beast wave, which her constitution may struggle to endure, Genevieve decided to dedicate all her evening time to practicing body forging technique. At midnight, Genevieve's constitution finally increased by 1 point. Before logging off for rest, Genevieve checked her personal attribute panel. Player, Garden Alga. Level, 1, 30770-100. Strength, 4.09, plus 1. Agility, 2.33, plus 20. Constitution, 6. Mental, 32.03. Attack power, 65.45. Defense, 6, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 100-100. Talent, Siphon, S. Critical hit, A. Cultivation, Level 1 Body Forging, Level 1 Saber Technique. Territory Level, 2. Game Coins, 2,600 copper coins. Inventory, omitted. After exiting the game, Genevieve read about the public reactions following the government's requirement for everyone to log into the game. The Star Internet remained noisy, but more people supported demanding explanations from the government. The government announced they would respond to everyone at 7:30 tomorrow morning. 7:30 tomorrow morning was half an hour before all Blue Water Star citizens entered the wasteland world. By setting the timing then, was the government planning to reveal the truth? Genevieve agreed with revealing the truth at that moment. 1.5 hours was insufficient for mass panic leading to global chaos. Yet, it would allow people to adapt quickly once teleported into the wasteland world and find survival strategies. Smart people would also seize this time to carry extra supplies. The thesis about how the endgame survival might become reality, and Blue Water Star humans facing doomsday, still ranked first on the forum, viewed over 10 million times, with its color turning purple. The second most popular topic was endgame survival strategies. Genevieve scanned through. These weren't just game guides but survival guides for the wasteland world. This game guide is definitely written by someone who has been reborn. Only a reborn person would know how important this game guide is. 1/3 of its content was something Genevieve wouldn't have known even if she had lived through a previous life. She hurriedly downloaded the game guide and sent it to her parents and little brother, requiring them to download it onto their phones and memorize it before tomorrow night. After taking care of these matters, Genevieve went to bed. Since she would face the beast wave after dawn, Genevieve didn't log in early that morning to draw monsters as she usually did. Instead, she slept until sunrise. On the 4th day of the game, Genevieve got up, had breakfast, and logged in at just 7:30. Today's survival game cash draw was for blueprints. 100 draws gave 5 options to choose from. Compared to previous talent skills and equipment items, blueprints were the easiest resources to obtain, so they weren't as precious. Genevieve hoped she could get some relatively rare blueprints or orange quality ones. The thanks for your patronage result only accounted for 30%, with 70 being blueprint choices. The selection time was long enough to make Genevieve dizzy with options. However, more doesn't necessarily mean better. The best blueprints available were all blue quality, and there were only 3, none of which were the orange quality she hoped for. Without hesitation, Genevieve chose all 3 blue quality blueprints. One was a blue quality protective suit manufacturing blueprint, one was a blue quality large knife manufacturing blueprint, and one was a blue quality warehouse construction blueprint. These 3 blueprints were practical but couldn't be manufactured in the short term due to lack of materials. Finally, Genevieve selected 2 green quality blueprints. One was a green quality undergarment manufacturing blueprint. This blueprint not only produced comfortable undergarments but also added 10 defense points, making it very cost effective. The second was a green quality headband manufacturing blueprint. A green quality headband could add 10 mental stats, suitable for any player. However, green and above quality blueprints couldn't be used in the early stages of the game because the base materials were all white quality, with lucky players possibly drawing green quality materials from treasure chests. Only when players' levels reached level 3 and each attribute exceeded 3 points could they explore farther areas and potentially gather green quality materials. And blue quality materials could only be obtained by players whose levels surpassed level 10. Chapter 15 Beast Tide 1. After completing the pay-to-win draws, Genevieve entered the game. Taking advantage of the time before the beast tide arrived, Genevieve first went into the forest to pick berries, then rushed to the grassland to gather Shayla fruits, and immediately returned to her territory. She wore green quality combat boots for the trip, which allowed her to complete what would normally be a half-hour journey in just 10 minutes, including the time spent gathering. This was faster than driving a car. After increasing her mental attribute to 30 points, each time she gathered resources, the range expanded from half a square meter to 10 square meters, making her collection speed much faster. Back home, she watered the farmland in the courtyard where crops were planted, and they all sprouted. However, their growth rate was much slower compared to the crops planted by her mother. The cabbage she planted took 4 days to mature, while her mother's only needed 2 days. The cabbage planted by her mother could be harvested tonight. Checking the time, Genevieve put away the 2 arrow towers and waited quietly for the beast tide to arrive. In her previous life, the pattern of the beast tide was that it started weak and became stronger, beginning with fewer beasts and increasing in numbers. Genevieve planned to fight the monsters herself until her stamina couldn't hold up anymore, then release the arrow towers to reduce pressure. When the time came, 5 level 1 rat monsters ran out of the forest. Over the past few days, Genevieve had killed many rat monsters, so she wasn't at all nervous about facing 5. She dispatched them easily. 5 minutes later, 10 level 1 rabbit monsters emerged from the forest. Rabbit monster, level 1. Attack, 11. Defense, 4. HP, 10. These rabbit monsters looked 70% similar to rabbits on Water Blue Star, but they were about 1 meter tall, with blood-red eyes and sharp front teeth, looking quite vicious. Genevieve killed them effortlessly. Another 5 minutes passed, and 15 level 1 sparrow monsters flew out of the forest. Sparrow monster, level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 3. HP, 10. Though they were only level 1 sparrow monsters, they had wings nearly 2 meters wide and sharp beaks almost 50 centimeters long, capable of piercing through a person's head or heart. Genevieve didn't dare let the sparrow monsters get close, so she killed them from afar with crossbow arrows. It wasn't easy to hit the sparrow monsters flying in the sky, but fortunately, Genevieve's mental value was already over 30 points, and she had plenty of experience in killing monsters. Not only could she aim precisely at the sparrow monsters, but she could also accurately predict their flight paths, ensuring every shot hit its mark. Although it took some time, she successfully wiped out these sparrow monsters without any major issues. There was a 5-minute break, after which 20 squirrel monsters appeared simultaneously. Squirrel monster, level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 6. HP, 10. These squirrel monsters were twice the size of squirrels on Water Blue Star but moved extremely fast, attacking Genevieve from all directions. Without any AoE skills, Genevieve eventually killed the group of squirrel monsters, but she suffered several sneak attacks, causing some damage to her protective suit. The 5th wave consisted of 30 wild wolf monsters. Wild wolf monster, level 1. Attack, 15. Defense, 7. HP, 10. Genevieve didn't have the confidence to handle 30 wild wolves at once, so she set up a basic arrow tower to assist her. While the arrow tower fired wooden arrows at the wolf monsters, Genevieve used her speed advantage to finish off the wounded ones. In the end, she managed to claim the heads of 11 wild wolf monsters. The 6th wave comprised 40 level 1 lizard monsters. Lizard monster, level 1. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. HP, 10. Although lizard monsters had tough hides and high defense, their slow movement made them easier targets for the arrow tower. However, due to their thick skin and high defense, it took 2 or 3 arrows to kill each one. This allowed Genevieve to claim the last hits on many wounded lizards, resulting in a total of 27 kills. The 7th wave brought 4 level 2 bull monsters. Wild bull monster, level 2. Attack, 23. Defense, 25. HP, 20. Level 2 monsters were tougher than level 1, but Genevieve's overall attributes were higher than those of the level 2 monsters. After the basic arrow tower killed 2 bull monsters, she put it away and engaged the remaining 2 individually, engaging them in intense battles that lasted half an hour each before finally defeating them. As the last level 2 bull monster fell, Genevieve heard a system announcement. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, 1 free attribute point. There is still 1.5 hours left until the Beast Tide trial ends. Players can choose to exit the trial or continue. According to the game rules, players could leave immediately after completing the required trial tasks or continue participating, able to exit at any time during the trial. Since there was no risk to her life as long as she was careful, Genevieve chose to continue. Now, all the monsters that appeared were level 2. Killing level 2 monsters not only gave Genevieve double experience and drops, but the attribute points she could absorb were also double those of level 1 monsters, and she could occasionally score a critical hit for an additional double reward. Genevieve added her 1 free attribute point to Constitution. Despite killing so many monsters, which increased her strength, agility, and spirit, her constitution remained unchanged. Although Genevieve had clicked to continue the trial, she placed 2 basic arrow towers. This was because her stamina was almost depleted by this time and she needed time to eat and recover before continuing to fight. The 8th wave consisted of 6 level 2 rat monsters. Rat monster, level 2. Attack, 20. Defense, 20. HP, 20. As soon as the rat monsters came within range of the arrow towers, they were met with a barrage of arrows, and soon 5 of the level 2 rat monsters were reduced to white light. Genevieve received generous experience and copper coin rewards, but since these 5 level 2 monsters weren't killed by her directly, she couldn't trigger a critical hit or absorb any attribute points. However, she still received a pass reward, a wooden treasure chest, which was a pleasant surprise. Impressed by the effectiveness of the arrow towers, Genevieve sat in a chair at the gate of her courtyard to watch the battle while opening the iron treasure chest from the completed trial task. 5 breads, 10 green quality cotton seeds, 2 green quality stamina recovery potions, 2 green quality healing potions, 2 space stones. After triggering a critical hit, she received double the rewards. With so many different monsters killed, Genevieve was finding her inventory insufficient. After using 4 space stones, she added 20 more inventory slots, bringing her total to 40 slots after expansion. Each green quality stamina recovery potion could restore 100 points of stamina, and each green quality healing potion could treat severe injuries, so each of the 4 people got 1 each. As for the green quality cotton seeds, the cotton grown would have special functions. Genevieve planned to keep 10 seeds for herself and give the other 10 to her mother. The 9th wave consisted of 8 level 2 rabbit monsters. Rabbit monster, level 2. Attack, 23. Defense, 20. HP, 20. The rabbit monsters were also quickly dealt with by the arrow towers, and Genevieve received another wooden treasure chest. Chapter 16 Beast Tied 2. At this point, Genevieve's stamina had recovered to 90%, so she dismantled a basic arrow tower and prepared to personally deal with the 10th wave of level 2 monsters. The 10th wave was 10 wild wolf monsters. Wild wolf monster, level 2. Attack, 28. Defense, 20. Health points, 20. The attack power of wild wolf monsters is high, and 10 of them were too much for Genevieve alone. She placed 2 arrow towers at the front gate, noticing that a basic arrow tower still only needed 2 or 3 arrows to take down one wild wolf monster. What Genevieve needed to do was finish off the wounded level 2 wild wolf monsters with crossbow shots after the arrow towers weakened them, until only one remained, then she dismantled the arrow towers. Her stats had increased slightly, making it not too difficult to kill one level 2 wild wolf. In this round of combat, she killed 8 level 2 monsters herself, feeling rather exhilarated from the monster kills. The 10th wave consisted of 12 level 2 hawk monsters. Hawk monsters are extremely vicious flying creatures, far more terrifying than level 1 bird monsters. Hawk monster, level 2. Attack, 29. Defense, 21. Health points, 20. The level 2 hawks circled above Genevieve in the sky. Although some arrows hit them, they seemed to have sustained minimal damage. Of course, this was because the hawks flew too high, and by the time the arrows reached such heights, their force had diminished. Seeing that the hawks were dodging the arrow tower's attacks by continuously flying, Genevieve didn't rush. She wanted to see if the hawks would keep circling indefinitely or eventually fly away. She knew that during In the Wasteland world, the beast monsters attacked relentlessly without any thoughts of fleeing. After about 2 or 3 minutes of circling in the air, the dozen level 2 hawks finally couldn't bear it anymore and dove toward Genevieve all at once. The 2 arrow towers immediately unleashed volley after volley of arrows. After 2 rounds, each hawk was pierced by 1 or 2 wooden arrows. 5 level 2 hawks fell straight down, while the others flew towards Genevieve together. Genevieve calmly used her hand crossbow to shoot down the first 3 level 2 hawks that charged at her. Then another wave of arrows came, and those hit hawks fell again. Finally, only one hawk managed to reach Genevieve's side, only to be slain by her broadsword with a single strike. Genevieve surveyed the battlefield and noticed 2 more critically wounded level 2 hawks, which she promptly shot down. In this battle, Genevieve killed 6 hawk monsters. The 12th wave brought 2 level 3 lizard monsters. Lizard monster, level 3. Attack, 31. Defense, 37. Health points, 30. The level 3 lizard monsters were 2 to 3 meters long, and with their crocodile-like snouts, they could easily swallow Genevieve whole in one bite. Genevieve initially held back, allowing the 2 arrow towers to take turns shooting at the 2 level 3 lizard monsters. The wooden arrows from the basic arrow towers could only penetrate the defense of the level 3 monsters but did no damage to level 4 ones. Each arrow from the arrow towers dealt between 5 to 10 points of damage. A critical hit inflicted 10 points, while a non-critical hit caused only 5 points of damage. With the life value of level 3 lizard monsters at 30 and their defense at 37, it took the basic arrow towers 5 to 6 rounds, or even over 10 if the lizards moved to take them down. In reality, the level 3 lizard monsters wouldn't stand still to be shot at. Genevieve dared not confront them directly and hid inside the courtyard. The 2 level 3 lizard monsters then began slamming into the wall relentlessly. Fortunately, she had already upgraded the wall to level 2, otherwise, its original defense of 300 wouldn't have withstood the constant pounding from the lizards. By the time the defense of the wall dropped by 660 points, the health bars of the 2 level 3 lizard monsters were almost depleted. Genevieve couldn't let these 2 level 3 lizard heads go. She dismantled the 2 arrow towers and rushed out to face the lizards. Even with their health bars nearly depleted, the lizards were no easy kill for the level 1 Genevieve. She had to focus on one lizard at a time, resulting in a slight reduction in her protective suit's durability. Of course, the risk paid off handsomely. Killing the first level 3 lizard dropped a wooden treasure chest along with a critical hit reward. However, when she killed the second level 3 lizard, only experience and copper coins dropped. What made her happy was receiving a world notification. Player Ellis completed an additional challenge trial, rewarded with a silver treasure chest and 2 free attribute points. Completing an extra challenge earned her a silver treasure chest. This silver treasure chest. After performing a series of water blue star prayers to boost her luck, Genevieve cautiously opened the silver treasure chest. Gold coins times 10, space stones times 10, blue quality stamina restorers times 5, blue healing potions times 5, blue mulberries times 3, blue defense tower times 1, blue skill book times 1, blue recruitment card times 1, blue flight suit times 1. Genevieve's heart was pounding rapidly, almost making her dizzy. Was this an explosion of luck? In her previous life, she also opened a silver treasure chest and obtained 10 types of resources. But those were all green quality materials in the game system, with only one being blue quality. In this life, her first silver treasure chest opened yielded 9 types of resources, 7 of which were blue quality. Gold coins went without saying. 1 gold coin equaled 10,000 copper coins, enough to purchase most white quality items in the game mall. Another type, space stones, though not rare or precious, were necessities, and she received 10 pieces. More importantly, when opening the silver treasure chest, she triggered a critical hit and got double rewards, equivalent to opening 2 silver treasure chests. Among the blue quality materials, the defense tower and flight suit were something she never obtained in her previous life but were sold in the game mall. A blue quality defense tower cost 100,000 gold coins each, and a blue quality flight suit even more at 500,000 gold coins. Genevieve took out the defense tower card, and a line of text appeared before her. Defense tower, blue, obtain a protective barrier after safety is secured. The barrier covers the current territory area, has a defense value twice that of the current territory wall, and durability of 500. The defense value was actually twice that of the territory wall. Currently, her territory wall's defense value was 2,000, so the defense tower's defense value would be 4,000. However, the territory wall defended against ground threats, while aerial dangers could only be defended by arrow towers, making it less safe outside the wooden house. Now with this omnidirectional defense tower, as long as its durability did not drop to 0, she would be safe within her territory. Genevieve thought again. Her talent required her to continuously kill monsters, and the more she killed, the stronger she became. Compared to her current overall attributes, facing level 3 monsters was no problem. This was still under the condition of not leveling up. Once she leveled up, her attributes would further increase. With the experience points she had now, she could level up straight to level 5. Therefore, Genevieve decided to give 2 defense towers to her mother and younger brother. In her previous life, there was no news about them, and she was really worried about them. Chapter 17, Harvest. Genevieve took out another blue flight suit from the silver treasure chest. Blue flight suit, equipable to fly up to 1,000 meters high with a speed of 2,500 meters per second. Requires constitution value of 20 and mental value of 20, equipment not included. Consumes 1 point of mental value for every minute of flight, durability 500. Genevieve truly didn't expect that she would obtain a flight suit before even arriving in the wasteland world, and it was even of blue quality. In her previous life, how much she wished for a flight suit. The vast wasteland continent had players separated by hundreds of kilometers of wilderness, the nearest player to any other. The wilderness in the wasteland world was filled with level 1 to dozens of level wild monsters, along with other unknown dangers. Unless there were items to prevent the wild monsters from detecting the existence of players, or if they unfortunately lost their territory, no one would venture far from their territory into the wilderness. After connecting with her father in her previous life, Genevieve found that the 2 villages where they resided were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, making it impossible for them to be together. Even a green quality flight suit was unaffordable for them back then. This time around, she started off with a blue quality flight suit and enough mental value to fly for tens of thousands of miles in just over 10 hours. She definitely needed to keep 1 flight suit for herself. As for who to give the other blue flight suit to, after some thought, Genevieve decided not to give it to anyone. Because the other 3 members of her family did not have the same absorption talent as her, they wouldn't have sufficient constitution value and mental value to wear this flight suit for quite some time. Giving it to them would mean it going unused for several months, which would be too wasteful. Moreover, the aerial flying monsters were numerous and savage. Without sufficient capability to fly into the sky, it would only invite death. Therefore, Genevieve decided to keep both blue quality flight suits in her possession and see future needs. Genevieve picked up the blue quality skill book for a look. Ice Spike consumes 10 points of mental energy to create an ice spike rain covering a 10 by 10 meter area, causing real damage of 10 points per second to enemy targets within the coverage area, lasting for 10 seconds. Attack range is 200 meters, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Perfect, she got exactly what she wanted. Genevieve was precisely lacking in area of effect skills, and here she obtained one. However, casting it once consumed 10 points of mental energy, which wasn't something average players could manage at present. An average player would need several months of development to accumulate mental energy above 10 points. For Genevieve, though, this wasn't difficult. She immediately learned one of the books. As for who should receive the other Ice Spike skill book, Genevieve hesitated. This was a blue quality area of effect skill book, extremely rare. At the moment, only her younger brother had equipment that increased mental energy that could use this skill. But his spatial talent already required a significant amount of mental energy. Adding such a skill would exceed his capacity. Regarding her parents, her father focused on strength, so he couldn't make good use of the Ice Spike skill that required much mental energy during the early stages of entering the wasteland world. Her mother, who leaned towards mental energy, lacked the talent to accelerate attribute growth. Apart from consuming some food to boost attribute values, she had to cultivate slowly. Genevieve felt her mother was more suited to learning the Ice Spike skill. Ultimately, she decided to wait and see what others harvested before deciding. Genevieve examined the blue hero recruitment card. It can recruit a game hero whose average attribute value is no less than 5 points, allowing you to choose the target of recruitment. Hero recruitment cards weren't rare, but mostly white quality ones in the early game. Occasionally, green quality ones appeared with excellent luck, while blue quality hero recruitment cards were unheard of. These 2 blue hero recruitment cards were perfect for her mother and father. Her mother could recruit a farming hero, and her father a crafting hero. These 2 heroes could help her parents farm and forge equipment, providing them with material harvests and experience value bonuses simultaneously. Moreover, these 2 heroes, with average attribute values no less than 5 points, would become loyal battle partners during peak, beast tides, or when her parents faced danger. Genevieve picked up the blue mulberry fruit, plus 5 constitution. Genevieve loved foods that boosted constitution. After eating 1 herself and giving 3 to her parents and younger brother, she still had 2 left. These 2 blue mulberry fruits could be bartered for other good things later. Little brother Lee, with the gluttony talent, could increase his constitution by 10 points instantly upon consumption, equivalent to 10 points of defense. The young man's safety would gain more assurance. The blue stamina recovery potion could restore 200 points of stamina, while the blue healing potion could quickly heal critical injuries near death. Genevieve had 10 of each item in hand, and she planned to give 2 each to her family. As for the additional reward of 2 free attribute points, Genevieve added them to her constitution as well. In this beast tide, her constitution increased by 8 points at once, reaching a total of 14 points. She absorbed a total of 1.2 points of strength, 0.5 points of agility, and 3.5 points of mental energy. She gained 2,340 experience points, 20 gold coins, and 2,340 copper coins. Genevieve checked her player attributes. Level 1, 33110100. Strength 5.29, plus 1. Agility 2.83, plus 20. Constitution 14. Mental energy 35.53. Attack power 78.65. Defense 14, plus 50. Health points 10/10. Stamina 100. Talents: absorption S level, critical hit A level. Martial arts: level 1 body forging technique, level 1 blade skill. Skills: gathering, pharmaceutical art, ice spike. Territory level 2. Game coins: 20 gold, 2 silver, 600 copper. Inventory omitted. Genevieve still had 7 wooden treasure chests left unopened. She had just opened a silver treasure chest with such good luck and didn't want to continue opening wooden chests, in case she didn't trigger a critical hit and wasted time opening them fruitlessly. During this battle, the durability of Genevieve's walls and arrow towers decreased significantly, but she didn't have enough materials to repair them anymore. Therefore, she needed to hurry and mine the stone resources that had refreshed today and cut down as many trees as possible. Genevieve booked a flight ticket for 5 p.m. and would be home around 7 p.m. Her most precious full-dive game pod would arrive at her house via courier around 9 p.m. She wanted to meet her family before being transported to the Wasteland World tomorrow and tell them about her rebirth so they could mentally prepare for entering the Wasteland World. After the beast tide, Genevieve's attribute values were significantly boosted, and within less than 4 hours, she completed her resource gathering plan. After returning to the wooden cabin, she opened a wooden treasure chest, copper coins times 200, 500 milliliters of pure water times 2, bread times 2. This harvest could only be described as unremarkable. Less than 10 minutes after exiting the game pod, a delivery robot arrived to pick up her game pod and the packages she had packed. However, there was still half an hour before it was time to board her flight, so Genevieve filled her stomach and used her phone to browse news on the Starnet. Chapter 18 Impact. As a major country on Aquamarine with significant influence, the always democratic government of Huagua suddenly issued such an apparently autocratic and unreasonable order, which not only caused a huge backlash among its citizens but also drew considerable attention from other countries. While Huagua's netizens grumbled about the unreasonableness of the order online, most people believed that the government had its reasons for doing so, all for the welfare of the people. Therefore, despite the constant complaints, their actions were swift and decisive. Except for some hardcore naysayers, the majority of citizens complied by registering accounts and spending at least 5 hours online each day as required, completing a number of basic tasks. The luckier players with better resources have already posted screenshots online showcasing their completion of constructing level 1 wooden houses or walls. Many players have also shared their paid gameplay images online. Genevieve carefully examined the information of these paying players and found out that even after 10 consecutive draws in the game yesterday, one could still obtain an A-grade talent. However, today, most of the paying players who tried drawing talents ended up getting B-grade talents, with only a few lucky ones obtaining an A-grade talent. No one claimed to have received an S-grade talent. It was uncertain whether it was due to bad luck or because the earlier players entering the game had better chances at drawing higher talents. Genevieve felt it was probably the latter. On the evening of her first day logging into the end-time survival game, Genevieve saw that the number of registered players in Huagua had reached over 300,000. Having over 300,000 registrations on the first day surprised Genevieve. These 300,000 players likely experienced the beast tide that day, yet there was no mention of the beast tide on the Starnet. This made Genevieve speculate that these 300,000 players might be associated with Jin and could very well be military personnel. By the second day of the game's appearance, the number of logged-in players had surged to 5 million. If all these players were indeed military or government personnel, the presence of these pioneers could change the fate of countless others. Genevieve checked the current number of players logged into the end-time survival game, which had already reached 1.6 billion, up from 1 billion the previous day. Huagua had a population of 1.5 billion, meaning the additional 100 million must be players from other countries. Reviewing international news, Genevieve noticed that many foreign players speculated about the sudden issuance of this seemingly unreasonable order by the Hua government, believing it must conceal some serious issue, prompting them to log into the end-time survival game. Seeing the continuously increasing player numbers, Genevieve felt more hopeful about the future. The top trending topic on forums remained the theory that the end times game might materialize in real life. However, the second hottest topic was quickly gaining traction, a guide to the end-time survival game. With more time, it was certain to surpass the first place. Both hot topics had attracted over 1 billion views. Today, instead of calling everything absurd, netizens left comments on what they should do if these scenarios became reality. This indicated that netizens were gradually accepting this eventuality. The development made Genevieve feel at ease. The power of the government had indeed been immense, Just issuing a single command managed to alter the initial fate of over 12 billion people when they entered the desolate world. As Genevieve exited the desolate world, she received a message. It was from Jin. My username is duoyea001, what's yours? Genevieve stared at Jin's message for several minutes. In the previous timeline, before the materialization of the desolate world, any citizen of Aquamarine who didn't register a unique player ID beforehand would automatically use their real name as their player ID upon being transported into the desolate world. In her past life, Genevieve's player ID was simply Genevieve, and Jin's was Jin. But this time was different. His player ID had a string of numbers attached, likely military-related. Upon reaching the desolate world, the military could identify each other by the player IDs. Recalling the large survival zones established by the military in her previous life and those brave soldiers who defended the front lines, Genevieve replied to Jin with 4 words, Tian Yuan Yang Guang. In the early stages of entering the desolate world, one might still survive alone. After a year, however, surviving would be impossible without joining forces. No organization could be more reliable than the government and military of Huagua. Jin had been an excellent commander in her past life, and with the experience of being reborn, he would definitely perform even better this time. She had already exposed her identity as a reborn person to him. There was no need to hide anymore. All right, I'll accept your friend request shortly. See you later, take care, be cautious. Jin quickly replied. This sentence made Genevieve completely certain that Jin was also a reborn person. In her previous life, she entered Jin's area during the 5th server merge, suspecting each other's names and thereby getting in touch as they thought they were classmates. Goodbye, take care. Genevieve replied with another 4 words. Genevieve did not tell her parents she was coming home, so her sudden return startled them. Her mother and younger brother believed her story about taking an annual leave, but her father did not. He asked her privately away from his wife and younger son, is it related to the End Times game? Is there something wrong with this game? Genevieve was not surprised by her father's guess. She didn't answer directly but showed him a discussion on the theory that the End Times survival game would materialize in real life. Obviously, her father had already read this theory. His expression was both shocked and doubtful as he asked incredulously, this can't be true, right? How could such an absurd thing happen? Whether it is absurd or not, we will know tomorrow morning, Genevieve said. She didn't want to tell her father too early so as not to make him worry unnecessarily for the whole night. I heard some news beforehand, and you all listened to me and logged into the game at the very beginning. Now our family's personal strength and territory level are far ahead of others, with abundant equipment, props, and survival supplies. No matter whether this absurd event happens or not, we don't have to panic, Genevieve explained. Genevieve's words eased her father's anxiety somewhat. He recalled something and said, I completed the Beast Tide training today and got quite a few good things. Let me go online and give them to you. Her father did the same in her previous life. After recognizing each other, he gave her a lot of supplies without hesitation. She asked if there was more and if he had given her too much, but her father insisted he had plenty, and she believed him without further thought. Back then, Genevieve was young. In her memory, her father was quiet and always strict with her and her brother. She didn't realize how selflessly her father loved her. Seeing her father still alive and well in this lifetime, Genevieve felt a warmth in her eyes. Chapter 19, The Last. Genevieve returned home, and with 4 people together, it was more convenient to distribute supplies. In today's Beast Tide, the other 3 did not merely defend their territory, they all completed the Beast Tide trial quest. Kinley used the Arrow Tower to complete her Beast Tide trial quest and even personally killed a few level 1 monsters. Kato and Blake not only finished their Beast Tide trial quest but continued on, only stopping after reaching level 10. After completing the Beast Tide trial quest, each of them received an iron treasure chest. Kato and Blake also got 2 additional wooden chests. Big sister, I opened 3 treasure chests and obtained 2 green grade fruits for enhancing spirit points, 2 bottles of green grade antidotes, a green grade defensive armor, a bottle of white grade healing potion, a bottle of white grade stamina recovery potion, and 3 spatial stones, Oriv reported to Genevieve. I also got 2 bottles of green grade antidote, green mulberry fruit that boosts constitution, green plant nutrient solution, green tomato seeds, and 2 spatial stones. Also, I grew 5 green grade cabbages. Eating one can permanently increase spirit points by 2, while normally eating them quickly restores spirit points, Kinley said. Besides water and bread, I gained 2 green grade strength enhancing fruits, a green grade protective suit, a pair of green grade combat boots, a green grade skill book, and 2 spatial stones, Kato said. Not only did he say this, but he also wanted to give the skill book and the green grade fruits to Genevieve. Genevieve took a look at the skill book Kato had received. Shield, green, consumes 2 spirit points to actively cast a shield with 20 defense points, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. For Kato, who rarely consumes spirit points, this skill suited him well. Knowing some inside information about the game, Kato wanted to share his resources with his children and wife. How could Genevieve allow her father to do so? She took charge of the distribution. Apart from taking a bottle of green grade antidote from her mother, she refused everything else and distributed her own prepared supplies. Neither Kinley nor Blake knew about the potential realization of the survival game scenario or the importance of these materials, so they readily accepted what Genevieve gave them. Only Kato hesitated to accept the supplies until Genevieve showed him her player panel. Only then did he quietly accept what she offered. After consuming various attribute-enhancing fruits and cabbages, Kato and Oriv were now capable of killing level 3 monsters, while Kinley could kill level 2 monsters. Their inventories had expanded to 50 slots, while Genevieve's had reached 80. Each of them had enough food stored to last 2 to 3 months. Kato gave the blue-grade hero recruitment card that Genevieve gave him to Blake and specifically requested him to recruit a guardian hero. Genevieve then realized that Blake, being young, might find it difficult to live alone in another world for a long time. Having a loyal guardian by his side would be important. Though worried, Genevieve did not object. She provided Blake with more food and advised him to include culinary skills as a requirement for recruiting the guardian since Blake's cooking skills were limited to using an electric rice cooker. Although due to Genevieve's requests, Kato, Kinley, and Oriv had already seen the survival game strategy guide. Genevieve still reviewed the key points of the endgame survival guide for her parents and Blake, adding some of her own experiences. Kato listened intently, knowing the inside story, while Kinley and Blake, eager to earn money, paid close attention too. At night, Kinley and Oriv went to sleep as usual. But Kato couldn't sleep and decided to gather resources online. After his territory was upgraded to level 2, there were mineral resources within the territory, allowing him to farm resources at night. Naturally, Genevieve wasn't going to bed so early. After logging in, she found that Jin had sent her a friend request, which she immediately accepted. She dared not go farming at midnight but logged in only to practice body forging technique. Today, during the Beast Tide, she had killed many types of monsters but hadn't absorbed any constitution points. Recalling how suddenly gaining 30 spirit points caused a headache before, she feared that constitution might be the bottleneck attribute and thus needed more time to practice body forging technique. After practicing for 3 hours, she started making potions, staying up until 2 a.m. before going offline to sleep. With a sufficient amount of coins, Genevieve bought the necessary herbs from the game mall to craft 20 bottles of white-grade recovery potions. White recovery potions can treat ailments other than wounds, such as colds, fevers, or heat stroke. However, humans were only susceptible to illnesses during the first month after entering the wasteland world. Once players leveled up, improved their attribute values, and became transcenders, these common ailments would no longer be a concern for them. Therefore, providing her parents and little brother with 4 white-grade recovery potions each would suffice. After daybreak, Kato gave Luo, Kinley, and Blake each 300 stone slabs, which was almost all of his stock. He had worked through the night to gather this amount as he was the last among the 4 to upgrade to a level 2 territory. Luo then distributed her stored wood to her father and little brother. Her mother didn't need it since she could chop trees herself. Kinley had risen early to prepare breakfast, and the family sat together for what would be their last meal on Aqua Blue Star. As the time approached 7:30 a.m. on September 1st, the family gathered in front of the TV, waiting for the government announcement. In Huaxia, most people were like the Li family, either sitting in front of their TVs or accessing the Star Net. Even foreigners who knew this information were watching the official Huaxia websites closely. Luo also expected the government to send out a high-ranking official to subtly hint to the citizens of Huaxia about the possibility of being transported to the wasteland world. But when the time came and the message refreshed, every channel simply copied and pasted the official announcement. At exactly 9 o'clock this morning, the post-apocalyptic survival game world will merge with the Aqua Blue Star world to form a new world. Thereafter, we will live in a new world based on the post-apocalyptic survival game scenario. Please take the next R+ to carefully read the post-apocalyptic survival game guide, link. Upon entering the wasteland world, strive to protect yourselves and survive until the nation establishes shelters capable of protecting everyone. Note, you can carry some supplies into the wasteland world, but only items worn on your person will not be merged. Use this opportunity to bring necessary items wisely. Additionally, there is one chance to enhance yourself before 9 o'clock. Cherish this opportunity. Chapter 20, Preparation. Even Mariamo hadn't expected the Flower Country government to straightforwardly release the truth about the apocalypse on its official website. This was truly a single stone causing 1,000 waves. The backlash drove most people away from the official website, and those who were driven away surged into the Star Network's Apocalypse Survival Game Guide. The download rate for the End Times Survival Game Guide increased dramatically, reaching hundreds of millions of times per minute. Mariamo felt that the authorities had played this psychological tactic well. If they had announced this matter directly, few would have believed it. However, with the unreasonable requirement that citizens must log in to the End Times Survival Game, followed by 2 days of fermentation time, what seemed like a fantastic story on the official website now became a reasonable explanation. Despite this, many netizens still did not believe the announcement and cursed the spokesperson for the official website, calling him crazy. Jeanette and Lee's little brother looked at the calm father-daughter duo in disbelief. This can't be true, right? There's a great possibility that it is, otherwise, the official website wouldn't have released such information. This kind of thing cannot be used as a joke, Adham said. Jeanette was lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. But Lee's little brother looked at Mariamo and asked, "Sis, didn't you know this all along? That's why you made us play right from the start. Our family's territory level is quite high, none of my classmates or friends can compare. We have so many equipment, props, and supplies, while they are all poor." "Yes, I knew from the beginning, but I couldn't say anything then," Mariamo said. She had initially planned to tell her family about her rebirth, but since the government had already revealed the truth, there wasn't much left for her to explain. Her mother and little brother were somewhat shocked, and her father looked at the three of them with worry and anxiety in his eyes. Revealing this matter would only add to her parents' burden. "Will we be separated once we enter the game, each one staying in our respective territories?" Oriv asked with a troubled expression. Mariamo patted Griffin's head and said, "We may not be in the same place at first, so you need to focus on leveling up and enhancing yourself instead of messing around. Only by doing so will we have enough strength to cross regional boundaries and meet. Once the game becomes real, if someone dies in the game, they're really dead, so you have to be careful and not take anything lightly. But with your current strength, as long as you follow the path I've set out for you, you should have a good future." "How long do you think it'll take for us to be together again?" Griffin asked nervously. "I don't know either. Maybe you'll be placed in the same area as Mom. You two can try to contact each other first. We've already added each other as friends, so if we end up in the same area, we'll see each other," Mariamo comforted him. Trace lectured the siblings about not revealing their wealth to others, reminding them of the unpredictability of human nature and to never fully trust strangers. Mariamo specifically requested that her parents and little brother promise her they absolutely could not allow outsiders into their territory, no matter how trustworthy they seemed. In her previous life, many players died at the hands of fellow humans, and the government's Apocalypse Survival Game Guide also mentioned avoiding contact with strangers as much as possible. Seeing the uneasy expressions of her mother and little brother, Mariamo consoled them again, even showing them some actual data. According to the world information in the Apocalypse Survival game, only over 100 players had reached level 2 in their territory and completed its construction, while the registered player count had already reached 1.8 billion. These figures showed that their family's territory levels and supplies were better than most. Fortunately, Luoluo found out early and let your uncle, grandmother, and grandfather play the game, and they also spent money, Jeanette said with immense relief. "My grandparents listened to me too. They're playing the game and also spending money," Griffin echoed. Mariamo had not met any of her relatives in her previous life except for her father. Knowing that in this life, influenced by her family, all of them started playing the game after the government's request and even spent money on it, brought her much comfort. "Why did you give me so many supplies, Luoluo?" "I'll return them to you." Jeanette couldn't accept the materials from her daughter. "After careful consideration, I decided to give them to you. Those supplies are not indispensable to me," Mariamo explained. Finally, Mariamo gave her mother the blue quality ice spike skill book. Her mother had mental cultivation skills and with her progress, she would be able to use this skill in a month. It was better for her father and little brother to focus on enhancing their physical combat abilities. Checking the time, Mariamo took out the supplies she had prepared and handed them over to her family. Mariamo taught the other three to put on 7 or 8 pairs of socks on their feet before cramming them into slippers. In the game, they all had battle boots and did not need shoes, but rather needed indoor slippers. Next, they put on clothes. First, they wore several layers of undergarments. The 2 men wore 6 pairs of underwear. Then they put on 2 short-sleeved t-shirts and shorts, followed by 2 long-sleeved t-shirts and long pants, then 2 sweaters with fleece-lined long pants, before finally wearing the work outfits. The work outfits Mariamo prepared were specially made, featuring a total of 18 pockets on all sides, front and back, especially the large backpack-like pocket at the back. Mariamo placed commonly used medications and bandages in several pockets, along with lighters and specially designed matchboxes, 2 solar-powered power banks, 2 solar-powered flashlights, 2 pairs of scissors, 2 fruit knives, 5 packets of white sugar, 2 large packs of salt, 2 large packs of chili powder, 2 large packs of seasoning, and more. In her previous life, Mariamo saw the sight of sugar only after half a year in the desolate world, and even she, who hadn't craved sweets much before, felt an intense longing for it. "Here are 2 bags for you to pack your own things," Mariamo said, then stuffed her phone into one of the barely remaining pockets. The other 3 followed suit, stuffing small items they wanted into the pockets. After filling the pockets with items, they tied a backpack full of supplies around their waists using ropes, then put on waterproof outdoor gear. Finally, they slipped on knee-length cotton coats, laboriously buttoning up the buttons, each becoming solidly padded like a fat person. "So hot, I can't move or sit down, so uncomfortable," Oriv complained. Originally, Jeanette and Oriv knew that their family might be separated for several months without meeting, which made them feel very distressed. However, after all this outfitting, the physical discomfort overshadowed their emotional distress. After entering the desolate world, you must carefully read the game guide provided by the game. Compare it with the End Times survival game guide I sent you and don't miss any survival-related information, Mariamo reiterated, still somewhat worried. She had already copied and sent the guides to her family and all WeChat friends a few days ago. If they could bring their phones into the other world, they could still view the guides even without an internet connection. After the 3-day newbie protection period ends and you survive the beast tide, raise your player level to level 2. Once you notice level 3 monsters around you, upgrade to level 3. Try to follow this pattern for each upgrade. And when you enter dungeons, make sure you have the right equipment and potions ready, Mariamo repeatedly instructed. Though high-level monsters offer substantial rewards, Mariamo hoped her family would stay safe and not take unnecessary risks. They already had a good head start, enough to develop steadily over time. Chapter 21 Teleportation. Mariam, in order to divert her family's attention, kept talking to them about all the crucial matters after entering the wasteland world. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a blur and darkness before her eyes, leaving her unable to see anything. She was not panicked, because it had been the same when she was teleported into the wasteland world in her previous life. However, she felt intense pain spreading throughout her body as if it were being torn apart and reassembled. The pain was so real that it made her want to die. In her previous life, she hadn't experienced such excruciating pain during the teleportation to the wasteland world. It hurt beyond belief. Mariam gritted her teeth, enduring the agony, But this kind of pain was almost unbearable, making her groan involuntarily. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as she was about to lose consciousness from the unbearable pain, it receded like ebbing tide, replaced by a warm current flowing through her entire body, bringing incomparable comfort. Then everything became bright, and she found herself in a room. This was not her home, and there was no sign of her parents or younger brother. Mariam took a careful look around and realized she was in a beautifully crafted wooden cabin, with familiar furnishings. 6 unopened wooden treasure chests were placed on the table. Looking up at the large window directly opposite, she saw a familiar courtyard and towering stone walls. Yes, this was precisely the living room of the small wooden house she used in the end-time survival game. At this moment, Mariam heard the mechanical voice that she had become accustomed to in the Wasteland world. Welcome all players from Water Blue Star to survive in the Wasteland world. The first 3 days will be the newbie protection period, during which your territories and players are immune to attacks by mutants. Please take advantage of this time to place your territory core and collect resources for territory construction. Each player will receive a spatial backpack, a beginner's gift package, and 3 chances to draw prizes. After the protection period ends, you will face a harsh survival environment. Death here is true death. On the 4th day at 8 AM, players will encounter their first mutant tide. Make sure to establish a level 1 territory as soon as possible, or you won't survive 4 days. Subsequently, every 10 days, there will be a mutant tide. Upgrade your player level and territory as quickly as possible. Players with children under 15 or adults over 65 will welcome these family members 1 month later. Please click your player bracelet and carefully read the survival guide to stay alive as long as possible. Remember, nights in the Wasteland world are deadly. Stay inside your territory and do not go outside, even during the newbie protection period. Mariam had heard this message when she entered the Wasteland world in her previous life, which helped her understand her situation. While listening to the mechanical voice, Mariam began to remove her clothes. If she didn't, she would stand stiffly like a zombie, unable to move. During the teleportation process, her outer cotton coat vanished without a trace, but her inner garments remained intact, along with the supplies in the pockets of her work outfit. She stripped off all her clothes and put them on the table, placing the supplies from her work outfit's pockets into the wooden storage cabinet beside the living room window. Then she put on the blue quality protective suit issued by the game. The black protective suit had excellent elasticity and softness, snugly hugging her body, allowing her to move easily. Mariam moved her limbs and tried jumping. She found that she could jump over 2 meters high with minimal effort, nearly hitting the ceiling. It wasn't due to weak gravity. In fact, she sensed the surface gravity here was stronger than on Water Blue Star. On Water Blue Star, she could only jump about half a meter even with her best effort, indicating her physical attributes had been enhanced upon entering the Wasteland world. So the severe pain during teleportation must have been caused by the rapid enhancement of her body. Once she cleaned up, Mariam sat down beside the wooden table and opened her player bracelet. Immediately, as in her previous life, a 15-inch holographic screen popped up before her with 5 icons: player info, backpack, chat, trade, more. All the words were in Huasha characters. Mariam first opened player info and was relieved to see the beautiful attribute values, exactly what she had achieved before entering the Wasteland world in the end-time survival game. After exiting the player info interface, she opened the backpack interface and found that all the items she had accumulated in the game over the past 5 days before entering the Wasteland world were neatly arranged in the backpack space. She sighed in relief again. Indeed, all gains from the end-time survival game were materialized in the Wasteland world. However, what surprised Mariam was that she had already received the beginner's gift package when she first logged into the end-time survival game. Now, there was another one sitting in a backpack space slot, along with 3 more chances to draw talents. Curious, Mariam tapped open the new gift package and found it identical to the previous one: Iron Sword ×1, Iron Axe ×1, Iron Pickaxe ×1, and Territory Core ×1. Mariam was delighted at the prospect of having an extra set of Iron Axe and Pickaxe from the beginner's gift package. These tools might not have any attribute value, but they had no durability limit. No matter how much ore she mined or how many trees she chopped, they wouldn't wear out and could be used indefinitely. All other equipment and items dropped by monsters or obtained from treasure chests had durability and would eventually wear out with use. But what pleased Mariam most was that she had an additional territory core. In her previous life, after gaining considerable strength, Mariam explored around her territory and once obtained a broken territory core without a master. When merged into her own territory, it expanded the area by 10%. She wondered how much area a fully intact territory core could expand. Mariam took out the territory core from her spatial backpack, and immediately a line of text appeared before her eyes: unclaimed intact territory core can be used to construct a new territory or merged into Garden Alga territory core. After merging, the Garden Alga territory will increase its area by 50%. Merge now, or can be used to establish a new territory, which requires leaving this territory. Ultimately, Mariam chose not to merge, and the territory core was returned to the backpack. In her previous life, she had heard that players with new territory cores could build multiple territories simultaneously, and it turned out to be true. When she obtained the broken territory core without a master in her past life, the screen only offered the option to merge. It seemed that players who could build 2 territories at the same time were those who had received double beginner's gift packages. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 dens. How could Mariam possibly merge such a valuable item? Having opened the beginner's gift package, Mariam clicked to draw the beginner's prizes as well. Chapter 22, Player. Just like in her previous life, Genevieve's lottery results showed 2 thank you for your patronage and 1 D-level talent. Premonition. Consuming 2 points of mental power, she can sense the danger level of a certain direction or an event she is about to undertake. In her previous life, Genevieve relied on this talent to avoid many dangers. She was very happy to draw it again in this lifetime and did not disdain it just because it was only a D-level talent. Genevieve exited the backpack interface and clicked into the bracelet mall. Checking her coins, she indeed found that she had gained 100 copper coins. Every player starts with 100 copper coins, and Genevieve also received 2 starter packages like everyone else. This meant that most people in Huagua had already received 200 copper coins. 200 copper coins may not seem much, but it's enough for players to survive the crucial first 2 days after entering the Wasteland world. In the bracelet mall, a loaf of bread sufficient to fill one's belly costs 50 copper coins, as does 200 milliliters of purified water. After reviewing the various items in the bracelet mall, Genevieve exited it. The items in the bracelet mall were exactly the same as in her previous life. She remembered them clearly from browsing countless times. Then, Genevieve clicked on the chat interface. There were 3 icons in the chat interface: World Messages, Private Chat, and Group Chat. Opening Private Chat, Genevieve found that all 4 of her friends were unreachable, indicating they were not in the same village as her. Though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. In this strange world, she really wished she could be with her family. Like in her previous life, she was assigned to village number 33333. Genevieve opened the world channel and saw 8 world messages. Congratulations to player Garden Herschel for being the first to log into the Endworld survival game, gaining 10 world prestige points. Congratulations to player Garden Herschel for being the first to complete a level 1 wild monster kill task, gaining 1 world prestige point. Congratulations to player Dwarier001 for placing the first territory core, gaining 5 world prestige points. Congratulations to player Dwarier001 for building the first level 1 territory wall, gaining 1 world prestige point. Congratulations to player Garden Herschel for constructing the first level 1 wooden hut, gaining 1 world prestige point. Congratulations to player Dwarier001 for making the first level 2 wild monster kill, gaining 1 world prestige point. Congratulations to player Garden Herschel for making the first level 3 wild monster kill, gaining 1 world prestige point. Congratulations to player Garden Herschel for upgrading the territory to level 2 and upgrading the wall and wooden huts to level 2, gaining 5 world prestige points. Seeing that all the world messages were monopolized by herself and Jin, Genevieve finally confirmed Jin's identity as a reborn person. Jin's rebirth differed greatly from hers. Her rebirth only altered the start for herself and her family, while his affected over 2 billion people. Genevieve was only glad about it. She wasn't someone who harbored resentment towards society. She naturally hoped more Huagua people could live well in this alien world. Thanks to Jin's rebirth, she didn't need to go through great lengths to inform more people about the Endworld survival game, which saved her a lot of trouble. Jin's initial attributes must have been better than hers, no doubt delayed by the time spent reporting the matter of being teleported into the Wasteland world and the instantiation of the Endworld survival game. Genevieve didn't mind being the first to receive good rewards. Excitedly, she counted her world prestige points. World prestige points have many uses. For Genevieve at present, the biggest use was receiving discounts when purchasing items from the bracelet mall. Genevieve currently had 18 world prestige points, allowing her to get a 1.8% discount when buying supplies from the bracelet mall. Jin had 7 world prestige points, giving him a 0.7% discount when shopping in the bracelet mall. Though these percentages might seem low, the larger the amount of coins, the bigger the discount would be. In any case, getting a discount was a delightful thing. In her past life, she didn't even get such a discount, yet still needed to buy what was necessary. After exiting the world channel, Genevieve entered the group chat of village 33333. There, the number of people in the village was exactly 10,000, just like in her previous life. In her past life, at this point, there were no messages in the village 33333 chat interface. Only players who had placed the territory core and built at least a level 1 wooden hut or wall could speak in the village group chat. But in this new world, after just a few minutes, village 33,333's group chat already had nearly 100 chat records. Of the 27 players in village 33333 who had gained speaking rights immediately upon entering the Wasteland world, Genevieve was naturally included. What the hell, damn, it's true what the country said, the Endworld survival game actually instantiated. Luckily I followed the country's order and spent 10,000 gold to draw 2 talents on the first day, and even spent more gold to draw skills on the second day. Beryl, envy, I only spent 10,000 gold to draw talents, how I regret not continuing to spend for skills. I don't believe in evil, I am so angry, I didn't believe the country and didn't spend more on lottery draws, I just mined some stone blocks to build the wall. Who has wood? I'll trade stone blocks for it, I haven't built a wooden hut yet. I hate it, I have wood, let's trade. I don't believe in evil, okay, let's go to the trading area. What the hell, did you check the world messages? What about those 2 people, Garden Herschel and Dwarier001? They take turns being number 1. Especially Garden Herschel, his territory is already upgraded to level 2 and all constructions are completed. How does he have so many materials? Materials can't be bought with gold, and they're not available in the bracelet mall. Beryl, we received orders to log into the game on the 3rd day after the Endworld survival game appeared, but Garden Herschel was the first to log in. He's at least 2 days ahead of us, which gave him plenty of time to gather materials for constructing his territory. What the hell? Also, as the first player to enter the game, there might be some unknown privileges. You this fool. I guess when Garden Herschel and Dwarier001 received world notifications, they got rewards beyond world prestige points, maybe free attribute points or treasure chests, which weren't mentioned in the announcements. When my player level reached level 2, I got free attribute points, and completing a task rewarded me with a wooden chest. The chest contained food and items. Those 2 players must have gotten lots of good stuff from their chests. Genevieve noted down this player you this fool. To upgrade to level 2 and get a wooden chest so quickly indicated that this player was quite strong, either due to heavy spending or his natural ability. I hate it. Garden Herschel got the most rewards since he was the first to enter the Endworld survival game. He probably knew inside information, allowing him to seize the opportunity first. You this fool. Knowing the inside information plus this player ID, Garden Herschel is very likely one of us Huaguans. Lloyd, as far as I know, only we Huaguans knew that the Endworld survival game would instantiate. This Garden Herschel is likely an insider or someone well informed, and Dwarier001 should also be a Huagua citizen. Chapter 23, Group Chat. Canon, it's great that Tenuan Herschel and Dwarier001 are from Huahua. I love it when our Huahua people take the world's #1 spot. The government has done a commendable job this time with their policies, giving most of us Huahua people an advantage. Waoxiangxia, yes, I thank the country profoundly for its foresight, guiding us on what to do after being transported to this new world, instead of scaring us to death. Right, +1 agree. +2 agree. Genevieve stared at the player ID Cameron. Among the players she had encountered in her previous life, there were almost no IDs with serial numbers like this. Jin's ID was Duo Yi A001. Could this Cameron also have some similar implication, possibly military related? I don't believe evil. What do you think is the purpose of world prestige points? Beryl, didn't you read the End Time Game Survival Guide? There are various benefits to world prestige points, the most practical one being discounts when shopping at malls. In the group chat of Village 33333, 23 players were chatting, while 4 did not send any messages. Genevieve wanted to speak up but her ID had already become famous, so she kept quiet. Judging from the 23 players who participated in the chat, most of them were Huahua citizens. In her previous life, the players of Village 33333 used real names, whereas now these 23 players all used pseudonyms. Genevieve couldn't tell if any of them were people she knew. Compared to the panic and gloom of everyone in her past life, Genevieve found that the players' reactions this time were much more positive, filled with friendly exchanges. It must be due to the fact that the country disclosed the truth ahead of time. Whether they believed it or not, people had some psychological preparation. Moreover, the French players all held out hope that as the country had foreseen this major event, it likely already had a plan to deal with it. After all, in its statement, the country said it would make every effort to build territories that could accommodate many citizens. Not all players were ambitious. Ordinary Huahua citizens preferred to live together. They felt safer under the protection of the country in a strange new world. These 23 players chatted for about 10 minutes before they dispersed to cut trees and mine stones during the novice protection period, leaving the chat group inactive. Genevieve had the same idea. She tapped on her player bracelet to make the light screen disappear. She got up and walked out of the small wooden house, seeing a thick stone wall over 6 meters high surrounding the hut, providing a solid sense of security. The seedlings and nearly ripe cabbages in the yard spread under the sunlight of the sun, presenting a thriving scene. Genevieve first watered the crops in the courtyard, then opened the gate leading to the forest. Looking at the nearby woods, she felt very different from her previous life. Back then, she was thrown into the desolate world in the middle of the forest with no one around, and the dark forest often echoed with the roars of wild beasts. Even though she wasn't timid, she was scared stiff and hastily set down the core territory. Now, looking at the same dark forest, Genevieve thought about how many resources she could extract from such a vast forest. Checking the time on her player bracelet, it was 9:30 a.m. She didn't rush to go out. After closing the gate, she performed a series of physical exercises in the open space of the courtyard to adapt her body to the suddenly increased attribute values and get used to her current strength and speed. Genevieve planned to spend these 3 days of the novice protection period diligently mining stone and cutting trees just like others. The resource points around her territory would only refresh on the second day during the novice protection period. After the novice protection period ended, these resources wouldn't refresh anymore, growing according to normal natural laws. Like when Genevieve picked berries in the forest, they would need 10 days to 2 weeks to grow back once picked bare. The trees she cut down would sprout new shoots from the stumps, taking a very long time to grow into towering trees again. As for the mined stone resources, those were completely depleted. To find more materials, one had to venture further away. After exiting her territory, Genevieve first went to pick berries again, then used her harvesting skill on the berry plants, obtaining 2 young saplings. Previously, she didn't do this because the land area of her territory wasn't large enough. Now that it was upgraded to level 2, she had extra farmland. After harvesting the stone resources in the forest, Genevieve focused on chopping trees, eating food that replenished her stamina when she felt exhausted. She had been holding back her player level, so it remained at level 1, keeping her stamina cap at 100. However, due to her significantly improved overall attribute values, she now only needed 7 or 8 swings to chop down a tree, consuming 10 times less stamina than when she started. Her efficiency in gathering resources was 4 to 5 times higher than that of a true level 1 player, effectively giving her an indirect upgrade. During the process of gathering resources, level 1 wild monsters would occasionally emerge. But during the novice protection period, these monsters wouldn't attack players unless provoked. If ignored, they would simply leave as if they hadn't seen the player. After the novice protection period, however, these wild monsters would relentlessly attack the players. Of course, Genevieve wouldn't let these level 1 wild monsters go unchecked. With her current attack power, she didn't need to switch tools to kill them. A single swing was enough to take them down. Just like in the game, Genevieve would sometimes trigger critical hits while chopping trees and mining stones, allowing her to gain attribute points from killing wild monsters. Moreover, since entering the wasteland world, the variety of wild monsters was no longer limited to ant and rat creatures. Several types of monsters took turns appearing, which made it almost certain for her to trigger critical hits every time she killed a monster. After more than 4 hours of chopping trees, she stopped when she saw that her backpack contained 80,000 units of wood. During this process, she killed 23 level 1 monsters, gaining 440 experience points and 440 copper coins after triggering critical hits, along with a white quality strength bracelet as loot. She absorbed 0.22 points of strength, 0.05 points of agility, and 0.17 points of spirit. Having completed her woodcutting plan, Genevieve moved on to the grassland. She first harvested Shayla fruits, then used her gathering skill to obtain 2 Shayla fruit saplings. Next, she mined stone resources on the grassland. Her current mining speed allowed her to finish quickly. Genevieve checked the time. There were still 3 hours until dusk, half an hour earlier than her planned schedule. She proceeded to search for beehives to kill bee monsters as planned. In the end-time survival game, Genevieve had killed many bee monsters, which significantly boosted her spirit by 30 points, a memory she cherished. Chapter 24, Stirring the Hornet's Nest. Genevieve had once poked a hornet's nest, resulting in nearly 30 points of spirit energy absorbed. The memory stayed vivid in her mind. However, due to her constitution being unable to bear such a sudden surge in attribute values, she hadn't dared to provoke these hornet monsters again over the past few days. Now, with her constitution value doubled and capable of bearing another sudden increase in spirit energy, she was back to poke the hornet's nest again, taking advantage of the beginner protection period. The current Genevieve was no longer the one who fled from the hornet monsters after being defeated. She didn't shoot the beehive 1 arrow at a time like before. Instead, she fired 3 arrows in quick succession, drawing out over 40 hornet monsters. But these more than 40 hornet monsters never got the chance to reach her. They were dealt with by the ice spikes that Genevieve threw out. During the freezing period caused by the ice spikes, Genevieve shot just 1 arrow to lure out 10 to 20 hornet monsters for slaughter. Even if too many hornet monsters were lured out and flew close to her, they would be torn apart by the sword web she created. Possibly because this was the real world and not an illusory online world, after Genevieve lured the hornet monsters 10 times, they became wary. When she lured them for the 11th time, 3 level 3 hornet monsters flew out of the hive, each leading over 20 level 2 hornet monsters and over 600 level 1 hornet monsters, assaulting Genevieve fiercely from 3 directions. What could Genevieve do? She had no choice but to kill while fleeing. Then, she escaped across the small wooden bridge again, with the hornet monsters, much like in a survival game, not daring to fly across the small wooden bridge or the stream. KC had deliberately lured the hornet monsters here, knowing the small wooden bridge could serve as a buffer zone. From there, she could shoot the hornet monsters across the bridge or throw ice spikes into the middle of the swarm on the bridge. Initially, the hornet monsters were enraged by such harassment, their tiny wings buzzing so furiously that they almost vanished from sight. Yet they didn't dare to cross the stream. After several sneak attacks by Genevieve, killing over 400 hornet monsters, including 2 level 3 hornet monsters which were instantly killed by her ice spikes, the remaining level 3 hornet monster actually retreated with its forces. Genevieve wasn't about to let the duck slip away when it had already flown to her mouth. So she chased after the flying bees, with Genevieve pursuing them relentlessly. By the time the hornet monsters reached the beehive, only a dozen of them remained. But Genevieve couldn't display a victorious smile because she found the beehive, which should have housed hundreds of hornet monsters, was empty. Only then did she realize how cunning the level 4 Hornet Queen was. While she and the level 3 Hornet monsters chased each other, the Hornet Queen had taken the remaining Hornet monsters and fled. Furious, Genevieve realized her plan to achieve the first kill of a level 4 monster today was ruined. However, she ruthlessly slaughtered the pitiful dozen Hornet monsters that returned to the hive, dug up their nest, and harvested 21 liters of honey. 20 liters were white quality honey, 1 liter was green quality honey. White quality honey restores 5 points per 10 milliliters. Green quality honey, regular consumption can gradually increase spirit energy, restoring 20 points per 10 milliliters. Throughout the process, Genevieve killed 4,220 level 1 Hornet monsters, including critical hits, 120 level 2 Hornet monsters, including critical hits, and 5 level 3 Hornet monsters, including critical hits. She received 44,750 experience points and 44,750 copper coins, absorbing 44.75 points of spirit energy. A white quality skill book, a bottle of white quality antidote, a bottle of white quality healing potion, a bottle of white quality stamina recovery potion, and 3 wooden treasure chests dropped. The white quality skill book contained Fireball, which consumed 1 point of spirit energy to release a fireball with a cooldown of 40 seconds. This truly was a huge harvest. What made Genevieve happy was gaining 44 points of spirit energy without experiencing any headache or dizziness. In her previous life, Genevieve rarely explored the grasslands. Seeing that it was still over an hour before nightfall, she collected plants while walking back home, finding 2 medicinal plants. During this process, Genevieve also collected plenty of fine grass and dry grass. Fine grass was a basic material, and dried grass could be used to start fires. As dusk approached, Genevieve finally returned to her territory. While closing the yard gate, she glanced at the forest, seeing several pairs of eerie green eyes watching her from the dark shadows. In her past life, she had been terrified upon first seeing those eyes, but now she was fearless. She knew they belonged to level 1 wild wolf monsters, which she could handle quickly even if there were 10 of them. After returning to her territory, Genevieve realized she hadn't prepared any torches. It was too dark inside the small cabin, but she had brought light sticks from the water blue star, which could suffice. After entering the wooden house, Genevieve first purchased fire oil for making torches from the bracelet mall. Then she placed 2 planks of wood and 10 bundles of fine grass on the crafting station and finally chose to manufacture torches. Torches required 2 minutes to be made, so Genevieve walked over to the wooden table and placed the new 3 wooden treasure chests on it. There were now 9 wooden treasure chests on the table. She opened the one in the middle. It contained 500 milliliters of purified water ×1, a small bread ×1, and a white quality mattress ×1. This triggered a critical hit simultaneously. The supplies were relatively ordinary, not in large quantities, but practical. Especially the white quality mattress. With this, she wouldn't have to sleep on hard wooden boards at night. If one wasn't soft enough, she could lay 2. Genevieve had been constantly gathering resources to restore her strength throughout the day, eating a lot of berries. But those tiny berries weren't enough to fill her up. Seeing the bread that had been opened, she felt a little hungry and took a piece to eat. This bread had the same appearance and texture as the ones she used to eat on Water Blue Star, but the feeling when it went down was different. With her current attribute values, she already had an extraordinary constitution, where ordinary food barely provided her with energy. As this bread entered her stomach, a faint warmth flowed into her meridians. When she ate these breads while playing the survival game in the apocalypse using holographic imagery, she didn't experience this feeling. With Genevieve's current physique, she needed to eat 2 pieces of bread and drink half a bottle of water before feeling full. In her previous life, when she first entered the desolate world, she could only eat half of such a large bread. By this time, the torches were ready. Genevieve picked one up from the crafting station and inspected it. White quality torch, can burn for 5 hours. Unless necessary, Genevieve was reluctant to use her solar-powered flashlight. She lit the torch with a lighter and stuck it in the iron ring reserved on the wall for placing torches. The light from one torch was not very bright, but it was enough for her to see the indoor scenery clearly. Genevieve then put a few more planks of wood into the crafting station and chose to make charcoal. She then walked out into the courtyard and saw that within just 10 minutes, the sky outside had turned from dusk to complete darkness. Chapter 25 Village Group 1. Genevieve lit 4 torches and stuck them into the fence of the front courtyard, instantly illuminating the space. The daytime temperature in this desolate world was around 25 or 26 degrees Celsius, but once night fell, it would drop to 15 or 16 degrees. In the dead of night, temperatures could plummet to 5 or 6 degrees. If one failed to build a thatched or wooden house on the first day in this desolate world, they would have to endure the cold at night. Genevieve had lit the torches in the courtyard to cultivate several plots of farmland. After tilling the land, she used green nutrients to upgrade the white quality farmland to green quality and planted green quality cotton seeds and the young seedlings of berries and red fruits collected earlier that day. After setting up the farmland, Genevieve practiced her body tempering technique in the yard. She had reserved 100 square meters of open space specifically for daily practice. She repeated the routine over and over until 11:30 before retiring to her wooden cabin. Perhaps due to the sudden enhancement of her physical constitution, despite practicing the body tempering technique as planned over these 2 nights and reaching the 2nd level, her constitution value hadn't increased yet. Today's daytime temperature in the desolate world hovered around 25 degrees, an exceptionally comfortable climate. Because of the significant improvement in her physical attributes, she barely sweated even after constantly mining stones and chopping down trees. However, being from the south, she couldn't sleep without taking a bath in the evening. Genevieve opened the bracelet mall and purchased a stove and cooking utensils for 3,050 copper coins, which was already discounted. Having already turned the wood into charcoal, she could now use it to boil stream water for bathing. From her previous life's experience, she knew this place wasn't Aquilese, and one couldn't rely on Aquilese standards to measure things here. Though the stream water looked clean, any foreign organisms within it would lose their lives once it was stored in her backpack compartments. But when conditions allowed, Genevieve always preferred to boil the water before washing. After finishing her bath, she put on pajamas brought from Aquilese and returned to the kitchen to store another pot of boiling water in her backpack compartment. Then she walked over to the wooden table and randomly picked one of the 8 wooden treasure chests to open. 10 white quality vegetable seeds, 500 milliliters times 2 of pure water, and 1 white quality large knife. A critical hit resulted in double drops. Vegetable seeds were good. Genevieve didn't mind that they were white quality. The temperature inside the wooden house had dropped to about 10 degrees Celsius, yet Genevieve, wearing a short-sleeve t-shirt and shorts, felt not the slightest bit cold. Lying on her bed under an air conditioner quilt, she turned on her player bracelet. First, she checked the total number of players from Aquilese, which was 567 fewer than when she first entered the desolate world. Genevieve sighed. This was only the first day in the desolate world, and most people hadn't yet faced the crisis of thirst or hunger, nor had the wild monsters begun attacking. Yet more than 500 people had already died, not much different from the previous life where 600 died at the start. She joined the 33,333 village group chat and saw that none of the 10,000 players were missing, giving her a slight relief. Already, more than 3,000 players could speak in the village group, indicating that they had established level 1 territory buildings. She had already received 30,000 unread messages. This quantity surprised Genevieve. Scrolling through them, she noticed that most of the player IDs were not real names but rather stylized after Huaxia names. At first, the players were talking about their individual experiences. Reading through them, Genevieve found it similar to her previous life, players in various terrains. Each terrain type provided unique resources, allowing players to trade with each other. Scrolling through the continuous chat feed, players were now discussing why humans from Aquilise were transported to the post-apocalyptic survival game world, whether it was divine or extraterrestrial interference. What had become of their homes on Aquilise? Would they ever return to Aquilise? Genevieve spent a year in another world during her previous life and still had no clue why they were sent here. Being newcomers, they were unlikely to find the answer anytime soon. Occasionally, some players expressed negative and pessimistic sentiments due to their predicament, but others immediately cheered them up. In fact, the Huaxia government's recommended post-apocalyptic survival guide depicted a bright future for humanity. The guide mentioned that because those with foreknowledge and preparation would establish a vast survival territory in the game world, all Huaxia people would be accommodated eventually. This was feasible since, as long as lords agreed, their territory cores could merge, though this would reduce each territory by 40%. Still, most structures could remain intact. According to the post-apocalyptic survival game, once players cleared the survival stage and leveled up to level 50, they would become transcenders. Transcenders could have a lifespan of 1,000 years. When players reached level 100, they would become interstellar saints, beings akin to gods. Interstellar saints had a lifespan of around 10,000 years. The status of interstellar saints and their millennia-long lifespans were immensely attractive to humans, even Genevieve was no exception. When parting with her family, she repeatedly used this as encouragement. Oriv, the middle school boy, might not care much about longevity, but the cool names Transcender and Interstellar Saint were enough to fill him with anticipation. Hearing about such long lifespans, especially the ability to traverse the desolate world to find each other after becoming Transcenders, Lee's parents were also filled with hope. After becoming Interstellar Saints, they could use their abilities to traverse the vast cosmos and find a way back to Aquaries, further fueling their anticipation. Given their talents and resources, surviving in the desolate world wasn't difficult. Reaching level 50 didn't seem to require too much time, so it was hoped they could reunite within a year at most. This expectation would support them through the initial period of loneliness after being separated from their loved ones in the desolate world. From the village group chat, Genevieve saw that it wasn't just her family who were enticed by the promising future depicted in the game. The same went for others from Huaxia. Despite the mental preparation and the sudden teleportation to the desolate world, facing such a predicament, the atmosphere in the village group remained positive and harmonious. People were still like they were on Aquaries, though they might argue or even engage in keyboard battles, there was no widespread negativity. It wasn't like this in her previous life. People were abruptly transported to this world, facing harsh survival conditions and a dim, uncertain future, with the number of surviving players dwindling daily. That led to the darker sides of people emerging. Only through attacks and struggles did they find a sliver of joy. Chapter 26, Village Group 2. After half an hour of observation, Genevieve had a general understanding of the players in the 33333 village chat group but did not participate in the conversation. Because tonight, the players in the 33333 village group were discussing two players named Ellis and Dwarrier001 again. If she joined in, it would definitely draw considerable attention from other players. Although she was not afraid of being known as Ellis, she did not enjoy seeking such attention. Finding it uninteresting, Genevieve quietly exited the village chat group and then entered the bracelet trading interface. The trading interface displayed numerous trade requests. At least 60% were for drinking water, while 27% were for wood. From the chat records, it appeared that most players built their territories based on the foundational materials they obtained from their own territories. However, compared to thatched cottages, players preferred wooden houses because they offered better warmth retention and durability, making wood the most sought-after material. The geographical conditions of her parents' territories were similar to hers. By following her instructions, her mother could sell boiled and unboiled river water during the first 2 months of entering the wasteland world, which would be enough to exchange for plenty of useful supplies. Her father could initially trade stones for supplies. Once he had the strength to mine ores, he could acquire even more resources. Oriv's territory was a desert, with only a small amount of stone resources available, severely lacking construction materials. Before entering the Blue Water Star, Genevieve had given Oriv enough wood to upgrade a wooden house to level 4. Additionally, he had accumulated quite a bit of meat by killing monsters in the survival game. These resources would be sufficient for Oriv to purchase foods that increase attribute points after entering the wasteland world. Genevieve particularly instructed him to use a large amount of resources to obtain food that increases mental points. As long as Oriv followed her instructions, his level and overall strength would consistently exceed the wild monsters surrounding his territory. This would allow him to continuously kill monsters, and simply selling the meat would earn him a considerable amount of resources. Genevieve's initial development plan after entering the wasteland world was to quickly upgrade her territory to level 3. Firstly, this was to claim the rewards for upgrading the territory to level 3. Secondly, it was to join the same channel as her father as soon as possible. In her previous life, Genevieve knew that in the wasteland world, a gathering of 10,000 people was called a village, 10 villages formed a township, and 10 townships formed a city. She did not know if there were higher classifications since humanity on the blue water star never reached that stage before her death. The village Genevieve belonged to in her previous life was 33,333 village, which belonged to township 3333. Among the 10 villages in township 3333 were villages 33333, 33334, and 33335. Her father resided in village 33335, seemingly just one village away from where Genevieve was located. Although each village nominally belonged to the same township, in reality, players could be thousands of kilometers apart. Separated by another village, they might be tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even if Genevieve dared to search for her father using a flying suit, she would need to first contact him to get his location. Regardless of whether villages 33333 and 33335 would still be merged in this lifetime, Genevieve could contact her father once she entered the township group. There were two ways to enter township group 3333, one was to reach player level 5, and the other was to upgrade the territory to level 3. Genevieve planned to keep her player level at 1 for a long time, so she decided to first upgrade her territory to level 3. To upgrade the territory to level 3, she needed to build 4 intermediate wooden arrow towers and 2 basic iron arrow towers. Intermediate wooden arrow towers required the following materials: 2,000 wood, 100 iron blocks, 50 stone blocks, and 10 elastic bands. Basic iron arrow towers required the following materials: 800 wood, 500 iron blocks, 20 stone blocks, and 10 elastic bands. Genevieve already had wood and stone blocks, and elastic bands could be purchased from the bracelet mall, but iron blocks were the biggest problem. Currently, she only had about a dozen iron blocks obtained from dismantling iron treasure chests. Although the bracelet mall sold iron blocks, one block cost 100 copper coins, which was beyond her means. Even if she could afford it, it was too expensive, it was blatant exploitation. While she knew where iron ore was in the forest, it was too far. Even with a flying suit, mining would take a lot of time. And she had to enter a dungeon tomorrow and could not go on a long journey now. Moreover, the 10,000 stone blocks needed for a level 3 stone wall were also beyond her capability to gather herself. There were not many stone resources in the forest unless she found unknown ones on the grassland, but she did not have time to search for them now. That left her only option to barter for what she needed. The transaction records in the trading interface were retained for 3 days. Genevieve checked today's transaction records and evaluated the prices. She posted the following offers on the trading interface. 100 milliliters of boiled water, exchange for 2 stone blocks. 500 milliliters of boiled water, exchange for 2 iron blocks, 1 blueprint, 1 glass. 1 liter of stream water, exchange for 1 stone block, 2 wood, 3 dry grass. 5 wood, exchange for 2 stone blocks. 50 wood, exchange for 1 iron block, blueprints, etc., 5 items in total. Genevieve had only boiled 40 liters of water tonight, so she set limits on exchanging boiled water for supplies. She had plenty of stream water and did not set any limit on that. However, for the transactions of exchanging boiled water for stone blocks and stream water for supplies, she added a restriction that each person could only buy 10 times per day. This was to prevent someone from deliberately stockpiling goods to resell them, which would lead to those in need of water being unable to obtain it. Since there was no anonymous mechanism, Genevieve figured it wouldn't take long before someone discovered Ellis's offers. She anticipated that many players would try to add her as a friend, so she added some conditions to adding friends before clicking to close the light screen and preparing to sleep. Lying on the bed, Genevieve felt quiet around her ears with no background noise. In the first half-month after transmigrating to this world in her previous life, Genevieve felt extremely lonely, especially at night, when the silent and lifeless atmosphere almost drove her mad. Although she had already been familiar with this kind of isolation in her previous life, just 5 days after reincarnating back to Water Blue Star, returning to the wasteland world made her feel uneasy due to the silence. Fortunately, during the daytime, she was busy and did not feel lonely. Thinking about how she had brought her phone this time and had a solar charger, Genevieve took out her phone and played soft background music. Lying back on the bed, listening to the gentle music at night, she soon fell asleep without feeling uncomfortable loneliness. When Genevieve naturally woke up in the morning, it was already bright outside. She changed from her pajamas into a blue protective suit and then went out of the living room to open another wooden treasure chest. Stone blocks times 10, iron blocks times 2, glass times 2. She got double rewards because of a critical hit. This wooden treasure chest was a basic material treasure chest. Feeling a little hungry, Genevieve didn't rush to have breakfast. She planned to eat after her stamina was nearly depleted. Chapter 27, The Second Day. The second day in the barren world. After getting up early in the morning, Genevieve went to the courtyard and first harvested the 10 cabbages that had already matured. Then she planted the 20 green vegetable seeds obtained from the treasure chest she opened yesterday. Even though the green vegetable seeds were of white quality, there was a possibility of harvesting green quality vegetables when planted in green quality fields. While it was only possible for Genevieve, it would be certain if her mother planted them. Indeed, Pauline, with her planting talent, could get 4 green quality cabbages out of 10 white quality ones when planting in a green quality field. However, Genevieve could only harvest 1 green quality cabbage. After tidying up the yard, Genevieve went out to pick fruits, cut trees, and collect stones. These resources were essential and couldn't be missed during her 3-day newbie period. Spending an hour completing the fruit picking and stone collection, Genevieve estimated that the instance dungeon would soon open. She walked to the location where the dungeon appeared in her previous life. In her past life, Genevieve learned from the village group that each territory would have an adjacent dungeon after 20 days in the barren world. Players wouldn't truly die within the dungeon, which refreshed every 5 days. She had missed 5 opportunities to enter it. Later, she found out this particular dungeon only existed for a month. She managed to enter it only twice before it vanished. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a small hill seemed to undergo light distortion, twisting into a man-sized black hole displaying 4 characters, Ant Cave. Although Genevieve hadn't entered this dungeon in her previous life, she knew that generally, no monsters attacked for the first 2 minutes inside a dungeon based on her prior experiences. Her premonition talent indicated she would be safe in this dungeon. Without hesitation, she stepped into the black hole. As soon as her feet entered its range, she felt herself being teleported to a place. But everything was dark, barely allowing Genevieve to see that she had been transported into a cave. She took out a torch from her backpack and lit it, revealing a cave 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It turned out to be. Genevieve examined the cave walls and felt delighted it was indeed a mine. She needed minerals desperately. Just as she wanted to take out her iron pickaxe to mine, she heard some sound coming from the left. Living creatures usually made sounds. Genevieve cautiously looked toward the direction of the noise and saw countless red eyes rapidly moving toward her in the darkness on the left side of the underground cave. Though not entirely startled, she felt a chill run down her spine. Quickly, she cast an ice spike spell at those unseen creatures. The creatures were immobilized and unable to advance, while white objects fell from the ceiling. Within 10 seconds, many of the red eyes gradually disappeared. After 10 seconds, the white objects stopped falling, leaving only a few scattered red eyes in that area. Genevieve still felt a chill emanating from that direction. Despite consuming much mental energy, Genevieve felt suddenly energized. With just 1 ice spike, she had killed over 1,000 ant-like creatures and gained several points of strength. Seeing the remaining red eyes staying motionless without attacking her, Genevieve decided to focus on mining first. She started chiseling holes in the cave wall with one hand, intending to place a torch. Then she received notifications. Stone ×1. Stone ×1, critical hit. Iron ore ×1. Iron ore ×1, critical hit. Genevieve became excited. This was indeed an iron mine. Her wish had come true. After placing the torch, Genevieve continued digging vigorously, until she noticed more red eyes appearing in the distance and starting to move toward her. Since the ice spike spell was still on cooldown, she threw a fireball instead. A watermelon-sized fireball landed at the front line of the red eyes, exploding upon impact and burning the surrounding creatures. Amidst the flames, Genevieve finally saw the appearance of these red-eyed creatures. They were palm-sized ant-like monsters. One fireball reduced the number of gathered ants by a third. Watching the cooldown timer pass, Genevieve cast another fireball. Then, alternating between casting spells and mining, after throwing 5 fireballs, there were no more red eyes within her sight. She then focused on mining again. In this mine, for every 100 stones Genevieve collected, she got 10 iron ores and 1 copper ore, making her dig faster with the iron pickaxe. About half an hour later, she heard scattered scurrying sounds again. Turning around, she saw another batch of ant-like creatures surging toward her. By this time, the 5-minute cooldown period for Ice Spike had long passed, so Genevieve cast another Ice Spike. After 10 seconds, most of the ant monsters were eliminated, and the remaining ones stayed frozen in place, daring not to move. She then cast a fireball at them. Thus, while mining, Genevieve began casting spells, making the ant monsters experience both ice and fire, keeping herself busily engaged. As she killed the ant monsters, her strength increased continuously, and her stamina gradually restored to its maximum value. However, her mental energy couldn't keep up as it required much consumption to continuously cast spells. When Genevieve felt her mental energy depleting, she drank the white-quality honey water she had prepared that morning. It not only replenished her mental energy but also her stamina. Initially entering the dungeon to kill monsters, Genevieve shifted her focus to mining. She swung her iron pickaxe continuously, chiseling out pieces of ore. Whenever the ant monsters approached, she would cast an ice spike and a fireball before resuming mining. Genevieve was thoroughly absorbed in her work without realizing how much time had passed. Another batch of ant monsters surged towards her, and she again started with an ice spike followed by a fireball, all while continuing to mine during the cooldown periods. Seeing the last red eyes within her sight vanish in the flames, Lilualoho turned back to continue mining. Suddenly, a world announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Amir for completing the first kill in the instance dungeon. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, 2 free attribute points, and 2 reputation points. 10 seconds until teleportation out of the instance. Please prepare. Genevieve almost screamed aloud. She had only mined half of the minerals in this cave. How could she have completed the first kill? She had been entirely focused on mining and only killed monsters when they interfered with her. She hadn't actively hunted them down, yet somehow all the monsters were gone. Unfortunately, regardless of Genevieve's reluctance and regret, she was still teleported to the exit of the dungeon. The dungeon vanished immediately after, leaving no room for any lingering. Genevieve thought about the mine inside the dungeon and felt disappointed and regretful for a moment, but the growing pain in her body brought her back to reality. Chapter 28, the next day too. Before entering the instance, Genevieve had considered controlling the number of monsters she killed to avoid drawing too many attribute points, which her body might not be able to handle. However, after entering the instance, she became engrossed in mining and, as her body showed no signs of discomfort, assumed it could handle the load. She did not check her attribute values. Little did she know that the overdrawn attribute values would only affect her body after she left the instance. Genevieve hastily glanced at her gains from the instance. She spent a total of 4 hours in the Anthole instance, acquiring 4,356 stones, 456 iron ores, 86 copper ores, and 26 silver ores. 97,260 experience points and 97,260 copper coins, along with an absorption of 97.26 strength points. Adding this sudden boost of 97.26 strength points to the 1-point increase in spirit from drinking honey earlier, no wonder her meridians felt like they were bursting with pain. Her constitution was only at 14 points. How could it withstand such a surge in strength? In a hurry, Genevieve added the 2 newly acquired free attribute points to her constitution. The throbbing pain in her meridians lessened somewhat but didn't disappear, still causing her significant discomfort. Genevieve was unsure what might happen if this continued. She needed to strengthen her constitution quickly. Yet, she had nothing on hand that could drastically improve it. Even if she went to Shangsuan Village's trading post, any food items that could enhance constitution would likely only add 1 or 2 points at most. With no choice, Genevieve reluctantly opened the player wristband market. In the market, there were numerous constitution-enhancing potions, but their prices were exorbitant. The best option for Genevieve at present was the 10 gold coin green quality constitution enhancer, which added 20 points of constitution per bottle. This wasn't something new players could afford. Despite having the advantage of being reborn and working hard for so long, Genevieve only had 20 gold coins. But given her current situation, she had no choice but to take it. Gritting her teeth, Genevieve bought a bottle of green quality constitution enhancer and drank it. Soon, a warm sensation flowed through her entire body, and the swelling pain in her veins disappeared, leaving her feeling very comfortable. Genevieve breathed a sigh of relief and checked her personal attribute panel. Player, Sunny Garden. Level, 1, 175, 560, 100. Strength, 102.77, plus 1. Agility, 2.88, plus 20. Constitution, 46. Spirit, 81.45. Attack power, 254.1. Defense, 46, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 100. World prestige value, 20. Talent absorption, S rank. Critical strike, A rank. Cultivation method, body strengthening technique level 1, swordplay level 1. Skills, gathering skill, alchemy skill, ice spike spell, fireball spell. Territory level, 2. Game currency, 24 gold 6 silver 6 10 copper. Inventory 80 slots, supplies listed. Genevieve couldn't figure out the numbers no matter how she counted. Even after taking the green quality constitution enhancer, her constitution should have been 36 points, not 46. While puzzled, Genevieve suddenly recalled something she'd heard in her previous life. When one of a player's attributes exceeded 100 points, their constitution automatically increased by 10 points. Since her strength surpassed 100 points, her constitution had jumped from 36 to 46. Genevieve shuddered at the thought. If, within the instance, her constitution hadn't increased from 14 to 24 due to her strength exceeding 100 points, she might have suffered damage from her body being unable to handle the sudden surge in strength upon exiting. Fortunately, she had later purchased another constitution enhancer and added another 20 points. After taking a deep breath, Genevieve grew worried again. According to her plan, she still needed to raid the bee monster nest today, expecting a sudden gain of nearly 50 spirit points. That would push her spirit over 100 points. Even if her constitution would then increase by another 10 points, reaching a maximum of 56, it might still not be enough. Moreover, a beast tide was imminent the day after tomorrow. She couldn't miss the chance to absorb attribute points and strengthen herself. In this desolate world, only the strong could survive. She needed to rapidly boost her attributes and enhance her combat prowess. She couldn't let her low constitution hold her back from maximizing her monster-killing efficiency. Thus, she needed to drastically increase her constitution. After hesitating for a moment, Genevieve gritted her teeth and opened the wristband market again, spending another 10 gold coins to buy another green quality constitution enhancer, raising her constitution to 66 points. You can't catch a wolf without risking the whelp. Gold coins, no matter how good, are not as important as becoming stronger. She absolutely couldn't miss the opportunity to refresh the beehive during the beginner protection period. During this dungeon run, Genevieve finally realized the benefits of casting spells freely. AoE spells were powerful, and with their help, she was able to kill monsters and mine simultaneously, completing the dungeon task effortlessly. The foundation for AoE spells was spirit value. In her previous life, even until her death, her spirit only reached over 20 points, barely enough to cast 2 or 3 spells. So how could she possibly miss the chance to rapidly increase her spirit just because she was unwilling to spend gold coins on constitution-enhancing potions? Fortunately, with her current prestige value, she could save 2 silver coins when buying a 10 gold coin item, providing some comfort. As Genevieve continuously increased her constitution, her stamina also fully recovered. Thus, she decided to go after the bee monsters. However, before setting off, she remembered the iron treasure chest she had obtained from the dungeon and took it out from her backpack to open it. Green quality tomato seeds times 10, green quality 500 milliliters pure water times 5, green quality constitution enhancer times 1, green quality skill book times 1, gold coins times 1. She triggered a critical hit and received double rewards. Genevieve looked at the 2 bottles of green quality constitution enhancer and wasn't sure whether she should be happy or regretful. She wished she had opened the treasure chest first before deciding to buy the constitution enhancer, then she would have saved at least 10 gold coins. This iron treasure chest only contained 2 gold coins. However, Genevieve quickly cheered up. These 2 bottles of green quality constitution enhancer were enough to push her constitution over 100 points, meaning she wouldn't have to worry about constitution for a while. Without hesitation, Genevieve drank both bottles of green quality constitution enhancer, and indeed, her constitution jumped to 106 points. Checking her personal attribute panel, Genevieve found that her constitution was actually 116 points. It turned out that when one attribute exceeded 100 points, constitution automatically increased by 10 points, as she had heard before. The significant increase in constitution solved the dilemma Genevieve faced due to her low constitution. However, each player could only drink 4 bottles of green quality constitution enhancer. If she wanted more, she would need to purchase blue quality ones. Regarding the green quality constitution enhancer, drinking 1 bottle only added 1 point of constitution and cost 1 gold coin each, which made them too expensive for her consideration. Genevieve continued to look at the other items in the iron treasure chest. Chapter 29, the next day 3. Genevieve continued to examine the other supplies inside the iron treasure chest. Green quality purified water. Drinking 100 milliliters can permanently increase physical strength by 1 point and restore 50 health points, with a maximum of 10 times. A bottle of green quality purified water contains 500 milliliters, and she obtained 10 bottles in total, enough to boost her strength by 10 points. However, this water can immediately restore 50 health points, so Genevieve naturally didn't drink it now but saved it for when she needed to recover health points. She took out the green quality skill book and examined it. Shield spell. Green quality consumes 2 mental points, actively releases a 2x2 meter shield with a protection value of 20 points. If not attacked, it can last for 10 minutes, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Genevieve's own defense was already over 100, and she had a defensive suit that added another 50 points of defense. The shield spell's 20 points of defense were not very appealing to her. Level 10 players or below could only learn 6 spells, and she had already learned 4. She needed to carefully select the remaining 2 learning opportunities. After reviewing the items in the iron treasure chest, Genevieve planned to cut trees for 3 hours before attacking the beehive. But after just over an hour, she stopped because the significant increase in strength allowed her to fell a tree with just 2 strikes. It took her cutting down 100 trees to consume only 1 point of stamina. As a result, in less than 2 hours, she gathered over 200,000 wood pieces, deforesting a large area. With this much wood, her wooden house could be upgraded to dozens of levels. Continuing would fill up her backpack. Genevieve had to stop and go find trouble with the bee monsters. With the substantial increase in strength, constitution, and mental power, her overall strength was comparable to a level 10 player. This time, Genevieve didn't use crossbow arrows to lure the bees from the hive. Instead, she directly used a large broadsword to strike the hive. Even though she held back most of her strength, the hive wasn't split in half but still suffered a deep slash at the top. The results of using the broadsword to attack the hive were excellent. Each time, over 100 bee monsters flew out to attack Genevieve. Genevieve didn't even need to cast spells. Her spinning blade net worked like a killing machine, slaughtering even level 3 bee monsters in a few swings. Surrounded by hundreds of bee monsters, not a single bee managed to touch her. In less than an hour, Genevieve killed all the bee monsters. This time, the level 4 queen bee had no chance to escape from Genevieve's grasp, allowing her to complete the first kill of a level 4 wild monster. Congratulations, player Tienuan Herschel, for completing the first kill of a level 4 wild monster. Reward, 1 free attribute point, 1 iron treasure chest, and 1 world reputation point. Without hesitation, Genevieve added this free attribute point to her constitution. Having raided the nest again, Genevieve collected 42 pounds of honey, 38 pounds of white quality honey and 4 pounds of green quality honey. During the entire process, Genevieve killed 3,300 level 1 bee monsters, 120 level 2 bee monsters, 6 level 3 bee monsters, and 1 level 4 bee monster. She earned 44,950 experience points and 44,950 copper coins, absorbing 44.95 mental points. Absorbing so many mental points brought her mental value over 100. So she added another 10 points to her constitution, bringing her total constitution attribute value to 127 points, including the 1 free attribute point. The level 4 bee monster dropped a green quality skill book and 2 wooden treasure chests. Triggering a critical hit resulted in receiving 2 sets. Genevieve took out the green quality skill book and looked at it. Assassination Sword Chi, green quality requires strength attribute value of 20 or above to learn. Consumes 2 mental points and 200 health points to activate once. The generated sword Chi deals extra damage to the main target and weaker damage to adjacent targets. Assassination Sword Chi ignores enemy equipment defense. This skill was quite good, a targeted killing move that could decisively deal with intended targets. In her previous life, a beast tide arriving a month later would bring a beast king. After eliminating the beast king, the beasts would lose leadership and their attack power would drastically decrease. This Assassination Sword Chi skill would be excellent against the beast king. However, Assassination Sword Chi is a single target skill. Genevieve's strength attribute was already over 100, comparable to a level 30 player focusing on strength. With her talent, her strength would only grow stronger. Brute force could overcome skill, making Assassination Sword Chi somewhat redundant for her. Moreover, her health points were only at 100, so even if she learned it, she couldn't use it. However, the Assassination Sword Chi skill would be suitable for her father to use. As for the other Assassination Sword Chi skill book, Genevieve planned to decide based on the situation. The level 3B monster dropped a bottle of white-quality mental recovery potion and 5 wooden treasure chests, including those triggered by critical hits. During Genevieve's battle with the B monsters, she also obtained 2 bottles of white-quality healing potion, 2 bottles of white-quality stamina recovery potion, and 2 white-quality headbands, all triggered by critical hits, thus receiving double. The white-quality headband added 5 points to mental strength and had a durability of 100 points. Genevieve wasn't particularly interested in the white-quality gear. She didn't need those 5 points of mental strength at this point. It would be better to exchange it for food that increases constitution. For other players, this was still quite decent equipment. Genevieve opened the iron treasure chest awarded for the first kill of the level 4 wild monster. 10 green quality sweet potato seeds, 5 space stones, 1 green quality energy bow, 1 green quality crystal, and 1 green quality armor. Due to the critical hit, she received double. Her backpack was nearly full, so she used all 10 space stones at once, expanding her storage capacity by 50 slots. Genevieve had become very accustomed to using the hand crossbow recently, so when she saw the energy bow, her eyes lit up. Energy bow, green quality, consumes 2 mental points per use, can fire 10 energy arrows simultaneously. It takes 1 minute to store an energy arrow, with a maximum capacity of 200 arrows, and has a durability of 200 points. The green quality crystal is used to repair the durability of the energy bow, with 1 crystal capable of repairing 100 points of durability. Genevieve had long felt that firing only 1 arrow at a time from the hand crossbow was too slow and hindered combat efficiency. She would have to retrieve the arrows after battles as well. Thus, she adored the energy bow that could fire 10 arrows simultaneously. With her current mental attribute value, rotating 2 energy bows would allow her to handle even 1,000 level 3 or lower wild monsters without issue. At present, most players hadn't even heard of crystals. However, once level 5 wild monsters appeared, white quality crystals gradually lost value, becoming only slightly better than ordinary stones by the time level 10 wild monsters emerged. By then, green quality crystals wouldn't be rare treasures anymore, and Genevieve wouldn't have to worry about lacking crystals for her energy bow. Green armor adds 20 points of defense, with a durability of 200 points. With her own defense already exceeding 100 and wearing blue quality protective clothing, the green armor wasn't useful to her. She could trade it for other necessary equipment. By now, Genevieve had completed her plans for the day. What was supposed to take an entire day only took her a bit over 6 hours. But there were still more than 5 hours before sunset. She wondered what to do next. Chapter 30, the next day 4. Genevieve was unwilling to waste the remaining hours, so she decided to explore the grassland to see if she could find new resources. In her previous life, the territory she had placed was far from this grassland, and she hadn't explored this area much. Genevieve opened the map function on her bracelet and walked in the direction that was still dark. The bracelet's map would only light up the areas that players had walked through, and once lit, it wouldn't be easy to get lost. The bracelet map also included a route back to the territory. As she walked, she cast gathering spells on plants she didn't recognize. The plants in this barren world looked about 50 to 60% similar to those on Aqua Blue Star. The plants on the grassland clearly appeared to be herbaceous. Genevieve cast 9 consecutive gathering spells, but all the displayed herbaceous plants were slightly toxic and not very useful. On her 10th attempt, she was startled. White quality toxin liver grass. The toxin can destroy an organism's liver and gallbladder. Consuming 500 grams can be fatal. This toxin liver grass somewhat resembled leafy greens, fresh and green as if ready to eat. It wasn't surprising that people on Aqua Blue Star who were unfamiliar with crops might mistake it for vegetables. Genevieve thought about it and decided not to gather it, fearing she might mistakenly treat it as a vegetable, which could be fatal. However, she could mark it on the map for future collection. Genevieve continued walking, and at the 14th casting of the gathering spell, she was shocked again. White quality blind eye grass. Contact with the sap can cause blindness. How could this blind eye grass look so much like leeks? No wonder it was called blind eye grass. It could mislead people into damaging their eyes. Since its sap could blind someone, it might come in handy sometime, so Genevieve collected it. Continuing onward, Genevieve soon discovered another poisonous plant. White quality skin-rotting grass. Applying it to the skin will cause it to rot. Skin-rotting grass didn't resemble any kind of vegetable, but Genevieve had no interest in collecting it and merely marked its location. Soon, Genevieve encountered yet another toxic plant. White quality blood-clotting grass. Ingesting the juice will lead to death due to blood clotting. Blood-clotting grass had no leaves, only a single white tender stem. After observing blood-clotting grass for a minute, Genevieve finally gathered it, thinking it might be useful someday. Having found 4 highly toxic herbaceous plants consecutively, Genevieve began to feel something was off. It seemed all these plants in the grass patch were poisonous. Could there be some danger? Feeling uneasy, Genevieve activated her premonition talent. Her premonition sensed something ominous lurking deeper within the grass patch, beyond what she could currently handle. She came here to find resources, not to seek death. Not one to be stubborn, Genevieve immediately turned around and left. After exiting the area filled with toxic plants, Genevieve slowed down and resumed casting gathering spells. White-quality spirit-clearing grass, one of the plants used in antidote potions, consuming 500 grams can cure mild poisoning. An antidote plant. Of course, she gathered it. White-quality poison-dissolving grass, another plant used in antidote potions, cannot be consumed directly. Another antidote plant. Gathered. White-quality pollution-purifying grass, yet another plant used in antidote potions, cannot be consumed directly. Still an antidote plant. Gathered. Previously, she had stumbled upon a cluster of toxic plants, but now she had entered an area abundant with antidote plants. Were the plants beside the toxic plant region actually antidote plants? Was this barren world's plant ecology also governed by checks and balances? Genevieve meticulously searched this area, gathering all the antidote plants and instantly amassing enough materials to refine white-quality antidote potions. In her previous life, Genevieve had heard other players mention finding an open-air gold mine on the grassland. But after exploring for over 4 hours, she did not find the expected mineral resources. However, she had collected enough plants to refine 200 bottles of white-quality antidote potions and some materials for white-quality body recovery potions, which was still a good harvest. What Genevieve found disappointing was that she couldn't collect any seeds or seedlings, so she couldn't cultivate them in her territory. During today's exploration of the grassland, Genevieve killed 32 level 1 monsters, earning a total of 530 experience points and 530 gold coins after landing critical hits. She absorbed 0.1 strength points, 0.23 agility points, and 0.2 spirit points. While gathering and fighting, Genevieve also took time to open 5 wooden treasure chests. Besides items and basic materials, she obtained copper coins times 1000, white quality potato seedlings times 5, 500 milliliters of pure water times 4, bread times 3, white quality bracelet times 1, white quality skill book times 1, white quality large sword times 1. Everything triggered critical hits, yielding double rewards. Genevieve already had a white quality bracelet and a white quality skill book, gathering, neither of which she needed. The items obtained from wooden treasure chests were becoming less useful to Genevieve at this point. The white-quality pure water and bread from the wooden chest had provided her with energy absorption and satiation when she ate them yesterday, which helped in restoring her stamina. However, at noon today, when Genevieve felt hungry and ate again, she realized that her strength and constitution values had significantly increased. Eating the white-quality food from the wooden chest gave her no sensation at all, even the effect of restoring stamina was barely noticeable. Yesterday, 1 piece of bread would have filled her up, but today, even after eating 5 pieces in a row, she still wasn't full, it only slightly reduced her hunger. Fortunately, Genevieve still had green quality bread from an iron treasure chest. However, she had to eat 3 pieces of bread and half a bottle of green quality pure water before she no longer felt hungry. The probability of obtaining green quality food from iron treasure chests was very low, and Genevieve didn't have much left, enough for only 2 more meals. Genevieve decided to return to her territory to cook some level 2 beast meat to eat. The energy content in level 2 beast meat was not inferior to green quality food. Genevieve returned to her territory with over half an hour before dusk. She planted the tomato seeds and sweet potato seedlings she got today. Tomatoes would be ready in 2 days, but sweet potatoes would take half a month to harvest. Entering the small wooden house, Genevieve opened another wooden treasure chest. Stone times 5, water times 3, bread times 3. After triggering critical hits, she got double the rewards. Apart from the stones, the other 2 items were resources she couldn't make use of. Genevieve cooked cabbage with level 2 beast meat and paired it with white quality bread. She had to eat a whole pound of beast meat before feeling full. If she hadn't obtained quite a bit of level 2 beast meat during the beast tide in the endgame survival, wouldn't she have gone hungry tomorrow? After all, killing bee monsters did not yield any beast meat drops, even for level 4 bee monsters. However, there would be a beast tide the day after tomorrow, so she just needed to get through these 2 days. Genevieve cooked 2 portions of beast meat soup to prepare for breakfast and lunch tomorrow. As for dinner tomorrow, she planned to try some level 3 beast meat. After eating and drinking her fill, Genevieve opened her player bracelet and first checked the trading interface. She was taken aback by the volume of transactions. Chapter 31, the next day 5. Genevieve had listed items on the trading interface last night. 100 milliliters of boiling water, 4 2 stones. 500 milliliters of boiling water, 4 2 iron blocks 1 blueprint 1 glass. 1 liter of stream water, 4 1 stone 2 wood 3 dry grass. 5 wood, 4 2 stones. 50 wood, 4 1 iron block blueprint and other 4 transactions. A total of 8,867 transactions were completed, earning her 5,522 stones, 1,222 wood, 321 dry grass, 133 iron blocks, and 2 glasses. Nearly 90,000 transactions occurred, while Village 33333 only had 10,000 people. Genevieve estimated that thousands must have traded. Among these, 60,000 listings were for buying water. She sold out all her boiling water, and nearly exhausted 120 tons of stream water. The transaction volume for the listing 1 liter of stream water, 4 1 stone 2 wood 3 dry grass was as high as 60,000 times, indicating some were stockpiling water. Fortunately, she filled another spatial grid with stream water before returning, nearly drying up a long stretch of the small wooden bridge area. In her previous life, she also sold stream water, but selling 1 or 2 tons a day was already good. Genevieve checked other players' listings and found many selling water. River water, stream water, lake water, pond water, even seawater, prices were similar to hers. However, those listings had very few transactions, only a dozen at most. The one selling seawater had no transactions at all. When she listed stream water last night, only a few players were selling bottled purified water in the trading channel, which was expensive and now can't be seen, either sold out or delisted. Genevieve guessed the main reason for her listings being so popular might be because she was one of the earliest to sell water cheaply. People follow the crowd, seeing her listings had more transactions, they naturally chose to trade with her. Another reason might be that players discovered these listings were from Garden Herschel, one of the 2 players who appeared on the global chat group. Some players had mentioned Garden Herschel in the village group, showing interest in this player who logged into the post-apocalyptic survival game first. Many players might have chosen to trade with Genevieve due to the celebrity effect. After reviewing all the listings, Genevieve found that many tradable resources today were not monster drops but came from treasure chests. This indicated some players might have picked up treasure chests or found dungeons and cleared them. In the post-apocalyptic survival game guide, the author emphasized dungeons, advising all players never to miss the daily dungeons. Dungeons allow players to quickly level up. Inside dungeons, players don't die. If they fail one day, they get teleported out but can re-enter the next day. Players can learn to kill monsters, gain experience, and earn copper coins. In her previous life, Genevieve missed the dungeons early on. Otherwise, with her determination, she would have gained much. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't explore carefully but that the dungeon was 5 or 6 kilometers away from her territory and appeared only between 8 o'clock and 10 a.m. for half an hour. Without a resurrection script and without the right timing, she couldn't find the dungeon entrance, which isn't surprising. Even with the strategy guide now, many players would find it hard to locate dungeons near their territories. After checking the listings thoroughly and finding nothing she wanted, Genevieve returned to her own trading interface and posted new listings. She added 160 liters of boiling water and 100 tons of stream water, along with replenished wood supplies. Players lacking water today likely stocked up on stream water, so tomorrow's water transactions would drastically decrease. Genevieve added several barter items. 1 bread, 4 2 wood 1 stone, limited to once per person per day. 500 grams of grade A beast meat, 4 20 stones 2 iron blocks 1 glass, limited to twice per person per day. White quality equipment and items, 4 200 stones 20 iron blocks 10 glasses 4 blueprints. White quality antidote, 4 100 stones 10 iron blocks 5 glasses 2 blueprints. All her listings were priced at the lowest exchange rate. About 7,000 of village 33,333's 10,000 inhabitants traded for water from her, and she continued providing water, so unless they were lazy, none would die of thirst. Bread and beast meat would allow some food-deprived players to maintain enough stamina to gather basic resources. Such bread would cost 50 copper coins each in the bracelet mall. This price was practically charity. This was to help players who had a tough start and lacked sufficient food to fill their stomachs, gather enough materials to build the walls around their territory tomorrow, and survive the beast tide later. It wasn't that she was saintly or had great foresight. Rather, the reality of her past life proved that humans needed to stick together to survive in this desolate world. No matter how strong a player was, they couldn't withstand the endless wave of mutated beasts alone. After finishing the trading interface, Genevieve checked the village group to see how everyone was doing today. Seeing that the total number of players in village 33333 was only 9,997 today, Genevieve was momentarily stunned. 3 players from village 33333 had died today. Across the entire Water Blue Star, 3,579 fewer players were alive. With over 3,500 people dead in just 2 days, it was uncertain what would happen tomorrow. She remembered that during the newbie protection period in her previous life, 40,000 to 50,000 people died, and after the first beast tide, over 600 to 700 million people perished. Today, over 7,000 players in village 33333 were active in the village group, leaving Genevieve with more than 10,000 unread messages. Genevieve quickly browsed through the group chat. She scrolled past the less meaningful messages but carefully read those that mattered. After Genevieve went to sleep last night, many players were still chatting in the village group. About an hour later, a player named Yu Jisai Gui, this ghost, revealed Genevieve's situation. Other players, upon hearing that the first player to log into the post-apocalyptic survival game, Garden Herschel, was actually in their village 33333, became very interested and asked Yu Jisai Gui how they knew. Then, Genevieve's listings on the trading channel were exposed by Yu Jisai Gui, even uploading her listing transaction ID. Thus, Genevieve's listings selling so well could genuinely be attributed to the promotion by the player Yu Jisai Gui. The second wave of significant promotion for Genevieve's listings came from new players joining the village group, all of whom thanked Genevieve for her listings as soon as they spoke. Genevieve's listings allowed players short on wood to quickly gather enough materials to build level 1 wooden houses, allowing them to communicate with other players in the village group. Through the promotion of these players, every player in Village 33333 knew that the person selling large amounts of water and wood on the trading channel was none other than the prominent player Garden Herschel from the global chat group who had been mentioned multiple times. Following this, Genevieve received 2,387 friend requests. Chapter 32, the next day 6. Genevieve scanned through the player IDs of those who had sent her friend requests. They were all usernames, not real names. This indicated that these players were indeed players of the end-day survival game, which meant that they were most likely citizens of Huagua. Among them were players whose comments she had seen in the village group chat yesterday. Genevieve had already considered adding fellow villagers as friends yesterday. In her previous life, a lot of information was obtained from the village group chat. Even though the information's authenticity needed to be scrutinized and it was somewhat delayed, better late than never was still better than knowing nothing at all. In this life, with her newfound strength, adding a few strong fellow villagers as friends could lead to great achievements even if it was just for mutual benefit. Although Genevieve had gained some godlike talents due to the advantage of rebirth, giving her a better start than others, she did not consider herself destined or believe she could always maintain such an absolute advantage. She believed that careful and diligent development was necessary to sustain a certain edge. Maintaining good communication with other villagers would help everyone cope with future crises. Having already chosen the players she wanted to add as friends yesterday, she readily accepted the friend requests from Wu Xinxie, Wo Hen, Enija Sai Gui, Cameron, Wo Kao Tian Xia, Wo Zui Shui, and Wo Shixiao Tianxin, 7 players in total. Wo Zui Shui, boss added me. Hello, boss. Cameron, hello Pastoral Herschel, glad to become your friend. Enija Sai Gui, hello, boss, thanks for adding me. Wo Hen, hello, Herschel boss. Wo Kao Tian Xia, hello, Herschel boss. Wo Shixiao Tianxin, hello, Herschel boss. Glad to be your friend. I just cleared a dungeon today and got this item. I want to trade it for wood with you. Wo Shixiao Tianxin then attached an item description. White quality crystal stone, a type of energy stone. Genevieve didn't expect to see white quality crystal stones dropping from dungeons so soon. It seemed that Wo Shixiao Tianxin had considerable strength and quite a bit of luck. Not only did they find a dungeon on the first day, but they also made a decent income. White quality crystal stones could replenish the durability of Genevieve's energy bow. One white quality crystal stone should be able to add 20 points of durability, enough to fire 4,000 energy arrows. Since there were very few players with energy items now, white quality crystal stones, although valuable, had to be traded to the right person to fetch a high price. After some thought, Genevieve offered Wo Shixiao Tianxin 1,000 wooden planks. This trading price was somewhat inflated, equivalent to what white quality crystal stones might cost after the introduction of a few more energy items. Now, unrecognizing players probably considered them just worthless rocks. No one would give such a high price. Considering that Wo Shixiao Tianxin was likely female, Genevieve was willing to give more wooden planks. After all, cutting trees to obtain wooden planks was a simple task for Genevieve, who owned 200,000 wooden planks. Wo Shixiao Tianxin, thank you, Herschel boss. Genevieve replied to Cameron secondly. Cameron, are you a soldier? Cameron, yes, how did you know? Because my high school classmate is a soldier, and his username in the end-day survival game is similar to yours, ending with the character Yi. Said Genevieve. Cameron, then the boss's classmate and I belong to the same military district. Can I ask for his code number? A001. Cameron, Colonel Jin. Genevieve didn't expect that Cameron was not only a soldier but also knew Jin. However, Jin was not a captain but a colonel. With Jin as a common ground, Genevieve and Cameron quickly grew closer. Cameron, I saw you collecting blueprints. Today, I found a wooden treasure chest on the mountain and opened it to get a white quality bathtub blueprint. If you want it, here you go. As he spoke, he set up a gift to Genevieve. Upon hearing that Cameron had found a wooden treasure chest, Genevieve felt a pang of envy. In her past life, she had picked up a wooden treasure chest on the first day in the Wasteland world. But in this life, whether in the game or in the Wasteland world, she hadn't found any treasure chests yet, unsure if it was due to bad or good luck. Tomorrow, she would have to check the place where she had found the wooden treasure chest in her past life to see if she could find another one. Of course, Genevieve wanted the bathtub blueprint from Cameron. It would be so comfortable to take a hot bath after being tired from cultivation. However, she did not want to accept it for free. Since he mentioned finding it on a mountain, she asked Cameron what supplies he needed most. Hearing that it was wood, Genevieve gifted him 50 pieces of wood. Thinking about it, she had another white quality bracelet with +1 strength and asked if Cameron wanted it. With the nation making preparations, there would certainly be arrangements for military personnel. Genevieve naturally followed the national plan as a whole, so befriending fellow villagers who were soldiers was inevitable. Cameron was a soldier, and his territory was in a mountainous area without trees, so it was likely he could trade minerals with her. Cameron, yes, I want it. I'll give you 200 stones or 20 iron ingots. This price was set by Genevieve herself on the trading channel. Sure enough, he was someone with mineral resources. She happily traded for 20 iron ingots with Cameron. I have one more headband that adds 5 to spirit. If you want it, just tell me. You can give me stones, otherwise, I'll list it for sale tomorrow, said Genevieve. For players who didn't have special attribute bonuses, mining 20 iron ingots was no easy task. It seemed that Cameron had a relatively high base strength value. As Jin's comrade in arms, Genevieve did not mind giving Cameron some extra items to help him become stronger faster. Cameron, I want it. I'll give you 500 stones. Cameron's response was very quick, and Genevieve could sense his eagerness through his words. In the early stages of entering the Wasteland world, when skill books were scarce, players did not place much importance on spirit values. Therefore, at this time, equipment that boosted spirit was not as highly valued as other types of attribute-boosting gear. The fact that Cameron offered such a high price indicated that he knew the benefits of spirit-boosting equipment. Either Cameron had obtained information about the preciousness of spirit-boosting equipment from Jin, or the talent he drew in the end-day survival game required a lot of spirit power consumption. With these 500 stones from Cameron, Genevieve finally saved up enough stones to upgrade her territory to level 3. After trading again with Cameron, he said, "Boss, I'll work hard at mining. If you have any equipment or items, let me know. I'll trade them slightly above market prices." Genevieve thought about it. Her iron ingots were only enough to build intermediate wooden arrow towers. 2 basic iron arrow towers still lacked more than 700 iron ingots. Since Cameron had mines and was straightforward in transactions, she could try treating him as a primary trading partner. Chapter 33, the next day 7. Genevieve planned to add Cameron as a major trading friend, so she sent the data of the green quality armor and cabbage, along with a message. "I need a large amount of iron blocks." This was green quality equipment that could save lives. It was absolutely precious at this time. Cameron responded quickly, "Okay, I'll trade with you tomorrow. Please hold them for me, Honored Senior." After trading 2 pieces of equipment with Cameron, Genevieve didn't plan to trade with anyone else. She didn't want other players to know her situation. Since everyone was in the same village group, even if they traded privately, it could still leak out. Cannon sought Genevieve for private purchases of meat, vegetables, and wood. Later, Genevieve traded fish meat for wood with Cannon, exchanging 2,000 pieces of wood for 2 pounds of second-grade fish meat and meat. Cannon was very talkative, so Genevieve didn't have to beat around the bush, and he revealed his situation. On the second day of the post-apocalyptic survival game's appearance, his officer father had him log in and top up for the game. So he topped up for talents and skills. Cannon didn't say what talents he got, and Genevieve didn't ask. "I once read a fantasy novel where someone could strip others of their innate skills. Since we've been transported to another world which seems like a fantasy world, it's best not to tell others about your top-up history," Genevieve said. She felt that Cannon might be young, thinking she was the first player to log into the post-apocalyptic survival game and had also topped up, so he wasn't very guarded around her. Thinking of her younger brother, Genevieve couldn't help but say a few more words, though whether he listened was up to him. "Cannon, got it, thank you, Honored Senior." Seeing that Cannon understood her meaning, Genevieve smiled slightly. According to Cannon, he chose a random location for entry and ended up on an ice plain. There were only small amounts of stone resources around his territory, and mostly terrestrial and aquatic monsters. So, almost all the materials for his territory construction came from killing monsters. Judging by how much wood he wanted to trade, Genevieve guessed his wall was wooden. As he put it, "In this damn place, pouring water on wooden houses immediately freezes them, increasing their defense value by several dozen points. Pouring water a few times on wooden walls makes their defense comparable to stone walls elsewhere." At first, Genevieve thought Cannon's luck was really bad being randomly assigned to the ice plane. But then she considered that he could get second-grade fish meat and beast meat, indicating that his topped-up talent must have boosted his combat power. He could even find treasure chests, so his luck wasn't that bad after all. Baxter also sought private trades with Genevieve, wanting to trade a white-quality greenhouse blueprint for first-grade beast meat and wood. This blueprint was quite practical for Genevieve, so she agreed. White-quality greenhouse, area 100 square meters, can plant crops. Required materials, stone blocks 50, wooden planks 10, glass 10, iron blocks 5, adhesive 1. Genevieve only had 2 pieces of glass. Adhesive cost 1 silver coin per bottle from the bracelet mall, so she planned to think about it after the next beast tide. Maybe she could obtain glass from treasure chests. I hate, Boone, and I don't believe Evil all wanted to privately trade with Genevieve. However, they didn't have anything remarkable, just trading some stones for bottles of purified water with her. These 3 also asked Genevieve to inform them if she obtained or found any useful drops. These 7 players were confident that Genevieve would obtain plenty of equipment and items. Genevieve suspected it was because she had made headlines several times on the global channel, leading them to believe she was very powerful. After talking with Cameron and the others, Genevieve remembered that she had appeared on the global channel again today, so she opened it. Today, there were 2 new global announcements. One was about Genevieve's first kill of a 4th-grade monster. The other was about Jin, who had upgraded his leader to level 3 on the second day of entering the Wasteland world. That was impressive. She had the siphon and critical strike talents, and there was a relatively clear stream near her territory as well as abundant wood resources. Still, it would take her a couple of days to gather enough materials for 2 basic iron arrow towers to upgrade her territory to level 3, even with good luck. For Jin to achieve this so quickly, either his territory had an iron mine nearby, or his topped-up talent gave a boost to territory construction. Thinking about the tremendous changes that had occurred in Cameron's life due to Jin's influence. Perhaps, before entering the Wasteland world, the country arranged for someone to provide Jin with the materials needed to upgrade his territory as much as possible, allowing him to upgrade faster than other players. The top 10 lords who reached level 5 on the territory ranking list could have 100 migration slots. As long as they were friends and both agreed to migrate, a temporary one-way teleportation array would appear between the two territories, allowing the migrant to reach the receiving territory through the array. At that time, the migrant's territory would merge into the receiving territory, and the area of the migrant's territory would only retain half of its original size. After reaching level 6, a territory could receive 1,000 migrating players. Level 7 could receive 10,000, and level 8 could receive 10 million. Beyond that, Genevieve wasn't sure. In the 11th month after entering the wasteland world in her previous life, the military did everything it could to upgrade Jin's territory to level 8. However, by then, there were only a few million people left on Aqua Earth. Genevieve didn't know why this was not mentioned in the end-time survival strategy. But Genevieve told her family and had them prepare, planning to upgrade her territory to level 5 within half a year. Then she could speak directly on the world channel, contacting all her family and relatives, bringing them all to her territory. Of course, Genevieve had no ambition to reign alone. As the territory levels increased, the monsters' levels would increase even faster. She did not want to face endless waves of beasts with just dozens of players. So when Jin's territory could accommodate all the people from Huaxia, she would consider migrating to Jin's territory if circumstances allowed. To reunite with her parents and little brother as soon as possible, Genevieve was determined to secure the opportunity for her territory to receive migrants. Genevieve reviewed the information about her first kill of a 4th-grade monster on the World Channel. Congratulations to Village 33,333's resident Tiang Guangyi for the first kill of a 4th-grade monster, gaining 2 points of world prestige. This notification clearly stated the village number where Genevieve was located. Her parents and little brother would surely be happy upon seeing this message. Her father could judge from the village number that he and Genevieve were very close, possibly able to contact each other within the town cluster. Chapter 34, the next day 8. Genevieve's guess was right. Anson, using the guide provided by his daughter for the desolate world, managed to find the dungeon just as its entrance was about to disappear, quite luckily. He spent more than 6 hours completing it, gaining a large amount of experience and copper coins. When he returned to his territory in the evening and checked his bracelet information, he saw his daughter's latest message. Anson couldn't help but speak excitedly to himself. Helen is in village 33333, while I'm in village 33335. Once my level reaches level 5, I can post messages in the town group chat, where she will see me. His territory level could not be upgraded to level 3 within a short period, but his player level could reach level 5 right now. If not for his daughter's warning to wait until after the beast tide before upgrading, he would have been tempted to do so already. How could this child challenge level 4 monsters at this time? Could it be that she risked her safety just to send them information through the world channel? Hopefully, this would be her only. He wasn't sure which village his wife and son were in or if they could contact each other in the town group chat. Mom, look quickly. Sister posted on the world channel today. My sister is really amazing. The world channel only has my sister and another Hua country person, Oriv said happily to Julia. Upon seeing her son's message, Julia immediately opened the world channel and indeed found one message from her daughter among today's updates. Although it was just 2 short lines, Julia read it over a dozen times. This way, she could indirectly know her daughter's whereabouts. Her daughter was already killing level 4 monsters, so she must be doing well. She hoped she hadn't been injured. If she did get hurt, there were healing potions available, everything would be fine. Just, sister is in village 33333, while we are in village 45555. It seems we need to level up to 10 or even 15 to contact sister. We also don't know where Ken is, Oriv said, somewhat disheartened. When his sister gave him instructions back then, Oriv didn't think he'd feel afraid when arriving in the like she had said, given that he was already a big boy. However, upon being transported to an entirely unfamiliar world, Oriv felt truly uneasy and scared. Fortunately, he soon discovered that he could still communicate with his mother. Xianming, today I exchanged water and cabbage for more than 100 iron blocks. Tomorrow, build the intermediate wooden arrow tower, and during the beast tide the day after tomorrow, let the arrow tower handle as many monsters as possible, Julia said. When she first entered the desolate world, Julia wasn't completely unafraid. Her greatest concern was naturally her young son. Upon discovering they were in the same village, she immediately pulled herself together. As long as she and her son followed the guide given by their daughter, they would be fine until their daughter or husband came looking for them. Their main task these few days was to build 5 basic wooden arrow towers and 1 intermediate wooden arrow tower before the beast tide arrived. According to her daughter's estimation, this would give them a chance to make it into the top 1,000 rankings list. The top 1,000 rankings were visible on the world channel for everyone in the Water Blue Star to see. The family agreed to try to enter the top 1,000 rankings so they could track each other down based on their positions. Mom, you build the intermediate wooden arrow tower first. If I have enough materials tomorrow, I'll build it too. During today's dungeon run, I got an iron treasure chest and obtained 2 green quality pure water bottles that boost spirit points. Each bottle adds 5 spirit points, and I used one, adding 10 spirit points, allowing me to cast Spike Trap 5 times continuously, killing a dozen level 1 monsters at once, Oriv said, giving his mother 1 green quality pure water bottle. You drink it, Xianming. This way, you can gain another 10 spirit points, Julia replied. No, sister said we all need to get stronger together. Falling behind in the desolate world can be fatal, Oriv refused. Since entering the desolate world, Oriv, thanks to the guidance of Genevieve beforehand, started off well with safe lodging and no worries about food or water. They had a clear guide direction, preventing them from feeling lost. But leaving the nurturing water blue star for a different world was no small matter. Although Oriv was fortunate enough to be placed in the same village cluster as his mother, and his father and sister had lost contact with them, they could only connect via chat groups but not see each other. Oriv experienced considerable shock. In just 2 short days, the youth matured rapidly, understanding his sister's repeated warnings. He wanted his mother to stay safe, so he had to ensure she kept getting stronger. These past 2 days, Oriv explored the terrain around his territory according to the guide, finding useful resources while killing monsters on the side. Today in the morning, he found the dungeon mentioned in the guide and spent 6 hours killing level 1 monsters inside. Even with the experience halved for killing level 1 monsters after leveling up to level 2, he still obtained more than 30,000 experience points and copper coins, as well as 2 free attribute points and an iron treasure chest as rewards for clearing the dungeon. He allocated both free attribute points to his spirit value, along with the spirit value boost from the green quality pure water. His spirit attribute now exceeded 20 points. His sister would surely praise him when she found out. The iron treasure chest contained not only a green quality pure water but also a green quality spike trap skill book, a green quality wrist guard, green quality tomato seeds, and 10 iron blocks. The spike trap skill was a crowd control skill that consumed 2 spirit points per use, causing 20 or so 2-meter-long spikes to suddenly emerge within a 30 square meter area, lasting for 2 seconds with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The green quality wrist guard provided +5 strength and had 200 durability points. Oriv felt a bit regretful that although the dungeon's rewards were excellent, it would take 5 days to refresh after completion. Yesterday afternoon, he discovered a stone resource point that yielded 1,000 stones daily. Today, after finishing the dungeon, with the addition of 5 points to his strength value, he managed to complete the stone collection before dark. The Guardian hero also found some scattered stone resources around the territory, collecting over 600 stones in one day. Thus, in the next 2 days, he could collect another 2,000 stones. Including the scattered stone resources near his territory, he could mine more than 6,000 stones by the end of the beast tide. Most of the basic materials still relied on his mother. Fortunately, his mother followed his sister's advice and boiled a lot of river water over 2 days. Though the boiled water looked a bit dirty, it was perfectly safe to drink and many players bought it. Additionally, the farming hero recruited by Julia found plenty of edible plants and cut down a lot of wood while exploring the forest during the time when there were no fields to plant. She exchanged these items for quite a few stones. Julia's forest terrain was different from Genevieve's. Genevieve was located at the boundary between the forest and the grassland, benefiting from both terrains. Julia's territory in the forest might as well be called mountainous woods. She landed at the foot of a hill, with a large river nearby and wetlands surrounding the area. She built her territory on the hillside, with varying elevations in the courtyard. Following her daughter's suggestion, she turned it into terraced fields. Julia, along with the farming hero, took advantage of the new player protection period when wild creatures didn't attack people proactively. They spent their days exploring the terrain, cutting trees, and gathering resources. She also found the dungeon in the morning. Chapter 35, the third day. Julia's combat capabilities were far inferior to her son's. Since she couldn't bring planting heroes into the dungeon to kill monsters, it took her a full 9 hours alone to complete the dungeon. Julia earned more than 60,000 experience points and over 60,000 copper coins. This was enough for her player level to surpass level 6. But as per her daughter's advice, she didn't level up. Her son's refusal to heed warnings stood as a clear example before her. In just one dungeon run, he lost out greatly on gains. What delighted Julia most was that there were 8 gold coins in her bracelet mall wallet. Many resources in the bracelet system could now be purchased. 8 gold coins allowed her to buy seeds of 20 different green quality plants. This way, she could continuously gain experience while enhancing both hers and her son's attributes by consuming the plants. She selected varieties of green quality seeds which neither she nor her son had tasted before. Among them, 11 plants could enhance mental power, with 3 types each to enhance strength, agility, and constitution. However, perhaps due to spending too much time clearing the dungeon, her rewards weren't as plentiful as her son's. She only obtained 1 free attribute point and 1 wooden treasure chest. Julia added the free attribute point to her mental attribute value. After entering the wasteland world, she felt profoundly that every additional point in her mental attribute decreased the maturation time of crops grown using her planting talent. White quality crops maturation time reduced by 10%, and green quality crops maturation time by 1%. Only 3 common items were obtained from her wooden treasure chest: bread, bottled purified water, and a 200-gram pack of salt. While exploring the surrounding territory, Julia didn't find any treasure chests, but she did gather edible spiky fruits and obtained 2 green quality spiky fruits yesterday. Krista and Son shared these equally, adding 1 point to each of their strength, without which Julia might not have been able to complete the dungeon today. Julia and Oriv both hoped that the other would build the intermediate wooden arrow tower first. In the end, Oriv could not convince his mother otherwise, so she went ahead and built the intermediate wooden arrow tower first. After all, in terms of strength, Oriv had a greater chance of making it into the top 1,000 players. With this intermediate wooden arrow tower, his chances of getting into the tournament were even higher. Better to get at least one in, providing that father-daughter duo a clear direction. Once they found her son, naturally they wouldn't overlook her. Ever since rebirth, Genevieve has been guessing whether her little brother and mother were placed in the same village. In her previous life, after arriving in Jin's territory, through exchanges with other players, she learned that although many teenagers between 15 and 18 years old did not directly join the same area as their relatives when entering the wasteland world, there was a significant probability that direct family members would end up in the same village. In her previous life, not only did Genevieve lack information about her mother and little brother, but even her father had no clues. Therefore, it was almost certain that the little brother was with the mother and likely quite far away from them. This time around, after drawing the premonition talent, Genevieve used it to predict this matter. The result gave her a vague feeling that her mother and little brother were indeed together, and that both would be fine for the next 10 days to half a month, thus alleviating part of her worries. On the second night of the wasteland world, Genevieve no longer carried the sentiments she did during the first night. After practicing until she was tired, she simply lay down and fell asleep, even forgetting to open the wooden treasure chest. It was the third day in the wasteland world. Early in the morning, Genevieve opened a wooden treasure chest to cheer herself up. Again, it was bread and water, along with a women's cotton jacket. 2 sets were obtained after triggering a critical hit. Genevieve wasn't disappointed because at this stage, regular players considered themselves lucky if they drew bread and water. As for the women's cotton jacket, players in her previous life might not have cared much, but the Flower Country players this time would certainly treat it as a treasure. Because survival game strategies explained that after the newbie protection period, the world would enter a cold period lasting 3 months. Genevieve's blue-quality protective suit emitted a faint heat in temperatures no lower than -50 degrees Celsius, preventing people from feeling too cold. However, doing so consumed durability, faster in lower temperatures. Therefore, she definitely needed to wear warm clothing over the protective suit to reduce its durability consumption. Genevieve uploaded the bread and water to the trading interface and saw that all of her uploads from last night had been exchanged. She stored the women's cotton jacket in the living room storage cabinet, which she made using a wooden crafting station. Without spatial attributes, it could only store items with no expiration dates. That morning, Genevieve spent her time in the forest, harvesting berries, mining rocks, chopping down 200,000 units of wood, and then searching according to her memory for the wooden treasure chest she encountered in her past life. Either her memory was faulty or the timing was wrong, but she couldn't find the wooden treasure chest. Although she couldn't find the wooden treasure chest, Genevieve recalled that there seemed to be a nest of mouse monsters near her territory in her previous life. In the early days of her arrival in the wasteland world, she relied on these mouse monsters for survival. For ordinary players, mouse monsters were easier to deal with than the large wild monsters in the forest and dropped mouse meat, making them more cost-effective than killing ant monsters. Currently, 3 of her 4 physical attribute values had exceeded 100, but her agility value was less than 5 points. Genevieve didn't know what severe consequences such an imbalanced attribute would have on her body. But during battles, she could feel that her speed wasn't fast enough, which greatly limited her combat effectiveness in close-range fights. Even with equipment that added 20 points to her agility, she still couldn't achieve the quick attacks she desired. Fighting alone was manageable, but in group battles, she either had to rely on strength or use spell attacks. This worked when the wild monster levels were low, but encountering high-level wild monsters with extremely high agility, she could be kite-beaten by them. Since mouse monsters could increase her agility, she absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Following her memory from her previous life, Genevieve searched for where the mouse monsters appeared. Half an hour later, she found the mouse den she remembered. The nearly 1-meter-wide entrance wasn't hard to locate, it was just difficult to completely clear out the nest. In her past life, she used fire to smoke out the mouse monsters, forcing them to jump out one by one. But for Genevieve, who now had over 100 strength points, this wasn't a problem. She dug down from the entrance and, within an hour, created a 2-meter-wide, 20-meter-deep underground tunnel. Throughout this process, mouse monsters kept attacking her, but they were all killed with a single shovel strike. What surprised Genevieve was finding a wooden treasure chest and an iron treasure chest in the den of the Mouse King. In her previous life, she found the wooden treasure chest on the first day outside exploring the wasteland world, but on the third day this time around, it was gone, and she had never seen an iron treasure chest before. She suspected that these 2 chests might have been randomly dropped nearby by the wasteland world and later moved into the den by the mouse monsters. Both chests were very dirty but not broken. They likely tried to gnaw through them but failed. To verify her hypothesis, Genevieve opened the wooden treasure chest. Chapter 36, The Third Day 2. The wooden treasure box opened by Lorena yielded 3 items, bread and water, along with a white-quality skill book, Gathering. In her previous life, the first wooden treasure box she picked up contained these exact 3 items. In her previous life, Mariam felt as if she had found a treasure trove. The water and bread helped her chop down plenty of wood during the novice protection period. This white-quality Gathering skill book helped her survive the difficult days without food after the novice protection period ended. This time around, Mariam considered them a waste of backpack space and put all of them on the trading interface to exchange for iron blocks. Mariam dug out a monster nest again, killing 358 level 1 rat monsters, 15 level 2 rat monsters, and 1 level 3 rat king. After triggering a critical hit, she gained a total of 6,310 experience points and 6,310 copper coins, absorbing 6.31 agility points. During the process of killing the rat monsters, a white-quality skill book, Gathering, and a bottle of white-quality healing potion dropped. When the white-quality healing potion dropped and triggered a critical hit, 2 bottles were obtained. The Rat King dropped a wooden treasure box, and after triggering a critical hit, received 2 wooden treasure boxes. Due to the limited space in her backpack, Mariam did not open the iron treasure box but planned to return to the territory and then open it. Throughout the morning, Mariam did so much that she only consumed half of her stamina, and after eating lunch, it returned to full value. At noon, she arrived at the grassland, collected Shayla fruits, and mined stone materials. 4 white quality berries and Shayla fruits, Mariam could only indulge herself momentarily, they couldn't even restore a bit of stamina. She also placed them on the trading interface, setting them at 2 copper coins per fruit, limiting each person to buy no more than 3. One could say this was half selling and half giving away, which would allow some players to gain more stamina to mine more materials. Next, she naturally headed towards the beehives where Mariam contributed significantly. This group of bee monsters could be said to be Mariam's first golden opportunity in the desolate world. For the current Mariam, the entire process of stirring up the beehive was no longer thrilling or exciting. This time, she killed over 3,200 level 1 bee monsters, 82 level 2 bee monsters, 9 level 3 bee monsters, and 1 level 4 bee monster. Including those from critical hits, she gained a total of 44,900 experience points and 44,900 copper coins, absorbing 44.35 mental points. Despite the significant increase in mental points, Mariam didn't feel any discomfort. However, her concern remained, with strength and constitution values both exceeding 100, while her agility was still pitifully in single digits. Unfortunately, there were no wild monsters nearby that allowed her to rapidly increase her agility. Mariam hoped for the refreshment of the dungeon, hoping that the wild monsters inside could boost agility. Otherwise, she would have to spend a large sum of money to purchase agility-enhancing potions from the Bracelet Mall. A level 3 bee monster dropped a bottle of white-quality stamina recovery potion, a pair of white-quality combat boots that add 5 agility points, and 4 wooden treasure boxes, including those from critical hits. During the process of killing bee monsters, a white-quality large knife, a bottle of white-quality stamina recovery potion, and a white-quality skill book, Gathering, dropped. The level 4 bee monster dropped a green-quality fireplace blueprint and 1 wooden treasure box. After triggering a critical hit, double portions were received. Mariam casually opened a wooden treasure box and didn't know whether to say her luck was good or bad. It was bread and purified water again, along with a white-quality skill book, Gathering. After triggering a critical hit, she got double portions. Was she disturbing the nest of white-quality Gathering skill books today? She kept getting 6 white-quality Gathering skill books in a row. Mariam tossed them onto the trading interface without looking, slightly lowering the price for the white-quality Gathering skill books. Perhaps because the survival game in the apocalypse mentioned the role of Gathering skill books, Lilu's listing was instantly snapped up. In the early stages of entering the desolate world in her previous life, white-quality Gathering skill books were the easiest to obtain. Monsters frequently dropped them, and wooden treasure boxes often included them, unlike other skill books mostly found in treasure boxes. Therefore, she wasn't afraid that people would deduce her innate skills from it. They would only think her combat value was decent and her luck was pretty good. In the remaining hours, Mariam expanded the grassland map to find more herbs. However, her luck seemed to run short today, finding only a small amount of white-quality antidote herbs, enough only to refine 10 bottles of antidote. Before nightfall, Mariam returned to the territory and entered the wooden house, opening the iron treasure box she dug from the rat nest. Green quality bread times 5, spatial stone times 3, 500 milliliters green quality agility enhancing pure water times 1, 500 milliliters green quality constitution enhancing pure water times 1, green quality Gathering skill book times 1. Receiving double portions after triggering a critical hit. Mariam no longer thought that her luck was poor today. She was short on inventory slots and wanted to clear out some items later to make space for the tomorrow, but she unexpectedly obtained 6 spatial stones, expanding her inventory by 30 more slots. What made her most delighted was that she received green quality pure water to increase constitution. After drinking 2 bottles, her constitution value increased by 10 points. As for the green quality pure water that would add 10 agility points, she planned to drink it during the beast tide tomorrow to increase her agility while restoring stamina. The Gathering skill Mariam had previously learned was white quality. Learning the green quality skill book would automatically replace the white quality one, so it wasn't considered learning an additional skill. Gathering skill, green quality requires 1 mental point per use. When gathering, there's a 20% chance to obtain green quality plants or seeds. Coverage area is 100 square meters with a cooldown time of 1 minute. The green quality bread also came at just the right time. If she felt hungry while dealing with the beast tide, she could eat bread as a quick solution. Mariam didn't gather many herbs on the grassland today, but she did collect a plant called white root herb that she loved in her previous life. Although white root herb is white quality and can neither restore stamina nor satisfy hunger for Mariam, its appearance and taste somewhat resemble water spinach, but it's tastier than water spinach. She loved it in her past life. For dinner, she cooked white root herb with 1 pound of level 3 monster meat. Originally, she thought she could only eat half before feeling full, but she finished it all and still felt satisfied. After eating her fill, she began meditating. 4 hours later, she stopped, still unable to increase her constitution points. Mariam was not disappointed. Although her constitution value didn't increase, the meditation helped her body adapt better to the rapidly increasing attribute values. However, after meditating for such a long time on the body forging technique, she felt hungry again. Mariam couldn't bear to eat any more level 3 monster meat. Today, killing level 3 rat monsters only got her 1 pound of rat meat. The processed rat meat looked similar to wolf meat, so Mariam had no psychological barriers against eating it. But since her stock of level 3 monster meat was limited, she needed to consume the remaining level 2 monster meat before it became ineffective. She switched to eating level 2 monster meat, and after eating 4 pounds, she finally felt full. Chapter 37, the third day 3. After having a hearty meal, taking a bath, Genevieve prepared to log into the village group chat. Before that, she opened another wooden treasure chest. Apart from bread and bottled purified water, fortunately, the third item was not another collection skillbook but a pair of women's cotton pants. Genevieve did not upload the bread and purified water to the trading interface but placed them directly on the wooden table in the living room. She put the cotton pants in the storage cabinet in the living room to avoid occupying backpack space. The purified water and bread she had uploaded to the trading interface during the day could be considered drops from running dungeons. It was already evening now. Uploading again would easily make people guess that she obtained these items by opening treasure chests. She tapped the bracelet screen, first entering the world channel to check. There were no new global announcements today. The latest announcement was still about Jin's territory reaching level 3 yesterday. Genevieve glanced at the total number of Water Blue Star players displayed at the top of the world channel. Today, more than 2,000 players had logged out. And 7 villagers from village 33333 had also logged out. The villagers of 33,333 were very uneasy about losing 7 people at once today, and they discussed it for a long time in the village group chat. Today, only over 100 players from 33333 remained in the village group unable to speak. With early warnings from reborn players and the government encouraging players to start ahead, the players from Hua Hua country entered the desolate world prepared. Up until now, they had been in the desolate world for 3 days, yet more than 100 players had failed to build even a level 1 wooden house or fence. These players either encountered significant issues with their environment or health or were too apathetic. Genevieve couldn't save those players. Although she had white-quality body recovery agents, she didn't have enough to supply many people. Players who couldn't speak in the village group chat could still trade on the trading channel, but without direct contact, it was impossible to specify trading items. Over the past 2 days, she sold a lot of water, wood, and some white-quality food at low prices to ensure that players in village 33333 wouldn't die from dehydration and would have enough wood to build level 1 wooden walls and small wooden houses. She had done what she could. She had learned in her previous life not to feel helpless when powerless. Today, the main discussions in the village group chat revolved around dungeons. Many players found new dungeons today. Since death in a dungeon wasn't real death but teleportation out, players who found dungeons kept going inside to farm. Genevieve quickly scanned all the posts related to dungeons. There were no players claiming to finish a dungeon in a day. Most players said they were killed after killing 10 to 20 level 1 monsters. Some players claimed they killed 500 or 600 level 1 monsters. One such player was You This Dead Ghost. Perhaps influenced by Genevieve's advice yesterday, although You This Dead Ghost boasted about the number of monsters he farmed, he didn't describe the process or mention any loot. Killing 10 level 1 monsters was enough for a level 1 player to reach level 2. When level 2 players returned to level 1 dungeons, they gained less experience and currency, but they had the ability to complete the dungeons. Genevieve received 3,000 friend requests today. She checked each one, none of which had usernames she recognized. In her previous life, she only met her father before entering the desolate world, forgetting to add other relatives and friends. However, Genevieve had asked Anson and Julia about the usernames of her relatives but found none this time. As for the friends she had in village 33333 in her previous life, she couldn't recognize any of them either. In her previous life, everyone used their real names, while in this life, everyone used usernames, making it impossible to match identities. The 7 friends she added yesterday sent her private messages. Aspen, Herschel sir, I farmed a dungeon today and dropped a white-quality cotton coat manufacturing blueprint. Do you want it? Of course, she wanted it. The cotton she planted would mature in 7 days. With both cotton and the blueprint, she could manufacture cotton coats on the crafting station and sell them. During the upcoming freezing period, cotton coats would definitely be in high demand. Being able to farm dungeons and get loot meant that Aspen had likely killed at least 30 to 40 monsters. Aspen was quite smart not to list the cotton coat blueprint on the trading channel. At this moment, few could afford the price. Genevieve suspected that Aspen might be someone familiar from her previous life in village 33333, as all the luck seemed concentrated on blueprints. Most loot from farming monsters was blueprints, and so were items from treasure chests. But her luck varied. The blueprints she got were mostly common and of lower value. Aspen showed a strong resemblance to that woman. Genevieve considered herself to have been quite lucky this life, as she had only obtained 1 blueprint so far. Genevieve thought about the beast tide tomorrow. I'll give you 3 white-quality loaves of bread, 1 bottle of white-quality healing potion, 1 bottle of white-quality stamina recovery potion, and a white-quality longsword with +5 attack power, Genevieve said. This price would be too low in a few days, but today it was undoubtedly a high offer. Aspen, Senior, you're giving too much, I don't dare to accept it. Tomorrow is the beast tide. In future trades, I won't offer such a high price anymore, Genevieve briefly explained. Given her estimate of Aspen's strength, with these supplies, Aspen had a significant chance of surviving the beast tide. Aspen, thank you, Senior. I'm incredibly grateful. Lloyd left a message saying that he had spent too much time in the dungeon today and hadn't been able to mine the iron blocks Genevieve needed, hoping she could wait for him another day. Genevieve replied affirmatively and still gifted him the green quality armor, asking him to replenish the iron blocks over the next 2 days. Lloyd was also extremely grateful. The other 5 friend players chatted with her about their experiences in the dungeons today and jokingly asked why she had acquired so many white-quality gathering skill books from the dungeons. Genevieve checked her trading results for the day. Today she completed 75,700 transactions, about 10,000 fewer than yesterday. She obtained a total of 75,220 stones, 222 wood pieces, 355 withered grasses, 1,233 iron ores, 4 glass pieces, 2 white-quality blueprints, and 670 copper coins. The iron blocks traded today were significantly more than yesterday, enough for her to build 2 level 1 iron arrow towers. With all materials ready, Genevieve upgraded her territory to level 3. It took half an hour to complete the upgrade, during which Genevieve continued browsing her trading interface. Among the nearly 75,000 transactions today, only about 10,000 were for water, while over 60,000 were for exchanging wood. She listed 200,000 wood pieces, now only 80,000 remained. Her boiled water sold out again, but 80 tons of creek water still remained from the initial 120 tons. This indicated that very few players lacked water now, focusing more on developing their territories. Except for the creek water, all the food she listed sold out, with many players leaving messages asking her to restock. Chapter 38, the third day 4. Genevieve saw many messages in the village group calling for Youngwang to restock. So she listed all the 500 plus pieces of first-grade rat meat she harvested today. Many players said they had collected a lot of beast meat while grinding dungeons and could eat meat tonight. Of course, there were also players lamenting their bad luck, saying they killed monsters that didn't drop anything. How tragic. If not for her talent in absorbing attribute points, Genevieve would be one of those lamenting as well. Her ant dungeon did not drop any beast meat either. So when she uploaded so much first-grade rat meat, others would just guess it was from her dungeon runs. As for whether players would marvel at her ability to kill over 500 wild beasts in a day, Genevieve didn't care. As the player who made headlines the most in the previous world, her powerful strength was normal. Genevieve uploaded the 240 liters of boiling water she made while cooking to the trading interface. She then added more wood, increasing her stockpile to 200,000 pieces. After setting everything up, she configured a 2-hour limited time sale at 2 copper coins per piece of wood with a limit of 200 pieces per player. She did this in the hope that some players could have enough wood to build a basic wooden arrow tower. For ordinary players, having a primary arrow tower in the territory during the first beast tide would greatly increase the chances of survival. In the early stage of entering the barren world, players lacked all kinds of resources. It was rare to get resources, so unless necessary, players would never use them for trade. Therefore, Genevieve specially set up wood purchases with copper coins. Many players earned copper coins from dungeon runs today, and as money, if people thought the price was suitable and they needed it, no one would hesitate to buy. Sure enough, as Genevieve expected, once this order was posted, the transaction volume rose rapidly, and within 5 minutes, nearly 40 or 50,000 pieces of wood were sold. She looked at the situation and replenished another 50,000 pieces of wood. Just as Genevieve finished configuring the trading channel and was about to log out, suddenly, she felt her vision blur slightly. When her sight cleared, she found herself in a much larger living room. At the same time, she heard the game announcement. Congratulations to player Ellis for becoming the second player to upgrade the territory to level 3, rewarded with 2 free attribute points, 1 iron treasure chest. Congratulations to Ellis, a villager of village 33333 in town 3333, for being the first to upgrade the territory to level 3. The town chat function and trading function have been activated. Reward, 2 free attribute points, 1 iron treasure chest. Without world fame points, this information wouldn't be broadcasted on the world channel. However, the following announcement would be notified within the town group. Genevieve opened the chat interface and immediately saw an additional town 3333 chat group. Upon entering, she saw at the top of the group, 995951. The number 1 meant that currently, she was the only person chatting in the town group. During these 3 days, among the 100,000 people in town 3333, over 400 people died, which was far fewer than in the previous life, but any death couldn't make people happy. Opening the family group, Genevieve indeed saw that her father's previously unreachable grey nickname turned into a yellow-green one indicating imminent contact possibility. This meant her father was in one of the villages of town 3333, but because he hadn't unlocked his speaking rights in the town group yet, he couldn't directly contact Genevieve. Once her father's territory was upgraded to level 3 or his player level reached level 5, they could chat privately. In the previous life, it wasn't until a month later that someone started the town group, and Genevieve and her father only discovered each other after villages 33333 and 33,335 merged. Although she still couldn't contact her father directly now, knowing that her father was in town 3333 like in the previous life made Genevieve very happy. Before entering the barren world, Genevieve and her mother provided her father and younger brother with enough wood to upgrade to a level 3 territory. They also gave her father and brother each 99 tons of stream water to exchange for some essential basic supplies. Her father could mine stones himself, plus his own talent. She believed that her father's territory would be upgraded to level 3 within the next few days, allowing them to contact each other then. Since she was the only one who could speak in the town group, Genevieve wasn't interested in talking to herself and exited without saying anything. She previously told her family to try not to expose their relationship in front of others, so she didn't need to convey any messages to her father through the village group. However, although she was the only one who could post in the town trading channel, all townspeople could silently buy. Genevieve posted 4 trading orders on the town trading channel. 1 liter of stream water, 2 copper coins, 2 stones, 5 wood, 10 dried grass. 10 liters of stream water, 2 iron blocks, 1 copper block, 1 glass, 1 white quality blueprint. 1 wood, 4 copper coins. 5 woods, 2 stone blocks, 10 dried grass. 50 woods, 2 iron blocks, 1 copper block, 1 glass, 1 white quality blueprint. Although Genevieve's listings on the town trading channel were twice as expensive as those in the village group, they were much cheaper than the trading prices at this time in her previous life. Most players who had cleared dungeons could afford them. As soon as she posted her trading orders, the transaction quantity for exchanging 1 liter of stream water for 2 copper coins, 2 stones, 5 woods, 10 dried grass was quickly changing. The trading orders for exchanging would also saw some changes. After exiting the bracelet interface, Genevieve checked the rewards she received from upgrading her territory. She swiftly added the 4 free attribute points to her constitution value and then opened the iron treasure chest. Gold coins times 5, space stones times 5, glasses times 5, green quality bread times 5, 500 milliliters green quality pure water that enhances physical strength times 2. She got double rewards due to a critical hit. Genevieve took out the green quality pure water that enhances physical strength. Drinking 100 milliliters can permanently increase physical strength by 5 points, with a maximum of 50 points. Genevieve had not been leveling up, so her physical strength had always been at 100 points. Therefore, the biggest restriction for her when fighting higher-level monsters was insufficient physical strength. With this additional 50 points, combined with the fact that stronger constitution means less consumption of physical strength, she could last longer now. Genevieve directly used the 10 space stones, adding 50 more slots to her backpack space. Only then did Genevieve have time to take a look at her upgraded territory. The area of the wooden house increased to 120 square meters, and the defense value increased to 20,000 points. When Genevieve was upgrading the wooden house, she added a 10 square meter storage room and a side bedroom in the settings. The bedroom's size remained unchanged, so the living room became much wider. 3 pieces of glass were added to the materials of the 3rd level wooden house, and a window was opened in both the living room and the bedroom. The living room had a 2 meter double glass window, making the light inside much brighter. Through the glass window, Genevieve saw the rice in the courtyard that had already formed ears. The total area of the 3rd level territory expanded to 600 square meters, extending towards the forest side. The trees within the extended range turned into planks and were automatically stored in her backpack space. The nearly 10-meter high stone wall was very sturdy, with the defense value increased to 50,000 points. Chapter 39, Day 3-5. Genevieve walked out of the courtyard and saw that both the front and backyards now each had 2 20-meter high arrow towers. Even the original 10-meter tall had been heightened by 5 meters. Intermediate wooden arrow tower. Construction materials: wood times 2,000, iron blocks times 100, stone blocks times 50, rubber bands times 10. Attack power, 100. Attack range, 100 meters radius. Attack frequency, 1 arrow 3 seconds. Consumption rate, 20 wood and 2 iron blocks hour. Basic iron arrow tower. Construction materials: wood times 800, iron blocks times 500, stone blocks times 20, rubber bands times 10. Attack power, 200. Attack range, 100 meters radius. Attack frequency, 1 arrow 3 seconds. Consumption rate, 5 iron blocks and 8 wood hour. After surveying her territory, Genevieve sighed, reminded of her difficult previous life. In her past life, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't upgrade her territory to level 3 before a level 10 monster appeared. During the beast tide, her wooden walls were broken, and she retreated into the wooden house waiting for death. Fortunately, a good friend from the same village gave her 10 wooden planks, allowing her to repair the durability of the wooden house and survive until the end of the beast tide. Until today, Genevieve cannot forget the despair of waiting for death at that time. In this life, she absolutely refuses to let history repeat itself. At this moment, the mechanical voice, which only appears at crucial moments, suddenly sounded in Genevieve's ears. Hello, newcomers from Aquamarine Star. Your 3-day novice protection period is now over. From now on, you will face the cruel world directly, and only those who strive to improve themselves can possibly survive. At 8 in the morning, you will face the first wave of the Beast Tide test. Only players who have completed the level 1 territory building task will have a chance to survive, while dead players are truly dead. Struggle and work hard for your lives. May the gods bless you. As the mechanical voice stopped, Genevieve felt as if an invisible barrier was suddenly broken, and the sky seemed a bit brighter instantly. She experienced this feeling in her past life too, but it was clearer this time around. Genevieve looked at the time, 12:03 a.m. Time-wise, it was already the 4th day of entering the desolate world. A gust of wind brought a chill, and Genevieve felt the temperature drop significantly. The previously vague roar of beasts from the forest direction gradually became clear, and she even heard rustling sounds coming closer outside the wall. Then, the basic wooden arrow towers in the front yard shot 3 wooden arrows whoosh, followed by low growls of injured wild monsters. A few seconds later, Genevieve's backpack gained 2 pieces of level 1 wolf meat, along with 10 experience points and 10 copper coins. Genevieve felt that the thick stone walls made her feel so secure. After turning back into the wooden house, she opened the village group chat. She saw that the originally quiet village group was now boiling due to the announcement by the mechanical voice. Although players who had read the guide for survival games knew they would face a beast tide the next day, everyone always harbors. Who could guarantee that the guide is completely accurate? What if something goes wrong? Now there was no what if. Even though many knew about the beast tide tomorrow, many players still panicked. This beast tide is different from grinding in dungeons. Once dead, you're really dead. Living in a peaceful era for a long time, many Huagua people have never even killed a chicken, let alone wild beasts fiercer than tigers and lions. Anyone would be afraid. Seeing the fear and uncertainty spreading in the village group, Genevieve thought for a moment and sent her first message in the village group chat. I've experienced a beast tide in a survival game, and it said this one is a perfect replication. Here's my summary strategy for the beast tide. 7 waves of monsters will appear during the beast tide. The first wave consists of 5 level 1 monsters appearing sequentially. Those with ranged weapons should attack immediately when the monsters enter range. Those without ranged weapons should position themselves at the doorways and take them down one by one. Since walls and buildings have defensive values, monsters cannot directly rush into structures until these values are depleted. Each impact by a level 1 monster on the wall consumes about 2 defense points. So during the battle, pay attention to the damage to walls and houses and prepare materials to repair them promptly. The second wave is also level 1 monsters, totaling 10. You should kill them one by one, blocking their path. By killing half of them, you'll accumulate enough experience to level up to level 2. At this point, you should decide based on your own situation. If your stamina is below 10 points and you don't have any stamina recovery food, level up immediately. Your stamina will be fully restored after leveling up. Those who are in relatively good condition can wait a bit longer, and level up when the situation starts to deteriorate. While killing monsters, try to figure out the most efficient way to kill them. This not only saves stamina and time but also increases your combat strength. Each wave of monsters has a set time to appear. Try to finish them off before the next wave arrives. Otherwise, if the previous batch hasn't been cleared when the new wave comes, you'll face attacks from both batches simultaneously. Those who can afford stamina recovery potions with copper coins shouldn't skimp. Immediately replenish your stamina when it's low. By the time you reach the 6th wave of level 1 monsters, you'll have enough experience to level up to level 3. At that point, you can upgrade to level 3 because the 7th wave consists of just 2 level 2 monsters, which won't be too difficult to defeat. Genevieve explained very thoroughly, sharing her insights from her past life. She was an ordinary player without any special advantages back then, and such advice might help other ordinary players. Oh, Lord Alger spoke. Thank you, Lord. I was getting really anxious about how to fight the wild beasts. Now I know to block at the doorway, I feel more capable. Same here. Dealing with 5 level 1 monsters at once would be suicide. Blocking at the doorway sounds manageable. Thanks for sharing your experience, Lord. But I need to prepare more wood. Thank you, Lord Alger, for teaching us what to do during the beast tide. I feel less afraid now. Really, thank you so much. I was terrified and didn't know how to deal with the monsters. Just imagining standing at the door and slashing at them like you said, I think I can overcome my fear with effort. Within just 5 minutes, there were thousands of messages thanking Genevieve, almost all unique. Genevieve glanced through the comments. 90% of the players said they didn't know how to handle the monsters and were terrified of facing them outside the walls, let alone dealing with multiple monsters at once. Her advice about blocking at the doorway solved their biggest fear and calmed them down significantly. Actually, many players could figure out the tactic of blocking at the doorway if they were present on the scene and thought flexibly. However, most players lacked experience with the beast tide and didn't know where to start, so they became increasingly anxious as they kept thinking. Chapter 40, The Beast Tide Strategy. What Genevieve did not expect was that the players of 33,333 village would completely accept her strategy for dealing with the beast tide. Not a single player raised objections, not even those few who particularly enjoyed contradicting other players. Genevieve guessed that the 33,333 village players trusted her so much because of her title as the first player to log into this post-apocalyptic survival game. Many players believed she had very reliable information. Moreover, this strategy was based on her first-hand experience with the beast tide and was not difficult to implement, so everyone easily accepted it. Seeing that the strategy she proposed had calmed many players, and that morale in the village group chat was not as low as before, they even started discussing tomorrow's arrangements. Genevieve thought about it and then copied and pasted the beast tide strategy into the town group chat, hoping to help more inexperienced players who were trembling in fear. When some players asked her if they could hide until the beast tide ended instead of going out to kill monsters as long as there were enough materials to repair the defenses such as walls and wooden houses, Genevieve immediately replied to discourage these dangerous thoughts. She told them that the beast tide was not just a crisis but also an opportunity for harvest and growth, accumulating enough experience to face the next one. Facing the same level wild beasts, as long as players bravely wielded their weapons, they actually had a good chance of winning. Players had the advantage of equipment and items, plus the protection from the territory's defense value. As long as players followed Genevieve's strategy bravely, surviving the beast tide would not be difficult. The rewards from the training challenge included either green quality skill books or green quality equipment and item resources, which were extremely important for ordinary players' future development. Even without obtaining the iron treasure chest, players could still gain experience points, copper coins, and drops during the monster killing process, providing sufficient experience points to level up and prepare for any potential wild beasts after the rookie protection period. Seeing that her words changed the player's mindset from living in fear to fighting actively, Genevieve finally sighed in relief. In her previous life, during the first beast tide, some players had repaired the damaged walls continuously with enough materials and stayed inside the territory, surviving the beast tide. But these players received no rewards or gains. Without obtaining materials and experience points, players couldn't improve themselves, and unable to enhance themselves meant they couldn't handle increasingly stronger wild beasts. Furthermore, due to the significant loss of construction materials, the development of their territories stagnated for a long time. As a result, most of the players who barely survived the first beast tide didn't survive the second one. Genevieve, not worried about the beast tide at all, slept soundly through the night and woke up at dawn. After changing from her pajamas into protective gear, the first thing Genevieve did upon entering the living room was to open the iron treasure chest on the wooden table. 10 green quality corn seeds, 2 green quality healing potions, 1 green quality dew fruit, 1 green quality water purifier, 1 green quality hero recruitment card. Critical hit, doubling the reward. Opening so many good items early in the morning made Genevieve feel she was going to have good luck today. Dew fruit, green quality first time consumption adds 1 agility, regular consumption recovers 50 stamina. Genevieve was worrying about her low agility value, every bit helps. She ate 1 dew fruit and kept another for her father. Green quality water purifier, can purify 5 liters of drinking water per day. Genevieve now had enough water, so she gave 1 green quality water purifier to her father and could use the other to exchange for supplies. Genevieve took out the green quality hero recruitment card. It can recruit a hero with each attribute set to 3 points and a designated talent. Players without planting talents needed to spend a lot of time exploring outside to improve themselves and obtain more materials for building. After returning to the territory at night, they still needed to practice and rest, while checking the latest player information to stay informed. Genevieve's daily schedule was already tight. In the future, as her level increased, she would spend less and less time in the territory as she ventured farther. However, as her territory expanded level by level, to harvest more crops, she would need to spend more time cultivating farmland, sowing seeds, and harvesting crops. So Genevieve indeed needed a helper, and this recruitment card came just in time. With 2 hours left before the beast tide, Genevieve used the recruitment card to recruit a female hero with a planting talent. After Genevieve tore open the green quality recruitment card, a beam of green light shot out from the torn part, forming an illusory archway. A woman's shadow appeared behind the archway, rapidly becoming more substantial, and then walked through the archway. This was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, dressed in coarse linen clothing similar to ancient water-blue star people, mechanically bowing to Genevieve. June greets her master. Hero, June. Strength, 4. Agility, 2. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 3. Attack, 9. Defense, 3. Health, 30/30ths. Stamina, 300/300. Talent, planting, can reduce the maturity time of planted plants by 5%, with a 1% chance to plant higher quality plants. June was tall and robust, with rough bronze-colored skin, looking like someone capable of hard work. Only her mechanical and numb expression seemed to lack emotion, akin to a puppet. Genevieve did not know whether these recruited heroes were human or non-human, but they certainly were not puppets. Because they had normal biological instincts such as eating, drinking, and sleeping, and could also feel cold and heat. Looking at June's thin linen clothes, Genevieve thought about the coming colder days and spent 1,000 copper coins from the bracelet mall to buy her a set of white-quality protective clothing with +10 defense. Put on this set of clothes, your main task will be to manage the planting fields in the yard. After hearing Genevieve's words and receiving the protective clothing, June paused, her mechanical facial expression unchanged, but her eyes seemed less hollow. Thank you, master. Genevieve took out the white-quality bread and water from yesterday for June. This is your food for today. Genevieve felt that after June received the food and water, her eyes became more vivid. Thank you for your gift, master. Your daily task from now on will be to manage the planting fields in the yard. There are still some unopened lands in the territory, which you should cultivate according to the lines I have drawn, Genevieve instructed. Yes, master. June performed an ancient bow, took the tools and seeds given by Genevieve, and went out. Chapter 41, The First Wave. Genevieve glanced at the trading interface and noticed that her stockpile of wood listed for sale was running low. Before the beast wave arrived, she headed back into the forest to cut more trees. This was so that if any player's territory walls or wooden houses were severely damaged during the beast wave, they could purchase wood for repairs promptly. Perhaps influenced by Genevieve's supply of inexpensive wood in large quantities, many players in Village 33333 chose to build wooden walls because wood was easier to obtain than stones. Genevieve dared to construct stone walls because she had a good start and natural talent, plus her own territory had stone resources early on, and her father could provide quite a bit as well. Previously, when she ventured outside her territory, Genevieve hadn't felt much concern. But today, the moment she stepped out, she felt the hairs on her body standing up. She had already experienced this before. It was her premonition ability instinctively warning her. Some wild creatures in the forest had noticed her. Sure enough, just as Genevieve entered the forest, she was attacked by a level 1 rabbit monster. With a single light sweep of her +5 attack beginner's machete, the level 1 rabbit monster was instantly killed. Genevieve circled around her territory, cutting down trees within a distance of over 100 meters from the edge of the forest. During the process of chopping trees, she noticed a clear difference. In the past 3 days, hardly any wild monsters appeared, and even if they did, they wouldn't attack her. However, while she was collecting berries in the forest, she encountered 5 level 1 monsters who attacked her voluntarily. While cutting trees, she faced 21 wild monsters, and on her way back, she encountered another 3 level 1 monsters. Before the beast wave arrived, Genevieve had killed 29 level 1 monsters, earning 72 pieces of level 1 monster meat, 410 experience points, and 410 copper coins after a critical hit. Strength increased by 0.1, agility by 0.25, and spirit by 0.06. After returning to her territory, Genevieve uploaded 35,000 pieces of freshly chopped wood. She listed 15,000 units on the village trading channel and another 15,000 on the town trading channel. Since players can earn copper coins by killing monsters during the beast wave, those with wooden walls could buy these woods for repair in an emergency situation. Spending over an hour cutting wood and killing monsters only cost her 30 stamina points, which she quickly recovered after eating some food. As expected, at 9 o'clock, exactly as it happened in her endgame survival game, 5 level 1 rat monsters burst out of the forest. Unlike in the game, however, Genevieve had cleared a space of over 100 meters between the forest and her territory, causing the rats to spend extra time reaching her. Genevieve cast Ice Spike, instantly wiping out all 5 rats. 5 minutes later, 10 level 1 rabbit monsters emerged from the forest. With Ice Spike off cooldown, Genevieve cast it again, wiping out all 10 rabbits. Another 5 minutes later, 15 level 1 bird monsters flew out of the forest. Ice Spike wasn't effective against flying creatures, nor was Fireball. Genevieve took out her energy bow. Though it was called a bow, it resembled a pistol more closely. The energy arrows shot by the energy bow were tangible but transparent, visible only through light refraction to the shooter. The energy arrows didn't require precise aiming, just aiming in the general direction of the target would suffice, as they could automatically seek out and kill their targets. Genevieve fired twice at the bird monsters, wiping them out completely. Only 5 minutes of rest, and this time 20 level 1 squirrel monsters appeared together. These tree-climbing squirrels were hard to catch in the forest, moving like phantoms, making them very difficult to handle in large numbers. But out in the open, without trees to help them, the squirrels lost their speed advantage and were weaker than the rats. Genevieve wasn't willing to waste the energy from her energy bow unless necessary. She continued using her regular Ice Spike to kill monsters. One Ice Spike killed 17 squirrels, and she finished off the remaining ones with Fireball. The 5th wave consisted of 30 level 1 wolf monsters. Genevieve used Ice Spike to kill 12, and finished off the remaining 18 with the energy bow. The 6th wave brought 40 level 1 lizard monsters. A few days ago, during the beast wave in endgame survival, Genevieve found lizard monsters tough with thick skin and high defense, requiring 2 or 3 shots to deplete their health bar. Now, one Ice Spike killed 11 lizard monsters, and the remaining ones died instantly with the energy bow. The 7th wave consisted of 4 level 2 wild bull monsters. These nearly 3 meter long, 2 meter tall bulls not only had high attack power but also high defense. In endgame survival 3 days ago, Genevieve spent half an hour grinding down the health bars of 2 wild bull monsters. Now, she dispatched large wild monsters with a single slash, killing them swiftly and decisively. What annoyed Genevieve was that such a large wild bull monster only dropped 2 pieces of beef. Though each piece of beef weighed 10 pounds, the quantity was still too little, seemingly docked by someone. When the last level 2 bull monster fell, Genevieve heard the expected mechanical announcement in her ears. Ding! Congratulations player Tianyuan Fengguang for being the first to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, 1 free attribute point, and 2 world reputation points. 140 minutes remain until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Players can choose to exit the trial now or continue. During the next phase of the trial, players can stop at any time if they encounter insurmountable danger. In the endgame survival game, Genevieve was also the first to complete the Beast Tide training. However, Jin's territory had leveled up to level 3 earlier than hers, so she assumed this time, the first to complete the Beast Tide training would most likely be Jin. After all, she had the golden finger of rebirth, and Jin had it too, along with his inherent advantage in combat power. But she didn't expect to be the first to complete the Beast Tide trial again. Without hesitation, Genevieve chose to continue the trial. Just like in the Beast Tide in endgame survival, the second round of the trial started with 6 level 2 rat monsters. In endgame survival, Genevieve used an arrow tower due to insufficient stamina to kill these 6 rat monsters. This time, Genevieve solved the problem with just 1 Ice Spike. Her Ice Spike was a blue quality spell that could kill wild monsters below level 10. After killing the 6 rat monsters, Genevieve received the same reward as in endgame survival, a wooden treasure chest for clearing each stage. The third round featured 8 level 2 rabbit monsters, and Genevieve killed 7 with 1 Ice Spike. 1 rabbit was outside the range of the Ice Spike but was immediately slashed dead by Genevieve's thrown machete. Genevieve now had considerable strength. She could throw the heavy machete effortlessly, much like tossing a small knife. Genevieve once again received a passage reward, a wooden treasure chest. Chapter 42, the first session part 2. For the 4th level, 10 level 2 wild wolves appeared. The volume of these wild wolves was larger than tigers on Aquamarine Star. The distance between them wasn't close either, so when Genevieve cast an Ice Spike spell, only 5 were killed. Genevieve then used her large knife like a throwing knife, killing 4 wild wolves, and resolved the last one with a fireball spell. She received another wooden treasure chest as a reward for completing the level. For the 5th level, there were 12 level 2 eagle monsters. The 12 eagles spread their wings in the air above the territory, encircling the entire area. The eagle monsters were extremely vicious. 3 days ago, Genevieve had taken considerable effort to resolve them during the Doomsday survival game. This time she dispatched them with just 2 shots from her energy bow. Genevieve received another wooden treasure chest reward for passing this level. For the 6th level, 2 level 3 lizards appeared. To the current Genevieve, there wasn't much difference between level 2 and level 3 monsters. She only cared about how many monsters there were and whether she could resolve them all with one ice spike spell. Even though the lizard monsters had thick skins and tough defenses, Genevieve's ice spike spell still cleanly eliminated both of them. In the Doomsday survival game, Genevieve had completed the 6th level when the beast tide had arrived. At that time, after killing the 2 lizard monsters, she received a notification. Player Algergarden has completed the additional challenge trial, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest and 2 free attribute points. But this time, after killing the 2 level 3 lizards, she didn't hear any notification about the end of the beast tide. She only received 1 iron treasure chest as a reward, without any other rewards. Genevieve checked the time. It was still over an hour before the beast tide would end. Would more monsters continue to appear? Genevieve soon knew the answer. 5 minutes later, she faced the 7th level with 4 level 3 spider monsters, which she had never killed before. Spider monster, level 3. Attack, 35. Defense, 30. HP, 30. These spiders, with legs spanning 2 to 3 meters, shot out spider silk from afar toward Genevieve. The silk was highly adhesive and toxic. Lower-level players who were caught would quickly become paralyzed if they couldn't escape in time. Genevieve reacted swiftly, casting a fireball at the incoming spider silk. It ignited immediately, spreading flames back to the spider monsters like a lit fuse. The spiders quickly severed the silk, but Genevieve launched another fireball. The fireball exploded upon hitting the spider monster, and its body burned as if covered in super flammable material, instantly enveloped in flames. The burning spider thrashed to escape the flames, but its 8 legs quickly caught fire and turned to ashes. After losing its legs, the spider monster trembled for several seconds before turning into a pile of ash. Despite the gruesome death of that spider, the other 3 charged forward indifferently. Genevieve cast an ice spike spell, wiping out the remaining 3 spiders. She once again received an iron treasure chest as a reward. The 4 spiders dropped a wooden treasure chest and triggered critical hits, resulting in Genevieve receiving a total of 2 wooden treasure chests. Spiders were among the monsters that didn't drop beast meat, which Genevieve disliked the most. For the 8th level, 6 level 3 wild wolves appeared. These level 3 wolves were even bigger, their sprinting speed rivaling meteors. But no matter how fast they were, Genevieve's ice spike spell killed 3 of them instantly. The other 3 dodged critical hits but were nearly dead. 2 of them couldn't avoid the thrown knives, being slashed through the waist. The last wolf had already rushed to Genevieve's side. She leaped forward, swinging her blade overhead, and cleaved the wild wolf into 2 halves. For the 9th level, there were 8 level 3 eagles, easily dispatched by Genevieve with her energy bow. The 10th level featured 1 level 4 wild wolf. Wild wolf, level 4. Attack, 41. Defense, 45. HP, 40. Level 4 monsters had defense and HP close to 90 points, which was difficult for average level 3 or 4 players to handle. But Genevieve's attack power exceeded 200, making it easy to dispatch a level 4 wild wolf with 1 stroke. The decapitated level 4 wild wolf dropped an iron treasure chest, and with the critical hit, she got 2 iron treasure chests. A mechanical voice sounded in her ear. Congratulations to player Algergarden for first completing all extra challenge levels. Reward, 2 silver treasure chests, 5 free attribute points, and 2 points of world reputation. Looking at the meat from the level 4 wolf, Genevieve's lips twitched. Damn, it still dropped 2 pieces of wolf meat. Although the weight increased to 20 pounds per piece, the size of a level 4 wild wolf monster was almost as big as an elephant. This deduction was too severe. Yet there was nowhere to protest. Genevieve checked the time. It was still half an hour before the beast tide would end at 11 o'clock, but the beast tide here had already ended. She still felt unsatisfied and hoped to kill more level 4 monsters. Genevieve waited for over 10 minutes, confirming that no more wild monsters were coming out of the forest to attack her, before she returned to the wooden cabin. Next was naturally her favorite phase of harvesting rewards. In this beast tide, she killed a total of 120 level 1 monsters, triggering 70 critical hits. She obtained 260 pieces of level 1 beast meat, 1,900 experience points, and 1,900 copper coins. She absorbed 0.5 strength, 0.85 agility, and 0.55 spirit. Dropped, white quality healing potion times 2, white quality mana potion times 1. Both drop items triggered critical hits, yielding double portions. She killed a total of 40 level 2 monsters, triggering 25 critical hits. She obtained a total of 130 pieces of level 2 beast meat, 1,300 experience points, and 1,300 copper coins. She absorbed 0.5 strength, 0.4 agility, and 0.4 spirit. Level 2 monsters dropped white quality healing potion times 1, white quality mana potion times 1, white quality gathering skill book times 1, white quality blanket times 1, white quality cotton shoes times 2. Since loot drops from killing monsters were not consecutive, all these dropped resources triggered critical hits and yielded double portions. In the process of killing level 2 monsters, Genevieve obtained 1 iron treasure chest and 4 wooden treasure chests. Genevieve killed a total of 20 level 3 monsters, triggering 12 critical hits. She obtained 64 pieces of level 3 beast meat, 960 experience points, and 960 copper coins. She absorbed 0.22 strength, 0.32 agility, and 0.42 spirit. Including critical hit triggers, Genevieve obtained a total of white quality cotton coat times 3, white quality cotton socks times 10, white quality fireplace blueprint times 2, white quality wooden bed times 2, space stone times 2, white quality healing potion times 2, white quality stamina potion times 2, white quality antidote times 2. During the process of killing level 3 monsters, she obtained a total of 4 iron treasure chests and 20 wooden treasure chests. Finally, Genevieve killed 1 level 4 monster, obtaining 2 pieces of level 4 beast meat, 40 experience points, and 40 copper coins. Absorbed 0.04 agility. She received 2 silver treasure chests and 2 iron treasure chests. Chapter 43 Rankings 1. After checking the gains from killing monsters, Genevieve opened her personal attribute panel to see her latest stats. Player, Tianyuan Herschel. Level 1, 275 331 000. Strength, 104.19, plus 1. Agility, 22.3, plus 20. Constitution, 147. Spirit, 171.93. Attack power, 319.42. Defense power, 147, plus 50. HP, 10/10. SP, 151.50. World prestige value, 25. Talents, absorption, S rank, critical hit, A rank, premonition, D rank. Cultivation method, body forging technique level 2, saber technique level 2. Skills, ice spike, blue quality, gathering, green quality, alchemy, green quality, fireball, white quality. Equipment, blue quality protective suit, green quality agility boots, white quality strength bracelet. Reserve weapons, sonic gun, red quality, saber, blue quality, energy bow, green quality, hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 3. Gold coins, 15.8683 gold coins. Inventory, 210 slots, supplies omitted. Apart from being slightly worried about her low agility value, Genevieve was very satisfied with her other attribute values. After exiting the bracelet interface, Genevieve opened a silver treasure chest. Gold coins times 10, blue quality skill stone times 1, blue quality 500 milliliters purified water times 5, blue quality cabbage seeds times 5, 1L blue quality plant nutrient solution times 2, blue quality headband times 1. Due to triggering a critical hit, Genevieve received double rewards. This silver treasure chest gave Genevieve a pleasant surprise, as it contained an extremely rare skill upgrade card, which was of blue quality. Blue quality skill upgrade card can upgrade skills below blue quality to blue quality. It doesn't upgrade level by level but directly upgrades skills below blue quality to blue quality. Without hesitation, Genevieve used one skill card to upgrade her white quality fireball to blue quality. Fireball, blue quality consumes 5 points of spirit force, simultaneously releases 5 fireballs, cooldown time 20 seconds. The destructive power of fireball seems less impressive than ice spike because its quality is low. Ice spike only has killing power during its validity period, while the fireball will burn until the monster dies after sticking to its body. After upgrading to blue quality, even level 20 wild beasts would be afraid. Genevieve used only one skill upgrade card, reserving the other for her father. She continued to look at the other items obtained from the silver treasure chest. Blue quality purified water, 100 milliliters can restore 100 SP. Blue quality cabbage seeds, after planting, eating 500 grams can increase constitution by 5 points. 1 liter of blue quality plant nutrient solution can upgrade 10 square meters of green quality farmland to blue quality farmland. Genevieve immediately called Oriana and handed her the 2 bottles of blue quality plant nutrient solution. Her father's talent is in refining, so he doesn't handle planting. At this moment, the robotic voice finally announced in Genevieve's ear, the first wave of Beast Tide has ended, results are being tallied. In 2 minutes, the Water Blue Star Human Contribution Ranking, Territory Level Ranking, and Player Level Ranking will be opened. The Prestige Store will open in 10 minutes, limited to 20 minutes for purchasing. Please see the World Channel for details. This announcement was almost identical to the one after the first wave of Beast Tide in her previous life. Genevieve clicked into the World Channel and saw the numbers in the upper left corner. 7.2 billion, 5.2 billion. A total of 2 billion fewer people. In her previous life, this stage had 2.5 billion fewer people. Genevieve checked the number of players in the 3333 town group, and there were 1,834 fewer players compared to before the Beast Tide. In her previous life, the town group wasn't opened yet, so she didn't have comparison data. However, in the 33333 village, there were 21 fewer players, a significant change from nearly 2,000 in her previous life. Genevieve felt a slight relief, as the heavy mood caused by seeing 2 billion deaths lightened up. This time, the first wave of Beast Tide on Water Blue Star killed 500 million fewer people than in her previous life. These 500 million must be the result of the Hua citizens changing the beginning of the game. Her heart is small, as long as the Hua citizens are doing well, she's content. At this time, the World Channel released new information. Genevieve clicked in and saw that the 3 major rankings had been completely refreshed. Contribution ranking, refreshed after each Beast Tide. 1. Tianyuan Herschel, gained 1000 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. 2. Duo Yi A001, gained 990 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 3. Elma, gained 980 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 4. Malia, gained 900 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 5. Junseong A0002, gained 800 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 6. Tianyuan Herschel's son, gained 700 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 7. National Code J363600, gained 600 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 8. National Code X035798, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 9. Chuck of the Pastoral Land, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 10. Ebon, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with National Code X035798 iron treasure chest times 1. 15. Krista of the Pastoral Land, gained 400 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 50. You This Wretch, gained 100 prestige points, rewarded with wooden treasure chest. Genevieve was extremely happy, as her whole family made it onto the rankings. Although she knew that with a different start in this life, there would definitely be a different outcome. It wasn't until she saw the information about her parents and younger brother firsthand that Genevieve finally felt relieved. With great joy, she clicked into the Prestige Store. Prestige Store. S-Rank Talent Upgrade Pill, can upgrade an A-Rank talent to S-Rank. Price, 900 prestige points. A-Rank Talent Upgrade Pill, can upgrade a B-Rank talent to A-Rank. Price, 400 prestige points. B-Rank Talent Upgrade Pill, can upgrade a C-Rank talent to B-Rank. Price, 100 prestige points. C-Rank Talent Upgrade Pill, can upgrade a D-Rank talent to C-Rank. Price, 10 prestige points. Talent Awakening Pill, can randomly awaken 1 talent, grade random. Price, 300 prestige points. In her previous life, having only gained 2 prestige points, Genevieve could only look at the items in the store longingly. Thus, in this life, she didn't hesitate, immediately using 900 prestige points to exchange for the S-Rank Talent Upgrade Pill, upgrading her A-Rank Critical Hit talent, which originally had a 60% chance of double results, to S-Rank. S-Rank talent, Critical Hit, with a 100% chance of double results. This meant that from now on, whether killing monsters or gathering materials, Genevieve would always trigger a critical hit. Genevieve then used 10 prestige points to upgrade her D-Rank Premonition talent to C-Rank. Original D-Rank Premonition, consumes 2 Spirit Force points, can predict the danger level of a certain direction or an event she will undertake, cooldown time 1 day. Current C-Rank Premonition, consumes 5 Spirit Force points, can predict the fortune or misfortune of events in certain directions, cooldown time 8 hours. Afterwards, Genevieve still had 105 prestige points left. She considered spending another 100 prestige points to upgrade her C-Rank Premonition talent to B-Rank but thought better of it after some consideration. The upgraded Premonition talent could make 3 predictions per day, which was sufficient for her needs currently. Surviving in this desolate world required talents that could enhance her own strength. Keeping 105 prestige points allowed for a 10.5% discount when shopping at the Bracelet Mall, which was a long-term strategy. Even the luckiest person couldn't obtain all necessary supplies and would inevitably need to purchase from the Bracelet Mall. Genevieve continued to check the territory level ranking. Chapter 44 Rankings 2. Territory Rank List, refreshes every 10 days. 1. Dwari A001, Level 3 Territory, completion rate 60%, reward 100 gold coins. 2. Pastoral Herschel, Level 3 Territory, completion rate 50%, reward 80 gold coins. 3. Chuck of Pasture, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 90%, reward 70 gold coins. 4. Guobian J363600, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 80%, reward 60 gold coins. 5. Son of Herschel, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 80%, reward 50 gold coins. 6. Fomu A0003, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 70%, reward 40 gold coins. 7. Krista of Pasture, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 60%, reward 30 gold coins. 8. Guobian X035798, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 60%, reward 20 gold coins. 9. Juanxiang A0002, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 60%, reward 10 gold coins. 10. Kritus, Level 2 Territory, completion rate 50%, reward 1 gold coin. Genevieve wasn't surprised to see her family on the territory list. They had already upgraded to Level 2 before entering the Wasteland world. If not for little brother Lee's decision to choose a desert terrain due to his middle school syndrome, instead of following Genevieve's advice to pick mountain or grassland terrains, their family territory could have likely been at Level 3 now. Genevieve's eyes landed on the numbered players listed on the 2 rankings. Confirming with Henrik, she knew that these numbered players were either military personnel or government officials. Seeing that almost all the top 30 spots on the territory ranking were occupied by numbered players other than her family, Genevieve felt hopeful about the future. It indicated that the state had a significant advantage, and once these players upgraded their territories to Level 5, the people of Huagua could gradually unite. Genevieve then glanced at the player level ranking. Player level ranking, updates daily. 1. Lini B0001, Level 4 player. 2. Windbaji, level 3 player. 3. Slayer of all, level 3 player. 4. No superstition, level 3 player. 5. Vast sky vast wilderness, level 3 player. 6. Reclining socialite, level 3 player. 7. Critus, level 3 player. 8. Cherry blossom allergy, level 3 player. 9. Oh my god, level 3 player. 10. Louise Bai, level 3 player. In the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, it seemed like everyone on the player level ranking was only level 2. At the time, Genevieve didn't know how manipulated the ranking was and often envied the players listed there. This time around, as she observed this ranking, her purpose was to track the movements of the numbered players. Sure enough, as expected, among the top 50 on the level ranking, only one numbered player appeared, Lindingshan. Genevieve was surprised that Lindingshan did not hold back on leveling up. Lindingshan must be aware of the importance of holding back levels in the early apocalypse. Even if Lindingshan wasn't a reborn person, he should still understand the benefits from experience points when fighting monsters at suppressed levels. There were only two possible explanations for Lindingshan's actions: either it was related to his talent, or he wanted the world to witness his abilities. If Genevieve hadn't snatched the first place in the player contribution ranking, Lindingshan would undoubtedly be the top across all three lists. However, while she thought this way, Genevieve didn't plan on yielding because the rewards for completing tasks first were too rich. Despite her dedication, she couldn't afford to give up what she earned through her own efforts. After reviewing the three rankings, Genevieve exited the player bracelet interface. She had plans for the afternoon and intended to wait until tonight to learn more about the reactions after the beast tide. Genevieve's backpack was crammed full of resources collected during the beast tide. To clear some space, she planned to gather more materials but remembered she had many treasure chests left unopened. She took out all the chests from her bag. In the early apocalypse, regular players struggled to obtain even a single chest. However, the pile of chests Genevieve had gathered filled an entire table and overflowed onto the floor. Recalling that her critical hit talent had reached 100%, she no longer needed to open one chest at a time to chase higher critical hit rates. She could open them all at once. Genevieve owned 3 silver chests, 7 iron chests, and several wooden chests. She began by opening all the wooden chests. She obtained, times 115 bottled purified water, white quality, times 100 bread, white quality, times 20 green vegetable seeds, white quality, times 5 plant nutrient solution, white quality, times 7 healing potions, white quality, times 5 stamina recovery agents, white quality, times 5 gathering skill books, white quality, times 1 medicine making skill book, white quality long swords times 2, white quality wrist guards times 2, white quality armor times 1, white quality broadsword times 1, white quality cotton quilts times 2, white quality fleece pajamas times 1, white quality fleece sleeping pants times 1, white quality cotton slippers times 2, white quality pillow times 1, copper coins times 1000, iron ingots times 12, glass times 2, space stones times 2. The above resources were all doubled after being dropped. Genevieve then opened all the iron chests. Green quality purified water times 6, green quality bread times 15, green quality rice seeds times 50, green quality corn seeds times 10, green quality healing potions times 2, green quality stamina recovery agents times 2, green quality entangle skill book times 1, green quality broadsword times 1, green quality headband times 1, green quality armor times 1, green quality wrist guards times 1, green quality cotton shoes times 2, green quality cotton jacket times 1, green quality cotton quilt times 1. Iron ingots times 20, space stones times 5, glass times 5, fireplace blueprint times 1, animal pen blueprint times 1, energy lamp times 1, white quality crystal stone times 1. The above resources triggered a critical hit and were obtained in double quantities. The warming items from the chests were increasing, indicating that the cold period of the wasteland world was approaching just like in her previous life. Green quality entangle skill book. In an environment with plants, consuming 5 points of mental power allows you to command plants within 10 meters to entangle the target object, with no cooldown period. This skill suited Genevieve well, but she wasn't in a hurry to learn it. After all, she only had 2 more opportunities to learn new skills. There were still 3 silver chests left, which mostly contained blue quality materials. Genevieve finally opened the 3 silver chests. Blue quality bread times 5, blue quality 500 milliliters purified water times 5, blue quality 500 milliliters constitution pure water times 1, blue quality 500 milliliters agility pure water times 1, blue quality potato seeds times 5, blue quality corn seeds times 5, blue quality berries times 1, blue quality combat boots times 2, blue quality tang knife times 1, blue quality obstruct skill book times 1, blue quality freeze skill book times 1, blue quality protective suit times 1, space stones times 20, basic material package times 1, territory expansion card times 1, blueprint for a spatial storage cabinet times 1, blueprint for an advanced wooden bed times 1, blueprint for an advanced wooden arrow tower times 1, blueprint for an intermediate iron arrow tower times 1. The above resources triggered a critical hit and were obtained in double quantities. Chapter 45 Opening Treasure Chests. Genevieve opened more than 40 treasure chests at once, resulting in a large pile of supplies accumulating in the center of the living room. If she were to put all these supplies into her backpack, the space slots would be completely filled up. Genevieve had to spend time organizing them. She crafted 2 ordinary storage cabinets using wooden boards and placed them in the storage room. Then she first stored the white quality and green quality items inside, planning to sort and sell them when she had free time later in the evening. Only the blue quality items did she inspect one by one. Blue quality bread, restores 100 stamina points per piece. Blue quality 500 ml pure water, drinking 100 ml restores 100 stamina points. Blue quality berries, permanently increases strength by +5, immediately effective. Genevieve did not eat the blue quality berries, she didn't need the extra 5 points of strength and wanted to save them for her father and younger brother. Blue quality 500 ml pure water for constitution, drinking 100 ml increases constitution by 3 points, capped at 10 points. Blue quality 500 ml pure water for agility, drinking 100 ml increases agility by 3 points, capped at 10 points. Blue quality Tang Dao, Chinese saber increases attack power by 50, durability 500, requires a minimum of 5 strength points to use. Genevieve happily placed the Tang Dao into her usual weapon slot. She was more accustomed to using a Tang Dao in her previous life, finding it much more agile compared to a larger broadsword. In her past life, she only obtained a green quality Tang Dao in the 3rd month after entering the Wasteland world. This time around, she had already acquired a blue quality Tang Dao in just 4 days. Blue quality combat boots, increase agility by 50, durability 500, requires a minimum of 5 agility points to equip. Feeling her own agility was too low, Genevieve hurriedly switched from her green quality combat boots. Then she picked up the skill book. Obstruct, blue quality consumes 10 spirit points, obstructs the movement of hostile targets within a 100 square meter area, reducing their speed by half. Duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes. Requires 15 spirit points to learn. This skill was very practical and worked perfectly in conjunction with Ice Spike and Fireball spells. Freeze, blue quality consumes 10 spirit points, simultaneously freezes up to 10 hostile targets, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 5 minutes. Requires 15 spirit points to learn. These 2 blue quality skills were support skills, as well as the previously obtained green quality bind skill. More coincidentally, these 3 skills were all obstruction type skills. Obstruction skills create invisible barriers through mental power, affecting any wild monsters whose spirit power is not higher than Genevieve's. The freeze skill rapidly encases wild monsters in ice, which can then be shattered with a simple tap. However, this skill only works on living creatures with water content in their bodies. The bind skill has more restrictions and can only be used in areas with abundant plant life, so Genevieve wouldn't consider using it. After some thought, Genevieve decided to learn the obstruct skill. She put away 2 sets of blue quality protective suits, intending to give them to her family instead of selling them. Genevieve obtained a total of 54 spatial stones but didn't rush to expand her backpack slots. Instead, she took out the blueprint for a spatial storage cabinet. Spatial storage cabinet blueprint. Requires 10 spatial stones, 100 wood, and 100 iron blocks to craft a spatial storage cabinet with 50 slots, each slot holding 10 cubic meters. The spatial slots of a spatial storage cabinet are different from those of a backpack. The size of the spatial storage cabinet slots is fixed, accepting any type or quantity of items limited only by volume. Items that are less critical and in smaller quantities can be stored in the spatial storage cabinet. Backpack slots have variable sizes, with each slot storing identical items. Smaller items can hold 99 units per slot, while larger items can also hold 99 units per slot. Therefore, backpacks are suitable for storing large quantities of the same type of item. Perishable items stored in a spatial storage cabinet can last up to 6 months longer. When stored in backpack slots, perishable items can stay fresh for about a year. Thus, Genevieve decided to store all level 3 and above meat in her backpack, while level 1 and level 2 meat could be stored in the spatial storage cabinet. Genevieve made 2 spatial storage cabinets, placing one in her storage room and the other near the entrance of the villager's dormitory for June to use. Genevieve could place the food and water June needed there for her to consume on her own. June could promptly harvest mature crops and store them in the spatial storage cabinet for Genevieve to organize later. After finishing the spatial storage cabinets, Genevieve realized she lacked the blueprint for a wooden house. She checked the bracelet mall but closed it in disappointment, as the beginner-level wooden house blueprints there were absurdly expensive. Genevieve preferred to let the players of Village 33333 earn, so she posted a message in the village group seeking to purchase blueprints for wooden houses. Players who survived today's Beast Tide would all receive treasure chests as rewards, and those lucky ones would get quite a few drops during the monster killings. Blueprints for wooden houses were among the more common drops, so there was a high probability someone had obtained them. It took her half an hour just to organize the supplies from the treasure chests, but Genevieve wasn't at all annoyed. This was a harvest. After leaving her territory, Genevieve first went to the stream to fill up on water. She walked to the stream and put her hand into it, and nearly 100 meters of water instantly vanished. Then she crossed the small wooden bridge to pick Shayla fruits. As for the beehive monsters, Genevieve didn't plan to disturb them today. Once past the beginner protection period, all resources would no longer refresh. If she killed all the beehive monsters like before, there wouldn't be so many left for the future. Therefore, she planned to come back every few days and only kill 100 or 2 each time. As long as the beehive remained undisturbed and not too many bees died, the queen bee wouldn't think about relocating but would quickly replenish the lost bees. This way, Genevieve could keep farming them continuously. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be done with the rat monsters, because unlike the beehive monsters, if they felt their environment was unsafe, they would immediately relocate. After the beginner period, the level of wild monsters around the territory would gradually increase, including the previous rat monsters. Genevieve planned to wait a few days until their levels increased before dealing with them. After collecting the Shayla fruits, she went to the stone resource point on the grassland to mine stones, knowing this would be the last time they refreshed. Starting tomorrow, Genevieve wouldn't need to run to the grassland for Shayla fruits and stones anymore. On her way back across the wooden bridge, the dried-up stream Genevieve had interrupted was filled with water again. She stopped the flow once more. Then she returned to the forest and collected the stone resources, planning to spend the rest of the day cutting down trees. From now on, cut-down trees would no longer refresh but grow naturally. So Genevieve intended to chop extensively and stockpile enough wood to last her about 3 months. Chapter 46, New Talent. Leaving aside how delighted the 3 Lees were when they saw their families' online names on the leaderboard. When Genevieve decided to buy an S-grade talent upgrade pill, her father, mother, and little brother had already completed their choices with dispatch. Though all 3 of them were puzzled that there was no mention of the reputation value mall in the endgame survival guide, yet Genevieve not only knew about it but also seemed to know a lot about it. Just where did she get this information from? Although they were confused in their hearts, it did not stop them from following Genevieve's advice. They each bought a talent activation card. After using his card, Anson activated a D-grade talent known as the Lisha Herculean. During combat, strength can increase by 10% compared to usual, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown time of 8 hours. Anson's first A-grade talent is Strength. Whenever the player level increases, an extra point of strength is added. His second A-grade talent is Craftsmanship, which makes it more likely to produce high-quality weapons when forging, and might even grant additional bonuses. These 2 talents meant that Anson was destined to walk the path of a strength-based player. The Lisha talent, being a strength-based talent that consumes strength, was perfect for him. Following the strategy given by his daughter to upgrade talents as much as possible, he first upgraded the D-grade Lisha talent to C-grade, then from C-grade to B-grade. He stopped only when the remaining reputation points were insufficient for further upgrades. B-grade Lisha talent. During combat, strength can increase by 30% compared to usual, lasting for 2 hours, with a cooldown time of 8 hours. With this talent, he was in no rush to level up anymore. Julia activated a C-grade hearing talent. It could enhance hearing by 10%, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown time of 5 hours. Julia felt somewhat disappointed. She had hoped to activate a talent that would boost her attribute values. Once she accepted the reality that all Water Blue Star residents were teleported to this desolate world, she wanted to become stronger herself. Only by killing monsters could you obtain good things. Selling water or wood wouldn't earn important supplies, as everyone would keep the best items for themselves. Her husband and daughter were very far away, and she didn't know when she could contact them again. Her son was still young, so she had to grow stronger. Julia only gained 400 reputation points. After spending 300 reputation points on the talent activation card, she only had 100 reputation points left. After some thought, she couldn't bear to use up all the reputation points. This C-grade talent wasn't very useful, so it was better to leave the 100 reputation points and receive a 10% discount when buying items at the bracelet mall. Oriv, like his father, got a D-grade talent. Insight. It allows for quickly identifying weaknesses in enemy targets, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Even though Oriv was young, he understood that this skill complemented his spatial talent, allowing him to accurately teleport and strike enemy targets. However, this talent also consumed mental power, which he lacked. Finding this talent practical, Oriv used his remaining 400 reputation points to directly upgrade the D-grade talent to B-grade. B-grade Insight. It allows for quickly identifying and locking onto weaknesses in enemy targets, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. As soon as the time arrived, the reputation contribution mall turned into a non-accessible grey color. It was time to open the treasure chests. Anson only opened the wooden chest and kept the iron chest, planning to wait until he could contact his daughter and let her open it. The iron chest was rare, and since opening a chest could yield double rewards for his daughter, opening it would mean they would each get a reward. Although Julia and Oriv both knew that Genevieve had a critical hit talent, they knew it would take a long time before they could contact Anson and Genevieve. So they couldn't leave the treasure chests waiting for Genevieve. Krista and Son opened the chests they received respectively and distributed the resources according to their needs. Julia always wanted to give more to Oriv, but Oriv insisted on splitting everything evenly, refusing to let his mother fall behind. "Mom, I'll go out to kill monsters later. Cut down more trees and collect more water as sister said," Oriv said. "Okay, be careful. Make sure to return to the territory before dark," Julia said, sounding a bit worried. "Don't worry, Mom. My overall strength is now greater than that of a level 4 player. I won't go far either, just around our territory," Oriv said. According to the strategies Genevieve gave them, after the beginner phase, Oriv focused on hunting monsters to gather as much meat and copper coins as possible. Julia collected timber while farming and filtered river water to prepare monster meat soup for selling during extreme cold weather. Meanwhile, Anson continued mining ores and killing monsters, planning to start alchemy only after the severe winter conditions. Though killing monsters and opening treasure chests might yield weapons, many people were unable to get high-quality weapons due to insufficient ability or bad luck, and continued to use starter weapons with few bonuses. After resources would no longer be updated, Genevieve naturally wouldn't cut down large amounts of wood near her territory, to avoid leaving the area around her land barren. She headed deeper into the forest, planning to go 30 kilometers away from her territory for logging. While walking through the forest, Genevieve continuously encountered various wild monsters attacking her. Just like in her previous life, once the novice protection period was over, the levels of wild monsters changed. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory were level 1 monsters. Around 10 kilometers out, the attackers became level 2. And at 30 kilometers out was the domain of level 4 monsters. Half the day had already passed. With insufficient time, Genevieve didn't want to walk too far. She stopped at the range of level 3 monsters and started chopping trees. In her previous life, Genevieve had explored this forest, walking more than 1,000 kilometers without reaching its end. Even at just 30 kilometers deep, still in the outer area of the forest, the trees were much thicker than those around her territory, yielding more wood per tree felled. During Genevieve's logging process, level 3 monsters were occasionally attracted towards her. For her, a single strike was all it took to deal with them, barely interrupting her pace of cutting trees. After the beast tide, Genevieve's attribute values had increased slightly, making her even faster at chopping trees. Additionally, with her critical strike talent now at S grade, she could trigger critical hits 100% of the time, resulting in astonishing gains. Genevieve spent 4 hours logging, cutting down a total of 1.8 million units of wood before stopping. The entire process, including her round trip, resulted in Genevieve killing 12 level 1 monsters, 16 level 2 monsters, and 33 level 3 monsters. She gained 1430 experience points and 1430 copper coins. She absorbed 0.4 strength points, 0.66 agility points, and 0.37 mental power points. During the monster hunts, Genevieve obtained 2 white quality cotton socks, 1 white quality cotton cap, 1 white quality healing potion, 1 white quality strength ring, and 11 wooden treasure chests. With 100% critical hit triggering, all drops were doubled. Genevieve had opened over 40 treasure chests at noon, and now in just an afternoon, she acquired another 22 wooden treasure chests. Chapter 47, Momentary Shock. During the return to her territory, Genevieve found several edible fruit trees and spent some time gathering fruits, which delayed her arrival by about 5 or 6 minutes. As she ran out of the forest at a quick pace, the sky was already darkening, barely visible except for a streak of twilight at the horizon. Her urgency drove her to run with all her might. The moment her feet touched the courtyard gate, that last ray of evening glow vanished completely, plunging the desolate world into darkness. When Genevieve turned around to close the gate, an inexplicable shiver suddenly gripped her heart. Her neck hairs stood up in response, and involuntarily, she raised her head to glance at the nearby pitch-black forest. A few days ago, in the end-time survival game, Genevieve had opened the gate before dawn to lure the wild monsters outside for a kill. At that time, although she had looked several times at the dark forest, it hadn't frightened her much. She thought that as long as she stayed within her territory, everything would be fine. But now, despite seeing nothing, she felt an extreme danger approaching. All the hair on her body stood up instantly, and she hurriedly closed the courtyard gate. Fortunately, after closing the gate, the sense of extreme danger immediately disappeared. Genevieve only then realized that her heart was pounding wildly, and her limbs were trembling slightly. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and noticed that she was drenched in cold sweat. In her previous life, she also had experiences of returning late and sensing danger in the forest before entering her territory, but never as clearly as today. Until her death in her previous life, no Water Blue Star player knew what dangers lurked in the nights of the desolate world. Many players often asked about this in chat groups out of curiosity, but no one answered. Over time, it only made everyone feel more certain that the nights in the desolate world were very dangerous. Only those who broke the rule of never leaving their territories at night had no chance to reveal what they encountered, hence why no information leaked out. Genevieve had a feeling that if she hadn't entered her territory just before it became completely dark tonight, even a few seconds later, she might have become one of those who went offline permanently. Just as Genevieve was still shaken, June came from the backyard and greeted her respectfully. "Welcome back, Master." Genevieve had placed a solar-powered motion sensor light from Water Blue Star at the wooden house entrance, which automatically lit up when it got dark. Although the low-wattage solar lamp wasn't bright enough for such a large courtyard, it was sufficient for Genevieve to see June's mechanical and expressionless face. June's words seemed to be programmed, yet Genevieve felt differently, as if her territory was less empty. When Genevieve upgraded her territory, she positioned the wooden house closer to the main gate of the courtyard. The wooden house divided the courtyard into a front yard and a backyard. The front yard was only about 100 square meters, where Genevieve practiced martial arts. The backyard covered over 300 square meters, all cultivated into farmland. Genevieve had entrusted all the farmland to June today. Checking the backyard, she saw that June had managed the farmland well. Thinking that June still didn't have a place to stay, Genevieve had posted a message in the morning looking for wooden houses. She then opened the player chat group. After being rejected many times over 3 days, today's friend requests had significantly decreased to just a few hundred. Checking through them, she found 4 or 5 players mentioning they had blueprints for wooden houses. As a female player, Genevieve preferred communicating with other female players. Among these players was one called Lacey. Genevieve accepted her friend request. Lacey mentioned in her message that she had obtained a green quality blueprint for a wooden house. After adding Lacey, Genevieve asked, "What do you want for the blueprint of the wooden house?" Lacey quickly replied, "Hello, Alger Lord. I'm so glad you added me. I don't know how much this blueprint is worth, so please decide what to offer. I'm a girl and not very strong in combat, I hope to improve my own combat ability. Although Genevieve couldn't be sure that Lacey was indeed a female player just because she claimed to be a girl, she believed anyone wanting to grow stronger was worth helping. I will give you a green quality fruit. Taking it for the first time can permanently increase your strength by 1 point, Genevieve responded. Whether male or female players, having higher strength values in the early stages of the apocalypse greatly increased survival rates. During this period, 1 point of strength could double an ordinary player's combat power. The value of a green quality wooden house blueprint was far less than that of a green quality fruit. Lacey, sure, thank you very much. After receiving the blueprint for the wooden house, Genevieve built it at the boundary fence between her front yard and backyard. The green quality wooden house covered 30 square meters. Genevieve spent some copper coins to add a bathroom with shower facilities. When June learned that this exquisite wooden house was intended for her, her eyes seemed to flicker, regaining a bit more life. Today, Genevieve had produced many green quality foods. Though she didn't feel particularly tired or hungry, she simply wasn't in the mood to prepare meals. After filling her stomach with a green quality bread, Genevieve persisted in practicing body tempering technique for 3 hours. This time, she finally achieved a +1 constitution result. As soon as Genevieve returned to the wooden house, she opened the wood treasure chest she obtained from killing wild monsters while out logging. Inside, there were only 2 white quality wooden bed blueprints, 1 white quality fireplace blueprint, and 6 space stones which Genevieve kept separately. Genevieve planned to use the white quality fireplace blueprint for June's wooden house. The ratio of bread and purified water in the wooden treasure chests started decreasing, while the proportion of basic materials like iron blocks and glass, along with heat-resistant items, began increasing. Out of 22 wooden treasure chests, most of the items obtained were not needed by Genevieve. However, now that she had June in her territory, she had to keep the food and water for her. Genevieve needed to take some time to organize everything properly before listing the items she didn't need on the trading channel. Today, Genevieve obtained a total of 60 space stones. She used 20 of them to create a spatial storage cabinet, leaving her with 40 space stones. After careful consideration, Genevieve used another 20 space stones to expand her backpack storage capacity. The remaining 20 space stones were stored away for future use. Only then did Genevieve check the chat interface. The town group was still desolate, with only Genevieve able to post messages. However, the village group was bustling. Genevieve found nearly 150,000 unread messages waiting for her. Chapter 48 Discussions galore. Genevieve quickly scrolled through the unread messages in the village group chat and noticed that many players did not venture out in the afternoon after the beast tide. Instead, they busily chatted about today's event. The atmosphere within the village group was not plagued by fear and despair like it had been in her previous life. Though billions of players on Aquablue had perished this time around due to the beast tide, Village 33333 only lost a few dozen members. The impact wasn't nearly as severe as it had been in her past life. While the players were undoubtedly shaken, there wasn't much despondency or hopelessness among them. Considering their village's death toll was extremely low, many players thanked Genevieve in the village group chat. They thanked her for providing strategies for dealing with the beast tide and for continuously selling wood at low prices. They candidly admitted that without her efforts, they would have also logged off permanently. Following her strategy, these players relied on the defense systems of their territories to kill monsters and survive the beast tide. Throughout this process, their territorial defenses gradually wore down, requiring constant repairs using wooden planks. Because Genevieve supplied large quantities of cheap wood, any player daring enough to confront the invading beasts could earn enough copper coins to buy materials for maintaining their territory's defensive capabilities. Thus, all those who thanked Genevieve managed to survive the beast tide with some scares but no major issues. Selling wood at such low prices was Genevieve's way of ensuring more players from Village 33333 survived. Seeing her goal achieved, she felt pleased. Among the topics discussed most by the players of Village 33333 was the list of top 3 players, inevitably praising their village's very own Herschel leader. Between the lines, Genevieve could tell how proud the villagers were to have a globally top-ranked player in their midst. Inevitably, discussions turned to speculations about Genevieve's strength and the talent she had drawn as the first player to log into the endgame survival. Talk soon shifted to a question raised by one of the players. Did you notice something? Herschel didn't make it onto the player leaderboard. I noticed that too. I've been wondering why our big shot isn't on the player level ranking list. Yeah, me too. If Herschel can rank first on the contribution list during the beast tide, killing more monsters than any other player in the world, his combat prowess must be unparalleled. So why is he not even in the top 100 levels? Haven't you noticed that Herschel has upgraded his territory to level 3 today? Do you know how many arrow towers are available at that level? With these towers, Herschel doesn't need to kill the monsters himself to claim the top spot on the contribution list. The Lord still gains experience points and copper coins when his arrow towers slay beasts, right? Besides, considering Herschel is the second person to reach level 3, it's obvious he possesses remarkable talents and power. Did you notice how many supplies Herschel listed? I counted, and he must have opened at least 20 wooden treasure chests, something the average player can hardly achieve. I've only managed to get 3 wooden treasure chests until today. I only got 1, someone else chimed in. I got 2, another player said. Earning a lot of supplies doesn't necessarily indicate strong combat power. It might just mean Herschel has good luck and finds treasure chests easily. That's true. Why hasn't Herschel's player level made it into the top 100 if he's so powerful? Have you carefully observed the rankings? Apart from player duo YA001, none of the other high contributors or territory owners are on the player level ranking list. You're saying these players are deliberately suppressing their levels? Another player quickly caught on. Right. At level 1, killing a monster gives you 10 experience points and 10 copper coins. But once you reach level 2, killing the same monster only gets you 5 of each. I regret leveling up so fast. But if we don't level up, how do we handle monsters above our level? True. Level 2 monsters are terrifying. My attacks barely scratch them, dealing damage of -1 repeatedly. I barely survived by reinforcing the walls. Herschel's situation is certainly different from ours. Have you noticed how much low-level meat he sells? Even if his base stats aren't top-notch, with his talents and gear, defeating level 2 monsters should be easy. You're right. Those top players don't need to level up to easily defeat higher-level monsters. So why bother leveling up? That's right. Even if one's base attributes aren't high, having equipment that boosts defense and combat power can still help deal with monsters of higher levels. Players echoed this sentiment, when another player raised a new question. Cameron, can you tell us if your username has any special meaning? Are the players with similar usernames on the leaderboard your comrades? Cameron didn't reply immediately. This question clearly caught the attention of many players, leading to much discussion. There were plenty of clever people in the world, and after some deliberation, players began speculating whether the numbered players were from the state. It was then that Cameron finally responded, yes, we are all state players. The state is working hard to establish and develop territories. Once our territory reaches level 5, we will be able to start accepting other players. Cameron's reply drew significant attention. Many lurkers also surfaced, asking primarily about the conditions required to join the state territory. From the flurry of inquiries, Genevieve could sense the player's urgency. Even after being reborn, Genevieve had never thought about surviving alone, let alone ordinary players. First, we will accept elderly, women, and children players who lack protection from able-bodied young players and have weak survival capabilities. Then, we will accept players based on their territory levels. However, there is a restriction. Any player who unjustly kills humans will not be accepted into the state territory. We have players within the state who can distinguish killing values, Cameron explained. To upgrade territories to level 5 will likely take another 1 or 2 months. During this period, the state must focus on self-development to gain protective strength. We cannot provide assistance to others, so everyone must save themselves. In her previous life, the state did not have players with the ability to identify killing values, so Genevieve couldn't determine if Cameron was telling the truth. But with this condition in place, players seeking to join the state territory would restrain their behavior and not indulge in evil thoughts without bounds. When Genevieve entered the village group chat, the conversation had shifted to boasting about what they had opened from treasure chests. After finishing reading all the messages, Genevieve clicked into the trading interface. Chapter 49 New Resource Point 1. In the village trading channel, all the white quality food and level 1 beast meat uploaded by Genevieve were snatched up. The timber placed in the town trading channel was also completely taken, as well as the stream water. However, there were still 70,000 units of timber and 1/3 of the stream water left unsold in the village channel. Genevieve earned a total of 800,000 copper coins, 1288 stones, 333 iron blocks, 681 withered grass, 974 timber, 13 copper blocks, 17 glass panes, and 6 white quality blueprints from the trading channels. 17 glass panes would be enough for Genevieve to build 2 warm greenhouses. The weather was getting colder day by day, and it was necessary to establish these warm greenhouses. After taking out the white quality blueprints, Genevieve looked at them carefully. They included blueprints for forging a white quality broadsword, making a white quality cotton coat, manufacturing white quality underwear, producing 2 white quality buckets, and constructing a white quality animal pen. These blueprints were quite useful to Genevieve, especially the blueprint for forging a white quality broadsword which would be perfect for her father. Besides replenishing the stock of stream water and wood planks in the village and town trading channels, Genevieve only sold white quality healing potions at 60% of the bracelet market price and white quality weapons at 80%. She did not upload any other items for sale. Genevieve had expected some different resources to be available today on the trading channels, but it turned out that everyone was holding back. She browsed through the town trading channel and found few players offering resources for trade. Yet, the timber she just uploaded was already half sold and could possibly sell out quickly at this rate. So Genevieve added more timber to the inventory. Only 1/5 of the timber in the village trading channel had been sold, so Genevieve left it alone and began browsing through what other players had put up for trade. Although the resources listed by players from village 33333 were more than those in the town trading channel, they were useless to Genevieve, as none of them could enhance combat power. Genevieve lost interest and went to sleep. Nothing happened overnight, and she slept soundly until dawn. However, that night in her previous life was an extremely challenging turning point for Genevieve. During the beast tide, she used all her resources to exchange for timber, barely saving her life, and after the wooden fence around her territory was destroyed, she had no timber left to rebuild it. That afternoon, she tried to leave the territory to cut down trees but was injured while killing a level 1 wild monster. She had no choice but to return to her territory to heal. As soon as it got dark, a level 1 wild monster entered her territory, lingering around her wooden house. Genevieve didn't dare go out to kill it. Anxiously watching the wild monster, she tried to lure it to the window by standing there. The wild monster indeed fell for the trick and lunged toward Genevieve at the window but was stopped by the wooden house's defense. The wild monster attacked the wooden house several times but caused little damage before being stabbed by the broadsword Genevieve thrust out from the window. Enraged, the level 1 wild monster rushed at Genevieve again but was killed with another strike. 2 more level 1 wild monsters entered Genevieve's territory one after another later on, and she lured both of them to the window. Even though she managed to kill both level 1 wild monsters from the window, the defense value of the wooden house decreased by 50 points, frightening her and preventing her from taking further risks. But this achieved Genevieve's goal. Killing those 3 wild monsters gave her enough experience points to level up to a level 2 player. She allocated the free attribute points gained from leveling up to strength, enabling her to venture outside the territory on the second day of the first beast tide. That day, while chopping down trees and fighting level 1 wild monsters, she obtained enough timber to rebuild the wooden fence and also acquired a significant amount of beast meat. This harvest helped her escape the perilous situation and provided food to restore stamina. Before the arrival of the second beast tide, she managed to obtain many resources every day, building 2 basic wooden arrow towers. These 2 initial arrow towers made Genevieve less vulnerable during the second beast tide, allowing her to gain a lot of experience points, copper coins, and beast meat. She also received a white quality wrist guard that increased strength by 1 and armor that added 10 defense points. After the first beast tide in this life, Genevieve slept soundly through the night. Upon waking up, she realized that the arrow towers had solved her troubles. During the night, the arrow towers roughly killed 13 level 1 wild monsters, earning Genevieve 130 experience points and 130 copper coins. Recalling that only 3 wild monsters entered her territory during that night in her previous life compared to 13 now, she wondered if the higher territory level led to more wild monsters wandering outside her territory. Before going out, Genevieve built 2 white quality warm greenhouses in the backyard. The daytime temperature was only about 15 or 16 degrees Celsius today, dropping to 2 or 3 degrees Celsius at night. Some white quality crops might not survive such low temperatures. Especially the white quality rice would mature in a couple of days. Genevieve, who had not eaten staple food for several days, did not mind at all that it was of white quality. Before going out, Genevieve changed into her blue quality flight suit. She planned to travel far today. Genevieve first flew to the location of her previous life's territory, then identified the direction from the air and flew toward the depths of the forest. In this desolate world, there were no compasses or other directional instruments, but the bracelet map could record the locations players had visited. Through the newly lit areas on the bracelet map, Genevieve could determine whether she was flying straight or circling around, or gradually deviating towards other directions, allowing her to correct her flight path. It took Genevieve a long time in her previous life to explore and reach that stone mountain. Back then, with nearly 10 points in agility and an additional 20 points from agility enhancing shoes, it took her over 2 hours to walk directly from her territory to this place. This lifetime, she only needed to adjust her direction 3 times and fly for half an hour before finding that not-so-tall stone mountain. During her flight, Genevieve encountered 2 level 3 bird monsters, 4 level 4 bird monsters, and near the small stone mountain, she also came across a level 5 bird monster. For Genevieve, dealing with these bird monsters was just a matter of firing her crossbow once or twice. As soon as Genevieve landed in front of the stone mountain and stood steady, a black shadow leaped towards her from a tree more than 10 meters high. Without turning her head, she swung her saber backward, splitting the shadow in half. It was a level 5 monkey monster, and Genevieve gained 50 experience points, 50 copper coins, and absorbed 0.05 agility value. After killing the level 5 monkey monster, a drop of an iron treasure chest and a white quality crystal appeared. Due to a critical hit, all rewards were doubled. Moreover, Genevieve received a world announcement for the first kill of a level 5 monster, gaining 1 point of world reputation. However, killing the level 5 monkey monster infuriated the surrounding creatures. Suddenly, more monkey monsters appeared from the trees around her and lunged at Genevieve all at once. These monkey monsters were slightly larger than the monkeys on Water Blue Star, with their sharp claws capable of firmly grasping prey. Their mouths, which opened wider than a human head, had backward-facing teeth that could tear off large chunks of flesh from prey. Chapter 50, New Resource Point 2. The most terrifying thing about these monkey monsters wasn't their individual combat strength, but the fact that they attacked in large groups. The highest level among the monkeys attacking Genevieve was 5, with the lowest being 3. Dozens to 100 of them charging over was quite an overwhelming sight. Even an average level 7 player might not be able to escape. Having been prepared, after killing the level 5 monkey, an energy bow appeared in Genevieve's left hand, and she started shooting as soon as the group of monkeys appeared. Most of the monkey monsters died the moment they leaped forward. A few that managed to evade the energy arrows and finally pounced at Genevieve were swiftly bisected by the tang knife in her right hand. In less than 5 minutes, Genevieve had cleared more than 100 monkey monsters. When Genevieve explored this area in her previous life, she also encountered attacks from this group of monkey monsters. Back then, although her player level was already 8, dealing with over 100 level 5 monkeys was still very strenuous, and it took her over an hour to kill all of them. This time, despite her player level only being 1, she solved the problem in just 5 minutes. After clearing the surrounding wild monsters, Genevieve walked halfway up the hill to start mining stones. This stone mountain was only about 100 meters high, with a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer. The exposed surface was half soil and half rock. Normally, she should have started mining from the top to prevent accidentally causing a collapse by mining rocks from the bottom. However, the top was covered with soil and trees, so Genevieve could only mine from halfway up the hill. She planned to chisel out a cave and mine inward until the stones ran out, then move on to another spot. To prevent being buried alive in case of a collapse, Genevieve intended to keep the cave's diameter around 3 meters. Based on the volume of rocks visible on the surface, Genevieve estimated that she could mine at least 100,000 stones from this mountain. This was the main reason for her confidence in building a stone wall. A level 4 stone wall required 50,000 stones, while a level 5 required 100,000. If she relied solely on trades through the trading channel to gather enough stones for a level 5 upgrade, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. Genevieve worked hard to mine stones. In less than half an hour, she had dug out a cave 3 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters deep. Anson used to spend 8 hours mining stones in the game, only to get around 1,500 blocks. Now, Genevieve could mine 10,000 stones per hour. Taking heed from the lesson of returning late last night, she stopped after mining 70,000 stones and headed back. By then, the depth of the cave had reached more than 70 meters. Around 60 meters down, Genevieve discovered a pleasant surprise. At this depth, mining 50 stones yielded about 1 iron block. By the time she reached 70 meters, the ratio became 40 to 1. If not for the late hour and the fact that she would have more days to mine, she would have continued digging deeper to see if the ratio of iron blocks increased further. In her previous life, Genevieve needed fewer stones, so she only mined along the waist of the hill. Occasionally, she'd find 1 or 2 iron blocks, but the ratio was too low, only a couple of iron blocks every few hundred stones. She never imagined the ratio would increase significantly when digging deeper. This was an unexpected bonus. If the ratio of iron blocks increased with deeper mining, it would speed up her territory upgrade process. Wearing her flight suit, Genevieve didn't land directly near her territory but flew to the end of a stream about 10 kilometers away. There, the stream merged into a river, where the water was clearer and the flow larger. Genevieve landed at the confluence of the stream and river, reaching into the water. Instantly, the visible section of the streambed was left wet and empty, with river water surging back into the connecting point. A level 1 fish monster followed the river into the stream, leaping up to attack Genevieve, joyfully delivering its bounty. However, Genevieve came here not only to collect water but also to gather herbs. Along the wetlands beside the water, there were often medicinal plants needed to refine white-quality healing potions. After searching for about 10 minutes, Genevieve found what she needed. It took some time to gather the herbs, and considering the tight schedule for walking back, she simply flew home again. Surprisingly, today she returned to her territory earlier than usual. The sky was still painted with colorful clouds, and it was only slightly darker. It would be at least half an hour before complete darkness fell. Entering the yard gate, Kimberly greeted her respectfully. "Welcome back, Master." Genevieve handed the apple saplings she had collected near the stone mountain to Kimberly to plant. Plant these 6 fruit trees by the front wall. First cultivate the land to green quality before planting. This apple tree was of white quality. When she collected it, she obtained 2 white quality and 1 green quality saplings. After a critical hit, she ended up with 4 white quality and 2 green quality saplings. Kimberly said, "Yes, my lord. My lord, today the green vegetables, tomatoes, and potatoes have matured. I have harvested them and placed them in the spatial storage cabinet." "Okay, I know," Genevieve replied, walking over to collect the 3 types of vegetables Kimberly had placed in the spatial storage cabinet and put them into her backpack. All 3 were of green quality. The first consumption of green quality green vegetables could permanently increase mental value by 1 point, green quality tomatoes could increase agility by 1 point, and green quality potatoes could increase constitution by 1 point. Potatoes could be boiled as a temporary substitute for staple food. She had eaten enough bread these days. As a southerner used to rice as the main dish, baked goods were just occasional snacks. Eating them for 3 meals a day would definitely cause loss of appetite. Genevieve planned to prepare potato pancakes, vegetable chicken soup, and tomato beef soup for dinner tonight. In this desolate world, there was no oil for stir-frying, and even if there were cooking utensils, they couldn't be used to stir-fry dishes. She had opened many plant seeds but did not get any rapeseed or peanut seeds. Genevieve planned that if tomorrow's refresh still didn't yield these 2 types of plant seeds, she would have to buy them at high prices from the Bracelet Mall. However, after returning to the wooden house, Genevieve wasn't in a hurry to prepare dinner but first checked her harvest for the day. During the process of mining stones today, she also killed quite a few wild monsters. She killed a total of 6 level 1 monsters, 9 level 2 monsters, 36 level 3 monsters, 45 level 4 monsters, and 15 level 5 monsters. She gained 3,870 experience points and 3,870 copper coins. She absorbed 0.80 strength points, 1.85 agility points, and 1.22 mental points. The monsters dropped: white quality cotton coat times 1, white quality cotton pants times 1, white quality greenhouse blueprint times 1, white quality basic material pack times 1, white quality crystal times 1, white quality fireplace blueprint times 1. Green quality healing potion times 1, green quality stamina recovery agent times 1, green quality basic material pack times 1, green quality quilt times 1, green quality warm clothing times 1. The level 3, level 4, and level 5 wild monsters dropped a total of 71 wooden treasure chests and 9 iron treasure chests. Chapter 51, New Resource Point 3. Killing level 5 monsters guaranteed a treasure chest drop, but whether it was a wooden chest or an iron chest depended on one's luck. When a wooden chest dropped, unlucky people would only get one, while lucky ones might obtain two. Genevieve killed 15 level 5 monsters and received 9 iron chests and 10 wooden chests, feeling that her luck was pretty good. All of the items triggered a critical hit, resulting in double drops for all white quality and green quality items. The wooden chests and iron chests also doubled. Thus, Genevieve had a total of 142 wooden chests and 18 iron chests. Moreover, opening the chests could also trigger a critical hit. In terms of resources from the chests, Genevieve obtained 3 times more than usual. The number of chests Genevieve obtained today exceeded what she got during yesterday's Beast Tide. This was because she ventured into the level 5 monster area. In her previous life, at this time, she cautiously left the territory to kill 1 or 2 level 1 wild monsters, earning some copper coins. Finding a single wooden chest would have made her ecstatic. This lifetime, the number of wooden chests she obtained by her own strength was so numerous that she almost didn't want to open them. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. She was still happy whenever she opened a chest. She loved the feeling of opening blind boxes. Genevieve opened all the wooden chests. She obtained white quality bread times 96. White quality purified water times 101. White quality winter wheat seeds times 100. White quality cotton seeds times 30. White quality potato seeds times 10. White quality vegetable seeds times 10. White quality basic material pack times 10. White quality healing potion times 10. White quality stamina recovery agent times 8. Spatial stones times 7. White quality skill books times 5. White quality cotton quilt times 3. White quality warm clothes times 3. White quality warm pants times 3. White quality warm shoes times 2. After tidying up the items from the wooden chests, Genevieve opened the 18 iron chests. She obtained green quality winter wheat seeds times 50. Green quality potato seeds times 20. Green quality vegetable seeds times 20. Green quality bread times 13. Green quality purified water times 10. Green quality peach fruit times 1. Green quality cotton jacket times 6. Green quality cotton quilt times 5. Green quality cotton shoes times 4. Green quality wrist guard times 1. Green quality headband times 1. Green quality healing potion times 5. Green quality stamina recovery agent times 3. Spatial stones times 10. Green quality skill books times 3. Green quality blueprints times 3. Green quality large knife times 2. Green quality long sword times 2. These items triggered a critical hit, resulting in double quantities. White quality skill books were basically useless to Genevieve now. She listed them on the trading channel for 80% of the price in the bracelet mall. After some thought, Genevieve decided to list the white quality healing potions she obtained from today's chests at 50% of the price in the bracelet mall. During the 3-day newbie protection period, wild monsters did not attack players proactively, so players collecting basic materials rarely got hurt. Players who actively attacked monsters generally had decent combat strength and took precautions, so they rarely suffered injuries either. As long as players had sufficient stamina, they could recover automatically overnight if their injuries weren't severe. Few players were injured during yesterday's Beast Tide. Most players whose territories were not destroyed remained unharmed. Those whose territories were destroyed would mostly log off directly, regardless of whether they were injured. Today, players leaving the territory would be attacked by wild monsters unless their level reached level 2. Thus, there was a high possibility of injury, and many players might be injured today. Not only did Genevieve list the white quality healing potions obtained from the chests, but she also refined over 500 bottles of white quality healing potions for sale. Additionally, she listed various white quality seeds at 50% of the price in the bracelet mall. She stored other white quality items for sorting later when she had the time. There were 3 green quality skill books, gathering, and pull. Genevieve had already learned the first 2 skills, and pull was something she had never seen before in this life. Pull, green quality, consumes 5 points of mental energy, can pull 5 targets within 20 meters towards oneself by 5 meters, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This skill could temporarily prevent enemies from escaping, making it useful for players with strong combat strength. However, Genevieve only had 1 skill slot left, and she wasn't interested in learning any non-blue quality skills. The 3 green blueprints were for wooden bed construction, fireplace construction, and greenhouse construction. Genevieve took out the green quality blueprint for the fireplace. Fireplace blueprint, green quality. When the outside temperature is below 0, it can maintain a room of 150 square meters at around 20 degrees Celsius, ignoring walls between rooms, consuming 5 logs of wood per hour. Manufacturing materials, 100 stones, 100 wood blocks, 10 iron blocks. A white quality fireplace can only heat a room of 60 square meters and maintain a temperature of about 15 degrees Celsius, consuming 4 logs of wood per hour. Naturally, Genevieve used the green quality fireplace blueprint. Tomorrow, she planned to use the white quality fireplace blueprint in June's wooden house. Genevieve checked the trading interface. The 200 bottles of white quality healing potion she first listed had all been sold out. The 500 bottles of white quality healing potions she refined later were now down to 200 bottles, and this number was decreasing rapidly. If Genevieve hadn't set a limit of 1 bottle per person, they would have been sold out instantly. All the wood Genevieve uploaded to the town trading channel and village trading channel yesterday had been sold out. Most players chose to trade with copper coins rather than barter. This resulted in Genevieve not receiving many stones or iron blocks today. This outcome was within Genevieve's expectations. After experiencing a beast tide and knowing from the Endworld survival game strategy that there would be a second beast tide in 10 days, players would certainly try to reinforce their territories and prepare more construction materials for repairs. Wood was the easiest resource for Genevieve to obtain, not just because she was in a forest territory, but also due to her strength value exceeding 100. Ordinary level 2 or 3 players could cut down at most 2 or 3 dozen trees in a day, obtaining 2 or 3,000 wood planks, and couldn't sell much wood. Genevieve considered uploading 300,000 wood planks to the town trading channel and 200,000 wood planks to the village trading channel. The number of trading items related to stream water on both channels decreased, indicating that players in 3333 town no longer lacked drinking water. In her previous life, Genevieve didn't find this stream so quickly and sometimes lacked water for drinking, let alone having water for daily bathing. Early in the apocalypse in her previous life, there were many requests for water and wood boards in 33333 village. Some players even died due to lack of water. In this lifetime, Genevieve provided a large amount of water and wood by herself, and there were no more requests for water or wood boards in the 33333 village trading information. Chapter 52, Everyone Seeks Medicine. Genevieve glanced at the village chat group. It was still early, and many players hadn't logged on yet. She had 3,000 unread messages and over 1,000 private messages. Genevieve first checked her private messages. Many players asked her privately if she had any healing potions. Even Enzo and Bo, whom Genevieve had added as friends, left her messages saying they had sustained some injuries, asking if she had any healing potions. The time was around 4 in the afternoon. Friends have emergency contact options, but these two did not use it, indicating their injuries were not severe enough to need medication, just consuming stamina-restoring potions and food would suffice. Indeed, shortly after, Bo sent her another message saying he managed to snatch a healing potion from the trading channel that she uploaded, and his wounds were now completely healed after drinking it. Enzo only sent an urgent request for medicine and nothing more. Out of respect for being friends, Genevieve replied with an inquiry. Enzo quickly responded to Genevieve, saying he failed to obtain the healing potion, but his stamina was gradually recovering without drinking stamina-restoring agents. This meant his injuries were slowly mending. Enzo, Senior, if you have any healing potions left, please sell me one. Otherwise, I dare not go out to fight monsters tomorrow. Enzo was a level 2 player who had been active in the level 1 monster area today, killing quite a few level 1 monsters. In the afternoon, Enzo encountered 4 level 1 wild wolves and was scratched on the shoulder during the encounter. Despite dodging quickly, he still suffered surface abrasions and lost quite a bit of blood. Genevieve, okay, let's do the transaction based on the price listed in the trading center. Enzo used copper coins for the transaction. Although Genevieve claimed she would follow the trading center's price, she charged him 5 copper coins less. Cameron also messaged Genevieve, informing her that he had supplies to sell and asked if she was interested. Cameron kept a low profile in village 33333, developing his territory quietly and rapidly. In reality, his combat abilities were not weak either. Today, he ventured directly into the level 2 monster area and not only avoided trouble but also claimed to have harvested some materials. Genevieve looked at Cameron's list of supplies. They were all white quality items dropped from killing monsters. Having opened over 200 wooden treasure chests and gathered drops from battles, Genevieve already had all the items Cameron offered. Instead, Cameron wanted green quality armor and attribute enhancing food from Genevieve. In the end, Genevieve only accepted his trade offer for iron ingots. Genevieve knew Cameron was carrying out missions for the future development of territories in the wasteland world for the nation. Over the past few days, Genevieve continuously traded excess attribute-enhancing food with Cameron, raising each of his 4 attributes by at least 1 point, even increasing his stamina by 50 points. As a result, Cameron could trade more and more iron ingots with her, proving it was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Dennis asked Genevieve if she had any green quality or higher armor, or food that increases personal attributes, or a green quality ice skill book. Dennis was also a top-ranked player. In the eyes of the players of Village 33333, Iggy was the top boss, and he was the second. Genevieve showed Dennis the green quality protective suit. Dennis immediately expressed interest. In the end, Dennis exchanged a white quality crystal stone and 20 pounds of 3rd grade fish meat for the green quality protective suit. Hansen exchanged a white quality crystal stone and 5 pieces of glass for 2,000 pieces of wood with Genevieve. While Genevieve was trading with Cameron and others, several other friends left messages asking if she could privately sell them white quality healing potions since they couldn't get any otherwise. Of course, there was no problem. Genevieve sold each of them 1 white quality healing potion. After finishing transactions with her friends, Genevieve finally entered the village chat group. During this time, her unread messages in the village chat group increased by another 1,000. Today's player messages mostly recounted their adventures outside, while many sought healing potions and antidotes. However, apart from Genevieve, very few players sold healing potions, and those who did price them nearly double what Genevieve charged. Genevieve had sold water and wood in large quantities at very low prices, which must have blocked many people's path to wealth. She was prepared mentally for some players to criticize her because of this. However, up until today, Genevieve hadn't seen any players keyboarding her. Genevieve found this phenomenon a bit strange, but the best thing was that no one was cursing her. Although she had been mentally prepared, it would definitely affect her mood if someone criticized her. The antidotes she had uploaded previously were only half sold by yesterday, but today they all sold out. Seeing the players asking for medicine, Genevieve uploaded more white-quality antidotes. As for the white-quality healing potions, she really had none left. Genevieve decided to go to the river tomorrow and gather more medicinal plants needed to refine white-quality healing potions. At this point, more and more players were chatting in the group, and messages were refreshing quickly. Their topics of discussion were about today's outdoor monster-killing activities. These players had all gone exploring today. Most of them were active in level 1 monster areas, with a few venturing into level 2 areas. Those who came online to share their exploration experiences must not have encountered any trouble. By their tone, it seemed they had made some gains. Genevieve checked the total number of human players on Shui Blue Star. The total human population had decreased by another 30 million. Town 3333 lost over 800 people, and Village 33333 lost 15 people. Genevieve sighed softly, then thought for a moment and uploaded 10 pieces of white-quality knives and swords, 2 pieces of green-quality large knives to the village trading channel. She set the transaction price at 90% of the mall's price. Every player received a starter weapon in their beginner gift pack. So although these weapons were important, they weren't as crucial as water and wood, which significantly affected survival rates. Genevieve wouldn't set their prices too low. She also wanted to make money when she could. After sorting out the supplies, Genevieve went to prepare dinner, and then practiced body forging technique in the front yard. Genevieve had also learned swordsmanship. If she reached proficiency in it, her combat ability would increase. But she didn't expect her talent to be so powerful. Her strength attribute and mental attribute increased so fast that her constitution couldn't keep up. She had to spend a lot of time practicing body forging technique and had no time for sword practice. With her current attack power of over 300 points, even monsters of level 15 couldn't withstand one hit from her. Since she could instantly kill with sheer force, she didn't need any particular moves to kill monsters. Moreover, she was gradually leaning towards magical attacks and planned to follow the path of spellcasting. Sword skills didn't have much room to play out. Genevieve practiced body forging technique for 4 more hours. After reaching the 3rd level yesterday, her constitution increased by 1 point yesterday and another point today. Chapter 53, Second Instance. The 6th day in the Wasteland World. After Mariam woke up, she checked on her territory during the night. The Arrow Towers had killed 14 level 1 monsters, gaining 140 experience points and 140 copper coins. In her previous life, on the 5th evening of the Wasteland World, she had repaired the wooden fence. That night, it wasn't significantly affected, and on the 6th morning, she only noticed that the wooden fence had consumed 10 defense points, indicating that only 1 level 1 monster attacked the wooden fence. This time around, at least 14 level 1 wild monsters appeared around her territory during the night. Today was the day when the instance would reset. After having breakfast, Mariam went out in the morning. According to the survival game guide, each instance appears in a different location every time, present for only half an hour each day within a 5-kilometer radius around the territory. Although a 5-kilometer range is still large and not easy to find without luck, it at least provided a general scope. Mariam first used her premonition talent to predict the approximate direction of the instance's appearance, then she chopped down all the trees in that direction. This way, she could collect wood and clear the trees obstructing her view. This method was simple yet effective. When the instance appeared, its flashing light was more than 100 meters away from Mariam, and if the dense trees were still there, Mariam would have found it much harder to locate. This time, the instance was still a cave. Being teleported back into the dark cavern again, Mariam immediately lit a torch. She then took out her iron pickaxe and started digging into the cave wall, but it turned out to be ordinary soil, disappointing Mariam. Soon, squeaking sounds came from the other end of the cave. Mariam looked over and saw pairs of dark red eyes emerging from the darkness, larger and more terrifying than the ant monsters she had seen before. These monsters with dark red eyes moved much faster than the ant monsters and quickly rushed into the torchlight. Seeing the densely packed level 2 rat monsters, though Mariam couldn't help but feel somewhat horrified, she was also filled with excitement. She had been worrying about her agility attribute lagging far behind the other 3 attributes, and this time the instance was filled with rat monsters. However, these rat monsters were indeed numerous, so Mariam didn't dare let the level 2 rat monsters get close to her. She alternated between using ice pile and fireball spells. For the few that managed to break through to her side, their small numbers made them less intimidating, and Mariam dispatched them one by one with her long sword. To say this battle was unexciting would be an understatement. With no resources to gather, Mariam didn't want to waste time in the instance and quickly slaughtered the rat monsters. Since the number of wild monsters in a level 2 instance was 1/3 fewer than in a level 1 instance, Mariam completed this instance much faster, taking only half the time compared to her first instance run. Mariam killed a total of 3,500 level 2 beast monsters in the instance, earning 70,000 experience points and 70,000 copper coins, while absorbing 70 agility points. During the process, the drops included 20 white quality bread, 18 white quality purified water, 10 white quality healing potions, 10 white quality warm clothes, 5 white quality knives and swords, and 7,000 level 2 beast meats. All items obtained triggered double loot bonuses, resulting in 2 portions. After being teleported out of the instance, Mariam took off her blue quality agile combat boots and put on white quality combat boots, testing her running speed. However, due to the sudden increase in agility, she ran so fast that she couldn't stop herself and ended up crashing into a massive tree with a diameter of 2 meters. The impact caused the tree to shake violently, showering many leaves, and even a level 1 squirrel monster fell down right next to her feet, only to be squashed by her step. Mariam collided with the tree at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Yet, both the tree and she remained intact, except for some minor pain on her thin facial skin. She didn't even feel dizzy. Mariam was astonished by how strong her physical condition had become. To adapt to her new agility and avoid making such mistakes in battle, Mariam repeatedly sprinted and stopped until she fully grasped her new physical state. Then she switched back to the blue-quality combat boots and continued practicing until she felt completely confident. Mariam estimated that with the blue-quality combat boots, her maximum speed would exceed 200 kilometers per hour. Finally, Mariam opened her personal attribute panel to check her current data. Player, Pastoral Herschel. Level, 1, 426210100. Strength, 107.59, plus 1. Agility, 146.03, plus 50. Constitution, 229. Spirit, 176.11. Attack power, 479.73. Defense, 229, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 150. World Prestige, 106. Talents, Siphon, S rank, Critical Strike, S rank, Premonition, D rank. Cultivation techniques, 3rd level body forging technique, 2nd level sword technique. Skills, Ice Spike, blue quality, Impediment, blue quality, Harvesting, green quality, Fireball, white quality. Equipment, blue quality protective suit, blue quality agile boots, white quality strength bracelets. Secondary weapons, Sonic gun, red quality, Tang Dao, blue quality, energy bow, green quality, hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 3. Game currency, 176.9553 gold coins. Inventory, 310 slots, supplies slightly omitted. Mariam first looked at her attributes, which were all over 100, with a great sense of achievement, but then she noticed something odd. Her Constitution attribute had suddenly risen from 147 to 229 after the beast tied. Mariam counted and found it was 60 points more than she had expected. After some thought, she came up with a reasonable explanation. Strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, all 4 basic attributes, would automatically boost the constitution to 100 points when they reached 100. These extra 60 points came from reaching 100 agility points, adding 50 points on top of the already increased 40 points for constitution. Then, because the constitution value exceeded 200 points, it received an additional 10 points. Therefore, if a player's strength, agility, and spirit attributes increase evenly without exceeding a 50-point gap between them, their body would not be overwhelmed. As long as the attributes are relatively close, the constitution attribute will not restrict the player's growth. Due to the siphon talent, Mariam's strength, agility, and spirit attributes increased unevenly, leading to inadequate enhancement of her constitution, making her body unable to cope. Previously, to increase her constitution, Mariam spent over 20 gold coins from the bracelet mall to buy constitution enhancement elixir. But this expense was not in vain. With her current constitution value, as long as any single attribute did not exceed 250 points, her body could handle it. Moreover, with her current stash of over 170 gold coins, purchasing a bottle of blue-quality constitution enhancement elixir was feasible. Chapter 54, Monster Slaying. Genevieve had originally planned to spend time in the dungeon until noon, but since there were no resources to gather inside, she finished clearing the dungeon in less than an hour. Thus, she gained 3 extra hours compared to her original plan. When Genevieve cleared trees near the dungeon that morning, she harvested nearly 300,000 pieces of wood. With ample time now, she spent some more time cutting trees to reach a total of 1 million pieces. Today, she checked player chat every hour and saw players requesting healing potions due to injuries. If they offered items of equal value to her asking price, she would trade with them. As for those who tried to get her potions for free, Genevieve ignored them, regardless of whether their stories were true or not. Though she wanted to increase the survival rate of players from village 33333 because of the ending in her previous life as a human, she only provided supplies within her capacity. Materials like wood and stream water were easy for her to obtain, neither affecting her development nor costing much effort. They also allowed her to gain additional resources. She could sell them at a lower price, but she refused to give them away for free. She was not a savior and did not have a benevolent heart. After finishing cutting trees, Genevieve left the forest according to her plan and headed to the grassland to look for medicinal plants. Selling potions would yield higher profits while helping people, so Genevieve was willing to invest time into it. Actually, it was a threefold benefit. She could also attract monsters to slay while searching for medicinal plants. Now, Genevieve's running speed was like a gust of wind, and the open terrain of the grassland was perfect for maximizing her speed. With her green quality foraging skill, she explored a wide area and found quite a few medicinal plants. In the level 3 monster zone, she discovered plants needed for green quality healing potions. While exploring the level 3 monster area, Genevieve gathered an edible mushroom. Her green quality foraging skill came into play, yielding 2 green quality mushrooms out of 20 collected, each adding 1 point to spirit when first consumed. Triggering double crit resulted in double rewards. The mushrooms that added 1 point to spirit were a new variety. Genevieve kept them for her parents and younger brother, reserving another to exchange for necessary supplies. Exploring further into the level 3 monster zone, Genevieve encountered a pair of king lion monsters, one male and one female, along with a level 2 baby lion. King lion monster, level 3. Attack, 39. Defense, 39. Health, 30. These high attack, high defense attributes were almost on par with a level 4 hive monster. But these were just surface stats. In reality, a level 3 lion monster was far more lethal than a level 4 hive monster, with a significant difference in combat power. However, Genevieve's attack was close to 500. Even a level 5 monster wouldn't be a threat, let alone a level 3 lion monster. One strike and it was done. The 3 lions pounced on Genevieve together, only to meet their fate swiftly, ensuring they wouldn't be lonely on the road to the underworld. After exploring the level 5 monster zone, she turned back, realizing anything beyond was still level 5 territory. During this half-day journey on the grassland, Genevieve failed to find the new stone and iron mines she sought but gathered many edible plants. Only the mushrooms and shayla fruits were of green quality. Eating white-quality edible plants was pointless for Genevieve, so she kept some for her father and listed the rest for trade. She also put up today's level 1 beast meat for sale, with both food types priced at 80% of the bracelet mall price. Most players were still short of food, and even if they ventured out bravely to slay monsters, the amount of meat obtained wasn't enough. Since the final ingredient for white-quality healing potions was found by the river, Genevieve went to the intersection of the creek and river. On this round trip, the stream flowed dry for over 10 kilometers. While gathering herbs by the river, Genevieve intentionally attracted fish and shrimp monsters, gaining considerable amounts of fish and shrimp meat. Back in her territory, Genevieve handed over the edible plant seeds she gathered to Kimberly before reviewing her day's harvest. She had gathered enough ingredients to brew 500 doses of white-quality healing potions, 200 doses of white-quality antidotes, and 50 doses of white-quality constitution increase potions. Apart from the dungeon, Genevieve killed a total of 17 level 1, 21 level 2, 15 level 3, 35 level 4, and 75 level 5 monsters. She spent more time in the level 5 monster zone, hence the higher number of level 5 kills. After triggering double crit, she gained 12,380 experience points and 12,380 copper coins. She absorbed 5.76 strength points, 3.9 agility points, and 2.72 spirit points. After slaying the monsters, Genevieve didn't even bother to carefully inspect the white quality items they dropped. She uploaded all the food, purified water, and potions to the trading channel. Then she also uploaded the level 1 beast meat she had killed today. Genevieve hadn't opened any treasure chests today yet, just the white quality items dropped from killing monsters were already too many. Because there were too many items listed on the trading channel, she decided to upload and sell the level 1 beast meat obtained today as well. From these level 1 beast meats Genevieve was selling, players could deduce that Big Shot Yongguang sold so many white quality items because she had slain level 1 or 2, possibly even level 3, monsters. Drops from level 1 wild monsters were extremely rare, only level 2 and above wild monsters had a certain drop rate. Players would gain admiration and respect from others for their combat strength by killing monsters. An ordinary person would only praise them, feeling that it's better to be friends with such players rather than offend them. If the items were acquired by luck, it wouldn't make people think highly of the player's real ability, easily inviting envy and resentment. After triggering double critical hits on the treasure chests dropped by level 3, 4, and 5 monsters, Genevieve obtained a total of 175 wooden treasure chests and 60 iron treasure chests. Given that Genevieve had acquired quite a number of white quality drops today, she really didn't want to open the wooden treasure chests, as it meant sorting through a lot more items after opening them. She only opened all the iron treasure chests. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained 200 green quality winter wheat seeds, 100 green quality cotton seeds, 20 green quality cabbage seeds, 10 green quality soil improvers, 40 green quality bread, 60 green quality purified water, 6 green quality apples, 2 green quality berries, 20 green quality material packs, 6 green quality cotton jackets, 4 green quality cotton pants, 4 green quality cotton quilts, 4 green quality long swords, 4 green quality protective suits, 2 green quality wrist guards, 2 green quality large knives, 40 spatial stones, 6 green quality skill books, 6 green quality blueprints, 2 green quality upgrade skill cards. The green quality material packs contained 100 wood, 50 stones, 10 iron, 1 glass. Only now did Genevieve remember that there were still several material packs from yesterday's treasure chests that she hadn't opened. She took them out from the storage cabinet and opened them. Chapter 55, Food Upgrade. Although Genevieve's current stamina points were still at 150, she found that it lasted much longer. After killing monsters or mining for half a day now, her stamina would only drop to about 30 points before she started feeling hungry. Today, after completing the dungeon and exploring more areas, her stamina only dropped to 30 points around noon, which was when Genevieve decided to have lunch. But when she ate today's green quality bread, something felt off. She didn't absorb enough energy, feeling almost the same as when she ate white quality bread previously. Before today, eating a piece of green quality bread could restore over 20 points of stamina. Today, it only restored 5 points. She tried a piece of white quality bread, but this time, it didn't even add 1 point to her stamina. Genevieve quickly understood why her constitution had increased by 70 points after today's dungeon run, so she absorbed much less energy from green quality bread and water. Previously, 4 or 5 pieces of green quality bread would fill her up, but now she had to eat 10 pieces just to feel somewhat satisfied. If she wanted to be fully satiated, she'd probably need another dozen or so pieces. By then, even if she didn't feel full, her stomach would burst from overeating. Genevieve switched to blue quality bread. What once restored 100 stamina points now only restored 50 points for her. When preparing dinner in the evening, Genevieve cooked level 2 beast meat. The situation was worse here. While green quality bread and water could still add 5 stamina points, a pound of level 2 beast meat only added 2 points. It was almost pointless eating it. Such tiny increments wouldn't satisfy her hunger no matter how much she ate. Fortunately, she had obtained quite a bit of level 3 and above beast meat recently. Level 3 beast meat still added 20 stamina points, allowing her to get by for a few days. Within those few days, she would be able to gather enough level 4 and level 5 beast meat. Genevieve simply fed the level 2 beast meat to Kimberly. Whether players or recruited heroes, regularly consuming high-quality beast meat could slowly increase their constitution. As for the completely useless level 1 beast meat, Genevieve uploaded all of it to the trading channel for sale. After finishing her meal and cleaning up the kitchen, Genevieve checked her transactions on the trading channel. Despite setting limits, 1 item or half a pound per player, the white quality items and level 1 beast meat she posted sold out very quickly. Each listing allowed players to leave 1 comment, and many commented asking her to notify them in the chat group before posting items, as they always missed out. There was no way she would call out for buyers beforehand, it was all about luck. In the village trading channel, only half of the timber and stream water she posted had been sold. However, in the town trading group, nearly everything had sold out. Genevieve restocked the timber and stream water in both channels, then reviewed her earnings. She earned a total of 1,357,000 copper coins, 6,027 stones, 1,347 iron blocks, and 13 pieces of glass. This was the power of thin margins with high volume sales. Although her timber and stream water were priced low, the large quantities made up for it. Especially the stream water, since it was cheap, players not only bought it for boiling drinking water but also for bathing and washing hair. For Genevieve, this was almost cost-free, except for the effort required to collect stream water daily. Players seemed to be getting smarter, mostly exchanging copper coins and basic materials. She hadn't traded for any blueprint or skill book today. Browsing the trading channel, she noticed that many players were selling white quality blueprints at prices twice as high as hers. If not for her undercutting the market, these prices could be even higher. After all, most players lacked her innate ability to obtain numerous treasure chests and white quality materials. But thanks to her discounted sales, most players could afford these materials, thereby boosting their combat capabilities and resource collection. Genevieve focused on buying blueprints for manufacturing cotton clothing, which wouldn't be useful to players without cotton farms. She purchased a white quality blueprint for cotton pants. The cotton she planted would be ready for harvest tomorrow, allowing her to manufacture a batch of warm clothes, and once again capitalize on the player's needs. Today, Genevieve suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell Kimberly before that she, as the owner, should be the one to harvest crops when they mature. She had double critical hit chances when harvesting, which Kimberly didn't possess. Upon returning today, she immediately informed Kimberly that from now on, she would handle the harvesting of mature crops. Genevieve took out the medicinal plants she had gathered today and refined 500 bottles of white-quality healing potions and 200 antidotes. However, she didn't upload them to the trading channel for sale because players in Village 33333 usually messaged her directly when they needed medicine or were injured. So, Genevieve decided not to list white-quality healing potions on the trading channel to avoid players stockpiling medicines, making it harder for those who genuinely needed life-saving potions to get them. Opening the player chat network, Genevieve saw that she had received over 1,000 private messages. Apart from players asking for medicine due to injuries or those planning to explore and needing medicine, she ignored all other non-friend requests. None of her few player friends had messaged her. These 8 players had been going to dungeons every day recently and had obtained some monster drops. Today's dungeon refresh mentioned in the game guide for post-apocalyptic survival would spawn level 2 monsters. The new dungeon location would appear somewhere else, and players would need to search for it. Given the vast area, many players might take 2 to 3 days to find it. Entering the town chat group, Genevieve was disappointed to see that she was still the only one who could speak. She grew anxious, wondering why her father's territory hadn't upgraded to level 3 yet. Was there something wrong? By her estimation, her father's territory should have upgraded today. Worried, Genevieve used her premonition talent, whose cooldown had just ended. Due to the distance or because they weren't in the same village, she could only faintly sense that nothing bad had happened to her father. As for when exactly he would upgrade, she couldn't feel that at all. Feeling somewhat down, Genevieve entered the village chat and saw a player complaining about being injured today and asking her for life-saving medicine but getting rejected. Chapter 56, Fanning the Flames. When Genevieve saw a player named Monty mention that he had been injured today and asked Garden Herschel for life-saving medicine but was refused, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Had the backlash she anticipated finally begun? Sure enough, dozens of players echoed Monty's words below, saying they had similar experiences where Garden Herschel also let them die without help. After stirring up a discussion targeting Genevieve, Monty gradually stopped talking and eventually went quiet. The dozens of players slowly took over, claiming Genevieve monopolized the market and suppressed others, preventing players from exchanging surplus supplies for what they needed. There were actually 200 to 300 supporters. Genevieve had just sighed yesterday that no one in village 33333 would troll her with keyboard attacks, yet here it was today. She really was blocking many people's paths. Human nature, selfishness reigned supreme. Genevieve did not feel hurt or disappointed. She wasn't selling large quantities of supplies at low prices for those with ulterior motives. She didn't care about these people. If things got too chaotic and there were too many fence-sitters, she could block all these people and sell more in town 3333. She'd still achieve her goal. It wasn't like she lacked supplies and couldn't survive. This wasn't Water Blue Star. They couldn't see each other face to face, so who was afraid of whom? Genevieve continued reading, wanting to see how many players were ultimately incited by those people. It wasn't just self-interest that stirred people. Some enjoyed stirring up trouble for no reason, while others simply followed the crowd, believing everything said. What Genevieve didn't expect was that after just 10 minutes, numerous players started refuting these trolls. They said that after getting injured, when they asked the Great Sun for medicine, they all received replies and bought the medicine. Those who claimed Great Sun ignored their pleas were lying. None of them died. Players supporting Genevieve debated fiercely with the trolls. As more and more players joined in, support for Genevieve quickly gained the upper hand. Finally, Henrik ended the conflict. Henrik, Garden Herschel has made great contributions to village 33333 and even town 3333. His water and wood are sold at only 20% of the bracelet mall price. These supplies have significantly reduced casualties in our village. Anyone with insight can see this. Once all regions merge, I will certainly report the Great Sun's contributions to the state. Jani then said, without mentioning anything else, look at the casualty numbers in town 3333 and our village, you should know what kind of contribution the Great Sun has made. Those who say bad things about the Great Sun must have been blocked by him from making money, so they want to tarnish his reputation, incite some fools, and suppress the Great Sun so they can sell supplies at higher prices. Elspeth, yesterday when I was injured, I asked the Great Sun for medicine, and he replied to me immediately. Zoria, absolutely. The Great Sun ruined the chances for those trying to profit from disaster, so they naturally hate him. Worried about her father, Genevieve originally wanted to chime in and confront the trolls. Seeing so many players speak up for her, especially the words of Henrik which resonated with her, Genevieve decided to remain quiet. No matter how much was said, it wouldn't change anything. She provided these services because she had the resources and ability, not out of sheer charity, but to live well. In this lifetime, under her leadership, her family was doing well. But if others met the same fate as in her past life, her family wouldn't survive either. In this brutally harsh world, the beast waves would become stronger each time, and their frequency would increase. After half a year, humans would need to rely on each other to survive. The seemingly saintly actions Genevieve took also had another reason. Someone in the government likely knew she was a reborn individual. Thus, obtaining so many supplies was not strange to the informed ones. By selflessly selling these supplies at low prices, the state would view her as someone who had the nation's interests at heart. In her previous life, after the national base merged, the state rewarded players who contributed to human survival. This time around, with better preparations, the rewards for players contributing to human survival would be even greater. Although she wasn't chasing these rewards, having them would make life easier for her family once they entered the national base. Henrik was from the military, and his statement was exactly what Genevieve hoped for. Under the influence of the players Jani and Zoria, more and more players realized what the players like Monty were aiming for with this debate. Zoria particularly said, don't think it's okay to chat in the group without consequences, as if the big boss doesn't know who you are. With all the good deeds done by the Great Sun, shouldn't you be afraid he'll be disheartened and stop listing supplies? Don't forget that the Great Sun can sell these items at the town trade center instead. Then you'll get your wish to buy expensive goods. In a town of over 90,000 people, are you sure you'll even get anything? This statement by Zoria proved effective. Under self-interest, several more players supported Genevieve and stood up to the others. Seeing that they couldn't incite the players of Village 33333 against Genevieve, the players who started the debate with Monty gradually went quiet. Genevieve mercilessly blocked all the players who spoke ill of her, ensuring they couldn't buy any supplies from her in the future. Genevieve reviewed the unread messages and noticed many players discussing the new dungeon. These players mentioned entering the dungeon only to be swarmed by level 2 monsters, barely managing to kill 1 or 2 before being kicked out. One player said they obtained a white quality armor sold by the Great Sun, which allowed them to kill over 20 level 2 monsters before being kicked out of the dungeon, acquiring 2 pieces of white quality loot. Genevieve thought this player had very good luck. She felt her luck was pretty good in this life, with a drop rate around 20:1. Yet this player had a drop rate of about 10:1. Her luck in her previous life wasn't as good as now, with a drop rate of 30:1 when killing level 2 monsters. Some said it could be as bad as 50:1 for poor luck. It truly showed how comparing people could drive one mad. After finishing reviewing the chat logs, Genevieve exited and began practicing the body strengthening technique. Due to today's significant increase in constitution points, she made rapid progress but didn't gain any constitution points. She was already familiar with this situation and knew that it would take another 4 or 5 days of practice to see an increase in constitution points. Genevieve practiced until midnight and, despite sweating profusely, she noticed how cold it had become at night. Even her breath turned into white mist, a phenomenon she hadn't observed last night. The temperature had dropped close to 0 degrees tonight. Chapter 57. Each struggles on their own. On the 7th and 8th days in the wasteland world, Genevieve continued to mine stones at Stone Mountain. Thanks to the significant increase in her agility stat and with the map already in hand, Genevieve no longer flew over using her flight suit but walked directly there. She spent quite a bit of time on the way collecting resources and exploring, even deliberately making noises to attract monsters towards her, yet she still reached Stone Mountain within an hour. Genevieve continued digging into the stone caves from where she left off previously. Sure enough, as expected, the deeper she dug, the higher the ratio of iron ore became. With the help of her double critical hit talent, Genevieve gathered enough stone blocks for upgrading the wall to level 4 on the 7th day. However, the shortage of iron was too great. It would take at least 10 days to accumulate enough. Since Genevieve aimed to upgrade to level 4, she also needed to build 2 intermediate wooden arrow towers, 2 advanced wooden arrow towers, 2 beginner iron arrow towers, and 2 intermediate iron arrow towers in her territory. Intermediate wooden arrow towers required 2,000 wood, 100 iron blocks, 50 stones, 10 rubber bands. Advanced wooden arrow towers required 6,000 wood, 60 iron blocks, 300 stones, 20 rubber bands. Beginner iron arrow towers required 800 wood, 500 iron blocks, 20 stones, 10 rubber bands. Intermediate iron arrow towers required 500 wood, 3,000 iron blocks, 50 stones, 20 rubber bands. She was still short of 6,000 iron blocks for constructing the intermediate iron arrow towers. It seemed she had to hollow out this entire mountain to gather enough. These past 2 days, due to focusing on mining the stone cave, which had delved deeper into the mountain body, she failed to lure many monsters over. The few monsters Genevieve killed were all encountered along the way, fewer than in the previous days. Over these 2 days, Genevieve only killed 32 level 1 monsters, 37 level 2 monsters, 38 level 3 monsters, 41 level 4 monsters, and 55 level 5 monsters. After triggering the double critical hit, she obtained 13,180 experience points and 13,180 copper coins. She absorbed 5 strength points, 3.8 agility points, and 4.38 mental points. She received 162 wooden treasure chests and 70 iron treasure chests. The materials from the wooden treasure chests have become resources for enhancing other players' strength within the village for Genevieve. Previously, apart from space stones and basic material packages, even skill books were listed for sale by Genevieve. As for the resources from the iron treasure chests, since the day before yesterday, they've been useless to Genevieve as well. With her constantly increasing overall attributes, Genevieve's combat power grew stronger, and green quality items and equipment were no longer necessary. Currently, the strongest monsters around player territories are only level 5 and can't even break through her own defenses. Since some players have complaints about her selling white quality items at low prices, why bother with that hassle? It's better to save them until she can contact her father and let him sell them, benefiting the players of Village 33335 just the same. Although Genevieve sold many white quality materials lately, besides a few who added her as friends, she hasn't sold any green quality materials to other players. Since Village 33333 players seem ungrateful after enjoying her benefits, she might as well list some green quality items in the town trading channel, setting restrictions so that players from Village 33333 cannot purchase them, allowing them to enjoy themselves. Thinking it done, Genevieve organized the green quality inventory and placed green quality bread, water, and equipment on the town trading channel, with transaction prices set at 80% of the wristband mall price. She also listed some white quality materials without restrictions for Village 33333 players but adjusted their prices to 80% of the wristband mall prices. Even after doing all this, Genevieve didn't feel happy because nothing could compare to the safety of her family. She worried about her father, even more so about her frail mother and young brother. Unbeknownst to her, Abraham, the middle school boy, did have the luck of the chosen one. Although Abraham found his dungeon not on the 6th day but the 7th, he discovered it was located in an iron mine. So, upon entering the dungeon, instead of focusing on killing monsters, little brother prioritized mining. Before entering the wasteland world, Genevieve provided early support. After entering, his mother took over. With his talents enhancement and reaching level 2, Abraham's current overall attribute value is higher than a level 5 player's. After the first wave of beasts, although he followed his mother's advice not to be reckless, he still killed level 4 monsters daily, occasionally crossing the line to sneakily kill 1 or 2 less aggressive level 5 monsters. He almost always harvested 2 iron treasure chests every day. The green quality materials obtained from the iron treasure chests further strengthened the duo's overall capabilities. Even Pauline dared to go out and kill level 2 monsters now, let alone Abraham. Thus, facing hundreds of level 2 monsters, Oriv could eliminate them effortlessly. He was also smart enough to leave a few level 2 monsters alive after killing most of them. This way, he could enter the dungeon every day and mine iron stones for half a day, earning at least 500 iron blocks and 2,000 stone blocks each day. Following the game guide provided by his sister, they aimed to upgrade their territory to level 3 before the third wave of beasts. With the unexpected gains from the dungeon, he was confident that he and his mother could upgrade their territory to level 3 before the second wave. Pauline didn't have her son's luck or her daughter's skills. Finding a dungeon in the forest really depended on luck, and it wasn't until the 9th day that she found a new one. The new dungeon was still a forest map, filled with snake monsters, which were what Pauline feared the most. Despite being only level 1, she bravely fought and killed over 200 snake monsters before being forced out of the dungeon. However, she did have some harvests. She obtained 9 white quality items from killing those snakes. More importantly, she collected 2 types of green quality fruits within the dungeon, one that boosted strength and the other that enhanced constitution, with 5 of each type. Apart from her and her son each eating one, and leaving one for her husband and daughter, she had 2 left to exchange for supplies. But there was no rush. She would coordinate with her son's resources over the next couple of days to see what else was needed for upgrading the territory. Tomorrow, when she entered the dungeon again, she planned to look around more carefully, hoping to find more green quality plants. Trace, who usually had the worst luck in the family, had slightly better luck this time while searching for a dungeon. He, like Oriv, found one on the 8th day, located in a grassland where the dungeon monsters were king of the beasts, lion monsters. Though Trace was still only level 1, his overall attribute values were not inferior to those of a level 3 player. Coupled with equipment and items that boosted his combat power, he could handle the lion monsters, which were roughly equivalent to level 3 monsters. However, the speed of killing monsters was far slower than during his first dungeon run. As a result, he didn't finish clearing the dungeon on the first day, only progressing about 1/3 through it. But the drops from killing lion monsters were more plentiful than from other level 2 monsters, including more beast meat. Thus, Trace earned a good amount from the dungeon. Trace cleared 5 basic material packages from the dungeon, and because he obtained a large amount of level 2 beast meat, he decided to sell his level 1 beast meat. Finally, he managed to gather enough iron blocks to build 2 beginner iron arrow towers. Chapter 58, Kato's Upgrade. On the 9th day in the Wasteland world, Genevieve woke up with a sense of anticipation and opened the player chat interface to see a message sent to her by Jeremy, Chuck of the Pastoral. The worries from yesterday about her father not upgrading as she expected instantly dissipated. Because they had already added each other as friends before, after Kato's player territory upgraded to level 3, Genevieve and Kato could send private messages directly without needing to add each other again. Jeremy, Helen, my territory has just been upgraded to level 3, so I can now send you messages. Genevieve, that's great, Ken. It's just dawn now, didn't you rest during the night? Jeremy, yes, since arriving in the Wasteland world, I've been sleeping early at night and waking up at 4 in the morning to cultivate. Yesterday, I couldn't upgrade according to your plan because I still lacked some iron ingots. When I checked the trading channel this morning, I saw that I finally had enough iron ingots, so I upgraded my territory to level 3. The father and daughter briefly exchanged their experiences in the Wasteland world and then mutually exchanged supplies. Of course, Genevieve gave more. Kato bestowed upon Genevieve the most precious resources he had acquired. Although Genevieve had better items, her father's actions made her feel warm yet heartache. In her previous life, she was too foolish and selfish, never thinking how kind her father had been to her, always giving her the best things. After eating various attribute-enhancing foods given by Genevieve, Kato's personal attributes were now, Strength 15 points, Agility 36 points, Spirit 17 points, Constitution 38 points. Today, Kato learned the Ice Freeze skill Genevieve had given him. Ice Freeze, blue quality consumes 10 spirit points, freezing up to 10 enemy targets simultaneously for 1 minute, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. This skill requires 15 spirit points to learn, and Kato met the conditions perfectly. The 4th skill Kato learned was Spike Trap, which is an AoE, area of effect, killing skill. Spike Trap, green quality, each use consumes 2 spirit points, causing several 2-meter-long spikes to suddenly emerge from the ground within a 30 square meter area for 2 seconds, with a cooldown time of 2 minutes. Although this skill isn't highly damaging, it significantly slows down monsters, giving Kato time while consuming minimal spirit points. Equipped with a green quality headband that boosts spirit points by 50, Kato can continuously cast these skills until the headband's durability runs out. During beast waves, there would be no need to waste the headband's durability. As long as there were sufficient spirit recovery potions, Kato could easily kill monsters using only these 2 skills. Genevieve not only had spirit recovery potions but also food to restore spirit points, enough for Kato to use. Initially, Genevieve wanted to give her father a skill upgrade card, but upon consideration, his current spirit attribute value barely allowed him to learn blue quality skills. If upgraded to orange quality, he wouldn't be able to cast the skills at all. Though excited to finally connect, in reality, they had only been apart for 9 days. After chatting for half an hour, they decided to get busy with their own tasks and talk in detail later in the evening. Genevieve's schedule for today wasn't to quarry stone but to spend 2 hours cutting down trees and then explore the grasslands and riverside to find new medicinal plants. During her last trip to the grasslands, she had kept seeds of all medicinal plants needed to refine healing potions. She had asked Kimberly to plant them in a specially designated green quality medicinal field in the backyard, hoping they would grow into green quality herbs. However, those plants needed about half a month to mature, so Genevieve wanted to find more medicinal plants, as the white quality healing potions she had were running low. With her father's territory successfully upgraded to level 3, Genevieve's frustration from yesterday had vanished. Thinking about the players who spoke up for her during yesterday's conflict, Genevieve lifted the restrictions on players in village 33333 who hadn't been blocked. As for the blocked players, she didn't care what happened to them. After adapting for 2 to 3 days, most players had no problem killing level 1 monsters. Since yesterday, fewer players had been injured, otherwise, Genevieve's white quality healing potions would have sold out long ago instead of being nearly depleted. Now in the 9th day of the Wasteland world, the second beast wave would arrive in 5 days. By selling more healing potions, players could kill more monsters and improve themselves. However, Genevieve still planned for her father to manage the sales of the materials they obtained. After discussing with Kato, he agreed with her plan. Daughter needed help managing her acquired materials, and Kato was happy to assist. Following his daughter's plan, he spent most of the day killing monsters and returned to his territory in the afternoon to handle supplies, which did not interfere with his gaining experience points. The ore on the hillside near Dane had been mostly mined out, and the new resource point was far from his territory. It would take him 2 hours climbing to reach it. So it was better to spend this time selling supplies. After discussing with her father, Genevieve went out. Genevieve hadn't opened any of the treasure chests she had obtained over the past 3 days. The white quality materials listed on the trading channel were all drops from monster kills. She planned to return earlier today, open all the accumulated treasure chests, and give her father all the materials she didn't need. The basic materials available for trade by players in Village 33333 had been almost entirely purchased by Genevieve. In recent days, most of the payments for the materials she sold were copper coins. She cleared out the white quality items she had on hand and asked Dane to sell them on the trading channel and group chat of Village 33335 and Town 3333, which should still fetch a decent amount of basic materials. Genevieve was much stronger today than she was 3 days ago. Her exploration speed increased significantly, and she found quite a few medicinal plants. Since everything was going so smoothly, she accidentally passed by the beehive again and decided to kill some bee monsters. Since the beehive stopped respawning, Genevieve hadn't bothered these bee monsters yet. She didn't plan to destroy the entire beehive, she only killed 200 level 1 bee monsters, 30 level 2 bee monsters, and 6 level 3 bee monsters before retreating. Genevieve left the queen bee alone so that it could rebuild the bee population faster. While killing bee monsters, she triggered double critical hits 100% of the time, earning 5,560 experience points and 5,560 copper coins, and absorbing 5.56 spirit points. She also obtained 6 white quality drops and 8 wooden treasure chests. Today's plan went very smoothly, and Genevieve returned to her territory an hour earlier than usual. First, she tallied up her gains over the past few days. Today, she had killed 13 level 1 wild monsters, 17 level 2 wild monsters, 18 level 3 wild monsters, 28 level 4 wild monsters, and 37 level 5 wild monsters. With double critical hits triggering 100% of the time, Genevieve earned 5,830 experience points and 5,830 copper coins, absorbing 2.9 strength points, 2.68 agility points, and 2.38 spirit points. She also obtained 152 white quality drops from monster kills, 110 wooden treasure chests, and 40 iron treasure chests. Chapter 59. After making contact. Genevieve hadn't opened the iron treasure chests she had obtained over the past 2 days. Now, she had a total of 113 iron treasure chests, among which 2 were saved by her father to be opened by her. She took them out and opened all of them together. After opening all the iron treasure chests, Genevieve stored the items that came out of them in her backpack, using the function of the backpack to store only items of the same type for quick organization. The 113 iron treasure chests turned into 226 iron ingots, which were automatically stored in Genevieve's backpack slots. Since entering the barren world, Genevieve had gained over 1,000 iron ingots solely from dismantling iron treasure chests. It was uncertain if it was because these iron treasure chests were provided by the barren world. Dismantling such large iron treasure chests yielded only 2 iron ingots and did not trigger double rewards. Genevieve quickly sorted out the items she needed using her backpack. Firstly, there were spatial stones. This time, there were a total of 50 spatial stones. She used 20 to expand her backpack slots and gave the other 30 to her father. Her father's spatial backpack slots were still less than 200. Although he said it was still sufficient, given his overall strength increase and complete equipment set, after clearing dungeons today, he would go to explore the level 3 monster zone. This way, he might obtain a fair amount of white quality drops and wood treasure chests, at which point his backpack slots wouldn't be enough. The second item Genevieve examined was skill books. This time, there were a total of 8 skill books, all containing ordinary skills. She stored them in her spatial storage cabinet and wouldn't sell them casually. The third type of item she checked were pieces of equipment. There were a total of 26 green quality pieces of equipment. Her father was already fully equipped, so he didn't need any of these. Genevieve stored all the green quality equipment in the spatial storage cabinet since most players couldn't afford the price of green quality gear yet. The fourth type of item was blueprints. The drop rate of blueprints remained low. This time, Genevieve only received 6 green quality blueprints. She picked out the green quality furnace blueprint separately, preparing to trade it with you, Deadbeat. Deadbeat was already on the Ice Plains map. Once the major temperature drop occurred, things would get worse for him, and he was currently using a white quality furnace. 2 days ago, he mentioned that an 18-grade blizzard had hit his area. He had to be cautious not to be blown away by the wind when killing monsters during the day, and even sleeping next to the furnace didn't keep him warm at night. With this green quality furnace, the entire house would become warmer, making you, Deadbeat, more comfortable. After becoming friends, Deadbeat revealed to Genevieve that he had just recently come of age. This made Genevieve think of her foolish brother and feel a bit inclined to take care of him. Moreover, from what Deadbeat revealed, his father was one of the top leaders. Genevieve wasn't surprised at all. Deadbeat had logged in on the first day the post-apocalyptic survival game launched and was a full-fledged paying player. She found it hard to believe he had no background. The reason why Deadbeat divulged so much information to Genevieve was that he thought Genevieve also had connections and was part of the same group as him. Even when Genevieve denied it, he didn't believe her. Genevieve kept the green quality seeds, as she had Kimberly, an expert in planting. Her father focused on monster hunting and alchemy and didn't develop farming. Apart from green quality material packages, she gifted the rest of the green quality items like water bread, various down jackets, and green quality potions to her father, letting him deal with them as he saw fit. Using the same method, Genevieve organized the items from over 400 wood treasure chests. While fewer items, 2 or 3 less, dropped from each wood treasure chest compared to iron ones, it didn't matter due to the sheer number of wood treasure chests. A total of over 3,000 white quality items were obtained. Even the 10 spatial stones from the chests, Genevieve didn't take, she handed them all over to her father. Now, most players in Village 33333 had equipment and items and dared to venture outside their territory to face level 1 wild monsters. A considerable portion even challenged level 2 monsters. These players now had the ability to survive through the second beast wave, so Genevieve preferred selling those items that could boost player combat power to players from other villages, increasing the survival rates of more players. Genevieve herself didn't know how advantageous her talent was, leading her ahead so far. She went to Stone Mountain again today. Although she and her father had been able to make contact, they still couldn't meet. Only when one of their territories reached level 5 could they merge. The territory where Genevieve resided had a survival advantage, so she would be responsible for upgrading it moving forward. Both Genevieve and her father devoted all their basic materials to constructing the territory, so her father's territory would remain at level 3 for quite some time. A level 3 territory could not withstand the 10th wave of beast attacks. Moreover, Chuck did not have a protective shield with double defense like Krista or Brigham, so Genevieve had to ensure the territory was upgraded to level 5 before the 10th wave. Genevieve collected a total of 80,000 stone blocks and 2,000 iron ores on Stone Mountain. Up until now, she had gathered over 300,000 stone blocks and more than 5,000 iron ores from this mountain, enough to upgrade the territory to level 4. She even had enough stone blocks for constructing the stone walls of a level 5 territory. However, only silver treasure chests contained the necessary building blueprints for upgrading to a level 4 territory. In the current situation where wood treasure chests were common, she would have to buy them from the bracelet mall if she wanted to upgrade. That would cost her at least 200,000 gold coins, which she didn't even have 1,000 of yet. Genevieve thought for a moment and decided she would come to Stone Mountain one more time tomorrow. By then, this iron mine would be almost depleted. Afterward, she would focus on killing level 5 monsters. The level difference between her and the level 5 monsters, combined with her talent for always landing double critical hits, would give her at least 10 times the benefits compared to average players. There would also be various monster drops, including resources from wood and iron treasure chests, enriching not only Genevieve and her father's wealth but also allowing more players to strengthen themselves and improve their survival rates. Since she already had enough materials to upgrade to a level 4 territory, as soon as Genevieve returned to the territory, she clicked to start the upgrade. But she felt something in her heart. After clicking to upgrade the territory, Genevieve opened the world channel. Sure enough, as she expected, Jin had already upgraded his territory to level 4 5 hours ago and received the reward for being the first to do so. Although Genevieve was once again outpaced by Jin, she didn't feel particularly frustrated. In her previous life, Jin was the Grand Lord who incorporated all surviving players from the Flowery Nation. This time, as a reborn person, his advantages would only be greater. He likely also received substantial support from the country, which was why his territory was upgraded so quickly. Even with the advantage of starting as a reborn person, Genevieve wouldn't have been able to gather enough materials to upgrade to a level 3 territory by now without gaining the attribute draining talent and the double critical hit talent. Chapter 60, Tier 4 Territory 1. While waiting for her territory to upgrade, Genevieve checked her monster hunting gains for the day. Today, she killed a total of 12 level 1 monsters, 13 level 2 monsters, 27 level 3 monsters, 25 level 4 monsters, and 28 level 5 monsters. After a 100% double critical hit, Genevieve gained 7,180 experience points and 7,180 copper coins. She absorbed 2.55 points of strength, 2.06 points of agility, and 2.57 points of spirit. She obtained 22 white quality drops, 58 wooden treasure chests, and 28 iron treasure chests. When Genevieve was killing level 5 monsters today, one of them dropped a white quality crystal. After the double critical hit, she received 2 pieces. To her surprise, after opening the iron treasure chest, she got another 2 white quality crystals. It seemed that starting from today, the drop rate of white quality crystals had increased. Genevieve decided that from tomorrow on, she would no longer waste time and would go straight to the level 5 monster zone to hunt. As long as she killed enough level 5 monsters, the drop rate would naturally be higher. For Genevieve at this stage, white quality crystals were extremely important resources. Because the new buildings required for a Tier 4 territory included 4 energy arrow towers. White quality crystals were one of the basic materials needed to construct a primary energy arrow tower. The other base material was copper blocks. Building a primary energy arrow tower required 1,000 copper blocks, 100 iron blocks, 100 stone blocks, and 50 white quality crystals. Apart from not lacking iron blocks and stone blocks, Genevieve currently only had a dozen copper blocks and 8 white quality crystals. In her previous life, copper blocks could still be exchanged through the trading channel, but it was almost impossible to obtain crystals from the trading channel once energy props appeared. Unless she obtained them by killing monsters or buying them from the bracelet mall, which was an amount of money that made people sigh with regret. The resources that Genevieve opened from the iron treasure chest, except for keeping the crystals, green quality skill books, and green quality material packages, were all given to her father. Anson, are you going to sell these green quality resources? Genevieve, you picked what you need, the rest are sold, I can no longer use them. Anson, alright. Anson killed more than 1,000 level 2 monsters in Theta Day. After leaving he killed 2 level 1 monsters, 1 level 2 monster, and 8 level 3 monsters. Even not comparing with Genevieve, Anson's harvest was relatively abundant among ordinary players, and he also obtained quite a lot of white quality resources. However, the blue quality equipment and props given by his daughter had already fully armed him, making the green quality resources somewhat chicken rib for him. After discussing the prices of various resources with her father, Genevieve checked the time and saw that her territory's upgrade was almost complete, so she ended the private chat with her father. Sure enough, less than a minute later, Genevieve received a mechanical voice announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Yuan Fenjung for becoming the second Tier 4 Territory Lord, rewarding 4 free attribute points, silver treasure chest ×1. Congratulations to Amir from Village 33333 in Town 3333 for being the first to upgrade to Tier 4, the chat and trading functions of County 333 have been activated. Reward, 4 free attribute points, silver treasure chest ×2. Without world reputation points, this message would not be broadcasted on the world channel, but it would be announced on the county channel, town channel, and village channel. Genevieve opened the chat interface and immediately saw that a 333 county chat group had been added. After entering it, she looked at the number of players above the county group, 923-148-1. Initially, the counter-level area had 1 million players, now only 920,000 players remained, with over 70,000 dead. Genevieve remembered that in her previous life, when someone initiated the 333 county chat and trading group, the number of surviving players in 333 county had been less than 200,000. Genevieve decided to spend half an hour every day chopping down trees and collecting stream water, ensuring an uninterrupted supply. This way, most players could build 2 wooden arrow towers or stone arrow towers before the second wave of beast attacks arrived. This was the minimum requirement to survive the second wave of beasts. This point was also mentioned in the endgame survival strategy guide. For Genevieve, this wasn't a difficult task. Although Genevieve didn't receive the top prize for upgrading to a Tier 4 territory, the second prize was pretty generous too. She instantly received 8 free attribute points and 3 silver treasure chests. Genevieve first added all 8 free attribute points to her constitution value. Having not opened a silver treasure chest for a long time, suddenly getting 3 silver treasure chests made Genevieve very happy, so she happily opened them. After triggering a 100% double critical hit, Genevieve obtained 200 blue quality rice seeds, 200 blue quality wheat seeds, 100 blue quality vegetable seeds, 100 blue quality tomato seeds, 60 blue quality breads, 60 blue quality pure waters, 8 blue quality spirit pure waters, 8 blue quality strength pure waters, 6 blue quality healing potions, 6 blue quality antidote potions, 6 blue quality constitution enhancing potions, 1,000 gold coins, 60 space stones, 50 blue quality material packages, 8 green quality crystals, 2 blue quality territory shields, 2 blue quality armors, 2 blue quality skill books, 2 advanced iron arrow tower blueprints, 2 primary energy arrow towers. Suddenly obtaining 8 green quality crystals was quite impressive. 1 green quality crystal equaled 10 white quality crystals. With these 8 green quality crystals, she and her father could use the energy bows generously. And with the blue quality territory shield, Genevieve didn't have to worry about her father's territory being broken by the beast tide for 3 months. Genevieve took out the 2 types of blue quality pure waters and found they added spirit value and strength value. Drinking 100 milliliters would add 3 points of spirit value, up to 10 times. There were also blue quality constitution enhancing potions. 1 bottle increased 50 points of constitution, and each person could take 4 bottles. She and her father could each increase 150 points of constitution, 30 points of spirit, and 30 points of strength. These numbers were considerable for Genevieve, let alone for her father. Especially for her father, with this additional 150 points of constitution, his defense value was nearly 200, making it feasible to hunt level 5 monsters. Anson, 1 bottle is enough for me, leave the other 2 for your mother and brother. Genevieve, Ken, these potions are sold in the bracelet mall, and I now have enough gold coins to buy them. With my premonition talent, my territory must be upgraded to level 5 to contact them. If you drink it tomorrow, you can go hunting in the level 4 to 5 monster zone, and then even without me, you will earn enough money to buy potions for them. Genevieve's words made sense. The rewards from hunting level 4 to 5 monsters far exceeded those from level 2 to 3 monsters. After thinking it through, Anson drank all 3 bottles of blue quality constitution potions. After all, not only did an increase in constitution mean more defense but also reduced stamina consumption, allowing him to kill more monsters and mine minerals to help his daughter's territory upgrade faster. For the 2 types of blue quality pure water that enhanced constitution and spirit, Anson decided not to keep them for his wife and son, intending to drink them when his stamina ran low while hunting as suggested by his daughter. The 60 space stones were evenly divided between father and daughter, increasing each of their backpack slots by 150. When Genevieve opened the blue quality skill book, her spirit lifted. It was exactly the skill book she needed. Chapter 61, Tier 4 Territory 2. Transformation, blue quality consumes 5 to 15 points of mental energy to kill one target below level 20 within a kilometer, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. This was precisely the skill Genevieve needed to kill bosses above her own level. With this skill, Genevieve could easily deal with the boss in a cluster of monsters, leaving them leaderless. Genevieve learned a blue quality transformation skill book and gave another one for her father to learn. After receiving it, Trace read the skill description and replied to Genevieve after a while. Trace, my talent is destined for physical strength. This skill suits your mother well. We will give it to her when we see her. When Genevieve saw this skill, she also thought it would suit her mother perfectly. Genevieve, then, Ken, you should upgrade the spike skill to blue quality. Yesterday, Trace had just learned the spike skill, green quality. Due to his low mental energy value, Genevieve didn't give him the blue quality skill upgrade card. Now, with an additional 30 points added to his mental energy, reaching a total of 47 points, he could handle 2 blue quality magic skills. Trace didn't say much after receiving the blue quality skill upgrade card and proceeded to upgrade his green quality spike skill to blue quality. Spike skill, blue quality. Each use consumes 5 points of mental energy, causing 62-meter-long spikes to emerge from the ground within a 60-square-meter area for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Although this skill's lethality against wild monsters above level 5 wasn't great, it could significantly slow down their attack speed, giving Trace more time to strike at high-level monster groups. Trace followed his daughter's arrangement. Genevieve opened the blue quality material package and checked its contents, finding it similar to what she had seen in her previous life: 1,000 wood, 1,000 stones, 200 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 10 glass pieces, and 5 silver blocks. For ordinary players, 5 blue quality material packages were enough to upgrade their Tier 1 territory to Tier 2. Genevieve, however, had opened 50 packs. Multiplied by 50, this amounted to 50,000 wood, 50,000 stones, 10,000 iron blocks, 500 copper blocks, 500 glass pieces, and 250 silver blocks. But that wasn't all. While opening material packages, Genevieve even managed to trigger double drops. These materials from the material packages doubled again, which was enough to meet the requirements for building an initial energy arrow tower. Unfortunately, it wasn't yet time for silver treasure chest drops. She had also luckily obtained the advanced iron arrow tower blueprint and the initial energy arrow tower blueprint required to upgrade a Tier 5 territory today, saving several thousand gold coins. After organizing the resources from the silver treasure chest, Genevieve finally had time to inspect her new territory. Naturally, the wooden house became wider, transforming from a single-story house into a 2-story wooden building, with each floor having an area of 200 square meters. Genevieve did not change the downstairs layout but converted the bedroom into a 100 square meter cultivation room. The weather was getting colder, and snow would soon fall, making it impossible for her to train in the courtyard then. An indoor training room was essential. On the second floor, Genevieve designed 3 suites, so when her family's territories merged with hers, they could each have a suite. A 20 square meter balcony faced the backyard on the second floor, with windows on 2 sides. Apart from drying clothes normally, once living with her family, she could sit here during free time. Genevieve's territory now had a total area of 1,300 square meters, with 100 square meters expanded by the expansion card. The stone wall was now 15 meters high with a defensive value of 50,000. The bases of the wooden arrow towers and the initial iron arrow towers were raised and placed at the 4 corners. 2 advanced wooden arrow towers and 2 medium iron arrow towers were situated at the front and back gates respectively. Advanced wooden arrow tower. Materials, 6,000 wood, 300 stones, 60 iron, 20 elastic bands. Attack power, 200. Range, 300 meters. Firing rate, 2 arrows 3 seconds. Energy consumption, 40 wood and 4 iron per hour. Medium iron arrow tower. Materials, 3,000 iron, 500 wood, 50 stones, 20 elastic bands. Attack power, 400. Range, 400 meters. Firing rate, 2 arrows 3 seconds. Energy consumption, 10 iron and 20 wood per hour. With these arrow towers in Genevieve's territory, if 100 level 10 or lower wild monsters charged from the forest towards her territory, they would be killed by the arrow towers before reaching her territory. Genevieve's front yard remained 100 square meters, while the backyard was 900 square meters. Genevieve had obtained a batch of blue quality seeds from opening the silver treasure chest. Tomorrow, she would buy 10 bottles of blue quality soil nutrient at the mall and let June use them to upgrade the 100 square meters of farmland into blue quality farmland. Tomorrow, her rice that had been planted for half a month could be harvested, but Genevieve no longer felt the excitement she used to. She planted white quality rice seeds in green quality farmland to harvest some green quality rice. But even if she harvested green quality rice now, what good would it do? It wouldn't benefit her much, merely offering a small comfort. The only consolation was that her father could still eat it. Although Genevieve made her father take the blue quality physical strength enhancing potion, she did not immediately take one herself. She planned to wait until after tomorrow's 3 dungeon runs before drinking it, so she wouldn't have to switch to level 4 or 5 beast meat today. Now, she mostly had level 2 or 3 beast meat. She didn't even have as much level 4 beast meat as level 5. She needed to kill more. Meanwhile, Trace's physical strength value increased by 150 points all at once, allowing him to eat level 3 beast meat with Genevieve. Trace prepared dinner and shared it with his daughter. After having her fill, Genevieve went back to the chat group, where her territory being upgraded to level 4 had attracted significant attention from players of Village 33333. The village chat group was filled with criticism aimed at those who had slandered Genevieve yesterday. Genevieve did not join the conversation but added the 30-odd players who defended her yesterday as friends. She told them they could privately tell her what supplies they needed and that she would stop selling any materials on the village trading channel except for planks. Cameron and a few other friends like you this dead ghost curiously asked Genevieve whether the newly promoted town Chuck in the game had any connection with her. Genevieve's online name was Garden Herschel, while her father's was Garden Chuck. The implication was too obvious. It wasn't surprising that Cameron and the others guessed there was a connection. There was no need to hide it. Genevieve admitted it. In the future, Trace would sell large quantities of materials. Letting other players know how powerful both she and her father were would prevent them from having ulterior motives. Players who received Genevieve's reply envied her immensely for such good fortune. Most players had family members, but very few could connect with their families this quickly. Regarding the fact that Alger Overlord's father was also an overlord, Cameron and the others weren't surprised. Genevieve also placed 2 orders in the county trading group, one for wood and another for stream water. The prices were only 5% higher than those in the town trading group. Genevieve didn't know that when the county chat group was opened, a girl from village 35587 first laughed, then cried. Chapter 62 Lydia. At first, the young girl Lydia laughed because she discovered that in the county chat group opened by her cousin, they were actually in the same area. What a lucky thing this was. This meant she had a chance to connect with her cousin. Ever since being transported to the desolate world, Lydia felt so grateful to her cousin and blamed herself. When the end-of-the-world survival game first appeared, her cousin used the excuse of helping her company test the game to lure her family, including her grandparents, into the game. She also convinced everyone to draw at least one talent by promising that her company would cover the costs. Lydia's mother is Genevieve's aunt. She listened to her elder sister and got the whole family to spend 1,000 yuan each on drawing talents. Everyone in the family drew a talent. Lydia's talent wasn't too great. It was a B-level animal taming talent. Spending 1 point of spirit energy could control a level 1 monster for 1 minute, and 2 points of spirit energy could tame a level 1 monster. But she only had 1.5 points of spirit value, enough to control but not to tame. Initially, Lydia joined this game purely to help her cousin's sales performance. As a college student, she had too many things to handle, thus logging in infrequently. Because she didn't take the game seriously, Lydia casually picked the prairie map, praising its beautiful scenery. On the second day she logged in, the country strongly required all citizens to log into the end-of-the-world survival game. Though Lydia found it strange, she spent more time gathering resources in-game. However, feeling she had already logged in as per national requirements, Lydia went back to her own affairs. She played even less than her parents did. In the end-of-the-world survival game, she usually just chopped down the few small trees around her territory and dug through nearby rock piles. Lydia once complained about the lack of stones, finding iron and copper blocks under stone piles instead of rocks, preventing her from building up her territory with stones. Without sufficient materials, though she placed the core of her territory, Lydia couldn't construct houses or walls. It wasn't until the announcement of the entry into the end-of-the-world survival games that Lydia hastily collected some stones from her parents to build a small stone house in her territory. As saplings continuously respawned in the game, Lydia finally managed to gather enough wooden boards to build a wooden wall on the 3rd day after entering the desolate world. This helped her survive the first wave of beasts without much trouble. During the beast tide, her wooden wall was damaged due to insufficient wood repairs towards the end of the tide. However, the stone house had higher defense, and with plenty of stones in her backpack for constant repairs, she managed to last until the end of the beast tide. After the beast tide ended, Lydia, now penniless, had no choice but to go out to kill monsters and exchange for supplies. Fortunately, her talent could briefly immobilize monsters, allowing her to kill them without getting hurt. Due to insufficient spirit energy, Lydia needed to rest for 2 hours after killing each monster. Since entering the desolate world, Lydia had only come across one wooden treasure chest, obtaining a bottle of water and bread of white quality, as well as a large white quality knife. Relying on her taming talent, Lydia killed level 1 wild monsters for edible meat, experience points, and copper coins. Once she accumulated enough experience to level up to level 2, Lydia immediately upgraded. Her base attributes were too low, being hit by a level 1 monster could be fatal. After leveling up to level 2, with 20 hit points, a hit wouldn't be lethal anymore. Lydia added the 1 free attribute point she received upon leveling up to her spirit value, instantly feeling the benefit. She could now kill a level 1 monster every hour. Although the drop rates for experience and copper coins halved, the amount of meat remained unchanged. On the village trading website, she could trade meat for wood and water, which was cheaper than buying in the bracelet mall. After leveling up to level 3, Lydia added another free attribute point to her spirit value. This way, she only needed half an hour of rest before she could kill another level 1 monster. Although the experience and copper coin drops decreased to 1/3 of what they were when she was a level 1 player, the meat drop remained unchanged. After reaching level 3, she could kill significantly more monsters daily, gaining roughly the same amount of experience and copper coins as when she was level 1, but twice as much meat, and the danger of hunting remained minimal. With the extra meat, she could buy more wood from the village trading network, allowing her to finally rebuild her wooden fence yesterday. If it weren't for her cousin finding a reason to bring their whole family into the end-of-the-world survival game, and if she hadn't drawn this talent, Lydia believed she wouldn't have survived past the first day after the beast tide. Because with her combat power, she couldn't deal with level 1 monsters at all. If she couldn't kill level 1 monsters, she would have no way to survive. Her parents' situation was better than hers, so Lydia didn't need to worry too much about them. After entering the desolate world, Lydia saw her cousin's messages in the world channel several times, and later saw her aunt, uncle, and little cousin's nicknames on the top 3 rankings. This was like a guiding light for her. It let her know that her relatives were also in this world, and as long as she kept going, she could meet them. She never thought she would be in the same area as her cousin so soon, and Lydia couldn't help but feel happy. But after laughing, Lydia cried. Because of all her efforts until now, her territory was only level 1, and her player level was only level 3. She simply had no way to contact her cousin. She needed to reach player level 6 to contact her cousin, but she didn't know if she could survive until then. Due to the lack of resources around her territory, the wood sold in the village trading channel was expensive, and iron blocks even more so. Lydia struggled hard to kill level 1 monsters just to buy 900 units of wood. After rebuilding the wooden fence, even if she collected materials for 2 more days, she still wouldn't have enough to build a basic wooden arrow tower. According to the game guides, 2 basic wooden arrow towers were required to survive the second beast tide, but she didn't have even one. However, since she had seen her cousin, if she could make contact with her, she would have hoped to survive. She didn't want to die, her parents would be heartbroken. Lydia prayed that tomorrow she would find a new dungeon where she could farm more monsters. To see if she could obtain materials to build a basic arrow tower or get experience points to upgrade to level 6. When Lydia prepared to rest and conserve energy, she checked the county trading channel one last time before sleep, only to find her cousin selling wood. The young girl trembled all over, tears flowing again. Sobbing, she bought as quickly as possible. Her cousin was selling wood in large quantities and even allowed exchanges with iron and copper blocks at a rate dozens of times cheaper than their village trading network. With the iron and copper blocks in her possession, she could exchange for 2,800 units of wood. This way, she could build 2 wooden arrow towers and still have plenty left for repairs. And water. Her water supply was dwindling. Her cousin's creek water was so cheap, for just 6 copper coins, she could buy a liter. She planned to buy a liter every day from now on. She hadn't bathed or washed her hair in such a long time. Chapter 63, Running the Dungeon for the 3rd time 1. After listing the timber and stream water on the village, town, and county trading channels, Genevieve went to practice. Unbeknownst to her, her decision to sell timber at low prices on the county trading channel to help more players survive the beast tide had altered the fate of her young cousin. In her previous life, she had not managed to get in touch with Lydia, thus unaware that they resided in the same county area. Of course, Genevieve's actions didn't just change Lydia's fate. In County 333, across dozens of villages, many players were eagerly grabbing the timber at bargain prices. This Darasta Gustav is so kind, selling timber this cheaply. I'm saved. Tomorrow, I can definitely build 2 basic arrow towers. Truly befitting the first player. Once I can speak on the county chat channel, I must express my gratitude to Darasta Alja. Without him, I surely wouldn't have survived past the second beast tide. Countless players in County 333 whispered among themselves, filled with thankfulness. Naturally, there were those cursing Genevieve, as her actions disrupted their high-profit businesses. Genevieve was unaware of these thoughts and focused on practicing the body tempering technique in the cultivation room until late at night when she was interrupted by sounds from outside. It turned out that it had started raining heavily outside, pattering against the backyard greenhouse, making a loud noise. Listening closely, something seemed amiss. The sound wasn't typical rain hitting the greenhouse roof but heavier and larger objects striking it. She remembered the hailstorm before the second beast tide in her previous life. So this was a hailstorm. Genevieve walked to the living room and looked out the window. Since she had placed the energy lamp outside on the balcony upstairs, she couldn't see clearly outside. Therefore, she walked onto the balcony, where the energy lamp automatically turned on sensing her presence. From the balcony window, under the light of the energy lamp, through the rain, she saw white solid objects falling from the sky faster than raindrops. The solid objects ranged in size from her fist to her thumb, crashing into the greenhouse and producing significant sounds. Fortunately, the glass on the top of the greenhouse was made in the wasteland world, extremely durable, unaffected even by fist-sized hailstones. Genevieve remembered how in her previous life, the hail fell all night, and the next day, the courtyard was covered with half a meter thick layer of hail. And it didn't stop there, it kept raining, with the hail turning into snow pellets, and temperatures plummeting to around -10°C. In her previous life, just before this, Genevieve had exchanged wood planks with other players for a white-quality cotton coat, allowing her to venture outside the next morning without freezing. This time, Genevieve had a warm shelter, abundant supplies, and had already contacted her father early on. Just thinking about her father, she received a message from him. Chuck, hail is suddenly falling outside. Don't go out. According to the post-apocalyptic survival game guide, tomorrow's weather will be poor, with rain and sleet all day. You should delay your dungeon run by a day. Genevieve, you know my current stats. I'm not easily affected by cold or heat anymore. Besides, the blue quality protective suit is waterproof and fireproof, warming slightly in sub-zero temperatures, so I won't get cold. Chuck also had a blue quality protective suit, which he would know about soon. With her father's warning and staying in a safe, warm building, Genevieve felt no trace of the hardship from her previous life. After watching the hail for a while, she went to sleep. Even though her bedroom was moved to the second floor, Genevieve still had a green quality fireplace installed there. Despite the sub-zero temperature outside, the indoor temperature remained at 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. Lying in a warm bed, the outside banging noises only accentuated the coziness of the blankets, and Genevieve quickly fell asleep. Tomorrow was going to be busy, leaving no time for melancholy. On the 11th day of the wasteland world, Genevieve woke up in the morning and stepped onto the balcony to look outside. Indeed, it was raining and snowing mixed together. Although she had woken up several minutes later than usual, the overcast sky added a sense of oppression. Genevieve enjoyed breakfast, lovingly prepared by her father early in the morning on the second-floor balcony, then left home after seeing visibility improve outside. As expected, the hail hadn't melted but formed ice blocks instead. Winter arrived on schedule just like before. Genevieve checked the chat group and found that many players had been awakened in the middle of the night due to the storm and hail in their areas. However, some places were spared. You this devil, it didn't rain or hail here, damn it, there was a super strong wind in the middle of the night. My wooden house is already level 3, yet it was trembling from the wind. I didn't dare sleep all night, afraid that the wooden house would be blown away. It should be morning now, but it's still pitch black here, how can I dare to go out? Genevieve sympathized with the young man for a second, then left the house. The rain mixed with snow pellets the size of half a fingernail cover hit the protective suit, making a pattering sound, but Genevieve felt no pain. Though the ground was covered with hailstones, water, and small snow pellets, Genevieve found herself walking as if on flat ground. Even when she stepped on ice water, her feet felt as if they were on solid land, not sinking in at all. Genevieve herself did not know that having an agility value over 100 could be so powerful. Would walking on water feel the same, like walking on land without falling into the water? She planned to try it out by the stream when she had time. But today she needed to find the new dungeon, she would think about it later. Under the assault of rain, hail, and snow particles, the forest turned almost black, looking gloomy and very oppressive. After activating her premonition talent, Genevieve quickly determined the location of the third dungeon and cleared the surrounding trees in the same way as before. Since she now needed to provide more and more wood to the trading channel, after clearing the nearby trees, Genevieve did not stop but continued deeper into the forest, only stopping when the time was nearly up. Today, Genevieve set out half an hour earlier than usual, but the bad weather and road conditions did not affect her actions. With her increased strength, in 1.5 hours, Genevieve chopped down 1.8 million blocks of wood and killed more than 10 level 3 monsters during this period. Because this dungeon featured level 3 monsters, it appeared within their range. With the trees cleared for several kilometers around, the moment the dungeon appeared, Genevieve saw it. Her eyes lit up upon entering the dungeon. It was no longer a cave terrain. This was desert terrain, and although there were no mines, wait, what was that gold-colored pebble the size of a fingernail lying on the sand? Genevieve used a gathering skill. Gold sandstone can be refined into gold coins. Chapter 64, Clearing the Instance for the third time too. This gold sandstone is not an ore but it's as valuable as money. Although Genevieve couldn't refine it, her father could. As a craftsman, refining metal was basic for him. Genevieve was getting excited while picking up gold sandstone when a road-blocking monster emerged, hindering her way to wealth. A swarm of sandworms, snake-like creatures, wriggled out from the sand dunes. Sandworm, level 3. Attack, 35. Defense, 30. Vitality, 30. These stats were ordinary, yet what was extraordinary was that these creatures possessed lethal venom which they could spray onto prey within 3 meters. The venom wouldn't hurt Genevieve with her physical attributes, but the sight was too revolting. She wouldn't allow these sandworms to get within 10 meters of her. Soon she took down most of them with ice spikes and fireballs, leaving only 10. For the remaining 10 sandworms, Genevieve didn't kill them. Instead, she kicked them away with her feet. Then using a hinder skill, it took the sandworms ages to crawl back to her, only to be kicked away again once they reached her side. Genevieve searched for gold sandstone on her own until the instant's time ran out and she was transported out. Since the monsters in the instance were not all cleared, she had not completed it, allowing her to continue into the instance tomorrow. She had picked up over 100 pieces of gold sandstone, enough to refine more than 30 gold coins. Genevieve happily chopped down 2 million trees before looking for level 5 monsters to challenge. While searching for level 5 monsters, Genevieve casually cut down some trees along the way. Given her current strength value, even with a beginner's axe, one chop would fell a tree instantly. Thus, by evening, when she returned to the territory, Genevieve had gathered 4 million pieces of wood. It was unclear whether due to today's terrible weather many players dared not venture out or not, but very few players privately messaged Genevieve for medicine today. In the village and town trade channels, wood sales increased significantly, while the sales of stream water almost came to a halt. With rain and snow falling in most areas now, most players did not lack water anymore, so the poor sales of stream water were expected. In the county trade channel, the 1 million pieces of wood and 10 tons of stream water she uploaded last night were already sold out within an hour after being listed. After all, during late-night rainfall and hailstorms, not many players who weren't wealthy bought stream water. It seemed other villages and towns in County 333 lacked wood. The daily sales in Town 3333 amounted to no more than 40 to 50,000 pieces. So Genevieve uploaded another 3 million pieces of wood and 1 ton of stream water to the county trade channel, then replenished the wood sold out in the village and town trade channels. With plenty of stream water still in stock, she did not need to replenish it. Genevieve checked the white quality items her father had listed on the town trade channel yesterday, which had already been snatched up. She obtained numerous white quality drops from killing monsters in the instance today and also received quite a few wooden chests and iron chests while killing monsters outside the instance. Taking advantage of her father preparing dinner, Genevieve sat down to check her harvest for the day. Today, Genevieve killed 2,200 level 3 sandworms inside the instance. With the trigger of a 100% double critical strike, she earned 66,000 experience points and 66,000 copper coins. She gained 132 points of mental energy. She obtained over 210 white quality drops, besides 10 packages of materials, all of which she gave to her father. Since she hadn't completely cleared the instance today, she did not receive any instance rewards. After clearing the instance, Genevieve went to find level 5 monsters. Outside the instance today, she killed a total of 3 level 1 monsters, 2 level 2 monsters, 31 level 3 monsters, 5 level 4 monsters, and 45 level 5 monsters. Triggering 100% double critical strikes earned her 6,900 experience points and 6,900 gold coins. She gained 3.1 points in strength, 2.1 in agility, and 1.7 in mental energy. She obtained 105 white quality drops, including 2 white quality crystals, 50 wooden chests, and 50 iron chests. Her mental energy should have exceeded 300 points, but fortunately, she had consumed a blue quality constitution enhancement potion before entering the instance. Genevieve opened her personal data panel to take a look. Player, Garden Herschel. Level 1, 530860100. Strength, 151.14, plus 1. Agility, 156.67, plus 50. Constitution, 417. Mental energy, 354.7. Attack power, 662.51, plus 51. Defense value, 417, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 150. World prestige value, 106. Talents, Absorption, S grade, Critical Strike, S grade, Premonition, D grade. Skills, 4th level body tempering technique, 2nd level swordsmanship. Skills, Ice Spike, blue quality, Hindrance, blue quality, Fireball, blue quality, Shape-shifting, blue quality. Gathering, green quality, Alchemy, green quality. Equipment, blue quality protective suit, blue quality agility boots, white quality strength bracelet. Reserve weapons, Sonic gun, red quality, Tang Dao, blue quality, Energy bow, green quality, hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 4. Game currency, 1,187.4203 gold coins. Inventory, 560 slots. Supplies. Green quality crystals, 10. White quality crystals, 10. Other items omitted. Her experience points were enough for her player level to reach level 9. Her base attack power reached over 660 damage points, dealing the highest damage to level 30 monsters took only 1 or 2 moves. With a constitution defense value of over 400, even a level 20 wild monster might not be able to break through her defense, let alone hurt her. As for her mental energy value of over 300, she could continuously cast her 4 blue quality attack skills in rotation 10 times without any problem. Genevieve admired her excellent attribute values with satisfaction and then closed the bracelet system, ready to open the treasure chests. Genevieve opened all the wooden chests and iron chests together, leaving behind only the space stones, material packages, and green quality seeds. She gifted the rest of the supplies to her father. The father and daughter agreed that they would continue selling white quality supplies at this stage and wait until after the second wave of beasts before selling green quality materials in the town trading group. Kato, many players in our village have asked me about my relationship with Garden Herschel. Originally, there was no connection, but now that my sales channel has replaced yours and you haven't said anything, they suspect something. Genevieve, the usernames are so obvious. The players in our village asked early on and call you the leader of Garden. Speaking of this, Genevieve remembered the gold sandstone she had gathered in the instance and sent it all to her father. Genevieve, Ken, this can be refined into gold coins. Check if you can refine it. After about 2 minutes, Kato, I need to upgrade my player level to 5 to refine gold sandstone. My experience points can only take me to level 4. Genevieve, don't worry about that. I have more than 1,000 gold coins now. Let's follow the plan and slowly level up. Kato, alright, let's have dinner first. I've prepared some level 5 beast meat for you. After exiting the instance, Genevieve sent a message to her father, informing him of her latest situation, so Kato cooked the level 5 beast meat for her. Chapter 65, Third Run of the Dungeon 3. On the 12th day in the barren world, Genevieve got up and walked to the balcony to observe the weather outside, only to see a vast expanse of white, very clean. The light snow from the first half of the night had intensified by dawn, and the accumulated snow was already over 10 centimeters thick, with the temperature dropping to about minus 20 degrees Celsius. Kimberly had already risen early in the morning, sweeping the snow off the warm greenhouse. Seeing Genevieve's on the balcony, she called out, "Hello, my lord." Although her expression remained respectful, it lacked the initial awkwardness when she first arrived. Genevieve's was only present in the territory at night, leaving Kimberly mostly alone during the day. Apart from giving orders, there was little interaction between them. However, Kimberly's demeanor improved daily. Perhaps it was because Genevieve's gave her complete authority, allowing her to freely utilize her planting talent. Additionally, Genevieve's was generous, providing her with green-quality food and second-grade meat. Not only did Kimberly's spirit improve, but yesterday she even informed Genevieve's that her mental value had increased by 1 point. This was good news. An increase in mental value meant her planting talent would be more effective. The most obvious change was that her crop's maturation time had decreased by 5%. Was it cold last night? Genevieve's asked. Not at all, the fireplace kept me warm, and I had a blanket, Kimberly replied gratefully. She now wore green-quality protective clothing, which kept her warm even in temperatures around -20°C. Her new lord was a good lord. After eating the breakfast sent by her father, Genevieve's went out. Yesterday, after Genevieve's left, Kimberly cleared away all the hailstones that hadn't yet frozen solid in the courtyard, so the front yard only had a thin layer of snow. However, outside the gate was a different story. The hailstones and sleet from yesterday had formed a smooth yet uneven layer of ice, covered by a thin, loosely packed layer of snow. An unwary person could easily slip and fall seriously injured. Having learned from past experiences, Genevieve's carefully stepped out, walking on ice and snow as if on flat ground, leaving only faint traces that were quickly erased by the wind. Such weather had no effect on monsters, who still fiercely attacked Genevieve's for experience points, copper coins, attribute points, and meat. Genevieve's headed to the level 5 monster area, killing monsters and chopping trees until it was time to enter the dungeon. Yesterday, while opening a treasure chest, she realized she forgot to use the auto-sorting function of her inventory to find the gold sandstone. She spent time visually searching for it and even praised herself for having a high agility attribute. Therefore, upon entering the dungeon today, she immediately used an obstruction skill on the 10 level 3 sandworms and mentally collected all sandy gravel suspected to contain gold sandstone into her backpack. When Genevieve's mental value reached 100 points, she found that she could collect items within a 10-meter range without touching them. When it reached 200 points, the range extended to 20 meters, and at 300 points, it expanded to 30 meters. So, calling herself a pig brain yesterday wasn't far off, given how she bent down to pick up gold sandstone. Sure enough, once all the sandstone was collected and sorted in her inventory, the gold sandstone was automatically separated into its own compartment. Not just gold sandstone but 3 other types of sandstone were also separately categorized. Genevieve's inspected them with mining skills, her eyes gleaming, followed by another self-reprimand for being a pig brain. These included silver sandstone, copper sandstone, and cloud sandstone. Silver and copper sandstones could be refined into coins or ingots. Genevieve's didn't know what cloud sandstone was before. Using her mining skill now, she found that it was a basic material for energy devices. Heaven! This desert dungeon was truly a treasure trove. Genevieve's ran joyfully across the vast dungeon, collecting sandstones while evading the 10 sandworms, occasionally tossing useless sandstones out of her backpack. After 3 hours, she was reluctantly transported out of the dungeon, still yearning to explore more of the desert. Using this method, Genevieve's obtained 1,206 pieces of gold sandstone, 2,760 of silver sandstone, 3,476 of copper sandstone, and 2,805 of cloud sandstone. If she continued at this rate for the next 2 days, she could refine thousands of gold coins. Exiting the dungeon, Genevieve's resumed killing level 5 monsters and chopping trees. The wood she listed on the county trading channel was still in high demand, even though she had placed 5 million blocks for sale over the past 2 days. Just from selling wood, she earned more than 1,000 gold coins. The gold coins she obtained from diligently farming monsters didn't even match this number. Moreover, she also received plenty of stone blocks and iron blocks, along with over 500 copper blocks and 3 white quality crystals. Thin profits, but high sales volume made up for it. Even on Anson's side, the demand for white quality materials was insatiable, reportedly earning him over 500 gold coins alone. Of course, Genevieve's only accepted basic materials gifted by her father, leaving the rest to him. With this motivation, Genevieve's didn't want to go mining at Stone Mountain anymore. Chopping trees and killing monsters became her favorite pastime. 1 slash per tree, Genevieve's unconsciously cleared over 50 square kilometers of forest. Fortunately, this forest spanned millions of square kilometers, so even with her diligent chopping, it wouldn't be depleted anytime soon. In her previous life, she too spent her days diligently cutting down trees at this stage. Occasionally stopping to deal with level 1 monsters, with her strength value of just 2 points, it took considerable effort to kill 1 level 1 wild monster. After killing a wild monster, her stamina would be exhausted, requiring her to eat food to recover before continuing. Without the double critical hit talent in her previous life, being able to cut 1,000 logs a day was already impressive. It barely sufficed for constructing her territory, leaving little to sell. But in this life, with her talent and abilities, cutting 10 million logs a day was entirely feasible. On the 13th day in the barren world, Genevieve's followed the same routine as yesterday, entering the dungeon to collect gold, silver, copper, and cloud sandstone. When Genevieve's was transported out of the dungeon, the amount of 4 types of sandstone collected was similar to the previous day. Then Genevieve's resumed chopping trees. She had no choice. Before opening the county trading channel, she never imagined she could make money through wood. Perhaps due to the second beast wave approaching, players were busy building arrow towers, and the 10 million logs Genevieve's uploaded yesterday sold out by morning. She earned over 3,000 gold coins, 20,000 stone blocks, 3,000 iron blocks, over 200 copper blocks, 17 silver blocks, and 5 white quality crystals. In her previous life, she hadn't earned 3,000 gold coins until her death, yet in this life, she made that much in just one day. How could Genevieve's not work hard chopping trees? She even stopped actively provoking wild monsters unless they came to her. Chapter 66 Distribution of Supplies. Genevieve did not hand over the materials dropped by monsters she killed yesterday to her father. She didn't even open the treasure chests, everything was kept in her backpack space. This was because she planned to sort everything out together tonight and sell all the white quality items collected by her and her father over these 2 days at Village 33333 and Village 33335. After all, these 2 villages were where they resided. In the case of insufficient supply, they naturally wanted to increase the survival rate of players in their own villages more. As for players from other villages, Genevieve still stood by her words. She wasn't a savior. She only did what she could manage and wouldn't worry about things beyond her capacity. Yesterday and today, Genevieve killed a total of 12 level 1 monsters, 11 level 2 monsters, 14 level 3 monsters, 16 level 4 monsters, and 69 level 5 monsters. With a 100% trigger rate for double critical hits, she gained 9,700 experience points and 9,700 copper coins. She also absorbed 2.91 points of strength, 3.65 points of agility, and 2.98 points of spirit. She obtained 156 white quality dropped supplies, including 4 white quality crystals. There were 100 wooden treasure chests and 70 iron treasure chests. After Trace's constitution improved significantly over the past 2 days, he too focused on killing level 5 monsters, handing over 18 wooden treasure chests and 20 iron treasure chests to Genevieve. Opening them all, she found a total of 40 spatial stones, which were then divided evenly between her and her father, each getting 20. They also obtained 6 white quality crystals, 48 white quality material packs, and 56 green quality material packs, all of which were placed under Genevieve's custody. Including the white quality potions that Genevieve had refined over the past few days, there were nearly 2,000 white quality items to be divided equally between the father and daughter. Each would put their share up for sale on their village's trading channel. The green quality supplies were divided with Genevieve retaining what she needed and handing over the rest to her father, who placed various potions, items, and equipment on the town trading channel for sale. Most of the green quality supplies obtained from opening iron treasure chests had not been released before. Today, when she suddenly put these supplies on the town trading channel, it amounted to over 2,000 items, a substantial quantity. Yesterday, Genevieve sent her second group message in the Village 33333 chat, announcing that she would be selling white quality items on the village trading channel and green quality items on the town trading channel. Her announcement caused a significant reaction among the villagers of Village 33333. Many players quickly flattered her, thanking her in the group for providing them with adequate resources to face the second wave of beast attacks. As Genevieve opened up the district and county channels, the horizons of the players from Village 33333 gradually broadened. Seeing the constantly decreasing numbers of the world's population, the county's population, and the town's population, it was shocking. In comparison, Village 33333 lost only 1 or 2 unfortunate players per day. This stark difference made most players understand what this great player named Sunnyfield meant to their village. When someone targeted Sunnyfield last time, causing her to stop selling white quality supplies at Village 33333, they realized that she was someone who acted decisively but rarely spoke much. Therefore, when Genevieve appeared again, those players eager to latch onto her immediately jumped on board, determined not to let any disharmonious messages appear in front of her. Genevieve was quite satisfied with the behavior of the Village 33333 players. Who wouldn't like sensible people? Because she had given prior notice, Genevieve listed the white quality items on the village trading channel, which sold out within half an hour. The green quality items on the town trading channel were also rapidly depleting. First, the food and potions sold out, followed by equipment, and then items, with the most aggressive buyers being the prepared players from Village 33333. Trace also uploaded 1,000 white quality large knives and 50 green quality large knives to the town trading channel, which sold out within an hour. Once these 2 items were sold out, wooden boards saw a surge in sales as well. Half an hour later, Genevieve saw in the village chat that the players from Village 33333 were discussing how many white quality and green quality items they managed to obtain. They also started talking about how many wooden arrow towers they built and the benefits of having such towers. Thanks to Genevieve's efforts, most of the players in Village 33333 gradually built basic arrow towers after the first wave of beast attacks. With just 1 basic arrow tower in a territory, it could roughly kill 3 to 4 level 1 monsters per day. This gave the Lord about 30 to 40 experience points, 30 to 40 copper coins, and 6 to 8 pieces of monster meat. This was enough to sustain a level 2 player. As they chatted, one player shared his experience of luring level 1 monsters into the vicinity of the territory to be killed by the arrow tower. She didn't expect that not only did he think of this method, but many other players with relatively weak combat power also thought of using the arrow towers to kill level 1 monsters. This method was indeed great. According to these players, they didn't have to take much risk and could kill 7 to 8 level 1 monsters daily. Genevieve noticed that apart from the blacklisted players who were complaining and apologizing in the village group chat such disharmonious messages, the overall atmosphere in the village chat was optimistic, without the fear and unease that had prevailed before the first wave of beast attacks. This indicated that the vast majority of players in Village 33333 had already prepared for the second wave of beasts and felt confident about surviving it. Many players said they had stockpiled plenty of wood for repairing wooden walls and basic arrow towers, assuring each other they would get through the beast wave with no problem and even reap big rewards. These players were eagerly looking forward to the beast wave. Genevieve recalled how in her previous life, before every beast wave, the village chat of Village 33333 was always filled with despair and sorrow. Since the messages in the chat wouldn't be deleted, many players left their final words there, hoping to leave a trace in this world after death. At this moment, Trace messaged Genevieve privately, worrying about his wife and young son. He knew his daughter had done a lot of preparation for them, and they wouldn't be in too bad a situation, but he still couldn't help but worry. Especially about his son, who always had so many curious ideas. If asked to go east, he would wonder what would happen if he went west instead, always wanting to try everything. The defense tower mom and brother use is different from our territory shield. The defense tower can be repaired with crystals to restore durability, while the shield cannot. Genevieve comforted her father. On the 14th day of the Wasteland world, when Genevieve woke up early, she saw that the light snow which had been falling continuously for the past 2 days had stopped at some point, as if knowing that today a beast wave would occur. Genevieve dismantled the arrow towers in the front yard and placed 2 basic arrow towers near the back gate, just in case any wild beast sneaked in from the back while she dealt with the beast wave at the front. She always felt in her previous life that level 3 and above monsters seemed to possess a bit of intelligence. Seeing that there was still time before the beast wave, Genevieve went to the forest to cut down more trees. She returned to her territory just before the expected arrival time of the beast wave and uploaded all the freshly chopped wood to the county trading channel. Chapter 67, Second Beast Tide 1. The first beast tide lasted for 2 hours, the second for 2.5 hours, and the third for 3 hours. Each subsequent beast tide lasted half an hour longer than the previous one. The first beast tide started at 9 a.m., and the second at 8:30 a.m. Genevieve returned to the territory at 8:25 a.m. During her 1-hour absence, June had cleaned the front yard thoroughly. At exactly 8:30 a.m., just like during the first beast tide, 10 level 2 monsters burst out of the forest. To quickly deal with the monster swarm, Genevieve hadn't cleared the nearby forest after the territory expansion, making it closer to the woods. As a result, the level 2 monsters dashed toward the territory walls in no time. A single ice spike from Genevieve eliminated these 10 level 2 monsters. Since Genevieve's mental value surpassed 300, although the ice spike was still a blue quality skill with unchanged damage, its cooldown time had automatically shortened by 2 minutes. Similarly, the blue quality fireball's cooldown also shortened by 1 minute, while everything else remained the same. The blue quality obstruction skill's cooldown also reduced by 1 minute, but the blue quality shapeshift showed no changes. For the second wave, 20 level 2 monsters appeared, which Genevieve dealt with using an ice spike and a fireball. In the third wave, 30 level 2 monsters emerged, handled by an ice spike and 2 fireballs. The fourth wave consisted of 40 level 2 monsters. The fifth wave brought 50 level 2 monsters. The sixth wave featured 60 level 2 monsters, all hawk monsters. Territories with wooden arrow towers fared better. As long as there were enough repair materials, they could endure this wave. Territories without wooden arrow towers needed skills or weapons to counter flying creatures. Genevieve didn't have a skill to kill groups of flying creatures but had a weapon, an energy bow. While aiming and shooting at the hawks, some attempted to dive bomb her, but she dispatched them with throwing knives. These knives, specially forged by Kato for Genevieve, measured 1 finger in length and 2 fingers in width. The white quality throwing knives were designed for disposable use, yet Genevieve found them quite handy. Combining both methods, the hawk monsters were swiftly eliminated. The seventh wave consisted of 70 level 2 monsters, wild wolves, which were easier to handle than the hawks. The eighth wave brought 6 level 3 monsters. For Genevieve, level 2 and level 3 monsters were similar, differing only in number. 6 level 3 monsters were just a matter of using 1 ice spike. After eliminating the 6 level 3 monsters in the 8th wave, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Ding, congratulations to player Countryside Scenery for being the first to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, 2 free attribute points. There are still 2 hours left until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Do you choose to exit the trial or continue? Note, you can end the trial anytime while continuing. Needless to say, Genevieve chose to continue. Facing so many level 2 monsters, even a level 4 player couldn't kill them all before they destroyed the territory structures without assistance. Only with the help of arrow towers could the territory be defended. Even though Kato was now very strong, he couldn't eliminate so many wild monsters within the time limit on his own. Most were killed by the arrow towers. Without Genevieve's talent, he received the same loot whether he killed the monsters himself or let the arrow towers do it, so he didn't mind who did the killing. After passing the 8th wave, Kato heard, ding, congratulations to player Chuck of Countryside Scenery for being the 9th to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 1 iron treasure chest, 2 free attribute points. There is still 1 hour left until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Do you choose to exit the trial or continue? Note, you can end the trial anytime while continuing. Kato chose to continue without hesitation, as he had during the first Beast Tide, leading to considerable gains. As he was tackling the 13th wave, the Beast Tide time ended. Kato had to stop halfway through the 13th wave and couldn't claim its reward. Had the time not run out, he would have certainly passed the 13th wave. Kato wasn't too disappointed since he could now handle level 5 monsters. An iron treasure chest meant little to him. Far away, Kinley and Oriv also chose to continue upon completing their Beast Tide trials. They managed to clear the 12th wave just as the Beast Tide time ended. Getting to this wave, the Lee family's gains were significant. After purchasing wood from her cousin to build 2 elementary wooden arrow towers, Lydia soon discovered the wonderful feature of these towers automatically killing monsters. The quick-witted girl quickly thought of a way to lure level 1 wild monsters within the range of the elementary wooden arrow towers, letting the towers handle the killings. If she were to kill the wild monsters herself, she would need her talent to control the monsters, requiring more mental energy and physical stamina. However, using her talent to lure the monsters only cost 0.5 points of mental energy, and the consumed physical stamina was just 1/3 of directly killing the monsters. By luring the monsters into the tower's range for shooting, Lydia could kill 15 or 16 monsters a day. This also earned her a good amount of experience, copper coins, and monster meat. Before the Beast Tide arrived, Lydia steeled her heart and used all her copper coins and monster meat to exchange for a white-quality spear. During the entire Beast Tide, Lydia did not have to endure the terrifying experience as she did during the first Beast Tide. Standing at the gate of the yard, she continuously repaired the damaged wooden walls while using the spear to kill the wild monsters charging at her, accelerating the speed of killing monsters and reducing the damage to the walls from their charges. With Lydia timely supplementing the wood, the 2 elementary wooden arrow towers kept firing arrows round by round. With her indirectly dealing with a few monsters here and there, she safely passed through each wave. Although her inventory of wood decreased rapidly due to continuous repairs of the wooden walls and towers, her experience and copper coins surged rapidly, gradually filling her empty backpack slots with level 2 monster meat. When 6 level 3 monsters appeared, Lydia became nervous. She knew she couldn't fight them off. But after a few rounds of rapid fire from the 2 elementary wooden arrow towers, the 6 level 3 monsters didn't even get close to Lydia before they fell to the ground. An additional white-quality loot item filled one slot in her backpack. Then, a now somewhat familiar mechanical voice sounded in her ears. Ding, congratulations to player, Butterfly Love Pear Blossom, for being the 201-236-8837th to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 free attribute points. There are still 21 minutes left until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Do you choose to exit the trial or continue? Note, you can end the trial anytime while continuing. Chapter 68, Second Beast Tide 2. Hearing that she had completed the Beast Tide trial 20 minutes ahead of schedule, Lydia was extremely excited. 2 days ago, she thought she wouldn't survive this Beast Tide. Upon hearing that she could choose to continue training and opt out whenever encountering danger, Lydia made a bold decision and clicked to agree to continue her training. The rewards for killing level 3 monsters were too significant. When her arrow tower killed 6 level 3 monsters, it even dropped a white-quality wrist guard, which added 1 point to strength after wearing it. These were level 3 monsters. She didn't need to lure them herself or kill them personally. As long as she managed the timing well, there wasn't much danger. It would be foolish to leave now. After clicking to agree to continue training, Lydia retreated back into the stone house. If the wooden fence at the first line of defense couldn't withstand the attack from the 9th batch of level 3 monsters, she would have enough time to stop the trial. Back in the stone house, Lydia hurriedly went on the county trading channel and bought a considerable amount of wood with copper coins from her cousin. In the 9th round, there were 12 level 3 monsters. The arrow tower unleashed another round of volleys, and Lydia was surprised to find that all 12 level 3 monsters were killed instantly upon touching the wooden fence. However, when 18 level 3 monsters appeared in the 10th round, Lydia couldn't laugh anymore. With so many monsters, the arrow tower couldn't keep up. The attack power of the level 3 monsters was too strong, putting her wooden fence with only 200 defense points under great threat. She mended the wooden fence as quickly as possible, but no matter how fast she patched it up, it couldn't match the destructive force of more than 10 level 3 monsters attacking together. Just when the defense value of the wooden fence dropped to 2, Lydia desperately raised it back to 50 points and then 7 level 3 monsters crashed into it again. Seeing the fence about to collapse, Lydia heard the familiar robotic voice announce the end of the Beast Tide. Lydia wiped off her cold sweat, hurriedly repaired the wooden fence, and collapsed into her chair, happily examining her harvest and feeling extremely grateful for enduring the pressure until the end. Besides the white-quality wrist guard, she also obtained a bottle of white-quality healing potion and a white-quality gathering skill book during the Beast Tide. Lydia got 3 wooden treasure chests in the Beast Tide. After opening all of them, she received 6 pieces of white-quality bread, 3 bottles of white-quality pure water, 1 bottle of white-quality healing potion, 1 white-quality cotton jacket, 1 white-quality headband, 1 white-quality broadsword, 1 space stone, and 1 white-quality fireplace blueprint. Remember, she had spent all her savings just to buy a white-quality broadsword before. During this Beast Tide, she alone had obtained over a dozen items of white-quality materials, along with plenty of copper coins and beast meat. So, she struck it rich. Lydia took out the white-quality cotton jacket to wear, immediately feeling warmer and discovering that it added 5 points to defense, making her happier. She wore a windbreaker she brought from Bluewater Star, but it wasn't warm enough in this sub-zero temperature, causing her to sleep poorly for the past few nights. There was also the white-quality fireplace blueprint, which sold for sky-high prices in the village trading channel, only 50 copper coins less than in the bracelet mall. Lydia decided to install the fireplace in her room so that she wouldn't freeze and lose sleep at night. The game guide mentioned that winter would last 3 months with temperatures dropping to as low as -80 degrees Celsius in some areas. When she checked the white-quality headband, Lydia was so happy she wanted to jump for joy. It added 5 points to spirit. She had been worried because from today onward, the lowest level of monsters outside would be level 2, which would be hard for her to control. With this headband, controlling level 2 monsters became less strenuous. Lydia then remembered the 2 free attribute points awarded after the beast tide ended. After careful consideration, she decided to add 1 point to agility and 1 to spirit value. Faster movement would help her escape level 2 monsters. From the 9th to the 15th round, there were a total of 216 level 3 monsters. The 16th round featured 5 level 4 monsters. For Genevieve, who could kill level 5 monsters with 1 hit, dealing with 5 level 4 monsters was just an ice spear spell away. Facing the second beast tide was easier than the first. Genevieve completed all trials up to the 18th round and finished 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Ding! Congratulations player Tianyuan Herschel for completing all extra challenge trials. Reward, 2 silver treasure chests, 2 free attribute points, and 2 world prestige points. Without hesitation, Genevieve added all 4 free attribute points to Constitution. Genevieve looked at her gains during this beast tide. After triggering the 100% double critical hit, she earned a total of 24,560 experience points and 24,560 copper coins. She absorbed 8.33 points of strength, 8.12 points of agility, and 8.11 points of spirit. She obtained 142 white quality drops, 10 wooden treasure chests, 5 iron treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. Honestly, at this stage, apart from gaining free attribute points and silver treasure chests, the rewards from the beast tide were not as substantial as what she could obtain daily by hunting level 5 monsters. Genevieve did not open the treasure chests. She was waiting for the end time of the beast tide. Finally, the robotic voice in Genevieve's ear announced, "The second beast tide has ended, and results are being tabulated. The global contribution and prestige ranking for Blue Water Star, territory level rankings, and player level rankings will be opened in 2 minutes. The prestige store will open in 10 minutes, with a limited selection period of 20 minutes. Details can be found on the World Channel. Contribution and prestige rankings, refreshed after each beast tide. 1. Tianyuan Herschel, gained 1,000 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. 2. Duo Yi A001, gained 990 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 3. Guobian J363600, gained 980 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 4. Elma, gained 900 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 5. Malia, gained 800 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 6. Junseong A0002, gained 700 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 7. Guobian X035798, gained 600 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 8. Ebon, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 9. Chuck of the Countryside, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 10. Son of the Alger, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 27. Krista of the Countryside, gained 300 prestige points, rewarded with 1 iron treasure chest. 93. You This Dead Ghost, gained 50 prestige points, rewarded with 1 wooden treasure chest. The top 10 players' names remained the same, but their rankings changed slightly. Originally ranked 7th, Guobian J363600 moved up to 3rd place. Apart from players like Genevieve, who acted as overpowered exceptions, the main contributors to killing monsters during the beast tides were various arrow towers within territories. The higher the territory level, the more arrow towers there were, resulting in faster monster killing speeds. This indicated that the construction speed of Guobian J363600's territory surpassed that of the originally ranked 3rd to 6th places. Chapter 69 S-Class Cultivation Techniques. On the Contribution Reputation Points leaderboard, Brandon, also known as Little Brother Lee, dropped from 6th place to 10th place, and Kinley fell from 15th place to 27th place. Upon seeing Kinley and Abraham's new rankings, Mariam was not worried but happy. Because according to her calculations, without her timber and Kato stone support, the construction progress of Abraham and Kinley's territories would gradually fall behind, potentially ranking outside the top 50 in the beast tide contribution points. The fact that their ranks were higher than she had estimated meant they were in a much better situation than she anticipated. How could she not be pleased? Kato maintaining his position on the leaderboard was nothing strange. With the resources provided by Mariam, this wall-hanging player, Kato's strength far exceeded other players. Your Late Night Wanderer's ranking also plummeted significantly, dropping from 50th to 93rd. This was due to the terrible climate at his location, having been hit by an 18th grade blizzard for 3 consecutive days. He attempted to leave once but almost got swept into the sky. For these 3 days, he never left his home. Besides the 5 or 6 level 1 monsters killed daily by his arrow tower, which prevented him from depleting all his resources, he gained no other harvest. Even so, Ross still managed to keep within the top 100 on the Contribution Reputation Points leaderboard, indicating that both he and his territory were extremely strong overall. After finishing reviewing the Contribution Reputation Points leaderboard, Mariam waited for the Contribution Points Exchange Mall to open and immediately clicked inside upon its activation. Contribution Points Exchange Mall. S-Class Cultivation Technique, price, 950 reputation points. A-Class Cultivation Technique, price, 450 reputation points. B-Class Cultivation Technique, price, 200 reputation points. C-Class Cultivation Technique, price, 50 reputation points. E-Class Cultivation Technique, price, 5 reputation points. S-Class Cultivation Technique Upgrade Card, price, 300 reputation points. A-Class Cultivation Technique Upgrade Card, price, 150 reputation points. B-Class Cultivation Technique Upgrade Card, price, 50 reputation points. Mariam opened up the S-Class Cultivation Techniques and was immediately presented with 4 options: meditation, body forging, blade mastery, and swordsmanship. Meditation increases mental stats, suitable for a spellcaster build. Blade mastery boosts strength, while swordsmanship enhances agility, both suitable for martial arts builds. Body forging improves constitution, which is the most fundamental and core stat. High constitution means higher physical attributes, higher defense, and less damage from ordinary monsters. Without hesitation, Mariam chose to learn the S-Class meditation. It wasn't something just anyone could study. Players needed over 200 mental points to learn it. After learning it, Mariam instantly understood that meditation was different from the spirit cultivation technique that Kinley studied. Spirit cultivation only enhanced mental stats purely. Meditation, however, focused on how to externalize and control one's mental energy, enhancing mental stats through the skill of controlling and manipulating this mental energy. The body forging technique that Mariam had bought in the End Days survival game was a non-graded technique suitable for players with more than 1 point in constitution. Here, even C-Class body forging technique required only 1 point in constitution to learn. C-Class body forging technique, practicing 3 hours daily increases constitution by 1 point, starting from 1 point. Mariam tried using 50 reputation points to purchase a B-Class upgrade card for her body forging technique. It worked. B-Class body forging technique, practicing 2 hours daily increases constitution by 1 point, requiring 2 points to learn. Mariam then looked at the A-Class body forging technique, practicing 1 hour daily increases constitution by 1 point, requiring 5 points to learn. With meditation already taking up time at night, Mariam's time for practicing body forging would definitely be shortened. However, with her absorption talent, increasing her constitution was urgent. But now she only had 50 reputation points left. To upgrade body forging to A-Class, she would need to deduct another 100 reputation points from her previous contributions. Mariam gritted her teeth. Even if reputation points were valuable, they couldn't compare to personal cultivation. She spent 150 reputation points to upgrade her body forging technique to A-Class. Regarding the detailed information on the S-Class body forging technique, Mariam didn't want to see it. Without reputation points, viewing it would only make her covet more. She didn't have the time either. Having hesitated for 2 minutes, she turned to view the territory level leaderboard. Territory level leaderboard refreshes every 10 days. 1. Dwari A001, level 4 territory, completion rate 70%, reward, 1000 gold coins. 2. Pastoral Alger, level 4 territory, completion rate 60%, reward, 800 gold coins. 3. National Code J363600, level 4 territory, completion rate 50%, reward, 600 gold coins. 4. Wind UA0003, level 4 territory, completion rate 50%, reward, 500 gold coins. 5. National Code X035798, level 4 territory, completion rate 50%, reward, 400 gold coins. 6. Junseong A0002, level 3 territory, completion rate 90%, reward, 300 gold coins. 7. Ebon, level 3 territory, completion rate 80%, reward, 200 gold coins. 8. Pastoral Chuck, level 3 territory, completion rate 60%, reward, 70 gold coins. 9. Unyisi 00555, level 3 territory, completion rate 50%, reward, 60 gold coins. 10. Son of Alger, level 2 territory, completion rate 90%, reward, 50 gold coins. 11. Kritus, level 2 territory, completion rate 90%, reward, 40 gold coins. 12. Krista of Pastoral, level 2 territory, completion rate 80%, reward, 30 gold coins. Having previously seen the contribution reputation points leaderboard, Mariam had mentally prepared for the decline in rankings of her family's territories. Seeing that the situation was as she had estimated, she did not pay much attention to it and instead focused on analyzing other players' situations. There were slight changes in the rankings. In the top 10, apart from herself, Kato, and Abraham, all the rest were players with codes from Huagua. Kritus, who was suspected to be a foreigner, fell from 10th place to 11th place. This was naturally something Mariam was happy to see. It looked much better having all Huagua nationals in the top 10. What surprised Mariam the most was that in the top 20 of the player level leaderboard, besides Jin, all were foreign players. The first, second, and third places were all level 5 players. Elmer dropped to 4th place, and he was still a level 4 player. Last time, Jin was already a level 4 player on the leaderboard. It was impossible that after 10 days, Jin had not earned enough experience to reach level 5. After all, there were level 4 and level 5 monsters around the territory. In his previous life, Jin was the top player from Huagua, and even the highly combat-capable Mariam could only look up to him. In this life, with the advantage of rebirth, Jin would be even stronger than before. Not to mention, on the Beast Tide contribution reputation points leaderboard, Jin ranked 2nd. He must have completed all trials, just not as quickly as Mariam. The experience gained solely from killing monsters during the Beast Tide was enough to make Jin reach level 5. Therefore, Jin must have been holding back on leveling up. Why would he do this? Was her previous assumption about Jin wrong, or did the country no longer need Jin as a benchmark? Or perhaps, the reason for Jin needing to level up was no longer necessary, so he decided to hold back. It wasn't just Jin. From the player level leaderboard, it was clear that Huogua players were generally holding back on leveling up. Chapter 70, 40 billion people. After checking the various rankings, Genevieve went to look at the total number of players on the World Channel. After the first Beast Tide ended, the total number of players worldwide was 5.2 billion. In these 10 days, it decreased by 200 million. After the second Beast Tide, this figure dropped to 4 billion. During the first Beast Tide, the player count directly reduced by 2 billion. During the second Beast Tide, it reduced by another 1 billion. In just 13 days of entering the desolate world, humanity had already lost 3.2 billion lives. This number was overwhelmingly heavy. Genevieve remembered that in her previous life, after the second Beast Tide, humanity was left with only 2 billion people. Within those 13 short days, 5.2 billion people died. She felt the same heaviness then as now. Why did the humans of Water Blue Star suffer such calamity? Who caused them to suffer such calamity? Genevieve felt a bit lost. Her and Jin's rebirth did not change the situation for humanity. They could only say that it temporarily changed the fate of over a billion people. She didn't know if such changes made any sense or what kind of results would ultimately come from it. Just as she was feeling lost, Genevieve received a message from her father. Daughter, I chose the A-grade body forging technique as you suggested and also upgraded my blade technique to B-grade. I got 2 free attribute points today. Where should I add them? After thinking for a moment, Genevieve replied, add both to agility. Also, Ken, upgrade your player level to 2, then add the 1 free attribute point reward for leveling up to strength. By adding 2 points to both strength and agility, her father's combat ability would be significantly enhanced. Most importantly, his health points increased to 20, and stamina points reached 250, making him safer when facing level 6 monsters. Chuck, okay, I'll go out to kill monsters first and clean up the loot when I return in the evening. Be careful when you enter the level 6 monster area. Always stay cautious. Helen, I know, I'll be careful. Don't worry about me, you take care too. Chuck, got it. Even though Chuck clearly knew that Genevieve's current strength was excessively powerful, he couldn't help but worry, fearing that she might have an accident due to carelessness. Genevieve did not find her father's repeated admonishments tedious. She only wished she could often hear his nagging. Genevieve did not rush out to kill monsters. Instead, she opened her personal attribute panel to check her new stats. Player, Tuen Yangguang, Herschel in Countryside. Level 1, 565120100. Strength, 162.38, plus 1. Agility, 168.44, plus 50. Constitution, 421. Spirit, 365.79. Attack power, 696.61, plus 51. Defense value, 421, plus 50. Health points, 10 tenths. Stamina points, 150. World reputation value, 8. Talent, absorption, S grade. Critical strike, S grade. Premonition, D grade. Cultivation method, S grade. Meditation technique, A grade. Body forging technique level 4, C grade. Blade skill level 2. Skills, Ice Spike, blue quality. Obstruct, blue quality. Fireball, blue quality. Morph, blue quality. Gathering skill, green quality. Alchemy skill, green quality. Equipment, blue quality defensive suit, blue quality agility boots, white quality strength bracer. Reserve weapons, sonic gun, red quality. Tang Dao, blue quality. Energy bow, green quality. Hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 4. Game coins, 6,580.8563 gold coins. Bag space, 660 slots. Supplies. Green quality crystals, 10. White quality crystals, 18. Others omitted. Seeing that she only had 8 reputation points left, Genevieve's heart ached. Now she could only get a 0.8% discount when shopping in the Bracelet Mall. She wouldn't buy supplies from the Bracelet Mall for a while. However, seeing over 6,000 gold coins in her wallet made her happy again. She was considered rich now, as she hadn't even had 3,000 gold coins in her previous life. Genevieve was only pleased for a moment before regretting that the time and the Beast Tide time conflicted today, causing her to miss out on gathering resources once more. Tomorrow would be the last chance, and the next day the dungeon would refresh again. The timber she uploaded during the Beast Tide had all been sold out. Looking at the 3 major trading channels filled with cries for wood, she decided to spend the rest of the day chopping trees. Genevieve walked out of the wooden building and saw an arrow from the arrow tower on the left side of the courtyard shoot outward with a whoosh. A towering 20-meter-high stone wall encircled the territory, preventing Genevieve from seeing the outside. But judging from the occasional arrows shot by the territory's towers, capable of killing 7 to 8 wild beasts per day, the area around the territory frequently had wild beasts. Following this Beast Tide, wild beasts refreshed outside the territory. Level 1 monsters were nowhere to be found. Around the territory were all Level 2 monsters. The original Level 2 monster zone became a Level 3 monster zone, Level 3 monster zone turned into a Level 4 monster zone, and the Level 5 monster zone transformed into a Level 6 monster zone. Genevieve naturally headed for the Level 6 monster zone, conducting an activity where she chopped trees while luring and killing monsters. Genevieve's player level was still 1. Killing a level 6 monster gave her 60 experience points and 60 copper coins. Killing level 6 monsters could yield green quality loot if luck was on her side, or white quality loot if it wasn't. Most importantly, level 6 monsters had a much higher drop rate for iron treasure chests compared to level 5 monsters. For Genevieve, taking out a level 5 monster and a level 6 monster both took just one move. Naturally, she would prefer level 6 monsters. Lydia didn't expect to gain 10 contribution reputation points in this beast tide. She knew what these contribution reputation points could be used for. How should she spend these 10 reputation points? Lydia recalled that the guide for the endgame survival said enhancing one's own power was the foundation of survival. Before entering the desolate world, her cousin sent all the relatives information from the guide, saying, never miss any chance to increase your body attribute values. Therefore, Lydia couldn't miss this opportunity. She tried hard to remember the content of the endgame survival guide. She remembered that cultivating spirit technique increased spirit value, while swordsmanship and knife skills enhanced agility and strength, and body forging technique strengthened constitution. Without hesitation, Lydia chose spirit technique. Given her talent, the more spirit power she had, the better. Although this was just the lowest grade cultivation method, Lydia wasn't at all picky about it. Instead, she felt hopeful. By practicing spirit technique for 20 hours, she could increase 1 point of spirit value. This only required effort, and there was no way she couldn't achieve it. This significant harvest during the beast tide filled Lydia with hope for the future. After the beast tide ended, she ate something, roughly checked her gains, and as soon as her stamina recovered, she hurriedly went out to lure monsters. Her current experience points were nearly enough to reach level 4. To quickly get to level 6, she needed to kill more monsters and gather more supplies. That way, when she contacted her cousin, she wouldn't be a burden. During tough times, Lydia didn't mind asking her cousin for support. However, if she could earn rewards on her own, she preferred to be self-reliant. With her equipment and items, even though level 2 monsters now surrounded the territory, luring monsters wasn't too strenuous for Lydia. Plus, with her heightened agility, she moved faster, and the arrow towers could take down more monsters. Chapter 71, Speculations Arise. In the evening, Genevieve returned to her territory and opened the treasure chests she and her father had obtained that day. Not only did she receive a good number of wooden and iron chests, but her father also got quite a few. She spent considerable time opening the chests for both herself and her father. The white and green quality items obtained from these 2 chests, except for material packs, were evenly split between the 2. What surprised Genevieve was the emergence of 5 white quality crystals. When opening silver chests, Genevieve noticed that her mindset had changed. Silver chests, once so precious to her, now didn't feel as rare when blue quality items came out. However, many of the items from the silver chests were still useful to Genevieve: blue quality seeds, planting or soil nutrients, blue quality bread and water, green quality crystals, and blue quality material packs, all of which she kept. Except for half of the spatial stones, she handed over the rest of the items to her father. Adham would regularly sell white and green quality items on the town's trading channel, especially water and bread, which he listed without reservation. With each monster killing session yielding more than 100 iron chests at level 5, they certainly weren't lacking in green quality items. Moreover, June could now continuously produce blue quality rice and vegetables, so they didn't lack for food. For now, they wouldn't sell blue quality items. Firstly, players currently couldn't afford them, and secondly, they didn't need blue quality items yet. Of course, Genevieve and her father could privately sell to their friends if they needed and could pay the price. Cameron had purchased many green and blue quality foods that could enhance attributes from Genevieve. Genevieve knew that he not only strengthened himself but also prepared for his comrades in arms as part of their national task. Besides developing their own territories and strengthening themselves, they aimed to collect as many attribute-enhancing foods as possible before focusing on equipment and weapons. Genevieve sold everything to Cameron at half the market price of the Bracelet Mall. She wasn't one to give things away for free, but selling at a discount was fine. Despite Cameron being relatively low profile with only a player level of 2, he claimed he now hunted in the level 5 monster zones. His territory was just short of some iron blocks to upgrade to level 3, no later than the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Genevieve felt somewhat embarrassed. Cameron, who had an iron mine near his territory, hadn't accumulated enough iron blocks to upgrade because she often requested him to exchange them for resources. But then again, Genevieve justified it. Cameron didn't get those iron blocks for nothing. Without the attribute-enhancing food she provided, he would have only dared venture into level 4 monster zones, reducing his gains significantly. Genevieve continued listing only wood and stream water in the 3 trading channels. Now that most villages were experiencing snowfall, players could easily obtain water by collecting melted snow. Although the white quality water purifiers in the Bracelet Mall cost 1,000 copper coins, most players could manage the purchase. Genevieve occasionally sold white and green quality purifiers, ensuring that nearly every player in village 33333 had one. As a result, her sales of stream water plummeted, barely reaching 1,000 kilograms a day, worse even than the sales of her previous life. Yet, timber saw daily transactions exceeding 5 million units, netting Genevieve over 1,800 gold coins daily, along with a small number of stone blocks, iron blocks, and copper blocks. Especially during the wet season, timber sales reached 7 to 8 million units per day. The survival game strategy guide recommended upgrading territories to level 2 before the third beast wave. If players lacked resources, they should at least construct 2 basic arrow towers. This was achievable for players in County 333 who survived the second beast wave, as only 1/5 of them died compared to the first wave. With a player like Genevieve providing ample cheap wood, almost all players' level 1 territories were 80% complete after the second wave. With arrow towers established, players gained steady income from killing level 2 monsters. Players who worked hard, whether hunting or collecting resources, could easily upgrade their territories to level 2. Lydia upgraded her territory to level 2 and completed the construction of her secondary wooden wall the day before the third beast wave arrived. However, her stone house was still level 1, as she had concentrated her resources on the wooden fence and 4 basic wooden arrow towers. It seemed like the wasteland world knew that the beast wave had ended. After the second beast wave, many regions started snowing again in the evening. In Genevieve's territory area, the temperature, which had risen to -10 odd degrees, dropped back to -20 odd degrees. Of course, the significant drop in temperature did not affect Genevieve's daily routine of going out to grind for resources and kill wild monsters. On the second day after the end of the second beast wave, Genevieve went to Stone Mountain after finishing grinding, and completely mined all the stones from the mountain. From then on, her days were spent grinding during the day, cutting trees and killing monsters, and returning to her territory at night to diligently practice. Genevieve's fourth run was through an island dungeon. This island was small with few plants. After exploring everywhere, she only gathered a green quality plant that increases constitution and strength, as well as some green quality medicinal plants. Genevieve collected both types of green quality plants and saved seeds so that June could plant them upon return. Plants inside dungeons do not respawn. Once these green quality plants are collected, they do not regenerate. Thus, unlike during her third dungeon run where she wandered while mining, Genevieve swiftly completed her fourth dungeon on the first day. The fourth dungeon contained 3,000 level 4 crocodile beasts, which took Genevieve only about an hour to clear. Triggering a 100% double critical hit rate, Genevieve gained 240,000 experience points and 240,000 copper coins. She also absorbed 240 points of strength. This pushed Genevieve's strength over 400 points and added 20 points to her constitution. In this dungeon, Genevieve obtained a total of 3,358 white quality drops and 3,200 wooden chests. Opening 3,200 wooden chests yielded a total of 19,200 white quality items. The father and daughter received too many white quality items daily. Genevieve instructed her father to list 10,000 white quality items on the town trading channel each day at 60% of the bracelet mall price. After several days of listing so many white quality items, the players in Town 3333 went from initially scrambling to buy to now being more selective. Though everything could be sold eventually, the sales pace slowed down considerably. The players of Village 33333 couldn't help but speculate every day on just how strong Genevieve's combat power was. Chapter 72, Elder Party Member 1. When Mariam was on her 5th run through the map was the Ice Plains. This dungeon was so cold it felt like ice would fall off everything. If she wasn't wearing a blue quality protective suit, she probably would have had to retreat immediately upon entry. This dungeon had a total of 2,500 level 5 bear monsters. Mariam killed 2497 of them, leaving only 3 unresolved. After triggering a 100% double critical strike rate, Mariam gained 249,700 experience points and 249,700 copper coins, as well as absorbed 249.7 agility points. After completing her 5th run through this dungeon, Mariam's agility value also increased past the 400-point threshold, and her constitution value rose by another 20 points. She obtained nearly 5,000 white quality drops, including 2,400 wooden treasure chests and 2,500 iron treasure chests. From the wooden treasure chests, she received over 4,800 white quality supplies, while from the iron chests, she got 10,000 green quality supplies. Though this dungeon didn't seem to offer much in terms of gathering, Mariam wasn't about to give up easily. She even tried a gathering skill on the ice blocks. On her 15th attempt at using the gathering skill, the message appeared, white quality ice stone, emitting cold air. Mariam was stunned. She hadn't heard of anything like an ice stone in her previous life. But extreme cold is followed by intense heat. Would placing this ice stone inside a room cool it down? Regardless, if something could be gathered, not doing so would be foolish. So Mariam started wandering around, using her remaining skills to gather ice stones, dodging the last 3 level 5 bear monsters. Not only did she gather white quality ice stones but green quality ones as well. On the 21st day of entering the desolate world, players from Village 33333 such as Cameron, Callie, Francis, You Dead Ghost, Wosha Feng Wosha Ni Wosha Xiao Gongzhu, I Am Wind I Am You I Am Little Princess, successively upgraded their territories to level 3. Between the 22nd and 23rd days, the following upgraded their territories to level 3. Bai Hai A176805 and Tianhei A93280 from Village 33331. Wo Zui Shuai, Berylst, Baxter, Wow the World, Wo Bi Yuxinia, I Don't Believe in Evil, Wo Hen, I Hate, from Village 33333. Guobian S047800 from Village 33334. Feng UC 025003, Xianjing A3577, Dujia Yi Jiang Shui, Alone Fishing in the Snow, from Village 33335. Li GB 99901 from Village 33336. Guobien XU00318 from village 33337. Guobien Z68980, Shanliao C12178, Ligan B18406 from village 33338. Tiangui A50658, Guobien Q035798 from village 33339. Guobien K035096, Shu Ning A50968, Ningxin C50063 from village 333340. Apart from the players of village 33333 and Dujia Yijiang Shui from village 33335, all other level 3 lords were part of the official roster. The non-official level 3 lords of village 33333 can be said to have reached this level quickly thanks to Mariam. As for Du Jiaoyi Jiang Shui being able to rise among a group of official lords, it was because he knew Kato from before. In the endgame survival game, due to Kato, Du Jiaoyi Jiang Shui had taken steps ahead of others. After entering the desolate world, since he and Kato were in the same village, he always followed him. After Kato contacted Mariam, Du Jiaoyi Jiang Shui received familial benefits in purchasing supplies, significantly boosting his personal capabilities, allowing him to catch up with the second-tier lords. Within just 4 short days, many more players who could speak emerged in the town channel. The chat channel of Town 3333 was no longer as quiet as before, with several players from Village 33333 becoming very active. Especially when the designated player talked about various strategies after the country entered the desolate world in the town channel, not only did everyone enjoy the buzz, but they truly saw the hope for the future. Among them, Xianjing A3577, representing the national players of Town 3333, expressed gratitude to Mariam. Upon seeing Xianjing A3577, Mariam guessed who this person was. In her past life, Xianjing A3577's name in the desolate world was General Gregory Guoxian, an old general. In her past life, the first one to open town level, counter level, and city level channels was this elder. However, it happened half a month later than this life, before the 5th beast tide. Although the provincial channel wasn't opened by the old general, he was the 3rd player to upgrade to the provincial level. Mariam's first incorporated territory in her past life was this old general's territory, where she received much care from him. After the old general sacrificed himself, she and the players who joined his territory were incorporated into Jin's territory. In this lifetime, after re-establishing contact with her father, Mariam let her father trade with this general at the lowest price, providing him with white quality, green quality, and even blue quality supplies. What Mariam didn't expect was that on the evening of the 22nd, Francis approached her, saying Xianjing A3577 was his grandfather and hoped she could add Xianjing A3577 as a friend. Mariam had long known that Francis's real name was Benny, but she didn't expect he was actually the old general's grandson. Benny being the old general's grandson made sense. No wonder he knew some insider information and logged into the game on the 2nd day it appeared. He spent money to draw talents and techniques and had already established a level 1 territory. But in her previous life, after merging with the old general's territory, she never heard about him having a grandson. After gaining credibility in village 33333, Mariam asked players to add her as a friend using their real names. Francis followed suit, telling her his true identity. Mariam found many familiar faces from her past life this way, confirming that the players allocated to village 33333 in this lifetime were the same as before. In her past life, Mariam hadn't heard of Benny, Francis, in village 33333, indicating that this boy, who was only 18 at the time, didn't survive long after entering the desolate world. Xianjing A3577, Grain Garden Herschel, hello. My name is Gregory Guoxian. I am a military officer in Huagua, the position and rank are speculative. On behalf of the country, I thank you for your great contributions. Mariam, you flatter me. I merely did what I could, nothing particularly selfless. Mariam didn't want to be held up as a moral beacon. Xianjing A3577, your low-priced timber and stream water benefited all players in County 333, helping at least half of them. Mariam, of course, knew this, but it was comforting that the old general recognized it too. Who doesn't like their good deeds acknowledged and remembered? Xianjing A3577, I also thank you for helping Qingyu. Mariam, you're flattering me again. Benny is very capable and among the top players in our village. He doesn't need anyone's help. This was sincere. Benny could kill level 2 wild monsters soon after entering the desolate world, showing his strong combat skills. He bought supplies from her without any special treatment or gifts. The only exception was when Benny purchased a blue quality protective suit from Mariam at 50% off the bracelet mall price. After the 2nd beast tide, the area where Benny was located became extremely cold, making it dangerous to venture out without a blue quality protective suit. But the price of such suits in the bracelet mall was exorbitant, so Benny finally bought one from Mariam after exhausting his resources. With this suit, he bravely ventured into the level 4 monster zone, quickly recouping his costs and acquiring substantial supplies, eventually upgrading his territory to level 3. Xianjing A3577, I'm grateful not just for the supplies but also for your guidance and encouragement. Chapter 73, Yui 2. Ever since Genevieve privately told Benny about her talent to deprive players of their talents and advised him not to reveal his own talent in front of others, Benny would talk to her every day. Occasionally, he would ask for her help with things he didn't understand or vent his frustrations to her. Genevieve noticed twice that Benny was emotionally troubled and consoled him each time. Genevieve, it just reminded me of my brother. Carmine, with such an excellent father and elder sister, your brother will surely be fine. Genevieve, Thank you, that's our deepest hope. Carmine, rest assured, all of us have a task to pay attention to any minors in our areas and offer assistance whenever possible. Genevieve had already known this from Cameron. Before entering the Wasteland world, the state had announced that players could seek help by posting in chat channels during emergencies, and the state would provide aid if possible. Of course, anyone caught making false claims would be denied entry into national territories. From what could be seen now, there were state representatives in every village. These numbered players should play a positive role. With their natural suppression, Huagua players would have some restraint. After saying these words, the old man frankly stated that he did not contact her specifically to thank her. He was here because of Genevieve's talent. Carmine, in this survival game, some of our people have drawn talents like double critical strikes for mining and chopping, double drop rate for killing monsters, double harvest for planting, and so on. I personally have the double critical strike for mining talent. Little friend, do you have the talent to get double rewards when opening treasure chests? Genevieve and her father had long considered that selling so many supplies would inevitably lead to speculation about both of them, especially about her talent. Possibly because of her strong and aloof attitude in Village 33333, no one dared to ask Genevieve about her talent directly. However, many players had asked her father. After discussing it with her father, they decided to let people know that Genevieve's talent was the double reward from opening treasure chests. While this did not fully explain how Genevieve got so much supply, it fooled most people. But it wouldn't fool someone like the old man. Genevieve used her premonition talent on the old man, sensing only goodwill from him. Genevieve, to be precise, it's a 100% double critical strike talent. Among her 3 talents, premonition talent, being low level, would not attract too much attention. Though the 100% double critical strike talent is enviable, the absorption talent was the real power. This must remain a secret. As long as she did not elaborate on her 100% double critical strike talent, it would conceal her absorption talent. Carmine, that's wonderful. We hope you can open all the future treasure chests. The reward is up to you. The old man did not inquire deeply into Genevieve's talent but focused on her ability to achieve a 100% double critical strike when opening treasure chests. Genevieve had no objection to helping the country extract resources, but she did not want to work for free, which might devalue her and cause unforeseen problems. It was fortunate that the old man offered her compensation. Genevieve, you trust me this much? If they handed over the treasure chests to her without supervision within her territory, it would be up to her to determine what came out. Carmine, we trust you, we wouldn't propose it otherwise. Genevieve also believed in their trust. She already had plenty of white and green quality materials, which she sold at very low prices, so she had no need to covet their resources. Genevieve, my current goal is to upgrade my territory as quickly as possible. Copper ingots and white quality crystals are what I need most. The old man has a double reward mining talent, so this arrangement would benefit both parties. There are so many numbered players in the town channel, they should have many chances to obtain crystals. Carmine, for every 20 treasure chests you open, we'll give you a copper ingot, or for every 100 treasure chests, a white quality crystal. The old man was straightforward, and Genevieve agreed promptly. This reward was really generous, as it only required a slight effort from her. Genevieve agreed. After the deal, the old man sent Genevieve 78 wooden treasure chests and 5 iron treasure chests. After opening the chests, Genevieve returned all the items to the old man and sent him a message. When I open material packages, I can also get double critical strikes. Carmine, good, very good, thank you, young friend. Shortly after the two ended their conversation, Benny said, Sis, what did you talk about with the old man? He was singing your praises. Genevieve was very satisfied. It seemed that the old man hadn't told Benny about her talent. Otherwise, given this boy's character, he might have asked her to open all his treasure chests. Genevieve failed to upgrade her territory before the third wave of beasts arrived because materials were really too hard to come by. After experiencing the second beast wave, players understood the importance of constructing territories. They bought wood with copper coins and hoarded other materials for themselves. Or they sold them at higher prices on the trading channel to make more money. Genevieve had no objections, it was a free market. She even let Anson use white quality supplies to exchange for materials on the trading channel. Once Anson gained enough strength to explore far from his own territory, he discovered a mine in a level 6 monster zone. This mine could yield stones, iron, and copper at a ratio of 1000 to 100 to 1. To quickly upgrade his daughter's territory to level 5, hoping to find his wife and son in the city area, Anson focused on mining again. On the night before the third wave of beasts, which was the 23rd day since entering the Wasteland world, the old man sent Genevieve 820 wooden treasure chests and 557 iron treasure chests. This couldn't possibly be the old man's personal haul, it must have been given to him by those numbered players, who then entrusted all of them to her to open. After helping the old man open the treasure chests, Genevieve finally found time to review her recent gains. As of today, Genevieve's territory arrow towers had killed a total of 55 level 1 monsters and 62 level 2 monsters. The arrow towers kills did not trigger any critical hits. She earned a total of 1790 experience points, 1790 copper coins, and 234 pieces of meat. In these 10 days, Genevieve herself killed a total of 32 level 2 monsters, 11 level 3 monsters, 24 level 4 monsters, 27 level 5 monsters, and 358 level 6 monsters. With the 100% double critical strike triggered, Genevieve gained 49,520 experience points and 49,520 copper coins. She absorbed 17.55 points of strength, 15.88 points of agility, and 16.42 points of spirit. She obtained 380 wooden treasure chests and 426 iron treasure chests. The wooden treasure chests yielded over 1,000 white quality items, and the iron treasure chests yielded over 2,000 green quality items. Chapter 74, The Third Beast Tide 1. These past few days, Genevieve had only sent the white quality materials dropped by monsters she killed to her father for sale, keeping all the materials obtained from treasure chests in her spatial backpack. It wasn't until tonight that she organized everything and put it up on the trading channel. Genevieve listed 10,000 pieces of white quality materials, 20,000 pieces of green quality materials, and 100 pieces of blue quality materials on the town's trading channel at a price of 60% of the bracelet mall's prices. She also listed 20,000 pieces of white quality materials and 5,000 pieces of green quality materials on the county trading channel at 70% of the bracelet mall's prices. The price of wood remained the same as before. Because Genevieve had issued an announcement on the trading channel 2 days in advance, when she and her father put these materials up for sale simultaneously, players from both Town 3333 and County 333 started snatching them up right away. The blue quality materials were sold out in less than 5 minutes. You see, Genevieve required copper ingots and crystals in exchange, and she originally thought that these blue quality materials wouldn't sell, but they were the first to be sold out. Next to be cleared were the green quality materials listed in County 333. This category required a variety of equivalent materials for trade. Thirdly, the white quality materials listed in County 333 were quickly sold out as well, with the conditions for purchase being more lenient: copper coins, stones, iron ingots, copper ingots, and crystals all accepted. Fourth was the green quality material on Town 3333. As for the white quality materials listed on Town 3333, equipment and items were snapped up early while food and water barely moved. Now everyone in Town 3333 could kill monsters and was not short of food. After the beast tide, players would obtain a large amount of supplies, so there was no demand for extra food or water. Genevieve then had her father take down the white quality food and water from the town trading channel and list them on the county trading channel, where they sold out within half an hour. What pleased Genevieve most was that Wesley did not comment on what she had done. He only privately told Genevieve that if she couldn't sell the food in her hands, he hoped she could keep it until they had enough money to buy it from her. Lydia grinned broadly, almost rolling in the snow with joy. Lydia usually paid close attention to her cousin's sales situation and noticed a trend. Upgrading a level 3 territory required stones and iron ingots, which people were reluctant to part with for trades. Even if available, the price was nearly as high as the bracelet malls. However, copper ingots were relatively cheaper. From her cousin selling wood in exchange for goods, Lydia realized that her cousin needed copper ingots, so she always used monster meat to collect copper ingots for her cousin. Because she had quite a few copper ingots and because these materials were sold by her cousin, she didn't hesitate to grab anything she liked, managing to get a piece of green quality protective gear. This added 20 points to defense and had a high durability value. With this protective gear, Lydia ran outside in -40°C weather without feeling cold at all, which was why she was so happy. It had been snowing for 10 days straight, with temperatures dropping daily. Since yesterday, she had felt cold, and today, when she lured monsters, the white quality cotton coat she wore couldn't withstand the chill anymore. Therefore, for tomorrow's beast tide, Lydia was most worried about the low temperature. With this new protective gear, not only was she not afraid of the cold, but after the third beast tide ended, she dared to face level 3 monsters without rushing to upgrade her player level. That way, she could gain more experience points and reach level 6 faster. The happier Lydia became, the more she immersed herself in training her mental power. She wanted to become stronger to find her cousin and eventually locate other relatives. After listing the materials, Genevieve also went to practice. During this time, through body tempering and meditation techniques, her constitution increased by 18 points, and her mental power by 22 points. Trace, through practicing saber techniques, increased his strength by 9 points. The third beast tide was scheduled to begin at 8 in the morning. Unlike the previous 2 tides, Genevieve didn't rush into the forest to cut trees. During these 10 days, she spent much time cutting trees, resulting in only the forests within 50 kilometers of Genevieve's territory remaining intact. Beyond this 50 kilometers, looking around, anyone unaware of the situation would never know that the endless white snow-covered area was once a forest. Genevieve had chopped down all the trees within a 100-kilometer radius around her territory. If she wanted to cut more trees, she had to go 200 kilometers away from her territory. Even though her speed was now very fast, traveling 200 kilometers back and forth would take over 10 minutes. This was why Genevieve stayed steadily in her territory waiting for the beast tide to come, rather than going out to chop trees on the side, as there simply wasn't enough time. After having a hearty meal, Genevieve still had the leisure to check the trading channel. She noticed that the stock of wood was down to less than half, so she promptly replenished it. The first stage of the third beast tide saw an immediate surge of 20 level 3 monsters. For Genevieve, this number was merely a matter of using 1 ice spike and 1 fireball spell. But for ordinary players, it was enough to make them flustered. The second stage involved 40 level 3 monsters. The third stage had 60 level 3 monsters. The fourth stage brought 80 level 3 monsters. The fifth stage saw 100 level 3 monsters. The sixth stage introduced 10 level 4 monsters. This beast tide featured not only higher-level monsters but also in greater numbers, especially the 5th stage, which was exceptionally challenging because it involved 100 level 3 eagle creatures. Any player whose territory hadn't been upgraded to level 2, who didn't have 4 basic arrow towers, or lacked sufficient materials to repair their wall durability couldn't escape these eagle claws. Lydia managed to endure until the end of the beast tide again thanks to the low-priced wood sold by her cousin. In the first stage, she still fought a few level 3 monsters at the gate of her courtyard, happy that she could kill them without relying on her talent. By the second stage, she realized something was amiss. As the number of wild monsters increased, the defense value of her walls decreased faster than she expected. Lydia felt that her stock of 1,000 pieces of wood might not be enough, so she hurriedly went to the county trading channel to buy more wood. She found that the stock, which was 9 million pieces before the beast tide, had now dropped to less than 1 million, indicating many other players had noticed this issue too. Her cousin had started relaxing restrictions from yesterday, allowing each person to purchase up to 1,000 pieces of wood per day. Lydia had bought wood yesterday but hadn't today, so she purchased all the available wood at once. It turned out to be a wise choice. When they finally made it through the 6th stage, Shayla Luolo had used over 1,500 pieces of wood to repair her wooden walls and replenish the arrow towers. This time, Lydia chose not to continue the trial since there were only 5 minutes left until the end of the beast tide. Although Adham's territory wasn't upgraded, he followed his daughter's advice and built 2 additional advanced wooden arrow towers in his territory. The 100 eagle creatures were killed within less than half an hour under the crossfire from 4 basic wooden arrow towers, 4 intermediate wooden arrow towers, 4 advanced wooden arrow towers, and 2 basic iron arrow towers. In the remaining time, Adham managed to fight into the 10th stage. Chapter 75, Third Beast Tide 2. Genevieve was not as relaxed in this beast tide as she had been the last time, mainly due to those 100 eagle monsters. She still did not use the arrow tower, but the number of monsters in this trial was substantial. Eventually, she could no longer resolve them before they reached the wall like she did during the first 2 rounds. A small number of monsters began to impact the walls. Therefore, after completing the 6th round, her territory's wall defense value dropped by over 600 points. After killing the 10 level 4 monsters in the 6th round, Genevieve heard the familiar mechanical voice. Ding, congratulations player Pastoral Scenery for being the first to complete the Beast Tide trial task. Reward, 3 iron treasure chests, 3 free attribute points. There are still 2 hours remaining until the end of the trial period. Do you wish to exit the trial or continue the trial? Note, you can end the trial anytime during continuation. Naturally, she chose to continue. In the 7th round, 20 level 4 monsters appeared, and Genevieve effortlessly eliminated all of them. The 8th round brought 30 level 4 monsters, which she likewise wiped out completely. The 9th round consisted of 40 level 4 monsters. The 10th round had 50 level 4 monsters. The 11th round not only included 60 level 4 monsters but also featured more eagle monsters. As before, Genevieve hindered these eagle monsters with a skill and then used her energy bow to kill them. When Genevieve killed the 20 level 5 monsters in the 12th round, she received another message. Ding, congratulations player Pastoral Herschel for completing all additional challenges in the trial. Reward, 3 silver treasure chests, 3 free attribute points, and 3 world prestige points. At this point, there was still half an hour left until the end of the beast tide. Genevieve took a moment to review her gains from the trials. After completing 2 beast tide trials, she earned 6 free attribute points, all allocated to Constitution. In total, she killed 300 level 3 monsters, 210 level 4 monsters, and 20 level 5 monsters. Triggering the 100% critical hit bonus granted her 36,800 experience points and 36,800 copper coins, along with 1,060 pieces of monster meat. She also absorbed 12.50 strength points, 12.11 agility points, and 12.19 spirit points. Additionally, she obtained 210 wooden treasure chests, 20 iron treasure chests, and 6 silver treasure chests. Finally, the mechanical voice reported in Genevieve's ear, the 3rd beast tide has ended. Results are being tabulated. The human contribution rankings, territory level rankings, and player level rankings across the Water Blue Star will be released in 2 minutes. The prestige shop will open in 10 minutes, with a 20-minute shopping window. Details are available on the World Channel. Soon, the Beast Tide contribution and prestige rankings were released. 1. Pastoral Herschel, gained 1,000 prestige points, rewarded with 3 silver treasure chests. 2. Dwari A001, gained 990 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. 3. National Code J363600, gained 960 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 4. FOMU A0003, gained 950 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 5. National Code X035798, gained 940 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 6. Juanxiang A0002, gained 900 prestige points, rewarded with 3 iron treasure chests. 7. UNEB 00011, gained 800 prestige points, rewarded with 3 iron treasure chests. 8. Chuck of Pasture, gained 700 prestige points, rewarded with 3 iron treasure chests. 9. UNIC 00555, gained 600 prestige points, rewarded with 3 iron treasure chests. 10. Son of Herschel, gained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 3 iron treasure chests. Genevieve glanced back at the rankings from the second beast tide and confirmed that, except for her and Jin's positions, this prestige ranking was almost identical to the previous territory ranking. Genevieve didn't find it surprising. In the first two beast tides, individual combat ability had a significant influence. However, in the third one, the primary means of defeating the monsters relied on the territory's arrow towers, making individual capabilities seem insignificant. Especially those 100 eagle monsters. Although Genevieve did not deploy the arrow towers, she managed to eliminate them using her energy bow. This time, the Contribution Prestige Mall offered a lottery disc and skill upgrade cards. 1. Red Quality Skill Lottery Disc. 900 prestige points for 10 draws, guaranteed to produce a red quality skill, choose one. 2. Orange Quality Skill Lottery Disc. 700 prestige points for 10 draws, guaranteed to produce an orange quality skill, choose one. 3. Blue Quality Skill Lottery Disc. 500 prestige points for 10 draws, guaranteed to produce a blue quality skill, choose one. 4. Green Quality Skill Lottery Disc. 200 prestige points for 10 draws, guaranteed to produce a green quality skill, choose one. 5. White Quality Skill Lottery Disc. 10 prestige points for 10 draws, guaranteed to produce a white quality skill, choose one. Skill upgrade cards. 1. Red Quality Skill Upgrade Card. Can upgrade any skill to red quality, costing 900 prestige points. 2. Orange Quality Skill Upgrade Card. Can upgrade any skill to orange quality, costing 700 prestige points. 3. Blue Quality Skill Upgrade Card. Can upgrade any skill to blue quality, costing 500 prestige points. 4. Green Quality Skill Upgrade Card. Can upgrade any skill to green quality, costing 200 prestige points. Genevieve thought for a moment and decided not to choose the lottery. Although the lottery guarantees that every player will draw 10 skills, it is all about probability. Drawing skills does not mean these skills will be suitable for oneself. Generally speaking, only players with very good luck can get what they wish for. Genevieve did not have confidence that she would be one of those lucky ones. So she chose the red quality skill upgrade card, upgrading her blue quality shapeshifting skill to red quality. Shapeshifting, blue quality consumes 5 to 15 spirit points, can kill one target below level 20 within 1 kilometer, cooldown time 1 minute. Shapeshifting, red quality consumes 50 to 150 spirit points, can kill up to 20 targets below level 80 within 100 kilometers, cooldown time 10 seconds. This time Genevieve finally managed to save 100 prestige points, no longer being stuck in single digits. Anson made the same choice as Genevieve. He had learned 5 skills and didn't need many more. Therefore, he upgraded his favorite skill, Sword and Blade Slash, from blue quality to orange quality. Sword and Blade Slash, blue quality consumes 80 strength points, 2 spirit points. Wielding a blade or sword to strike quickly forms a 5-meter-long aura, causing double damage, requires strength 10 to perform. Sword and Blade Slash, orange quality consumes 150 strength points, 4 spirit points. Wielding a blade or sword to strike quickly forms a 5-meter-long aura, causing triple damage, requires strength 20 to perform. Lydia allocated both of her free attribute points to spirit. With her diligent training over the past 10 days, her spirit had reached 10 points. However, she only gained 5 prestige points this round, so she could only sigh wistfully. She only received a white quality gathering skill book and longed for an attack skill book, but unfortunately lacked enough prestige points. Her cousin put several skill books up for trading, but Lydia couldn't grab any of them. Nevertheless, during this beast tide, she obtained over 10 white quality drops, including a pair of battle boots that increased her agility by 5 points, which delighted her. Also, she got 12 wooden treasure chests. After praying to the heavens and gods, Lydia opened all 12 wooden treasure chests at once. Among the various white quality items, she found a skill book. Flying Knife, white quality consumes 1 spirit point, shoots out a flying knife, dealing 30 to 40 points of damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. Chapter 76 Village Consolidation 1. Genevieve checked the territory ranking list again. 1. Duo Yi A001, Level 4 Territory, Completion 90%, Reward 1000 gold coins. 2. Pastoral Herschel, Level 4 Territory, Completion 70%, Reward 800 gold coins. 3. National Code J363600, Level 4 Territory, Completion 60%, Reward 600 gold coins. 4. Wind UA0003, Level 4 Territory, Completion 60%, Reward 500 gold coins. 5. National Code X035798, Level 4 Territory, Completion 60%, Reward 400 gold coins. 6. Junseong A0002, Level 4 Territory, Completion 50%, Reward 300 gold coins. 7. Ebon, Level 4 Territory, Completion 50%, Reward 200 gold coins. 8. Yunyisi 00555, Level 4 Territory, Completion 50%, Reward 100 gold coins. 9. Chuck of the Fields, Level 3 Territory, Completion 70%, Reward 70 gold coins. 10. Son of Herschel, Level 3 Territory, Completion 70%, Reward 50 gold coins. 11. Krishas, Level 3 Territory, Completion 70%, Reward 40 gold coins. 12. Krista of the Fields, Level 3 Territory, Completion 70%, Reward 30 gold coins. The progress of Genevieve's and Jin's territory development had gradually pulled apart. After the last beast tide, their territories only differed by 10% in construction progress. Now it was 20%. Jin's Level 4 territory completion rate was already as high as 90%. At this construction speed, he might become a level 5 lord before the 4th beast tide. Genevieve's territory construction speed had slowed down again, lagging behind Jin. She had unparalleled talent, numerous materials for trading to build her territory across the county, supplies from her father, and construction materials she had opened from treasure chests using her critical hit talent. Yet, her territory's completion was only 70%. Even so, her territory development progress was gradually falling behind Jin, making Genevieve curious about Jin's talent once again. In fact, if Genevieve wanted to, getting the territory completion up to 80% would not be impossible. But doing so would mean throwing out some precious blue-quality materials, which Genevieve couldn't bear to do. She wanted to save them for her mother and little brother. However, the main reason Genevieve did not try hard to catch up was that she did not want to compete with Jin for the throne of the First Lord. The First Lord received free attribute points as rewards, which should be very important for Jin. But for Genevieve, who had the absorption talent, those 1 or 2 free attribute points were not significant. She had already secured the top spot on the contribution reputation ranking. Allowing others to take the lead on other rankings didn't feel like much of a loss, especially since it was Jin. Most importantly, Genevieve was aware of her own capabilities regarding territory construction. She could barely keep up with Jin now, but the gap would only widen in the future. After Jin became a level 5 lord, he would receive even more support. Jin had the country backing him up. No matter how good her talent was, it couldn't match the power of the masses. The reason Genevieve could advance so quickly in the wasteland world was that she had obtained a large number of materials and attribute points from dungeons. Otherwise, even with her absorption talent, it would take her a long time to accumulate strength bit by bit. In this life, Genevieve realized that dungeons were like cheats for the water blue star humans. Inside dungeons, there was no danger to life, and as long as players were willing to risk, they could acquire plenty of materials from dungeons. Like Benny, whose territory was located in the desolate ice plain area. Thanks to his loot from dungeons, he lived relatively well. What Genevieve regretted most was that there was only one dungeon left. After finishing the 6th dungeon, there would be no more dungeons to clear. Unless she could obtain copper blocks from the 6th dungeon, Genevieve wasn't sure if she could become a level 5 lord before the 4th beast tide. Genevieve's father did not plan to continue building his territory anymore, so it was foreseeable that his territory ranking would drop. To Genevieve's relief, her mother's and Abraham's territory rankings had not changed, indicating that both of them still had sources of basic materials. In short, their current situation was good. Genevieve also checked the player level ranking. Jin's rank had dropped to 12th place. Among the top 30 players, all were foreign usernames except Jin. Genevieve didn't know what the other players were thinking, but in Village 33333, every player would suppress their levels as much as possible, leveling up only when absolutely necessary. After the 3rd beast tide, the total human population on Water Blue Star had decreased to 3 billion. In these past 10 days, about 100 million people had disappeared, meaning that 900 million people died in this beast tide. And in County 333, a total of more than 5,000 people died, leaving a total population of 705,800. In Town 3333, 165 people died, leaving a total population of 71,259. In Village 33333, only 2 people died, leaving a total population of 8,169. Genevieve sighed slightly, still finding the overall death toll tragically high. The mortality rate in County 333 and Town 3333 had dropped significantly. During the last beast tide, over 10,000 people had died in County 333. It went without saying that the situation in her previous life had been even more tragic. Genevieve remembered that after the 3rd beast tide in her previous life, the number of players in Village 33333 had fallen below 3,000, leading to its merger with Villages 33334 and 33335. Combined, the player population of the 3 villages barely reached 10,000. This was when Genevieve had reconnected with her father. In her previous life, all players were under real name registration. Her father's message about searching for family on the village channel caught Genevieve's attention. At this point in her current life, Village 33333 still had 8,169 players. Her father's village had more than 6,800 players before the 3rd beast tide, and only over 100 people from their entire town died this time. Therefore, it seemed that Village 33333 wouldn't need to merge with her father's village anymore. Genevieve waited for a while but did not hear the familiar mechanical voice notifying them of a village merger as in her previous life. She let out a slight sigh of relief and was about to exit the county channel when she noticed the number of people in the county channel flickering like it had special effects applied. After flashing 3 times, the number suddenly jumped from 705,800 to 979,513. Genevieve's eyes widened in surprise. What was going on? Why did the population suddenly increase by over 200,000? Genevieve quickly thought of a possibility. It could be server merging. She first checked the number of people in Village 33,333's channel, which remained unchanged at 8,169. Then she checked the number of people in Town 3333, which had increased from 71,259 to 99,541. Town 3333 gained over 20,000 new players. A server merge occurred at the same time in this life, just not involving Village 33333. Genevieve sent inquiries to friends in other villages. After adding Benny as a friend, other numbered players also requested to add her as a friend one after another. Being fellow numbered players, Genevieve added all of them. A player from village 33334 soon replied to Genevieve, "Our village suddenly merged with over 3,000 players from village 95661. These players seem to be registered with their real names and do not appear to be from our country." Village 33334 was the village in town 3333 with the highest player death toll, having only around 6,000 people before the third beast tide. In this life, village 33334 didn't merge with Genevieve's village but did merge with other villages. Village 95661. Chapter 77, Village Merger 2. Genevieve didn't know much about the distribution of players into different villages after humans entered the wasteland world in her previous life. She only knew that players from villages with 2-digit, 3-digit, and 4-digit numbers were generally from Huagua, while those with 5-digit to 9-digit numbers were from other countries. As for villages with 1-digit numbers, she had never heard of them. In her previous life, Huagua players suffered heavy casualties, and foreign players suffered even more severely. Fewer than 10,000 foreign players entered Jin's territory. In her past life within Jin's territory, Genevieve had only seen players from villages with 7-digit and 8-digit numbers. 9-digit numbers were just rumors. On Water Blue Planet, there was friction between nations due to national interests, leading to mutual suspicion and even hostility. Even Genevieve herself, in her previous life, held the belief that she would only care about the well-being of her own countrymen and not others suffering. The sudden merger of foreign players into villages originally populated entirely by Huagua people would definitely cause some turmoil. However, in the wasteland world, Genevieve had fought alongside foreign players countless times, when everyone's mind was focused on one thing, working together to survive the beast tides. Therefore, she no longer harbored the same prejudice against foreign players as in her previous life. As long as these players did not despise humanity or be hostile towards Huagua players, and did not cause trouble within the village or town communities, it was fine for them to live. Genevieve initially wanted to go out and chop trees and kill monsters but decided to wait and see what news would come due to this change. She waited to see if Michael and other numbered players would take any action. During the waiting period, she checked her personal stats panel. Player, hands. Level. 1, 1093410100. Strength, 432.43, plus 1. Agility, 446.13, plus 50. Constitution, 557.19. Spirit, 404.21. Attack damage, 1282.77, plus 51. Defense, 557.19, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 150. World Prestige, 108. Talents, Absorption, S. Critical Hit, S. Premonition, D. Cultivation Techniques, Meditation, S. Body Tempering Technique Level 4, A. Saber Technique Level 2, C. Skills, Transformation, Red Quality, Ice Spike, Blue Quality, Impediment, Blue Quality, Fireball, Blue Quality. Gathering Skill, Green Quality, Alchemy Skill, Green Quality. Equipment, Blue Quality Defensive Suit, Blue Quality Agility Boots, White Quality Strength Bracer. Backup Weapons, Sonic Gun, Red Quality, Tang Dao, Blue Quality, Energy Bow, Green Quality, Crossbow, Green Quality. Territory Level, 4. Game Currency, 21,955 gold coins. Inventory Slots, 960. Resources. Green Quality Crystals, 16. White Quality Crystals, 56. Other items omitted. Her attack power had already reached over 1200, capable of killing level 40 monsters in one hit. What made Genevieve happiest was that she now had over 20,000 gold coins, which allowed her to buy many things. Well, her current world prestige was too low. After the next beast tide, she would leave more prestige points so that she could save quite a few gold coins. Genevieve received a private message from Michael. Villages 33331, 33332, 33334, 33336, 33337, 33338, and 33,340 each have merged in 2 to 3,000 foreign players. Our primary goal now is survival. The national strategy is not to be overly hostile or friendly. We Huagua players will focus on our own development. So Little Lee, you should act according to your own judgment and don't worry about others. I'll back you up. Although Abner had just become a level 3 lord, his influence in the town chat group was significant. After he revealed his name in the chat, many players from village 33333 sent private messages to Genevieve. Knowing that Genevieve also respected Abner, and since she had no intention of being a leader, there were no dissenters regarding Abner's words in village 33333. The numbered players who added Genevieve as friends showed great respect for Abner. This was evident from their willingness to hand over all treasure chests to him for distribution, demonstrating their high level of trust in him. This also indicated that these numbered players had not changed their stance and would continue to follow the national policy even in the wasteland world. So when Abner said he would back her up, he indeed had the ability to do so. Originally, upon discovering that foreign players had been merged into County 333, Genevieve hesitated about whether to adjust the prices of goods she posted in the trading channel. She felt no loss selling at a lower price to her fellow countrymen, but selling at a discount to foreigners seemed like a loss to her. Selling a large quantity of white and green quality resources at low prices, while beneficial to many players, also blocked some players' sources of income. Players who could obtain substantial resources and put them up for trade were certainly formidable. These players undoubtedly harbored resentment and might use foreign players to pressure her. Genevieve could already imagine the tactics they would employ against her. It wasn't that Genevieve couldn't handle it, it was just very annoying and would waste a lot of her time. Now that Abner said he would back her up, she could give it a try and see how he would handle any issues. This way, she could also take the opportunity to gauge his true attitude towards her, as she was still uncertain about the extent of cooperation with him. With Abner's assurance, Genevieve put those troublesome matters aside and went out to chop trees. The level of monsters outside player territories had changed again. The closest monsters to the territory were now level 3, while the outermost ones were level 7. Level 7 monsters dropped iron treasure chests, and the items they dropped were now of green quality. Well, Genevieve was tired of seeing white quality materials and wooden treasure chests. Iron treasure chests were much better. In half a day, she cleared another 60 kilometers of treeless area between the territory and the forest, then returned to the territory. The drop rate of white quality crystals from level 7 monsters had increased significantly, and she obtained 5 today. Genevieve didn't post the white quality resources she got from killing monsters on the trading channel like before. She planned to let Michael and the numbered players pick first from what she and her father obtained before putting them up for sale. And before selling the green quality materials, she would first post an ancient Huagua numeric code in the town and county trading channels, so Huagua players could prepare to grab them. However, she intended to sell wood as before. It wasn't that she didn't want foreign players to survive, she just wanted Huagua players to develop better. Back in the territory and opening the trading channel, she found all the wood she uploaded had sold out, leaving only thousands of messages begging for more wood. After thinking it over, players who survived the third beast tide wouldn't be too poor anymore. She decided to raise the price slightly, setting the trading price of 1 piece of wood to 6 copper coins. Then she uploaded 20 million pieces of wood at once, setting a limit of 200 pieces per player per day. Chapter 78 Village Merger 3. After uploading the timber, Genevieve checked the chat channels. Today, there was an unusually high volume of messages in both the village and town chat groups. The 33333 village chat channel started off relatively calm, discussing the beast tide that occurred today. Until Junior posted 2 messages in the town channel. The first message was at least 500 words long, written in a semi-classical semi-modern style. Players from Huagua who had completed high school could understand it to some extent and guess its meaning. The content of the message was about how foreigners were now within our territory, so everyone should refrain from speaking as freely as before. Matters that shouldn't be discussed openly should be done through private messages. Our main goal now is survival. Unity among ourselves is important, but we should not appear xenophobic. Life should continue as it was before. This message contained several implications that only those deeply familiar with Huagua culture could fully comprehend. The second message was simpler modern Chinese, where Junior called for everyone to unite and strive for survival. This message was easy to understand, any Huagua player would get the point. Junior's identity in 3333 town was well known, thus his words were very guiding and comforting. In her previous life, after the merger of various villages, Junior also helped to pacify everyone. Since the merged players were all part of us, besides the slightly low morale, there were no significant conflicts. Genevieve observed that foreign players who were merged into 3333 town had not yet gained the ability to post in the town channel, nor in the county channel. Genevieve, Grandpa, should I post these messages in the county chat group? The total number of players in 333 county increased by over 200,000, with most villages having merged players. It would be wise to comfort those Huagua players from those villages as well. Carmine, I was just looking for you, can you help me post this? After finishing, Grandpa sent a 1,000-word message to Genevieve. One could say it was due to Grandpa's deep cultural background or his writing skills. In any case, this message included both classical and modern Chinese, ensuring Huagua players could understand while foreigners could only grasp what they needed to. After posting this message in the county channel, Genevieve also expressed her agreement. Genevieve was the only one who could post in the 333 county channel, and she wasn't sure how other players in 333 county felt about her beyond the 3,333 town players. As soon as Genevieve posted the message in the county channel, Lydia, who was constantly checking her cousin's updates, saw it immediately. Lydia's village had also merged in over 3,000 foreign players. The Huagua players were already dominant, and the newcomers seemed intent on overpowering them, leading to constant bickering in the village chat. Usually chatty in the village group, Lydia remained silent today, unsure how to handle these foreign players. Seeing her cousin forwarding the old general's message and sharing her own views, Lydia felt reassured. Her cousin endorsing the old general's message made it clear she would follow the advice of the old general. She decided to focus on cultivating herself, ignoring the foreigners' arguments. Her experience points were enough to reach level 5, and with monsters outside being level 3, if she worked hard to kill more each day, she should reach level 6 after the 4th beast tide. By then, her cousin's territory would also upgrade to level 5, and she wouldn't have to be alone anymore. After finishing the gossip, Genevieve had a private chat with players from other villages in 3333 town regarding the merged village groups. Though somewhat chaotic, the merged village groups were under control, with Huagua players remaining calm. Village 33339, Herschel Lord, your timber uploads drove them crazy, constantly complaining in the village group about the limited purchase policy. They used to sell their village's timber at 95% of hand ring more prices, but you sold at only 12%. Village 33334, the foreigners in our village regret not being in the same village as Herschel Lord, they seem to admire you greatly. Village 33332. Among our foreign players is someone known as Daphne, who proposed becoming village chief to sell white quality resources at 93% of hand ring more prices. Our Huagua players played along, calling her village chief, and when she sold the resources at 93%, others flooded the market with useless white quality goods at 85%, causing chaos among the foreign players. This was a brilliant idea worth following. Genevieve privately forwarded the information from Village 33332 to other village players. Other village players understood. An hour later, representatives of players from other villages began to privately chat Genevieve. Big brother, our Huagua players say they are more financially comfortable now and hope you can set a time to sell green quality supplies. Genevieve chuckled. This was good news. After some thought, she decided that if one thrives, all should thrive. Genevieve posted a story in semi-classical semi-modern style on the county channel. Lydia's eyes sparkled when she read her cousin's story with hidden meanings, thinking this method was excellent. Indeed, she had obtained many white quality supplies that she couldn't use during this beast tide and planned to sell them on the village trading channel over the next couple of days. Due to her cousin's actions, other players selling white quality supplies were only 2% higher in price, while green quality supplies were around 5% higher. Now she could sell white quality supplies at 85% of the price and buy green quality supplies at 80%, making a sure profit. Excited, Lydia immediately acted. Within 5 minutes, she sorted out the white quality supplies she didn't need and put them up for sale on the trading channel. Because she trusted her cousin absolutely and acted swiftly, she was almost the first to respond. Her white quality supplies were quickly snapped up. Seeing this, other Huagua players responded enthusiastically as well. Joy spread through the various village chat groups. Huagua players expressed great happiness at the arrival of foreign players. The availability of cheaper wood could accelerate territory development. They could also purchase strength-enhancing supplies at lower prices and were welcomed by original village players. Foreign players felt good about this, leading to a harmonious atmosphere in the village channels. That night, Genevieve helped Grandpa open over 800 wooden treasure chests and more than 200 iron treasure chests. When accepting the double resources Genevieve sent, Grandpa couldn't help but say, "Thank you, little Lee. Your talent has provided us with much more resources, accelerating our growth significantly. It's a pity I'm still at the town level. Next, I will strive hard to become a level 4 lord. Genevieve, good luck." 3333 town had only 20-some numbered players, so Genevieve couldn't open many treasure chests. She would have to do so for the entire county. Before bed, Genevieve noticed that only 1/3 of the timber inventory she had listed on the trading channel remained. Chapter 79, Copying Talent. Day 25 of the Wasteland World. Genevieve woke up early and saw that the wood she had uploaded to the trading channel had sold out. She then uploaded some more. Because tomorrow the instance dungeon would reset, with the 6th dungeon appearing, Genevieve had to clear the 5th dungeon today. She originally kept 3 level 5 monsters, but accidentally killed one of them 2 days ago. Today, she had to be careful and wait until the right time in the dungeon before dealing with the remaining 2. In these rounds of dungeons, Genevieve gained enormous rewards from monster kills. For the last couple of dungeons, she no longer cared about the rewards from those iron treasure chests at the end of the dungeons. After the ended yesterday, she went to the level 7 monster area, cutting trees and killing level 7 monsters. In one afternoon, she killed over 50 level 7 monsters, triggering her 100% critical strike talent, which dropped more than 100 iron treasure chests. Genevieve collected 3,547 ice stones in the 5th dungeon. Ice stones were not sold in the bracelet mall, but Genevieve tried selling them there, and the bracelet mall offered a price of 5,000 gold coins per piece. According to the bracelet mall's usual practices, items purchased for 5,000 gold coins would be sold for at least 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins in the bracelet mall. After the beast tide ended for the first 2 times, the temperature would drop significantly the next day, and this time was no exception. In the afternoon, while Genevieve was cutting trees, the sky gradually turned dark and gloomy. A fierce wind howled, and large snowflakes fell from the sky. Walking back to her territory, passing through the forest area where she had cut down all the trees hundreds of kilometers away, she felt a vast emptiness as if she were the only one left in the world. Although the blue quality protective suit on her body still emitted a faint heat, Genevieve still felt cold, not physically cold but emotionally cold. At night, the snow fell even heavier. These past few days, Genevieve's schedule remained unchanged, clearing dungeons in the morning and chopping wood and killing monsters in the afternoon. With the new foreign players joining, the trading channel became very lively. Huagua players were selling their white quality supplies at 85% of the bracelet mall price. Even uploading 10 million pieces of wood wasn't enough to meet the demand. These past few days she earned over 5,000 gold coins each day. If this continued for another 10 to 8 days, the gold coins earned would be enough for her to buy the materials needed to upgrade her territory to level 5 from the bracelet mall. On day 26 of the Wasteland World, Genevieve entered the 6th dungeon and was pleasantly surprised by the vast mine stretching beyond sight. What were 2,000 level 6 monsters? The mine was the real treasure of this dungeon. Genevieve followed her routine, killing level 6 monsters first, leaving 3 alive tied aside, then concentrated on mining ore. With her current overall attributes, she could swing the beginner iron pickaxe more than 10 times per second, literally striking sparks. Luckily, this was a beginner iron pickaxe with no durability limit. If it were a blue quality iron pickaxe, at Genevieve's mining speed, it would wear out within half an hour. After 3 hours, Genevieve reluctantly got teleported out of the dungeon. With the 100% double critical strike talent bonus, she mined over 1 million stone blocks, more than 100,000 iron blocks, over 10,000 copper blocks, and over 1,000 silver blocks. In just 3 hours, she gathered enough stone, iron, and copper blocks needed to upgrade her territory to level 5. The only thing missing was the white quality crystals. These could be bought from the bracelet mall, costing no more than 100,000 gold coins. But level 7 wild monsters dropped a lot of white quality crystals, and Genevieve wasn't in a hurry to upgrade her territory, so she planned to farm level 7 monsters for a few days. Or she could trade stone and iron blocks with Old Man Gregory, helping him upgrade to a level 4 territory faster and avoiding buying from the bracelet mall. Genevieve was always busy killing and farming, unaware that more and more players who could speak in the town chat channel made it livelier. Those who could speak in the town chat either had their territories upgraded to level 3 or reached player level 5. Most of the level 3 lords were from Huagua, while most foreign players had reached player level 5. These foreign players would call out to Genevieve in the town chat, hoping to add her as a friend. Of course, Genevieve didn't respond. She received thousands of messages every day asking to add her privately, and without special reasons, she ignored those chattering foreign players. Now, she was protected by many players, and when foreign players complained in the town chat after being rejected, other players immediately rebutted them. Especially the players from Village 33333 came forward en masse, silencing any player who dared to speak ill of Genevieve. The number of players from Village 33333 who entered the town chat group was more than that of players from other villages, making them a formidable force. Genevieve noticed that under their education led by Benny, almost all 10,000 players in the town knew how aloof the great Lord Ellis was. Previously, players all assumed that Ellis was male. Since she admitted to Elder Gregory that she was a young female player, almost all the numbered players in town 33330 knew this fact. Benny called her sister affectionately. It was because Benny knew she was a female player that he established her image as aloof. Genevieve didn't oppose it. This way, she could save a lot of trouble. After completing the 6th dungeon, the minerals Genevieve obtained were almost enough for her to upgrade to a level 6 territory. However, upgrading to level 6 was still far off. Genevieve preferred to trade stone and iron blocks with Old Man Gregory for white quality crystals, aiming to upgrade her territory to level 5 first. On day 30 of the Wasteland World, Old Man Gregory's territory was upgraded to level 4. That day, Genevieve also accumulated enough materials to upgrade to a level 5 territory and clicked the upgrade button. However, Jin had already become a level 5 lord on day 29, one step ahead of her. Genevieve often chatted with Junior these days. He spoke freely about some special talent for acquiring resources in the military. This could be considered a way to show the muscle of the military. According to Junior, there was a player in the army who had the talent to duplicate items in the inventory slot. Genevieve had never heard of such a talent before. It was said that this player could duplicate an item from the backpack slot every day. The amount of resources gained from this talent was certainly less than what Genevieve's 100% double critical strike talent could provide. But Genevieve's critical strike talent was passive and only happened once. The ability to duplicate items in the inventory slot was purposeful and could be repeatedly used. For example, after obtaining a silver treasure chest, instead of opening it, one could place it in the inventory slot and duplicate it repeatedly. One inventory slot could hold up to 999 silver treasure chests, so 999 silver treasure chests could be duplicated in a day. Even at this stage, such a yield was very impressive. In the future, when gold or diamond treasure chests became available, the same operation could be performed. It was hard to say which talent was better, her critical strike talent or this duplication talent. Chapter 80, Level 5 Territory. While waiting for her territory to upgrade, Genevieve speculated about Jin's territory level. Had he or one of the players from his village managed to acquire a replication spatial separation talent after entering the wasteland world that allowed him to surpass her despite her numerous advantages? In her previous life, Jin's territory had also been the fastest to level up. Just as she was thinking this, Genevieve heard the familiar robotic voice. Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang for becoming the second level 5 territory lord. Reward, 5 free attribute points, 2 silver treasure chests. Congratulations to the residents of village 33333 in town 3333, county 333 for Tianyuan Fongguang's territory reaching level 5 first. Chat and trading functions within city 33 have now been activated. Reward, 5 free attribute points, 3 silver treasure chests. After upgrading, her territory area expanded several times over again, with her current total area being 3,000 square meters, 600 square meters from using territory expansion cards. The stone walls of a level 5 territory now stood at 20 meters high, with a defense value of 150,000. 20 arrow towers were strategically placed behind the walls, ensuring that every inch of the stone wall and the entire airspace of the territory was within their protection range. 4 50-meter-high energy arrow towers were positioned around her wooden building, each with a range of 1 kilometer, firing 10 energy arrows per second, effectively protecting the wooden building. Genevieve designed the wooden building to have 3 floors with an area of 200 square meters. When everyone gathered, she and Oriv would live on the 3rd floor, while her parents would stay on the 2nd floor. There could be 2 cultivation rooms on the 1st floor, and 1 each on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Genevieve used a blue-quality fireplace, ensuring that even if it was snowing outside, the temperature inside the wooden building remained spring-like. Upon finishing the upgrade, Genevieve immediately opened her friend list. She was pleasantly surprised to see that her mother and brother's names had turned into a yellow-green status indicating pending communication. This meant that they were somewhere within City 33 but couldn't yet communicate on the city chat channel or contact her directly. Genevieve, Ken, Mom and little brother are in City 33. She naturally told her father about this right away. Anson, really? That's great. Send them a message and tell them that both you and I are in City 33. Have them level up to player level 7 as soon as possible. Even through a simple message, Genevieve could sense her father's excitement. Following her father's instructions, Genevieve sent a message to her mother and brother via the City 33 chat channel. Julia and Oriv knew it was Genevieve who opened the city channel as soon as she did since the notification clearly stated the player Tianyuan Fongguang. Oriv, Mom, it's sister opening the city channel. Once we reach player level 7, we can reunite with her. He was eager to meet his parents and sister and live together again instead of being alone. Julia, how much experience do you still need to reach level 7? Julia had enough experience from killing monsters and farming to reach level 7. Despite Oriv having killed more monsters, he had gained less experience than his mother because he had already reached level 2 in the survival game before the apocalypse. Oriv, I still need over 30,000 experience. I'll go kill more monsters these few days and try to reach level 7 after the 4th beast tide. Julia, since we know your father and sister are safe, we can join her anytime. You don't need to rush, just be safe. Let's wait until we're together. Unless she was in immediate danger, Julia wouldn't leave her son to find her daughter alone. Oriv wanted to go to his sister right now. But after a month of training, his patience had improved, so he responded quietly. Genevieve and Anson didn't know that 2 other players were also overjoyed when Genevieve opened the city channel. Barkley, Mom, did you see Helen's message? Her territory has reached level 5 and can accept settlers. She messaged Mel Xiao and Brother Huai saying that everything is fine with her and Sullivan. Lee Mel, really? Helen did well. How do we contact her and go to her place? Barkley, I'm short by over 30,000 experience, and Mom, you're short by over 50,000. Over the next 3 days, we'll spend all our earnings on supplies to boost our attributes and increase our combat power. We'll aim to reach player level 7 before the 4th beast tide. Lee Mel, isn't that too risky? Barkley, what risk? After our attribute values increase, we can kill more monsters. As long as we can kill monsters, we won't worry about lacking supplies. Once we reach Helen's territory, we can't just sit around and enjoy the fruits of her labor. The more monsters we kill, the more supplies we can get, and the better we can help Helen develop her territory. Lee Mel, understood. Barkley was Genevieve's cousin, 5 years older than her. To test the game for Genevieve, he registered for the survival game on its second day and drew a B-level talent that increased his gathering efficiency by 20% and critical strike rate. Due to work reasons, he barely had time to go online and didn't manage to build any structures for his level 1 territory after entering the wasteland world. Fortunately, his initial strength value was 2 points, and his territory was located on a stone mountain. He managed to mine stones and kill many monsters every day, allowing him and his mother to survive wave after wave of beast tides. However, the stone mountain near his territory was almost depleted, enough only to upgrade their territories to level 3. Now with his younger cousin's information, they could live through the 4th beast tide and reach player level 7, then contact her. Before entering the wasteland world, everyone agreed that Genevieve would try her best to develop her territory to receive family members as settlers. Their current territory was level 2. Even if they couldn't contact Genevieve before the 4th beast tide, building 2 intermediate stone arrow towers would be sufficient to survive the 4th beast tide. Therefore, Barkley wasn't too worried. Lydia jumped excitedly upon seeing her cousin's territory reaching level 5. Especially after reading the message from her cousin and knowing that her aunt and young cousin were in City 33, she became even happier. She counted her player experience points. She was just 10,000 points away from reaching level 6. After the 4th beast tide, she was sure to reach level 6. Lydia decided not to upgrade her level 1 small stone house but instead use all her materials to build 2 intermediate wooden arrow towers and 2 advanced wooden arrow towers. This would ensure her safety during the 4th beast tide. Arrow towers could be dismantled when merging territories, so these arrow towers could still be used after she joined her cousin's territory without wasting them. Chapter 81, Lord's Responsibility. Genevieve, Ken, are you coming to my territory now? I'll give you the materials first to upgrade your territory to level 4, and then come over. That way, you can get 8 more free attribute points, and my territory can expand by 600 square meters. Anson, let's wait a bit. I'll finish mining this mountain first. I can upgrade to level 4 without needing materials from you. Genevieve had no objections. With Anson's current territory level, getting through the 4th beast tide would be no problem, especially with his blue quality territory protection shield. Anson, Helen, your cousin should be in City 33 too. His name has turned yellow-green. Genevieve, that's great. Does he know my online nickname? Anson, yes, he does. After ending the private chat with her father, Genevieve sighed softly. In her previous life, when Homer opened the channel for City 33, she didn't see her mother or younger brother, nor her cousin. At that moment, another private message came in. Carmine, little Lee, have you considered accepting subjects? Genevieve, except for my family and relatives, I won't consider anyone else. As you know, Grandpa, the more subjects you have, the more materials and resources are needed to upgrade the territory. Also, the number of beasts during the beast tide is calculated based on the number of people. A lord must protect their subjects, and the more subjects there are, the greater the responsibility. Unless a lord has exceptional exploitative talent, knowing how to squeeze value out of each subject, every lord needs to work both hard and smart. After being reborn, Genevieve initially decided to lead her family and join Jin's territory after the national channel was activated. But now she changed her mind. If she could maintain such an advantage without worrying about the beast tides and make decisions freely on her own land, why rely on others? Although being a major lord would bring a lot of pressure, it also came with great rewards and freedom. With this thought in mind, Genevieve decided not to accept subjects other than her family. After all, it would be troublesome and slow down the progress of upgrading her territory. Homer, I understand your thoughts. But now you're the only lord in City 33. If any of us can't survive, we hope you can provide them with temporary shelter until my territory reaches level 5, and they can move there. Genevieve, if they're people arranged by Grandpa, temporary residence isn't a problem. Helping others and doing a favor for Homer wouldn't cause her trouble, so Genevieve readily agreed. As the lord had absolute control over her territory, Genevieve wasn't worried about anyone overstaying their welcome. After chatting with Homer, Genevieve received dozens of private messages. Due to the end-time survival game guide, most players knew that a level 5 territory could accept subjects. Seeing that Genevieve's territory had reached level 5, many players from Village 33333 applied to merge territories with her. Genevieve, I plan to integrate into the national territory in the future, so you might as well wait until Homer becomes a level 5 lord and apply then. This way, it will reduce half the consumption. Once Homer reached the county level, the number of numbered players he could contact increased significantly. More numbered players meant collecting more building materials for him to upgrade his territory. Moreover, since Homer and the numbered players shared their treasure chests with Genevieve, who doubled the resources, Genevieve believed Homer's territory upgrade speed would definitely be fast, possibly even after the 4th beast tide. Once the territory reached level 5, more numbered players would contact Homer, making Genevieve's territory upgrade speed potentially slower. The Huagua players in County 33 knew Homer's identity and found Genevieve's reasoning reasonable, so they didn't think it was wrong for her not to accept subjects. After expanding her territory, Genevieve left over 200 square meters in the front yard, while the rest became farmland. But under the current weather conditions, outdoor planting was impossible. Genevieve went into the backyard and made several blue-quality greenhouses, covering most of the new land. Inside the blue-quality greenhouses, the temperature stayed around 26 degrees Celsius and automatically simulated natural light. How to cultivate the land and what crops to plant were handled by June. Now, all the plants in Genevieve's territory were tended by June, who had a farming talent. Even if the outside temperature dropped to -40 or 50 degrees, these crops still thrived. After handling the territory affairs, Genevieve went out to chop trees and kill monsters, returning to her territory at night to open the city trading channel and upload wood. Since finishing the 6th dungeon, Genevieve had spent her days chopping trees and killing monsters. With the gradual increase in attribute points and the boost from her double critical hit talent, Genevieve could now chop down 60 million pieces of wood every day. Such a large quantity of wood couldn't be stored in her space backpack. Genevieve utilized the storage space available through the bracelet trading channel, retrieving it once back in her territory to place it in the spatial storage cabinets. In recent days, with her continuous sale of wood, the players in County 333 already had sufficient wood reserves. Daily sales dropped to 5 or 6 million pieces. Her 10 spatial storage cabinets were already packed full of wood, making it the right time for another big sale. She didn't want to go through too much trouble and uploaded 80 million pieces of wood on the city trading channel, selling them at 10 copper coins each. At the same time, she uploaded over 80,000 pieces of white quality materials, selling them at 80% of the price listed on the bracelet mall on the city trading channel. Besides the players from County 333, other players in City 33 were not familiar with Genevieve's style of operation. Initially, there were only a few buyers for her wood and white quality materials. After about 10 minutes, the stock of both items started to deplete rapidly. Even with a purchase limit of 500 pieces per person, the 80 million pieces of wood sold out within an hour. Genevieve uploaded another 80 million pieces, which this time sold even faster, clearing out within less than an hour. It wasn't until her third upload of 80 million pieces that the sales speed slowed down. Although Genevieve didn't know it, she could imagine that this wave of operations must have left a deep impression on all the players in City 33. Little did she know, it was more than just a deep impression. Previously everyone knew that Garden Herschel was extremely powerful, stronger than the national team players, but now they realized she was truly a big player. Despite uploading so much material, there were nearly 1 million players in City 33, excluding those from County 333, who had never seen such cheap wood. On that single day, Genevieve earned 300,000 gold coins just by selling wood. Adding the revenue from the white quality materials, she made a total of 500,000 gold coins. This was the harvest she obtained on the 30th day of the Wasteland World. On the 31st day, she sold 150 million pieces of wood, earning 140,000 gold coins. On the 32nd day, because only 90 million pieces of wood remained in her spatial storage cabinets, which was necessary inventory reserved for the next beast tide, she only uploaded the 80 million pieces chopped that day, earning 70,000 gold coins. On the 33rd day, Genevieve uploaded another 80 million pieces of wood, which sold out within hours, earning another 70,000 gold coins. Chapter 82, Not Eco-Friendly. Though Genevieve seemed happy selling timber, if there were environmentalists in this desolate world, she would undoubtedly be listed as the #1 destroyer of the environment. Because she had already destroyed half of the trees in this forest, reducing its size by half, a forest that had existed for who knows how many years. So now, Genevieve's territory can't really be said to be on the edge of the forest, it's more accurate to say it's beside a grove of trees. This is because she only left a 50-kilometer radius of trees around her territory, with the new boundary of the forest being over 1,000 kilometers away from Genevieve's territory. Genevieve did not feel ashamed because the timber she uploaded could help hundreds of thousands, even millions of players survive the fourth wave of beasts. Between the environment and human survival, the latter was clearly more important. It seemed like the fourth wave of beasts was just around the corner. On the night of the 33rd, Genevieve didn't practice cultivation because she needed to organize and sell supplies to prepare for the next day's beast wave. Over these 10 days, after completing the 6th instance, Genevieve obtained 240,000 experience points and 240,000 copper coins, gaining 240 mental points. She acquired nearly 4,000 white quality drops, 2,000 wooden treasure chests, and 2,000 iron treasure chests. From the instance, she collected 5 million stones, 500,000 iron blocks, 50,000 copper blocks, and 5,000 silver blocks. During these 10 days, apart from instances, Genevieve killed 21 level 3 monsters, 11 level 4 monsters, 13 level 5 monsters, 18 level 6 monsters, and 659 level 7 monsters. With a 100% critical strike bonus, Genevieve gained 97,860 experience points and 97,860 copper coins. She increased her strength by 33.55 points, agility by 32.71 points, and mental by 31.6 points. She also received 41 white quality items and 1,336 green quality items. Additionally, she got 36 wooden treasure chests and 1,330 iron treasure chests. Over these 10 days, Genevieve and her father practiced every night. Genevieve added 20 mental points and 18 constitution points. Including the 10 free attribute points awarded from upgrading to a level 5 territory, her constitution increased by 28 points in total. Due to the sharp increase in mental power, Genevieve took 4 bottles of blue physical enhancement potions which each added 50 constitution points. Genevieve counted her white quality materials. Of the white quality materials obtained over these 10 days, except for those sold on the market channel when upgrading to a level 5 territory, everything else was accumulated and prepared for tonight's sale. Genevieve put all 30,000 white quality items on the market channel at an 80% discount. As for green quality materials, she didn't intend to sell them on the market channel but instead responded to the request of many players in County 333 and offered them on the county trading channel at an 80% discount at 9 p.m. Genevieve and her father had gathered over 50,000 green quality items, which she placed all at once on the county trading channel. Currently, stronger players could almost harvest 1 or 2 iron treasure chests daily, so green quality materials weren't very rare anymore. Genevieve also placed 100 blue quality materials on sale at an 80% discount but specifically required white quality crystals in exchange. The white quality materials posted on the market channel were sold out within half an hour. The green quality materials on the county trading channel were also rapidly depleting, likely to be sold out within 10 minutes. The blue quality materials on the county trading channel were traded off within 2 minutes. Such a large and rapid transaction volume indicated one thing: the players in her area were quite wealthy this time, unlike the previous life. After exiting the trading channel, Genevieve casually checked her personal panel to see how high her attributes had become. Player, Pastoral Alga. Level 1, 431 270 100. Strength, 465.98, plus 1. Agility, 478.84, plus 50. Constitution, 835.19. Mental, 695.81. Attack damage, 1640.63, plus 51. Defense, 835.19, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina points, 150. World prestige value, 108. Talents, Absorption, S grade, Critical Strike, S grade, Premonition, D grade. Cultivation techniques, Meditation, S grade, Body Forging Technique level 4, A grade, Swordsmanship level 2, C grade. Skills, Shapeshifting, Red grade, Ice Spike, Blue grade, Obstructing Spell, Blue grade, Fireball, Blue grade. Mining, Green grade, Alchemy, Green grade. Equipment, Blue quality Protective Suit, Blue quality Agile Boots, White quality Strength Wrist Guards. Backup weapons, Sonic Gun, Red quality, Tang Knife, Blue quality, Energy Bow, Green quality, Hand Crossbow, Green quality. Territory level, 5. Game coins, 841,969 gold coins. Bag, 1,300 slots. Supplies. Green quality crystals, 26. White quality crystals, 156. Other items omitted. All attribute values exceeded 400 points, with Constitution even reaching over 800 points. The attributes were so impressive that Genevieve was a bit dazed. She knew she was strong now, but just how strong was unclear to her. Because she had no point of reference. She only knew that when chopping trees, she could cut down 20 to 30 trees in one stroke with her axe before stopping, all within a single second. When mining ores, she could strike more than 10 times in a second. From this, it was clear how fast she was. But these only measured her agility. Genevieve couldn't estimate just how powerful her nearly 2,000 attack power was. On the 34th day of the desolate world, the fourth beast wave began at 7:30 a.m. At 7 a.m., Genevieve sat on the balcony eating breakfast passed by her father, watching Kimberly tend to the crops in the greenhouse with a normal expression. During the first and second beast waves, Kimberly clearly showed signs of unease and fear. By the third beast wave, her expression had become calm. This time, as the beast wave approached, Kimberly acted as if nothing was happening. Over the past 10 days, the temperature in Genevieve's territory had dropped to around -40 degrees Celsius. The Lord had money and supplies, and Kimberly ate various attribute-enhancing foods, increasing all her attribute values to over 20 points. Especially her mental power, which increased to 50 points, raising her chances of growing higher-grade plants to 20%. 8 days ago, 2 orange-quality cabbages were harvested from Genevieve's territory. Yesterday, an orange-quality potato was also harvested. Orange-quality edible plants can add 20 attribute points upon first consumption. Currently, there weren't enough harvested yet for Genevieve to consume. After giving some to her father, the rest were stored in her backpack slots, awaiting her family's arrival. Seeing Kimberly, dressed in blue-quality protective gear, moving about in the blue-quality greenhouse without minding the -40-degree wind and snow, looking spirited and lively, Genevieve thought of her mother, whose talent in farming surpassed Kimberly's. Because her mother was coming soon, and her mother's territory already had a hero, Genevieve did not plan to recruit another farming hero. Given the current scale of her territory's farmland, once her mother arrived, if she disliked killing monsters, she could stay within the territory to farm, occasionally going out to kill a few monsters to keep her skills sharp. While Genevieve was lost in thought, the time for the beast wave arrived, and she walked to the gate of the yard. Chapter 83, The Fourth Beast Tide. After the expansion of the territory, the walls became taller and wider. Although the main gate had also been expanded, it appeared particularly small in comparison to the walls. Only by standing outside the gate would the wild monsters notice her first and rush towards her all at once. Otherwise, the wild monsters would choose to attack the walls. Genevieve still didn't plan on letting the arrow towers attack the wild monsters, therefore, she had to lure all the wild monsters towards herself. Suddenly, 30 level 4 monsters surged out from the woods in front of Genevieve's territory, dashing toward her. With an ice spike spell followed by a fireball spell, Genevieve dealt with them. With her mental power enhanced, the strength of her ice spike and fireball spells gradually increased, and their cooldown times were reduced to only half of what they used to be. The second wave consisted of 60 level 4 flying hawk monsters. Genevieve didn't even need to use her energy bow but directly employed her transformation skill to slaughter them, finishing off the entire wave in just 2 attacks. Her red quality transformation skill could originally only kill 20 wild monsters at a time, but after Genevieve used it, she found that as long as she unleashed her mental power fully, she could slaughter 40 to 50 monsters at once without any problem. Moreover, though the cooldown time was said to be 10 seconds, Genevieve found she could use the skill again in less than 5 seconds. The appearance of the hawk monsters in the second wave significantly lowered the difficulty of this beast tide. The third wave included 90 level 4 monsters. The fourth wave had 120 level 4 monsters. The fifth wave brought about 150 level 4 monsters. As long as they weren't hawk monsters, for Genevieve, dealing with them was just a matter of casting fireballs and ice spikes a few times. To quickly solve the problem and strive to be the first to pass the beast tide trial, starting from the fourth wave, Genevieve used the energy bow together with skills to slay the monsters. The sixth wave included 20 level 5 monsters. This posed no pressure whatsoever to Genevieve. After killing the 20 level 5 monsters in the sixth wave, the familiar mechanical voice rang in Genevieve's ears again. Ding! Congratulations player Emmett for being the first to complete the beast tide trial task. Rewards include 4 iron treasure chests and 4 free attribute points. There are still 2.5 hours until the end of the beast tide trial. Player can choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, the trial can be ended at any time while continuing. In the seventh wave, 40 level 5 monsters appeared, which Genevieve dispatched effortlessly. The eighth wave involved 60 level 5 monsters, which Genevieve also wiped out completely. The ninth wave included 80 level 5 monsters. The 10th wave had 100 level 5 monsters. The 11th wave brought 120 level 5 monsters. After Genevieve killed the 30 level 6 monsters in the 12th wave, she received another notification. Ding! Congratulations player Ellis for completing all extra challenge trials. Rewards include 4 silver treasure chests, 4 free attribute points, and 4 points of world reputation. Seeing that there was still over an hour before the end of the beast tide, Genevieve reviewed her gains this time. She had killed a total of 450 level 4 monsters, 420 level 5 monsters, and 30 level 6 monsters. After triggering a 100% critical hit double damage, she gained 81,600 experience points and 81,600 copper coins, absorbed 28.11 strength points, 27.21 agility points, and 26.28 mental points. She also dropped over 900 white quality materials, 1,320 wooden treasure chests, and 500 iron treasure chests. Due to her concerns, the moment the beast tide ended, Genevieve immediately checked her private messaging channel. Seeing that her mother's and younger brother's names remained yellow-green, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the hawk monsters appeared in the second wave this time, far fewer people died in this beast tide compared to the previous 3. Thanks to Genevieve's supply of low-cost wood, she estimated that most players in City 33 should have been able to get through this beast tide. Checking the death toll now, there were only a little more than 10,000 players logged off in the entire City 33. County 333 only saw over 500 players log off, a tenth of the last times over 5,000. Town 3333 had only 10 players log off. This might be because the hawk monsters appeared early in the second wave of the fourth beast tide, leading to fewer deaths compared to the previous 3 tides. Another reason was that this time Genevieve supplied a large amount of low-cost wood, allowing most players in City 33 to build several arrow towers to survive this beast tide. Genevieve sent a private message to her father asking about cousin Barclay's current situation. After waiting for quite a while, her father didn't reply, so Genevieve assumed he was still dealing with the beast tide trial. Genevieve glanced at the trading channel. Before the beast tide started, she had uploaded 80 million pieces of wood, and now only 10 million pieces were left. Finally, the mechanical voice notification sounded in Genevieve's ears. The fourth beast tide has ended, and the results are being tallied. In 2 minutes, the entire Water Blue Star human contribution ranking list, territory level list, and player level list will be opened. The Prestige store will open in 10 minutes, with a time limit of 20 minutes for purchases. For more details, please see the World channel. At this moment, Genevieve received a reply from her father. Donghua is fine. Genevieve, that's good. Just as Genevieve was about to exit the private chat, she suddenly saw a private message from her mother, Jacqueline. Genevieve eagerly clicked it open. Julia, Helen, my player level has reached level 7. Your brother still needs a little over 1,000 experience points. Afterward, he can go out and kill a few wild monsters. We'll come to your place today. Genevieve, good, Mom, I miss you guys very much. Julia, I miss you too. I'll talk to your father first, he keeps messaging me. Genevieve. Her father had once said that her mother favored her children over him. Previously, Genevieve thought her father was joking, but now it seemed there was some truth to it. After exiting the chat group, Genevieve saw that the Beast Tide contribution and prestige value rankings were already available, so she clicked into them. 1. Ellis, obtained 1,000 prestige points, rewarded with 4 silver treasure chests. 2. Dwari A001, obtained 990 prestige points, rewarded with 3 silver treasure chests. 3. Guobian J363600, obtained 960 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. 4. Fomu A0003, obtained 950 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. 5. Guobian X035798, obtained 940 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 6. Juanxiang A0002, obtained 900 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 7. EB00011, obtained 800 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 8. Carmine, obtained 700 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 9. UniC00555, obtained 600 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 10. Ningsu A80026, obtained 500 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. 15. Tianyuan Guangming, rewarded with 100 prestige points, 4 iron treasure chests. 19. Tianyuan Jifu, rewarded with 100 prestige points, 3 iron treasure chests. 20. Tianyuan Jimu, rewarded with 100 prestige points, 3 iron treasure chests. Anson, Julia, and Oriv's territory construction progress had hardly increased. Most regular players killed monsters during the Beast Tide mainly through arrow towers, so their rankings dropped one after another. This time, all 3 only earned 100 prestige points each. Carmine, who was junior, jumped from over 100th place to 8th place. This was largely due to Genevieve's contributions, accelerating the construction progress of his territory by a full 20%. Otherwise, the progress of Junior's level 3 territory would now be at most 80%. Chapter 84, Red Quality Equipment. After the contribution prestige points ranking was announced, it was time for Genevieve's favorite part, entering the contribution prestige points mall. In her previous life, she could only drool over the items and work hard to accumulate enough prestige points. This time around, she could exchange for the best. However, as the beast waves occurred again and again, the items in the contribution prestige points mall became less valuable over time. The most precious items were the talent cards and cultivation techniques sold after the first and second beast waves. Subsequently, the mall mostly sold tools and equipment. But with enough prestige points, one could still purchase rare, expensive tools and equipment that wouldn't drop during normal gameplay. This time, the contribution prestige points mall was selling equipment, with the highest quality being red. Although the bracelet mall also had red quality equipment, the exorbitant prices were beyond Genevieve's reach. So, she eagerly examined the red quality equipment available in the contribution prestige points mall. 1. Red quality equipment, 1000 prestige points. 2. Orange quality equipment, 950 prestige points. 3. Blue quality equipment, 500 prestige points. 4. Green quality equipment, 50 prestige points. With Genevieve's current abilities, she didn't need any auxiliary equipment or props to instantly kill all monsters at this stage. Apart from a blue quality protective suit and blue quality combat boots, she wore only a white quality strength bracelet. She always wore the white quality strength bracelet not to boost her strength but because it held sentimental value. Without hesitation, Genevieve selected the red quality item and chose the red quality territory defense tower she had been eyeing. Territory defense tower, red quality defense is 10 times that of the territory wall's defense. Though the description was simple, Genevieve knew that the tower could defend against all monsters and automatically repel players with hostile intentions towards the Lord, neutralizing creatures with murderous intent. After the 5th beast wave, ghost monsters would appear in the wasteland world at night, capable of crossing the walls to enter the territory and launch mental attacks on the Lord and citizens. Many players died this way in her previous life. Genevieve survived because her father gave her a green quality territory defense shield, while the shield could only block ghost monsters, while energy arrow towers were required to eliminate them. Green quality territory defense towers could prevent ghost monsters below level 10 from entering the territory. Blue quality ones could block ghost monsters around level 30. Red quality defense towers could block ghost monsters up to level 80. In the Bracelet Mall, a red quality defense tower cost 10 million gold coins, and even the red quality crystals needed to replenish its energy cost 1 million gold coins each. With this red quality defense tower, Genevieve could ensure that only friendly residents entered her territory, and she wouldn't have to be constantly on guard within her territory. Once the monster levels reached level 10 and secret realm exploration maps were activated, Genevieve wouldn't have to worry about the safety of her territory when exploring outside. Genevieve used up all her prestige points this time and wasn't interested in anything else. She exited the prestige point mall to check the territory rankings. 1. Duo Yi A001, level 5 territory, completion 60%, reward 10,000 gold coins. 2. Garden Herschel, level 5 territory, completion 50%, reward 8,000 gold coins. 3. National Comp J363600, level 5 territory, completion 50%, reward 6,000 gold coins. 4. Wind U A0003, level 4 territory, completion 90%, reward 5,000 gold coins. 5. National Comp X035798, level 4 territory, completion 80%, reward 4,000 gold coins. 6. Junseong A0002, level 4 territory, completion 70%, reward 3,000 gold coins. 7. Ebon, level 4 territory, completion 60%, reward 2,000 gold coins. 8. Yunyisi 00555, level 4 territory, completion 60%, reward 1,000 gold coins. 9. Xianjing A3577, level 4 territory, completion 60%, reward 800 gold coins. 10. Christie's, level 4 territory, completion 50%, reward 700 gold coins. 19. Chuck of Gardens, level 3 territory, completion 90%, reward 500 gold coins. 28. Son of Herschel, level 3 territory, completion 70%, reward 400 gold coins. 32. Krista of Gardens, level 3 territory, completion 70%, reward 300 gold coins. Genevieve and Jin's territory construction progress had narrowed slightly. After the last beast wave, their progress difference was 20%, but this time it was only 10%. However, this was because she had encountered a dungeon with a large ore mountain and made some unexpected gains. Once she used up these ores, her territory's progress would slowly fall behind again. Cosmo surged like a dark horse into the 8th place on the prestige points ranking and the 9th place on the territory ranking. As more players could enter the city-level territories, Cosmo would obtain more resources, and his territory construction progress would only get faster. As for the player-level ranking, Genevieve merely glanced at it. She expected to see mostly foreign players as before but was surprised to find that her mother was ranked first, followed by many other players from the Flower Nation. The previous time, there were already players who reached level 6, but now surprisingly few had reached level 7, and her mother was the first one. It seemed that delaying player levels to gain greater rewards when killing monsters was widely known, even among foreign players. Those Flower Nation players who did reach level 7 probably had compelling reasons similar to her mother's to reach such high levels. After checking, Genevieve didn't linger and went out to cut trees again. Now the wild monsters near the forest were all level 8, and Genevieve was having a blast chopping trees and farming these monsters. With another boost in mental energy, Genevieve's control over the morphing skill deepened. She took out 100 axes and manipulated them with her mental power to chop down tree trunks, causing the trees to fall in response. Genevieve handled transferring wood from her backpack into the iron treasure chest and then back into her backpack. She continuously collected wood while those 100 axes chopped down trees as if they had lives of their own. When encountering level 8 monsters, the axe closest to the monster would swing at it, turning the level 8 monster into white light. After 2 hours of chopping, Genevieve needed to take out a blue quality stamina recovery potion and drink it, which instantly restored her stamina to full. When Genevieve realized it was time to return to her territory, the original forest edge had retreated over 80 kilometers, nearly forming a concave shape. Walking back to the territory, what was walking for Genevieve now felt more like floating. Her steps were unhurried yet moved like a gentle breeze, leaving faint footprints on the loosest snow. Genevieve's logging site was over 1,500 kilometers away from her territory, but she returned in just 20 minutes. There was one thing only Genevieve knew: wherever she walked, within a 10-kilometer radius, the wild monsters would mysteriously fall to the ground and eventually vanish into white light. Chapter 85. Merge Territories. After Genevieve returned to her territory, she saw applications for merging territories from her parents and younger brother. Oriv, sis, I'm at level 7 now. Pull me over there as soon as possible. I'm sick of being alone. Jeanette, Helen, bring us to your territory right after you come back. Trace, your mom and your brother are coming over, so I'll go with them too. Upon seeing the 3 applications, Genevieve immediately clicked to approve them and sent each person a territory merge and transfer card. There were 3 price options available for the territory merge and transfer card. The first option was a card costing 10,000 gold coins, which allowed the transferred territory to retain half of its area and all of its structures. The second option was a card costing 1,000 gold coins, where the transferred territory could retain 1/5 of its area and half of its buildings. The third option was a card costing 100 gold coins, retaining only 1/10 of the area and 1 wooden house. Of course, Genevieve chose the 10,000 gold coin card for all of them. Lee's parents and little brother had upgraded their territories to level 4 before applying for transfer. After the 3 arrived, Genevieve's territory increased by 1,800 square meters in size. As for their wooden houses and walls, Genevieve chose not to preserve them, decomposing them into wood and stone. However, Genevieve only received half of the materials, with the other half being submitted to the wasteland world. Genevieve first felt her territory's wall expanding and the territory itself growing. Then, the 3 suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the front yard. They had been teleported almost simultaneously, their expressions equally puzzled, and then they all turned to look at Genevieve emerging from the wooden building. Their confusion quickly vanished, replaced by delight. Oriv, upon seeing his parents and sister, shouted and rushed forward to embrace his mother. Despite being taller than her, he looked like a 5-year-old who felt wronged, with his eyes red. It wasn't surprising, a 15-year-old boy thrust into an alien world, completely alone without even a single water blue star person around, and facing constant tests of death, not breaking down showed immense strength of will. Trace patted his head, saying, Shenming did very well this month, helping Dad take care of Mom. For a heartless and self-centered teenager, being spoiled only lasted for a short while. He soon became excitedly exploring every part of Genevieve's wooden building. I get to live on the 3rd floor. Such a spacious room, nice. Trace and Mother just briefly toured the wooden building, commenting on its intricacy, and then proceeded to prepare a big meal in the kitchen downstairs hand in hand. After finishing touring the wooden building, Oriv ran to the yard and gazed up at the snow falling from the sky with interest. Big sis, it feels much colder here than my original territory. There, the snow was light, and the accumulation was only thin layers. Wow, sis, you've grown so many vegetables. Mom didn't grow nearly as many as you. Sis. Although Genevieve was glad that her family had come to join her, she found her patience with this brat unchanged as usual. Genevieve had already built 2 additional wooden houses next to June's and appointed her to manage the heroes accompanying Jeanette and Oriv. When the siblings toured the planting garden, Oriv made a point of visiting the guardian hero who had accompanied him for more than a month, feeling relieved only after confirming that he was well fed and housed. This past month, Andonis has been with me killing monsters outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't have leveled up so fast, said Oriv. Tomorrow, I'll give you some food that can increase attribute values. Feed it to him, and he can boost his attributes above 50 points. Then, he can still go with you to kill monsters, said Genevieve. All right, Oriv replied cheerfully. At that moment, his mother's voice rang out loudly, Helen, Shenming, come back for dinner. Indeed, it was efficient with both working together. In less than an hour, they prepared a feast of 3 dishes and a soup. Blue quality rice, blue quality tomato beast meat soup, grilled 4th level and 8th level beast meat, steamed 4th level fish meat, and stir-fried blue quality cabbage. On the balcony of the 2nd floor, illuminated by bright energy lights, the family enjoyed a warm meal together. Outside the glass windows of the balcony, heavy snow was falling. After this meal, Trace, Mother, and Oriv's attribute values improved significantly. After consuming various foods Genevieve provided to increase attribute values, the 2 elders pulled their 3 attributes to over 50, with constitution reaching 180 points. With talent support, Oriv surpassed everyone else, with his 3 attribute values exceeding 100, and his constitution soaring to 380 points. Sis, then I can go kill level 8 monsters tomorrow, Oriv said excitedly, barely able to contain his eagerness to venture out. Genevieve didn't object. The Lee family's natural defense wasn't afraid of level 8 monsters anymore, let alone with the blue quality protective suits adding 50 points to their defense. Mom, you can focus mainly on managing the planting fields from now on. The 2 planting heroes are under your charge. I need orange quality food. Right now, eating blue quality food only increases my stamina by 3 points, and 1 pound of level 8 beast meat only adds 5 points. This is still when my player level is only 1, and my stamina is just 150 points. Otherwise, eating until full wouldn't even restore my stamina value, Genevieve explained. Her territory now had a planting area of 2,000 square meters, yielding more experience daily than her mother could gain by killing monsters outside. Upon hearing that her daughter lacked suitable food, Pauline immediately agreed. With my current mental power, I have an 18% chance of cultivating plants 1 quality grade higher. Pauline's mental strength was nearly at 100 points. Helen now has unmatched monster killing abilities and gets a lot of treasure chests. However, the proportion of weapons in the loot isn't high, which leaves players severely lacking in weapons. I might as well refine weapons within the territory. With my current mental and strength attributes, I can produce green quality weapons, and there's a 15% chance of producing blue quality ones. When I sell them at 75% of the bracelet market price, they will definitely do well, Adham suggested. The increase in his daughter's attributes was too rapid, leading to a very limited range of food she could eat at this stage. Currently, the food dropped by monsters was unsuitable for his daughter. During the day, she went out on missions eating orange quality bread and water bought from the bracelet marketplace. In the evenings, although she ate the meals he prepared, it was merely to satisfy her hunger. What truly filled her up were the orange quality bread and water. A piece of orange quality bread cost 10 gold coins, and 500 milliliters of orange quality pure water also cost 10 gold coins. His daughter spent at least 60 gold coins daily on these items. 1,000 orange quality rice seeds cost 10,000 gold coins. For his daughter, what she needed most right now was gold. He calculated that refining weapons earned twice as much gold as killing wild monsters, so staying in the territory to refine weapons while occasionally going out to hunt would be better. Besides, refining weapons also earned experience points. Genevieve had no objections either. Her father's plan was good indeed. Though the items in the bracelet marketplace were expensive, they were all top-notch. After dinner, the family chatted on the balcony until nearly 2 o'clock in the morning before each went to rest. That night, Genevieve slept the most soundly since her rebirth. Because now, she finally sheltered her parents and brother under her wing, altering the tragic fate of her family from her previous life. Chapter 86, I Don't Believe in Evil. After the fourth wave of beasts passed, players from Huaxia did not relax just because the wave was over. Instead, everyone ventured out to work hard on killing monsters and gathering resources. The chat group's messages didn't increase significantly after the beast wave either. The demand for wood from players in City 33 remained unchanged. No matter how much Genevieve supplied, it could always sell out. This was because the game guide mentioned that the fifth wave of beasts would be extremely difficult to survive, and player territories must be upgraded to level 3, otherwise, it would be challenging to pass this stage. After the fifth wave of beasts, territories had to be equipped with a white quality protective shield. There weren't many protective shields dropped from treasure chests, and despite selling a lot of supplies, Genevieve only had around 500 pieces of white quality and green quality protective shields. Therefore, most people had to purchase from bracelet production. A white quality protective shield cost 1 gold coin each, while a green quality protective shield cost 10 gold coins each. With the current strength of most players, it wasn't difficult to earn 1 gold coin before the fifth wave of beasts arrived by working hard. Genevieve still went out every day to cut trees and kill monsters. On the 36th day of the barren world, she encountered a human player again while cutting down trees. Genevieve had explored this area yesterday and knew there was a player territory not far from here. Besides her family and friends, she didn't want to meet other players, so she hadn't touched any trees within 60 kilometers of that player's territory. But she didn't expect that player to come out herself. This was a female player in her mid-20s, with a beautiful appearance and the air of a white-collar professional. The female player emerged from the forest left by Genevieve, and upon seeing Genevieve controlling 100 axes to chop trees, her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Are you Alja leader? I'm Anna, my online name is I Don't Believe in Evil." Genevieve was somewhat surprised that Anna was her neighbor. In her previous life, they got along well. They were very honest in their private transactions and encouraged each other during tough times. Thus, Genevieve felt good about Anna, and knowing it was her made Genevieve slightly more relaxed. In her past life, Anna logged off one night after the sixth wave of beasts. Since fate brought them together this time, she might help her and see if she could change her fate. "Yes, hello," Genevieve said politely. In her previous life, Genevieve never met Anna. Back then, she dared to move around only near her territory. "I live nearby, do you want to visit my territory? I just upgraded it to level 3 today," Anna said happily. Genevieve was surprised. Someone like her shouldn't make such requests. It was important to remember that although the territory lord had significant control within the territory, if a player entering the territory wasn't a citizen and had enough power to subdue the lord, that lord would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. If someone killed the lord within the territory, they could take control of the territory. Regardless of whether Anna knew if Genevieve had this capability or not, such an invitation was imprudent and almost akin to risking her life. Genevieve was regarded as a leader by other players except for Junior, and her combat strength was unanimously recognized as the best in City 33. Anna quickly noticed the meaning in Genevieve's eyes and smiled sheepishly. "I'm not defenseless. I trust you, leader, and my intuition is pretty accurate. In this damned world, there's hardly a soul to be seen. Seeing you makes me happy, and I really want to talk to you more." Hearing this, Genevieve understood Anna's mindset. In the early stages of the barren world, players not only faced various fatal dangers but also endured the loneliness of an uninhabited place. If it weren't for the chat group, many players would probably die from emotional breakdowns. Being alone for a month in another world and suddenly meeting a fellow Huaxia player, especially one who was a well-known and reputable leader, and also a woman of similar age, naturally made Anna hope to talk more with Genevieve and live as neighbors. Genevieve used her precognitive talent and sensed that Anna was sincere, so she smiled kindly and began chatting with her. As they talked, Genevieve's 100 axes continued to chop down trees. Anna watched in amazement. "Leader, your skill is so powerful." Genevieve didn't want Anna to know about her unusually strong mental power, so she replied, "This skill was purchased from the reputation store after the third wave of beasts." These pieces of information were obvious to all the human players on Water Blue Star who cared to notice. The top-ranked players could obtain red quality skills. The players in Village 33333 openly discussed whether Genevieve got her skill through the lottery or by purchasing a skill upgrade card. Genevieve's statement made Anna immediately understand, and she sighed, "Red quality skills are so powerful. It's still manageable when used for chopping trees as it consumes little mental power, But using it to kill monsters is quite exhausting, Genevieve explained. There aren't any monsters now that can withstand your attack, such a powerful skill. Once your mental power value gets higher, you will surely dominate in the future, Anna said with admiration. Your combat strength must be very strong too, daring to come to an area with level 8 monsters. Genevieve was also impressed by Anna. While talking to Anna, Genevieve subtly probed her and knew that Anna probably didn't have any strong talents, only her intuition was impressive, though not nearly as powerful as Genevieve's precognitive talent. A regular female player with average physical stats and no game cheats, managing to become a level 3 lord based on her own ability, Anna was indeed remarkable. Anna looked astonished and nervous. Level 8 monster zone? No way, I just killed level 6 monsters. Genevieve was somewhat surprised too. But her axe had just chopped down a level 8 monster, and she had clear gains from it. She did not make a mistake. Anna was certain she killed level 6 monsters because at her level, she couldn't defeat a level 8 monster. My player level is only 8, if I face an 8 level monster, it means instant death for me. To prove her point, Anna found a nearby monster to kill. Genevieve saw it was indeed a level 6 monster. Only then did Genevieve realize that the wild monster level varied by person or, more accurately, by territory. After leaving her own territory by 100 kilometers, the wild monsters became level 8. And here, less than 50 kilometers from Anna's territory, the monsters she faced were only level 6. Chapter 87, I Don't Believe in Evil 2. Genevieve said she needed to chop down a large number of trees and invited Renee to visit her territory when she had time. Renee was not upset at all. The big player wasn't as cold and distant as everyone said. She didn't disdain her and responded to what she said. Renee happily followed the big player, chopping trees and killing monsters. Of course, the big player didn't need to get personally involved, while she had to chop one tree at a time with her axe. Seeing how the big player chopped trees, Renee finally understood why she always had so much wood for sale every day. With Genevieve's speed of chopping trees, if it weren't for her deliberately leaving a row of trees behind, Renee would be unable to keep up with her while chopping trees. Genevieve looked at Renee's speed of chopping trees and killing level 6 monsters and estimated that her strength value was around 3 or 4 points. However, Renee's equipment was very complete: green quality headband, green quality strength wrist guard, green quality protective suit, and green quality combat boots. Without this equipment, Renee definitely wouldn't dare to challenge monsters above her level. Do you know, big player, you used to purchase wood too. I snatched a white quality armor using wood, which gave me the courage to kill monsters. After killing the monsters, my experience increased gradually, preventing me from lagging behind the wild monsters. I'm very grateful to you, Renee said gratefully. Seeing the speed at which the big player chopped down trees, Renee knew that buying wood was actually an act of charity by the big player, and she was one of the beneficiaries. Among Renee's gamer friends, there was also a forest player who complained to Renee that Alger Big Player had destroyed the market price of wood, making it impossible for them to earn supplies through wood. But everyone knew that countless players were saved by the cheaply sold wood from Alger Big Player. Therefore, although people had complaints, they couldn't hate her. Later on, because of the low-priced white-quality supplies sold by Alger Big Player, the players of Village 33333 directly improved in strength. Almost everyone dared to go out and kill monsters. Players who could kill monsters all gained good income. With the accumulated wealth from killing monsters, they then had enough ability to buy green-quality equipment and items, allowing them to kill higher-level monsters and obtain richer rewards. Renee had calculated the account herself. Even if without Alger Big Player's lower prices, if she could sell wood in the novice protection area for about 90% of the price at hand more, she wouldn't be able to sell many copper coins. It would be even less possible for her to have enough copper coins to buy white-quality equipment soon after the first beast tide. Without the white-quality equipment, she wouldn't dare to go out and kill monsters so soon. Not daring to go out and kill monsters, how could she find dungeons? Without the rewards from dungeons, how could she have resources to build a level 3 territory so quickly? All this was due to Alger Big Player. Genevieve looked at Renee, who was babbling incessantly next to her, but didn't think she was annoying. It seemed that Renee was truly lonely for too long. Since they were fated to meet and Renee seemed genuinely sincere, Genevieve decided to give her a surprise. If you trust me, take out the treasure chests you've collected and put them on the ground. Hearing Genevieve say that, Renee hesitated for only 3 seconds before taking out 11 wooden treasure chests and 2 iron ones and placing them in a row on the snowy ground. Genevieve moved her hand slightly, and the 13 treasure chests were opened almost simultaneously. Renee looked at the items scattered on the ground, her mouth wide open in astonishment. After a while, she finally came back to her senses. No wonder you have so many supplies for sale, big player. This is a talent I unlocked with 10,000 yuan. Ismael now entrusts the opening of national team's treasure chests to me, Genevieve said with a smile. If you're interested, you can find me in the future. I help people open treasure chests and ask for any one item from each chest as payment. This time it's free, consider it as a welcome gift for you. But you have to keep this a secret. I don't want too many people to know about it, Genevieve said. According to Ismael, Genevieve's talent was equivalent to taking advantage of the wasteland world, so he thought it was better to take as much as possible. The talent for double critical hit when opening treasure chests was Genevieve's public talent. After all, as the well-known top player, it was unbelievable to say she had no talents. Although this talent was envied, it wasn't enough to make people jealous to the point of losing control. With Genevieve's current strength, she wasn't afraid of anyone knowing about her double critical hit talent for opening treasure chests. so she didn't mind helping nice players take advantage of Wasteland World for a reward. After learning about this from his grandfather, Chase also entrusted his treasure chests to Genevieve for opening at such a price. Big Player said that she could help her open treasure chests in the future, paying 1 item per chest. Renee's eyes lit up, feeling that she was going to get rich. Was this what it felt like to latch onto a powerful player? Damn, it felt good. As for whether she trusted the Big Player, Renee didn't even think about it. If General Larrow believed in the Big Player, why shouldn't she? Moreover, the Big Player had countless iron treasure chests and sold white-quality items at such low prices. What interest could she have in the few wooden treasure chests she had? Genevieve returned to her territory in the evening. She saw her father busy in the kitchen and her brother playing mobile single-player games in the living room. Genevieve went to the plantation and saw that her mother and June had already cleaned up the newly added plantation area, building new blue-quality greenhouses. The entire plantation was divided into 3 sections, one for planting green-quality plants, one for blue-quality, and a smaller area for orange-quality plants. Many of the green-quality plants were brought over from Julia's original territory when they moved. At dinner on the balcony, Oriv said, "Sis, Andonis and I killed 81 level 8 monsters today and got 81 iron treasure chests. I've put them all in the storage cabinet on the first floor." Genevieve herself only managed to kill over 60 level 8 monsters. It was impressive that Oriv and his hero could kill so many. Anson remarked, "I forged 350 green-quality large knives and 35 blue-quality ones today." Genevieve looked up at her father, "You increased your critical hit rate." Anson nodded, "Your mother harvested 2 types of blue-quality fruits today. One boosts mental power. After eating it, my mental value exceeded 100, increasing my critical hit rate by 5% while forging weapons." Before dinner, Julia also gave Genevieve 2 blue-quality fruits, one adding 5 points to physical strength and the other adding 5 points to mental power. Chapter 88, Territory Number 2. That evening when Genevieve logged into the chat group, she saw that Anna was boasting in the Village 33333 group about meeting Gilles, the top player, which aroused envy and jealousy among other players. Genevieve observed that Anna still kept a good sense of propriety and did not mention Genevieve's talents or skills. Anna only emphasized how warm and approachable Genevieve was, contrary to her rumored aloofness, saying how excited Genevieve had been talking endlessly after encountering the top player without any disdain from him. Anna's words sparked hope among the players, all of whom were tired of living in isolation without seeing another human player. However, none of them dared to risk leaving their territories, fearing they might not have Anna's luck. In the end, everyone expressed their hope for Michael, a player nickname, to upgrade quickly so they could move to the national territory sooner. The day after meeting Anna, on day 37 of the Desolate World, Genevieve put on her flying suit to explore the entire forest. She discovered another middle-aged male player near the forest aside from Anna. This male player's level 3 territory was at least 80% complete, far ahead of Anna's progress. From his construction, it was clear this player was quite capable. From afar, Genevieve felt that this middle-aged man did not seem like an easy target, as he dared to hunt level 7 monsters outside. Actually, Anna's territory was over 1,500 kilometers away from the middle-aged male player. Apart from exceptional players like Genevieve, ordinary players wouldn't dare leave their territories beyond a 100-kilometer radius. But who knew if the middle-aged player was also exceptional? As a female player, it was best not to take chances with unknown male players, regardless of whether they were friendly neighbors or not. Genevieve sent a private message to Anna, informing her about the Jiangnan player and advising her to stay vigilant and avoid exposing her territory environment. Genevieve avoided these 2 territories and focused on cutting trees in the central part of the remaining forest. However, Genevieve began to consider a problem. Nearly 2/3 of the forest had already been cut down by her. If she continued, the forest would be bare. Even if she was selfish enough not to leave resources for Anna and others, the depletion of the forest would eventually deplete her own resource base. Therefore, finding new resource points was crucial. Now that her family members were guarding her original territory and her father had been granted deputy lord permissions, Genevieve felt comfortable leaving for a few days. Genevieve hadn't forgotten that she still had an unclaimed beginner territory core. In fact, her parents and younger brother also had beginner territory cores, but Genevieve advised them to hold off on using them. So, it was time to explore a new map. On day 38 of the Desolate World, Genevieve bid farewell to her parents and set out to find a location suitable for logging and mining. With her physical condition, she could withstand the maximum speed of her blue-quality flying suit, flying 20,000 kilometers per hour. After half a day, Genevieve finally found a suitable location 110,000 kilometers away. There were vast mountain ranges spanning thousands of kilometers, with many peaks exposing rock faces. At the foot of these mountains lay a forest covering no less than 1 million square kilometers. Hovering in the air for a while, she decided to settle her second territory on a gentle slope at the base of a mountain. A stream flowed nearby, about 500 meters from the designated placement point. To her surprise, after placing the territory core, a new interface appeared on her player bracelet. The new player duplicate interface replicated the old one, containing functions like trading, chatting, and shopping. Only personal attribute values remained the same, everything else was independent. She had to choose a new username. Constance. It was her hope, hoping for a return to Aquamarine Star one day. Then Genevieve noticed that her second territory was located in Village 29998. Looking at the town chat, she found an unexpected new player who had not yet met the chat eligibility requirements. For any player to survive this long, their territory should be at least level 2. How could there be a player whose territory construction was still at level 0? Not wanting to arouse suspicion among the players in village 29998, Genevieve quickly started constructing the second territory. This territory was entirely built using wood, and Genevieve stopped only after upgrading it to level 3. She brought over the arrow towers from her mother and younger brother's territories, so the main materials consumed were wood for building walls and houses. Finally, Genevieve set up a blue-quality defense tower. During beast tides, Genevieve would definitely return to her main base to defend, so the arrow towers would guard the second territory. After finishing the construction, noticing it was still 3 hours before sunset, Genevieve went out to mine. The monsters outside her second territory were level 4 and there was no novice protection period. In just over 3 hours, Genevieve was able to completely mine a not-so-large mountain peak about 100 kilometers away, turning a mountain peak over 500 meters high into a valley. With the assistance of her 100% double critical hit talent, she managed to collect over 2 million stones, 30,000 iron blocks, and more than 1,000 copper blocks, and killed over 50 level 8 monsters. The materials she mined were directly teleported into her space backpack, while the copper coins obtained from killing monsters went directly into Constance's market account. Returning to her empty territory in the evening, Genevieve felt somewhat lonely. Fortunately, she could use the interface of Garden Herschel to communicate with her family. Knowing that she had conveniently set up her second territory and upgraded it to level 3, her family didn't worry about her safety. The resources in Genevieve's backpack could be used by both of her trading accounts. The second territory offered an additional binding option. Anything harvested within 2,000 kilometers of the second territory could be directly teleported back to the spatial storage cabinet within the territory. This came as a pleasant surprise for Genevieve. She spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase an expansion card to increase her backpack's capacity, expanding the 10 spatial slots into storage bags. Each storage bag had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters and could store any type of material until full. Each storage bag could only hold 100,000 wood planks or minerals, so given Genevieve's harvesting speed, she still needed to put wood and minerals into iron treasure chests before storing them in spatial slots. Even though her backpack slots had been expanded to over 3,000, she still felt they weren't enough. Therefore, it was better to directly teleport resources back to the spatial storage cabinets in the second territory. She only needed to place enough spatial storage cabinets in the second territory. This way, when Genevieve wasn't in the second territory, the drops from arrow towers killing wild beasts could also be directly teleported to the spatial storage cabinets. Originally, Genevieve planned to sell all the resources collected from the second territory in the first territory. Now that she discovered that her new territory opened a new channel, she felt it would be somewhat unfair to do so. It would be like transferring resources from village 29998 back to village 33333. So she decided to check the trading channel of her new territory that night and found that this was Jin's domain. In her previous life, when Genevieve joined Jin's territory, it was already an 8th level national territory, so she never knew his original village composite code. It turned out that Jin was in City 29. Chapter 89, Territory Number 2. Jin appeared from County Number 29, and it was he who initiated the channel for County Number 29. Genevieve needed to upgrade her Territory Number 2 to level 4 if she wanted to add him as a friend. Genevieve hadn't chopped trees all day today. The wood in her backpack wasn't enough to upgrade her territory to level 4 after leveling up to level 3. Therefore, she planned to spend half a day cutting trees and half a day mining tomorrow. Genevieve browsed through nearly 10 days of chat records from village number 29998 and town number 2999. She found that the players in these two groups discussed Jin the most, occasionally mentioning Abigail. From this information, it seemed that Jin would sell white quality materials at a 50% discount and green quality materials at a 60% discount on the trading channel of county number 2999 and city number 299 on the eve of the beast tide. From the conversations of players in village number 29998 and town number 2999, it was clear that they dared to go out and fight monsters boldly because they bought equipment and items sold by Jin. After reviewing the information she wanted to know, Genevieve started practicing. Because she had been indulging in spending time with her family over the past 2 nights, she hadn't practiced meditation. On the 39th day of the Wasteland World, after collecting 50 million pieces of wood, 1 million stone blocks, and 10,000 iron blocks, Genevieve upgraded her territory number 2 to level 4. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Jin was having a late dinner with his residents, exchanging experiences of today's monster slaying and material collection. After upgrading his territory to level 5, Jin accepted 7 comrades as residents. These 7 people's territories were all located in the snow map, where the surroundings lacked materials and it was freezing cold, so they moved to Jin's territory. Others still stayed in their own territories unless absolutely necessary, as moving over meant everyone would have to be active around Jin's territory. Resources around a territory are limited, and no matter how many people mine them, they will soon run out. So, before there is any risk to life, it's better for everyone to stay in their own territories and mine more resources. While chatting, they mentioned Abner. Old man has obtained all the materials for upgrading his level 5 territory except for white quality crystals. We have plenty here, but we can't deliver them to him. When they entered the Wasteland World, they brought many radios, not expecting this primitive means of communication to actually work. Thus, even if they couldn't contact each other through the bracelet interface, China's national team had mostly connected via radio on the first day of entering the Wasteland World. They maintained contact every 2 days, so the national team generally knew the situation in various areas. Because Abigail always surpassed their team member Jin, and because she was on the national key attention list, the higher-ups paid special attention to her information. Since Abner and Abigail were in the same area, people would occasionally mention city number 33. Abigail's talent is powerful, indeed, but our leader is still better. Her critical hits aren't controllable, and the items from treasure chests aren't decided by her. But she can open treasure chests without limits, while our leader can only copy once a day. Listening to everyone discuss, Jin didn't say anything. After finishing his meal, he checked his bracelet message and found a dozen identical messages. I am Genevieve, Jin, add me as a friend. Seeing the message, Jin thought he had misread it and suspected someone was impersonating her. In both past and present lives, Genevieve had been with Abner. Before entering the wasteland world this lifetime, he even called the old man, asking him to take care of Genevieve. Therefore, after entering the wasteland world and connecting the radio, Abner told him that Genevieve was doing well. He said she had somehow obtained a large batch of wood and sold it at about 10% of the bracelet mall price, saving countless players. So, how could this player named Jundaedagi be her? But she gave her name and knew his. Jin quickly recalled obtaining a second core for a new territory when opening the beginner's gift package upon entering the wasteland world. So, Genevieve built her second territory in county number 299. Jin immediately clicked and accepted Genevieve's friend request. You're in city number 33, how are you here? Genevieve replied, I looked for suitable resource points and placed the second core. Afterward, my bracelet showed a second player template. My territory number 2 is in village number 29998. As high school classmates who fought side by side in their past lives and shared the experience of being reborn after death, they were quite candid about their experiences since entering the wasteland world. Thus, Genevieve learned about Jin's talent for duplicating space grids and that he knew she had a talent for double critical hits when opening treasure chests. Jin, our talents complement each other. I can duplicate your box openings. I've expanded one of my backpack space grids into a spatial bag that can hold a lot of supplies. If you need it, I can make some space for you. The spatial bag has no restrictions on the types of materials it can hold, so Genevieve felt inspired. I have blue quality and red quality territory defense towers. Jin, I haven't used today's duplication yet. Give them to me, and I'll return 10 of each to you. I can give you all 10 blue quality ones today, but for the red quality, I can only give you one today. Although there are no limits on duplicating items, duplicates cannot be duplicated again. I can only duplicate one red quality defense tower per day. Currently, the replicas look identical to the originals, the only difference is that I can't use them to duplicate further. Although Genevieve trusted Jin, she still used her precognition talent and felt that things would go as he said. Only then did she transmit the red quality defense tower to Jin. Since Genevieve could use the Garden Herschel player panel, she could remotely control her territory number 1. She packed the red quality defense tower into her spatial bag, then remotely took out the blue quality defense tower from the spatial bag and placed it in territory number 1. Then, she handed over the red quality defense tower from her spatial bag to Jin. Within 2 minutes, Jin returned 10 blue quality defense towers and 1 red quality defense tower to Genevieve. With this pleasant start, Genevieve extracted orange quality crystals from her orange energy gun, along with the blue quality, green quality, and white quality crystals she had on hand, and gave them all to Jin. Except for the orange quality crystals, Jin returned 10 times the quantity for the other 3 qualities of crystals. This clearly showed that Jin had a lot of crystals at his disposal. Chapter 90, Territory Number 2, Part 3. Then came the part where Genevieve helped Jin open his treasure chests. She opened 9,000 iron treasure chests, 56 silver treasure chests, 5,000 green quality material packs, and 2,000 blue quality material packs for him. The supplies in the iron treasure chests given by Jin had been pre-sorted, containing not 5 but 10 items each, not that an iron treasure chest could only hold 10 items, rather, Jin's replication ability prevented infinite stacking. If more than 10 items were placed in an iron treasure chest, it would show unable to replicate. It took Jin several trials to determine that 10 was the maximum limit. All the material packs were unopened because once opened, the packaging seemed to dissipate into the air, making it impossible to repackage the materials. Opening so many treasure chests and material packs yielded a substantial amount of supplies, and it took Genevieve a full hour to return all the items to Jin. According to Jin, while the replicated treasure chests couldn't be used for further replication, the supplies obtained from them could still be replicated. This ability of Jin's was absolutely game-changing for someone with the right skills. The advantages he had surpassed even what Genevieve possessed, which explained why his territory development progressed so quickly. The materials obtained just from opening the material packs alone were sufficient for constructing a level 3 territory. Genevieve returned all the items obtained from the chests and packs to Jin, quickly receiving her agreed-upon payment. They had previously agreed that she would receive the same compensation as Elder Gregory for helping open the treasure chests. However, besides the agreed-upon supplies, Jin also included 32 types of green quality attribute-increasing foods and 12 types of blue quality ones, giving 4 portions of each type, obviously considering her entire family. During their chat, Genevieve mentioned that she had brought her family to live near her. Among the attribute-increasing foods provided by Jin, there were 8 types of green quality and 3 types of blue quality foods that Genevieve did not have before. If purchased from the bracelet mall, they would cost nearly 3,000 gold coins. Jin's generosity far exceeded expectations, so Genevieve felt she could not accept it all without reciprocating. Fortunately, she had something to offer in return. 5 types of blue quality and 3 types of orange quality attribute increasing foods that Jin lacked. Just the 2 types of orange quality foods were enough to match Jin's gift. Wow, you're amazing. To already have orange quality foods at this stage, remarked Jin. These were grown by my mother. When I visit this territory next time, I can bring you more, replied Genevieve. Thank you, I can't refuse. Attribute increasing foods are too important. In the future, if you need me to replicate supplies, I'll give you 15 replications. Thank you, class president. Class president is awesome, said Genevieve. Jin had been their class president in high school, so Genevieve was more accustomed to calling him that. Who could resist 15 times the benefit? Certainly not Genevieve. Knowing she could replicate valuable resources 15 times whenever she needed, was indeed an incredibly joyous prospect. I have S-class talent upgrade pills, red quality skill upgrade cards, red quality energy bows, and red quality crystals. Do you need any? I can give them to you at 10% of the bracelet mall price, offered Jin. Ever since knowing about Jin's replication ability, Genevieve had been eyeing these items but hesitated whether to ask, fearing he might give them away. He asked for payment, though 10% seemed too low. I think you're asking too little, said Genevieve. This is the price for close friends, and you can even pay on credit and repay later, replied Jin. An S-class talent upgrade pill costs 100 million gold coins each. Even at 10%, Genevieve could hardly afford it at this stage. Well, I'll take 1 S-class talent upgrade pill, 4 red quality upgrade cards, 4 red quality energy bows, and 8 red quality crystals, decided Genevieve. At 10%, 1 S-class talent upgrade pill still required 10 million gold coins. Genevieve had to defer payment first, covering the cost of the 4 red quality upgrade cards, 4 red quality energy bows, and 8 red quality crystals upfront. She used the green and blue quality supplies she brought along, plus a third of the beast meat to cover 2/3 of the gold coins. She still had to make up for 1 million gold coins to meet the total. Even so, this deal was highly advantageous for Genevieve. As a result, she went from being wealthy to becoming indebted, and her family would need to work hard to repay the debt for a long time. Due to this debt, Genevieve worked diligently, chopping trees and mining ores. Originally, Genevieve had been hesitant about transporting the resources mined from village 29998 back to city 33 for sale. Now, with her connection to Jin secured, she firmly decided to sell half in county 299 and the other half in city 33. Following Jin's advice, Genevieve sold wood at 30% of the bracelet mall price and stones and iron blocks at 70% of the price on the trading channel in county 299. The players in county 299 had never experienced such a massive sale of materials. Everyone was happily buying, only regretting that it was limited. They could only purchase a certain quota and couldn't buy to their heart's content. Of course, there were also many discussions about why this player named Granville suddenly decided to sell so many materials. Many people tried to add her as a friend. Genevieve posted her relatives' names on the chat channel in county 299, hoping to find any relatives who might be able to contact her. Unexpectedly, she did have relatives in county 299, as she received a friend request from Joe. Joe, who are you? Genevieve, Sullivan, it's me, Genevieve. Joe, isn't your username called Ellis? Genevieve, this is my new username after opening the second territory with the second core. My first territory is in City 33. Genevieve, Sullivan, my parents and younger brother have already moved to my territory. My cousins and aunt are also in City 33, but they haven't been able to contact me yet. I think it should be very soon. Is Bogdan with you? Children under 15 years old would follow their parents, and elders over 65 would follow their children. Since Bogdan didn't go with Chuck, he must be with Sullivan. Joe wasn't easily convinced and went through various verifications before finally believing Genevieve, which made Genevieve break out in cold sweat. Joe, your grandfather is here with me. Do you have any information about Gray? Genevieve, no. When Genevieve was reborn back to Aquamarine, her main concern was saving her family. The wasteland world was too cruel, and she didn't know if she could protect other relatives. So she had her parents contact their relatives and friends, asking them to log into the endgame survival game for testing purposes. She tempted them with the offer that if they could donate 10,000 gold coins to draw talents and complete a level 1 territory construction, they would receive a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. In the days leading up to entering the wasteland world, Genevieve spent almost all her time in the endgame survival game. The game was almost single-player, and direct communication with the outside world was impossible while the game was ongoing. Only by exiting the game could one communicate with others through the game interface. Knowing she was busy, no one disturbed her, and any questions were directed to her parents or brother. Therefore, Genevieve didn't know much about the situation of other relatives and friends, nor did she think about adding anyone else as a friend. She only asked her parents to tell her relatives and friends that her username was Ellis. Chapter 91, Territory Number 2, 4. After Genevieve reunited with her parents and younger brother, her father, Fabian, often had worry in his eyes. Genevieve knew he was anxious about her grandfather and uncle's situations. After all, Grandpa was nearly 70 years old. Her mother shared the same concern for her own parents and relatives, but neither of them asked their capable daughter to do anything special because of her strength. Genevieve was also worried about her grandfather. Before entering the desolate world, she wasn't sure if she could survive well or find her parents and younger brother. She had no time to think about anyone else then. Now that she had the ability to protect her family, it was natural that she wouldn't only be thinking about the 4 members of her immediate family. To her surprise, when she inquired about Joe Da and Bron, she almost laughed. Back then, Ori had promised to teach Grandpa how to play the endgame survival game. He believed he and Grandpa were closest, so Grandpa would surely listen to him. Genevieve didn't know how younger brother convinced Grandpa, but to help his granddaughter complete the test tasks, trendy old man Bron generously spent 10,000 gold on lottery draws and obtained an A-grade talent and a B-grade talent. Bron's A-grade talent had a 50% chance of dropping skill books, while the B-grade talent allowed him to gain double free attribute points every time his territory leveled up. Because he had 2 talents, Bron played very happily, and his progress at level 1 was faster than Joe Da's. Joe Da only spent 1,000 gold, probably influenced by melee, as both he and Julia said they spent 1,000 gold each, obtaining a C-grade swordsmanship expertise talent. The swordsmanship expertise talent enabled Joe Da to understand swordsmanship faster than other players. The issue was that he needed to learn sword techniques, but since he hadn't drawn any cultivation method from the lotteries, not practicing sword techniques left his combat strength unchanged. After entering the desolate world, Bron's territory merged with Joe Da's, and the level 1 territory progress quickly reached 95%. Due to developing the level 1 territory, Bron received 2 free attribute points, which he added to strength and constitution. Bron had already killed several wild monsters in the endgame survival game and knew he had to kill monsters to survive in the desolate world, so he started slashing monsters with enthusiasm. At first, Joe Da performed worse than Bron, only raising his sword to assist Bron when he saw Grandpa daringly slay wild beasts. Initially, the two cooperated to kill monsters and mine stone blocks, getting more benefits as they put in more effort. Going outside to kill monsters made finding dungeons easier. Relying on the fact that there was no danger to their lives inside dungeons, the duo teamed up and killed many monsters and chopped down considerable amounts of wood. Before the first beast tide came, this boosted both their player levels to level 2. With residents under 15 and over 60 in the territory, the scale of the beast tide only increased by half a head. Already level 2 players, Bron and Joe Da joined forces to resolve the first beast tide without much resource consumption. Later, as the wild monster levels got higher, another of Bron's talents kicked in, granting him numerous skill books. Skill books were very valuable, not just for their initial exchange value but even now, white-quality skill books could still be traded for many supplies. This was why their territory could upgrade to level 4 so quickly. They worked hard to upgrade their territory to find their family, and finally finding them gave both a great relief. Knowing that her grandfather's and uncle's territory had reached level 4, Genevieve felt less worried about their safety during the 5th beast tide. Genevieve, Grandpa, are you and Sullivan planning to come to my territory later? Or let's go to my territory number 1, where Ken, Mom, younger brother, cousin, and Mealy are. Upgrading a territory from level 1 to 4 is relatively easy, but upgrading to level 5, let alone 6, will be extremely challenging within the next half month, given the resources required. And with my talent, I can gather resources more easily. Bron and Joe Da knew about her double critical strike talent. After a moment, Bron, we'll go to your territory. Genevieve, alright, after the 5th beast tide, once I have enough materials to upgrade territory number 2 to level 5, I'll move you over and then take you back to territory number 1. She gifted blue quality defensive shields and various attribute enhancing foods to her grandfather and uncle to boost their abilities. Bron, these foods are truly miraculous. After eating them, I can clearly feel my physical condition improving. I feel better now than I did when I was young. Genevieve, this is absolutely true. As your physical attribute values increase, it's like gradually reinforcing your physical fitness. Grandpa, after eating these attribute-enhancing foods, you have practically transitioned from an ordinary person to the realm of supernaturals. Supernaturals live for no less than a couple hundred years. From this point on, you're still in your prime. Bron, really? Then I'm rejuvenating? Genevieve, yes, that's exactly it. And this isn't even the best part. As you continue to get stronger, Grandpa, you might even live for 500 or 1,000 years. By then, 70 years old would still be considered young for you. Bron, you're not pulling my leg. Genevieve, how could I ever joke about something so serious? No, Grandpa, when have I ever lied to you? Bron, as long as you're not joking, then I definitely must keep getting stronger. Genevieve, I have even better items but didn't bring them this time. My mom has a talent for growing these attribute-enhancing plants. Next time I'll bring more over for you and Grandpa, making you even stronger. Bron, it seems that your mom's cultivation talent is remarkable in this world. Genevieve, yeah, Grandpa, let me tell Sullivan that our territory number 1 is already level 5. Once it reaches level 6, we can expand our search range. And City 29's Elmer was my high school classmate. He should reach level 6 faster than I do. I will ask him to help us look for Gray. Currently, among their family members, only cousin Gray was missing. Before finding Grandpa and Sullivan, Genevieve was least worried about Havelock. Although Havelock was her cousin, he was only 1 month younger than her. He was an enthusiastic fan of outdoor activities and independent travel. Because he often participated in outdoor sports, his physical fitness was very good. If they were suddenly thrown into the wilderness, Havelock had the strongest survival skills among all the Lees. However, just before the Desolate World game was introduced, Havelock happened to be sent abroad by his company, and couldn't return. Therefore, when he entered the Desolate World, he was likely assigned to a village with a number higher than 4. However, Genevieve had heard from Kato that once Hua country announced that all citizens must log into the endgame survival game, Havelock logged in immediately and spent money on drawing talents. Allegedly, feeling bored in a foreign country and having it be his day off, Lee Dongmin spent quite a lot of time playing the game. On the second day of entering the game, he established a level 1 territory, and his territory map was located in a mountainous area rich in resources. Genevieve believed that Havelock's current situation was quite good. But to his family, knowing that he was lonely and alone in a foreign country, they felt very worried about his safety. Chapter 92, Territory Number 2, Part 5. Bron, good. It turns out that Kerry is Luo's classmate. Given his reputation, it's easy for him to attract attention when looking for people. At this moment, since he is willing to help, Luo, you shouldn't be too polite but should offer him some compensation. Reading the message sent by her grandfather, Genevieve felt a burst of excitement. Indeed, he was a fashionable old man who could get along well with her 15-year-old brother. Since she had mentioned it to Grandpa and Joe, Genevieve contacted Jin and asked him to post the missing person notice on her behalf. Genevieve saw in the chat group that Jin quickly posted the missing person notice information she provided. However, as there was only Jin at the city level, no one responded in the chat channel. But the missing person notice Jin posted caused quite a stir in Village 29998 and County 2999 because Genevieve had first listed a large batch of materials for sale and then issued the missing person notice on the county channel. After posting it, she even had Kerry forward it. What exactly was going on? If Granville had just been promoted to county level, that would explain why he was issuing the missing person notice, but having so many materials and being connected to Kerry suggested that it was impossible for him to have just been promoted to level 4 territory now. Unless it wasn't about his promotion, what reason could there be for issuing the missing person notice now? Genevieve saw players in Village 29998 discussing in the village chat channel. Yesterday, I discovered something strange. A 0-level territory player suddenly appeared in Village 29998. At first, I thought I was seeing things because after the first animal tide, there were no more 0-level territory players. When I switched to the town channel, it also showed that there was indeed a 0-level player. But 3 minutes later, that 0-level territory player instantly upgraded to a level 3 territory player. What do you think happened? I saw it too, it's true. Our Village 29998 did suddenly appear with a 0-level territory player who only lasted 20 minutes. Are you saying that this sudden appearance of Granville is related to that? That makes sense. Granville has never spoken in Village 29998 before, as if he just popped up. I saw it too, but he disappeared right away, and I thought it was my imagination. There can't be any more 0-level territory players at this stage. If there are, there must be a problem. Don't forget that players logging into the game on Water Blue Star gained a second territory core after entering the Wasteland world. Since they gave it to us, it means we can use it. You mean Granville is building a second territory? Constructing one campsite is already tough enough. Who would go through the trouble of building a second one? Just because you find it troublesome doesn't mean others do. Haven't you seen how many materials he's selling? With those materials, it's possible to build another level 4 territory. Don't you think the materials needed for building a second territory might be a concern? Daring to leave one's territory and build a second one further away requires extremely high combat skills. Watching these discussions, Genevieve sighed inwardly, marveling at the many intelligent people in this world. Especially after entering the Wasteland world, everyone's intelligence seemed to grow. In such a harsh survival environment, the muddled and confused often got eliminated. Bron, Helen, Kerry added me as a friend. Joe, he added me too. He said that while you're not in Village 29998, if anything happens, we can ask him for help. Genevieve was very grateful for Jin's gesture. Although her grandfather and uncle's territories should be able to safely survive the 5th animal tide, one should always prepare for unexpected situations. With Jin's protection, they had an extra layer of security. Genevieve, thank you. Jin, no need to thank me. This is my duty. The quick development of my territory is due to significant support from the state. I should start accepting citizens now, but since a level 5 territory can only accommodate a limited number of residents, I've reserved spots for emergencies. That explained why Jin's territory had only a few residents. Jin, I haven't received a reply regarding your missing person notice yet, but don't worry. After the 5th animal tide, most players will likely be level 7, allowing me to relocate them to the territory. Genevieve, I have a feeling it won't be easy to find them soon, but thank you for your help. In her previous life, Jin knew about her predictive abilities. Before their final battle, Genevieve foresaw that almost all would be wiped out. Genevieve shared her premonition with Jin and the others, and they did not doubt her words. Therefore, they made some subsequent preparations. However, with the main force entirely wiped out, how long could those surviving residents with low combat skills last? Jin, you're welcome. But your approach to opening territory number 2 has given us inspiration. It's indeed a good way to explore new resources. I also have quite a few blue-quality flight suits. Genevieve, this method is good, but it's best for players whose 4 attributes all exceed 100. Otherwise, encountering a level 8 flying monster group in the air would be very dangerous. Genevieve had encountered 2 groups of more than 30 level 8 flying monsters on her way, but these flying monsters all died under her transformation skill. She didn't even slow down in flight speed as she dealt with them. Although saying this to Jin exposed that her 4 attribute values were certainly no less than 100 points, Genevieve didn't want Jin or the people around him to risk their lives to make mistakes. Jin, understood. There are very few players whose attribute values can be so high at present. Very few, which meant besides Genevieve, there were players known to Jin who had reached this standard in attribute values. Genevieve tended to believe that Jin's 4 attribute values all exceeded 100. After all, with Jin's money-making ability from his copy talent, he could definitely afford those incredibly precious attribute-enhancing potions in the bracelet mall. Others spending large amounts of money on goods could only use them once, for themselves alone. But when Jin spent big money on items, he could continuously replicate them, not only making himself stronger but also empowering his companions, which was a very cost-effective move. Besides, Genevieve didn't know what Jin's second talent was. They tacitly avoided mentioning anything about the second talent. She speculated about Jin based on her own psychological journey. Being a reborn person, his second talent would surely choose something that could additionally increase attribute values. And Jin's third talent might be the time-space related talent from his previous life, plus he had an S-class talent upgrade pill, so Jin's attribute values would definitely far surpass ordinary players. Chapter 93, Territory Number 2, Part 6. On the 41st day in the Wasteland world, Genevieve spent another whole day chopping trees in the morning and mining ores in the afternoon. In the evening, after returning to Territory Number 2, she divided today's harvest of wood, stones, and iron into 2 portions and placed them on the trade channels of the account's pastoral scenery and awaiting your return. Genevieve felt very puzzled. Separated by such a great distance, she was in village 29998, and her spatial backpack couldn't collect the meat from monsters killed by the watchtowers in village 33333, nor could it exchange supplies with her parents. However, she could still receive resources from Watchtower Number 1 and the defensive towers and upload trade materials to its trade channel. She really couldn't tell if this was double standards or not. Genevieve had already sold a large quantity of materials once yesterday in County 299. Tonight, many players were watching the trade channel closely. As soon as she listed the items for sale, they started snatching them up right away. Soon, the players from Village 29998 and Town 2999 who managed to get their hands on these materials expressed their gratitude to Genevieve. These basic construction materials would allow them to upgrade their territories to level 3 within 1 or 2 days. Because Genevieve had consistently been selling large quantities of wood, players in County 333 and Town 3333 basically didn't lack wood anymore. What they lacked was stone. A significant amount of stone was needed to upgrade a territory to level 3, but few people were selling stones, and buying from the bracelet mall was too expensive. At only 30% of the usual price, players almost went crazy grabbing these deals, lamenting only that each person could only buy a limited amount. However, none of the players complained about the kind-hearted leader. They understood that Genevieve was doing this to increase the survival rate of players in this region. After all the wood and stones were sold out, Elder Party spoke up again in County 333, explaining that due to the lack of stones in their area, the generous leader, Genevieve, had sought out stone resources for everyone, thus having so many stones to sell today. Elder Party's words sparked even more gratitude from the players. Fewer players could speak up in County 333, but the most thankful remarks appeared in the chat group of Town 3333. Many players said that thanks to obtaining these stones, they could now upgrade their territory levels to 3. Seeing what Elder Party had said, Genevieve knew he must have found out about her opening territory number 2. Jin had told her yesterday that because opening territory number 2 was an important matter, it had been reported to the state via his radio, which Genevieve had agreed to. The materials Genevieve uploaded to the 2 regions' trade channels were quickly sold out, earning her over 20,000 gold coins. Yesterday, her income was around 20,000 gold coins, totaling close to 50,000 in 2 days, yet it was far from enough to repay her debts. That night, Genevieve helped Jin open a large number of treasure chests and material boxes. First, Jin gave her the duplicated materials, then transferred the labor fees for helping open the treasure chests. Among the materials, Genevieve discovered a green quality item, which wasn't part of the duplicated materials she gave him or part of her payment. Transmission anchor, green quality capable of transmission within a range of 200,000 kilometers, with 10 uses, each use can only transport 2 people. Genevieve knew about transmission anchors. Even at green quality, they cost 1 million gold coins and could only be used 10 times. Who could afford such luxury? Of course, if it weren't for the debts she incurred after meeting Jin, Genevieve might have considered buying one. After all, the total cost of upgrading from a level 4 territory to level 5 was definitely more than 1 million gold coins. This item, despite being green quality, could only be obtained from golden treasure chests. Currently, there were no golden treasure chests available yet, and Jin hadn't given it to her until today. At this stage, players dared not leave their territory by even 100 kilometers. Jin wouldn't need such an expensive item, so how did he come across it? Genevieve, you didn't just buy it from the bracelet mall today, did you? Jin, I plan to go out and open territory number 2 after this wave of monster attacks ends. I'll definitely need a transmission anchor. Yesterday I made some money and decided to buy it. With this thing, you can save a lot of time and gather more wood and stones, allowing more players to quickly upgrade to level 3 territories. He always acted so selflessly, leaving Genevieve speechless. In the end, she could only say, thank you. Jin, no need to thank me, it costs money, and you owe me another 10,000 gold coins. Genevieve remained silent, it was still only 10%. Genevieve, here's the 10,000 gold coins first, I've earned several tens of thousands more these past 2 days. As she said this, she transferred the gold coins. Only after seeing Jin accept them did she feel slightly relieved. Always owing someone favors was uncomfortable, thankfully he accepted gold coins. Jin, I just ate the food you gave me to boost attribute values. Guess what I found out? Genevieve, what? Jin, my spirit value has exceeded 100, and now my duplication talent shows a cooldown time of 20 hours. It was always 24 hours before. Genevieve, that means if your spirit power exceeds 200, the cooldown time might be reduced to 16 hours. Shortening Jin's duplication talent cooldown time by 4 hours was already surprising. If it could be shortened by 8 hours, he could duplicate more good things, 15 times more in a month. Jin, it's possible. Genevieve, I'll have Mom plant the plants that can enhance spirit attribute values right away. Jin, alright, I'll wait for your good news. Genevieve turned to ask Joe to send her coordinates, then she was pleasantly surprised to find that Joe's territory was only over 50,000 kilometers away from her territory number 2. Genevieve, Sullivan, I received a message from Ken today. Cousin reached level 7 and got in touch with him today. Mel is still short of some experience points, but Ken gave Mel and Cousin many attribute boosting foods. Their 4 attribute values are all close to 100 now. So Mel dared to go out and kill level 8 monsters today. She should be able to gather enough experience points to reach level 7 the day after tomorrow. Even if Mel doesn't make it to level 7 before the beast tide, there's no need to worry. After I return to territory number 1, I'll give Cousin a blue quality defensive tower for teleportation. That will definitely ensure they safely pass the 5th beast tide. Grandpa, I've prepared a transmission anchor. I'll fly to your territory tomorrow and take you and Grandpa to my territory, okay? Joe, let me talk to Grandpa first. Bron, is it dangerous for you to come looking for us, Helen? If it's dangerous, we can wait a bit longer. Genevieve, no, Grandpa, it's not dangerous. My territory number 1 is over 100,000 kilometers away from territory number 2, and I flew here. Flying from territory number 2 to where you are is only 50,000 kilometers. Bron, okay, you come pick us up tomorrow. In this world, family needs to stick together and work as one. Naturally, Genevieve wouldn't go to Grandpa's place early in the morning. First, she spent a long half-day mining, then she put on the blue quality flight suit and flew towards the coordinates given by Joe. Chapter 94, Territory Number 2, Part 7. Genevieve did not land directly after seeing Joe's territory from the air but explored around it, discovering that the mineral resources here were also abundant. When choosing their terrain for the endgame survival game, Bron and Joe's family knew that Kato had chosen mountainous terrain, so they followed suit. Joe's territory wall, houses, and arrow towers were all built with stone blocks, indicating he had plenty of construction materials, only requiring more time. However, due to both Joe and Bron not daring to venture too far from their base, the mineral resources at a distance remained unexploited. Seeing such rich mineral resources, Genevieve had an idea. Such resource points couldn't be left idle. She could return via teleportation anchor to thoroughly mine them. Knowing that Genevieve came by flying through the air, Joe and Bron waited anxiously in their territory for her arrival. Upon spotting the figure in the sky, Joe immediately took control of the arrow towers to prevent them from attacking Genevieve autonomously. Over a month into the wasteland world, Joe and Bron had undergone changes similar to Kato and Kinley, appearing to have aged backward by about 20 years. Bron was especially spirited, looking almost as youthful as Joe. Despite much chatting over channels, seeing her in person stirred excitement in both men. Even Joe felt moved upon seeing Genevieve. Both held deep affection for this territory they built from scratch. Hearing Genevieve's plan to keep the territory active allowed them to gain experience points and copper coins during beast waves through the arrow towers, while only missing out on collecting meat due to the distance. They eagerly agreed. At 5 p.m. on the 42nd day in the wasteland world, Genevieve brought Bron back to territory number 1. Kato, Kinley, and Brigham were waiting after receiving Genevieve's message. Seeing Bron, Brigham ran up and hugged him joyfully, and Kato couldn't help but join them. Though Kinley was happy, concern lingered in her eyes. Genevieve reassured her, "Mom, the government thinks I've contributed greatly and has passed on Grandpa and Dara's names and the 2 uncles' names to Mr. Party via telegram. He's already contacted regional leaders for special treatment. They will inform me if there's any news." Impressed by the government's efficiency, Kinley's worries eased. To maximize the use of teleportation anchors and facilitate cooperation with Jin, Genevieve only brought Bron to territory number 1 today, leaving Joe at his own territory. Tomorrow, Genevieve would teleport again to Joe's territory to spend most of the day mining the surrounding resources. Then, she would open treasure chests and material packs replicated over the past 2 days for Jin before bringing Joe back to territory number 1. Back at village 33333, though Genevieve could still communicate with Jin using her account from village 29998, she couldn't transport items. Knowing Genevieve would return to territory number 1 today, Jin entrusted her to bring many treasure chests for Elder Party yesterday. She didn't know what was inside the 100 iron chests, but they were fully packed. Only now did Genevieve learn that Elder Party was actually Jin's grandfather. Meaning Chase is Jin's cousin. No wonder Chase logged into the game on the first day and spent lavishly on talents, skills, and equipment. Seeing her family happily reunite, Genevieve called out to Elder Party. "Elder, Jin entrusted me to bring you 100 iron treasure chests. Come out and collect them." Carmine replied, "Iron treasure chests? You'll need to open those for me." Genevieve responded, "These items were opened and repacked by me, so my critical hit talent won't trigger again." Carmine lamented, "That's too bad." Indeed, exploiting this bug would have made Genevieve's critical hit talent superior to Jin's replication talent. After receiving the 100 iron chests, Elder Party said thanks and fell silent. About an hour later, Genevieve saw Elder Party's post in Xian City's chat channel, signaling his territory had upgraded to level 5. Clearly, Jin's supplies included a substantial amount of building materials. Elder Party's posts were somewhat disjointed, filled with codes that Genevieve couldn't decipher. Understanding these messages were meant for internal personnel. Genevieve, old sir, you should know about my plan to activate territory number 2, right? I have an idea. Those settlers who move to your territory can keep the surrounding resource-rich territories active. During beast waves, the experience points and copper coins from kills by the arrow towers belong to the Lord. When there's free time, we can return via teleportation anchor to mine resources. Jin has a teleportation anchor. Carmine, are you sure this will work? Genevieve, I flew from territory number 2 to Joe's territory, then used the teleportation anchor to bring Bron and Joe back to territory number 1. We'll see if it works after this wave of beasts passes. Carmine, alright, let's see. However, you need all 4 attribute values to exceed 100 to wear blue quality flight clothes. I still need 10 to 20 more points. Genevieve, my mother's planting talent can now grow orange quality attribute enhancing plants. In the future, I'll give them all to Jin for replication. Carmine, that's great. I was about to tell you some news. After discussing, we decided that little Lee and your mother's talents are extremely powerful and have given us great assistance. We've decided to reward each of you with an S-grade upgrade pill. Genevieve was suddenly stunned by 200 million gold coins. Oh no, make that 20 million gold coins. Carmine, your contribution is truly immense, and I've always had nothing substantial to reward you with. Since you need this, it's perfect as a reward. After speaking with Elder Party, Genevieve switched accounts and messaged Jin. Jin, did you suggest your grandfather reward me with talent upgrade pills? Jin, the rewards I gave you for opening treasure chests were nothing compared to what you deserve. However, talent upgrade pills aren't mine to give freely, and they are in short supply. My status is special, so giving them to you without charge could be problematic. Using this method, nobody can object. Come over tomorrow, and I'll give you the 2 S-grade talent upgrade pills as your reward. Chapter 95 Talent Upgrade. Jin meant that the S-class talent upgrade pill she bought was still owed, while the 2 rewarded pills were given separately. This way, Genevieve now had 3 S-class talent upgrade pills. The pill Genevieve brought back was already given to her mother, upgrading her A-class planting talent to S-class. After Pauline's planting talent reached S-class, it could reduce the maturity time of green quality plants by 90%, blue quality plants by 50%, orange quality plants by 30%, red quality plants by 10%, and purple quality plants by 1%. The success rate for cultivating a higher quality plant was increased to 30%, with a 3% chance to cultivate 2 qualities higher. Seeing the effects after her mother took the S-class talent upgrade pill, Genevieve couldn't refuse the rewards offered by Junior. With 2 more pills, she could give 1 each to her father and younger brother. Anyway, the cost she had to pay was just working diligently for them for some time in opening treasure chests, with no change in rewards. As a debt-ridden Genevieve, she didn't mind at all since their rewards were always crystals. In the end, besides thanking Jin, Genevieve didn't know what else to say. Though Jin always had very proper reasons to give her supplies, Genevieve felt she still owed Jin something. Those precious S-class talent upgrade stones wouldn't have been proposed as a reward if not for Jin's suggestion. Even Junior probably wouldn't have thought of rewarding her with 2. Of course, she, Genevieve, was not someone without the ability to repay. When there was an opportunity, she would return the favor. On the 43rd day of the desolate world, Genevieve teleported to Joe's territory at dawn. She first delivered the 1,000 iron treasure chests entrusted by Junior to Jin, then headed to the ore mountain over 100 kilometers away from Joe's territory for mining. At 1:30 p.m., after Jin replicated supplies, Genevieve returned to open the treasure chests he replicated over these 2 days. During these 2 days, Jin replicated more than 50,000 treasure chests. If Genevieve hadn't used her shape-shifting skill, so many chests would have left her hands sore. Among these 50,000 plus treasure chests, there were quite a few white quality and green quality territorial protection shields. When helping Jin open treasure chests before, Genevieve also obtained many territorial protection shields. Jin, you don't need to send back the territorial protection shields you opened. I will give you another 3 million for you to deliver to my grandfather. Giving them to Junior meant giving them to the players in District 33 for use. So many territorial protection shields would help at least 5 to 6 million players in District 33 safely survive the 5th beast tide and the crisis afterward. Replicated supplies couldn't be replicated again. The large number of shields Jin provided came from both treasure chests and purchases from the bracelet mall. Jin, thanks to your help in opening treasure chests, I've saved at least 10 million gold coins on territorial protection shields. This remark made Genevieve feel less conflicted about accepting the 2 S-class talent upgrade pills. After all, her critical strike talent combined with Jin's replication talent really helped them gain significant advantages. After finishing helping Jin open the treasure chests, Genevieve returned to her number 1 territory with Joe. She received relocation applications from her elder cousin and aunt, as well as her young cousin Lydia, who also applied, so Genevieve hurried back to settle them. Genevieve and Joe arrived at the number 1 territory at 3 p.m. Upon returning, Genevieve immediately asked 3 people to send their locations. She found out that her elder cousin and aunt's territory was over 200,000 kilometers away, twice the distance to the number 2 territory. With a blue quality flight suit, Genevieve couldn't reach there within a day. However, Lydia was only 30,000 kilometers away. Genevieve decided to directly relocate her elder cousin and aunt to her number 1 territory. She would personally visit Lydia, bringing her here and retaining her territory. Since everything needed to be completed before dark, Genevieve hastily relocated her elder cousin and aunt to the number 1 territory, then left wearing her blue quality flight suit. As for how Joe and Mel should arrange their log houses, Genevieve didn't care. After all, her father had the authority for this. Lydia never expected her cousin to fly 30,000 kilometers within an hour, landing directly in her territory. Genevieve hugged the sobbing cousin but didn't have time to be gentle. While flying toward Lydia's territory, Pauline had prepared construction materials for Lydia according to her daughter's wishes. When Genevieve arrived, Lydia had already upgraded her territory to level 4. So as soon as Genevieve got there, she set up the blue quality protective shield and teleported back to her territory with Lydia. If not for the impending 5th beast tide the next day, Genevieve wouldn't have been so urgent about bringing Lydia back to her number 1 territory. By the time Genevieve and Lydia returned to the number 1 territory, it was already dark, and Lee's parents had prepared a feast waiting for them. Joe's family had built a 3-story wooden house beside Genevieve's wooden building. Bron was used to living with his eldest son, so he stayed at Joe's house. Lydia lived with Genevieve on the 2nd floor. Jeanette, having plant-related talents, found cultivation in the greenhouse full of plants more effective, so the extra cultivation room was perfect for Lydia. That night, everyone enjoyed a lively dinner together. Lydia's eyes turned red while eating, thinking of her parents who were still missing. Her uncle and aunt also felt anxious. After the evening gathering dispersed, Lydia went to the cultivation room to practice, eager to get used to the sudden boost in her physical attributes and agility. Only then did Genevieve have the opportunity to hold a family meeting with her parents and little brother. Before picking up Lydia, Genevieve had sent the S-Class talent upgrade pills to her father and little brother via private message. Afraid they might be selfless and give the pills to others, she instructed them to take the pills immediately upon receiving them. Seeing the screenshots of their talent information they sent back, Genevieve nodded. Trace had upgraded his A-Class experience point talent to S-Class. Originally, an A-Class experience point talent added 1 strength point whenever a player leveled up. While other players received only 1 attribute point reward per level, Trace received 2, almost doubling the gain. However, an S-Class experience point talent added 1 point each to strength, agility, constitution, and spirit whenever a player leveled up. This meant that while other players received only 1 attribute point reward per level, Trace received 5. It should be noted that Trace had only leveled up once, making him a level 2 player now. Chapter 96, Red Quality Skill. Although Genevieve tended to let her younger brother upgrade his A-grade foodie talent to S-grade, she didn't say it outright but let him think about it on his own. Older sister, although my spatial talent is incredibly powerful, the most important thing is still my own attribute values. So I choose to upgrade the foodie talent. Genevieve mentally gave her little brother a thumbs up. In just over a month, her brother had grown a lot and was now able to make decisions on his own. Originally, with an A-grade foodie talent, when he ate food that added attributes, he would gain double the effect. But once this talent reached S-grade, whenever Griffin ate such attribute-boosting foods, he could obtain 4 times the effect. For example, orange quality food would add 20 points to one's attributes when eaten by others, but Griffin could get 80 points. Luckily, I haven't eaten the orange quality dishes Mom has made in the past 2 days. After eating tonight, all 4 of my attribute values will exceed 200. Griffin said happily. So Mom's talent suffers the most, she's always serving us, said Genevieve. Krista's first talent almost allowed her to bring people back from the brink of death, the healing talent, while her second talent was gardening. Though beneficial to herself, more often than not, the people around her were the ones who benefited the most. You becoming stronger is great. Would you ever fail to protect me? Krista asked, not disappointed but rather very happy. Seeing that both her daughter and son's talents were stronger than other people's brought nothing but joy to her as a mother. In a world where danger lurked everywhere, it was for the best that they were so strong. Genevieve gave each of them a talent upgrading pill to reach S-grade along with a red quality skill upgrade card. After upgrading their talents, they also upgraded one of their skills. After some consideration, Genevieve upgraded her fireball spell to red quality. Her original fireball, blue quality, consumed 5 mental power points and released 5 fireballs simultaneously, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The upgraded fireball, red quality, consumed 50 mental power points and unleashed 50 fireballs at once, with a cooldown reduced to 5 seconds. While the fireball's lethality wasn't as high as Ice Spike, the latter required too long a cooldown and couldn't be fired in succession, which is why Genevieve chose the fireball. After carefully considering her parents' and little brother's various skills, Chuck's 4 attribute values have already exceeded 100. Even level 10 monsters can be solved with a single strike. Moreover, he already possesses an orange quality blade chain slash skill. What Chuck really needed was a powerful ranged attack skill. So Genevieve suggested that Anson upgrade his freeze skill to red quality. Pre-upgrade freeze, blue quality consumed 10 mental power points, capable of freezing 10 hostile targets simultaneously for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. Post-upgrade freeze, red quality consumed 50 to 100 mental power points, could freeze 50 to 100 enemy targets at once for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. During the beast wave, Anson froze the monsters running at the front, causing those rushing from behind to crash into them and trample over them without needing any follow-up attacks from him. All the skills Krista learned were arranged by Genevieve. Apart from pharmaceutical and harvesting skills, the other three were offensive. After moving to Genevieve's territory, she immediately had Krista learn the blue quality morph skill. Morph is purely dependent on mental power attacks, requiring high levels of mental power. Within this month in the wasteland world, Krista diligently practiced mental techniques every day, almost gaining 2 to 3 mental points daily. Combined with eating various attribute-increasing plants, Krista's mental power had surpassed 200. Therefore, Genevieve suggested she upgrade her blue quality morph skill to red quality. Morph, red quality consumes 50 to 150 mental power points, capable of eliminating up to 20 targets under level 80 within 100 kilometers, with a 10-second cooldown. With this skill, Krista could instantly kill any target under level 80, though given her mental power of about 200, she could only use it once or twice in a short period. However, Genevieve didn't want her mother to dominate battles but to ensure her self-protection capabilities. No matter how strong she, Chuck, or her little brother became, there might be moments when protection fell short, and they couldn't afford to take the risk. The best plan was to equip Krista with self-defense skills. Oriv's spatial talent was already very powerful in terms of damage, but it required a large amount of mental power, making him unsuitable for skills that consumed much mental energy. After moving to Genevieve's territory, Oriv learned the special blue quality one-word / skill Genevieve kept for him, designed to complement his spatial abilities. Without hesitation, Genevieve had Oriv upgrade his one-word / skill. Originally, the one-word / blue quality consumed 10 mental power points and 200 stamina points, emitting a 10-meter-long sword aura that could kill monsters below level 20. Even for a blue quality one-word / skill, one needed a strength value of 20 points to learn it. However, after upgrading to red quality, the one-word / would consume 30 mental power points and 500 stamina points, emitting a 100-meter-long sword aura that could kill monsters below level 80. This required a strength value as high as 100 points to learn. With Oriv's strength value exceeding 200 and his stamina at 750 points, there was no pressure in learning this skill. When she finally returned to her room, Genevieve had time to sit down and sort out her chaotic 10 days, calculating just how much her attribute values had increased. Fed by her mother, Genevieve gained 55 points in strength, 50 in agility, 65 in constitution, and 50 in mental power from eating food. During these 10 days, she killed 30 level 4 monsters, 26 level 5 monsters, 21 level 6 monsters, 26 level 7 monsters, and 574 level 8 monsters. After triggering the 100% double critical hit, Genevieve received 103,000 experience points and 103,000 copper coins. She absorbed 35.06 points in strength, 34.55 points in agility, and 33.39 points in mental power. These 10 days, Genevieve's 2 territories Arrow Towers striking wild monsters earned her a total of 5,200 experience points and 5,200 copper coins. The reward from constructing territory number 2 of 10 free attribute points were all added to her constitution. Additionally, cultivation increased her constitution by 23 points and her mental power by 63 points. Player, Pastoral Herschel. Level 1, 1 539 471 000000. Strength, 556.04, plus 1. Agility, 563.39, plus 50. Constitution, 991.19. Mental power, 842.2. Attack damage, 1961.63, plus 51. Defense value, 991.19, plus 50. Health points, 10/10. Stamina points, 150. World reputation, 112. Talents, absorption, S grade, critical hit, S grade, premonition, D grade. Cultivation techniques, meditation, S grade, 4th level body forging technique, A grade, 2nd level swordsmanship, C grade. Skills, morph, red quality, fireball spell, red quality, ice spike, blue quality, obstruction, blue quality. Gathering, green quality, pharmaceutical, green quality. Equipment, blue quality protective suit, blue quality agility boots, white quality strength bracer. Backup weapons, energy bow, red quality, sonic gun, orange quality, tang saber, blue quality, hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 5. Game coins, 396,000 gold. Inventory, 2,300 slots. Resources. Red crystals, 8. Orange crystals, 4. Green quality crystals, 126. White quality crystals, 1,556. Other items omitted. Chapter 97 Urgent Premonition. Genevieve's constitution value was only 1 point away from reaching 1,000. When she checked her attribute values today, she suddenly had a feeling that once her 4 attributes broke through the 1,000-point mark, her body would undergo a qualitative change. Moreover, she felt an urgent need to reach this goal as soon as possible, otherwise, something bad would happen. For Genevieve, who possessed the absorption talent, completing this goal was not too stressful. With the increasing number of wild monsters appearing, even without the instant zone advantage, she should be able to raise all 4 attributes to over 1,000 points within half a year. However, with her prophetic sense talent, she knew any passive premonitions wouldn't be trivial. This wasn't just about her, it concerned all humanity on Water Blue Star. Genevieve was glad she had reconnected with Jin. Although they hadn't discussed their reincarnation, Both were well aware of each other's talents. Jin knew about her prophetic sense, so she shared her premonition with him. Coincidentally, one of Jin's subordinates had just reported a similar premonition. This subordinate also had a predictive type talent, upgraded to red quality, making his predictions clearer than Genevieve's. It foretold that within half a year, a batch of people must elevate their 4 attributes to a certain level, otherwise, humanity would face disaster. The exact level for the attributes remained unclear to that person. Genevieve's premonition indicated the threshold was above 1,000 points, but she lacked clarity on other details. After integrating information from both, Jin headed to the radio station. After reviewing her attributes, Genevieve tallied up the treasure chests she'd obtained over the past 10 days. Because she'd been busy, she barely opened any of them. Over these 10 days, focusing on constructing the second territory meant Genevieve killed fewer monsters and no longer relied on instances, so her loot was minimal. She placed more than 20,000 white and green quality materials along with 2 million stones and 50 million wood pieces on the City 33 trading channel for sale. Junior followed suit, selling territory defense domes. Since reconnecting with Junior, Genevieve always sold her excess defense domes at a 40% discount to him. In turn, Junior released 5 million white and green quality defensive domes on the City 33 trading channel at a 20% discount, with a 1 per person limit. Both Genevieve's supplies and Junior's items sold out within an hour. At such low prices, almost all players who dared venture out to kill monsters in the past 10 days could afford them. Meanwhile, in City 29, Jin did the same 2 hours ago. He first sold 6 million white and green quality defense towers at a 20% discount. Once those sold out, he listed 1 million green quality items and equipment. Despite ongoing chatter in the chat channels of District 29 and District 33, the tone became more serious, showing everyone's concern about the impending beast tide. Having brought most of her family members close, Genevieve felt less pressure and fell asleep quickly after practicing. However, Mealy Lee and Lydia tossed and turned. All Lee family members except Havelock were present, but other Shayla family members besides Mealy Lee and Lydia remained unaccounted for. On the 44th day of the Wasteland World, at 6 in the morning, Genevieve woke up to find Mealy Lee and Kinley already preparing breakfast. Although her required sleep time had shortened with increased attributes, she occasionally liked to stay in bed a little longer. Seeing the worried expressions on her mother and cousin's faces, Genevieve gave them a pleasant surprise. Last night, I received a message from the mayor of District 29. Sullivan is in District 15 with Dara. Second Sullivan is in District 21 with Grandpa. And my Mel is in District 18 with younger cousin. The government has provided them with green quality protective domes. These updates were sent by Jin overnight, but she saw them only after waking up. Hearing this news, Mealy Lee and Lydia wept joyfully. Kinley asked, "Is there no news about Second Mel?" "No," replied Genevieve. Kinley sighed, knowing full well that no news was bad news. "Mealy, you don't know. We encouraged even our grandparents to play End Survival to boost my cousin's performance. But younger Mel said she was writing papers and had no time. Only later, when required by the state, did she log in, though she never spent money on drawing talents or playing seriously." Lydia added anxiously. Lydia herself had started playing the game to help her cousin boost performance, which gave her some advantages after entering the Wasteland World. Later, it was due to her cousin selling wood at low prices that she managed to survive the third beast tide. Her aunt, 6 months pregnant and lacking these advantages, would undoubtedly have faced unimaginable difficulties in the Wasteland World. Everyone fell silent, realizing the odds were not in favor of Lydia's aunt. Carla could not help but ask, "No news about Donghua?" Genevieve replied, "It said that Districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are controlled by our nationals. After the last district merge, all players from District 4 were combined into Districts 1, 2, and 3, along with foreign players from District 9 being merged into District 3. Gray is likely in Districts 5, 6, 7, or 8, where there are no people from our country, hence no news about him." Though Genevieve's explanation did not solve the problem, it eased the worries of the older couple somewhat. "Don't worry, Mel. Second brother is very capable. He spent money to draw 2 combat talents and almost upgraded his territory to level 2 before we entered here," Oriv said. Sullivan and Mel knew about this but were still anxious. Oriv's words reduced their concerns further and lifted their spirits. Julia told Genevieve, "From now on, sell all the attribute boosting plants I grow to the state." She understood that the state's support was because of her daughter's contributions. Knowing the regions where Shayla family members were located would not allow for direct contact for a long time, they would still rely on the state's special care for the Shayla family. This meant her daughter needed to continue making significant contributions. She couldn't put everything on her daughter's shoulders. Since the state valued her planting talent, she would focus on growing these plants. Attribute boosting plants were highly sought after. Julia could sell them at 90% of their value on the trading channel, but Genevieve sold them to the state at only 50%. Previously, Julia gave half to Genevieve to trade with the state, while selling the other half herself. Genevieve didn't oppose this because the state needed to build a strong army to protect the territories. For players without good talents, these attribute boosting plants were crucial. Chapter 98, The Fifth Wave of Beast Tide 1. On the 44th day in the desolate world, just after dawn broke, Genevieve led all her residents up to the wall. Since the territory was upgraded to level 3, the wall had a thickness of 2 meters. Genevieve set up railings on top of the wall so they could stand on it and throw skills at monsters. Everyone lined up in single file, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters between each other. Genevieve, being the strongest, stood at the center of the wall above the gate of the territory, while her father and Oriv, the second strongest, stood at the ends of the line. Apart from Genevieve, everyone else held green-quality energy bows. The dense wave of beasts appeared near Genevieve's territory number 1, making those standing on the wall panic. Although they were prepared and knew that the number of beasts in a beast tide corresponded to the number of people in the base multiplied by 9 people here meant 900 beasts, the survival game guide stated that for the first stage of the 5th beast tide, there would be 100 level 4 beasts, with an increase of 50 per stage. Without upgrading the territory to level 3 and without sufficient arrow towers, most lords wouldn't survive against such numbers. They faced 900 wild beasts outside. However, as Bronn was retired, Joe and Lydia only temporarily resided here and managed their own territories, the number of beasts was reduced by 150. Genevieve felt nothing. The beast tide had just emerged and hadn't entered their attack range yet. With a gentle wave of her hand, a large number of ice spikes fell from the sky, each accurately piercing a level 4 beast. She waved again, and dozens of fist-sized fireballs hit the wild beasts one by one, immediately setting them ablaze. They collapsed within 3 seconds and turned into ash after 10. After Genevieve attacked repeatedly in this manner several times, when the beast tide finally reached the attack range, the remaining number was less than half. Everyone felt relieved and started using their green energy bows to kill the beasts, managing 8 or 9 shots at once. After several rounds of shooting, all 750 level 4 beasts in the first stage were wiped out without getting close to the walls, not even providing the arrow towers a chance to participate. For the second stage, 1125 level 4 beasts appeared. Genevieve quickly killed 2/3 of them with her skills as before. The remaining beasts were easily killed by others using energy bows just like in the first stage. "This energy bow is really effective," said Bronn. "It's good, but don't rely on it too much daily. Try to use your skills more often to get familiar with them. This way, you can instinctively use the most appropriate attacks," Genevieve replied. Bronn understood. After this playful old man's moment, for the third stage, 1500 level 4 beasts appeared at the edge of the forest. This time Genevieve held back a bit, allowing the beasts to rush to the walls, whereupon everyone put down their energy bows and began using their skills. Blocked by the high wall, the level 4 beasts couldn't jump up, leaving them helpless under attacks from humans on the wall. For the fourth stage, 1875 level 4 beasts rushed towards them. Genevieve's fireballs seemed infinite. No matter how many level 4 beasts came, only a few hundred made it into the attack range, making killing them effortless. However, the appearance of 2,250 level 4 flying eagle beasts for the 5th stage scared everyone. Everyone knew that eagle beasts were the hardest to deal with, having barely survived their previous appearances in past tides. Now there were so many. Just as despair was settling in, they noticed black objects falling from the flock of eagle beasts, disappearing halfway down in white light. As the flock approached, it became clear these black objects were dead eagle beasts. All eyes turned to Genevieve, standing calmly against the wind, staring at the approaching flock. When the flock reached attack range, only a few hundred remained, and everyone busily took up their energy bows and shot. Aside from a few hits from the arrow towers, almost all the remaining eagle beasts were killed by the energy bows. Everyone looked up at Genevieve standing on the platform above the main gate in awe. She had taken out a blue-quality restoration potion and drank it. They knew she was strong, but never imagined she was this strong. Seeing her only now drink a mental power restorative after fighting for so long, they couldn't gauge just how powerful she truly was. What everyone didn't know was that Genevieve wasn't drinking the mental power restorative because she had exhausted her mental power from using large-scale skills. Rather, it was to quickly replenish a small amount of mental power. The blue-quality mental power restorative had limited effect on her now, only restoring 2 or 3 points of mental power at once. She drank it because, under the effect of the blue-quality mental power restorative, her automatic mental power recovery would double for an hour. Due to her strong mental attribute, when Genevieve used red-quality morphing skills to kill eagle beasts, each use cost her less than 20 points of mental power. Since her constitution points reached nearly 1,000, her attribute and stamina recovery speed was 1 point every 2 seconds. Doubling this speed meant recovering 2 points every 2 seconds, which was enough for Genevieve to handle the subsequent battles. When she first entered the desolate world, this recovery speed was 1 point every 2 minutes. Level 6 involved 80 level 5 monsters per person, so they faced a total of 680 level 5 monsters. After experiencing the thousands of level 4 flying eagle beasts in level 5, these 680 level 5 monsters seemed insignificant. In the end, Genevieve took care of 400 of them remotely, while the remaining 200 were easily handled by the others after several rounds of attacks. Then, everyone heard the familiar mechanical voice. "Ding, congratulations to player Pastoral Scenery and the residents for being the first to complete the Beast Tide trial mission. The Lord rewards 5 iron treasure chests, and each resident gets 2. The Lord gains 5 free attribute points, and each resident gets 2. There are still 2.5 hours left until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Players can choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, you can end the trial anytime during continuation." Genevieve immediately chose to continue the trial without hesitation. As the Lord, these matters should be dealt with by her. Even if the number of level 5 monsters was more than the previous level 4 ones, Genevieve was not afraid. Although the waves of wild beasts seemed overwhelming, if she hadn't wanted to give her family and friends practice opportunities and help them gain experience and copper coins, Genevieve could have killed them all faster by herself. Chapter 99, The 5th wave of Beast Tide 2. The 7th level had 1020 level 5 monsters. The 8th level featured 1360 level 5 monsters. The 9th level had 1700 level 5 monsters. The 10th level had 2040 level 5 monsters. The 11th level saw 2380 eagle-like creatures. From the 7th to the 11th level, the people of Alger territory had grown accustomed to this method of combat. They had become proficient in alternating between skills and energy bows. Even when seeing a large swarm approaching, the people of Alger territory remained calm. Because Genevieve didn't hold back much, very few level 5 monsters managed to enter the attack range of the others, which paradoxically made the kill rate faster. Especially with the eagle-like creatures, Genevieve only left over 100 for them. These creatures didn't even reach the skill range before being eliminated by energy bows. Everyone thought that level 12 would bring a few dozen level 6 monsters, but unexpectedly, Genevieve also hadn't anticipated the appearance of ghostly creatures at this stage. Because the forest was covered in thick snow, she could see far away the transparent green glow resembling human shapes but not quite, the ghostly creatures emerging from the woods and swiftly flying toward their location. Since entering the wasteland world, the people of Alger territory had only seen monsters based on water blue planet animals. Suddenly encountering an unseen and unheard of strange creature left everyone staring wide-eyed. Genevieve was also taken aback. In her previous life, she never had the ability to advance further into the trial levels, and Jin didn't either. Therefore, they had no idea what would appear after the 5th level. To think that ghostly creatures would appear during daylight, and amidst the beast tide. What is that? Jeanette asked in surprise. Ghostly creatures, Genevieve said. Upon hearing that these were the ghostly creatures mentioned in the survival game guide as appearing after the 5th beast tide, silently killing people at night, everyone stared intently at the wild monsters. Lydia, it really looks like a ghost. I bet it's terrifying at night, but in daylight, it's not that scary. Barkley, why does it keep floating around without attacking us? After glancing at Barkley, Genevieve said, from the time they floated outside the wall until now, just 2 minutes have passed, yet the defense towers have already withstood 15 attacks. Everyone was startled. Trace frowned and asked, what kind of attack is this? We can't see anything. Sigh waves, Genevieve said, slightly raising her chin. Then everyone saw the green ghostly creature suddenly reveal a grotesque face, contorted in terror, agony, and desperate screams, completely distorted. Shortly afterward, the ghostly creature's face disappeared, its green translucent body gradually fading until it vanished without a trace. Everyone stood dumbfounded again. Oriv, sis, what just happened? Before Genevieve could respond, the familiar mechanical voice echoed again. Ding, congratulations to player Sunlit Fields and its residents for completing all additional challenge trials first. The leader receives 5 silver treasure chests and 2 for each resident. The leader gains 5 attribute points and 2 for each resident. The leader gains 5 points of world renown, and each resident gains 2 points. Oriv, wow. I got 2 silver treasure chest. Barkley, me too, I've never received silver treasure chests before. Bron, let me check. Oh, I got one too. Lydia, why don't I have any? Joe, neither do I. It turned out that only Lydia and Joe did not receive rewards as residents of Alger territory, and they weren't migrants but still had their own territories intact. Why does Grandpa have it while Sullivan doesn't, since they're together? Oriv asked curiously. For players over 70 years old, whichever territory they join becomes their resident territory, Genevieve explained, which was a special treatment provided by the Wasteland world. Oh, sis, how did you kill that ghostly creature? Oriv's focus returned to this point. Everyone looked at Genevieve. The final level left everyone puzzled, but they knew Genevieve must have killed the ghostly creature capable of launching 15 psi wave attacks within 2 minutes. Just how she did it remained a mystery. Players with 100 PSI points are immune to the attacks of green ghostly creatures. Everyone here has reached 100 PSI points, Genevieve said. Then she looked at Jeanette and added, I used the morph skill on the ghostly creature. There's a crystal inside its head. I shaped my psi into a hand, reached into its head, grabbed the crystal, and extracted it into my backpack space, causing the ghostly creature to dissipate. I want to learn morph too, Oriv said. During this long time, I've only obtained 2 morph skill books. This skill consumes too much mental energy and isn't suitable for regular battles. The endgame survival guide mentioned that once your psi points reach over 300, you will be able to sense where the crystal is located in the ghostly creatures, then attack the crystal to eliminate them, Genevieve said. But our psi points can't reach 300 that quickly, yet the ghostly creatures are already here, Lydia said uneasily. She was afraid of ghosts. Although they didn't look terrifying during the day, she would definitely be scared to death if she saw one at night. Ghostly creatures can only launch psychic attacks and cannot physically attack. Moreover, under normal circumstances, they only appear at night. With defense towers and energy arrow towers in our territory, they don't pose any threat to you, so you don't need to be afraid of the ghostly creatures, Genevieve said. Since Genevieve had put it this way, there was nothing others could do. Fortunately, the territory was safe, and the ghostly creatures couldn't enter. They usually didn't dare to go out at night anyway, so the ghostly creatures couldn't threaten them temporarily. Everyone calmed down and waited for the end of the beast tide. Genevieve looked at the rewards she had received. She didn't expect that despite releasing 1/3 of the wild monsters for her family to handle on their own in each level, she still completed the trial task first. She originally thought Jin would finish first. After all, his territory's progress was far faster than hers. As long as he allowed the arrow towers to shoot freely, the speed of killing monsters would certainly be faster than hers. After thoroughly understanding the arrangements made by the country for who are country players in the Wasteland world and what Jin had done after entering the Wasteland world, Genevieve no longer wanted to compete with him for the top spot. After all, the resources and currency he obtained were used for national supplies. Of course, she was happy if she could get it. After all, this was something she and her residents achieved through their own strength. As for why she was still number one, Genevieve soon figured out the reason. Jin's territory also had residents, and he probably also let some monsters through for the residents to handle themselves since the residents also needed to obtain living supplies by killing monsters. Chapter 100, The Fifth Beast Tide 3. After confirming there were no more wild beasts outside, Genevieve led everyone back to the activity hall to wait for news of the end of the beast tide. This large communal building was specially constructed by Genevieve for gatherings. After all, as more settlers joined her territory in the future, it was better to have a dedicated venue. They had just sat down when they heard the robotic voice announce, "The fifth beast tide has ended, and results are being tabulated. The full water blue star human contribution leaderboard, territory level leaderboard, and player level leaderboard will be available in 2 minutes. The prestige shop will open in 10 minutes for a limited time purchase window of 20 minutes. Please see the global channel for details." 2 minutes passed quickly. Seeing the prestige point leaderboard appear, Genevieve immediately clicked into it. 1. Pastoral Herschel, gained 5,000 prestige points, rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Her settlers each received 1,000 prestige points and 2 silver treasure chests. 2. Doi A001, gained 4,900 prestige points, rewarded with 4 silver treasure chests. His settlers each received 900 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 3. State-compiled J363600, gained 4,600 prestige points, rewarded with 3 silver treasure chests. His settlers each received 800 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 4. Fomu A0003, gained 4,500 prestige points, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. His settlers each received 700 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 5. State-compiled X035798, gained 4,400 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 600 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 6. Juanxiang A0002, gained 4,300 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 500 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 7. UNEB 00011, gained 4,200 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 500 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 8. Carmine, gained 4,100 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 500 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 9. Unic 00555, gained 4,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 500 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. 10. Ningsu A80026, gained 3,900 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. His settlers each received 500 prestige points and 1 silver treasure chest. Such generous rewards caused everyone except Lydia and Joe to beam with joy since they hadn't received any rewards. Even Genevieve was surprised at the richness of the rewards. In her previous life, Jin had always been first place, but at this point, he only received 1,000 prestige points. Back then, Jin's territory was only level 4 and was the world's sole level 4 territory. But now, the richness of the rewards suggested that these high prestige point players' territories had already reached level 5, and they each had more than 5 settlers. Before the prestige shop opened, Genevieve switched to her territory interface to check on the status of territory number 2. Territory number 2 had completed its Beast Tide trial half an hour early, but because the Lord wasn't present, there was no option to continue the trial. Due to completing the trial half an hour early, territory number 2 also received 100 prestige points and 5 iron treasure chests as a reward. "I wonder what items will be sold in the prestige shop this time," Oriv said eagerly. He had received 1,000 prestige points as a reward, which previously only his sister could obtain. Without waiting for Genevieve's response, the answer came. Starting from the 5th Beast Tide, the prestige shop would no longer sell quest items but instead offer a lottery system. The lottery wheels were divided into high-tier, mid-tier, and low-tier wheels. Low-tier wheel costs 10 prestige points per draw, with a 20% chance of winning and a 1% chance of getting a premium item. Mid-tier wheel costs 100 prestige points per draw, with a 60% chance of winning and a 5% chance of getting a premium item. High-tier wheel costs 1,000 prestige points per draw, with a 90% chance of winning and a 10% chance of getting a premium item. Unsure of her fluctuating luck, Genevieve decided to start with a low-tier wheel draw to gauge her luck today. When she saw a talent stimulant pill land in her hand, her jaw almost dropped. She actually hit the 1% chance. Her luck was off the charts today. Feeling she had used up some of her good luck, she spent another 10 prestige points for a low-tier draw. To her shock, she got another talent stimulant pill. Her luck was on fire today. With renewed excitement, Genevieve spent 1,000 prestige points on a high-tier draw and got a bottle of orange-quality stamina recovery potion, much to her anticipation. Although it was orange quality and something she could use now, its value was far less than that of a talent stimulant pill. Unsatisfied, Genevieve rubbed her hands together, prayed to all the gods in the sky, and decided to draw again from the high-tier wheel. The result, congratulations, player received blue quality equipment. Genevieve, I prayed to the wrong gods. I'm on water blue star now, I should have prayed to the deities of the wasteland world. One more time. After another round of prayers, Genevieve drew once more from the high tier wheel. The result, congratulations, player received blue quality equipment. Greatly disappointed, Genevieve cried out, "Wara, such a loss. At least a red quality item would break even." She had such good luck for 2 consecutive draws earlier, now, 2 consecutive draws with bad luck. Would the next one turn around? Should she draw or not? Should she draw or not? Maybe, one more draw, she couldn't believe her luck could be this bad. 5 consecutive draws from the mid-tier wheel. She got a talent stimulant pill from the low-tier wheel, maybe the ultimate prize would make up for her losses. The 5 consecutive draw results were: thank you for your participation, congratulations, player received a blue quality skill book. Thank you for your participation. Congratulations, player received a blue quality healing potion. Congratulations, player received blue quality equipment. Having gambled away her chances, Genevieve's face showed no joy or pain. Wara, this luck isn't terrible, but it's not great either. She still had 500 prestige points left. Should she try or not? Try or not? My luck has been so poor just now, shouldn't it be turning around now? Sis, I drew a red quality protective suit and 2 blue quality items, 3 green quality items, Oriv happily said. Red quality protective suit, increases defense by 200 points, resistant to temperatures as low as -150 degrees and as high as 100 degrees. Durability, 1000 points. As the first territory to complete 2 rounds of Beast Tide trials, apart from Genevieve, the Lord, all other settlers received 1000 prestige points as a reward. Ori, with his 1000 prestige points, chose 10 consecutive draws from the mid-tier wheel. Genevieve. Should she feel envious or jealous? Genevieve began to suspect her younger brother was a favorite of the heavens. Interrupted by her little brother, the prestige shop had already closed. The remaining 490 prestige points stayed untouched. Forget it, she'd save them for the next draw. Everyone drew prizes, except for Joe, Genevieve, Lydia, and Bron, who chose otherwise. All others went for the mid-tier wheel. After all, drawing from the high-tier wheel costs 1000 prestige points per draw, while the mid-tier wheel allowed 10 consecutive draws, making it more exciting. Overall, everyone's luck wasn't too bad. The best received blue quality prizes, the worst received green quality prizes. For Genevieve, it wasn't ideal, but for them, it was considered quite good. Chapter 101, The Fifth Beast Tide 4. Genevieve didn't expect that the little old man in her family also had quite good luck. The little old man loved lotteries, so he chose to draw from the low-level prize wheel. With 1000 reputation points, he could do 100 consecutive draws, which was incredibly exhilarating. Then, amidst a string of thank you for your patronages and white quality or green quality supplies, a red quality material pack abruptly appeared. Red quality material pack, 1 million units of wood, 500,000 stone blocks, 50,000 iron blocks, 5,000 copper blocks, 500 silver blocks. Genevieve. Could it be that this little old man is also a favorite of the heavens? Genevieve extended her hand towards the grandfather and grandson, who immediately placed the 2 red quality items into her hand, their actions perfectly synchronized without any hesitation. Genevieve felt a bit more balanced inside. No matter how lucky the grandfather and grandson were, these 2 red quality items ultimately ended up in her hands for her to use first. So their good luck meant she had good luck too. Seeing what the grandfather and grandson did, others also wanted to give Genevieve the resources they drew. However, Genevieve only took the blue quality defensive tower drawn by her father and the orange material pack drawn by her mother, not accepting items from other people. Next came the announcement of the fiefdom level ranking list. 1. Duo Yi A001, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 90%, reward 100,000 gold coins. 2. Rural Herschel, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 80%, reward 80,000 gold coins. 3. State Comp J363600, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 70%, reward 60,000 gold coins. 4. Malia, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 60%, reward 50,000 gold coins. 5. State Comp X035798, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 50%, reward 40,000 gold coins. 6. Junseong A0002, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 50%, reward 30,000 gold coins. 7. Xianjing A3577, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 50%, reward 20,000 gold coins. 8. Ebon, level 5 fiefdom, completion rate 50%, reward 10,000 gold coins. 9. Yunyisi 00555, level 4 fiefdom, completion rate 90%, reward 9,000 gold coins. 10. Christie's, level 4 fiefdom, completion rate 80%, reward 8,000 gold coins. Apart from Artie moving from 9th to 7th place, the number of players in the top 10 remained unchanged. The rewards in gold coins increased by 1 digit. Jin got 100,000, while Genevieve received 90,000. Originally, Lee's parents and Oriv were always in the top 100 on the fiefdom ranking list, but now their names had disappeared. Moreover, aside from the fiefdom lords, the fiefdom citizens did not receive any rewards. Genevieve looked at her parents but found no signs of disappointment. Sensing his daughter's thoughts, Anson calmly said, "We don't have to exhaust ourselves trying every means to upgrade our fiefdoms, it feels much more relaxed." Although their arrival had increased the materials required for their daughter's fiefdom upgrade by 5 times, the fiefdom's original level was already high, and there was no worry about falling behind within at least a month. Also, Anson knew best just how powerful his daughter was in gathering construction materials. The construction materials she sold were enough for a level 10 fiefdom, so there was no way she would lack materials to upgrade to a level 6 fiefdom. What was lacking in her fiefdom's upgrade materials were crystals, but this wasn't a big issue either. Killing monsters above level 5 would drop crystals, and accumulating enough was just a matter of time. Once the outside wild monsters refreshed, the lowest level would be level 5. He could take the opportunity to go out and farm level 9 monsters more often, earning some crystals. While Genevieve's second fiefdom didn't make it into the top 100, it ranked over 200th and still received a reward of 10 gold coins. Genevieve asked Joe and Lydia, who had retained their own fiefdoms, "How was your fiefdom during this beast tide?" Joe said, "Just before the beast tide arrived, we completed the trial mission and received the completion rewards, which included 5 free attribute points and 5 iron treasure chests." "This treatment isn't bad," Genevieve remarked. "But since I'm not your citizen in your fiefdom, apart from the monsters I kill myself, I don't get any other rewards." Joe felt unsatisfied. Lydia agreed, saying, "Sister, it would be better to migrate my fiefdom here." Xianming and the others all got silver treasure chests, 1,000 reputation points, and attribute point rewards, whereas I only got 50 reputation points for my fiefdom. Although keeping my fiefdom allows me to earn experience from arrow towers killing wild monsters and coppers, I can't benefit from any rewards in your fiefdom. It's not as beneficial as staying in your fiefdom. It seems the wool in the wasteland world isn't easy to shear, one can't cleverly play both ends against the middle. It won't be difficult for Luoya's fief to migrate here, but Joe's fief will have to wait until my fief 1 is upgraded to level 7, Genevieve explained. Joe nodded and didn't say anything more, it was something that couldn't be helped. To say anything else would only put his niece in a difficult position. Unable to wait any longer, Lydia urged Genevieve to quickly migrate her fief over. For Genevieve, this simply involved purchasing a relocation card, clicking on the migration option, and having Lydia confirm the move. It was that simple. Lydia's fief wasn't of high level, so no one noticed or felt any significant changes when it merged with Sunny territory. At this moment, everyone received a notification about the successful kills by arrow towers on the 5th level monsters, indicating that wild monsters outside had refreshed. They stepped out to find that all the monsters outside their fief were now 5th level, and the arrow towers were firing arrows at intervals. Genevieve and her fief residents both reaped some rewards from these attacks. Genevieve's personal harvest remained roughly the same as before, while the residents' rewards were only 1/10 of what she received. However, Sunny territory was vast, teeming with many wild monsters around its periphery, ensuring the arrow towers hardly ever ceased operation. Seeing the fresh batch of wild monsters outside, everyone from Sunny territory momentarily forgot that they hadn't yet checked the player ranking list and immediately headed out through the open fief gates to prepare for farming in the 9th level monster zone. After all, this was a matter directly related to their personal interests. Before everyone relocated to Sunny territory, Genevieve had already agreed with them that besides covering the relocation costs, they needed to take care of themselves once they arrived at the fief. Of course, being family still meant they got special treatment. They could purchase necessary supplies from Genevieve at a 20% discount and even buy on credit if they were short on money. Thus, the entire group was equipped with blue quality gear and had consumed numerous attribute enhancing plants, making them fully prepared to tackle 9th level monsters without any issues. Drops from 9th level monsters guaranteed green quality items, which Genevieve didn't mind accumulating at all. Even if she couldn't sell these items via the trading channel, selling them to the bracelet mall would still fetch 50% of their value, netting her more gold coins than killing the monsters themselves. Genevieve also ventured out, intending to chop down trees. The wood supply in her spatial storage locker was nearly depleted, and she needed to earn a considerable amount of gold coins fast. After the beast tide, Genevieve's 4 attribute values significantly increased. What originally took her over 20 minutes to traverse through the unexplored forest regions now only took 15 minutes, and her tree cutting speed was impressively faster. 4 hours later, Genevieve had to stop because the forest was reduced to merely 1/5 of its original size. Fortunately, she had established fief 2, otherwise, she would have had to rely solely on monster drops for materials. Chapter 102, An Alternative Instance. Seeing that it was still early, Genevieve first listed the wood she had just mined on both the trading channels of County 299 and City 33. Then she went outside to grind level 9 monsters before returning to her territory. After opening her bracelet, Genevieve saw that Andreas had sent her many messages, and Jin had also sent her 2. Genevieve opened Andreas's messages, receiving so many at once, something urgent must have happened. Fortunately, it wasn't anything urgent. Andreas and his subordinates had harvested more than 5,000 iron treasure chests and were eager to find her to open these chests to enhance their overall strength so they could go out to kill relatively higher level monsters. Naturally, Genevieve helped the old man open the treasure chests first. Indeed, a lot of good items came out of so many iron treasure chests. However, because Genevieve had used her critical strike talent when opening items, putting them back into the chests wouldn't trigger another critical strike. So for the silver treasure chests that the old man and his subordinates had obtained, Genevieve decided not to open them yet. She would wait until she replicated them with Jin and then open the replicated silver chests. After helping the old man finish opening the iron treasure chests, Genevieve proceeded to the wooden treasure chests. There were twice as many wooden chests as iron ones, so she managed to obtain over 30,000 pieces of white quality materials. Although many players didn't value white quality materials now, if they didn't use them, they could still be sold to the marketplace in the bracelet, at a recovery rate of 50%. Given the current drop rate of wooden treasure chests, it was still somewhat profitable. Among the materials obtained from all the iron and wooden treasure chests, only green quality shields towers and green material packs could be taken by Genevieve to be replicated by Jin. Andreas also got lucky, drawing a red quality protective suit, an orange quality territory defense tower, an orange quality longsword, and an orange quality material pack. The old man let Genevieve take these to be replicated by Jin. Genevieve then had time to check Jin's message. As expected, he asked when she would return to territory number 2 as he needed to discuss something with her. It was obvious that Jin had many more treasure chests waiting for her to open. Genevieve planned to go mining in Sullivan's territory tomorrow. The mineral resource points in Sullivan's territory were limited, not enough for her to mine in one day. Once the mining was done, there would be no need to go back there again. She could still stay in contact with Jin even there. Recalling the idea she had yesterday, Genevieve went downstairs to find her parents and found everyone sitting around the fireplace chatting. Genevieve said, "Ken, Mom, give me your territory cores." Her parents immediately handed them over to her. Her father asked, "Are you thinking of continuing to develop other territories?" Genevieve replied, "I have an idea. Our District 3 is the outermost area for Huagua players. If I continue in the same direction from territory number 2, can I possibly find Grandpa and others?" Given her current capabilities, whether it was the surrounding mines of Sullivan's territory or the forests and mines near territory number 2, they were not enough for her to mine. To gather enough materials to earn money and repay debts, she needed to explore new territories with rich minerals. During her last search for a suitable place for territory number 2, she also found some ruined territories without lords. This time, Genevieve planned to check if these abandoned territories contained recyclable resources. Lydia and Kinley were excited. Kinley said, "This plan can work." Lydia added, "Cousin, here's my novice lord core too. Isn't this how we found Sullivan and Bogdan?" "Don't worry, Mom, once I find them, I'll bring them back," Genevieve confidently said. Oriv offered, "Sis, I have a novice territory core too. Do you need it?" "You don't need to use them right now, just keep them for now," Genevieve replied. Her parents could rely on their daughter and live in her territory. But her little brother and cousin were young and would eventually grow up and become independent. They couldn't always depend on her protection. The future was uncertain, so having a backup plan was necessary. "Helen, whatever you want to do, I have only one requirement," Kato sternly said. "Tell me, Ken," Genevieve responded seriously. "Your safety comes first, don't rush things," Kato solemnly stated, hoping his daughter would heed his words. Although he knew little about this desolate world, he understood that even with her current strength, his daughter couldn't turn the tables here, at least not yet. His heart was always on edge whenever his daughter went out exploring. Yet he couldn't hold her back either. This was also part of her growth. In this desolate world, failing to grow faster than wild monsters would lead to a dead end. Genevieve sensed her father's deep concern and answered solemnly, "Ken, rest assured, I know what's important." Kato nodded to show he understood, but it was impossible for him to feel at ease. After chatting with everyone for a while, when they all went upstairs to practice, Genevieve returned to her room, finally having the time to tally up her gains from today's Beast Tide. Today in the Beast Tide, she had killed a total of 5,625 level 4 monsters, 6,110 level 5 monsters, and 1 green ghost monster. With double critical strikes triggered, she earned 1,061,200 experience points and 106.12 gold coins. She absorbed 365.25 points of strength, 357.26 points of agility, and 348.49 points of spirit. The green ghost alone contributed 200 experience points and 10 points of spirit value. Just from loot dropped by monsters, equipment, items, and skill books, there were more than 10,000 pieces, including over 10,000 wooden treasure chests. The green ghost monster directly dropped a silver treasure chest and a green quality crystal stone. Genevieve opened all the wooden treasure chests and obtained a total of 60,000 white quality items. Apart from crystals, protective shields, and material packs, she sold everything else to the marketplace in the bracelet, earning over 5,000 gold coins just from this income. From this Beast Tide, it was clear that powerful lords who received subjects were like using cheats, able to harvest wild monsters in batches without having to kill them one by one. If it were solely based on the scale of Beast Tides within Genevieve's own territory, she could only kill 1,000 level 4 monsters and 800 level 5 monsters. She would have only gained around 80,000 experience points and 8 gold coins, with a total attribute gain of just 160 points. Other rewards would be far less significant. It should be noted that Li Luluo did not go all out during this Beast Tide. She needed to leave some monsters for her subjects to fight. However, for weaker lords, receiving too many subjects could result in an unmanageable increase in the scale of the Beast Tide. Genevieve estimated that with her strength, if she prepared 2 bottles of orange quality stamina recovery potions, she could have handled all the monsters surrounding the Sunnerlands on her own during today's Beast Tide. She would complete the task faster than allowing her subjects to kill the monsters. Originally, Genevieve thought that reaching over 1,000 points in all 4 attributes might take 1 or 2 months, but now it seemed that she could achieve this goal as early as after the 6th Beast Tide at the latest. Chapter 103, How to Praise. At 4:45 a.m. in the wasteland world, just as dawn was beginning to break faintly, Genevieve teleported to Joe's territory. She had already mapped out the route here, and Joe had granted her the right to enter and leave his territory freely. Therefore, she didn't need to bring Joe along, she could teleport here by herself. Upon arriving at Joe's territory, Genevieve noticed that it was even darker than in Alger territory. The dawn was just starting to brighten slightly. It seemed that dawn came about 5 or 6 minutes later in Joe's territory compared to Alger territory. Genevieve wasn't in a hurry to go mining for ores. First, she sent a message to Jin, informing him that she had arrived in City 29. Jin quickly replied, "Jin, I drew a red quality flying suit, a red quality skill book, an orange quality stamina recovery potion, and a blue quality teleportation anchor." Genevieve. Jin's luck was truly remarkable. Genevieve, after 2 spins on the advanced wheel, I only got an orange quality stamina recovery potion and a blue quality piece of equipment. My luck is terrible. How should Jin praise her luck? Might praising it make her feel worse? In her previous life, whenever she participated in draws, she would be very competitive. Good luck would make her happy for days, while bad luck would make her dispirited. Although this life she was much stronger, he thought she wouldn't care so much about the outcome of draws anymore. Who knew she still cared deeply? Jin, having an orange quality item isn't bad either. Genevieve, then I did a 5 draw on the intermediate wheel and got 2 thank you for playing and 3 blue quality items. Jin, should he say her luck is good or bad? It seems any response could be problematic. He shouldn't have told her what prizes he drew. Jin, your luck isn't too bad. Someone near me spent 1,000 reputation points for 10 consecutive draws but ended up with 6 thank you for playing, 3 green quality items, and 1 blue quality item. Hearing Jin's words, Genevieve felt her luck wasn't so bad after all, so she sent Jin an explosive message happily. Genevieve, I used 20 reputation points to draw twice on the beginner wheel and ended up with 2 talent awakening pills. Genevieve didn't know that when Jin saw this message, he first stared at it in shock before reacting and excitedly stood up. He knew Genevieve well, she would never joke about such important matters. Back then, he hesitated between S-grade talent upgrade pills and talent awakening pills, wanting both but having to choose one. He eventually chose based on practical needs the S-grade talent upgrade pill that could enhance A-grade talents further. Currently, they needed a group of talented players who could grow strong rapidly. These players could help build higher level territories, providing shelter for many non-talented players. However, from a long-term perspective, talent awakening pills played a more significant role. Everyone could awaken 4 talents. In the endgame survival game, it cost 10,000 RMB to awaken 2 talents. For military and national team players, nearly everyone was ordered to spend money awakening talents. Unless their luck was exceptionally poor, almost everyone had an A-grade talent, if not, at least a B-grade talent. Thus, the effect of S-grade talent upgrade pills was extremely powerful. According to national statistics, at least 2/3 of Chinese players in the endgame survival game hadn't spent money to awaken talents. Among those who did spend money, those who paid 10,000 RMB for talents accounted for only half. And among those who spent 1,000 RMB, not everyone was lucky enough to get a talent. Even those who did mostly received B-grade talents, let alone A-grade ones. As for S-grade talents, only someone with incredible luck could obtain them. When entering the wasteland world, the chances of players awakening talents were very low due to the massive population participating simultaneously. Jin didn't know exactly how low the probability was, but in the previous life, there might not have been one person with a talent out of every 1,000 players. Talent awakening pills greatly increased the chances. With enough talent awakening pills, it was possible to awaken talents and allow more players to become stronger. The military and national teams had long started saving gold coins to buy talent awakening pills, but the issue at each stage was always the shortage of gold coins. Even though a single talent awakening pill costing 100 million gold coins would be affordable after the nationwide elevation, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for the entire country to earn enough. Using his duplication ability, he could only replicate 45 talent awakening pills in a month. Now Genevieve had obtained 2 talent awakening pills. She placed them in the treasure chest, which would duplicate every 20 hours. After she opened the chest again and triggered a critical hit to get 2 more, within 4 months, enough pills would be accumulated to allow 200 to 300 people to awaken a talent. Although it was not enough for too many people, it could make some players stronger first. There were some very outstanding individuals in their military who, due to mission duties, couldn't log into the endgame survival game in time and lost the advantage. Initially, the difference between players with or without talents wasn't so apparent. But later on, the gap between them would become increasingly obvious. In her previous life, many originally excellent military players fell behind the monster's power levels because they lacked talents, eventually losing their lives in wave after wave of beast tides. If they had talents, their rate of becoming powerful would certainly surpass most players. Seeing the information Jin sent and sensing his desire to strengthen his comrades, Genevieve remained silent for a moment before gifting the talent awakening pills to Jin without making any requests. What left the deepest impression on Genevieve when she entered the territory of national team players in her previous life was those military players who died on the front lines fighting against the beast tides. After too many sacrifices left only a few remaining, civilian players like Genevieve took over. Genevieve didn't request anything, but Jin couldn't remain silent either. Jin, how about I give you 20 now, and another 20 in 3 months? Genevieve, didn't he say that each item would only be duplicated 15 times? Why is this different? Genevieve, no problem. Trading one for 40 would be a problem if her head was broken. Genevieve handed over all the silver treasure chests she and the residents of Alger territory had collected, as well as the silver treasure chests given by Andreas member, to Jin. She also handed him the supplies that needed to be duplicated. Then Genevieve went out to mine ores. The mineral resources around Joe's territory were not abundant, and Genevieve finished mining within 7 hours. With over 3 hours of daylight left, Genevieve decided to put on her blue quality flying suit and fly toward her base number 2. She remembered there were 2 damaged territories along the way, which she could check out on the way. Chapter 104, Unclaimed Territory. Yesterday, Mariam's 4 attribute points increased by more than 1,000 in total. She flew at a speed 6 to 7 times the speed of sound effortlessly and could still see the ground scenery clearly within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Mariam estimated that her blue quality flight suit was somewhat limiting her flying speed. If she switched to an orange quality flight suit, she believed she could fly even faster, up to 10 times the speed of sound, which her body could withstand. After flying about 800 kilometers, Mariam discovered a player's level 3 territory. Flying another 700 kilometers, Mariam saw a damaged level 1 territory. She landed outside the broken wall of the territory and saw that the wooden houses inside had completely collapsed. It seemed that this territory's lord probably perished during the 2nd or 3rd wave of beast attacks. If he had died while killing monsters outside, the territory wouldn't be in such disrepair. After Mariam opened the bracelet interface to scan the damaged territory, a line of text appeared on the screen. Unclaimed damaged level 1 territory, recycle? Mariam chose to recycle and received 1 damaged territory core, 1 damaged backpack, 10 stones, and 100 wooden planks. Damaged unclaimed territory core. 3 damaged territory cores can be combined into 1 complete territory core. It can also be used to expand the territory area. Unclaimed damaged backpack. It can be used to expand the backpack capacity. Items inside the damaged backpack automatically transfer to the recipient's backpack. Mariam merged the unclaimed damaged backpack with her own, increasing her backpack slots by 100. There wasn't much material in the damaged backpack, only 1 unused territory core and a few wooden planks. Therefore, the valuable materials from a damaged level 1 territory were the damaged territory core, the novice territory core left by the dead lord, and the damaged backpack. Mariam always felt that territory cores were good things, no matter how many she got. Since there was still time, she searched more carefully. On this journey, Mariam found a total of 4 unclaimed territories, 3 of which were level 1 territories, and 1 was a level 2 territory. This level 2 territory was likely destroyed during the 5th wave of beast attacks, as it looked like it had just collapsed, not as ruined as the others. Mariam obtained 4 damaged territory cores, 3 novice territory cores, 4 damaged backpacks, and various materials. Because she took a slightly longer route, finding resources along the way, Mariam nearly didn't make it back to territory number 2 before dark. As she was halfway through landing in the territory, darkness had already enveloped the earth. At that moment, a faint sense of fear arose in her heart. It felt like something dangerous in the night was rapidly approaching her. But this feeling lasted only 2 seconds. Mariam landed in the courtyard of territory number 2, and that faint fear had disappeared. This reminded Mariam of when she first entered the desolate world. One day, she returned to her territory, and it was completely dark before she stepped through the gate, facing the same situation now. At that time, her fear was intense, sensing something terrifying approaching her, as if entering the territory 1 second later would mean death in the darkness. Later, she activated her premonition talent, predicting that if she faced that terrifying existence, she would surely die. Now, she only felt a slight hint of fear, sensing a very powerful presence approaching her. If she delayed entering the territory by even a second, she would confront that powerful existence. Mariam also activated her premonition talent regarding this matter and felt that facing such an existence wouldn't kill her but would severely injure her. If all her attributes exceeded 1,000 points, she believed she would have the power to counterattack against the terrifying existence outside the darkness. Entering the wooden house of territory number 2, Mariam first organized the collected materials in the spatial storage cabinet and opened all the wooden treasure chests. She kept what she needed and sold the rest to the bracelet marketplace. Then Mariam listed the wood and stones she harvested over the past 2 days on the transaction channels of County 299 and City 33. Seeing Mariam's items for sale, Jin sent her 356 silver treasure chests. These silver treasure chests weren't ordinary ones, they were packed by Jin himself, each containing 20 items to save space in the spatial bag. All the items inside were excellent, and after a cursory glance, Mariam returned them all to Jin. Jin then transmitted the promised materials to her. Ice stones times 10,000, spatial stones times 2,000, unopened silver treasure chests times 41, talent awakening pills times 2. Red quality defense towers times 3, red quality sonic guns times 3, red quality crystals times 3, red quality material packs times 2, red quality protective suits times 2, red quality flight suits times 1, red quality storage rings times 1. Orange quality attribute enhancing food times 22, orange quality furnace blueprints times 3, orange quality crystals times 3, orange quality energy bows times 3. Blue quality attribute enhancing food times 120, blue quality material packs times 150, blue quality crystals times 15, blue quality defense towers times 12, blue quality teleportation anchors times 2, green quality crystals times 500, white quality crystals times 10,000. Jin took advantage of the situation to give her quite a few good items and also stealthily took away many items from her. The items Jin took included blue quality furnace blueprints, blue quality protective suit blueprints, blue quality broadsword blueprints, as well as blue and green quality furnace blueprints. There were also blue, green, and white quality defense towers shields. Mariam gave Jin nearly 7,000 defense towers shields, and Jin did not return any to her. Jin knew that Mariam was not short of defense towers shields, so he didn't return them to her. Jin was worried about the insufficient number of defense towers shields. After the 5th wave of beast attacks in his previous life, human players were directly reduced by half, with fewer than 400 million surviving. And in this life, it was equally devastating. There were 2.5 billion human players before the 5th wave of beast attacks, and now there are only 1.7 billion left. According to Jin's revelation, the remaining foreign players are now less than 600 million, and over 200 million players from Huagua have died this time. This is the day with the highest number of player deaths for Huagua since they entered the desolate world. Previously, due to the early advantage of almost the entire population logging into the post-apocalyptic survival game, by the 4th wave of beast attacks, their advantages had been completely consumed. Players who didn't work hard enough after entering the desolate world, didn't accumulate resources to upgrade territories, or had extremely bad luck found it very difficult to survive this wave. Every day after entering the desolate world, some players would die, and the number of deaths increased during the 5th wave of beast attacks. After the 5th wave of beast attacks ended, human players conducted a second area consolidation. Yesterday, Mariam's village, 33333, merged with 39,509 villages, more than 2,000 players. However, almost all the players from 39,509 village were from Huagua, and with Mariam, this renowned top player, outsiders did not dare to speak loudly or act recklessly, making the 33333 village group very harmonious. Chapter 105, Giving Her More. In this vast area with high mortality rates, only the players from City 29 and City 33 stood out with death tolls under 1,000. The reason for such low mortality rates was that Genevieve, Jin, and Junior were selling supplies at low prices in these two cities. This allowed the player territories to upgrade to level 3 before the 5th beast tide, with 80% of the players having territory defense domes and towers. Therefore, the mortality rates of the players from City 29 and City 33 were so low. The ghost creatures would appear on day 50 in the wasteland world. Jin's desire to replicate numerous defensive towers shields before day 50 was something Genevieve understood completely. She had no objections. Moreover, Jin gave her even more. Among the supplies Jin gave to Genevieve, the most expensive items were the red quality storage ring and the red quality flight suit. Genevieve did not originally have these two items, they were additional gifts from Jin. The red quality flight suit was still within Genevieve's financial reach. However, the price of the red quality storage ring was definitely beyond Genevieve's current means. It was priced the same as an S-rank talent upgrade pill, at 1 billion gold coins each. Even the value of the red quality flight suit far exceeded the total value of the supplies consumed by Jin. There were also the orange quality fireplace blueprint, blue quality teleportation anchor, none of which belonged to Genevieve, all being quite costly. Genevieve took out and examined these 4 items one by one. Flight suit, red quality speed 100,000 km per hour, requires constitution and spirit values above 500 points. Durability 1000 points. Storage ring, red quality capacity 10 million cubic meters, requires spirit value above 200 points. Durability 1000 points. The durability of both types of red quality items can be restored using red quality crystals when it drops. Orange quality fireplace blueprint requires 100 stones, 100 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, and 10 blue quality crystals for manufacturing. It can maintain a building's temperature around 20 degrees Celsius even at minus 120 degrees Celsius or lower. Teleportation anchor, blue quality, can teleport 5 people simultaneously up to 20 times, with a range of 1 million kilometers. Without a doubt, these 4 items were what Genevieve needed most right now. With the red quality flight suit, Genevieve could explore broader areas. The red quality storage ring solved her biggest problem currently. Given Genevieve's ability to gather and mine materials, her spatial backpack was always insufficient. Each time, she had to spend a lot of time loading materials into chests before putting them into her spatial backpack, significantly limiting her gathering speed. With this storage ring, Genevieve's gathering efficiency would increase by at least 1/5. The orange quality fireplace blueprint was also crucial for her, as in 5 days, the wasteland world would enter a severe cold period, with temperatures dropping to between minus 100 and minus 150 degrees Celsius. Originally, Genevieve planned to place several blue quality fireplaces inside the wooden building to increase its temperature. The red quality protective tower itself has some resistance against extreme weather. With enough blue quality fireplaces inside the wooden building, when the outside temperature dropped to minus 150 degrees Celsius, the indoor temperature wouldn't drop below about minus 10 degrees Celsius at most, making it manageable. At their current constitution, even Bogdan Lee, wearing a blue quality protective suit, wouldn't feel cold at minus 10 degrees Celsius. With the orange quality fireplace, they could comfortably spend nearly a month indoors during the cold spell. As for the blue quality teleportation anchor, it was indispensable for further exploration and expansion. Jin also mentioned after Genevieve pointed out the extra supplies he provided that these supplies were special rewards for her, hoping she would help transport some supplies for the national teams when expanding new territories. Even without these supplies, Genevieve would still help them carry materials, as their aim was to increase players' survival rates. Genevieve could only say thank you to Jin. Jin, no need to thank me. I will also venture out tomorrow to open new territories. I'll head southeast following the compass, while you should go southwest. If my estimates are correct, there might be your relatives in that direction. Genevieve, you can wear the red quality flight suit now. Jin, you don't need to test me. If you want to ask anything, just ask directly. I'll tell you whatever I can. My second talent is tenfold critical strike in free attribute points. Whether it's the free attribute points rewarded for player level upgrades, territory upgrades, or mission completions, any free attribute points rewarded to me can trigger a tenfold critical hit. My current constitution and spirit values have both exceeded 500 points. Jin, last time I told you only 200 because I couldn't disclose my specific situation to outsiders. But I felt I shouldn't hide it from you, so I made a special application. Genevieve. Tenfold critical hit. In comparison, her double critical hit seemed pathetic. Genevieve, I see. I was wondering how you managed to raise your player level to 4 so quickly after entering the Wasteland world. You know the benefits of leveling up slowly while killing monsters. Jin, after reaching level 4, I got 30 free attribute points. Plus, the 30 points from upgrading the territory, that's 30 points for each of the 4 attributes. Whether gathering resources or fighting monsters, everything could be done very quickly, and dungeons could be cleared in one go. This allowed me to accumulate more supplies for replication. During the first and second beast tides, Genevieve's 4 attributes were lower than Jin's. No wonder his territory level surpassed hers soon after entering the Wasteland world. As for Jin not mentioning his true spirit value last time, Genevieve didn't think much about it. In this life, Jin was more valued by the state than in her previous life. The more valued he was, the more protection he needed, and keeping his information private was normal. Of course, Jin revealing the truth to her through an application made Genevieve happy. But since Jin had revealed his talent, should she reveal her second talent? Deep down, Genevieve didn't want to say because her absorption talent was extremely powerful. Jin was part of the national team, for whom the country's interests were paramount. Jin, I was the second player to log into the end survival game, and the 3rd to 9th players who logged in were my comrades. According to our statistics, the top 10 players who logged into the game would receive 2 special talents, one of which must greatly boost attribute values. So for you being able to rapidly increase attribute values, you don't need to tell anyone, including me, given my special status. Jin's words certainly solved Genevieve's dilemma. She didn't want to tell him the truth, yet she also didn't want to lie to him when he was so sincere. They continued talking for a while longer before parting ways to practice. Chapter 106, Territory Number 3. On the 46th day of the Wasteland world, early in the morning, Jin sent the treasure chest and material pack he had duplicated to Genevieve. Genevieve opened them and then transmitted back what should be returned to Jin. Then Jin gave Genevieve what was supposed to be hers. Genevieve checked, this time apart from giving her 5 more green quality crystals, Jin did not give her any additional valuable items. Genevieve heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Jin continued giving her such expensive supplies like last night, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. Afterwards, Jin gave Genevieve 2 million defensive towers shields and 10,000 iron treasure chests. These were as agreed upon by the two. They would head in separate directions to explore new territories and find ways to contact the national teams in their respective new territories. Jin provided Genevieve with 2 lists of people in the national teams, one for the military and one for the government sector. If Genevieve contacted players from the military list, she would give those 2 million defensive towers shields and 10,000 iron treasure chests to that person. If she contacted a player on the government sector list, Genevieve would bring back the materials that needed to be duplicated for Jin. These matters did not require much explanation from Genevieve because Jin had already informed the matter to the relevant parties within the national team. She only needed to verify her identity with the listed players upon arrival at each place. Genevieve and Jin wished each other safety before going their separate ways. The temperature today was around -50°C, with snow falling everywhere. However, Genevieve didn't feel the cold as she weaved through the snowstorm. The speed of the red quality flight suit was indeed lightning fast. If not for first-hand experience, Genevieve couldn't imagine how fast humans could fly in the air. The directional compass that Jin brought from Water Blue Star not only had a fixed direction but could also measure flying speed. Genevieve flew at a speed of 120,000 kilometers per hour. After 6 hours, Genevieve stopped full-speed flying and began circling around to find a suitable location to establish the new territory. This time she couldn't find a place with both forests and mines, so she settled for an area with just the mine. Genevieve didn't carefully choose where to place the core of the territory this time but placed it casually not far from the mine. Immediately after placing the core, a new player interface appeared on her bracelet screen. Genevieve found out that her current village was 18888. It seems Jin's estimation wasn't quite accurate. This wasn't City 21 but City 18. However, City 18 was better. Mel-in-law was raising her 11-year-old cousin all alone, which must be tougher than for her uncles. After all, once Grandpa and Dara's physical strength improved to a youthful level, they could help the uncles significantly. As long as their combat abilities were good enough, they surely wouldn't hesitate to fight monsters during the beast waves. Just like Bogdan Lee, whose combat power wasn't much less than Joe's. An 11-year-old cousin, even if not being a hindrance to Mel-in-law, wouldn't provide much help either. With one more subordinate citizen in the territory, the number of monsters surrounding the territory during the beast wave would increase by half, which Mel-in-law had to shoulder alone. Moreover, Mel-in-law was said to be far less passionate about the survival game than the uncles. If not for the national mandate, Mel-in-law might not have continued playing after logging in. So finding Melon-law and the young cousin made Genevieve even happier. In territory number 3, Genevieve took the online name Tianyuan Herschel 3 and immediately upgraded the territory to level 3. While the territory was upgrading, Genevieve didn't waste any time mining ores. There were still over 4 hours before dusk. Her attributes greatly enhanced and equipped with a spatial ring, Genevieve could mine over 3 million ores within an hour. As a result, in less than 4 hours, Genevieve exhausted the ore resources in territory number 3. Reluctantly returning to territory number 3, Genevieve still chopped down the forest near the mine, obtaining over 10,000 pieces of wood. Though these materials only occupied a corner of her spatial ring. But Genevieve lacked gold coins, so she put stones and iron blocks up for sale on the trading channels of Town 18888 and City 33. Since the stones were mined in Town 18888, she decided to give back some to the players there. For ordinary players, being able to buy construction materials for territories at low prices was extremely surprising, hence the stones and iron blocks sold quickly on the trading channel. Only then did Genevieve check who the leader of City 18 was. It turned out to be number 8 on the territory leaderboard, Ebon, who was one of the military players on Jin's list. Genevieve then entered the chat channel of Town 1888 to look for Ebon. This time her luck was particularly good, as Town 1888 had been established by Ebon. Thus, she didn't need to upgrade the territory to level 4 before contacting him directly. However, Genevieve didn't have to reach out proactively because she had already received a friend request from Ebon. Ebon, may I ask who you are? Genevieve, Tianyuan Herschel from City 33. Ebon, really you, Alger Lord. We in City 18 are quite lucky to be the first ones waiting for your arrival. Genevieve, I will send you the supplies given by Lieutenant Jin now. Ebon, okay, thank you, Alger Lord. After receiving the supplies, Ebon, I received a total of 2 million defensive towers shields and 10,000 iron treasure chests from Tianyuan Herschel Lord. Genevieve took a screenshot of this message and sent it to Jin. Ebon, Lord, could you help me open these treasure boxes? Hehe, I haven't opened any boxes these past few days, thinking maybe you would come to our place, and it really happened as I wished. Genevieve, alright, but the payment must be all crystal stones. Ebon, that's no problem. Ebon sent Genevieve 15 silver treasure boxes and more than 1,000 iron treasure boxes. After opening them and putting back the contents into the boxes, he transmitted them all back to Ebon. After receiving them, Ebon quickly sent the payment due to Genevieve and the newly opened defensive towers shields, for her to take back and replicate for Jin. Ebon, thank you, Lord. I've just informed your aunt-in-law about your arrival. She is also in Town 1888. Please pay attention to her message. When Genevieve's aunt-in-law received the notification from the Lord of City 18, she hardly dared to believe it. Her husband's niece, Genevieve, had actually found her way from City 33 to City 18. That was at least tens of thousands of kilometers away. How did she manage to get here? Regardless of how Genevieve got there, the aunt-in-law wanted to express her deepest gratitude to Genevieve. During the 5th beast wave, many people died in their area. If it weren't for Lord Ebon contacting her proactively before the 5th beast wave and giving her materials to upgrade her territory to level 3 and green quality defensive towers, she and her son would surely have been among the casualties of the 5th beast wave. Ebon suddenly contacted her because Genevieve had made significant contributions, so the state specially cared for her relatives, including her aunt-in-law. Chapter 107, Searching for Family Members 1. Ebon also told her that her daughter, Lydia, had already moved to Genevieve's Alger territory. Her eldest sister-in-law had been worried about her daughter all along. Hearing that her daughter was in the same city as Genevieve was a great relief. Genevieve's Alger territory ranked 2nd on the territory rankings, which undoubtedly provided safety for her daughter. After Genevieve and the eldest sister-in-law confirmed each other's identity, the latter sent Genevieve the location of her territory. The eldest sister-in-law's territory was very close to Genevieve's number 3 territory, only about 30,000 kilometers away. Genevieve did not wear the red quality flight suit because it would make her fly too fast to see the scenery below clearly. Therefore, Genevieve wore the blue quality flight suit and flew leisurely, searching for ownerless damaged territories along the way. She gathered 1 billion units of wood from a forest, mined 6 million units of ore from a mine before finally reaching her eldest sister-in-law's territory. It was just past 6 in the afternoon. Having waited with bated breath for a long time, the eldest sister-in-law finally saw Genevieve, and couldn't help but shed tears. The eldest sister-in-law had no attachment to her territory at all. After packing up, she was ready to go with Genevieve to the Alger territory. Genevieve could not sell resources on the trading channel in City 18 because it was too low level. So she gave half of the materials she mined in City 18 to Ebon at her selling price, asking him to put them up for sale on the trading channel in City 18. Although this meant no profit for Ebon, he earned a good reputation. These construction materials could help Ebon accomplish his task of protecting ordinary players assigned by the country. No wonder Ebon happily agreed. Ebon said, "Thank you, Alger Lord. With these materials plus what we've prepared, the players in the entire City 18 can build several more watchtowers. This way, we won't have to worry about the 6th wave of the beast tide." After helping Ebon open 300 iron treasure chests that he had harvested today, Genevieve took her eldest sister-in-law and her young cousin Basil back to the Alger territory through teleportation. Leaving aside how the eldest sister-in-law and Lydia cried bitterly upon meeting. While the mother and daughter hugged and sobbed, Genevieve had already built them a 3-story wooden building, where her eldest sister-in-law would live with her 2 children. That night, Genevieve received a message from Jin, who had established the number 2 territory in City 25. Because they were in different areas, the duplicated resources from Jin could not be opened by Genevieve. They agreed to meet early the next morning in City 29. Since all the forests around had been cut down by Genevieve, the remaining 50-kilometer-long strip of woodland was not to be touched. Thus, everyone headed towards the grasslands and explored quite a few resource points. However, these resources were insufficient for Genevieve to exploit thoroughly, so she had to travel far away to find new resource points. On the 47th day of the desolate world, Genevieve used the green quality teleport anchor early in the morning to reach base number 2. She handed over the resources given by Ebon to Jin, who had just teleported back to City 29, and then helped Jin open the treasure chests and material packs. Afterward, she continued her exploration with the resources Jin provided. This time, not only did Genevieve follow the directions given by Jin, but she also activated her precognitive talent. After flying more than 500,000 kilometers, she stopped her full-speed flight. Genevieve searched nearby until she found a huge mountain of ore and landed there. On another peak, she placed the territory core. Then, her bracelet created a new player interface, and Genevieve took the online name Alja Pastoral 4. Genevieve felt that her predictive talent was getting more accurate. This village belonged exactly to City 21, which she wanted to find. The leader of City 21 was Priscilla, who always followed Jin and Genevieve on the territory ranking list. He was also on Jin's list, rumored to be a female player and a senior police officer. Jin revealed to Genevieve that Priscilla's first talent was reportedly to always get double the construction materials whenever opening treasure chests. If Genevieve and Jin didn't have stronger talents, they might not have maintained the top first and second positions on the territory ranking list. Genevieve checked and found that her number 4 territory needed to be upgraded to level 4 to communicate with Priscilla, so she directly upgraded it to level 4. During the territory upgrade, while waiting for its completion, Genevieve, as usual, went to mine ores first. Because of the large size of this mine, Genevieve spent 5 hours mining 18 million pieces of ore before returning to her number 4 territory. Genevieve followed the usual practice, placing half of the mined ore on the trading channel of County 211 for sale, and keeping the other half for now, waiting to see which side needed it. In City 33, influenced by her, most of the walls and houses in the territories were built with wood. Recently, she had sold more stone blocks than wood, and many people were already crying out for wood instead of stone blocks. Genevieve planned to gather more wood whenever she had the chance in the coming days. No matter how much she roamed outside or how many territories she acquired, City 33 was still her main base in her heart, and the players in County 333 who understood her intentions were the ones she wanted to protect first. Apparently, Genevieve's style had spread among the national team members. Right after she put the ore on sale, she received a friend request from national player J363600. National player J363600, welcome to our City 21, Alja Lord. Our supplies are ready for you. Genevieve's mission this time was to get the needed duplicated supplies from national player J363600 and take them back to Jin, then return them to national player J363600 on the 50th day of the desolate world. The supplies Jin gave her were specifically for military players. Being called Lord by a true big shot, Genevieve felt a bit embarrassed, especially since the other party was not only a senior police officer but also an elder. Genevieve, Officer Liu, please just call me Helen. National player J363600, you are truly deserving of the title. Not only is your talent impressive, but what you've done is remarkable. General Party said that you have saved at least several million people. Genevieve, I don't have such high ideals as you all do. I just want human players to survive well. In this strange world, I believe only by working together can we find a way out. She didn't modestly deny her actions, nor did she exaggerate her motives, she told the truth. She wasn't a real saint. In her previous life, when she had no power, she only thought about her own survival and never considered saving others. But her death taught her a lesson. She realized that only by working together could humans find a way out. In this life, with her newfound abilities, she was willing to do whatever she could. National player J363600, what you're doing is a great kindness. We all remember what you have done. It made Genevieve happy to know that her actions were remembered by others. With a pleasant mood, she helped national player J363600 open the accumulated treasure chests from the past few days before contacting her second uncle. Chapter 108, Searching for Family 2. Helen's premonition turned out to be accurate. Her base number 4 was in the same town as her Fedor, and the distance between them was less than 50,000 kilometers. It would take her less than half an hour to fly there. However, it was almost dark at this time, and since there wasn't any danger on her Fedor's side, Helen didn't rush to find them. After reconnecting with her Fedor and Chloe, she told them that she would bring them to her vast territory the next day. Chloe was thrilled. Fortunately, her granddaughter had the capability, otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the others, let alone met them. After comforting Chloe, Genevieve carried the supplies given by J363600 of the National Administration and teleported to base number 2 using a teleportation anchor. Ding Ding Lin also teleported back to village number 29 around this time. He set off again today and established his territory number 3 in the afternoon. Ripley consecutively built 2 territories within 2 days, both developed into level 4 territories. After triggering the tenfold critical strike, he gained at least over 200 free attribute points. After connecting with each other, they busily exchanged chests and traded resources as rewards. Genevieve received another blue quality and green quality teleportation anchors. Ripley said it was provided as work benefits, so she accepted them without hesitation. After finishing cultivation, she fell asleep immediately, and nothing noteworthy happened throughout the night. On the 48th day of the Wasteland World, Genevieve flew in a different direction, preparing to continue expanding new territories. She still hadn't found her Archie and her grandfather. Following the direction drawn by Ripley and guided by her talent's premonitions, Genevieve flew for a good half day, covering 1 million kilometers, before landing on the outskirts of a large forest. After placing the core of territory number 5 at the edge of the forest, the bracelet system automatically popped up with a new player interface. To Genevieve's satisfaction, she saw that this place belonged to city number 15 where her Archie resided. Genevieve was already very familiar with the routine procedures. She first upgraded territory number 5 to a level 3 territory and then checked who the leader of city number 15 was. The leader of city number 15 was a military player named Malia. Malia consistently ranked 4th in reputation and territory charts, with remarkable strength. She didn't ask Ripley about Malia's talent. However, as the 5th player to log into the survival game during the apocalypse, Malia's talent must also be significant. Ripley arranged for someone to receive all those supplies. Genevieve gave all the supplies Ripley had brought her to Malia. Malia, thank you, Master Alger. Can Master help me open some chests? There's compensation. Genevieve, sure, I'm collecting crystals now. Malia, okay, no problem. Captain Lin mentioned it in his telegram. After doing these tasks, with Malia's assistance, Genevieve connected with her Archie and her grandfather. Also because it was too late, Genevieve agreed to meet them the next day. Genevieve teleported back to base number 2 herself and, along with Ripley who just teleported back, engaged in regular activities such as exchanging resources and opening chests. On the morning of the 49th day of the Wasteland World, Genevieve did not go to start a new territory but teleported back to territory number 5 and then plunged into the Great Forest for intense logging. She chopped for 8 hours straight, reducing over 10,000 square kilometers of forest to 2/3 of its size. This time Genevieve didn't need to fly to find her Archie because, through positioning, she knew he was less than 5,000 kilometers from her territory number 5. Genevieve directly logged near her Archie's territory and notified him that she arrived. Since they couldn't return directly to the Herschel territory, Genevieve teleported her Archie and her grandfather to her base number 2, letting them stay there for a couple of days. That night, she helped Ripley open chests and exchanged resources as usual. On this day, Ripley also went out and started his territory number 3. On the 50th day of the Wasteland World, Genevieve, with 6 times the amount of supplies given by J363600 of the National Administration, teleported to base number 4. J363600 happily accepted the 6-fold supplies and handed over 3,000 accumulated iron chests for Genevieve to open. After finishing opening the chests, Helen took her due rewards and mined the remaining mines. Then, based on the location, she flew to her Archie's territory. Because it was early, she harvested all resource points around Archie's territory before teleporting him and her grandfather back to base number 2. By this time it was evening. After completing the tasks of opening chests and exchanging resources with Ripley, Genevieve directly teleported her grandparents, Archie, and Fedor back to the Herschel territory. The night of the 50th day in the Wasteland World was a restless one. Temperatures would drop directly to -100 degrees, and ghostly monsters would appear. Although Genevieve's base number 2 had blue defensive towers and was not afraid of ghostly monsters, the fireplace here was only blue quality. She was worried that her grandparents could not endure tonight's low temperature, so she hurried back to the Herschel territory. Bogdan and Chloe met Archie and Fedor, and upon knowing that Mel 2 and her 2 children were all in Genevieve's Herschel territory, everyone except Fedor was very happy. Seeing her family united, Genevieve was also very glad. In her previous life, she did not have this ability, nor did she know what happened to these relatives. Helen, there really is no news of Mel 2? Can you ask someone to look for her again? Fedor asked with a depressed look. It wasn't his fault, after all, his wife was pregnant. I asked again yesterday, but there is still no news. Genevieve shook her head. As she cooperated more deeply with the military and police, unless Mel 2 was outside the territory of Huagua players, it was likely that she was in a dire situation. The reunion atmosphere of Archie's family was particularly good, which made Fedor feel even lonelier. Seeing this, Chloe couldn't help but ask Genevieve, Helen, can you go find Gray? Genevieve knew from her mother that Chloe not only wanted her to find her cousin but also hoped she could help her find her parents and brothers. However, it was said that as soon as Chloe mentioned this, she was scolded by Bron, and Archie also disagreed. Bron firmly opposed it. Under such circumstances and in such weather, it was dangerous and tiring for his granddaughter to wander around outside. For his granddaughter to search for her uncles and grandparents despite the danger was filial piety, which he could not object to. But why should his granddaughter take risks for Chloe's relatives? Indeed, Bron was fierce when angry, so Chloe only dared to mention Cousin Gray in front of him and did not dare to speak of others. Genevieve thought about it and activated her talent perception. Actually, Havelock's situation was fine now. With her current physical condition and red quality protective clothing and red quality flight suit, the lowest temperatures of -100 degrees or so these 2 days were not a problem for short outings. Since she had the ability to go out and explore new resource points to earn gold coins, and Chloe was pleading bitterly, Genevieve promised to go out to find Havelock the next day. Chapter 109, Searching for Family Members 3. That night, Genevieve felt the energy arrow tower in Alger territory being triggered twice. Usually, unless there were so many monsters near the territory that other towers couldn't prevent them from attacking, the energy tower wouldn't activate. However, she didn't sense any other towers being triggered, only the energy tower. This meant that the energy arrow tower had fired at ghost monsters, because other towers simply ignored ghost monsters. On the morning of November 51st in the Wasteland world, after getting up, Genevieve checked the records and indeed found that 2 ghost monsters had been killed by the energy arrow tower during the night. Apart from Alger territory, none of the other territories under her name recorded attacks by ghost monsters. Of course, ghost monsters appeared without pattern, not all territories would encounter such attacks. In her previous life, some territories faced nightly attacks by ghost monsters, while others never encountered them. At this time in her previous life, her territory was only a level 3 territory, with just 1 ghost monster appearing at night. Just thinking about Chuck. Genevieve walked downstairs and saw her parents preparing breakfast early in the kitchen, making onigiri with grade 9 exotic beast meat, orange quality vegetables, and orange quality rice. Since reconnecting with her father, Genevieve no longer worried about meals. When her mother came over, they enjoyed delicious food together. Because Genevieve still needed to go out today, her parents woke up early to prepare various delicious foods for her to carry in her spatial backpack, in case she got hungry outside. With Genevieve's current physique, she needed to consume about 10 pounds of grade 9 beast meat and orange quality rice and fruits per meal just to feel full. Last night, there was a white hair snowstorm, dropping temperatures to minus 100 degrees Celsius. It's too dangerous to go out in such weather. I just checked, and more than 100 people died last night in City 33, whereas usually there are almost no deaths, Krista worriedly said. Though she was also concerned about her nephew, her daughter's safety was paramount. Hearing this, Genevieve checked the total human count on her bracelet. Since the 5th beast wave, the number of human players had been decreasing by several dozen each day. After all, players who survived now were mostly level 5 or higher. For players with equipment, items, and combat experience, killing level 5 wild beasts wasn't difficult, significantly reducing the daily death rate. However, today, over 30 million players had disappeared overnight. Given the current total number of human players, losing 30 million was terrifying. It was highly likely these 30 million had fallen victim to the sonic attacks of the ghost monsters. Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything if I'm not confident. I'll go out and check, and if it doesn't feel right, I'll stay back, Genevieve reassured her. You should go try it then, her mother agreed. Have breakfast first, her father said, serving breakfast. After breakfast, the sky outside was still dark and grey, with howling northern winds. Genevieve stepped out of the wooden building to find everything covered in white, the temperature having dropped from minus 60 degrees Celsius yesterday to minus 90 degrees. Uncertain whether her body could withstand such severe conditions, she left the residential area, stepping beyond the territory gates to feel the storm. Her red-quality protective suit stood up well to the cold, radiating warmth. She didn't feel the chill except for her exposed face, which hadn't happened the previous day. It seemed that going out today wasn't too bad, but it might become unbearable if it got colder. Genevieve turned back and met Sullivan and Mel walking down from the second-floor corridor. Sullivan looked grave as he told her, Helen, the weather is too harsh. Don't go out, wait until it gets better. Mel wore a worried expression but didn't disagree with her husband. Genevieve was pleased that Sullivan and Mel didn't disregard her safety to search for their son. She told them honestly, I just went out to test the wind and snow. Although it's cold, I can handle it. But let me be frank, I found my grandparents so quickly because the state gave me an approximate location. As for Gray, who is in foreign player territory, there's no information about him. I can only try my luck. Mel nodded, her eyes reddening. Mel understands. For you to go out in this weather to look for Gray, Mel is endlessly grateful. I'm not just doing this for you too. Gray is my brother, and I want to find him too. I wouldn't go out in such weather just for others, Genevieve said pointedly. To find Havelock as soon as possible without going around in circles. Genevieve used her premonition talent once last night and again before departure today, ensuring the direction was correct before setting off. After flying out of the territory at high speed, Genevieve keenly felt how harsh the weather was. She actually felt wind resistance and snow that she had never sensed before. Previously, she could fly over 11 or 12,000 miles per hour, but now with the wind resistance, she could only manage up to 9,000 miles per hour. Genevieve kept flying until around 6 in the evening, more than an hour before dusk, yet she still hadn't reached the location predicted by her premonition. By this time, the wind and snow were getting stronger, and the temperature continued to drop, passing the minus 100 degrees Celsius mark. Unwilling to take any risks, Genevieve decided to stop and set up a territory to stay overnight. Since it was meant as a temporary camp, Genevieve only built a level 1 territory and placed blue-quality defense towers. Inside the wooden house, she installed a blue-quality fireplace. Although the indoor temperature didn't rise quickly above zero, the warm glow still made Genevieve feel comfortable after flying all day in minus 90-degree weather. Genevieve tapped on her player bracelet screen, checking the new territory interface and found that this area was in the 500 zone. Most players in the 500 zone were foreigners. Since Genevieve didn't use a pseudonym, her name appeared as Genevieve. In the minds of Wasteland World human players, the player name Alger Territory was almost universally known. However, apart from her family and friends, few people knew about the name Genevieve. If Havelock saw Genevieve, he would surely be moved. After reporting her safety to her parents, Genevieve started eating dinner while browsing the village chat channel of Zone 5 to understand the current situation of foreign players. Because a level 1 lord suddenly appeared, the village group chat exploded with activity. Players were all extremely curious and discussing speculatively how a level 1 lord appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 110, Searching for Family 4. Since the Wasteland world unified the text used by human players, foreign players' messages appeared as flowery characters to Genevieve, while in the eyes of foreign players, they saw their own national scripts. However, the tone and particles in the foreign players' messages clearly showed they were not from Huagua players. With nothing better to do, Genevieve posted a missing person notice in the village group chat. Naturally, there was no result. Havelock wasn't in this village group. Instead, it sparked another wave of heated discussions. Thousands of players sent her friend requests, revealing that foreign players were also highly curious. Having eaten her fill and having nothing else to do, Genevieve was about to go into cultivation when she received a message from Jin. Jin had also ventured out to develop Zone 4 today, but due to the bad weather, he would be staying in his main territory starting tomorrow. Jin did not actually support her making this trip at this time. Previously, Genevieve followed the general directions provided by the nation to develop new territories, which were within the range of French players. If Genevieve encountered any danger, the nation could always find someone to rescue her. On the other hand, the national team knew almost nothing about the situation in the territories controlled by foreign players. If she met with danger here, the nation would have no way to come to her rescue in time. After Jin's repeated warnings, Genevieve was somewhat affected. After concluding their conversation, Genevieve decided to keep her spiritual energy at its strongest state constantly. She practiced body tempering technique before resting. Just as Genevieve sat on the bed without lying down, she felt something attacking the territory defense shield. A level 1 territory only had an area of 150 square meters, with walls just 3 meters high. The moment Genevieve stepped out of her wooden house, she made eye contact with a floating green ghostly creature whose eyes were eerily green. In the dark night, under a heavy snowstorm, with howling winds screaming like ghosts, seeing a monster that perfectly matched the legends gave Genevieve a slight shiver despite knowing what it was and having killed many before. She acted decisively. 3 tentacles of spirit energy trapped the ghost creature while another grabbed the crystal in its head and pulled. The green ghost immediately emitted an ultrasonic scream towards Genevieve, though blocked by the blue quality defense shield. The durability of the shield dropped by 10 points instantly, but the green ghost only managed to let out that one ultrasonic scream. As Genevieve extracted the crystal and stored it in her backpack space, the green ghost quickly dissipated into the storm. Perhaps because of psychological reasons, Genevieve felt a chill on her neck as she walked back to the wooden house. On day 52 of the Wasteland world, Genevieve checked her various territories after waking up in the morning. Apart from this temporary territory, none of her other territories were attacked by ghost creatures. In her previous life, it was rare for ghost creatures to attack a territory 2 nights in a row, so it wasn't strange that Yangguang territory wasn't attacked last night. But her territories number 2 to number 5 hadn't been attacked for 2 consecutive nights, which Genevieve found unusual. However, now was not the time to explore this matter. After eating and drinking her fill, Genevieve activated her prediction talent again. Because she was closer this time, this prediction was more accurate in terms of direction and distance. Genevieve felt confident that she would find Havelock today, so she set out once more, full of confidence. The weather became even colder overnight, dropping below -110 degrees Celsius, even reaching around -100 degrees during the day. Flying in the sky, Genevieve didn't feel cold, but neither did she feel warm anymore. Moreover, the blizzard seemed to have intensified, creating more resistance during flight compared to yesterday. However, after flying for just 6 hours, Genevieve got a feeling it was here. This timing was close to her predicted flight duration that morning, so Genevieve landed at a suitable location. Naturally, her first priority was to establish a territory, as without a territory, she couldn't communicate with local players or enter their chat channels where she might find Havelock. Genevieve built a level 3 territory. During the construction process, she gathered wood from a nearby forest. The extreme cold and blizzards only slowed down her flight speed but did not hinder her tree-cutting efficiency. After completing the territory, Genevieve returned inside, situated in the 700s region. Genevieve directly posted missing person notices in the 7777 town chat channel, sending one every half minute so that Havelock could see it. This almost dominated the entire chat channel of 7777 town. An hour passed, but Genevieve still hadn't received any message from Havelock. Because she was certain that she would find Li Dongmin today, Genevieve wasn't worried. She clicked to open the 777 county chat channel to check the situation. As expected, her repeated postings caused dissatisfaction among the foreign players in 7777 town. Unable to vent their frustration in the town chat channel, the foreign players in 7777 town went to the 777 county chat channel to curse at Genevieve, and even spread their complaints to the 77 city chat channel. Finally, after 2 hours, Genevieve saw a message from Havelock in both the 777 county and 77 city chat channels. "Are you Sister Helen?" Havelock also sent messages every 30 seconds, monopolizing the 777 county chat channel. Immediately, Genevieve upgraded her territory to level 4 while running to chop trees in a nearby forest during the upgrade process. She returned to the territory just as dusk fell. After upgrading the territory to level 4, Havelock sent over 100 friend requests, clearly showing his anxiety. The moment Genevieve added him as a friend, Havelock immediately messaged back. "Havelock, Are you Sister Helen? Genevieve, it's rare for you to call me sister. Havelock, it's really you. How is this possible? Weren't you in village 33333? Unless your village was merged here. Wait, your username shouldn't be your real name. Who are you? Why are you impersonating my sister Helen? Good, after only half a year of work, her previously clear-headed and somewhat foolish cousin had grown up. Society truly does temper people. Genevieve quickly fired off a string of Havelock's private affairs. Havelock, I believe you are Helen. Helen, why are you like this? This guy, only 10 days younger than her, always wanted to be her older brother instead of her younger brother. Genevieve explained succinctly, Grandpa, Sullivan, Mel, cousin, Ken, Mom, and my younger brother have all moved to my territory. Only you are wandering outside alone, and everyone is worried about you. I have strong abilities and the foresight talent, so I followed my intuition to find you. This territory is newly built using a beginner territory core. Send me the coordinates of your territory, and I will come find you. Chapter 111, Searching for Family 5. About 2 minutes later, Havelock sent over the coordinates of his territory. It was only 80,000 kilometers away, which reassured Genevieve. Genevieve, I'll come find you tomorrow morning, then take you back to Herschel territory. However, I can only bring your people. I cannot move your territory. You should pack up your belongings. Havelock, sis, can you help me bring one more person? Genevieve's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that before the apocalypse, Havelock seemed to have had a girlfriend who graduated from the same university as him and worked at the same company. The reason even Genevieve knew about this was because her cousin Barclay was almost 30 years old and still didn't have a girlfriend, so he was often compared to Havelock by the Lee family. She had heard it mentioned a few times. Genevieve, who? Havelock, my girlfriend. Her territory is 30,000 kilometers away from mine. I don't know if it's too difficult for you to fly over there and find her. Genevieve, alright, let her consider it carefully. Coming with me means she has to give up her territory here unless she has the ability to return on her own. After all, this was a female player from Huaguax, and even if she wasn't Havelock's girlfriend but just a colleague, Genevieve would be willing to bring her back to the Huaguax player area if it wasn't too much trouble. If she turned out to be hard to get along with, Genevieve could always drop her off at Homer's territory, and he definitely wouldn't mind. That night, Genevieve's new territory also suffered an attack from green ghost monsters. Genevieve stood at the door of the wooden house and dealt with the green ghost monster without confronting it face to face. On the 53rd day of the desolate world, after waking up, Genevieve saw in the messages that Herschel territory had been attacked by green ghost monsters again last night. This time, 2 came, and they were both killed by the energy arrow towers. No one from Herschel territory messaged Genevieve about it, indicating they were oblivious to the attacks by the green ghost monsters. However, besides Herschel territory and this new territory she was currently in, none of Genevieve's other territories, including yesterday's temporary territory, were attacked by the ghost monsters. Genevieve began to suspect that territories without players might not be attacked by ghost monsters. She sent this hypothesis to Jin and then started her tasks. Casey did not rush to pick up Havelock but continued chopping trees until there were no more trees left. The entire forest, which spanned just over 1,000 square kilometers, was completely chopped down by Genevieve in just over 3 hours. Havelock was quite cautious. Although he kept saying he trusted Genevieve and gave her the coordinates of his territory, he didn't grant her direct access. She could only land at the gate of his territory. Genevieve wasn't angry but felt relieved. However, when Havelock confirmed that it was truly his cousin who came to find him and rushed over to hug Genevieve, sobbing loudly, her relief turned into endurance as the wind and snow blew. Havelock, wah. I thought I would never see you guys again. Wah. Genevieve almost wanted to post a question in the player bracelet chat channel asking how to deal with her younger brother, who was taller than her, hugging her and crying loudly, needing an urgent online response. Fortunately, Havelock vented his emotions and calmed himself down. Being in a foreign country during the apocalypse, possibly never seeing loved ones again, was emotionally draining. In such a situation, it was fortunate that Havelock had someone like his girlfriend to support him. Havelock had already packed everything he needed to take with him, so Genevieve didn't need to enter his territory to leave. Still, Genevieve entered his territory, made him change into red quality protective gear, and had him eat various blue quality foods that increased attribute points before flying with him to his girlfriend Ria's territory. Half an hour later, based on the location provided by Havelock's bracelet map, they found Ria's territory. Havelock's territory was a level 3 territory protected by green quality defense towers. This girl's territory was only a level 2 territory, also protected by green quality defense towers. Genevieve estimated that Ria must have obtained green quality defense towers before the 5th wave of beast tides, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived as a level 2 lord through the 5th wave. Seeing Ria's territory level, Genevieve was somewhat satisfied. From the difference in their territories, it seemed that Ria hadn't tricked Havelock into giving her materials. This indicated that Ria was at least not selfish. Ria was about 2 years older than Havelock. Though not very outstanding in appearance, she was very steady and composed, obviously a former white-collar manager. In the apocalypse, a steady personality was highly appreciated, and Genevieve's first impression of Ria was positive. Thank you, Sister Helen, for coming to rescue me. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Ria said solemnly. I'm only doing this for Gray's sake, Genevieve replied. Finding a genuinely supportive partner in the apocalypse was harder than climbing to the sky. Ria and Havelock had known each other before the apocalypse and managed to support each other through it without falling apart. It would be nice if they could become a couple. So Genevieve let Rhea owe this favor to Havelock. I will remember all the good things Grey has done for me. Rhea seemed to understand Genevieve's meaning. Finding them had been difficult, but returning was just a blink of an eye. Mel saw that Genevieve had indeed brought Havelock back, and she hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably. However, whether because Rhea was there or because he had already cried his heart out while hugging Genevieve earlier, Havelock did not cry with his mother. He merely had slightly red eyes and gently patted her back to comfort her. After sending Havelock and Rhea back to Herschel territory, Genevieve didn't linger. She watched the reunion briefly and then teleported to territory number 2. Naturally, it was to help Jin open the treasure chests replicated over the past 2 days. After collecting the materials meant for herself from the open chests, Genevieve teleported to territories number 3, 4, and 5, handing over the items Jin had replicated over these days to the national team players Ebon, Guobian J363600, and Fengyu A0003. Jin also teleported between the territories he activated, delivering the replicated materials to the national team players at various bases. After completing her task, Genevieve teleported directly back to Herschel base. During the time Genevieve was away from Herschel territory, Rhea had already gained recognition from the Lee family members. Using Mel's player ID, she posted a search for relatives on channel 33. She really did find a relative, her cousin Stacy. Hearing that her cousin was rescued by the Herschel mogul from abroad and returned to village 33333, Stacy begged Mel to ask the Herschel mogul if she could move to Herschel territory. She expressed her willingness to take any necessary assessments. As expected, one thing led to another. Genevieve originally thought her territory would only accept her own family members, but these family members had their own relatives. It was impossible to keep things so pure. Chapter 112, Level 6 Territory 1. Stacy dared to bet her future on her own territory, so what was Genevieve afraid of? Using her predictive talent, Genevieve found no negative outcomes in accepting Stacy's request and thus approved her relocation application. Naturally, the relocation fee was paid by Genevieve, as ownership of Stacy's territory would transfer upon its merger with Genevieve's territory, and Stacy could not afford it anyway. Stacy was only 1 year younger than Rhea. However, she looked 3 or 4 years younger due to her sweet appearance. Genevieve brought her over and situated Stacy's wooden house beside her great-uncle's wooden building. The wooden house still belonged to Stacy, who could choose to upgrade it herself. Materials for upgrades could be bought from the Herschel territory channel at a mere 10% of the original price set by Genevieve. The sisters discussed and agreed to build a 3-story wooden building, one living on the 3rd floor while the other resided on the 2nd. Only Genevieve knew how she felt seeing Stacy again. In her previous life, Genevieve had met Stacy but did not know her name. 3 days after Genevieve relocated to Junior's territory, Stacy died during a beast tide, being pulled forward as a meat shield and killed. In fact, that person had intended to drag Genevieve in the chaos but was evaded by her, who had foreseen the danger. Instead, the person turned around and dragged Stacy unexpectedly, leaving her unprepared and bitten fatally by a wild monster. Although Genevieve did not blame herself, she angrily kicked the person into the beast tide to avenge Stacy after realizing there was no hope in saving her. She never expected to have this kind of fate with Stacy in this life. This way, things might be better. Under her territory, Stacy should not meet the same tragic end as before. You all return to your residences. I'm preparing to upgrade to a level 6 territory. Do not come out until the upgrade is complete, Genevieve told everyone. While it probably wouldn't make much difference if they came out, it was safer for them to stay inside the wooden buildings. Jin had just upgraded his territory to level 6. Today, Genevieve received a large batch of white and green quality crystals from Jin, finally gathering enough materials to upgrade to a level 6 territory. Genevieve's Herschel territory had 8 citizens and 9 temporary citizens. A level 5 territory required the construction of 20 advanced arrow towers, 16 basic energy arrow towers, and 10 intermediate energy arrow towers to achieve 100% construction progress and upgrade to a level 6 territory. Building 20 advanced iron arrow towers required a total of 12,000 iron blocks, 20,000 wood planks, 10,000 stone blocks, and 100 rubber bands. Building 16 basic energy towers needed 16,000 copper blocks, 1,600 iron blocks, 1,600 stone blocks, and 800 white quality crystals. Building 10 intermediate energy towers required 30,000 copper blocks, 3,000 iron blocks, 3,000 stone blocks, and 3,000 green quality crystals. The wall for a level 6 territory required 1.5 million stone blocks, 500,000 iron blocks, 10,000 copper blocks, and 1,000 silver blocks. This did not include the materials needed to upgrade the various buildings within the territory, which required additional resources. If Genevieve wanted to upgrade her current wooden building to a stonewood hybrid villa, she needed 20,000 stone blocks, 10,000 wood planks, 1,000 iron blocks, and 100 pieces of glass. She clicked upgrade on everything. Half an hour later, Genevieve heard the familiar mechanical voice. Congratulations, player Pastoral Scenery has become the 2nd level 6 territory lord, rewarded with 8 free attribute points, 8 prestige points, and 8 silver treasure chests. Player Pastoral Herschel territory has been the first to reach level 6, now serving as the district leader of Zone 2. Cities 30 to 39 are under the management of Zone 2. Chat and trading functions within Zone 2 have been activated. Reward, 90 free attribute points, 90 prestige points, and 2 gold treasure chests. Seeing the reward of 80 free attribute points, Genevieve felt somewhat envious of Jin's tenfold critical strike for free attributes. Jin, as the first to upgrade to a level 6 lord, received 10 attribute points, 10 prestige points, and 10 silver treasure chests. Additionally, he obtained a 100-point attribute reward, 100 prestige points, and 3 gold treasure chests for being the first to open the regional channel. Jin earned a total of 110 free attribute points today, which became 1,100 after triggering the tenfold critical strike. Jin, district leaders can directly trade resources. My replication time just arrived, send me the gold and silver treasure chests. Without hesitation, Genevieve marked the 2 gold treasure chests and 6 silver ones she had received and sent them to Jin. At the same time, she also sent Jin the orange quality edible plants that her mother had grown recently. After receiving the treasure chests, Jin did not say anything. The time it took for him to replicate items was short, but it required considerable time to organize the resources to fill up the space in that single storage grid. He had obtained quite a few good things today and needed to pick out some less important materials from them. Genevieve took this time to check on the status of her territory after its upgrade. Upon becoming a level 6 territory, the area of the territory doubled once again. The total area of Alger level 6 territory was 12,300 square meters, equivalent to the size of a small town. The walls of a level 6 territory were no longer purely stone, they were ironstone composite walls, with a height of 30 meters, looking very sturdy. Indeed, they were very sturdy, with an overall defense value of 500,000 points. All wooden arrow towers, iron arrow towers, and basic energy arrow towers were arranged in an orderly manner behind the wall, ensuring that every inch of the wall and the entire airspace of the territory was within the protection range of the arrow towers. 10 intermediate energy arrow towers, each 80 meters tall, were distributed around the residential area, firmly protecting the entire residential zone. Genevieve upgraded all 4 wooden buildings into 4-story villas, each occupying 300 square meters with a 100 square meter courtyard. Each villa was spaced more than 100 meters apart. After winter, Genevieve planned to have her mother and June plant flower trees and fruit trees in the villa area. The outer layer of the buildings was stone, while the inner layer was wood. Although the orange quality fireplace burned 20 wood planks per hour, it kept the entire building as warm as spring. A new interface appeared in Genevieve's player bracelet, the Zone 2 regional channel. All players who could speak in the city level channel could also speak in their respective regional channels. Although there were few players who could upgrade their territories to level 5, more and more players were reaching level 7. Therefore, the Zone 2 regional channel became quite lively. Genevieve checked the chat group in the regional channel and found that the players in Zone 2 had no objections to Pastoral Herschel becoming their district leader. Players from City 33, who had been led by Genevieve, were proudly boasting about the great achievements of Herschel to players from the other 9 cities. Chapter 113, Level 6 Territory 2. Jin quickly sent the treasure chests that needed to be opened by Genevieve, which he had just replicated. Genevieve first picked out the treasure chests Jin had replicated for her, then helped him open all of them and teleported the items back to him. After receiving the materials, Jin sent the payment over. Once Genevieve received it, she finally had time to open the 2 gold treasure chests Jin had replicated for her. After triggering a double critical hit, she obtained orange quality rice seeds times 1000, orange quality wheat seeds times 1000, orange quality vegetable seeds times 100, orange quality cabbage seeds times 100, orange quality tomato seeds times 100, orange quality potato sprouts times 100, orange quality chili seeds times 10, orange quality peppercorn seeds times 10, orange quality pepper seeds, orange quality apple tree seeds times 10, orange quality healing potion times 10, orange quality stamina restoration potion times 10, orange quality antidote times 10, orange quality crystals times 10, orange quality material package times 10. Orange quality Tang Dao, Chinese sword, times 2, orange quality energy bow times 2, orange quality protective suit times 4, orange quality combat boots times 2, orange quality headband times 2, orange quality wrist guard times 2, orange quality skill book times 2, orange quality skill upgrade card times 2, orange quality defense tower times 2, orange quality teleportation gate times 2, orange quality storage ring times 2, grade B talent upgrade pill times 2, replication card times 2, safe house times 2, shopping mall half price bracelet card times 2. After reviewing the items from the 2 treasure chests, Genevieve could only say they were packed with goodies. So many orange quality seeds would be enough to fill the entire territory that her mother could plant, and when harvested, her mother would obtain quite a few red quality fruits. Orange quality material package, wood 500,000, stone blocks 250,000, iron blocks 25,000, copper blocks 2,500, silver blocks 250. Although the materials inside were only half of those in a red quality material package, it was still considerable. The orange quality weapons did not attract Genevieve much, she merely glanced at them and put them down. However, Oriv and the others would probably love them. Genevieve planned to wait until Jin had helped her replicate 10 times, ensuring everyone could buy an orange quality weapon each, before putting them up on the Alger Territory trading channel to avoid disappointment due to snatching. The orange quality skill books were passive defensive skills, which would not be useful to her family but might interest others, so they could be listed on the Alger Territory trading channel. The orange quality skill upgrade cards were excellent, as she still had 3 blue and green quality skills. The orange quality teleportation gates worked as pairs, entering one door would exit from the other. Using her control over the territory, Genevieve placed the other gate in territory number 2. Then, she entered the gate in Alger territory, walked a dozen steps or so, and saw another door. Exiting through it, she found herself in territory number 2. Turning around, Genevieve walked into the gate within territory number 2, took a dozen more steps, and saw another door. Upon exiting this door, she was back in Alger territory. It felt like the two territories were adjacent, and walking through the wall's door brought her to another territory. In reality, the distance between these places was tens of thousands of kilometers. The space inside an orange quality spatial ring was only 1/3 of that in a red quality spatial ring. However, whether red or orange quality spatial rings, the internal time nearly stood still, keeping fresh food from spoiling for at least 100 years. Jin mentioned to Genevieve that there was an S-class prescient dream talent player in the national team who dreamed that human players would face famine in a year. Genevieve felt her prescience talent was primarily about her, leaning towards predicting auspicious or ominous events within half a month. In contrast, the national team's prescient dream talent players' predictions leaned towards significant events, concerning the safety of human players, extending from several months to a year. Genevieve's prescience talent was active, while the national team's prescient dream talent player's ability was passive. There might be a famine a year later for human players. Even if Genevieve activated her talent, she might not have predicted it. However, after being reminded by Jin and receiving the red quality spatial ring, her intuition became very sharp. She felt this prediction might be true and knew she must stockpile food. These two orange quality spatial rings came just in time. She planned to give one each to her parents, using one for storing beast meat and the other for drinking water and various edible plants. The Grade B talent upgrade pill was fairly useful for Genevieve, as her precognition talent was only at D rank. She would need to take a Grade C talent upgrade pill before she could take the Grade B one. Genevieve continued to look at the next few items, all of which cost tens of millions of gold coins each, while the half-price bracelet card for the mall could only be obtained from treasure chests. The maximum discount that reputation value could provide in the mall was 70%, so the mall's half-price card was very appealing. However, the most expensive item among these supplies was the safe house. It looked like a small wooden house, with an area of about 10 square meters on the outside. In reality, the interior area of the safe house was over 100 square meters, and its defense value was as high as 1 million points, even higher than the defensive value of a level 6 territory's surrounding walls. If Genevieve had this safe house earlier, she wouldn't have needed to establish a new territory when she couldn't return to Alger territory while searching for new resource points. Finally, Genevieve picked up the replication card to examine it. Replication card can replicate one item. Before she knew about Jin's infinite replication talent, getting such a replication card would have made her extremely happy. But now, with Jin able to infinitely replicate, a single-use replication card that could only copy one item wasn't very attractive to Genevieve. She turned the card in her hand, suddenly having an idea. Since it could only replicate one item, copying a treasure chest should also count as one item, just like how Jin replicated a spatial bag, copying everything inside along with it. Genevieve immediately felt energized and sent a message to Jin. I have a replication card that can replicate one item. Could you put some precious red quality items you haven't replicated yet into an orange treasure chest? I want to try replicating an orange treasure chest. Genevieve was essentially borrowing Jin's most valuable resources, but she believed that after their long collaboration, the level of trust between them was sufficient. As expected, Jin didn't say much and quickly sent her an empty gold treasure chest and 30 original items that hadn't been replicated. When Genevieve opened the treasure chest and triggered a double critical hit, no matter how many times the items were replicated afterward, they couldn't trigger a double critical hit again. That's why she asked Jin for the original items. Chapter 114, District Chief Benefits. Genevieve took a look at the supplies sent by Jin. They were indeed the best supplies he had on hand. S-class talent upgrade pills ×1, A-class talent upgrade pills ×2, B-class talent upgrade pills ×5, C-class talent upgrade pills ×5, talent activation pills ×2. Red quality skill upgrade cards ×1, orange quality skill upgrade cards ×2, blue quality skill upgrade cards ×30. Orange quality skill books ×3. Red quality protective suits ×2, orange quality protective suits ×14. Orange quality combat boots ×4, orange quality headbands ×4, orange quality wrist guards ×4. Red quality stamina recovery agents ×1, orange quality stamina recovery agents ×20, orange quality healing potions ×20, orange quality antidotes ×20. Red quality storage rings ×1, orange quality storage rings ×4. Red quality material packs ×3, orange quality material packs ×10. Orange quality teleportation gates ×4. Red quality crystals ×3, orange quality crystals ×15. Duplicate cards ×4, safe houses ×2, orange quality crystal energy flyers ×2, shopping mall discount cards ×4. It appeared that Jin had also issued duplicate cards, and even crystal energy flyers capable of speeds up to 50,000 km per hour. Such vehicles could enable people with moderate strength to travel outside and search for new resource points. After packing these 30 items into the golden treasure chest, Genevieve used a duplicate card to create another one. When she opened the duplicated chest, it triggered a double critical hit again. Initially, Genevieve only wanted to see how the duplication worked. To her surprise, it was successful. Moreover, since there were 4 duplicate cards in the golden treasure chest, after triggering the double critical hit, she obtained 8 cards. This meant that if she kept using the duplicate cards, the number of cards would only increase. With renewed interest, Genevieve started duplicating repeatedly 1 golden treasure chest, 2 golden treasure chests, 3 golden treasure chests. Unfortunately, her joy didn't last long. On the 101st duplication attempt, she received a message saying that further duplication was not possible. Now it was awkward. If each item could only be duplicated a limited number of times, then the 30 items Jin handed over might not be duplicable anymore. That would mean most of the duplicated supplies would have to be returned, making all her efforts in vain. Jin said, "They should be different. You're duplicating using a duplicate card, while I duplicate using my talent. Besides, I've already replicated these things dozens of times with varying replication counts. If they could only be replicated 100 times, some of them should have shown not replicable when you reached around 50 to 60 attempts." Genevieve replied, "That makes sense. I'll return the original items first. If tomorrow you can no longer replicate those originals, I'll return 95% of what I duplicated." Many of Jin's supplies weren't just his, some were purchased collectively by the national team for him to duplicate. Since he trusted her so much, Genevieve didn't want to let him down. Jin added, "All right, but returning 80% is enough. Even if the limit is 100 replications, this amount will suffice for me to report back." Genevieve responded, "Let's make it 90%. If you don't charge a handling fee, I wouldn't feel right troubling you." She herself had charged Jin a fee, and it made her more comfortable to owe him a favor. Jin said, "Okay. By the way, today I upgraded my constitution and spirit values to 1000 points, which shortened my duplication cooldown to 16 hours. Genevieve noted, "That means for every 500-point increase in your constitution and spirit values, your duplication talent's cooldown shortens by 4 hours. Jin agreed, "Seems like it." Naturally, this was a good thing, and Genevieve was happy about it. Regarding whether the original supplies duplicated by Genevieve could still be duplicated by Jin, they would know tomorrow, as he had recently duplicated them. So, the two discussed opening a new district. Genevieve had no experience from her previous life, but Jin did. In his previous life, he was the first to become a district chief, and later became the regional head of the entire human player area. After becoming the chief of District 2, Genevieve had certain management rights over the human players in the district. For example, she could check the territory levels and player levels of players in District 2, and had the authority to blacklist or expel players who violated the rules. Jin explained, "As a district chief, you receive 1% of the gold coins earned by every player in your district. Even though it's just 1%, if District 2 has 80 million players, you could earn hundreds of thousands to millions of gold coins daily, and possibly tens of millions during beast tides." Genevieve, "There are over 85 million players in District 2. How many in District 1? Jin, "Over 82 million. In my previous life, when I became the district chief of District 1, there were only about 30 million players. Although there is no specific requirement for a district chief to provide welfare for the players in their area, if more than half of the players in an area die, it will be merged with other areas. After merging, a new district will be formed, and a new district chief will be selected. However, you as a district chief, Shantu is very reassured." Genevieve was also confident about this point, which could be seen from the results of the exchanges between the players of City 33 and other cities. Because Genevieve sold building materials and white quality and green quality supplies at low prices, the survival chances of the players in City 33 were much higher than those in other cities, and their psychological state was also the best. Genevieve was originally willing to contribute a little to let more players survive. Now that she knew becoming a district chief would allow her to have a cut of the profits, she was even more willing to sell more supplies. After organizing all her supplies, Genevieve put up 300 million pieces of wood, 10 million stones, and 10,000 iron blocks on the district trading channel, selling them at 20% of their original price. As a district chief, Genevieve could set 3 purchasing restrictions for the supplies she sold at the same time. Previously, on the trading channel of City 33, she could only set 1 purchasing restriction. Genevieve set 3 purchasing restrictions. Players who had completed more than 70% of their level 3 territory construction could not buy, blacklisted players could not buy, and each player had a purchase limit. The minimum standard for safely surviving the 6th wave of Beast Tide was that the completion rate of level 3 territory construction should reach 70%. Genevieve restricted their purchases so that players who had not reached this completion rate could snatch up the materials to pull the completion rate of their level 3 territories to 70%. In addition to basic building materials, Genevieve also sold over 30,000 green and blue quality items at 50% of their original price. After all, according to what Jin said, the more players in District 2, the more commission she would get, so Genevieve was more willing to invest heavily. These equipment and items would allow players to kill higher-level wild monsters. After finishing these tasks, Genevieve finally had time to take stock of her harvest over the past 10 days, preparing to list some items on the trading channel of Alger territory. Chapter 115, 6th Beast Tide 1. Orange quality protective suits were the most urgent supplies at present. Genevieve took one out to examine. Protective suit, orange quality adds 100 defense points, withstands cold up to -120 degrees, heat up to 80 degrees. Durability, 800 points. The temperature outside tonight was expected to drop to around -120 degrees Celsius. It would be roughly the same tomorrow morning. The Alger territory had red quality defense towers, which raised the temperature within the defensive array by about 20 degrees compared to the outside. Therefore, the temperature within the territory was around -100 degrees. Such low temperatures meant that someone with a constitution value of no more than 100 might feel cold even in a blue quality protective suit. Now she had 20 orange quality protective suits. She planned to give one each to her grandfather, maternal grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. Genevieve listed 12 orange quality protective suits on the trading channel of Alger Base for anyone who wanted them to purchase, including little brother Lee. While Genevieve could provide equipment and items for her parents and 3 elders, she wouldn't do so for free for little brother Lee, as she had already made this clear. Oriv also understood that his sister didn't want to spoil him. As the second strongest player in the Alger territory after his sister, he could easily earn gold coins to buy his own equipment. Genevieve also listed some orange quality equipment that increased 100 attribute points. However, with the current level of monsters, blue quality equipment and items were more than sufficient. Thus, she only sold these on the trading channel within Alger territory. She would consider the situation before listing items on the District 2 trading channel. Genevieve glanced at the District trading channel and saw that under the recommendation of players from Area 33, players in District 2 knew she might sell a large batch of supplies at low prices tonight. They were all prepared. Within less than 20 minutes, almost everything she listed had been sold out. Countless grateful messages appeared on the regional channel. After exiting the regional channel, Genevieve checked her personal information. Over these few days, Genevieve had been flying around, establishing 5 new territories and obtaining a total of 29 free attribute points. She gained 95 constitution points from practicing body tempering technique and 23 mental points from practicing meditation technique. She killed 312 level 9 monsters, triggering double critical hits, earning 56,160 experience points and 56,160 copper coins, along with 624 iron treasure chests. She absorbed 19.22 strength points, 18.12 agility points, and 18.82 mental points. By personally killing 2 green spectre monsters, she triggered double critical hits, gaining 400 experience points, 4 gold coins, 4 silver treasure chests, and absorbing 20 mental attribute points. Over these 10 days, 7 or more arrow towers in different territories shot down a total of 452 level 5 wild beasts, earning her 22,600 experience points and 22,600 copper coins. She shot down 4 green spectre monsters, gaining 400 experience points, 4 gold coins, and 4 silver treasure chests. All the silver treasure chests she obtained were given to Jin for duplication, exchanging 1 for 20, truly opening them with great satisfaction. Player, Sunny Pasture. Level 1, 2, 679, 830, 100. Strength, 940.51, plus 100. Agility, 938.77, plus 100. Mental, 1252.51, plus 100. Constitution, 1390.19. Attack damage, 3131.79, plus 300. Defense value, 1390.19, plus 200. Health points, 10/10. Stamina, 150. World reputation, 694. Talents, absorption, S level, critical hit, S level, premonition, D level. Cultivation methods, S level, meditation technique, A level, 4th level body tempering technique, C level, 2 level blade technique. Skills, shape transformation, red quality, fireball spell, red quality, ice spike spell, blue quality, hindrance spell, blue quality. Gathering skill, green quality, alchemy skill, green quality. Equipment, red quality storage ring, red quality protective suit, orange quality agility boots, orange quality strength bracelets, orange quality forehead protector. Secondary weapons, energy bow, red quality, sonic gun, red quality, tang saber, orange quality, hand crossbow, green quality. Territory level, 6. Game coins, 3,396,000 gold coins. Bag capacity, 7,500 slots. Supplies, red crystals, 56. Orange crystals, 38. Green quality crystals, 5126. Other supplies omitted. Seeing that her constitution value and mental value differed by only over 100 points, Genevieve was somewhat worried. Based on the results of the previous Beast Tide, for the 6th Beast Tide, her 3 attribute values would increase by at least 400 points, so her constitution value should not be less than 1,600 points. Genevieve checked the orange quality constitution enhancing potion in the wristband mall. A bottle of the orange quality constitution enhancing potion costs 100,000 gold coins and increases the constitution value by 100 points per bottle. Each person is limited to 4 bottles, and one's constitution value must exceed 500 points to consume it. Genevieve now had 200 S-rank talent upgrade pills and no longer worried about owing Jin 10 million gold coins. Paying off the debt was just a matter of using 1 S-rank talent upgrade pill. So Genevieve generously spent 400,000 gold coins to buy 4 bottles of the orange quality constitution enhancing potion, instantly increasing her constitution value by 400 points after drinking them. Genevieve used a half-price shopping card from the mall and only paid 200,000 gold coins. Genevieve was still a bit concerned because her constitution value could not be increased by killing monsters to absorb attribute points, which would always be a stumbling block for her to quickly improve her attribute values. She would have to spend more time cultivating body tempering technique in the future. Thinking of this, Genevieve started to practice body tempering technique. After the territory was upgraded, Genevieve lived on the 4th floor in a 100 square meter space dedicated to cultivation, which was enough for her to stretch out and train. The 6th Beast Tide began at 6:30 a.m., and Genevieve got up at 5:30 a.m. Genevieve checked the trading channel of Alga territory and saw that the orange quality protective suits and blue quality energy bows she put up last night had already sold out. Although she sold them at 20% of the original price, buying these two items still required tens of thousands of gold coins. She didn't expect everyone to be quite wealthy. When establishing a territory, the biggest expense is constantly upgrading it. Now that everyone doesn't need to worry about this anymore, they can go out every day to farm level 8 or 9 monsters. Who doesn't earn a few hundred gold coins daily, said Pauline. By saying so, all the pressure falls on my sister. The territory is so large that building walls will require a lot of stones and iron blocks, Oriv said somewhat worriedly. I won't upgrade the territory again in the next 2 months unless there are special reasons. 2 months should be enough for me to collect the necessary materials, Genevieve said. Regarding the transaction between her and Jin, as well as Jin's talent matters, although Genevieve was informed, she had to keep it confidential and couldn't even tell her parents. Seeing her grandfather, maternal grandparents refusing her gifts and insisting on purchasing the orange quality protective suits and blue quality energy bows with their own gold coins, Genevieve didn't say anything. It was better for them to earn gold coins on their own to make purchases. Her aunt-in-law also mentioned in the Alga territory chat group, I felt cold when farming monsters yesterday and was worrying how to kill monsters during the beast tide today. Now I have an orange quality protective suit, there's nothing to worry about. Astrid, thank you, boss. Only players in our Alga territory have orange quality protective suits. My friends who grabbed the blue quality protective suits you listed yesterday were very satisfied. Many players are still wearing green quality protective suits, and they're shivering from the cold. They're begging our lord to list more blue quality protective suits. Chapter 116, 6th Wave of Beast Tide 2. After everyone had their fill to eat and drink, they arrived at the wall surrounding the territory 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Although the territory had expanded so much, the group could run several times faster than a car. This distance was nothing, only taking 2 or 3 minutes. The residents of Alga territory stood on the tall walls, with blizzard level 20 or higher along with heavy snow lashing at them. Everyone still stood steadily, even 11-year-old William was unaffected, as if the gale hadn't touched them. The wall was also within the range of the defensive array, so the temperature on the wall was around minus 105 degrees. But the wind was strong here, it was cold in high places. If everyone didn't switch to orange quality protective suits, except for the Genevieve siblings, others would probably feel cold. Alga territory now had 17 residents, 8 of whom were official residents, while the other 9 were considered temporary residents. More residents meant a larger scale of the beast tide attacking the territory. For the first round of the 6th wave of the beast tide, each player had to kill 100 level 5 monsters. Alga territory, including the Lord, had 9 formal residents, and they would face an attack of 900 wild beasts. A temporary resident would bring 50 wild beasts to attack Alga territory. 9 temporary residents would thus cause an attack of 450 wild beasts. Therefore, in the first round of the beast tide, Alga territory faced an attack of 1350 level 5 beasts. Just like last time, Genevieve started by launching long-range attacks to kill most of the level 5 beasts, leaving over 300 for the other players to kill. Residents of Alga territory all wielded blue-quality energy bows and started killing when the wild beasts entered their range. Even Genevieve's 11-year-old cousin, William, held a green-quality energy bow on the city wall to kill monsters fearlessly. Wild beasts of this round were wiped out before approaching the territory. The second round featured 3,375 level 5 beasts, a dark mass that made the ground shake even from afar. There were too many wild beasts. While Genevieve killed them with skills and energy guns, one after another, the beasts turned into white light. When more than 3,000 level 5 wild beasts reached the player's attack range, only about 300 remained, and the players easily finished them off. In the third round, there were 5,400 level 5 beasts. Even though Genevieve continuously cast spells and swept the herd with an energy gun, she managed to kill only 4,000 when the herd reached shooting range. The rest of over 1,000 beasts left barely 300 for the players to slay, and 600 reached the foot of the territory wall. However, everyone was not panicking. Instead, they skillfully snatched beasts from the arrows of the territory towers. When the herd approached within 300 meters of the territory, the arrows from inside the territory shot towards them. Beasts hit in vital areas instantly perished, those not hit were quickly struck by a second arrow. The herd from the second round was wiped out at 200 meters away from the territory. During this round's rest period, Genevieve drank an orange quality stamina recovery potion. Using such spirit-consuming skills extensively, Genevieve, despite her over 1,200 spirit points, couldn't endure the consumption, hence she drank the stamina recovery potion beforehand. The degree of spirit consumption wasn't displayed in numbers but could be inferred from stamina consumption. Severe spirit exhaustion caused rapid stamina drop. Drinking stamina potions rapidly recovered both stamina and spirit. Although drinking spirit recovery potions could rapidly restore spirit, Genevieve's spirit hadn't depleted enough to warrant it, so she preferred drinking stamina recovery potions that restored both simultaneously. The fourth round consisted of 7,425 level 5 beasts. Despite the tide surging like waves, players on the city wall felt no tension. Their powerful lord could handle at least half of them. The rest, about 1,000, they could kill themselves, and any remaining ones would be dealt with by the territory's tower arrows. There was no danger at all. But upon seeing the fifth round with 9,450 level 5 beasts, all players' expressions changed. Because this round featured the hardest opponent, eagle beasts. A black mass obscured the sky, producing a huge momentum. Having already been mentally prepared, Genevieve switched her orange quality energy gun for a red quality long-range energy bow. She first used the red quality morphing skill to eliminate over 1,000 from afar, then when level 5 eagle beasts entered the range of the red quality energy bow, she continued using morphing skill and shot with the bow. The players saw from afar dense black objects continuously falling from the black cloud, turning into white light points and disappearing mid-air. The area of that black cloud visibly shrank, and by the time it reached above Alga territory, its size had reduced by a third. Next came a large melee. The sky above Alga base was filled with level 5 eagle beasts. Genevieve and her residents continuously shot at the flying eagle beasts attempting to descend upon the territory using energy bows, while various arrow towers inside the territory also kept shooting. The sky within 100 meters of Alga territory was filled with a dense rain of arrows. Any eagle beast flying into this range would surely transform into a streak of white light and disappear. As if driven by something, these level 5 eagle beasts completely ignored the deaths of their kin, continuously diving towards Alga territory regardless of life or death. This one-sided battle naturally resulted in all the eagle beasts being swiftly killed. Based on past experience, Stage 5 was always the hardest to pass. Although the monsters in Stage 6 were one level higher, their numbers decreased, making them easier to handle. Only Genevieve knew things weren't that simple. That morning, she had used her prediction talent and sensed that the pattern of the beast tide differed from her previous life. So after this stage ended, Genevieve immediately replenished the consumed materials and energy for all the arrow towers. Indeed, the sixth wave of the beast tide became different from her previous life. In her past life, solo territories faced an attack of 80 level 6 eagle beasts. But in this lifetime, the number of level 6 eagle beasts in the 6th wave exceeded the level 5 eagle beasts from the 5th wave, absolutely surpassing 10,000. Even Genevieve became somewhat solemn. With her full strength, she could only remotely kill about 3,000 level 6 eagle beasts. Having over 7,000 level 6 eagle beasts besieging the territory was no trivial matter. Wooden arrow towers and basic iron arrow towers found it difficult to shoot down level 6 eagle beasts. Only a few towers could directly kill them, relying on Alga territory's red quality defensive towers to gradually wear them down. Thus, this battle lasted especially long, and shooting with energy bows also consumed spiritual power. Fortunately, the entire process remained nerve-wracking but not perilous. However, after this war ended, everyone's stamina dropped significantly. After the battle, Genevieve looked at the total number of eagle beasts for this stage. It was actually 10,800. Genevieve thought for a moment and roughly understood that this number was based on the territory's level and the total number of residents. 6. Territory level, x100, per capita, x18, total number of residents, equals 10,800. Chapter 117, Level 6 Beast Tide 3. After the last Level 6 Flying Eagle monster turned into white light, the players of Herschel territory were so exhausted that they sat down on the thin layer of snow on the wall and drank blue-quality stamina recovery potions. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianyuan Fengguang and the first villagers who completed the Beast Tide trial task. The rewards for the Lord are 2 silver treasure chests, each villager gets 1, and temporary villagers receive 5 iron treasure chests. Lords get 6 free attribute points as reward, each villager gets 3, and each temporary villager gets 1. There is still an hour and a half until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Players may choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, you can end the trial anytime during continuation. Havelock shouted, temporary villagers really lose out, they only get 1/3 of the benefits compared to official villagers. Barclay gave him a look that said be grateful. During this trial, temporary villagers still received some benefits, which was better than getting nothing last time. Genevieve listened to the two brothers' conversation while choosing to continue the trial. She wasn't surprised at all that she was the first one to complete the trial this time since Jin didn't surpass her. With only 18 people in her territory and the best equipment given to them, even William, the youngest member, killed many wild monsters. In contrast, Jin had over 700 to 800 villagers. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the scale of the beast tide his territory faced was. Moreover, most of the villagers Jin accepted were players who couldn't survive the 6th wave of the beast tide. These players could hardly offer much help to Jin, so he mainly relied on himself and the few national team players relocated to his territory. Being able to kill 10% of the beast hordes each round was already impressive. The remaining 90% could only be taken care of by arrow towers. Genevieve wasn't worried about Jin's territory being breached because he had built enough red quality arrow towers to handle the beast tide. As long as there were enough red quality crystals, the defensive formations wouldn't break, ensuring the safety of the territory. However, using arrow towers to eliminate the majority of the beast horde would definitely take a considerable amount of time. Especially since the 6th wave also had issues here with Genevieve, it was likely similar problems arose at Jin's place. If he hadn't constructed enough advanced iron arrow towers and energy towers, dealing with the 6th wave's eagle monsters would indeed be tough. Under such circumstances, for Jin to complete the beast tide trial within the limited time was already quite challenging, let alone competing for the top spot with her. After 5 minutes of rest, the 7th wave began. 18 green ghost monsters drifted from a distance. Though it was daytime, the sky was unusually dark. 5 ghost-like green spirits emerged from the blizzard, looking quite terrifying. Consequently, everyone's faces turned pale, and Jonathan edged closer to his mother, a bit scared. But for Genevieve, dealing with 18 green ghosts was just a matter of casting a transformation skill, taking less than 20 seconds. For the 8th wave, there were 36 green ghost monsters. Genevieve fought alongside her mother. Genevieve killed 30, and her mother took care of 6. The 9th wave consisted of 54 green ghosts, the 10th wave 72, and the 11th wave 90. Genevieve always took care of the majority while her mother dealt with a smaller portion. While they appeared to handle these waves easily, both of them suffered significant mental fatigue, reducing the durability of their orange quality headbands below 100 points. As Genevieve predicted, the 12th wave brought the blue ghost monsters, with a total of 18 appearing. The light blue ghosts looked somewhat beautiful rather than eerie like the green ones. However, Genevieve immediately instructed everyone not to attack or directly face the blue quality ghosts. The sonic attack of the blue ghosts inflicted 1,000 damage points, and players with constitution or mental values below 100 would die from internal injuries. Red quality defense towers could block the sonic attacks of the blue ghosts. But the blue ghosts also possessed a mind control ability, making it hard for players with mental values below 500 to resist. Genevieve advised players not to attack or face the blue ghosts to avoid drawing aggro. Now having over 2,000 mental points, Genevieve remained unaffected by the blue ghosts. She cast a transformation skill and eliminated all 18 blue ghosts, though it took 3 times longer. The 18 light blue ghost monsters quickly dissipated in the wind and snow, and the familiar mechanical voice sounded in their ears again. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fengguang and their villagers for being the first to complete the Ghost Monster Challenge trial. The rewards for the Lord are 10 silver treasure chests, each villager gets 5, and each temporary villager gets 2. Lords get 10 free attribute points as a reward, each villager gets 5, and each temporary villager gets 2. Lords receive 10 world reputation points, each villager receives 5 world reputation points, and each temporary villager receives 2 world reputation points. Genevieve checked the time. It was less than 5 minutes until the 6th beast tide would end. Sure enough, soon after, the mechanical voice rang in her ears again. The 6th beast tide has ended, results are being tallied. In 2 minutes, the all-water blue star human contribution ranking, territory level ranking, and player level ranking will be activated. The prestige store will open in 10 minutes, with a 20-minute shopping limit. Details can be found on the World channel. In the previous 5 beast tides, Genevieve had always finished about half an hour early. This time, she completed it only 5 minutes ahead of schedule. During the waiting period, thinking about the changes in the pattern of this beast tide, Genevieve felt uneasy. She suspected that this significant change was caused by her and Jin, both reborn players, leading to major variables. She had strong capabilities, and her territory residents weren't holding her back, so she managed to handle the crisis relatively well. She just didn't know how Jin was doing with all those lagging residents. In his past life, he had been very powerful, but due to accepting too many weak fighters as villagers, he ultimately perished in increasingly devastating beast tides. Genevieve couldn't help but glance at Jin's icon, which was still lit up, indicating he hadn't logged off. She sighed slightly and tapped him. Did you complete the extra trial task? Jin took a while to reply. No, my territory had over 700 green ghost monsters in the 7th wave. I just finished killing them when the beast tide time ended. Genevieve wasn't sure whether to say he was unlucky or fortunate. Was he fortunate because he had so many ghost monsters to kill? Or was he unlucky because he had so many ghost monsters to kill? Genevieve said, the rules for this beast tide are different from your past life, right? Jin replied, yes, they are different. We'll talk in detail later. Genevieve, okay. Chapter 118, A Lucky Draw. Contribution Prestige Points Ranking. 1. Tianyuan Herschel earned 30,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 gold treasure chest. Residents received 10,000 prestige points each and 10 silver treasure chests each. Temporary residents received 5,000 points and 5 silver treasure chests. 2. DEA001 earned 20,000 prestige points, rewarded with 20 silver treasure chests. Residents received 8,000 prestige points each and 8 silver treasure chests each. Temporary residents received 4,000 points and 4 silver treasure chests. 3. Guobian J363600 earned 10,000 prestige points, rewarded with 10 silver treasure chests. Residents received 4,000 prestige points each and 4 silver treasure chests each. Temporary residents received 2,000 points and 2 silver treasure chests. 4. Fengyu A0003 earned 9,000 prestige points, rewarded with 9 silver treasure chests. Residents received 3,000 prestige points each and 3 silver treasure chests each. 5. Guobian X035798 earned 8,000 prestige points, rewarded with 8 silver treasure chests. Residents received 2,000 prestige points each and 2 silver treasure chests each. 6. Juanxiang A0002 earned 7,000 prestige points, rewarded with 7 silver treasure chests. Residents received 1,000 prestige points each and 1 silver treasure chest each. 7. UEB00011 earned 6,000 prestige points, rewarded with 6 silver treasure chests. Residents received 800 prestige points each and 1 silver treasure chest each. 8. Carmine earned 5,000 prestige points, rewarded with 5 silver treasure chests. Residents received 600 prestige points each and 1 silver treasure chest each. 9. UniC00555 earned 4,000 prestige points, rewarded with 4 silver treasure chests. Residents received 500 prestige points each and 1 silver treasure chest each. 10. Ningsu A80026 earned 3,000 prestige points, rewarded with 3 silver treasure chests. Residents received 400 prestige points each and 1 silver treasure chest each. With the prestige points secured, it was time for the most thrilling part, the lottery. No one had ever received so many prestige points before, so everyone was eager and excited. Oriv, this time we have so many prestige points, we can draw lots many times. Havelock, I only have half of what you got. The two cousins were chatting together. Barkley said to Bron, Grandpa, now you can enjoy the drawing to your heart's content. Bron said happily, I had good luck in the last draw, and this time will definitely be no different. Thinking about her previous drawing experience, Mariam finally decided to go all out and do 10 consecutive draws on the low-level prize wheel. However, this time the results of the 10 consecutive draws on the low-level prize wheel did not yield even a single prize worth 1 gold coin, let alone anything more valuable. She only obtained 1 white quality item, while the other 9 were just thank you for participating. Clearly, she was having extremely bad luck that day. Mariam then decided to try her luck on the mid-level prize wheel. The result of the 10 consecutive draws yielded 4 thank you for participating, 4 blue quality items, and 1 orange quality stamina recovery potion. This was considered average luck, not bad but not great either. Finally, she drew from the high-level prize wheel. Before drawing, Rosanna superstitiously prayed before clicking the wheel. The result was 1 thank you for participating, 3 blue quality items, 2 orange quality items, 1 orange quality protective suit blueprint, 1 red quality greenhouse blueprint, 1 red quality energy air conditioner blueprint, and 1 double critical hit card. Rosanna's eyes twinkled with joy. This time her luck was indeed very good, very good. It seemed her luck was best when it came to the high-level prize wheel, so Mariam decided to take advantage of it and did 18 consecutive draws. The result was 2 thank you for participating, 2 green quality items, 4 blue quality items, 5 orange quality items, all attribute boosting fruits. Additionally, she obtained 1 red quality stamina recovery agent, 1 red quality protective suit, 1 skill slot expansion card, 1 double critical hit card, and 1 duplicate card. Upon seeing the skill slot expansion card, Mariam's eyes lit up as she took it out to examine. Skill slot expansion card. This card can expand 1 skill slot. Requires 100 constitution points to use. An additional card can be used for every extra 100 points gained. With Rosanna's constitution value, she could use over 10 cards, which would allow her to handle an additional 10 skills. However, too much could be overwhelming. Using skills consumes stamina and mental strength, so learning too many wouldn't be practical. According to Rosanna's original plan, 6 skills would be sufficient until she reached player level 10. After reaching player level 10, she could learn 2 additional skills. So Rosanna had long filled all 6 of her skill slots. If she were just a small lord, with no more than 20 residents in her territory, these 6 skills would indeed be enough to carry her through until she reached player level 10. However, her growth exceeded her expectations. At that time, she did not anticipate that her talent in absorbing would be so powerful that her player level was strong enough to instantly kill surrounding wild monsters without needing upgrades. As for her territory, she originally just wanted to develop it well and lead her family to live a good life in this desolate world. Who knew she would develop too quickly and become the district chief of District 2? This made Mariam feel a sense of urgency. She must enhance her combat power as soon as possible. The next announcement was the territory level ranking list. 1. Dwari A001, level 6 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 10 million gold coins. 2. Tianyuan Herschel, level 6 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 8 million gold coins. 3. Guobian J363600, level 5 territory, 90% completion, rewarded with 6 million gold coins. 4. Fengyu A0003, level 5 territory, 90% completion, rewarded with 5 million gold coins. 5. Guobian X035798, level 5 territory, 80% completion, rewarded with 4 million gold coins. 6. Juanxiang A0002, level 5 territory, 80% completion, rewarded with 3 million gold coins. 7. Carmine, level 5 territory, 80% completion, rewarded with 2 million gold coins. 8. UEB 00011, level 5 territory, 70% completion, rewarded with 1 million gold coins. 9. UniC 00555, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 900,000 gold coins. 10. Fangjin S88836, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 800,000 gold coins. 11. Shiji S25839, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 700,000 gold coins. 12. Hue 28036, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 600,000 gold coins. 13. Lan Jasi 50369, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 500,000 gold coins. 14. Kreitz, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 400,000 gold coins. 15. Fenghe A28639, level 5 territory, 50% completion, rewarded with 300,000 gold coins. Suddenly, 5 military players appeared in the top 15 of the ranking list, with the Kreitz who had been solidly in 10th place now dropping to 14th. Mariam guessed that these 5 military players who suddenly rose to the top 15 in the territory rankings were all related to Jin. Jin opened new territories in their regions, connected with them, and provided a large amount of construction materials, allowing these military players to quickly advance to level 5 lords. As for the player level ranking, Mariam glanced at it and saw a series of foreign player names. However, the highest level player was already level 8, which did not lag behind their Huaguac players. The rest were a series of level 7 players, with Huaguac players' rankings falling behind to beyond 50th place. It seemed that even if foreign players understood that Huaguac players were holding back on leveling up, they dared not do the same, upgrading once they had enough experience points. Chapter 119, Side Mission 1. The beast tide is over, everyone can resume their own business, Genevieve said to the crowd on the city wall. Except during the period of the beast tide, players in Alger Domain usually arranged their daily activities on their own. After hearing Genevieve dismiss them, and noticing that the wild monsters outside the fence had already respawned as level 6 creatures, everyone dispersed to go about their respective business. Oriv expressed his intention to go kill level 10 monsters. Thanks to being fed by his mother and Genevieve, combined with his diligent cultivation every night, Oriv's 4 attribute points had all surpassed 300. Killing level 10 monsters was a piece of cake for him. However, the weather outside was terribly cold with such a heavy blizzard. His mother was somewhat worried and insisted that Oriv take his guard hero along. The guard hero's attributes were only around 100 points each, making its combat capability far inferior to Oriv's. Since becoming a formal citizen of Alger Domain, Oriv's guard hero also belonged to Genevieve. After Genevieve instructed the guard hero to protect Oriv, should any danger befall Oriv outside, the guard hero would risk his life to save him and simultaneously report back to Genevieve. Hence, whenever Oriv acted on his own, his mother always required him to take his guard hero along. Under this weather, Oriv's father did not go out to kill monsters either. He had crafted quite a few green quality and blue quality weapons over these past 10 days, earning a substantial amount of gold coins. Oriv's mother, needless to say, had plenty to do after Genevieve gave her another batch of orange quality seeds following the expansion of the domain. Other than Genevieve, the rest could only occasionally eat orange quality food. Blue quality crops remained the primary type grown within the domain. Genevieve recruited 2 planting heroes with a blue quality recruitment card to assist her mother. All Oriv's mother had to worry about was sowing seeds and harvesting. Regular tasks like fertilizing, watering, and maintaining the fields were handled by Nuhuahua with the other 2 planting heroes. Elder cousin, my mom has the animal husbandry talent. Can we set up a farm inside the woods for her to manage? She really dislikes going out to kill monsters, Lydia asked Genevieve. Genevieve hadn't considered raising animals because they always had a surplus of meat from killing wild beasts and didn't lack for meat. Beast meat fetched very low prices at the wristband mall, so breeding wouldn't be profitable. But if her aunt had the husbandry talent, she would gain experience points from it. Recalling the possible famine a year later, Genevieve was certainly supportive. I'll provide the animal sheds and younglings, and we'll split the harvest 50-50, Genevieve said. If they were going to raise animals, they'd better stick to the younglings sold at the wristband mall. No matter how high level they grew, they would never harm their breeders. Wild monster younglings tamed from outside carried too much risk of turning on their owners when they reached higher levels. After receiving Genevieve's approval, Lydia happily sent her 2 items. Elder cousin, I got many prizes today, and these 2 are the best. I don't need them now, so you can use them. Genevieve looked, they were an orange quality material pack, which she indeed needed, and a red quality smelting furnace blueprint, which made her eyes widen. She didn't expect her cousin's luck to be so good. Red quality fusion furnace blueprint allows the fusion of equipment or items of the same quality into higher grade versions. Crafting materials: stone blocks times 100, iron blocks times 100, copper blocks times 10, silver blocks times 10, red quality crystals times 10. For Lydia now, the greatest value of this blueprint lay in selling it for gold coins. I'll buy it at 60% of the price, Genevieve said. Lydia could likely get around 90% if she sold it on the trading channel. However, everything Lydia bought from Genevieve in Alger Domain was at just 20% of the regular price. So Genevieve couldn't offer too high a price. Sister, just give me 20% of the price. Lydia refused to take advantage. Without this elder cousin, she might have died long ago. Even if not, who knew when she'd have the means to reunite with her family? And in the future, they still needed their cousin's protection. Lydia did not want to take advantage of her cousin at all. Originally, she wanted to give the items to her cousin outright, but her cousin insisted that she couldn't take them for free. Then lend them to me for a few days, and I'll return you both the blueprint and a double critical hit card, Genevieve proposed. This cousin was wise and grateful, and Genevieve didn't mind giving her more. A double critical hit card sold by Lydia now would fetch no less than the red quality smelting furnace blueprint. Because most players couldn't yet craft or afford red quality smelting furnaces, while the double critical hit card visibly doubled resources. Elder cousin, did you check the world channel? There's information about you. Do you know about it? Lydia asked cautiously. Because she admired her elder cousin, Lydia couldn't help but keep an eye on her. She thought that Genevieve hadn't seen the world channel, otherwise, she wouldn't act as if nothing had happened. Genevieve was taken aback. She indeed hadn't checked. She hadn't paid attention to any new messages on the world channel. What information? Genevieve asked while opening the world channel. World channel message: congratulations to human player Garden Scenery for becoming the first human player with all 4 attribute points exceeding 1000. Rewards include 10 gold treasure chests, 1 Frontier Garrison identity plate, non-replicable, 1000 world reputation points, and 400 free attribute points. Side mission unlocked: Frontier Garrison defense task. Human players over level 10, with all 4 attribute points exceeding 1000, may enter the frontier garrison to join forces with guards from various races to kill monsters, reducing monster incursions through the pass and thus lowering the scale of the. This information was sent during the 3rd stage of the beast tide. Genevieve, who was battling the beasts at the time, didn't hear the notification sound. Genevieve never expected that surpassing 1000 in all 4 attribute points would trigger such information. In her previous life, she had never heard of a side mission like the Frontier Garrison Defense Task. These 2 pieces of information contained a lot of details. Elder cousin, does this mean you have to go far away? That frontier garrison must be full of dangers. And those myriad races, do they refer to other non-human races? Could they be high-intelligence creatures from the desolate world? Lydia asked worriedly. I'm not sure either, but I am in contact with the national team. The think tank members are still around. They will surely analyze these 2 world messages thoroughly and give me advice. I won't take risks blindly, Genevieve said. Everyone in Alger domain knew that Genevieve had support from the national team. Hearing her cousin's words, Lydia felt slightly relieved. Elder cousin, I know you're very capable, but I still don't want you to take excessive risks, Lydia said. Genevieve patted Lydia's head and comforted her. Don't worry, for the sake of our family, I won't take unnecessary risks. After comforting her younger cousin and dismissing her, Genevieve's expression turned serious. Chapter 120, Side Mission 2. Genevieve was about to ask Jin if he had seen the messages on the World Channel and whether he knew anything about the 10,000 races and the frontier. But as soon as she opened the private chat interface, she saw a message from Party Elder. Little Lee, have you seen the information on the World Channel? Please reply if you have. Genevieve, just saw it, I'm still trying to interpret it. I don't know if you have any related information. Carmine, we have a bit. Right now, our leaders are having people gather more detailed information. You should wait for now and not act hastily. This matter concerns all of humanity, and we value your safety greatly, so we need to collect more information. Genevieve, alright, I'll wait for your news. Admittedly, when faced with something unknown and unprecedented that she had to do, not only did the national team take it seriously, but they also helped her gather relevant information and strategize. Genevieve felt reassured by this. She used her premonition talent to predict that this would be difficult to handle, but it wouldn't endanger her life, and she immediately relaxed. As long as her life wasn't in danger, that was enough. The citizens of Huagu country lost their initial advantage due to Jin's rebirth and have basically run out of advantages. Since the 6th wave of Beast Tide, the level-up speed of human players has been unable to keep up with the level-up speed of the monsters. If, as mentioned in the World Channel, players could go to the frontier to kill monsters, reduce the scale of the Beast Tide, and thereby decrease pressure, this would give players more time to grow. For Genevieve, this choice wasn't difficult at all. Not only would killing these monsters result in double critical hits for her, but she could also absorb attributes from them. She had been waiting for this opportunity to slaughter monsters freely. What made Genevieve hesitate was the mention of the 10,000 races and the human race in the information. This implied there were many non-human races at the frontier, and with her limited experience, she couldn't imagine what they might be like. Players with premonition talents on the national team may predict differently from her, she didn't know what results they got. In any case, since this matter was significant, the national team would definitely spare no effort in gathering information. Genevieve just needed to wait. Of course, with Genevieve's character, she wouldn't sit around doing nothing, passively waiting for others to provide her with information. She thought for a moment and posted a bounty notice in chat channel 2. If any player provided useful information about the frontier and the 10,000 races, she would reward them according to the information's value. The information on the World Channel was visible to everyone, so she didn't need to be secretive. Due to this, Genevieve had no heart for monster hunting. As she walked back to her small villa, she saw her parents hurriedly come over to find her. It was clear they had seen the 2 messages on the World Channel. The national team is gathering relevant information and advises against me acting rashly. So don't worry, I'll prioritize my own safety. I just used my talent to predict it's not life-threatening, Genevieve comforted her parents. Hearing that the national team took the matter very seriously and that their daughter's talent predicted no danger to her life, both Anson and Julia visibly relaxed. At this point, Jin messaged her, wait for me a moment. My 4 attribute values are just short of reaching 1000. Once they do, we can head to the frontier together. Genevieve had initially intended to check the situation first, but since Jin suggested this, she didn't mind. After all, this matter could concern the survival of all humanity, and such a heavy burden was something she felt she couldn't shoulder alone, nor did she want to. Jin was undoubtedly the most suitable person to take on this responsibility. Genevieve, no problem. Jin, once we enter the side mission, we may not be able to return to our territory at any time, so you should arrange everything here properly beforehand. Genevieve, okay. Hearing from their daughter that other players' 4 attributes were nearly reaching 1000, Anson and Julia felt relieved knowing their daughter wouldn't be facing danger alone. What Genevieve didn't expect was that after her cousin surprised her, her father gave her another surprise. He had previously drawn 2 replication cards during a draw. Because Anson didn't quite understand the value of these cards after all, Genevieve's double critical strike talent made their supplies abundant, he didn't see how valuable a card that could replicate items could be. So he only remembered it now and handed them to Genevieve casually. Now, Genevieve had 3 unused replication cards in hand, which meant she could start replicating again. This was almost like getting an endless chain reaction. Thinking of something she had been worried about, she hurriedly poked Jin and asked, "Your replication time must be coming up soon, right?" Jin, in about an hour. With this extra hour, she could accomplish a lot. Genevieve immediately sprang into action. She asked her father to help her open the 11 golden treasure chests she had obtained today. Although Anson was puzzled why his daughter didn't open them herself to trigger critical hits for double rewards, he knew there must be a reason behind her request. Without any words, he opened the chests. Without triggering critical hits, Genevieve received 165 types of materials. She looked through the items and found quite a few orange quality seeds and food, which she handed over to her mother. There were also several orange quality equipment and items among them, including a new type of item, an orange quality earring. Orange quality earring continuously restores spirit power, increasing the recovery speed by 5 times after wearing. Requires 200 points or more in constitution and spirit value to wear. Durability 800. This orange quality earring was excellent for Genevieve. With this earring, even if her spirit power was completely depleted, it would fully recover within 10 minutes. However, such an item's durability decreased very quickly. What delighted Genevieve most was finding 5 50% off shopping cards, 3 replication cards, 2 random enhancement cards, and 2 double critical hit cards in the golden treasure chests. Excited, Genevieve took out the random enhancement card. Random enhancement card, when used on an item, it provides an enhancement of 5 to 100 times. This card was somewhat similar to a critical hit card, but it relied more on luck. However, even with bad luck, it provided at least a 5-fold increase. Feeling incredibly lucky today, Genevieve thought she could use an enhancement card for future very precious items. No, having only 2 was too few. Since she had so many replication cards, she could replicate it 100 times. Adding the critical hits from opening chests, she would have 400 enhancement and replication cards. This way, she could also replicate more materials. With great enthusiasm, Genevieve asked in the Herschel Estate channel if anyone had drawn orange quality or red quality items and asked them to privately reply to her. She wanted to select better items for replication. Since all formal residents of Herschel Estate had gained over 10,000 reputation points this time, everyone indulged in the drawing. Even though Genevieve didn't ask, they had already shown off their results in the Herschel Estate chat channel. Each formal resident had drawn red quality and orange quality materials. Chapter 121, A Bumper Harvest. When Genevieve asked, Bron and Barkley immediately sent her the red and orange quality items they had drawn. Earlier, it was only after Genevieve said she didn't need their supplies that Bron didn't give her any. Kinley, Kato, and Oriv all drew red quality items too. They had already sent their items to Genevieve after drawing them. What Genevieve did not expect was for Astrid to reply so quickly, telling her that she had drawn a red quality tool and an orange quality item. Her aunt's response was the last to arrive. She mentioned that she had only drawn a red quality tool. Genevieve asked them all to send over the items so she could take a look at them before returning them. Genevieve tidied up the supplies in her hand and placed them into a gold treasure chest. Red quality crystals times 5, red material packs times 2, red quality skill books times 1, red quality energy air conditioner blueprint times 1, red quality smelting furnace blueprint times 1, red quality greenhouse blueprint times 1. Orange quality defense towers times 10, orange material packs times 10, orange quality crystals times 10, orange quality animal husbandry blueprints times 1, orange quality earrings times 1, orange quality headbands times 2, orange quality combat boots times 2, orange quality protective suits times 1, orange quality wrist guards times 1, orange quality skill books times 3, orange quality stamina recovery potions times 5, orange quality healing potions times 5. More 50% discount shopping cards times 5, copy cards times 6, random enhancement cards times 2, 5 times critical hit cards times 1, double critical hit cards times 1. Blue quality crystals times 10, blue quality defense towers shields times 50, green quality materials times 110. To fill the remaining empty slots, Genevieve placed orange quality fruits that could permanently increase mental strength and constitution. Genevieve first conducted a crazy round of duplication, but unfortunately, she could only duplicate 100 times before being unable to duplicate further. At this moment, Jin also sent Genevieve a message. The items she had duplicated with the copy card until they couldn't be copied anymore could still be duplicated by his talent for copying. So, among the supplies she had replicated yesterday, she could keep 90%, while 10% were decided by Genevieve alone as payment for Jin. Though Jin did not want to accept it, he eventually took it when Genevieve insisted. After finishing the call with Jin, Genevieve, according to her original plan, put the 30 types of duplicated items into the gold treasure chest and discovered that each type of item in the gold treasure chest had a maximum limit of 40. Genevieve placed S-grade talent upgrade pills times 40, A-grade talent upgrade pills times 40, B-grade talent upgrade pills times 40, D-grade talent upgrade pills times 40, talent stimulation pills times 40. Red quality skill upgrade cards times 40, orange quality skill upgrade cards times 40, blue quality skill upgrade cards times 40. Red quality crystals times 40, red material packs times 40, red quality defense towers times 40. Red quality energy air conditioner blueprints times 40, red quality smelting furnace blueprints times 40. Red quality protective clothing times 40, red quality stamina recovery potions times 40, red quality healing potions times 40. Orange quality defense towers times 40, orange material packs times 40, orange quality crystals times 40. Orange quality portals times 40. orange quality stamina recovery potions times 40, orange quality healing potions times 40, orange quality constitution enhancing potions times 40. Skill slot expansion cards times 40, double critical hit cards times 40, more 50% discount shopping cards times 40, copy cards times 40, random enhancement cards times 40, 5 times critical hit cards times 40, double critical hit cards times 40. She then used an enhancement card and received a 75-fold boost, resulting in 75 gold treasure chests. However, when she tried to use another enhancement card on this box, she received a message saying no further enhancements could be made. Therefore, whether or not an item was a replica, it could be boosted with an enhancement card, but each item could only be enhanced once. Another disappointment for Genevieve was that when she tried to open a gold treasure chest, her double critical hit talent did not trigger again. This was because all the materials inside the chest had been opened and the double critical hit had already triggered. Genevieve looked at the original treasure chest she used for replication. The materials in this chest had not been opened, and the items inside had not triggered the double critical hit yet. When Genevieve used an enhancement card on this chest again, unexpectedly, it triggered a 98-fold boost. Just as Genevieve was reaching out to open the subsequently boosted chests, like a rat in a rice jar, she suddenly thought of a question. She had quite a few 5 times critical hit cards. Since there was a difference between the copy card and her talent for copying, would there also be a difference between the critical hit card and her critical hit talent? Thinking of this, Genevieve took out a 5 times critical hit card. After using this card, the player can fully trigger a 5 times critical hit within half an hour while gathering, mining, farming monsters, or opening treasure chests. Genevieve did not hesitate to use it since she had many 5 times critical hit cards. Then she found that the 5 times critical hit card could indeed trigger a critical hit. This led to an exciting situation. Genevieve took out all precious supplies and started a series of boosts and openings, enhancing and opening again. After all the supplies could no longer be boosted, Genevieve, like a happy little mouse, was almost buried under the pile of treasures. A huge amount of red and orange quality supplies couldn't even fit in the spatial backpacks. Fortunately, she now had a large number of red and orange quality storage rings, otherwise, these materials would have buried her. Genevieve took a deep breath, and after eating her fill, she began to count the supplies she had obtained through this series of duplication, boosting, and critical hits. Even the least numerous S-grade talent upgrade pills amounted to more than 70,000. As for the rest, it was even more abundant. Despite her repeated use of enhancement cards, she still had 8,800,000. The most abundant were orange quality material packs, with over 1,500,000. Red quality material packs numbered over 800,000. Red and orange quality defense towers totaled up to 1,800,000. With her eyes gleaming, the word wealth constantly circled in Genevieve's mind. With so many duplicate cards, enhancement cards, and critical hit cards, Genevieve wouldn't need to rely on Jin's duplication talent for quite some time. No, she still needed Jin's duplication talent because the original items she first duplicated hadn't been enhanced with enhancement cards. If she let Jin use his talent to replicate these, she could still have 20 duplicated treasure chests, allowing for another round of duplicating and boosting. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. So Genevieve immediately poked Jin and gave him the gold treasure chest she hadn't yet exploited thoroughly to replicate. Since she had already revealed the enhancement cards to Jin, Genevieve didn't hide the fact that she had obtained a large number of red and orange quality supplies from him. There were so many supplies that she alone couldn't handle them, and selling them all in Zone 2 wasn't feasible. She was more inclined to sell them to the national team to make it stronger. Moreover, much of these supplies came from Jin. Without his contribution, Genevieve wouldn't have obtained so many good materials to duplicate and boost. Many of the precious supplies Jin provided were funded by the national team. Chapter 122, Extraordinary Prosperity 2. In the end, Genevieve decided to sell 40% of the supplies she had replicated and enhanced to the state at a 10% price. The national team was willing to buy those rare supplies from her at 10% of their original price, so naturally, she returned the favor with the same price. Even at this rock-bottom price, Genevieve still earned 6 sextillion gold coins. However, since the national team couldn't pay this huge amount all at once, Genevieve only received 1 sextillion gold coins initially, with the remaining 5 sextillion to be paid off within 2 months. After their ended today, Genevieve took a look at the money in her bracelet mall. In just one day as a district leader, she had earned over 1.5 million gold coins in commission, which made her feel like she had struck it rich at the time. But less than half a day later, she suddenly had 6 sextillion gold coins credited to her account, leaving her numb to the concept of money. With so much money, she could buy anything she wanted without having to pinch pennies anymore. Junior sent another message to Genevieve, expressing gratitude on behalf of the national team for her selfless contribution. This made Genevieve a bit embarrassed, and she replied that she didn't deserve such praise. She hadn't given the supplies away for free, even though they were sold at an extremely low price, it was still a sale, not an act of selfless giving. Junior informed Genevieve that a player from the national team had come into contact with a high-intelligence creature in the wasteland world 2 days ago. Carmine, that intelligent creature looked very much like a beastman, walking on 2 legs but with 4 arms and hands. Its combat power was extraordinarily strong. Our military player had attribute values exceeding 500 in all 4 categories but still couldn't withstand its attack, nearly dying under its assault. Fortunately, he had a teleportation anchor and was immediately teleported back to his own territory after being attacked, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Genevieve was shocked. If even a player with attribute values exceeding 500 in all 4 categories couldn't resist, the combat power of that beastman must be incredibly high. Military players were different from ordinary players. Even if they had attribute values of 500 in all 4 categories, their overall combat power would at least match that of an ordinary player with attribute values exceeding 550. Genevieve, why did that beastman conflict with our military player? Given the style of the Huagua national team, they wouldn't provoke the beastmen without reason. Carmine, our player only discovered the existence of the beastman when he was attacked. He didn't know why it attacked him, but he clearly felt that the beastman intended to kill him. Carmine, the large batch of orange quality attribute enhancing food you provided has allowed more of our people's attribute values to exceed 500. Tomorrow, we will send out more people to explore various areas. We will inform you of any new information immediately. Xiao Li, don't rush into action. We expect some of our people to raise all 4 attributes above 1000 tomorrow, and then we can act together. Genevieve, okay, thank you for your information. The fact that there were beast men within their human-controlled territory worried Genevieve. She had thought that after upgrading her territory to level 6 and making adequate preparations, even if she wasn't in Alger territory, her parents and younger brother had enough strength to survive. However, given the capabilities of everyone in Alger territory, they might not even have a chance to escape if they encountered beast men. After some thought, Genevieve decided that her family should spend more time training each day. Just as Genevieve was thinking about this, she heard the worldwide announcement that she had also heard in her previous life. Congratulations to player Elmer for being the first to upgrade to a level 7 territory and is automatically recognized as a regional leader, with districts 1 to 15 falling under his jurisdiction. All players within his jurisdiction receive a bonus of 10 attribute points. Receiving this information was expected by Genevieve. The content of the message was almost identical to what she had experienced in her past life, just happening 6 months earlier. She had sold over 200,000 red quality material packs and over 300,000 orange quality materials to the national team specifically to help Jin upgrade his territory to level 7 quickly. A district leader falls under a regional leader. Although the regional leader had no authority to manage district leaders, once the national team grew stronger, most Huagua players would likely want to return to national management. Genevieve and her family wouldn't remain outside the Huagua player community unless there was a special reason. Therefore, Genevieve hoped that Jin would become the regional leader. Given their cooperative relationship and both being reborn, it was more beneficial for Genevieve if Jin became the regional leader. Moreover, becoming a regional leader would grant a large amount of experience, free attribute points, and golden treasure chests. This would allow Jin to grow stronger as soon as possible. Once he became stronger, he could obtain more benefits, and Genevieve could take a look at these benefits. After all, she had hundreds of thousands of replication and enhancement cards. Genevieve could actually reach level 7 territory earlier than Jin and snatch the position of regional leader. However, to be promoted to a regional leader, the number of residents in her territory must reach 1000, and Genevieve really did not want that many people in her territory. Moreover, for a long time, the regional leader would be the highest level manager of all humans on Water Blue Star in the Wasteland world, which was extremely significant. This concerned the life and death of all Huagua players, and Genevieve did not want to take on such a heavy responsibility. She believed it was already good enough to become a district leader, enjoying certain power without bearing too much responsibility. After Jin became a level 7 lord, there were significant changes in the territory ranking list very quickly. The level 5 lords ranked from 3rd to 13th almost simultaneously upgraded to level 6. After Jin, the former district leader of District 1, became a regional leader, Genevieve's district changed from District 2 to District 1. Fortunately, only the district number changed. The 10 cities under her name remained unchanged. Then, Genevieve saw the information about Jin's 4 attribute values exceeding 1000 points on the World Channel. Knowing that Jin was very busy now, Genevieve couldn't help but message him. When you upgraded your territory and your 4 attribute values surpassed 1000 points, how many free attribute points did you get? Jin, opening the World Channel rewards 200 points, 4 attributes surpassing 1000 reward 400 free attribute points. When Genevieve's 4 attribute values exceeded 1000 points, she also received 400 free attribute points. 600 times 10 is equal to 6000. Jin instantly gained 6000 free attribute points. Genevieve estimated that just from this, his 4 attribute values would not be lower than 1500 points. Jin, regarding the opening of the side quest, our people predicted that it concerns the survival of the entire human race, and we must enter as soon as possible. The more people entering, the better. Genevieve, Junior told me about this. How many people will meet the standard tomorrow? Jin, 7 people from the military, including me, and probably 2 or 3 from the government side. Genevieve was somewhat surprised. There were actually so many people. But this was a good thing. The more strong players among humans, the better. Chapter 123, the 4th Talent 1. Genevieve had already upgraded her prediction talent to S rank, reducing the cooldown time for using this talent to once every hour and providing more detailed predictions. Her prediction indicated that players needed all 4 attributes to exceed 1000 to trigger the side quest. It wasn't that having all 4 attributes over 1000 made one very powerful, it was the minimum standard. The side quest was extremely dangerous. With her current attribute values, she might be one of the lowest existences among the myriad races at the frontier. Genevieve told Jin about her prediction. Jin, our people found a damaged territory core half an hour ago. This territory core is a level 7 core. Then the player searched carefully and found the remnants of the territory wall covered by the forest. According to the player's estimation, this level 7 territory has been destroyed for no less than 10 years. Human players had only been in this world for less than 2 months, and currently, only Jin had upgraded his territory to level 7, so the owner of this level 7 territory must have been a non-human player. Jin, in our previous life, there were also players who discovered similar territory remains, which were also ancient. Genevieve, so, other racial players once lived in this area, or they may still be here. She thought of the old man mentioning the orc. Jin, our people encountered the orc at the edge of Zone 15. It may not be related to the players who left these ruins, as we've never seen orcs in our previous life. Human players are now divided into 15 zones. Apart from Zone 1, the leaders of the other 14 zones are national team players, and Zone 15 is on the outermost layer. The territory Genevieve established with Havelock is now classified under Zone 12, indicating how remote Zone 15 is. Genevieve, you mean the race that left these ruins was wiped out? Jin, that's what we gathered from our previous life. Genevieve fell silent, thinking of the fate of humans in their previous life. She imagined that when new players from other races arrived in this region and found the ruins of human territories, they would make similar speculations. Jin, this time, we can't let our clan face the tragedy of our past life again. Genevieve, you've changed many things, and human players are already quite different from our previous life. Jin, it's not enough. Our current changes are not sufficient to reverse the outcome. Our people predict that this side quest will be the main turning point to change our destiny. Genevieve had the same feeling. We've barely been in the wasteland world for less than 2 months this time around and are already involved in a side quest. I don't believe we can't change our fate. In our previous life, we died without ever activating any side quests. Jin, indeed. Although we currently have fewer than 1.5 billion human players, the good items we receive from opening treasure chests of side quests will greatly reduce the death rate. Before the 10th wave of Beast Tide, the number of people going offline should not exceed 10 million. The 10th wave of Beast Tide was another significant challenge in their previous life. Genevieve, with your current comprehensive abilities, your territory should be able to upgrade to level 8 within a month. By then, most of the national team players' territories will reach levels 6 or 7 and can accommodate all human players, thus avoiding the threat of the 10th wave of Beast Tide. Jin, there's a plan for this, but there's still a huge shortage of building materials. Hopefully, players whose 4 attributes exceed 1,000 can draw amplification cards. Although Jin obtained quite a few good items, including duplication cards and 5-fold critical strike cards, he didn't get random amplification cards. Everyone saw the excellent results of the combination of duplication, random amplification, and 5-fold critical strike. Without more random amplification cards, everyone feels quite deprived. Genevieve also hopes the national team could draw random amplification cards. She kept 500,000 for herself and doesn't want to have to sell them back to the national team again. After finishing talking with Jin, Genevieve considered and decided that during the waiting period before departure, she needs to try to enhance her attribute values as much as possible. Moreover, she will embark on a new journey and might rarely return to Alger territory, except perhaps during the day of the Beast Tide. Thus, she must hand over the management of the territory entirely to her parents. The captains and vice-captains of the national team have moved into Jin's territory, ensuring it won't lack management even if he leaves. Fortunately, Genevieve had long granted most of the management authority to her parents, and they managed Alger territory well. She doesn't need to worry about its management. However, the existence of the orc makes Genevieve concerned about her family's safety. After considering, she decided to significantly enhance her family's strength and increase the defensive capabilities of the territory. Previously, she didn't have the capability, but now with 1 quadrillion gold coins, duplication cards, amplification cards, and a 50% off shopping card from the mall, she could replicate and amplify again for a massive boost. Genevieve purchased red and orange quality potions for enhancing strength, agility, spirit, and constitution from the system mall. She also bought red quality pure water and bread. An S-rank body tempering technique book costing 100 million gold coins, materials for constructing advanced energy towers, and various other items totaling 30 kinds were placed in a gold treasure chest, which she then amplified using an amplification card, receiving a 35x boost. Feeling that the value was not high enough, Genevieve stopped there and directly opened the chest. After triggering the double critical hit, she received 75 of each item. Genevieve gave Jin 4 doses of each of the 4 types of potions. If he hadn't consumed these before, the potions should allow his 4 attribute values to exceed 2,000 points. Not only Jin, but even Oriv would see a significant boost in attributes after consuming these potions, ensuring all 4 attributes would surpass 1,000 points. However, Oriv was still too young, and the side quest situation was unclear, so Genevieve decided to only let him take the Constitution and Spirit enhancement potions for now. With Oriv's spatial talent, having a spirit attribute over 1,000 would result in a powerful attack range, allowing teleportation up to 1,000 kilometers, making it easy to escape in emergencies. As for Genevieve, she dared to take only the red quality Constitution enhancement potion, which added 800 points to her Constitution. She wasn't ready to consume the others yet and planned to wait until her Constitution increased by a few hundred more points. Genevieve then realized she could activate another talent and immediately decided to do so now. She took out 5 talent activation pills because each person could only consume 5 per day. After taking 4 talent activation pills, Genevieve finally activated her 4th talent, Insight. Insight, D rank. When activating this talent, it can quickly lock onto the monster's fatal weakness, delivering a lethal strike instantly, with no cooldown time. Genevieve used the talent upgrade card to upgrade this talent to S rank. Insight, S rank can penetrate all disguises and illusions, quickly locking onto the monster's fatal weakness for a lethal strike. No cooldown time. Chapter 124, the fourth talent 2. Although Insight is a passive talent, it is the most suitable one for Genevieve, who is about to go to the border area to start the side quest. Humans have too little knowledge of the desolate world. Genevieve can now easily deal with the wild monsters around her territory because in her previous life she had killed countless wild monsters and was very familiar with their weaknesses. The Doomsday Survival Game Guide compiled by Jin also clearly states the weaknesses of various beasts around their territory. The border area in the side quest is a place they never reached in their previous life. The task explicitly states that they need to kill monsters there. They don't know if they will encounter players from other races when they get there, or whether they can obtain information about the border area from these players. If not, if the monsters that appear there are similar to those on Aqua Blue Star, they might fall into difficulties or dangerous situations due to lack of information. Now that Genevieve has this talent, she can quickly know where the enemy's weakness lies. Unexpectedly, Jin was also thinking about this. He sent Genevieve an Insight skill book. The Insight skill is similar to Genevieve's Insight talent, as it can also reveal the enemy's weaknesses. Of course, a skill and a talent are different. Skills must be activated by the player when needed, while talents trigger instantly at will. Oriv and Trace both learned this skill. Genevieve thanked Jin and decided to give this skill book to her mother to learn. Genevieve touched the skills she already had and finally decided to add one more skill first, leaving the rest until after she went to the border area depending on what was needed. Genevieve decided to learn the sword and blade combo skill that she currently had. First, she used a skill slot expansion card to add a new skill slot. Then she learned the sword and blade combo, blue quality. It consumes 80 stamina and 2 points of spirit power. When swinging a sword or blade, it forms a 5-meter long sword aura or blade aura, causing double attack damage, which can be performed with strength at 10. However, if Genevieve wants to upgrade the sword and blade combo to red quality, her stamina value needs to reach 250 before learning it. If Genevieve wants to activate the side quest in the border area, her player level should at least be upgraded to level 10. So she simply upgraded her player level to 10. And then upgraded the sword and blade combo to red quality. Sword and blade combo, red quality. It consumes 300 points of stamina and 10 points of spirit, forming a 20-meter long sword aura or blade aura when swinging a sword or blade rapidly, causing quintuple attack damage, requiring strength of over 100 points to perform. This is a skill mainly consuming stamina. Genevieve already had too many skills that consumed spirit power, so she needed a stamina-based attacking skill. After upgrading the sword and blade combo to red quality, the intensity of its blade aura attack is equivalent to an attack with a strength value of 100. Genevieve's current strength value is over 2000, making her attack strength 20 times that of someone with 100 points. After learning the sword and blade combo, Genevieve left the territory to test her new skill. She needed to quickly master the strength of the new skill. She swung the Tang saber forward with all her might. A long streak of cold light landed on the snow, scattering snowflakes everywhere. An invisible force pushed the snow away for nearly 400 meters, leaving a neatly cracked path over 300 meters long, half a meter wide, and 10 meters deep in the ground. Despite such a powerful move, she only expended 100 points of stamina and 10 points of spirit power. Genevieve was pleasantly surprised by how powerful the blade aura was. She had seen her father use this move during the beast tide. The blade glow extended nearly 100 meters, splitting the bodies of wild beasts in two wherever it swept. Genevieve tried the move several more times until she became familiar with the force of the skill. Cracks appeared one after another in the snowfield in front of her. Genevieve's player level was upgraded from level 1 to level 10, increasing her stamina to 1000. After returning to the territory, she began taking green, blue, orange, and red quality stamina enhancement potions to increase her stamina points to 4000. With such high stamina, she could unleash the sword and blade combo over 30 times in one breath. Then Genevieve checked her gains for the day. In the beast tide, she killed a total of 17,592 level 5 monsters, 3,557 level 6 monsters, 223 green-grade ghost-type monsters, and 18 blue-grade ghost-type monsters. Triggering double critical hits, she gained a total of 2,237,840 experience points and 223.7840 gold coins. She absorbed 1,592 points of strength, 1,592.02 points of agility, and 1,592 points of spirit power. The wild monsters dropped over 30,000 white and green quality items, more than 30,000 wooden treasure chests, over 5,000 iron treasure chests, and 36 silver treasure chests. Although killing ghost-type monsters did not drop any items besides the treasure chests, the ghosts themselves had crystals. Genevieve obtained 223 green crystals and 18 blue crystals. Since these were extracted directly from the ghosts' mines, they could not trigger double critical hits. The green ghost-type monsters dropped iron treasure chests, while the blue ghost-type monsters dropped silver treasure chests. Finally, Genevieve opened her personal attribute panel. Player, Tianyuan Herschel. Level 10, 4917670600000. Strength, 2532.51, plus 100. Agility, 2530.79, plus 100. Constitution, 3598. Spirit, 2844.51, plus 100. Attack damage, 7907.81, plus 300. Defense, 3598, plus 200. Health points, 100. Stamina, 4000. World Prestige, 759. Talents, Absorption, S level, Critical Strike, S level, Premonition, S level, Insight, S level. Cultivation Techniques, Meditation Technique, S level, Body Tempering Technique level 4, S level, Saber Technique level 2, S level. Skills, Transformation, Red quality, Fireball Spell, Red quality, Ice Spike Spell, Red quality, Hindrance Spell, Red quality, Sword and Blade Combo, Red quality. Gathering Skill, Red quality, Alchemy Skill, Red quality. Equipment, Red quality Storage Ring, Red quality Protective Suit, Orange quality Agility Boots, Orange quality Strength Bracer, Orange quality Headband. Backup Weapons, Energy Bow, Red quality, Sound Wave Gun, Red quality, Tang Saber, Orange quality. Territory level, 6. Game currency, 1,533.96 billion gold coins. Inventory slots, 57500. Supplies, omitted. Genevieve looked satisfactorily at her impressive stats. She then stored most of her supplies in 3 orange quality spatial rings, intending to give one each to her parents and younger brother. She also prepared one each for her grandfather, maternal grandfather, and maternal grandmother, with only enough supplies for 2 or 3 people. Afterwards, Genevieve posted a large number of basic construction materials for upgrading territories on the District 1 trading channel, amounting to several hundred million units, enough to allow all players in the district to work together for a few days to upgrade their territories to level 4. She could view the basic information of all players in the district, and the purchasing restrictions she set largely prevented reselling. Although these materials sold at very low prices, selling them all would still net Genevieve hundreds of millions, up to several billion gold coins. Chapter 125 Preparations before departure. After organizing the supplies, Genevieve created 3 smelting furnaces for her father. This way, Chuck could refine all the white quality items and equipment into green quality, then further refine the green quality items into blue quality for sale. Although most players were still using green quality items and equipment at this point, they would gradually transition to blue quality over the next half-month. With Anson's talent, he not only earned experience points from refining items but also had a certain chance of producing higher-grade materials during the process. After sorting the supplies, those who had gone out to battle monsters in Alger territory began to return one after another. Genevieve sent a message for everyone to gather in the activity hall for a meeting. Everyone looked worried. They had seen the World Channel news and knew that Genevieve might leave the territory for a long time. Genevieve was the lord of Alger territory, and they owed their good lives to having such a powerful figure supporting them from behind. Big sister, don't go to the frontier by yourself first. Wait until I raise my 4 attributes to 1,000, then I'll go with you, Oriv said anxiously. I won't be going alone. I will be traveling with members of the national team, Genevieve replied. Elmer, who has his 4 attributes over 1,000, is an army player, right? Is he going with you? Bron asked. Elmer is our regional commander, a very powerful player who has been vying for the top spot with Bowden, Lydia added. He's called Jin, Lo Luo's high school classmate. After I entered the wasteland world, I found myself in the same village as his grandfather, Party Elder, Anson explained. Everyone knew who Party Elder was. Hearing that the army player traveling with Genevieve was also a top-tier powerhouse and her high school classmate put their minds at ease. Now we human players have regional commanders. As long as the regional commander and district chiefs agree, you can all migrate your territories to mine. Do you want to do so? Genevieve asked. Joe immediately responded, yes, let's do it quickly. Being temporary residents isn't ideal. Joe wasn't alone in this thought. Others nodded in agreement. Genevieve then opened her player bracelet and migrated everyone's territories to Alger territory. Of the 15 district chiefs, apart from Genevieve, all were members of the national team from Huasha country. When she requested permission to migrate several players, they all agreed without hesitation. As for Jin, he approved Genevieve's request the moment she made it. Stacy, leader, if we find our family members, can we bring them here? If my talent prediction shows no issue, then it's fine. Otherwise, discuss with the deputy lords. They also have the authority to migrate residents, Genevieve said. Genevieve granted her parents full privileges. Anson had always managed people well on Water Blue Star, and now with just a few residents in Alger territory, he was managing things excellently. He also frequently communicated with Party Elder, learning many management skills from him. While Genevieve was often running errands outside, Anson established more than 100 essential rules for the territory, which had a distinct Huasha official flavor. With these rules in place, even if more residents joined, the territory wouldn't fall into chaos. The main purpose of this meeting was to inform everyone about her upcoming departure and to see if they could trigger any latent talents by consuming talent awakening pills. She offered to sell or give away half of the pills to the people present but insisted they consume them in front of her because, apart from the Lin sisters, they were all family. It was a generous offer she would not repeat. If they wanted more pills in the future, they would have to buy them at 20% of the regular price. Each person took 5 pills, resulting in Barkley, Dara Shayla, William, and Rhea awakening their talents. Dara Shayla even awakened an attack-type talent, which delighted her as she demonstrated it in the courtyard. Her agile movements were a far cry from the frail woman who needed a cane to walk on water blue star. Now, with greatly enhanced physical stats, Bron, Ami, and Dara Shayla all appeared much younger. They were not only physically stronger but also brimming with vitality. Today, for instance, they found level 76 monsters too low level and went after level 89 monsters instead. This was one of the few benefits they had experienced since entering the Wasteland world. At first, those who failed to awaken their talents felt a bit disheartened. However, as Genevieve took out a large pile of skill upgrade cards, skill books, S-class body tempering cultivation methods, and orange quality strength, agility, constitution, and spirit enhancement potions, everyone quickly forgot about their disappointment. All these items could greatly enhance personal power, and they were being offered at half price, requiring only the day's monster loot for exchange. Everyone hurriedly chose what suited them best, following Genevieve's instructions by consuming and using them on the spot. Genevieve had made it clear that this was a one-time offer. In the future, if they wanted any of these items, they would have to buy them through the trade channel of Alger territory. These items were extremely expensive. Even with the cheap prices on the Alger territory trade channel, they would need to save for several months to afford just one or two items. Only after everyone's strength had almost tripled did Genevieve tell them about the information. She warned them to place the teleportation anchors properly and to immediately teleport back to the territory and notify others if anything went wrong. If Genevieve had mentioned this before enhancing everyone's strength, they might have been panicked. But the significant boost in power gave them more confidence. Moreover, Genevieve assured them that she had already arranged with the national team. If Alger territory faced a strong enemy attack, national team players would come to support them through the teleportation portal. Even in the Wasteland world, the national team was still the most powerful backup in players' minds. Knowing that the national team would come to their aid when needed, everyone felt reassured. Due to all the excitement and the fact that it had been a long time since they last gathered to chat, the gathering only dispersed at 10 o'clock in the evening. During these past 20 days, Genevieve had been busy outside, and her parents had been managing the affairs of the territory. Apart from the materials obtained in the past 2 days, there wasn't much else for Genevieve to entrust to her parents. After the gathering dispersed, Genevieve returned to her room to practice her body tempering technique. The side quest situation was uncertain, and she might have to kill a large number of wild monsters every day, so she needed to rapidly increase her constitution value. Chapter 126, Before Departure 2. Mariam spent the entire night cultivating the body tempering technique and finally broke through from level 4 to level 5. At level 1 of the S-grade body tempering technique, cultivating for 10 minutes increases constitution by 1 point. After reaching level 5, each 10-minute cultivation period increases constitution by 5 points. Although this increase might not seem significant compared to her current constitution value, it all adds up over time. Moreover, her 4 attributes had rapidly increased, and she needed to practice the body tempering technique to acclimate herself to her body's newfound combat capabilities. Mariam only went to sleep in the early hours of the morning after cultivating all night, having increased her constitution by 125 points. Even though she slept for only 2 hours and woke before dawn, she still felt refreshed and energetic. The higher her constitution value became, the less sleep she required. When Mariam reached the first floor, she was unsurprised to see her parents busy in the kitchen again. They must have woken quite early and already prepared a lot of food. Now that Mariam consumed orange quality food with little effect, she needed red quality food to satisfy her needs. If even red quality food wasn't enough to fill her stomach, she would have to resort to eating beast meat. After all, the best quality items available in the Bracelet Mall were only red grade, unless her mother could cultivate better rice and vegetables using her innate talent. In her previous life, during the 30th Beast Tide, purple quality equipment appeared in the Prestige Mall, which was several times more powerful than red quality gear. With purple quality equipment available, there could be purple quality food as well. The orange quality rice planted by her mother hadn't matured yet, so Lilu didn't have any to eat. She had purchased 1 pound of red quality rice and 1 pound of potatoes from the Bracelet Mall yesterday, along with a few red quality cabbages and leafy greens grown by her mother. After replication, enhancement, and critical hits, they obtained hundreds of thousands of pounds of these items. Her parents were now cooking rice balls with red quality rice and stir-frying dishes in the kitchen. Inside the rice balls, they added red quality vegetables and level 10 beast meat, crafting them into a size that Li Luo could eat in 1 bite. This level 10 beast meat was obtained by Abraham when he hunted level 10 monsters outside yesterday afternoon. Mariam first ate 500 grams of red quality cabbage, permanently increasing her constitution by 20 points, since she had never eaten red quality cabbage before. Then she ate 10 red quality rice balls, each about the size of a dumpling, and was pleased to see an increase of 20 points in stamina. At this rate, eating 4 or 5 pounds of such rice balls would give her a feeling of fullness. Mariam no longer expected to fully restore her stamina through food but hoped that what she ate would leave her feeling satiated before overeating. Given her current constitution, she would only feel overly full after eating around 5 pounds of food. After having her fill, just as dawn was breaking, Li Lu received a message from Yui. Yui first informed her of the latest news regarding the orcs and the ruins. According to Yui, yesterday the national team players dispatched 500,000 people to explore the area where human players were located. Players who dared to wear flying suits to explore all had attribute values exceeding 200 points. Considering they had only been in the barren world for 2 months, It took Li Lu until the 10th month of her previous life to reach such high attribute values. This information showed how strong the national team was in this lifetime. Based on the reports from all explorers, two major facts were confirmed. Firstly, there were indeed non-human players living in the region they occupied about a decade ago, although now only the remnants of their territories remained. Secondly, apart from human players, no other intelligent species existed within the survival area of human players. The orc encounters reported by military players occurred at the fringes of the human player survival area, and subsequent searches yielded no further findings. The news that no orcs were currently active in the human player survival area made Mariam feel much safer. Still slightly wary, Li Lu used her prediction ability and confirmed that Yui's information was mostly accurate, allowing her to relax. However, she did not plan to tell her parents, believing it better for them to remain vigilant about the outside world. Carmine, 3 of our military players surpassed the 1,000-point mark in all 4 attributes last night, and we expect 5 more to do so today. We've decided that you will depart the day after tomorrow morning. Do you have any objections? Li Luo, none. Li Luo wasn't in a hurry. Extra time to cultivate and boost her constitution above 4,000 points would be beneficial. After discussing for a while, the conversation ended as Yui had to attend to other matters. While exchanging messages, Mariam also helped Yui open a large number of iron treasure chests and silver treasure chests. Although the national team had 5-fold and double critical hit cards, they only used them on golden treasure chests, not even sparing them for silver ones. For the national team helping the national team open treasure chests, Mariam was all accepting. She could still earn a substantial amount of green crystals from it. Even though she hardly needed green crystals now, the players in Area 1 required a lot of them. Most players currently used green quality energy equipment and items. Having grown accustomed to gathering materials during the day, today, despite having no missions, Mariam couldn't stay idle. After some thought, she teleported to the second territory using a teleportation anchor. This sub-territory still had plenty of materials to gather. Mariam spent the morning collecting resources within a 2,000-kilometer radius. During this process, she finally came across the ruins left by the previous non-human players. The broken level 5 territory core turned into a complete level 1 territory core as Mariam collected it. Once she picked up the territory core, the entire ruined site vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At the same time, she obtained several 10,000 units of construction materials and over 30 broken spatial backpacks. After fusing the broken spatial backpacks, Mariam got 3 units of stone, 12 pieces of green quality equipment, and items. This showed that the residents of this territory were on the brink of exhaustion when it was destroyed. Upon returning to Sunny Territory, Mariam put the newly acquired 3 billion units of construction materials up for sale in Area 1's trading channel. Because the construction materials she listed had strict limits, even players who met the purchase criteria had to buy them daily within a quota. Thus, only 1/10 of the materials she listed yesterday had been sold. These 3 billion units of wood and stones were unexpectedly obtained, so Mariam relaxed the conditions somewhat. After dealing with these matters, Mariam didn't go out in the afternoon but stayed home to practice the body tempering technique. By the late night when she was about to rest, checking the world channel, she saw that 8 players already had all 4 attributes exceeding 1,000 points. Apart from Mariam, the other 7 players were military players. This was within Mariam's expectation. Since Jin himself was a soldier, his rebirth naturally gave the military more advantages. Chapter 127, Teleportation Token. On the 56th day of the desolate world, Genevieve, who was all packed up and ready to go, noticed it was just 2 minutes until the departure time agreed upon with Jin and the others. She then took out the Borderland Identity Teleportation Token from her spatial backpack. This was an elongated metal plate, about the size of her palm, jet black all over. Both sides were cast with a planet-like pattern. Genevieve examined the pattern on the metal plate closely. The more she looked, the more she felt that the planet in the picture resembled Water Blue Star. The part that took up 4/5 of the planet's shape strongly reminded her of Antarctica on Water Blue Star. Just as she was thinking of asking her father to come over and confirm it, the planet pattern suddenly lit up, shooting out a beam of white light that enveloped her. Anson, Julia, and Oriv, who were on the scene, rushed to pull her as soon as they saw the white light shoot out from the identity token in Genevieve's hand. But just as their hands reached out, the white light vanished, along with Genevieve. The 3 Lees were greatly alarmed. Anson quickly opened his friend list and was slightly relieved to see his daughter's icon still lit up. However, her icon had turned yellow-green, indicating she was unreachable. Anson tried sending her a message, and surprisingly, it went through. Yet after waiting for half an hour, Genevieve still did not reply. Anson grew anxious again. For her to disappear in front of them like this, she must know how worried her family would be. She could only fail to report back if she was unable to contact them. Suppressing his concerns and anxiety, Anson messaged Junior to inquire about Jin and the other players who had arranged to go to the Borderlands with his daughter. Julia and Oriv didn't dare disturb Anson, only staring at him anxiously as they waited. After Anson sent the message to Junior, he immediately received a response. After several exchanges of messages, the tense expression on Anson's face eased somewhat. The national team says that the others also got enveloped by white light when they held onto their identity teleportation tokens and then disappeared. Their icons stayed lit but they couldn't be contacted. 2 players in the military hadn't even taken out their tokens when they automatically flew out of their spatial backpacks, emitting white light that covered them before they disappeared, only seconds after our Helen, said Anson. Julia and Oriv breathed a small sigh of relief. So this isn't an accident, it's that the teleportation tokens have activated their function. Julia asked. The national team has concluded the same, Anson replied. The three of them looked at each other blankly, unsure of what to do next. Finally, Anson made a decision. We will carry on with our usual routines and try to increase our attribute values as much as possible. As stated in the game of post-apocalyptic survival, the attacks and HP of level 11 monsters are 10 times those of level 10. They couldn't help their daughter now, so they needed to focus on themselves and try not to hold her back. When the white light enveloped Genevieve, she immediately sensed the force of teleportation and didn't struggle. It felt as though only a few seconds passed when she found herself amidst a crowd of monsters. No, to be precise, she appeared under the foot of one monster. This beast was nearly 8 meters tall, its raised foot descending towards her head, less than a meter away. Genevieve swiftly moved out of the range of the creature's footfall while casting a harvest skill at it. Polluted Beast, level 13. Attack, 1300. Defense, 1300. HP, 13,000. Genevieve sucked in a cold breath. Reaching back, she drew a red quality Tang Dao and slashed backward. The blade energy cut through a wild beast that had been sneaking up behind her. Genevieve couldn't tell whether this pitch-black monster was injured. So she cast a slow spell first, causing the surrounding polluted beasts to move sluggishly, then cast a harvest skill again. It turned out to be a level 15 monster with over 15,000 HP. Her full-strength attack merely stopped the polluted beast from attacking and couldn't deal fatal damage. This monster's HP was still over 9,000 points. Understanding the situation, Genevieve darted forward, leaping into the air and slashing at the polluted beast's neck. Her talent told her this was the beast's vital point. More than half of the 1-meter-long Tang Dao embedded itself into the neck of the polluted beast. Genevieve kicked off its shoulders with both feet, using the momentum to pull the sword out and flip backward, landing steadily from a height of 7 meters. The polluted beast tried to bite her during her backward flip, but slowed by the slow spell, it missed as Genevieve landed on the ground. Indeed, that one slash dealt 7,500 points of damage. This meant the polluted beast had less than 2,000 HP left. Genevieve slashed at the leg of the polluted beast, and with her strength, she should have inflicted over 7,000 points of damage. But the health bar of the polluted beast was still not empty. Genevieve delivered another strike, and finally, the level 15 polluted beast turned into white light and disappeared, leaving a purple treasure chest on the ground. It seemed that killing monsters here did not automatically add drops to the spatial backpack, one had to pick them up manually. Genevieve tried using her mental power to wrap around the purple treasure chest and successfully put it into her spatial backpack. She didn't have time to think more because another polluted beast lunged at her. Her slow spell duration had ended, so Genevieve cast another one, causing the surrounding polluted beasts to slow down again. This polluted beast was only level 11, but even targeting its vital points, Genevieve needed 2 hits to finish it off. Genevieve continued slashing at the polluted beasts attacking her, using nothing but her slow spell, as her other skills couldn't be utilized. To clear the health bars of polluted beasts with over 10,000 HP, Genevieve had to deal maximum damage to quickly resolve the beasts closing in on her from all sides. The attack skills she had learned were area of effect spells, dealing only 1,000 to 2,000 points of damage per hit on single targets, requiring over 10 uses to kill surrounding wild beasts. After killing over a dozen polluted beasts, Genevieve became more proficient, reducing her kill speed by at least 3-fold. Her insight talent allowed her to accurately find the fatal weak spots of various polluted beasts. Here, the highest level polluted beasts were level 15. Once skilled, she could clear their health bars with just 3 moves, within 6 seconds. As Genevieve's kill speed increased, the number of polluted beasts around her decreased rapidly. Without any beasts obscuring her view, Genevieve saw herself in an interdimensional space, surrounded by a white haze. In this entire space, there were only polluted beasts and herself. Though this situation made Genevieve uneasy, it did not hinder her attacks in the slightest. When Genevieve killed the last polluted beast, the identity metal plate that had flown somewhere unknown came out again, enveloping her in a beam of white light. Chapter 128, Transport Hall 1. Genevieve, once again enveloped by white light, felt the sensation of shifting surroundings. Tensed up and ready for an attack, Genevieve found herself this time in a very spacious hall. Although there were other beings present, none of them intended to attack her. Just as Genevieve managed to glance around, assessing that there was no immediate danger, she saw the floating identity transport badge transform into a streak of white light shooting toward her right ear. Instinctively dodging to the right, she still felt something slightly cool touch her earlobe. Genevieve reached up to touch her right earlobe and felt a thin metal piece. Suddenly, a 6-inch sized light screen appeared before her eyes, displaying text in the language of the Flower Kingdom. Human player, Genevieve. ID number, 1. Warrior level, SSS. Damage, 7,900. Defense, 4,300. Health points, 100. Stamina, 4,1052. Spirit points, 3,020. This metal piece seemed similar to a player's bracelet. She glanced at the personal data in front of her, touched her earlobe again, and sure enough, the panel disappeared. Looking around, Genevieve realized she was in a hall that, while not bustling, was populated with many humanoid creatures. A quick scan revealed that all these humanoids wore armor, clearly signs of intelligent life forms. However, judging by their appearances, these beast men did not all belong to the same race. Their heads resembled various wild animals, all had 2 legs, but some had 2 arms, others 4, and even 8. Moreover, those humanoid creatures were chattering amongst themselves, and the device on her earlobe translated for her, "Another new race has arrived. I haven't seen this race before. This must be a species that entered the battlefield of 10,000 races a year ago. Didn't they say any who failed the trials would be extinct? Their checkpoints have had no guardians for 15 months, it is indeed likely they have been wiped out. Even if they haven't gone extinct, with border guardians appearing only now, most players of this race should be dead by now. This alien race is short and weak, who knows how they made it here?" The information contained in these sentences was immense. Just as Genevieve wanted to continue listening, a white light appeared before her. When the light dissipated, a tall young man with a coldly handsome face stood in front of her. It was Jin. As their eyes met and both were about to speak, Jin's identity metal badge transformed into a white light and rushed toward his earlobe. Then nothing more happened. From Genevieve's perspective, nothing appeared on Jin's earlobe. Yet Jin reached up to touch his earlobe, his gaze momentarily vacant before returning to focus. He touched his own earlobe once more. "This device can translate what the surrounding beastmen are saying," Genevieve said to Jin, then focused back on listening to the discussions. They knew nothing about this place, and the conversations among the beastmen could provide valuable information. Jin immediately understood and listened intently as well. After about 5 minutes, a third white light appeared before them, followed by a young woman with a beautiful yet resolute military demeanor. Once again, the same scene unfolded, with the young woman's identity metal badge transforming into a white light rushing toward her earlobe. The young woman looked at Jin and saluted him. "General, hello. I am Ebon Debbie." Debbie then turned to Genevieve and gave her a salute as well. "Herschel boss, hello." Genevieve returned the salute. "Hello, I'm Genevieve. Just call me by my name." Genevieve was familiar with Ebon, one of the consistently top-ranked players. She had helped Ebon many times. Though they exchanged plenty of information, they never discussed personal matters, so Genevieve didn't know Ebon was a female player. Now meeting in person, both felt an immediate connection. However, given the circumstances, they didn't have time to chat. Immediately after, a fourth white light appeared beside them. When the light faded, a tall young man appeared. He looked at Jin and gave him a military salute, then saluted Genevieve, addressing her as Herschel boss with certainty. Besides Genevieve and Jin, the 3rd through 8th players appeared within less than a minute of each other. Upon arrival, they all saluted Jin, calling him General, and then saluted Genevieve, addressing her as Herschel boss. Including Debbie, 3 of the 7 military players were female. Apart from Genevieve, the other 7 players wore a badge on their chest, which was very familiar to Genevieve. She had seen it many times when she was on Aqua Blue Star. These late-arriving military players surrounded Genevieve and Jin in a protective manner. This surprised Genevieve a bit. Before arriving here, Genevieve had analyzed the situation she would face. Though her overall combat power might be higher than Jin's, among the 10 people, 7 were military players, and 2 were police players. They were military and police family members, while Genevieve was alone. Furthermore, in terms of exterminating external enemies, probing, assessing situations, and making decisions, they were experts, whereas she was an amateur. She was prepared to follow the national team, adhering to the principle that the minority should obey the majority and non-professionals should yield to professionals. Genevieve thought it was natural for military players to show such obedience and respect toward Jin. Jin not only was highly capable but also held the highest rank among the 7 military players, so it was no surprise that all military players looked up to him. What Genevieve hadn't anticipated was that besides Jin, the other military players called her Herschel boss with respect and treated her and Jin as leaders. Genevieve felt they must have discussed beforehand how to address her and what attitude to adopt toward her. Regardless of whether they would truly follow her lead later, at least now they showed respect for her strength rather than excluding her because of their numbers. At the signals from Genevieve and Jin, the later arrivals remained silent, quickly focusing on listening to the discussions among the beast men. Initially, the beast men talked loudly and freely about the newcomers. As more and more players from Huaxia appeared, the beastmen's voices became quieter, and their gazes shifted from disdain to surprise. The beast men said that when they first arrived at the frontier, they came one by one, never seeing any race come in such large numbers at once. Thus, some of the beast men began to speculate that Genevieve and her group belonged to a special race with unique abilities. Chapter 129, Transportation Hall 2. The 9th young female player to appear had the same resolute demeanor as the others, and she also wore a badge on her chest, though it was slightly different from Jin's group. Moreover, instead of saluting Jin first and then the rest, she greeted everyone at once. "Hello, my name is Sylvie, player IDJ 363600. Sylvie's gaze fell upon Jin and Genevieve. Jin and Genevieve both returned her salute. Sylvie smiled at Genevieve and said, "Herschel Master, you are even younger than I imagined." Genevieve replied somewhat helplessly, "Just call me Genevieve. Titles like Master make me feel awkward. I only got here because of some early advantages. I'm not much stronger than any of you." Everyone present had extraordinary talent. Genevieve's advantage lay in her being a reborn player. "Then we'll call you Helen from now on," Sylvie said straightforwardly, noticing that Genevieve genuinely disliked being called Master. Just as Sylvie finished speaking, the last human player appeared. This was a young male player with an identical badge on his chest as Sylvie. With this, all 10 human players had passed the trial and arrived here. All 10 were relatively young, ranging from 20 to 35 years old. As the identity metal plate of the last male player turned into white light and adhered to his earlobe, a strange voice rang in everyone's ears. Welcome for arriving ahead of schedule at the battlefield of myriad races and completing the test. In half an hour, you will be teleported to the newcomer's border defense. Please purchase supplies and prepare as soon as possible. Refer to the player information for more details. Upon hearing about the player information, Genevieve instinctively tapped her player bracelet but found it could not be opened. She then remembered the identity metal plate that had turned into a transparent thin sheet and attached itself to her earlobe. With a thought, a light screen appeared before her again, but this time it did not display her personal data. Instead, 3 interfaces appeared. The first interface was the personal information page Genevieve had seen before, the second was the human chat channel, and the third was the information exchange channel for all races. The information exchange channel for all races was still grayed out and inaccessible, while there were a few unread messages on the human chat channel. After reading them, Genevieve finally understood what the beasts were queuing up for. This identity card interface did not have a trading channel, so all the supplies they needed to purchase had to be bought from the sales center in this hall. Genevieve glanced at her personal information interface again. Now it included experience points and wasteland coins. Her experience points were 7,700, and her wasteland coins were also 7,700. Genevieve realized something. She had killed 100 corrupted beasts within the allotted time, yet even if all those beasts were level 15, the experience wouldn't add up to 7,700. The only explanation was that her double critical hit talent worked here, albeit under certain conditions. When she had previously killed corrupted beasts, the dropped purple treasure chest did not trigger her double critical hit talent, which made her quite disheartened, thinking it wouldn't work here. To confirm her suspicions, Genevieve asked Jin, how many corrupted beasts did you kill today, and how much experience did you gain? 99, 4180 experience, Jin answered without hesitation. I killed 94, 3970 experience, Debbie followed up quickly. Others reported their stats in turn. The other 8 ranged between 92 and 94, gaining experience similar to Debbie's. Genevieve had initially only wanted to ask Jin to verify whether her double critical hit talent was triggered. Unexpectedly, everyone misunderstood and shared their own situations. Once everyone else reported their numbers, she hurriedly shared hers too. Upon hearing that Genevieve had killed 100 corrupted beasts, everyone looked at her with admiration. Killing monsters within the same time limit, Genevieve could kill a few more, undeniably proving her strength. My warrior rank is SS grade, Sylvie said. So is mine, Hampton added. So is mine. And mine too. All 8 players' warrior ranks were SS grade, except for Genevieve and Jin, who were both SSS grade. This warrior ranking must be related to the number of corrupted beasts we killed, Jin remarked. It's also related to our personal attributes when entering here. Our rankings should be excellent, really excellent, Genevieve supplemented. It was her intuition. We'll discuss this later. Now let's queue up. Don't forget we only have half an hour, Jin said. In fact, no one had forgotten, they were just not in a hurry since there was still plenty of time. While they were talking, they had long observed the situation in the hall. There were roughly over 100 orcs in the hall, forming 20 queues. The orc at the front of each queue would walk onto a platform half a meter high and be enveloped by a white light sphere emitted from it. After about 2 minutes, the white light sphere would vanish, and the orc would step down from the platform and then walk to the teleportation array in the hall to leave. Genevieve and the others split into pairs, following behind the orc queues. The orcs showed no concern about being tailed. Naturally, Genevieve paired up with Jin, as she only knew him well. Genevieve wasn't surprised that everyone knew she and Jin were high school classmates. They had already privately agreed to call her Herschel Master, so they should have a clear understanding of her background. The group Genevieve was in had a relatively smaller number of orcs ahead of them, only 2. She watched as the orc in front of her walked up to the prominent circular platform and stood there, instantly being wrapped in a white light sphere. Previously, Genevieve thought the white light sphere obscured her view of the orc from a distance. But now, from this close proximity, Genevieve sensed that the orc was not inside the white light. It disappeared the moment the white light enveloped it. She turned back to look at Jin, who clearly felt the same. He said thoughtfully, interdimensional space. After about 2 minutes, the orc reappeared within the white light sphere, which then vanished, and the orc quickly dashed towards the nearest teleportation array. Genevieve sensed that this lone departing orc was tense and alert. Jin said, let me try first. Genevieve and his group were the first to reach this position, while other groups of human players still had 1 or 2 orcs ahead of them. Genevieve didn't argue with Jin. In a team, someone had to lead, and he was the most suitable person. She trusted him implicitly. Jin walked to the spot where the orc had stood. Just like before, a white light sphere appeared and enveloped Jin, and Genevieve felt his presence disappear from that spot. Chapter 130, Transmission Hall 3. Genevieve turned her head to look at the orc rushing towards the transmission array. The activation of the transmission array seemed to require some time. When she looked, the orc hadn't been transmitted yet, but energy fluctuations had already begun. Several orcs around were quickly approaching that transmission array. Genevieve observed for less than 2 seconds before 2 more orcs rushed into the transmission array along with the first one. Immediately after, the transmission array was enveloped by a white light sphere. Once the white light vanished, the 3 orcs were teleported away. Although she couldn't discern the expressions on the 3 orcs' faces, in the instant before the white light appeared, the first orc inside made an attempt to push the other 2 back out of the transmission array. It failed to push those two orcs away and ended up being teleported with them. That orc had been alone, just having purchased items from a merchant. This situation inevitably made Genevieve think of robbery. She exchanged glances with the other companions, everyone's eyes showed wariness. Clearly, they had all witnessed the scene and shared similar suspicions. They could also encounter what that orc faced, given the many covetous eyes around them. Taking advantage of this idle moment, Genevieve took out a purple treasure chest, opened it, and immediately stored the contents into her spatial bag. 4 bottles of pure water of purple quality, 2 pieces of protective clothing of purple quality, 2 long swords of purple quality. Genevieve took out a bottle of pure water of purple quality. 100 milliliters can increase physical strength by 100 points, suitable for use only if constitution is 1000 points or higher. After putting it into her spatial bag, she took out the purple quality protective suit, defensive value of 1000 points. It can resist extreme cold down to minus 150 degrees and extreme heat up to 150 degrees, durability 1000. Purple quality longsword, can deliver 500 points of damage, durability 1000, requires over 1000 strength points to use. All the items obtained were of purple quality. What pleased Genevieve most was that although she didn't trigger her double critical hit talent when the treasure chest dropped, she did so while opening the chest, thus obtaining double the amount of items. Touching her earlobe, Genevieve entered the human player chat interface and tried sending a message to Jin. As expected, her message couldn't be sent. This confirmed Jin's earlier guess that being enveloped by the white light sphere meant entering a different dimension. Genevieve sent the quantity and details of the items she obtained from the purple chest to the group chat. Sylvie, Ansel, and Debbie reacted quickly, almost simultaneously messaging her to wait until they were in a safer place before opening more chests. 2 minutes later, as expected, Jin reappeared within the white light sphere. After the light vanished, he stepped down from the round platform and looked at Genevieve. Genevieve said, "When I tried to send you a message after you entered the white light sphere, it wouldn't go through." Jin replied, "Once inside, you have to browse goods and shop as fast as possible, with a 2-minute limit. If you have enough Baron coins, try buying spirit quality protective clothing. None of us have enough Baron coins." Both spoke almost simultaneously, each focused on their own thoughts, yet they both clearly heard the other. Genevieve nodded, understanding him. If her double critical hit talent could be triggered, then Jin's copy talent should also work. Thus, it would be best for everyone to buy items separately for Jin to copy. Genevieve stepped onto the platform and instantly felt energy fluctuations below it. Soon after, she was enveloped by a white light sphere. After being enveloped by the white light, she felt the same sensation of relocation as when the identity metal transmission badge transported her, except this time it was much faster, lasting less than a second compared to at least 5 seconds previously. Then, the white light disappeared, and Genevieve relaxed slightly upon recognizing her surroundings. She was teleported to a white space, where the screen in front of her appeared exceptionally clear against the snowy white background. The screen layout resembled the Bracelet Mall interface but was an enlarged version. At the top of the screen, her name and wallet account appeared. She saw over 1 million Baron coins listed there. Next to the number of Baron coins, there was a line of small print explaining the conversion rate. Apparently, the gold coins she earned in the human survival zone were converted at a ratio of 1 Baron coin per 1 million gold coins here. Genevieve winced at the thought of the exchange rate, such poor value for 1 million gold coins. With limited time, she allowed herself just 1 second to wince before starting to browse the product interface. Most of the product pages were grayed out and inaccessible, with only food, equipment, and weapons categories illuminated. Today, they had killed filth monsters in the testing area, gaining nothing besides the treasure chests and experience points. Despite obtaining the purple quality pure water, Genevieve often felt hungry, so she paid a lot of attention to food. Thus, she quickly glanced through the food section. There were quite a few foods that she could neither understand nor imagine the taste of. These foods could increase attribute points without any restrictions. Common grade foods added 100 attribute points per serving, while first stage spirit grade foods added 500 attribute points per serving. But one word for it, expensive. A serving of common grade food cost 500,000 Baron coins, while a serving of first stage spirit grade food cost 5 million Baron coins. The only thing she could afford was the nutrient solution. Nutrient solutions were also divided into common and spirit grades. Common grade nutrient solution, suitable for warriors with constitution from 1000 to 5000 points. The first time use can permanently increase 100 points of constitution value. First stage spirit grade nutrient solution, suitable for warriors with constitution from 600 to 10,000 points, and first time use can permanently increase 500 points of constitution value. Genevieve was naturally tempted, but looking at the price, a common grade nutrient solution required 1,000 Baron coins per bottle, and a first stage spirit grade nutrient solution required 10,000 Baron coins. Feeling that her Baron coins were particularly scarce, Genevieve did not dare to buy them right now and turned to look at the equipment. Equipment was similarly divided into common and spirit grades. Genevieve first looked at the protective clothing. Common grade protective clothing had a defensive value of 2,000 points, adding 500 strength and 500 agility. It could resist minus 180 degrees cold and withstand 280 degree heat, with durability of 2,000. First stage spirit grade protective clothing had a defensive value of 10,000 points, adding 1,000 strength and 1,000 agility. It could resist minus 273 degree cold and withstand 1,000 degree heat, with durability of 10,000. With such an obvious difference, No wonder Jin told her to buy spirit-grade protective clothing. Just this price was too beautiful. Common-grade protective clothing could be bought for just 10,000 Baron coins, while a piece of first-stage spirit-grade protective clothing required 1 million Baron coins. Although she only had over 1 million Baron coins, Genevieve did not hesitate to buy a piece of first-stage spirit-grade protective clothing. Finally, she went to see weapons. Weapon items were also divided into common and spirit grades, with prices being similarly beautiful. Due to today's encounter, Genevieve directly looked at the tang knives. A common-grade tang knife could deal 2,000 points of damage, while a first-stage spirit-grade tang knife could deal 5,000 points of damage. However, a first-stage spirit-grade tang knife needed 500,000 Baron coins, and Genevieve only had around 300,000 Baron coins left. A common-grade tang knife only cost 5,000 Baron coins, so Genevieve bought one to replace the tang knife on her back. In the last 30 seconds, Genevieve purchased 100 bottles of common-grade and 10 bottles of first-stage spirit-grade nutrient solutions. Chapter 131, Border City of Yase 1. Genevieve was transported back to the hall from the shopping space and saw Jin standing not far from the round platform, obviously waiting for her. Of their other 8 companions, 4 were already missing from the hall, clearly having entered the shopping space. The remaining 4 would go in one after another and could finish buying supplies within half an hour. After coming out of the shopping space, Genevieve immediately felt a distinct sense of being watched. Before entering the shopping space, that prying feeling had been faint, almost imperceptible. Now this prying feeling had become much more obvious. Genevieve also heard an orc say, "There are too many of them. I hope they will split up." In the direction where this sentence came from, there were 3 orcs who looked identical, presumably from the same race of orcs. Their identity metal plates could translate what the orcs said into understandable language. Genevieve estimated these orcs might have similar translators to understand what the humans were saying. She couldn't directly tell Jin about the orcs spying on them, so she glanced at him meaningfully. Jin seemed to know what she wanted to say and nodded slightly, saying, "Check the chat group." Genevieve used her mind to activate the light screen and entered the human player chat channel. While she was in the shopping space, Jin had sent quite a few messages in the group. Firstly, there were very targeted instructions on who should buy what supplies. From these messages, it was evident that Jin's team had plenty of gold coins, which would be worth over 500,000 wasteland coins. However, apart from nutritional agents, they could only afford mundane-grade equipment and weapons. Every human player stepping down from the round platform moved closer to Jin and Genevieve. With the stronger the crowd around them, the weaker the prying feeling became. Genevieve cast a glance at the group of orcs who hoped they would split up. They were no longer spying on them. Soon, the half hour was up. The white light emitted from the metallic chips attached to their earlobes once again surrounded them. This time, they were teleported together. As Genevieve counted to 6 in her heart, the sphere of white light vanished. The crowd found themselves teleported onto a battlefield, appearing inside a structure resembling a checkpoint. A long stone checkpoint diverted the approaching foul monsters, allowing only one to pass through each section. Genevieve and her companions were each teleported to the center of a checkpoint on a raised platform about 6 meters high and 2 meters in diameter. Each checkpoint was approximately 10 meters apart. As Genevieve steadied herself, an 18th level foul monster was just about to circle around the platform to get into the rear checkpoint gate. The sudden appearance of Genevieve did not draw the foul monster's attention. Confronted with the unexpected emergence of a foul monster, Genevieve instinctively drew her ordinary tang knife and slashed hard at the foul monster. Standing on the platform, Genevieve didn't need to jump to strike the foul monster's neck forcefully. Although this was not the foul monster's critical point, its head didn't display a health bar as it had during previous trials. She wasn't sure how much damage her strike caused. The attacked foul monster turned back furiously, intending to attack Genevieve, but was struck by her blade's energy at its vital point. Despite this, the foul monster still didn't die. Genevieve countered with another slash, blocking the foul monster's attack. However, Genevieve's strength wasn't as great as the 18th level foul monster's. With close combat weapons, she was forced back several steps and fell off the platform while the enraged foul monster tried to smash her dead. Genevieve had no choice but to jump down to dodge this blow, then leapt back onto the platform, striking the foul monster with all her might. The blade energy hit the foul monster's head. Just as it prepared to counterattack Genevieve, its body froze and disappeared into white light a second later. Genevieve was momentarily stunned. Killing this 18th level foul monster yielded nothing. Soon another foul monster charged at Genevieve, this one an 11th level, and she dispatched it with 2 slashes. However, this foul monster didn't drop anything either. Genevieve continued slaying the foul monsters one after another, receiving no loot whatsoever. By now, she was certain that aside from experience points and wasteland coins, killing foul monsters here offered no further rewards. No matter how many she killed, no treasure chest appeared. After 8 hours of intense fighting, the sky gradually darkened, while the lights on the checkpoints behind them grew brighter. As complete darkness fell, Genevieve and the others were suddenly enveloped in white light once more, reappearing atop the grand city wall above the checkpoint. With the checkpoint brilliantly lit, Genevieve gazed up at the pitch-black night sky without the usual anxiety. At this moment, Genevieve and her companions suddenly felt a heavy pressure descend upon them, pressing down so hard that they could barely move. They strained to lift their heads in the direction of the pressure. 2 orcs had appeared there at some point, though the area had been orc-free just moments before. These 2 orcs wore silver armor, their faces outside the helmets looking exceptionally fierce. Genevieve didn't sense any murderous intent from them. As the two orcs sized them up, the oppressive pressure grew even stronger, overwhelming even Genevieve. She felt like these two orcs were trying to press the 10 of them into the ground. However, each one stood as straight as possible, none of them yielding. This standoff lasted for about a minute before the less imposing orc said, "City Lord, weren't we told that the new arrivals of the human race are the weakest among all races? Yet, they've produced 10 transcenders within less than 100 days, all SS-ranked warriors or above. How is this called the weakest?" The orc referred to as City Lord sized up Genevieve and Jin, then said, "Welcome to Ye City. Your task is to defend Ye City. Remember, behind Ye City lies your people. Protecting Ye City means protecting your kin." Jin clenched his right fist over his heart, then gave a slight bow and said, "We will swear to protect Ye City and safeguard our human race." Under the overwhelming pressure from the two orcs, they were all putting up their full resistance just to stand straight. Even making such a small gesture was extremely difficult for Jin. Genevieve, standing slightly behind Jin, noticed that his body trembled slightly when he bowed, clearly using all his strength to make that motion. However, once Jin made that gesture, the oppressive pressure from the City Lord and its attendant visibly eased up, allowing them to no longer need to put all their effort into resisting the orc's pressure. The City Lord nodded slightly at its attendant and then vanished on the spot. The remaining orc looked at them and said, "I am the City Lord's deputy, Franklin. The City Lord values your human race greatly, which is why he came to meet you personally today. In the future, try your best to kill as many foul monsters as you can to repay the City Lord's favor. You must understand that our world was destroyed by the foul monsters. If we don't exterminate them, we will be extinguished. Therefore, your most important task in Ye City is to kill foul monsters." Chapter 132, Yesei Border City 2. After Donovan finished his long speech, he tossed a token to Jin. "I've arranged the best accommodation for you all. Remember to be grateful to me." With that said, Donovan vanished. At this moment, everyone who had been standing at attention finally relaxed and moved their stiff bodies. Jin held the token against his forehead for about 2 minutes before passing it on to Genevieve. Genevieve mimicked Jin by placing the token against her own forehead. Suddenly, a flood of information rushed into her mind, and it took her a while to organize it. This information was related to Yusei City and also the filthy creatures. Then Genevieve handed over the token to Sylvie beside her, who did as the two of them had done and placed the token on her forehead. While others were reading from the token, Genevieve walked to the railing outside the city wall and looked down. The checkpoint beneath them was the same one where they had previously fought. At this time, no soldiers on the central platform of the checkpoint were fighting the filthy creatures. Instead, one after another of these creatures rushed into the 20-meter-tall gate of the checkpoint, then vanished without a trace. Genevieve was certain that the filthy creatures weren't entering Yusei City through the checkpoint but were teleported away once they entered the checkpoint gate. Jin came up beside Genevieve and looked down with her. This checkpoint isn't an entrance to Yusei City but a teleportation gate. Where do you think these filthy creatures are being teleported to? The token's information suggests that the existence of these creatures is crucial to our survival, Genevieve mentioned. The wild monsters in our territory aren't filthy creatures, Jin replied. There wasn't much information available for him to make a judgment. Did that gesture you made earlier to the mayor have any special meaning? Genevieve changed the topic out of curiosity about how exactly the national team knew these things. We have a military player with a talent for having predictive dreams. He dreamt of me making that gesture to the superiors, symbolizing respect, Jin explained. That made sense. It explained why after Jin performed the gesture, the mayor and his deputy seemed less intimidating. Players with such talents could indeed play significant roles within the national team, even if the dreams were not under their control. I feel like the mayor was testing us, although I didn't sense any malice. Similarly, the deputy's attitude towards us improved after the mayor spoke to us, Genevieve informed Jin of her feelings. Before coming to the border, Grandpa Jiang sent Genevieve a long list of precautions, preparing her for possible hostility or attacks from other races. But unexpectedly, apart from some probing gazes, they received relatively good treatment upon settling in the border. That's already great. Before understanding more about other beast men, we should focus on fighting monsters. What do you think about the information from the token? How reliable is it? Jin asked. After reading it, I activated my prediction talent. At least 70% of it seems true. The remaining 30% may not be false but just viewed differently due to different races and perspectives, Genevieve responded. 70% being true is higher than I expected, Jin commented. Debbie also came over and leaned on the wall looking down. I wonder if there's a curfew here that forbids going out at night. There shouldn't be. In the territory, gazing at the night sky gives me a feeling of unease, but not here, Genevieve answered. I don't have that feeling either, but I always feel there are unknown terrifying creatures around the territory during the night, Debbie remarked. As they were talking, others quickly finished reading the token information, and finally, the token was returned to Jin. Holding the token, Jin addressed everyone. Let's go to our assigned accommodations first before discussing further. All these city defenders lived on the city wall. Since they would be responsible for guarding this area in the future, their lodgings were also on this stretch of the wall. Not far from them, closer to the inner part of the city, there was a gate in the wall. Jin opened it with the token. Upon seeing the spacious interior, everyone was surprised. The outer appearance of the wall hadn't suggested such vastness, yet inside, the hall covered more than 800 square meters. Deeper inside were over 100 rooms, each over 200 square meters. What delighted them most was that they held the token controlling this place. So no players other than those permitted by them could enter. This way, they ensured that only their people resided here. Everyone could hardly imagine what it would be like if they had to share this space with from other races. In any case, it would definitely be filled with vigilance. After dividing the rooms, everyone gathered in the hall again for a meeting, summarizing today's events and deciding on what needed to be done tomorrow. At the end of the meeting, Jin said, "Copy the purple treasure chests you obtained today and the supplies bought from the shopping space for me." Jin's replication time had been shortened to once every 8 hours. Everyone immediately took out the purple treasure chests they received today and marked them. Then Genevieve's 100 purple treasure chests dazzled everyone. "Heaven, how high is your luck value? I only got 30-something, but you have 100, Junseong A0002, also known as Cooper, exclaimed in amazement, with an envious look. "You're doing great with 30-something, I only have 20-something, Ningsu A80026 Zhao Liping said. She was the one who obtained the least number of purple treasure chests, while others had at least 30-something. Genevieve looked at Jin, noticing he didn't take out his purple treasure chests. She asked, "Aren't we supposed to get one for each kill?" Jin smiled at her in his usual way and said, "Not every filth creature drops a treasure chest. I only have 50-something chests." Seeing everyone's envious expressions, Genevieve couldn't help but smile broadly, realizing she must be a lucky person. Though the double critical hit talent couldn't be triggered when the treasure chests dropped, her good fortune made up for it. Jin put the marked purple treasure chests into the backpack space and everyone waited nervously for the replication result. First, Jin furrowed his brows and then relaxed them. After about a minute, he told everyone, "It can be replicated." Finishing speaking, he released a large pile of purple treasure chests in the hall. Everyone scrambled forward to find their own purple treasure chests, then all eyes turned to Genevieve, waiting for her to open the chests. These people knew that when Genevieve opened treasure chests, it would trigger her double critical hit talent. "Wait a moment, I have an idea," Genevieve said. Chapter 133, Border City of Yasai 3. In the shopping space, only Mariam was able to afford the first-grade spirit quality protective suit, while Jin bought a first-grade spirit quality tang knife. The others purchased mundane supplies. Mariam didn't rush to open the supplies that Jin had duplicated for her but instead asked everyone to put their mundane and spirit quality supplies into a purple treasure chest before applying an enhancement card. It turned out the enhancement card worked here but only with a 5-fold enhancement rate. "When I used many enhancement cards in Herschel territory, the lowest enhancement rate was 35-fold, Mariam said. "It seems there are restrictions on exploiting benefits here," Jin remarked, knowing how extravagantly Mariam had used enhancement cards before. When she used so many enhancement cards in Herschel territory, the lowest enhancement rate was 35-fold. Here, it's just 5-fold, indicating significant limitations. Among their companions, several had boosted their attribute points above 1,000 using red quality potions obtained through Mariam's exploitation. "We killed many wild monsters in the territory, but killing polluted monsters here only yields experience and barren coins, no drops at all. It shows how little reward we get here," Sylvie commented. Mariam tried a 5-fold critical strike card, opening those 5 treasure chests to gain 25-fold rewards. It seems they only compress random bonuses like the enhancement card to a minimum. "The 5-fold critical strike card clearly boosts by 5-fold, so it can't be compressed," Jin explained. The 5-fold critical strike card wasn't weakened. Mariam took advantage of its effect while it lasted and helped everyone present open their purple treasure chests. After gaining 5-fold supplies, everyone paid the compensation happily and packed away the large quantity of purple quality supplies. Although the performance of purple quality items was only half that of mundane ones, they still found plenty useful, especially water and nutrition solutions, which eased their anxiety about lacking replenishment. Since Mariam had the most treasure chests, she gained a considerable amount of supplies, particularly water and nutrition solutions. "Jin, our task here is to kill polluted monsters, which range from levels 11 to 19. With over 10,000 hit points and nearly 2,000 damage, they're lethal to us. Organize your gear, and try to assemble a set of purple quality equipment besides the protective suits." Following Jin's command, everyone laid out their acquired equipment: headbands, armor, wrist guards, and combat boots. Purple quality headbands added 500 mental points, wrist guards increased strength by 500 points, combat shoes added 500 agility, and armor boosted defense by 500 points. Adding Mariam's enhanced first-grade spirit quality protective suit with 10,000 defense points and a first-grade spirit quality tang knife dealing 5,000 damage points. Everyone's damage output almost doubled, surpassing 10,000. Mariam's damage output was just a few hundred shy of 20,000. With such high damage values, even against level 19 polluted monsters, as long as Mariam struck their vital spots, she could deal a fatal blow. She noticed the polluted monsters seemed somewhat intelligent. After hitting their vital spot once, it was almost impossible to find another chance to strike. Today, it took her more than 10 minutes to kill a level 19 polluted monster with 9 strikes. Mariam was also hit twice by the monster, costing her 2 durability points on her first-grade spirit quality protective suit. "I'm really close today. I had to change my red quality protective suits and armor 3 times. If this continues, it'll be disastrous," Cooper complained. "Same here. Luckily, we brought several red quality protective suits," Debbie added. "With this gear and weapons, we can fight the polluted monsters more freely tomorrow." Thanks to Luo Luo and Commander Lin, their talents are truly a blessing to human players, Sylvie sighed gratefully. Though Mariam charged everyone 10% of the value, getting items worth 1 million for just 100,000 was a great deal. Mariam's first-grade spirit quality protective suit, valued at 1 million Baron coins, earned her 800,000 Baron coins more in her account. Jin planned to duplicate 19 more first-grade spirit quality protective suits for her, accepting one spirit quality suit as his replication fee. Jin also made 40,000 Baron coins from selling his first-grade spirit quality tang knife. Mariam benefited too, but without needing to pay, as these were her rewards for helping him open the treasure chests. After distributing the loot, everyone tidied up their supplies. Then Debbie shared some news. Look at the identity plates, the interface on the light screen has changed again. There's an added merit value and human survival points. Hearing this, everyone touched their right earlobe. Mariam opened her light screen and saw that both the personal data interface and the human chat channel interface had a new line of text. In the personal data interface, there was an additional merit value. Merit value, 1900. Mariam counted and found that she had killed 950 polluted monsters at the Yasai checkpoint today, earning 1900 merit points. 2 merit points for 1 polluted monster. How many polluted monsters did you kill at the checkpoint today, and how many merit points did you get? Mariam asked Jin softly, who was sitting beside her. 945 monsters, 945 merit points, Jin replied. Jin gained 1 merit point per polluted monster he killed, while she gained 2 merit points per polluted monster due to double critical hit activation. Mariam checked her other stats and saw that her attack damage had increased to 8,000 points. This confirmed that her attribute drawing talent was also activated here. She had been most worried about this talent not triggering here, but now she was relieved to see it did. Mariam then looked at the human chat interface and saw a line of text at the top. Human survival points, 10000000001. The meaning of this line was quite clear. Does this mean that when the human survival points reach 100 million, our human race won't go extinct? Mariam asked Jin, somewhat excitedly. This had been her goal since her rebirth. Although under the joint efforts of the national team and Mariam, the number of human players surviving the 6th beast tide was indeed over 1 billion, Mariam never felt that the crisis of human extinction had truly passed. Her intuition told her that this was the real turning point for humanity's fate. It's possible. We just need to first figure out how this progress bar increases, then we can work towards it. Jin was also excited. It's definitely related to us. These survival points only started after we arrived here, Debbie said. It should be related to the polluted monsters we killed. The token information did say that if we kill more polluted monsters, the scale of the beast tide faced by human players will weaken, Cooper said. Chapter 134, Border City of Yase 4. When I was first teleported to the shopping hall and you guys hadn't arrived yet, I overheard those beast men talking about a certain race entering the wasteland world for a year already, but not a single player managed to reach the border city. So they concluded that the players of that race must have gone extinct. From their tone, this kind of thing seems quite common, Genevieve said. According to those beast men, new races are constantly being brought into the wasteland world. They're given around a year to develop and grow. If they fail to thrive, their entire race will be wiped out, Genevieve continued. That's how humanity in the previous life was completely wiped out. Hearing Genevieve's words, everyone immediately recalled the abandoned territories left behind by other races within their own territory. That particular race had likely already gone extinct. Pilray mentioned that the city lord was very surprised we reached the wasteland world in less than 100 days and could come here so soon. He even specially came to meet us because of this. This means our time as transcenders entering this place is faster than most races, Jin remarked. So what we're doing here isn't just a side quest but the main mission that will change the fate of our human race, Genevieve summarized. The others agreed with both of them. Has your prediction talent cooled down? Jin asked her. This meant he wanted her to predict the situation. Genevieve activated her prediction talent. Although the results were not entirely clear, she could confirm that the human survival points were indeed linked to killing polluted beasts. Since human survival points were directly tied to the survival of humans, everyone's expressions turned serious. Our top priority is to kill as many polluted beasts as possible, but if there's an opportunity, we should also gather intelligence, Jin said. When he mentioned gathering intelligence, his gaze fell on Debbie. Debbie nodded, indicating she understood. Genevieve also glanced at Debbie. It seemed Debbie's talent might be related to gathering information or social interactions. After the meeting, everyone said they would return to their rooms to train, each with a strong desire to become stronger. Genevieve practiced bodyforging technique for 4 hours in the evening and then slept for 2 hours before getting up. She drank a bottle of ordinary nutrient agent and ate 10 delicious rice balls made by her parents, finally feeling a happy sense of fullness without needing to eat a lot of food like before. Out of habit, Genevieve tapped her player bracelet after getting up, intending to check the chat channel, only to find that it actually worked. However, tapping in didn't do much use. Apart from the personal attribute interface, all other interfaces, including the bracelet mall, remained unusable and grayed out. Someone lightly knocked on her door. Genevieve opened it, intending to go out, and found that Jin was knocking. The other 9 people were already geared up and ready outside in the hall. Walking to the city wall, the scene was unlike last night when no one was around. Now, several beast men were moving about, all casting appraising glances at the appearance of Genevieve's group. Debbie quickly struck up a conversation with 2 beast men. From Genevieve's angle, she couldn't see Debbie's expression clearly, but those two beast men kept their eyes fixed on Debbie, conversing alternately with steady demeanor. Judging by their physique, they appeared to be one male and one female. Ahum, the female beastman stood at 2.8 meters tall and looked bulky, making the 2-meter tall male beastman appear petite and slender by comparison. As for Debbie, who was only 1.68 meters tall, she seemed tiny next to them. Considering her height wasn't even as tall as Debbie, Genevieve figured it was best not to approach them. Genevieve scanned over Jin and the few male players. These men, standing between 1.85 and 1.9 meters tall, truly paled in comparison to the beast men. It wasn't surprising that the beast men thought human players were weak. Genevieve walked to the outer edge of the city wall and saw that the wall stretched endlessly on both sides. She couldn't determine how many checkpoints there were. Beyond the checkpoints lay a desolate desert, filled with endless polluted beasts. All these beasts were heading towards Ye City where Genevieve and her companions were located. Just like the night before, the unchecked polluted beasts rushed into the checkpoint gates and disappeared somewhere afterward. Watching wave after wave of polluted beasts enter the checkpoint gates, Genevieve felt a growing anxiety, wishing she could stop all the polluted beasts from entering. Turning back to look at Jin, she was about to suggest they go kill more polluted beasts when Debbie returned after gathering information. The two beast men who had been talking with Debbie went back to their fellow clansmen on the city wall, apparently having approached on purpose. Those two beast men are from the Dagula planet. They said they arrived in the wasteland world 3 years ago. Initially, their population was 30 billion, now it's down to 2 billion. They said it took until the 11th month after arriving here for any players to show up, Debbie reported. I probed a bit, and it seems they didn't arrive here in total ignorance like us. They had a reason to come here, but they didn't say what it was. I'll find out later. Those two Dagula beings said their checkpoint is right next to ours. They've been here for 2 years, and before we arrived, our checkpoint had no guardian warriors. They also revealed that there's a super beast tide every month, during which many guardian warriors lose their lives. In these 2 years, over 30 of their people have died in Ye City, and now they only have about 20 guardian warriors left. The next beast tide is in 25 days. The deputy mayor mentioned the super beast tide in the token information, but it didn't specify that many guardian warriors would die. Genevieve looked at Debbie with admiration. Her talent was truly remarkable, able to get so much information from the beast men. Those two Dagula beings said their current survival points are 100,000,000,160. They're not entirely sure how the points increase, but they know that killing polluted beasts daily will accumulate enough to raise their points. Every 5 additional survival points delay their settlement's beast tide by 1 day, Debbie continued. This last piece of information made Genevieve and Jin realize the significance immediately. Delaying 1 day meant more time for human players to kill monsters, gain experience, and prevent the gap in levels from widening too quickly, avoiding an early disadvantage. Debbie's intelligence boosted everyone's confidence. Seeing such towering Dagula beings took 11 months to earn entry into Ye City, while they only needed 2 months, indicated their human race had great potential. Let's discuss this further when we return to our lodging tonight. For now, everyone, go down and kill beasts, Jin ordered. There were narrow ladders leading down from the city wall to the checkpoint below. Genevieve descended along the ladder, leaped onto the high platform of the checkpoint, drew her Tang Dao, and slashed at a polluted beast that tried to bite her. Chapter 135, Ye's Border City 5. Genevieve, whose equipment and item damage bonus reached an astounding 19,900, found killing the polluted monsters much smoother today. Polluted monsters below level 13 were basically one-hit kills, level 16 took 2 or 3 hits, and even at level 19, it only took 4 to 5 strikes. Hence, the speed of killing monsters significantly increased. By 9 in the evening, it was completely dark. Only then did everyone return after winding down for the day. The city walls were brightly lit. Debbie, who had gone ahead to scout for news, approached from a distance. Boss, the Dagwalaxing people said that the gate-guarding warriors in Ye City are divided into 2 shifts to kill the polluted monsters, one during the day and another at night. Each race is responsible for a different number of gates. The Dagwalaxing need to guard 150 gates, while we have 35, Debbie reported to Jin. With only more than 20 gate-guarding warriors from Dagwalaxing, how could they possibly guard 150 gates? It's no wonder we haven't seen any other gate-guarding warriors around, Chris remarked. 35 gates, 2 shifts a day, we should have at least 70 gate-guarding warriors, Sylvie pointed out. After the next beast tide, we should gain a few more companions, Jin added. After her prediction talent activated regarding this matter, Genevieve said, my intuition tells me we shouldn't just kill monsters at one gate. We should rotate through all 35 gates. Everyone agreed with Genevieve's premonition. They decided to switch positions tomorrow, rotating to a new gate whenever they paused for rest, trying to distribute their efforts evenly. Having fought for 13 hours, almost everyone's stamina was depleted. Close combat was far more exhausting than using skills. Let's head back to the hall for something to eat first, Jin suggested. Back in the hall, seated around the large round table Jin had made from wood, everyone shared the food they brought along. The rice balls Genevieve brought out were undoubtedly the most popular red-quality rice stuffed with meat and vegetables, tasting exceptionally delicious. Others had either meat buns or dumplings, allegedly prepared by the army chefs. Genevieve found them quite tasty but slightly inferior to what her father, a professional, would make. Maybe they were just too accustomed to them. To Genevieve, whether it was rice balls or buns and dumplings, both satisfied her taste buds, but what truly filled her was ordinary-grade nutritional agent. Noticing Jin also drank a bottle of ordinary-grade nutritional agent, she understood his constitution value wouldn't be lower than 3,000 points. After enjoying the meal, everyone's stamina recovered considerably, and signs of fatigue diminished. Our survival points are still 1, with no increase, Debbie said somewhat disappointedly. As an intelligence officer, Debbie's perception of information was very acute. It was always she who discovered crucial information. The Dagwalaxing people sent over 80 people here in total, working diligently for 2 years. Sacrificing so many lives, they've accumulated only 160 survival points. It's not easy to obtain survival points, Jin explained. Record the number and levels of the polluted monsters you each killed daily, so we can have accurate numbers for statistics, Jin instructed as he turned to face everyone. Hearing him, they immediately tapped their earlobe screen systems to start counting, afraid of forgetting if too much time passed. Though they had only been here for 2 days and knew how many polluted monsters they killed, recalling the specific level of each required some effort. However, with their mental values exceeding 1,000, their memories were exceptionally sharp. Even if not photographic, it wasn't difficult to recall such recent events. Genevieve had already counted yesterday's data, so now she only needed to count today's. She killed a total of 1,225 polluted monsters today, ranging from level 11 to level 19, with those below level 15 being more common and higher levels rarer. Triggering double critical hits while killing monsters earned her 98,000 experience points and Baron coins, and she received 2,450 merit points. She gained strength of 32.27 points, agility of 31.65 points, and mental power of 31.02 points. After wrapping up the small summary meeting, everyone didn't linger long in the hall and returned to their rooms to practice. On the third day in Ye City, also day 59 of the Barren World, Jin announced at the morning gathering, "Have you noticed we've gained 20 free attribute points?" This revelation startled everyone. Immediately, they checked their player bracelets to review their personal data panels, confirming they indeed had 20 additional free attribute points. Since entering the Barren World, as far as they knew, there were only 2 ways for human players to gain free attribute points. One was by completing various tasks or achieving certain ranks, rewarded by the Barren World with free attribute points. The second was receiving free attribute points upon leveling up. There had never been a report of gaining free attribute points without cause. Genevieve automatically absorbed attribute values every time she killed a polluted monster. She had the habit of checking her personal attribute data panel only after several days, so she could enjoy more surprises at once. Therefore, she hadn't noticed the extra free attribute points until now. Upon realizing it was not 20 but 40 points, others received 20 points, while she got 40, which meant her double critical hit talent also triggered when she gained free attribute points. She glanced at Jin. This place must be his heaven. While others received 20 points, he got 200 free attribute points. Here, he could increase 100 points of free attributes in just 1 day. Over time, his attribute value would far exceed everyone else's. Fortunately, Genevieve's own absorption talent wasn't much inferior to Jin's, otherwise, it truly would have been frustrating. How did this happen? Where did these 20 free attribute points come from, and would they continue to receive such rewards in the future? Everyone couldn't figure out or predict what was happening. They first looked at Debbie, hoping she had asked the aliens for information on this matter. Unfortunately, Debbie admitted she didn't know about it before and thus hadn't inquired about it with the aliens. So, everyone turned their gaze to Genevieve. For mysteries without clues or answers, they were already accustomed to letting Genevieve solve them. After activating her prediction talent, Genevieve said, "It should be a reward for killing the polluted monsters. I feel like this reward only applies when killing at the border. Yesterday and the day before, we roughly killed 2,000 polluted monsters and gained 20 strength points. That means we get 10 free attribute points for every 1,000 we kill," Jin summarized. For Genevieve and her group, gaining 10 free attribute points each day made them happier than finding treasure chests. Since arriving here, especially being suppressed by the mayor of Ye City, unable to move even a finger, they realized how weak they still were. Free attribute points could make them stronger. With the reward of free attribute points, everyone became even more motivated to kill polluted monsters. On day 60 of the Barren World, everyone woke up early and opened their player bracelets, confirming that each person had gained 10 free attribute points. However, there was something heavy on everyone's minds. Despite killing tens of thousands of polluted monsters, the human survival points remained at 1. Chapter 136, New Subjects. Long accustomed to the daily routine of monster slaying, everyone remained highly motivated by the racial survival points and free attribute rewards. Genevieve's strength, agility, and spirit increased by about 35 points each day, while her damage output rose by around 100 points daily. Genevieve allocated all 20 daily free attribute points to Constitution. Every night, after practicing body tempering technique, she gained another 200 Constitution points, quickly breaking through the 5,000 point barrier for Constitution. The appearance of Genevieve's new race seemed to have spread among the border guards. More and more aliens were coming out of curiosity. According to the information on the token given by the city magistrate's aide, there was a rule in Yossa City that prohibited guard warriors from harming one another. Not sensing any hostility from these aliens and wishing to gather more information, they would strike up conversations whenever possible. With the aid of translation devices, communication with the aliens was seamless. Not only did Debbie converse with some aliens, but Genevieve also spoke with several, gaining considerable information. The aliens Genevieve conversed with were Rolilicans from the checkpoint on the opposite side. The Rolilicans arrived 3 years ago, with a population similar to that of Waterblue, about 8 billion. Just 4 months after their arrival in the wasteland world, players appeared there, leaving about 3 billion Rolilicans still unaccounted for. Currently, over 80 Rolilican guards were stationed at the Yossa border city across 40 checkpoints, rotating duty between day and night. From the information revealed by the Rolilicans, Genevieve deduced that not only were their technological advancements impressive, but they also practiced cultivation, like themselves. Having quickly adapted to the wasteland world, the Rolilicans had an exceptionally high survival rate. The Rolilicans mentioned that the aliens on their opposite side also arrived 3 years ago. Previously, no guards were stationed there. On the 61st day of the wasteland world, the Degularan aliens vanished for an entire day. They reappeared on the 62nd day. Upon inquiry, Genevieve and her group discovered that the day of disappearance was when the Degularans were teleported back to their settlement to deal with the beast tide, with all Degularans in Yossa City being sent back to assist. Before they knew it, it was the morning of the 64th day of the wasteland world, and Genevieve's companions felt heavy-hearted. They had anticipated being teleported back to their territories last night. Based on information from the Degularans and Rolilicans, aliens from both planets were usually teleported back to their settlements the night before a beast tide and then returned to Yossa City right after the beast tide ended. However, Genevieve and her group were not teleported back last night. Now, with the 7th beast tide beginning in the human settlement, they were trapped at the border without a way back. Hanley was the leader of the entire human settlement area, and the other 9 were district leaders. Unable to return to defend their territories, everyone felt the weight of the situation. Among them, only Genevieve felt slightly less concerned, as she had mentally prepared for this short-term separation from her territory. Herschel territory had a small population and relatively mild beast tides. If her family followed her plan and took enhancement potions, their constitution and spirit values should now exceed 1,000, sufficient to lead everyone safely through the beast tide. Even if Herschel territory's residents struggled with monster slaying, the arrow turrets Genevieve had set up weren't just for show. Although consuming many materials and energy stones, timely replenishment would ensure all beasts were killed within the stipulated time. Seeing everyone restless and worried, Genevieve, activating her prediction talent, reassured them, "I believe you will return to your territories before the beast tide starts. The delay is because the timing hasn't come yet." Encouraged by her words, everyone looked hopefully at Genevieve, hoping for more. Moved by their hopeful expressions, Genevieve added, "This isn't part of my prediction but my speculation. Perhaps our acquisition of survival points upon arriving at Yossa border city delayed the beast tide by 1 day, pushing the 7th wave to tomorrow." Her prediction combined with speculation proved convincing, easing everyone's worries and renewing their hope. Hanley said, "We still need to find a way to initiate our teleportation back to our territories." Always preferring to maintain control, he had already asked everyone to gather information on this matter. "I inquired about this from a few Degularans, and they don't know how to initiate the teleportation back either," Debbie said. These aliens appeared easy to talk to, but in reality, they wouldn't disclose any important information. Genevieve also shook her head. Her ability to gather information was not as good as Debbie's, so she had obtained little useful information. Unable to teleport themselves back, the group returned to killing foul beasts. Due to their concerns, everyone's efficiency in slaying monsters today was lower. Fortunately, at 7 in the evening, just as it wasn't completely dark yet, white light spheres suddenly shot out from the earlobes of the human players who were still killing foul beasts, enveloping them. Genevieve felt the familiar sensation of shifting through space again. She counted 15 beats, then the white light spheres disappeared, and she found herself in the living room on the first floor of the villa in Herschel territory. It was here that she last spoke with her parents and younger brother before being teleported away by the white light sphere from Herschel territory, and she returned here as well. At this moment, no one was in the living room. The sky outside hadn't grown dark yet, and those who went out to kill monsters hadn't returned. Her father was in the alchemy room, while her mother was probably in the planting shed. Genevieve didn't disturb her father and went out to see her territory. The temperature in Yossa City was around -10 degrees or so. It occasionally snowed slightly at night, stopping when they went out to kill monsters during the day. Meanwhile, the temperature within Herschel territory had dropped to around -120 degrees, possibly even colder outside. Despite the low temperatures, nothing dampened the enthusiasm of Herschel territory's residents for hunting monsters. The area remained eerily quiet. The snow around the residential areas had been cleared, leaving only about 15 centimeters on the ground. Genevieve looked up at the sky where snowflakes continued to fall heavily. There must have been at least 20 centimeters of snowfall by now. Farther away, along the edges of the wall, the snowdrifts were at least 10 meters deep. Genevieve's gaze fell upon 4 newly constructed 3-story stone buildings, all built in the new residential area she had designated while she was away. Chapter 137, Combat Squad. After walking around half of the territory, Genevieve noticed it was already late. She returned to the living room, opened her player bracelet, and sent a message in the Alger territory chat group saying that she had come back. Then Genevieve saw that Jin had sent her several messages. When Genevieve clicked into them, she found out that Jin first asked if she had returned to the territory and then told her some important information. "Jin, Helen, your premonition was correct. The day after we left for Ye City, all human players received a world notification stating that the beast tide cycle would be changed to 11 days. In fact, when she returned to the territory, Genevieve knew that the Alger territory had not been attacked by a beast tide during her absence. It was simple to determine. Just check the number of wild monsters killed by the Arrow Towers each day. In these 10 days, the Arrow Towers combined only killed over 100 monsters. The most they got were 12 green ghosts, which was absolutely not the scale of a beast tide. The reason Jin was so happy to tell her about the postponement of the beast tide was because it confirmed that the beast tide interval could indeed be postponed from 10 days to 11. If once then twice, they could delay it by 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the beast tides no longer posed a threat to human players. After replying to Jin's message, Genevieve clicked into the mall in her bracelet and looked at her account for these past few days. The more than 1 million Baron coins she spent at the border shopping space had indeed drained her mall account in her bracelet. Fortunately, she earned 20 million gold coins over the last 10 days. Her largest income came from the percentage cut of killing monsters in Zone 1, totaling over 2 million gold coins. This amount showed how diligently the players in Zone 1 had been killing monsters. The second large income was from selling materials in the area before going to the border, earning 18 million gold coins. After the 7th beast tide, the state would return her 1 billion gold coins. During these 9 days in Ye City, Genevieve killed polluted monsters and earned 1,417,500 experience points and Baron coins. So, by the time she reached the frontier again, she would have over 1 million Baron coins. Thinking of Baron coins, Genevieve touched her right earlobe. Her identity transmission plate was still stuck there, but no matter how she touched it, no screen popped up. Apparently, it couldn't be viewed in Alger territory. Fortunately, the materials she obtained at the border were kept in her space backpack and space ring, which were brought back to Alger territory and could be taken out and used. Upon receiving the news of Genevieve's return, her parents in the territory rushed over to find her. Ever since Genevieve disappeared after being wrapped in the white light sphere emitted by her identity metal transmission plate, her parents had been worried. Though people from the national team reassured them repeatedly, saying the children were fine, the couple remained anxious and couldn't sleep well at night. Now, seeing their daughter return safely, their hearts finally eased. The residents of Alger territory who were outside killing monsters also ran back when they heard their lord had returned. Among the 12 new residents of Alger territory, Genevieve saw a familiar person. Big shot, you're back. Can I apply to migrate to Alger territory? Anna said nervously. Anna was the female player whose territory was only 1,000 kilometers away from Alger territory. Genevieve had helped her open treasure chests several times and sold her many building materials at low prices. She had developed quite well, so why did she come here? I went out with Xueming to kill level 10 monsters and ran far enough to meet her twice. Later, we saw her being attacked by another player, so we helped her. She said she was your friend. After Sullivan's, Anson, approval, we temporarily let her stay, Barclay explained. Anson's new talent was to see through falsehoods. His agreement to allow Anna to stay meant that there was nothing wrong with her. Genevieve inquired about the status of these temporary residents. Besides Anna, the other 11 temporary residents were her paternal aunt, grandmother, sister-in-law, and relatives of Lin family sisters. In fact, as temporary residents who lived in Alger territory for such a long time without being killed by the energy arrow towers, it indicated that these 12 temporary residents had no significant problems. Genevieve agreed to their migration requests straightforwardly. The rules were the same as before. Genevieve would cover the relocation fees, and all subsequent costs would be borne by themselves. Genevieve was too famous among human players, and the newcomers, regardless of their age, respectfully called her lord. Anson and Julia decided to hold a big dinner party that night to welcome Genevieve's return and the joining of the new residents. Usually, when Anson and Julia had free time, they would prepare a lot of dishes and store them in the space ring. For this gathering, they didn't need much effort to take everything out, which was enough to fill the entire round table. Other families also brought out a few of their signature dishes. Though this meat and these vegetables were not produced on Water Blue Star, the Huagua people, who have always loved gourmet food, quickly found the best methods to cook all kinds of game meat and fruits and made dishes that suited the Huagua people's taste. Each dish looked delicious in color, aroma, and taste, and Genevieve found them quite tasty. In the past, Genevieve would only stop eating when she was about to vomit, barely feeling full. In such a state, no matter what food she saw, it didn't seem appealing. Now that the nutrient supplement solved her hunger issue, she began to enjoy fine dining and ate with great pleasure. After eating to her heart's content, Genevieve recounted her experiences at Ye's border city and the matters concerning human survival points to everyone. Upon hearing that level 11 monsters could inflict over 1,000 points of damage, though everyone had already known this from the guides in the endgame survival game, they were still very concerned. Even with red quality protective suits and armor, their defense was less than 1,000 points, which couldn't withstand a level 11 monster's fatal strike. The wild monsters around our territory won't level up to 11 so quickly. You still have half a month to level yourselves up to 11, Genevieve said. In the previous life, players typically reached level 11 after 4 or 5 months in the Wasteland world. But in this life, due to having ample equipment and items, most players chose to suppress their levels while killing monsters, resulting in several times more experience points. After the 8th beast tide, many players accumulated enough experience points to reach level 11. I plan to form my own combat squad at the border in the future. Is anyone here interested in becoming a gate guard warrior? Genevieve asked. Although she was willing to cooperate with the national team and do everything for them without hesitation, she did not intend to join them. She simply lacked the enthusiasm to dedicate herself fully, even after rebirth, as she still cherished unconstrained freedom. This way, she had to form her own combat squad. Otherwise, if she continued mingling with the national team alone, she would eventually become one of them. Genevieve thought everyone would need time to consider. But unexpectedly, right after she finished speaking, nearly a dozen people raised their hands enthusiastically. Chapter 138 dreamt of her. Among the old residents, apart from Amy, Dara Shayla, her eldest uncle and his wife, her young cousin, and her paternal grandparents, everyone else raised their hands. Oriv naturally raised his hand first. Surprisingly, even Bron eagerly joined in. Among the new residents, aside from Anna, her eldest aunt's brother and nephew also raised their hands. After pondering for a moment, Mariam chose Bron, Barclay, Lydia, Stacy, and her second uncle Hamilton. Mariam had deep intentions in choosing these 5 people. Firstly, if these individuals were to fall in battle, their respective parents, though heartbroken, wouldn't be driven to despair, as they still have other children. Secondly, their cultivation and talent suited this mission well. For example, with Bron's increasing constitution value, he no longer appeared old but had fully regained his middle-aged vigor. The little old man now ventures into level 10 monster zones, having enough experience points to reach level 9. Most importantly, the latest talent he acquired was a 3-fold critical hit bonus when gaining free attribute points. This talent is similar to Linding Tian's, except Linding Tian gets a 10-fold critical hit while Bron only has a 3-fold one, which doesn't quite compare. Even so, it was much better than others, making this talent very suitable for border defense. Moreover, Mariam chose Bron not just because his talent fit, but more importantly because he genuinely wanted to go. The old man was full of curiosity about the new world and eager to fight. Mariam felt that her grandfather's spirited attitude was excellent, and she didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Furthermore, as the saying goes, the older, the wiser. Although the old man wasn't as good as Kato in managing territory, he was far more enthusiastic in killing monsters. With the resources at her disposal, she could protect her grandfather. Though both her father and mother raised their hands, Mariam didn't consider them. Because she knew they did so only for her sake, not out of genuine interest. As for why Brother Lee asked unhappily why he wasn't chosen, Mariam didn't want to tell him the real reason. She simply replied, "You're still too young. I'll choose you once you turn 16. Indeed, Oriv was still too young. The situation at the frontier was unclear, and while she could protect her grandfather, she might not be able to ensure Oriv's safety. Thus, she could only bring one person for now. Regarding the others, she would provide them with the best equipment and items, and do her best to protect them, but not to the same extent as protecting her grandfather. She planned to inform them of this beforehand. Brother Lee would be 16 in half a month and reluctantly calmed down upon hearing his sister's words. Mariam didn't expect them to increase all 4 attributes to 1,000 overnight and join her on the borders immediately. They needed thorough training first. Unlike Mariam, who had 2 lifetimes of experience battling monsters up close, or players like Linding Tian who already had remarkable skills, these people lacked significant experience in melee combat with monsters. If they boosted their attribute points to over 1,000 now, they might struggle even against level 11 foul monsters. More importantly, their experience points weren't enough to reach level 10, and Mariam required them to reach level 11 before heading to the border. At level 11, the stats of monsters and players skyrocket. Thus, after this wave of monsters, Mariam planned to have them specifically train by fighting level 11 wild monsters, waiting until after the 8th wave to take them to the border. After speaking with everyone, Mariam returned home and listened to her father summarize important events in Area 2 over the past 10 days. For ordinary human players, survival remained their primary focus. The national team announced in the area chat channel yesterday that the 7th wave of monsters might differ from previous patterns, advising everyone to try upgrading their territories to level 4 or migrate to national-controlled territories of level 5 or higher. Upon hearing this, Mariam reviewed the list of migratable bases released by the national team. In less than 10 days, the national team had over 10,000 level 5 territories, capable of relocating hundreds of millions of players. Even Area 1 had over 1,000 level 5 lords, though few players migrated. In recent days, her father had crafted numerous orange-quality defense towers. Following Mariam's plan, they used duplicate cards, enhancement cards, and 5x critical hit cards to produce hundreds of millions of orange-quality defense towers. Through low pricing and installment payments, every player in Area 1 could afford an orange-quality defense tower. Under such circumstances where there was no immediate survival pressure. Apart from those who couldn't bear the loneliness and yearned for a communal lifestyle, many players still preferred to be their own masters. Of course, more importantly, the national team provided them with a strong backing. The national team announced that as long as they needed it, eligible players could apply to migrate to the national team's territory at any time. Because there was an escape route, everyone was in no hurry to make a choice. On the 65th day of the desolate world, early in the morning, Mariam received not only the duplicated supplies sent by Linding Tian but also an exciting piece of news. The player with the precognitive dream talent in the national team had listened to their experiences after arriving at the frontier yesterday and then had a precognitive dream last night. Linding Tian, after he woke up, he wasn't very clear about the dream, but he remembered clearly that an alien in the dream said to you, "Congratulations, you can return to your own planet." Mariam was puzzled. How does a precognitive dream involve me? How did he confirm that the person in his dream was me, and did that person know me? Linding Tian, he didn't recognize you, but he knew about you and had seen your image before we entered the desolate world when you sent me the message. Mariam immediately understood that after she revealed her rebirth identity, the state had investigated her. Lin Ding-Tian, do you think his dream is real or just an illusion? Mariam instantly realized that the national team thought this precognitive dream was crucial, but since the player didn't remember the details clearly, the national team couldn't determine its authenticity and hoped she could predict whether it was true or not. Such an important matter, Mariam wasted no time and immediately activated her predictive talent. She couldn't predict such distant events, but because this precognitive dream involved her, she could predict whether the part about seeing her in the dream was true. Mariam, my intuition is that the content of his precognitive dream has a high degree of truth, but it won't be easy to achieve. Lin Ding-Tian, we are prepared for this, it has already given us enough hope. Indeed, no matter how difficult it might be, there was hope now. Even Mariam felt hopeful about the future because of this information. Chapter 139, The Seventh Beast Tide 1. Ever since being transported into the wasteland world, human players have always longed to return to their own planet, yearning for their previous lives. However, the harsh living conditions and the successive deaths of many players forced the survivors to bury this longing deep within them, striving only to survive. This longing was merely suppressed by the crisis of survival, not extinguished. Once human players learned there was still hope to return to Aquamarine, no one failed to muster up their courage. Jin mentioned that the national team would organize relevant information and release it before the beast tide came. This meant that confidentiality was no longer necessary. Genevieve shared this uplifting news with everyone as they gathered to prepare for the beast tide at the territory wall. Although she emphasized that the national team had only found possible clues to returning to Aquamarine, not a complete method yet, people were still exhilarated, their eyes sparking with intense longing. Regarding the upcoming beast tide, everyone felt an unprecedented fighting spirit. After all, the national team said the more monsters they killed, the greater the chance for humans to return to Aquamarine. Genevieve immediately understood why the national team rushed to release this unverified news before the beast tide. Despair from a bleak future without hope was a great danger in survival. Now, with the hope of returning to Aquamarine, even though it was just some leads and unlikely to be realized soon, it gave human players something to strive for, filling everyone with hope. I'll guard the front gate, Ken will guard the back gate, and Mom, you and Zachary will guard the side gates. I'll notify you if anything changes, Genevieve arranged. After merging over 20 territories, her territory was larger than a town. By spreading out, everyone could kill more wild monsters. Standing on the wall, Genevieve realized that a 30-meter-high wall wasn't very tall, considering the snow outside was already 7 or 8 meters deep. When the Alger territory residents ascended the wall, it was only 5:50 a.m., still an hour until dawn. The night in the wasteland world was pitch black, and everyone standing on the wall looking out into the darkness felt an indescribable unease. But this feeling soon disappeared because Trace placed several energy lighthouses on the wall, and once they were turned on, although the area around the territory wasn't brightly lit, everyone could clearly see the surroundings. Everyone felt that after the energy lights illuminated outside the territory walls, the sense of unease vanished. When Genevieve saw the dense waves of beasts rushing towards the Alger territory from all directions like a flood, she sighed softly. Indeed, as the national team had analyzed, due to the endgame strategy guide, human players changed too much, and the pattern of the seventh beast tide finally differed from the previous life. This time, the scale of the beast tide was enormous, with creatures running on the ground and flying in the sky. Besides eagle monsters, there was another type of avian monster. Genevieve remembered that during the seventh beast tide in her previous life, each player needed to kill 1,500 wild monsters. Now, with 30 people in their territory, there should have been about 40,000 wild monsters according to the previous life standards. But after a rough count, Genevieve was sure that the number of monsters in this beast tide was no less than 100,000. More importantly, this time, the beast tide didn't appear in stages as it did before, instead, it surged all at once. However, despite the sheer numbers, these were only level 7 monsters, and with the Alger territory built by Genevieve, she wasn't worried about handling them. In her eyes, so many wild monsters were perfect for granting experience and gold coins to the Alger territory residents. Genevieve was already level 10, so killing level 7 monsters yielded very little experience and copper coins. She wasn't sure if her absorption talent would trigger, and if it did, how much attribute value it would gain. You don't need to worry about the territory's defenses or the number of beasts outside. Just do your best to kill as many beasts as possible, and I'll take care of the rest, Genevieve told her citizens. Old residents who knew the strength of their lord weren't too worried. Hearing that the lord would cover them and seeing that she was truly confident, they were reassured and prepared to follow her instructions. The new residents, unfamiliar with Genevieve's strength and unclear about the territory's defenses, were anxious about the overwhelming beast tide. Genevieve guarded the front gate, placing the new residents close to her so as not to affect the performance of the old residents. Trace guarded the back gate along with Hamilton, Bron, Joe, and Mel Lee. Julia guarded the left side gate with Shayla's grandfather, grandmother, and Sullivan Shayla's family. Li Xiao, along with 2 cousins and the Lin sisters, protected the right side gate. Although the wall of Alger territory was long, at their current speed, everyone took only a minute to get into position. At this time, the beast tide hadn't approached Alger territory yet. When the beast tide neared Alger territory, skill lights were thrown from within, dazzling the eyes. The wild monsters in the front fell in rows, turning into white light and disappearing. For Genevieve, this was an utterly satisfying battle. She hadn't been able to use her skills so freely for a long time. With her current mental value and physical constitution value, she could continuously cast Ice Spike, Fireball, Blade, and Sword Chain Slash, and shape-shifting spells without interruption. The new residents watched in awe. In the direction guarded by their lord, no wild monster could get within 200 meters of the wall. Even the wild monster groups approaching the main gate from the side didn't know why they were killed by skills, running and then disappearing as white light, making it much easier for players on the left and right walls. Seeing such a powerful lord, the hearts of the new residents finally settled down. However, staying close to the lord, they couldn't reach any wild monsters to kill. Therefore, the new residents moved to the sides, running to the side gate's walls to kill monsters. As they fought, the sky gradually brightened. After dawn, the residents of Alger territory could see far enough to clearly understand the situation around them. Though the beast tide seemed ferocious, attacking from both sky and ground, after killing one batch, no new groups appeared behind them. This meant that once these groups were wiped out, the crisis would be over. After confirming that the beast tide couldn't even break through the territory's defense arrays and posed no threat to the inside residents, everyone started to fully unleash their skills to reap the lives of wild monsters. They drank potions to restore their stamina and mental values when they became insufficient. Chapter 140, The Seventh Wave of Beasts 2. Genevieve held back after the first hour, during which she had been unleashing all her power to kill the beasts. When the number of wild monsters decreased, she would only cast a skill every few minutes as the beast groups approached the range of the arrow towers. She did this to avoid finishing off these wild beasts too quickly and leaving no beasts for others to kill. Only when there was half an hour left before the end of the beast wave did Genevieve start slaughtering without restraint again. When Genevieve took down the last wild beast in the final beast wave, the familiar robotic voice sounded in her ear once more. System notification: congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang and all its residents for being the first to complete the beast wave trial. The Lord rewards 3 golden treasure chests. Each resident gets 1 golden treasure chest. Attribute points awarded, 7 for the Lord, 4 for each resident. 1.5 hours remain until the end of the beast wave trial. Player options: exit trial or continue. Note: you can end the trial anytime while continuing. Seeing that there was still half an hour before the end of the beast wave, Genevieve chose to continue the trial. After the break, the apparition monsters from last time did not reappear. Instead, there were dense masses of at least 100,000 wild monsters, this time all level 8 beasts. With less than 20 minutes remaining until the end of the beast wave, Genevieve no longer held back but jumped straight down from the wall into the middle of the swarm to commence killing. The people on the wall were initially shocked, then dumbfounded as they watched Genevieve swing her saber rapidly, creating an illusion due to the speed of her movements. Each swing of her saber brought down hundreds of wild beasts, cutting through the swarming crowd like a scythe through wheat, quickly clearing out all the beasts in front of the main gate of Alger territory. However, because there were just too many beasts, even with Genevieve's best efforts to clear them out, she heard the robotic voice again midway through. The 7th wave of beasts has ended, results are being tallied. In 2 minutes, the human contribution ranking of Aquablue will be revealed, followed by the territory level ranking and the player level ranking. 10 minutes later, the prestige shop will open for limited time purchases, 20 minutes only. For more details, see the World channel. After the statistics came out, Genevieve looked at the prestige points rankings. 1. Tianyuan Fongguang gained 60,000 prestige points, rewarded with 5 golden treasure chests. Residents received 30,000 prestige points each, awarded with 2 golden treasure chests each. 2. Duori A001 gained 50,000 prestige points, rewarded with 3 golden treasure chests. Residents received 25,000 prestige points each, awarded with 1 golden treasure chest each. 3. Guobian J363600 gained 40,000 prestige points, rewarded with 2 golden treasure chests. Residents received 20,000 prestige points each, awarded with 1 golden treasure chest each. 4. Fomu A0003 gained 30,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Residents received 15,000 prestige points each, awarded with 10 silver treasure chests each. 5. Guobian X035798 gained 20,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Residents received 10,000 prestige points each, awarded with 9 silver treasure chests each. 6. Juanxiang A0002 gained 10,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Residents received 7,000 prestige points each, awarded with 8 silver treasure chests each. 7. UNEB 00011 gained 9,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Residents received 6,000 prestige points each, awarded with 7 silver treasure chests each. 8. UNIC 00555 gained 8,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Residents received 5,000 prestige points each, awarded with 6 silver treasure chests each. 9. Ningsu A80026 gained 7,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Residents received 4,000 prestige points each, awarded with 5 silver treasure chests each. 10. Carmine gained 6,000 prestige points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Residents received 3,000 prestige points each, awarded with 4 silver treasure chests each. Homer fell from 8th place to 10th place. Even though Jin and his group had been away from their territories for 10 days, the deputy lords of their territories were team leaders of the national squad, ensuring that the construction and development of their territories must have been very thorough. This time, Genevieve managed to maintain the first place ranking because her level 6 territory's progress was already 99% complete, just missing that last 1%. Furthermore, she had even overbuilt 4 high-level energy arrow towers, each capable of shooting up to 20 energy arrows per second. Her Alger territory currently only had 30 residents, and the scale of the beast waves was relatively small, numbering in the tens of thousands. Jin's territory, although it was a level 7 territory, was only 60% complete. Moreover, he had many residents, likely facing beast waves numbering in the millions or even tens of millions. With so many wild beasts, no matter how strong Jin was, he couldn't deal with them all within a short period by himself. The residents of Alger territory, who received 30,000 prestige points and 2 golden treasure chests, were also overjoyed. However, they didn't rush to open the treasure chests but eagerly went to draw lots. For those who had a large number of purple quality items, as well as ordinary and spirit quality materials, even the golden treasure chests, which only produced orange quality items, or the potential red quality items from the lottery, held little appeal. Genevieve decided to go for the high-level prize draw and quickly spent all 60,000 prestige points on 10 consecutive draws. Genevieve drew 6 red quality items, 3 potions and 3 pieces of equipment and props. None of them were the augmentation cards or duplicate cards she had hoped for. Genevieve collected the residents' golden treasure chests along with the red and orange quality items won from the lottery and sent them all to Jin. Later that night, when they could obtain double the same resources, Genevieve would help them open the treasure chests, effectively giving them 4 times the same resources. The new residents of Alger territory refreshed their understanding of their lord, gaining a deeper appreciation for how valuable a golden leg they had kicked into. Jin said, according to the statistics, this wave had 4,000 wild monsters per resident. Alger territory faced an onslaught of 120,000 wild monsters in its 7th beast wave. Jin's level 7 territory, however, faced an attack of over 40 million wild monsters. It was estimated that Jin and his residents were worn out from killing the beasts. No wonder he only cleared the wave just before it ended. This also indicated that the scale of the beast waves was getting larger and the pressure on human players was increasing. Genevieve checked the total number of human players and felt slightly relieved. Indeed, the national team's strength was formidable. After the national team took control of all the territories with human survivors, despite the enormous scale of this wave, only a few hundred people died. In Genevieve's District 1, only 2 players went offline. Genevieve glanced at the territory ranking list. It remained largely unchanged. The next territory upgrade would depend on Jin. Only after his territory reached level 8 could Genevieve's 15 district chiefs' territories be upgraded to level 7. Thus, even though her territory progress had reached 99%, it couldn't be upgraded to level 7 due to that remaining 1%. Only after the 15 district chiefs' territories were all upgraded to level 7 could other lords upgrade to level 6. Frankly speaking, Genevieve couldn't understand why there was such a restriction. However, now both the regional chiefs and district chiefs were all Huagua players under the leadership of the national team, treating all players equally, creating a very harmonious atmosphere among human players. Chapter 141, Well done. Genevieve tallied the contributions of the citizens of Alger territory during this wave of beasts. Her father, mother, and younger brother Griffin averaged killing over 4,000 level 7 wild monsters and more than 800 level 8 ones. Other old residents on average killed over 3,000 level 7 wild monsters and more than 500 level 8 ones. New residents on average killed over 1,000 level 7 wild monsters and more than 300 level 8 ones. As the lord of the territory, Genevieve had killed over 30,000 level 7 and over 20,000 level 8 monsters. The rest were killed by arrow towers. After new residents entered Alger territory, they could purchase blue and orange quality foods to increase their attributes at extremely low prices, making all their attribute values not lower than 200 points. The reason they killed so few was that they were still unaccustomed to the combat style in Alger territory, their actions were not quick enough, and they couldn't snatch up monsters to kill. In this wave of beasts, Genevieve gained a total of 11 10,000 iron treasure chests and nearly 10,000 dropped items. Whether it was level 7 or level 8 beasts, now that Genevieve was at player level 10, she earned 3 experience points and 3 copper coins for each kill, along with 0.003 attribute points. Fortunately, she could still trigger double critical hits, gaining a total of 330,000 experience points and copper coins. She also absorbed 330 attribute points each for strength, agility, and spirit. Genevieve looked at her bracelet Moore wallet and let out a light sigh. As the district chief of District 1, she had earned over 30 million gold coins from this wave of beasts. What was going on? Last time's wave only netted her a few million, and even if this wave's number was several times that, it shouldn't be this much. Genevieve checked the total population of District 1 and discovered there were suddenly over 10 million more players. What happened? Had the servers merged recently? But the names of the 15 districts and the district chiefs hadn't changed, and the total world population had decreased very little. There hadn't been any significant reduction in population events, so it couldn't have been a server merge. Genevieve asked her father if he knew what was happening. The players in District 1 didn't want to migrate to others' territories, but other players all wanted to migrate to the national team's territory in District 1, so we added many players, her father said. Cousin, you weren't in the territory these past few days, you don't know how much people in City 33 admire you. They praise you every day. Plus, everyone knows about how Cousin always sells building materials and high-level equipment at low prices before and after waves of beasts. Now, players from other districts all want to come to our District 1, Lydia said. So that's why. Anyway, these players moved into the national team players' territories, which would be managed by them. With such a large number of players moving to District 1, it wouldn't cause too much trouble and would even increase her earnings, so Genevieve had no objections. Seeing level 7 wild monsters outside the territory, Genevieve led her parents, her younger brother, and the 5 combatants she intended to train to the level 11 monster zone. Genevieve herself first killed a level 11 monster, triggering a double critical hit and earning 200 experience points and copper coins, absorbing 0.02 attribute points, and gaining 2 silver treasure chests. Killing a level 11 monster yielded the same experience points and copper coin rewards as before. Others, seeing Genevieve dispatch a level 11 monster in one move, were also confident and started engaging level 11 monsters. Although they already knew from the game strategy guides that level 11 monsters had an attack value of 1100, defense over 1000, and HP exceeding 2000, and they had mentally prepared for it. When they faced the level 11 monsters themselves, they realized these monsters were on an entirely different level compared to level 10 ones. They could easily crush level 10 monsters but had to struggle against level 11 ones. For monsters below level 10, attacking any part of their body caused equal damage. However, with level 11 monsters, hitting anything except their vital spots only caused up to 10% of maximum damage. This made it even harder to kill level 11 monsters. Seeing Oriv, the second highest overall attribute player in Alger territory next to the Lord, having to engage a prolonged battle against a level 11 monster, everyone in Alger territory grew worried. These level 11 monsters are so hard to kill, ordinary players with lower attributes will have no way to survive, Hamilton said gloomily. Genevieve slightly frowned. Her uncle was usually sunny and cheerful, and clearly, the death of Mel had struck him hard. Hamilton's words affected everyone else, who were relying on Genevieve's resources, equipped with gear and items beyond the current player average, and having eaten many permanently increasing attribute foods to boost their total damage output to around 1500. With such high damage values, it would take a while to kill an level 11 monster and they had to try their best not to let the wild monsters attack them. Otherwise, the durability of their red quality protective suits would drop by tens of points each time. Although the national team and players like their lord had tried their best to support them, there were too many players for the support to be strong enough. Most players still relied on themselves to level up step by step. However, the current player levels of ordinary players were generally around level 6, and they simply could not level up to level 11 before the 11th wave of beasts. Would human players face another large-scale death tragedy at that time? The vast majority of players did not want to see such events happen again. Hearing everyone's discussion, Genevieve didn't say anything. She wasn't worried about these issues because according to the development of the national team, after the 9th wave of beasts, they could build a level 5 territory that could accommodate all existing human players. A level 5 territory plus orange quality defense towers meant as long as there were enough arrow towers placed in the territory, surviving through the 20th wave of beasts would be no problem. By then, the situation would have evolved into something unknown, possibly with the interval between waves increasing by several days, giving human players enough time to develop. It took Oriv more than 10 minutes to finally kill the level 11 wild monster. He looked back and said, "Sis, level 11 wild monsters really give 100 experience points and copper coins, along with silver treasure chests. It's much more profitable than killing level 10 monsters. The rewards are indeed good, but don't risk your life for it. Level 10 monsters won't kill you, but level 11 ones can," Genevieve warned her brother. "I waited until you turned 16 to bring you to the border because I was afraid you'd act rashly and disregard your own life. The health bar of level 11 monsters at the border is 10 times that of level 11 monsters here," Genevieve added. "Sis, you've already mentioned this twice. I remember. I didn't rush. I took my time to understand the attack patterns and strength of the level 11 monster before killing it. Otherwise, I would have killed this level 11 monster much earlier," Oriv replied. Although Oriv thought his sister was being a bit nagging, he knew she was concerned about him, so he obediently indicated that he was very well behaved. "Good job," Genevieve praised. Chapter 142, Zone Map. Genevieve let Bron kill the second level 11 monster. Despite being a playful old man, his fighting style was very steady. It took him less than 2 minutes to take down a level 11 monster. Seeing that everyone was handling the level 11 monsters effortlessly, Genevieve went back to doing her own tasks. They were only about 50 kilometers away from the territory. If anyone sent out a distress signal, Genevieve could arrive within 2 minutes. Moreover, they all had teleportation anchors set to Herschel territory, allowing immediate teleportation back in case of emergency. There were still over 6 hours before nightfall, and Genevieve didn't want to waste any time. She had already reaped so much from the players in Zone 1, if she had some free time, she might as well gather more resources for them. Genevieve teleported to territory number 5. Since acquiring sufficient supplies, Genevieve had placed dense clusters of arrow towers and orange quality defense towers on each of her territories. Even without defenders during a beast tide, the attacking beast herds around each territory would be eliminated by the arrow towers before the tide ended. Before heading to the frontier, Genevieve had made a request to Andreas, asking him for a map of human settlement resource points. Andreas had given her a copy of the resource point map when he sent over the treasure chest last night. This map meticulously detailed the distribution of the 15 regions where human players gathered, including every village. It was clear that this map hadn't been created overnight. The national team must have spent considerable manpower and resources to complete it. The national team provided it to her without asking for any reward, only requesting that she keep it confidential. This showed how generous and trusting the national team was, not betraying her loyalty to them. Territory number 5 was located in Zone 15, where most players were non-Chinese nationals. Due to heavy casualties among foreign players, the number of human players in Zones 14 and 15 was less than 60 million. On the map, the resource points in Zones 1 to 10 were relatively fewer, while those in Zones 14 and 15 were more than double. Andreas's map also marked the positions of Genevieve's several territories. A large mine near her territory number 5 was why she chose it. Of course, near was a relative term for Genevieve. Others, even with red-quality flight suits, couldn't cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an hour. A distance of 5,000 kilometers took Genevieve just a few minutes to fly. The mine was truly enormous, the largest Genevieve had seen since entering the wasteland world, situated right in the middle of a vast forest, providing abundant stones and timber. After felling trees and mining for 6 hours, Genevieve activated the portal and left territory number 5. The once towering mine now resembled a waste-slashed mountain missing its top half, and half the forest had vanished. Back at Herschel territory, Genevieve first listed 200 million wood logs and 100 million stones for trade in Zone 1, then sorted today's monster hunting loot. Opening the iron treasure chests obtained during the beast tide, she got over 1.1 million green quality items due to a double critical hit. Including the nearly 90,000 green quality items dropped by the monsters, she ended up with over 2 million green quality items. Aside from spatial stones and material packs, she handed everything to her father for smelting. With over 2 million green quality items, at least 80,000 orange quality items could be refined. When Anson smelted materials, he not only gained experience points but also had a chance to trigger a talent, upgrading the item quality twice out of 10 times. Most of the orange quality items obtained by Genevieve and her father were sold on the trading channel, strengthening Zone 1 players and earning gold coins. Only a district leader like her had such wealth, other district leaders lacked this financial capability. After finishing these tasks, Genevieve noticed 4 new messages on the world channel. Upon checking, she found that half an hour ago, 4 players had attributes exceeding 1,000 and could activate side quests. 3 were national team players, and 1 was a military player. During her 10 days at the frontier, Genevieve had clearly sensed that although both were part of the national team, there was a boundary between the national players and the military players despite their cooperation. It was evident that once the number of human players in the border combat teams increased, they would surely be divided into groups. Military players and national team players would no longer be mixed together. This was why Genevieve was investing heavily to form her own combat squad after the next beast tide. She didn't want to find herself in a dilemma of deciding which side to rely on once military and national players were separated. She didn't want to depend on either side. Wasn't it better to have full control over her own combat squad? Jin had been very busy and only contacted Genevieve around 11 p.m. He first sent her the duplicated supplies he had prepared for her, then sent over the treasure chests she needed to open. Now, the national team no longer let Genevieve open wooden or iron treasure chests, only silver and gold chests were given to her. Genevieve opened today's gold treasure chests first. With a sense of foreboding, she paid close attention to the items inside. Though all items from the gold treasure chest were orange quality, they were ordinary supplies, not the amplification cards or duplication cards that everyone wanted most, which could create large quantities of supplies. After sending back all the items she had opened for Jin, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you feel that this time the items from the gold treasure chests we obtained during the beast tide seem rather common? Did the few gold treasure chests belong to those who received the identity transmission plates for the border?" Jin replied, "They are all here. Let me check the items." He managed the duplication, while Genevieve handled the opening of treasure chests, so he hadn't looked at the items inside the gold chests yet. After a while, Jin, having finished reviewing all the items, messaged Genevieve. "Indeed, they are all common items. There aren't any duplication cards, amplification cards, 5 times critical hit cards, or 50% off more cards." Genevieve initially thought she had bad luck, but now it seemed that no one got these loot-enhancing cards. "Genevieve, it might be because we've been taking too much advantage before, so they don't dare give us these cards anymore." Since she had to return to the border early tomorrow, Genevieve, regardless of the late hour, returned double the amount of gold treasure chests and red-quality drawing supplies that the residents of Herschel territory had given her at noon. She had handed these over to Jin for duplication at noon, and now that they had been duplicated twice, the remaining 18 duplicates belonged to Genevieve. Unexpectedly, the residents of Herschel territory hadn't gone to sleep. Upon receiving double the supplies and gold treasure chests, they were delighted and thanked Genevieve on the Herschel territory channel. They also showed off how much they had received. They attributed their good fortune to having such an excellent lord. Chapter 143, Yace Border City 6. On the 66th day of the wasteland, at 7 in the morning, Genevieve, who had enjoyed a loving breakfast prepared by her parents and packed a bunch of delicious food, was once again enveloped by the white light emitted from the transmission badge attached to her earlobe. This time, Genevieve's parents and Oriv, who watched her vanish on the spot, were no longer as panic-stricken as they were during the last occurrence. This time, Genevieve was directly transported to the wall of Yace Border City, which disappointed her somewhat. With 2 million wasteland coins in her account now, she wanted to see what she could buy in the shopping space. As she was teleported to the section of the city wall near the checkpoint, she saw one after another of the polluted monsters charging towards the unguarded gateway of Yace City beneath the wall. Genevieve glanced around, and almost simultaneously, Jin and the other 8 people appeared around her, while the 4 new national team players initiating the borderside quest were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that these 4 national team players were first teleported to an examination space for assessment before being sent to the shopping hall and finally to Yace border city, much like their first teleportation experience. After greeting each other, Debbie remarked, "Yesterday, didn't you also not receive the addition of 10 points of free attribute value?" Genevieve had noticed this yesterday too, and the others all agreed. It appears that indeed, the daily 10 points of free attribute value can only be obtained by killing polluted monsters at the frontier, summarized Debbie. "Now it's already quite late, let's go down to kill monsters first. We can discuss anything else tonight," said Jin. Genevieve understood Jin's concern. Yesterday, he told her that another national team player with foresight had predicted that during the 7th wave of the Beast Tide, every player would face over 5,000 monsters. However, in reality, during the 7th wave, each player faced only about 4,000 monsters. Based on the analysis of the national team, this change was likely due to their entry into Yace City. More specifically, it might have been because of their killings of polluted monsters, leading to a decrease in the number of monsters in the Beast Tide. No wonder Jin was eager to get down to kill polluted monsters. Genevieve's total attribute points increased by more than 1,000 yesterday, so her attack damage increased by more than 1,000 points as well, making her kill polluted monsters even faster. Around 9 o'clock, there was a flash of white light on the checkpoint to her right, revealing a male human player who looked to be around 30 years old. The male player greeted Genevieve, saying, "Hello, I'm Zen from the national team." The distance between checkpoints is about 50 meters, allowing adjacent ones to clearly see and hear each other. "Hello, I'm Tenuan Alja, Genevieve," Genevieve replied. "So it's you, leader Alja, great to meet you," said Zen happily. After exchanging pleasantries, Zen turned to kill monsters without neglecting his surroundings despite conversing with Genevieve. Genevieve. This man, she suspected, was similar to Debbie, possessing a sociable talent. That evening, Genevieve met the other 3 newly arrived national team players. Of the 4 national team players, 3 were from the national compilation squad, 2 males and 1 female, and the only army player was a male. These 4 national team players ranged in age from 28 to 35. As the second batch to initiate the border side quest, they had the benefit of previous experiences. They wore level 1 spirit class protective suits provided by Jin, carried first stage spirit class tang knives, and entered the testing dimension far more composed than Genevieve and her group, finishing the test much faster. However, although they completed the test faster than Genevieve's group, their warrior levels were S-class, with only Zen achieving SS class. After some discussion, they couldn't determine what criteria were used to evaluate these levels. These 4 players handed over the supplies they bought in the shopping space to Jin. Their purchases had been planned by the national team in advance. Given their limited amount of gold coins, they bought only 1,000 common nutrient agents and 100 first-stage spirit nutrient agents. These were the most essential supplies for border warriors. While Debbie used common nutrient agents to trade information with the Dagular aliens, she could gather many pieces of information but not deep insights. Thus, they decided to use first-stage spirit nutrient agents to exchange for more in-depth information. However, after 10 days of expenses, even with Jin's duplication talent and Genevieve's double critical hit, their stock of nutrient agents was dwindling. At the frontier, they temporarily had no means of acquiring more supplies, so they needed to hoard more food. Although they had brought a lot of food from their territory, this food was neither enough to fill them up nor restore their stamina, making it almost useless for consumption, only satisfying their taste buds at best. Now with 100 first-stage spirit nutrient agents, after Jin's replication and Genevieve's critical hit from opening the box, they had enough first-stage spirit nutrient agents to gather information. Life on the frontier didn't change much despite the addition of 4 more human players. They still spent every day killing polluted monsters. After returning to their lodgings in the evening, besides the usual small meeting, everyone would go back to their own rooms to practice. Whether it was the National Compilation Squad players or Army players, they were all very self-disciplined, always practicing whenever they had time, creating an intensely competitive atmosphere. Genevieve also trained hard while in Alja territory, but she wasn't as diligent as Jin and the others. Over time, she found life on the frontier much more boring than in her territory. If not for the survival issue related to the border side quest, Genevieve really wouldn't want to stay here. She missed the freedom she had in the territory. The 4 new national team players were not far behind Debbie and the others in terms of combat power, able to kill 1,000 polluted monsters each day, while Jiang Hui only killed 20 to 30 more than them. After Genevieve returned to the border, she reported killing 1,800 polluted monsters each day, actually underreporting by 50. This way, her strength, agility, and spirit attributes could increase by over 60 points daily. Genevieve allocated the 20 attribute points she received each day to Constitution and persisted in practicing body fortification every night until her Constitution reached 200 before going to sleep. Genevieve's hunch was correct. The new male player from the National Compilation Squad, Zen, also had a talent for gathering intelligence similar to Debbie. Thus, Zen and Debbie were responsible for interacting with their neighbors, and with the help of common nutrient agents and first-stage spirit nutrient agents, they gathered quite a bit of useful information from the Dagular aliens and Lori Rika aliens. It might be because the Dagular aliens resembled human players in shape and appearance, allowing them to obtain deeper insights from the Dagular aliens. As the next border beast tide approached, Debbie and Zen focused more on gathering information about the upcoming beast tide. Chapter 144, Yossa Border City 7. It was said that during this wave of beast tide, if the scale was small, the number of filth beasts would be about 10 times what it is now. But if the scale was large, the number of filth beasts would be 30 to 40 times what it is now. The scale of the beast tide was random. No one could predict whether the next one would be big or small. Even a small-scale beast tide would mean a tough battle for the border soldiers. Once the number of filth beasts increased enormously, the checkpoints in the border city Thathi filth beasts would be destroyed by the influx. Then the walls of Yossa City would also be destroyed. At that time, some filth beasts would rush into Yossa City, and some would rush into the checkpoint gates. Yossa City's checkpoint gate was a directional random teleportation array, but this direction had a set quantity. Once the number exceeded the quantitative limit of directional teleportation, the teleportation would become random. After the checkpoint gate's teleportation array became random, it was uncertain where in the wasteland continent the filth beasts would appear. Those races that had been in the wasteland world for a long time and whose player levels were mostly above level 21 were still okay. They had the ability to deal with filth beasts. But those races that hadn't reached this level were in trouble. They were no match for filth beasts at all. 8 or 9 out of 10 of these low-level races would end up as easy prey when they encountered filth beasts. Even if they hid in their territories, as long as the territory level didn't reach level 5 and there were no energy towers in the territory capable of killing filth beasts or orange quality defense towers, they couldn't withstand the attack of filth beasts. Therefore, every time Yossa City faced a beast tide, including the mayor and all the border soldiers would go all out to intercept the herds outside the checkpoint, preventing the beast tide from destroying the checkpoints. Tall border soldiers were relatively better off, while short-statured border soldiers were at a great disadvantage facing filth beasts 7 to 8 meters tall. Human warriors belonged to the category of short stature, as did Dagular star people with an average height of over 2 meters. The average height of the Rolirica star race was over 3 meters, so they fell in between. It was said that the shortest race had a height of only around 1 meter, while the tallest beast men were over 5 to 6 meters tall. According to intelligence gathered, some of the armor worn by beast men had the ability to allow combatants to hover in mid-air, enabling shorter races to overcome their height disadvantage in battle against filth beasts. Only such armor was exchanged for contribution points, and even the lowest grade armor required 1 million contribution points. Genevieve silently looked at her own contribution points, which were only more than 20,000, then touched her right earlobe. She couldn't think about this in the short term. So we will definitely be at a disadvantage if we just charge in with our weapons. Even if we have the ability to jump high enough to hit the filth beast's weak point, we'll be in a passive state during the jump, too dangerous in a crowd of filth beasts. We can only make up for the height disadvantage by using skills, Jin pondered aloud. But the damage value of wide area attacks is not high. I've tried using skills, they only cause about 1,000 points of damage on filth beasts. Unless we can find a way to increase the skill damage value, Genevieve said. She had tried attacking filth beasts with skills before, except for the transformation skill, other area of effect skills were really disheartening. Her words made others look at her in surprise, and Genevieve looked back, puzzled. Senior, your mental power must be at least 3,000 points, right? My skill can only do 700 or 800 points of damage, Debbie said. Mine can only do several hundred points of damage, less than Debbie's, Cooper also said. My skill does just over 1,000 points of damage, with my mental power at 3,000 points. I have an idea, let's all report our mental power values so I can make arrangements, Jin said. Jin was their acknowledged leader, army players were obvious, national players agreed, and Genevieve had no objections either. With that, everyone reported their mental power and skill damage values one by one. Hearing everyone's reports, Genevieve was inwardly slightly surprised. Apart from Jin, including the 4 new national team players, the highest mental power value was 2,000 points, and the lowest was 1,500 points. One could only say that the top experts of the national team were truly very powerful. They must all have talents that could rapidly increase their attribute values. My mental power is now close to 4,000 points, and my strongest spell attack skill does around 2,000 points of damage, Genevieve said. Actually, Genevieve's mental power had already surpassed 40,000 points, but Genevieve always preferred to hide her true strength a bit. If they weren't definitely going to fight in teams and cooperate in the beast tide, Genevieve would have said even less. Only by knowing the specific damage values of everyone could Jin formulate a good team battle tactic. You should tell me about your skills, Jin said again. After listening, Genevieve found that everyone's magic attack skills were similar, either ice spears or ice arrows, fireballs or rockets, and the rest were auxiliary combat skills. These magic attack skills caused only half the damage value of their mental power for single targets. Genevieve's transformation skill allowed her to choose the number of targets, fewer targets meant higher damage. If attacking a single target, the damage value was as high as 4,000 points. High damage skills were physical attack skills due to weapon damage bonuses. For instance, Genevieve, wielding a first-grade spirit quality tang knife, unleashed a series of sword slashes causing a massive 4,500 point damage on a single target. Jin and his team were more proficient in physical attack skills, nearly all having learned sword slashing and 10 directions slash skills. Although no one mentioned their total damage, it could be inferred from their skill damage. Genevieve estimated that Jin's total attack damage was around 8,000, while others ranged from 5000 to 6000. From Genevieve's provided data, her total attack damage was inferred to be around 9,000. In short, after everyone stated their skill damage values, the national team players looked at Genevieve with admiring gazes. In the shopping space, a first-grade spirit quality staff can double the spell skill damage, but only players with over 5,000 mental power can use it. Genevieve, can you boost your mental power to 5,000 within 10 days? Jin asked. I should be able to just buy training, and if not, I can take enhancing potions. I have mental power enhancing potions, Genevieve replied. It was only after her parents and brother arrived at Sunny Territory that Genevieve discovered she could also trigger double critical hits in training. At the same S-level meditation technique and the same grade, Genevieve's training results were twice those of her mother. The same went for the S-level body tempering technique. Her results were twice those of her father at the same level. Since she mostly practiced body tempering after entering the wasteland world, her meditation technique was still low level, allowing a maximum increase of 100 mental power points per night. Switching nighttime practice to meditation technique would easily add 1,000 points in 10 days. Chapter 145, Yace Border City 8. After Genevieve mentioned she could use a mental power enhancement potion to boost her spirit points to 5,000, Jin thought for a moment and said, "Try spending more time on cultivation at night. If that's not enough, you can cultivate for 2 hours in the morning before going out to kill monsters. Try not to drink enhancement potions. Our scientists have collected enough data to confirm that consuming these potions renders cultivation ineffective and may even hinder it." Yes, Genevieve replied. She didn't know about other situations, but because she absorbed too many attribute points at once, leading to a significant increase in physical constitution, or drinking a constitution-enhancing potion which also increased her constitution greatly, her constitution would remain stagnant during the practice of body tempering technique for a while. But as long as she persisted in cultivating, her constitution value would eventually rise again. Jin then took out a skill book and handed it to Genevieve. "You still have one skill slot, right? Learn this skill. Once players reach level 10, they gain 2 additional skill slots." Genevieve hadn't decided what skills to learn yet. Before reaching level 10, Genevieve had used a skill card to add an extra skill, so she actually had 7 skills. Jin mistakenly thought she only had 1 skill slot left. If it was something from Jin personally, he would have given it to her privately. Giving it to her in public meant it was from the national team. Since it was carefully selected for her by the national team, Genevieve accepted it without refusal. She glanced at it. It was a purple quality lightning strike. Consumes 100 spirit points to release 10 to 100 lightning strikes against enemy targets, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. Requires 1,000 spirit points to learn. This skill had a destructive power similar to her shape transformation skill, making it suitable for alternating use. With Genevieve's current spirit points, she could reduce the cooldown time to 30 seconds. However, it was also the most spirit-consuming skill. After Genevieve's spirit points reach 5,000, we'll equip her with a spirit wand. When the beast wave approaches, she will cast a group attack spell first, reducing the health bars of the filth beasts by 1/3. This way, the rest will be easier for us to handle, Jin said. According to their reconnaissance, experience points, desolate coins, and merit points obtained after killing filth beasts as a team would be distributed based on each warrior's damage output. To others, Jin's arrangement meant Genevieve wouldn't have to take risks by being on the front lines, yet she could still benefit from it. Only Genevieve secretly sighed, unsure if absorbing attributes from wounded wild beasts killed by others would still count. If not, she wouldn't be able to absorb many attribute points during the border beast tide. Unless she revealed her absorption talent, Jin and others would think this plan was perfect for her. Despite trusting Jin, Genevieve did not want to disclose such an incredible talent to him, as he was part of the national team. Therefore, she did not voice any objections to his reasonable arrangement. As for the spirit wand, they currently didn't have one and would need to wait until after the 8th beast wave for new national team players who qualified for the relevant side quests to purchase one. Jin would then replicate it and gift Genevieve a spirit wand. Genevieve didn't intend to refuse either. Based on the information they gathered, all warriors stationed at the border received one opportunity to enter the shopping space to purchase supplies after each border beast tide. If she bought the spirit wand herself, timing wouldn't align. At worst, she'd work for free, helping the national team open treasure chests multiple times without compensation. This wasn't the time to consider owing favors. If they didn't cooperate fully, they might die in the beast tides. Zen learned more specific uses of merit points from the Rolilica star people. Besides exchanging them for armor, they had other uses. What human players cared most about was that once their combined merit points reached 1 million, their race's survival points would increase by 1, another million for another point, and so on. Border warriors who survived the border beast tide could add 1 survival point to their race. During the 2-day beast tide period, any race that earned 1 million merit points would gain 2 survival points. This information was crucial to human players, as it showed them how to increase human survival points, providing motivation. After returning to her room, Genevieve checked her player bracelet for her stats. Her constitution was nearly 7,000 points, and her spirit points were at 4154. It was already day 70 in the desolate world, with only 10 days until the next border city beast tide. There was still the 8th beast wave at the human player settlement to come, and Genevieve could at least absorb 300 to 400 spirit points from it. If she changed her daily routine to practicing meditation, increasing her spirit points to 5,000 would not be a problem. As time passed day by day, Genevieve noticed that the number of filth beasts at the border checkpoint was increasing. On day 74 of the desolate world, instead of filth beasts entering the checkpoint one by one as before, 2 or 3 entered together this time. With Genevieve's strength, dealing with 2 filth beasts at once was already very strenuous, let alone 3. Fortunately, the terrain inside the checkpoint was narrow, so the 3 filth beasts couldn't surround her. After Genevieve cast slow on them, their movements became even slower, allowing her to defeat them one by one. When she returned to her residence in the evening, Genevieve tallied up her kills. She had killed 75 filth beasts that day. It wasn't just Genevieve who faced this situation, others were the same, with a few even getting injured. Red quality healing potions no longer work on us. I drank a purple quality healing potion to get better, Samson said. They were the cream of the crop among human players in terms of attribute points, having not been injured for a long time, and did not realize that red quality healing potions were ineffective on them. Even the effect of purple quality healing potions isn't very good. It took me more than 10 minutes to heal a broken bone, Samson added. Everyone knew that the best healing potions could heal fractures within 1 or 2 minutes. Taking over 10 minutes indicated that the quality of the healing potion was low. They also bought some ordinary and first-grade spiritual healing potions but only carried one each after leaving them with Jin for replication. I'll prepare more ordinary healing potions for you tomorrow morning. Use these if you get injured, Jin said. Because they hadn't been injured for a long time, he overlooked the issue of healing potions. Fortunately, they discovered this now, otherwise, it would have caused trouble during the border beast wave. Being unable to fight for 10 minutes due to an injury in such a high-level beast wave is extremely dangerous. Chapter 146, Small Fortune. Today, when Mariam was caught between two polluted beasts, she considered learning a skill that could momentarily pause the polluted beasts. In such situations, if only one of the polluted beasts could be paused, she would quickly deal with both. The ice freeze skill she obtained from the purple treasure chest did exactly this: immobilize polluted beasts temporarily. With this thought in mind, after returning to her room, Mariam retrieved the purple quality ice freeze skill book. Ice freeze, purple quality, consumes 100 to 1000 mental points, can simultaneously freeze 50 to 100 enemies for up to 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 minute. Requires 1000 mental points to learn. While using it against waves of beasts in human settlements seemed overkill, now, it appeared quite fitting. On the 75th day in the wasteland world, there were slightly more polluted beasts than yesterday, with groups of 2 or 3 entering checkpoints more frequently. Mariam first cast Ice Freeze on 2 polluted beasts, one level 12 and another level 16, which cost her 500 mental points. The level 12 polluted beast resumed movement after 3 minutes, with barely any health lost. However, the level 16 one was only frozen for half a minute without dropping any health at all. But having these polluted beasts immobilized for even a minute allowed Mariam ample time to eliminate them. The freezing duration for a level 19 polluted beast was only 40 seconds, but Mariam felt this was sufficient since rarely did several beasts appear together at the same level. Prioritizing higher level beasts first gave her enough time to finish off lower ones. Over these 10 days, Jin had helped Mariam replicate 30 copies of resources, combined with what she found in treasure chests, giving her a total of 60 purple quality ice freeze skill books. Deciding that the purple quality ice freeze was effective against polluted beasts, she planned to increase its yield back in Alger settlement using amplification cards before selling them to the national team at a discount, expecting them to purchase enthusiastically. The 8th beast wave occurred on the 76th day in the wasteland world. Mariam and her group were teleported back to their settlement in the evening of day 75. Her parents and younger brother awaited her, prepared as always. This time, only family members, Lise and Zeus, gathered for dinner. "Cousin, I might not reach level 10 on schedule. I have only just reached level 9, Lydia said dejectedly. "I also doubt I will make it to level 10 on time," added Barclay. Since Barclay's experience exceeded Lee Bogdan's, yet he couldn't meet the criteria, Lee Bogdan was far from reaching it. "Don't rush. Unless you're level 11, don't go to the frontier," Mariam advised. Understanding the severity of the beast waves at the frontier, she intended to wait until they passed before leading her people there. She needed to gauge the scale and risks of the frontiers before sending anyone. These people were going to be her core teammates, so she didn't want anyone sacrificed unnecessarily. Hearing her explanation about the dangers of the frontier beast waves, Barclay and others felt less pressured. After a satisfying meal, Anson asked Mariam to handle new settler migrations. This time, 10 players sought to move to Alger settlement. After checking that nothing was amiss through her predictive talent, Mariam approved their requests. Alger settlement now housed a total of 40 settlers. With many tasks still pending, everyone parted ways shortly. Mariam organized the supplies bought at the frontier and the items from the purple treasure chests into a purple chest before activating an amplification card. It resulted in a 93x boost. This meant that while items gained at the frontier could only be boosted 5-fold there, boosting back in their own territory was randomized. Items previously boosted by double critical hits could not trigger this again, so Mariam used a 5x critical hit card. Not only did she open her own boosted chests, she also helped the national team open numerous chests. Opening chests gave her a 5-fold return, but she only returned a double-fold to the national team, keeping 3-fold for herself, truly making a significant profit. However, Mariam did not plan to keep these resources in hand. She first sorted out the blue quality materials and handed them over to her father, instructing him to smelt all of them into orange quality materials that evening and list them for sale on the trading channel of Zone 1. "Anson, Luolu, I forgot to tell you just now. When I tried to smelt the purple quality materials into higher grades, it failed. The reason was that the smelting furnace's level is too low, it can only handle up to purple quality materials." Upon hearing this result, Mariam was not disappointed because the furnace blueprint came from a gold treasure chest, and purple quality materials had not even appeared in human settlements yet. It was not surprising that the smelting furnace couldn't handle purple quality materials. Mariam, if there's a chance, I'll get you a higher grade smelting furnace. For now, smelt these blue quality materials into orange quality and sell them. Mariam put away the purple quality ice-free skill books and sent one to each member of the combat squads, telling them about her experience using the ice-free spell against polluted beasts and asking if they wanted to learn it. Given Mariam's combat prowess, others would naturally want to learn a skill she endorsed. Including Jin, everyone replied to Mariam saying they wanted to learn it. Since all of Jin's team's supplies were provided by the national team, it was natural for the national team to discuss with Mariam. The issue was that the bracelet mall didn't have any listings for purple quality materials, so no one knew the exact selling price for them. No one knew how much to charge for the purple quality skill book either. Mariam let the national team decide among themselves. Ultimately, based on the price of red quality ice-free skill books, the national team determined that a purple quality ice-free skill book should cost 10 billion gold coins, with a 10% markup being 1 billion gold coins per book. Upon learning that Mariam had extra purple quality ice-free skill books, the national team purchased an additional 20 copies. This allowed Mariam to earn 30 billion gold coins instantly. After making this small fortune, Mariam checked her bracelet mall wallet. Over these 11 days, the district chief's cut had earned her over 3 million gold coins. And the materials she sold after the 7th beast wave netted her over 12 billion gold coins. Chapter 147, The 8th Beast Tide 1. After tallying her recent gains, Genevieve continued organizing the spoils she had obtained from the national team when opening treasure chests. Apart from space stones and material packs, all orange or red quality supplies were listed for sale on Zone 1's trading channel. She also placed 2/3 of her talent awakening pills, talent upgrade pills, and skill upgrade cards on the same channel. However, these items were priced higher, at 80% of the market price in the bracelet mall. Players in Zone 1 were familiar with their district leader's style and knew that she would sell a lot of supplies tonight. So they waited early on the trading channel. Seeing so many red quality items listed by their district leader, they regretted not having enough gold coins to buy everything they wanted. When they saw the talent awakening pills, talent upgrade pills, and skill upgrade cards listed, their regret turned into frustration. They wished the beast tide would start now so they could earn more gold. Carmine, the national team announced today that during the 8th beast tide, each player will face at least 6,000 wild beasts. Players feel immense pressure, and the atmosphere is somewhat gloomy. However, the supplies you listed have lifted the spirits of players in Zone 1, who can't wait to kill more beasts and earn more gold tomorrow. No wonder my grandson refuses to move to my territory and insists on staying in Zone 1. Genevieve, it's normal for young people to want to explore on their own. He's doing well, managing to upgrade his territory to level 4 without relying on you. Carmine, he doesn't rely on me, but if it weren't for your discounted sales, reaching level 4 would be good enough. Genevieve, every player in Village 29999 was able to buy my discounted supplies from the beginning. Only 100 players became level 5 lords. Qingyu was among the earliest batch. Genevieve wasn't exaggerating, except for her family, she never gave away supplies for free. While she did offer preferential treatment to players who initially befriended her in Village 29999, they truly had talent. Perhaps because they followed Genevieve, almost no one left Village 29999. Even those who moved territories stayed within the village's player areas. Village 29999 Seoul national team player, Cameron, had a very popular level 5 territory that was already full, with everyone waiting for him to upgrade to level 6. Carmine, Qingyu wants to explore the borderlands, but he refuses to join the national team. I hope you can accept him into your combat squad. Genevieve had long wanted to ask Elder Gregory why the Gregory family, which had served multiple generations in the military, would be so against Qingyu joining the army. Though Qingyu sometimes acted like a privileged young man, he was reliable. Carmine, both of Qingyu's parents were soldiers who were rarely home. They both died in service when he was 11. That made him resentful and opposed to the military. These words seemed simple, but Genevieve could almost see the elder sigh. The elder had never mentioned such personal matters before, but now he hoped she would accept Qingyu into her squad. Genevieve, alright, if Qingyu is willing to join my squad, I may not treat him like a brother, but like a cousin, it's no problem. Genevieve spoke sincerely. She often left the territory, so its management relied on her father, an ordinary person who learned quickly thanks to Junior's guidance. This was her way of returning the favor. Benny was indeed quite capable. The 8th beast tide started at 5 a.m. Genevieve needed to gain more attribute points this time and practice her new skills thoroughly. She couldn't hold back while fighting the beasts. So she positioned others in the 3 other directions and took the front gate herself. It was just before dawn, probably the coldest time of day. Standing on the wall, Genevieve watched the snow under the lights, feeling that the temperature wasn't as cold as last time. In her previous life, the coldest period was between the 6th and 7th beast tides. This life should be similar, with temperatures warming up after the 9th beast tide. As Genevieve was distracted, she suddenly heard terrified shouts from the left side of the settlement, indicating a significant scare. Among the voices was Griffin's. Genevieve sprinted at full speed, reaching Oriv's side in less than 10 seconds. She then saw an energy arrow hit a green ghost monster outside the territory protection array. The green ghost monster didn't disappear because of this, it only became slightly dimmer in color. Soon another energy arrow shot over, and the ghost monster dodged it. But while it avoided that arrow, it couldn't avoid another one, getting hit dead on once more, turning even darker in color. After being struck by the 3rd arrow, it finally vanished into nothingness. In the dead of night, gazing out beyond the territory boundaries, Genevieve felt a faint sense of dread, and the dread felt by other residents must have been even stronger. It was no surprise that the sudden appearance of a ghost monster had startled the residents. After this small interlude ended, a dense sound of running came from far away, and even standing on the city wall, she could feel a slight tremor. Genevieve strained her eyes to see countless beasts flooding towards them, too many to count. Her newly learned lightning strike skill could attack targets 5 kilometers away, while transformation technique had a range of 4 kilometers, fireball 2,000 meters, ice spike just over 1,000 meters, and sword slash within 1 kilometer. She cycled through all her offensive skills, barely managing to keep the beast tied at bay outside the archery tower's range at the main gate. However, using these skills continuously consumed a significant amount of mental power. After an hour, Genevieve drank a purple quality restorative potion. Even with Genevieve slaughtering as much as possible, it would take more than 1 or 2 hours to finish off over 200,000 level 8 monsters. But with the experience from the 7th beast tide, others were also able to kill freely, though they needed to drink restorative potions from time to time. Everyone was so engrossed in battle that they didn't even notice when dawn broke. Ding! Congratulations player Pastoral Scenery and your residents for completing the beast tide trial task first. Lord Reward, 6 gold treasure chests. Residents each receive 3 gold treasure chests. Lord Reward, 8 free attribute points. Residents each receive 5 free attribute points. 2 hours remaining until the end of the beast tide trial. Players can choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, you can end the trial at any time if you choose to continue. Chapter 148, Level 8 Beast Tide 2. Although the number of wild monsters in this beast tide was much greater than last time, Genevieve completed the trial task half an hour earlier than during the previous beast tide when she unleashed her full killing potential. Needless to say, Genevieve chose to continue with the trials. After making her decision, Genevieve, along with her parents and Oriv, each took out 5 advanced energy towers from their spatial backpacks and placed them beside the walls they were guarding. When the dense level 9 beast tide approached within 1 kilometer of the territory, the advanced energy towers near the walls started sweeping rounds of fire. By the time the level 9 beasts reached close to Alger territory, at least half of them had been eliminated. Genevieve, as usual, took turns using her skills. However, the level 9 wild monsters were indeed 1 level higher than the level 8 ones. Her mental energy consumption was significantly more, and her monster clearing efficiency wasn't as high. Some of the level 9 wild monsters managed to rush into the range of the energy towers. But Genevieve's strategy of placing more advanced energy towers proved quite effective. Under the bombardment of the energy towers, very few wild monsters could breach the perimeter of the territory. At the final moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded almost simultaneously in the ears of all the players in Alger territory. Ding! Congratulations to player Alger Paradise and its residents for being the first to complete the Ghost Monster Challenge trial. The Lord receives 10 golden treasure chests, and each resident receives 5. The Lord gains 16 free attribute points, and each resident gains 8 free attribute points. The Lord earns 20 world reputation points, and each resident earns 10 world reputation points. Ding! The 8th beast tide has ended, and the results are being tabulated. In 2 minutes, the global contribution ranking list, the territory level list, and the player level list will be published. The reputation store will open in 10 minutes for a limited time 20-minute shopping window. See details on the World Channel. Taking advantage of this waiting time, everyone returned to the activity hall of Alger territory. The fireplace in the hall was not lit, but it was only about 20 to 30 degrees warmer inside compared to outside. Even the youngest cousin Shayla did not feel cold. As for the 2 toddlers being carried by their parents, they slept soundly, their little faces rosy. Once the time came, Genevieve checked the contribution and reputation value rankings. 1. Alger Paradise earned 100,000 reputation points, rewarded with 10 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 50,000 reputation points and received 5 golden treasure chests. 2. Duo Yi A001 earned 90,000 reputation points, rewarded with 9 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 45,000 reputation points and received 4 golden treasure chests. 3. State Compilation J363600 earned 80,000 reputation points, rewarded with 8 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 40,000 reputation points and received 3 golden treasure chests. 4. Malia earned 70,000 reputation points, rewarded with 7 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 35,000 reputation points and received 2 golden treasure chests. 5. State Compilation X035798 earned 60,000 reputation points, rewarded with 6 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 30,000 reputation points and received 1 golden treasure chest. 6. Junseong A0002 earned 50,000 reputation points, rewarded with 5 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 25,000 reputation points and received 1 golden treasure chest. 7. Ebon earned 40,000 reputation points, rewarded with 4 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 20,000 reputation points and received 1 golden treasure chest. 8. Yun Yisi 00555 earned 30,000 reputation points, rewarded with 3 golden treasure chests. Each resident earned 15,000 reputation points and received 10 silver treasure chests. 9. Ningsu A80026 earned 20,000 reputation points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Each resident earned 10,000 reputation points and received 8 silver treasure chests. 10. Xianjing A3577, earned 10,000 reputation points, rewarded with 1 golden treasure chest. Each resident earned 5,000 reputation points and received 6 silver treasure chests. She remained at the top of the reputation ranking list, while Alja territory still held its perennial second place on the territory ranking list. In this beast tide, the earnings of the entire Area 1 players, as indicated by Genevieve's, the Area 1 managers, commission reaching over 10 million gold coins, showed how substantial their harvest was. Genevieve also noticed that the human player death rate in this beast tide remained extremely low, just like last time. Only 200 people logged off overall, with only 3 from Area 1. Since the 6th beast tide, Flower Nation players controlled the entire human settlement area, leading to a continuous decrease in human player deaths. Nowadays, most players reside in level 5 territories, so very few player territories are breached during beast tides. Everyone in Alja territory, including the 2 children, gained 13 free attribute points, 13 golden treasure chests, and 50,000 reputation points today. The new residents seemed to have been informed already. They kept the golden treasure chests unopened, putting aside any good items won from lotteries and marking their chests whenever others did so. Genevieve said, "Send me the items you want to duplicate." Without any hesitation, everyone in Alja territory clicked to transfer. After dealing with these matters, it was only noon, not yet time to rest, so everyone went their separate ways again. Genevieve directly teleported to District 5 and continued her mining and logging activities. Returning to the territory in the evening, she uploaded 100 million wood and 200 million stones, then helped the national team open a large number of treasure chests. Not only did she obtain quite a few golden treasure chests today, but the residents of Alja territory and the other members of the national team also had a good number of golden treasure chests. However, none of them obtained a duplicate card, amplification card, or critical strike card. No one drew those items in the lottery either. Jin said, "Tonight, 3 more people on the national team have 4 attributes exceeding 4,000 points." After chatting with Jin for a while, Genevieve finally had some free time to check her day's earnings. She killed a total of 112,401 level 8 monsters and 98,240 level 9 monsters during the beast tide. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained over 400,000 silver treasure chests and loot. Genevieve then sent all these materials to her father to smelt into orange quality items for sale, earning 1,656,806 experience points and copper coins. She gained 551.25 strength points, 550.55 agility points, and 555.12 mental points. Genevieve opened her personal interface to check her latest stats. Player, Alja Paradise. Level 10, 6, 8, 19, 676, 000,000. Strength, 3,765.76, plus 1,000. Agility, 3,756.79, plus 1,000. Stamina, 7,460. Mental, 4,715.51, plus 1,000. Attack damage, 12,238.06, plus 3,000. Defense, 7460, 10,000. HP, 1,000. MP, 4,000. World reputation points, 2575. Talents, absorption, S rank, critical strike, S rank, premonition, S rank, insight, S rank. Cultivation techniques, meditation technique, S rank, body tempering technique level 4, S rank, blade skill level 2, S rank. Skills, lightning strike, purple quality, freeze spell, purple quality, transformation spell, red quality, fireball spell, red quality, ice shard spell, red quality, hindrance spell, red quality, sword/combo, red quality. Gathering, red quality, alchemy, red quality. Equipment, first tier spirit class protective clothing, purple agility boots, purple strength bracer, purple forehead guard, red quality storage ring, orange quality storage ring. Secondary weapons, tang knife, first tier spirit class, energy bow, purple quality, spear, purple quality. Territory level, 6. Game currency, 313.396 billion gold coins. Inventory slots, 99,500. Resources, omitted. Her mental points suddenly rose to 4,715.51. As long as she practiced meditation every night, she would be able to increase her mental points to over 5,000 within 80 days in this desolate world. Chapter 149, Rank 2 Warrior. On the 77th day of the Wasteland world, they were once again teleported to Ye City. After the 8th beast wave, Genevieve's attack damage value suddenly soared to 12,000. She could dispose of 2,568 filth beasts in one day. She gained 256,800 experience points and wasteland coins, with an average extraction of 86 attribute points for strength, agility, and spirit. In the evening, when Genevieve returned to her residence, she met 3 new players. These 3 were also part of the national team, 2 were military players, and 1 was a government-compiled player, all aged between 25 and 35. Jin, on behalf of the national team, gifted Genevieve a Tier 1 spiritual quality Spirit 4 staff, 4 bottles of mortal grade and 4 bottles of Tier 1 spiritual quality constitution enhancement potions, and spirit enhancement potions. Additionally, there were 20 bottles of mortal grade recovery potions. They were afraid that her spirit value might rise too fast while her constitution value remained low, leaving her body unable to cope, so they had prepared constitution enhancement potions for her as well. Although these supplies were replicated by Jin, even as replicas, their value was no less than 1 million wasteland coins. After receiving them, Genevieve sincerely thanked the national team. Her serious attitude left everyone from the national team very satisfied. Among the 17 people present, only Genevieve was not part of the national team. Despite this, she still chose cooperation over joining, which inevitably made others suspect her intentions. Yet, she wasn't isolated. She had done many beneficial things for the country and its people. No one would doubt her selfishness or personal gain. More importantly, her talent was incomparable, even surpassing Jin. Thus, everyone agreed without much objection that she should be the team leader. Now, seeing Genevieve accept the national team's gifts, the magical weapon and potions, with such seriousness, they felt she was willing to shoulder the responsibility of being the team leader. Therefore, their grievances over her refusal to join the national team diminished significantly. After returning to her room, Genevieve took out the Spirit Force staff from her spatial backpack and cast a gather skill on it. Immediately, information appeared before her eyes. Spirit Force staff, Tier 1. Hold the staff to cast spells, enhancing spell damage by 50% and reducing Spirit Force consumption by 10%. Durability, 1000 points. Requires 5000 spirit points to use. Jin had only mentioned that it could increase skill damage by 50% but hadn't mentioned that it could also reduce Spirit Force consumption by 10%. This was a pleasant surprise for Genevieve. When casting powerful offensive spells, each attempt required consuming 1000 spirit points, but with this staff, she only needed 900 points per use. Don't underestimate the 100 spirit points, it was enough for her to unleash one full-strength sword and blade combo. For Genevieve, who had developed a hoarding habit, this Spirit Force staff was definitely worth enhancing further. However, the enhancement efficiency here was too low. She needed to return to Alga territory. That night, when Genevieve practiced her meditation skill again, it advanced to level 3. Originally, she could gain 80 spirit points after 5 hours of practice, but tonight she gained 100 points. On the 78th day of the Wasteland world, after Genevieve woke up early and added the daily reward of 20 free attribute points to her spirit value, her spirit points reached 4920. Just 80 more points until she hit 5000. On the 79th day, Genevieve killed a total of 2603 filth beasts. With double critical hits triggered, she obtained 260,300 experience points and wasteland coins, with an average extraction of 86 attribute points for strength, agility, and spirit. Genevieve felt greatly encouraged. Her spirit points finally surpassed 5000. But that night, Genevieve continued to practice her meditation skill, gaining 150 points after 5 hours of practice. In the morning of the 79th day in the Wasteland world, Genevieve added the newly acquired 20 free attribute points to her spirit value. Looking at her 5,177 spirit points, Genevieve walked out of the door with a smile on her face. Seeing her smiling, everyone in the hall of the national team couldn't help but light up. Jin directly asked, "Have you already exceeded 5000 points?" Genevieve nodded, and the rest immediately beamed with joy. No one had asked about her spirit points in the past 2 days when she would exceed 5000, but it was something everyone cared deeply about, so the atmosphere among them had been somewhat heavy. Genevieve shared some news with everyone. "Yesterday, I tried freezing the filth beasts with ice freeze first and then casting lightning strike. Filth beasts below level 15 shatter, and their health bars drop to 0 instantly. For those above level 15, their health bars dropped below 5000 points. Under Genevieve's recommendation, the national team players who initiated the borderside quest all learned ice freeze. Everyone agreed that it was incredibly practical. After casting ice freeze on level 19 filth beasts, they could finish them off with just one strike. Genevieve's discovery gave them a greater advantage when dealing with the beast tide at the border tomorrow. Today, everyone should practice on their own to see which attack skill combo is more effective. "Those who want to learn Lightning Strike should apply to me," Jin said. Players in the national team who hadn't learned Lightning Strike immediately raised their hands. They had to learn the spell that was tested and endorsed by a top player. That day, the number of filth beasts Genevieve killed soared to 3000, not because she became significantly stronger, but because more filth beasts were surging into the checkpoint. Since the filth beasts came in waves, Genevieve continuously used Ice Freeze and Lightning Strike, nearly maxing out her proficiency in both spells. She also heard bombing sounds from nearby checkpoints, clearly indicating that other human players were using Lightning Strike as well. Tomorrow was Beast Tide Day at the border. There was no need to worry about how to proceed. The multiracial information channel, which had been blank all the time, suddenly received a message from the Yace City mayor in the evening. As intelligence personnel, Debbie and Zen gathered to analyze this message. The mayor's message mentioned a total of 113 races. 13 races entered the first line of defense, 35 races in the second line of defense, and 65 races in the third line of defense. The Dagular aliens are like us, in the third line of defense, while the Lolilica aliens are in the second line of defense, Debbie said. The Lolilica aliens have over 90 gatekeepers, among whom 30 are rank 2 warriors. I just found out today that players with total damage output exceeding 10,000 are considered rank 2 warriors, while those below 10,000 are rank 1 warriors. According to the Lolilica aliens, once they have 20 rank 2 warriors, they are allocated to the second line of defense. They said the primary task in the second line of defense is to clear filth beasts above level 14, Zen explained. Zen and Debbie had spent a lot today, but Debbie did not get any useful information, even failing to find out about the conditions for being a rank 1 or rank 2 warrior. Speaking of the conditions for rank 1 and rank 2 warriors, everyone looked at Genevieve, as she reported an attack damage value of 11,000, actually over 12,500, Genevieve underreported by 1,250, making her a rank 2 warrior. Jin's attack damage value was also at 9,500 points, and he was expected to become a rank 2 warrior in 2 days. The highest attack damage value of the others was 7,500 points, and the lowest was 6,000 points. Chapter 150, Border Beast Tide 1. The timing of each Border Beast Tide is irregular. Sometimes it lasts for 2 days and nights, and sometimes it ends in 1 day, Zen said. But according to the mayor's order, all border guards must remain steadfast at their posts and cannot leave. If they do, they will die, Zen continued. I have also learned information about this from the Dagular people, Debbie interjected. The Dagular people say that what the mayor mentioned in his message is true. On the day the beast tide arrives, any guards who do not arrive on time at the designated coordinates by the mayor will suddenly die. Similarly, those who retreat during the beast tide will also die abruptly, Debbie explained. Since arriving in Yasai City, besides meeting the mayor and his adjutant on the first day, everything after that felt like survival of the fittest. The empty city walls were almost devoid of other species. There were no officials from Yasai City managing them or providing supplies, and they could not even enter the city. They had thought that due to the significance of the survival points for each race, the mayor was not expending energy managing the border guards of different races and letting them act independently. However, if things were as the Dagular people said, any border guard who disobeyed the mayor's orders would instantly die. This indicated that the mayor knew everything about the behavior of all the border guards in Yasai City. What Genevieve found disturbing was the mayor's incomprehensible power, able to kill players with attribute values exceeding 1,000 effortlessly. Her premonition talent told her that the mayor could directly obliterate her. She couldn't even begin to imagine how strong the mayor of Yasai City was. Genevieve also wondered how the mayor was monitoring them. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but touch the thin chip on her right ear. Could this mysterious identity teleportation token be something created by the mayor of Yasai City? It would be tolerable if this token only acted as a surveillance device, but Genevieve feared it could be used to control them through this token. Genevieve noticed Jin also deep in thought, absent-mindedly touching something. This means we can only fight and not retreat, Sylvie said. On the morning of day 80 in the desolate world, at 6 o'clock, Genevieve and her group set out on time. The mayor's command required them to be at the designated coordinates by 7. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they decided to start early. When they walked to the outer wall and looked out, they were somewhat astonished because outside the city wall, there were no contaminated beasts. Previously, no matter when they looked beyond the city walls, they would see swarms of contaminated beasts. Today, there were none, which surprised Genevieve and her group. Without the contaminated beasts, they made their way smoothly from Yasai City to the outskirts. While walking in the dark, they encountered some Dagular people, who generally moved faster than human players. They gradually caught up with the earlier departures. Thanks to Debbie's efforts, the Dagular people were now basically friendly towards human players. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the designated coordinates, where there was a long line of platforms that seemed endless. Each platform was spaced 10 meters apart, stood 4 meters high, and had a diameter of 5 meters. Upon seeing these platforms, Genevieve and her group knew what they had to do: intercept the beast tide on these platforms. On their left were the Dagular people, and on their right was a race of beast men with 8 arms. These 8-armed beast men stood around 2 meters tall, with varying arm lengths, shorter ones about a meter long and longer ones reaching nearly 2 meters. While in Yasai City, the temperature had hovered around 0 degrees Celsius, and they had never seen snow over the past 20 days. As they left Yasai City for the outskirts, every 100 meters they walked, the temperature dropped another degree. By the time they reached the platforms, the temperature was around minus 120 degrees Celsius. After standing on the platforms for over an hour, the sky gradually brightened. As daylight emerged, they clearly saw that the sky ahead was unusually distorted, starting with a black dot appearing. This black dot grew larger and larger until Genevieve could make out that it was spinning rapidly. Genevieve felt that the rapidly rotating black dot affected the climate around it. Before the black dot appeared, the wind around them was merely at force 8 or 9. As the black dot expanded quickly, so did the wind speed, while the temperature plummeted rapidly. By the time the black dot became a black hole, it almost touched the ground below. At this moment, the wind was so strong that Genevieve had to be careful to maintain her balance on the platform, lest she be blown off. The rapidly spinning black hole suddenly stopped rotating, and at the same time, the surrounding gale abruptly ceased, turning gentle all of a sudden. No one relaxed because of this. Instead, they watched the black hole intently as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even without a predictive talent like Genevieve's, they could feel the ominous aura emanating from the black hole. Sure enough, after the black hole stopped spinning, countless black shadows rushed out from it. Genevieve didn't have time to see clearly what these black shadows were when she saw an armored warrior floating in midair. The warrior emitted white light, which instantly covered the black shadows rushing out from the black hole. It seemed as if the white light merged with the black shadows, and when the white light disappeared, the black shadows vanished too. But then hundreds of black shadows rushed out of the black hole again, scattering in all directions like lightning. The armored warrior almost immediately emitted another burst of white light, only managing to cover the third batch of black shadows. 2 more armored border guards flew into the sky, emitting the same white light to cover the black shadows emerging from the black hole. However, the latter two armored warriors were not as powerful as the leading one. Their white light couldn't cover all the black shadows, allowing many to escape from the black hole. The speed and quantity of the black shadows coming from the black hole increased over time. Despite the three armored warriors working together, some black shadows managed to escape the white light. About half an hour later, everyone noticed skill flares flashing far away at the second checkpoint. It was likely that the second checkpoint had encountered a beast-tide attack. Another 10 minutes or so later, Genevieve and her group faced the first batch of contaminated beasts. This batch of contaminated beasts was small in number, ranging from level 11 to 13, and everyone killed them using tang knives. While fighting, Genevieve kept an eye on the battle near the black hole. The three armored warriors continuously took turns emitting white light, but the number of black shadows that escaped the white light grew increasingly. Meanwhile, the number of wild monsters appearing at the third checkpoint also increased. Chapter 151, Beast Tide at the Frontier 2. The number of turbid beasts rushing toward the third defense line was increasing. Within less than 2 hours, the area before the third defense line was packed with dense and chaotic masses of turbid beasts, making it increasingly difficult for everyone. This place wasn't like the city gate where the flow of turbid beasts could be restricted from entering together. Here, as the number of turbid beasts increased, they would often attack them in groups of 5 or 6, which was a very life-threatening situation. Fortunately, everyone had learned the freeze spell. Once they found themselves in danger, they would cast the freeze spell on the surrounding turbid beasts and then dispatch them one by one with ease. Genevieve only needed to expend about 100 mental power points when casting the freeze spell on up to 5 turbid beasts. While killing turbid beasts, she occasionally absorbed mental attribute values, recovering a significant amount of mental power. On average, casting the freeze spell like this consumed no more than 50 points of her mental power. As for the others, their maximum mental value was around 2,000. They couldn't afford to continuously use the freeze spell for long periods, so they reserved it for critical moments. Seeing that her teammates were all surrounded by turbid beasts, if not for wearing first-class spirit-grade protective suits, someone might have already perished. Genevieve took out her mental power staff. She cast the lightning strike spell. A bolt of lightning shot out from the staff, scattering into dozens of bolts like fireworks, striking accurately at the vital spots of the turbid beasts in front of Genevieve and her companions. Those hit turbid beasts instantly lost 4,000 health points. Soon, everyone discovered that these turbid beasts didn't just lose health, they seemed to become sluggish from being electrocuted, as though forgetting their original intent to tear apart their targets, appearing confused and uncertain of what to do next. It made no difference if they stood still allowing the players to kill them or tried to dodge, they naturally rushed forward to eliminate these dazed turbid beasts swiftly. However, the turbid beasts' dazed state didn't last long. After about a minute, they recovered their ferocity. By then, their health bars were almost depleted. After clearing the turbid beasts near their platform, they noticed that the subsequent wave of turbid beasts behind those struck by lightning veered off in other directions, leaving hundreds of meters in front of their platform empty. The following turbid beasts couldn't rush to the platform as quickly, so everyone hurriedly drank recovery potions. After using the freeze spell to kill turbid beasts, both their physical strength and mental power had been drained by 2/3, necessitating quick recovery. Genevieve saw Jin on the adjacent platform drinking common-grade recovery potions. When players' 4 attribute values were between 1,000 and 500 points, they could consume common-grade recovery potions. A common-grade recovery potion immediately restored 2,000 points of physical strength and mental power, and within 2 hours, every second restored 5 points each of physical strength and mental power. Genevieve did not drink any recovery potions. Her superior constitution meant she consumed less physical strength and mental power compared to her companions. After fighting for half a day, Genevieve's physical strength and mental power consumption was less than half, so it wasn't time for her to drink recovery potions yet. First-class spirit-grade recovery potions could only be consumed once every 5 hours, and she needed to save them for more urgent situations. Genevieve took out a bottle of first-class spirit-grade nutrient solution and drank it. This was intended for players whose constitution reached over 5,000 points. She had tested it. A bottle of first-class spirit-grade nutrient solution could restore 1,000 points of physical strength and mental power within a minute and permanently increase her constitution by 2 points. Moreover, this was considered food rather than a potion. As long as there was a 2-hour interval, and her physical strength and mental power dropped by more than 1,000 points, she could consume another bottle. Within an hour after consuming the first-class spirit-grade nutrient solution, her physical strength and mental power automatically recovered by 2 points every second. However, a bottle of first-class spirit-grade nutrient solution cost 1,000 wasteland coins, while killing a turbid beast only yielded several dozen wasteland coins. She needed to kill tens or even hundreds of turbid beasts to buy a single bottle. Luckily, Genevieve had items like amplification cards and critical hit cards. She now had hundreds of thousands of bottles of first-class spirit-grade nutrient solution in her spatial backpack, enough for several months of consumption. Although the turbid beasts initially scared away by Genevieve's lightning strike returned, those who missed this sight saw the empty space before the platform and naturally rushed over at full speed. Within 15 minutes, the platform was again crowded with turbid beasts, putting everyone back into combat mode. After drinking common-grade recovery potions, the players wouldn't need Genevieve's assistance within 2 hours. They had enough physical strength and mental power to cast the freeze spell to kill the beasts. Genevieve cast the freeze spell on a small scale every 2 to 3 minutes, expending only about 50 mental power points each time. Therefore, her mental power continued to increase rather than decrease. After an hour, her physical strength and energy levels were fully restored. And after 3.5 hours, Jin and the others had their stamina and mental power consumed by more than half again. This was only after they drank common-grade nutrient solutions to last this long. It was time for Genevieve to act again. With experience from her previous large-scale casting of lightning strike spell, when everyone was surrounded by turbid beasts attacking from all sides again, Genevieve cast the spell over a wide area once more. This time, her attacks not only hit the vital spots of the turbid beasts accurately but also saved 120 points of mental power. When Genevieve cast the large-scale lightning strike spell for the third time, the required mental power consumption had decreased to around 700 points. By the sixth time she cast the large-scale lightning strike spell, the mental power consumption reduced to 650 points. However, continuous large-scale spells within half an hour still cost her significantly in stamina and mental power, leaving her with only 500 points remaining. Genevieve had no choice but to take out a first-class spirit-grade recovery potion and drink it. Yesterday, she saw that the first-class spirit-grade recovery potion required constitution, stamina, and mental power values to exceed 5,000 points before it could be consumed. So she drank a stamina enhancement potion to boost her stamina value from 4000 to 5000. Within less than a minute after drinking the first-class spirit-grade recovery potion, Genevieve's stamina and mental power both recovered fully. Over the next 3 hours, the effects of the first-class spirit-grade recovery potion allowed Genevieve to recover 10 points of stamina and mental power every second. As long as she cast a large-scale spell on average every 2 minutes, her stamina and mental power could remain at full capacity. Jin and the others thought Genevieve would cast lightning strike spell as before, then let them kill the temporarily defenseless turbid beasts. In this way, although they would consume much stamina, they would hardly use any mental power, allowing it to slowly recover on its own. Once it recovered halfway, they could cast spells again to save stamina. To their surprise, Genevieve first cast a large-scale freeze spell, followed immediately by a large-scale lightning strike spell, shattering the frozen turbid beasts into pieces. The dense crowd of turbid beasts before their high platform was instantly reduced to just 2 or 3, which were still dazed and temporarily forgot to attack. Chapter 152, The Beast Tied at the Border 3. The cooperative monster-killing method initiated by Genevieve and perfected by Jin greatly reduced the pressure on Genevieve and her companions, no longer trapping them in the 8-sided siege of the foul creatures as before. On the battlefield, everyone fought for their lives, doing their best to kill the foul creatures around them. To Genevieve, time during the battle seemed endlessly long yet also passed swiftly without her realizing. One day had passed, and night had fallen. The 3 armored warriors continued casting white light orbs that enveloped black shadows without pause. After dark, Genevieve could only vaguely see the white light orbs cast by the armored warriors but could not clearly make out the black holes or the black shadows. Only when she gazed in the direction of the black hole did she feel that familiar palpitation she experienced when looking at the night sky from Sunland territory. This left Genevieve bewildered. Could black holes also appear in areas where humans gathered? Despite prolonged fighting, with recovery potions and nutritional potions, they were not starved or exhausted. While physical strength could be restored by recovery potions, bodily fatigue required necessary rest to recuperate. By the early hours of the morning, under Jin's arrangement, they took turns resting in shifts of 3 groups. The other 16 people took 2 shifts, 8 would rest on another platform for 3 hours while the other 8 guarded and continued killing monsters. Genevieve formed her own group. Originally, Jin wanted Genevieve to rest first, but she requested to rest last. While others rested, Genevieve killed any foul creatures attempting to pass through the unmanned platforms. It wasn't until the other 16 had rested, and after Jin and his group drank ordinary recovery potions, that Genevieve jumped to the platform where Jin was, resting under his protection. Jin's mental attribute was around 4,500, so guarding 2 platforms simultaneously was feasible after taking the ordinary recovery potion. Seeing he was handling it well, Genevieve closed her eyes in relief. Under Jin's protection, Genevieve dozed off for 3 hours, only to wake up to a gradually brightening sky. It was now day 81 in the wasteland world, and they had fought continuously for a day and a night. At the front black hole, the 3 armored warriors persisted in the battle, never stopping. When Genevieve glanced over, the black hole suddenly expanded by 1/3. Initially, Genevieve thought she had just woken up and misjudged the sight. However, when she saw that the strongest armored warrior's white light could only contain 2/3 of the black shadow, she knew something was seriously wrong. Turning to Jin, Genevieve said, "The black hole has expanded by 1/3 again. More black shadows have escaped the attack range of the armored warriors. You should sit down and recover." Jin, who hadn't witnessed the sudden expansion, immediately understood the severity upon hearing Genevieve's words. He promptly drank an ordinary nutritional potion and sat down to meditate, accelerating his mental power recovery. Genevieve didn't return to her circular platform but instead took out her mental staff to cast freezing and shock spells, urging everyone else to sit down and recover their physical and mental energy. Over 3 hours ago, under Genevieve's protection, the national team players had safely rested for 6 hours. Not a single foul creature breached her defense, increasing their trust and confidence in Genevieve's abilities to a very high degree. They also noticed the anomaly with the black hole and, following Genevieve's control, quickly sat down to recover. Sure enough, half an hour later, the number of foul creatures attacking the 3rd defensive line surged, including 15 th and 16th level foul creatures. Previously, all foul creatures at the 3rd defensive line were at most 14th level, and Genevieve hadn't encountered a single 15th level foul creature. The appearance of 15th and 16th level foul creatures suggested that there might be problems with the second defensive line. Fortunately, after this long fight, Genevieve's mental value had increased by about 600 points. Yesterday afternoon, consuming 1000 mental points allowed her to freeze 150 foul creatures. Now she could freeze 170 at once. Her shock spell, like her freezing spell, depended on her mental power, meaning she could split lightning according to how many creatures she froze. Thus, as more foul creatures swarmed, Genevieve's every move still cleared the area within 600 meters in front of the platform, giving herself a few minutes to rest and recover. However, the foul creatures above level 15 could not be killed in one strike by the lightning bolt spell. Genevieve needed to instantly cast another lightning bolt to completely deplete the health bar of a level 15 or higher foul creature. At first, among over 100 foul creatures, there were only 1 or 2 that were level 15 or higher, but an hour later, this number increased to 6 or 7. More terrifyingly, Genevieve discovered a second type of wild monster on the battlefield, the red ghost monster. Red ghost monster. Attack, 2000. Defense, 5000. Health, 20,000. Genevieve felt that the defense and health of the red ghost monster were dishearteningly high. The red ghost monsters completely ignored Genevieve's freezing and lightning bolt spells. The freezing spell was ineffective because the ghost monsters themselves had an extremely cold body, making them immune to freezing. However, the lightning bolt spell couldn't even scratch the surface of the red ghost monster's health. Genevieve suspected it was likely because her total damage from the lightning bolt was less than 5,000 points, which was insufficient to penetrate the red ghost monster's defense, rather than being unable to cause damage. The red ghost monster's psychic sonic attacks did no harm to players with mental values exceeding 2,000 points. But the red ghost monsters could emit extremely cold mist below -180°C, which might breach even a first-grade spirit class protective suit at close range due to the extreme low temperature. Genevieve had to use the shape-shifting spell to entangle the red crystal inside the red ghost monster and use her mental power to dig it out. The red ghost monster reacted very quickly and immediately used its mental power to block Genevieve's intrusion. However, Genevieve's mental power was significantly stronger. After a fierce mental tug-of-war, she finally managed to dig out the red crystal from the brain of the red ghost monster and put it into her spatial backpack. With a sharp scream, the red ghost monster dissipated into thin air. Killing this red ghost monster cost Genevieve a full 2,000 points of mental power. During the mental tug-of-war between her and the red ghost monster, the group of foul creatures had closed within just over 100 meters of the platform. Genevieve immediately cast another freezing and lightning bolt spell. When the second red ghost monster appeared, Genevieve noticed more red dots mixed in among the distant yellow-brown foul creatures. In a hurry, Genevieve woke Jin. Wake up. There are red ghost monsters appearing. We must use the shape-shifting skill to kill them, and it costs me 2,000 points of mental power to kill one. Chapter 153, Beast Tied at the Frontier 4. When Genevieve mentioned that red phantom monsters had appeared, Jin immediately jumped up. In his previous life, they only knew of green and blue phantom monsters. The appearance of red phantom monsters here must be difficult to handle. After hearing from Genevieve about the despair-inducing defense and health bars of the red phantom monster, Jin took out a mental power staff from his spatial backpack. You deal with the red phantom monster, I'll take care of the filth beasts. Genevieve gave him a surprised look. Wasn't it said that he still needed 450 points to reach 5,000 mental points? Did he just achieve 5,000 points while meditating? Today I received a reward of 50 free attribute points. Quickly check your panel when you have time to see if you have as much, Jin said as if he knew what Genevieve was thinking. Jin's talent boosted the 50 free attribute points to 500 points. As long as he added all 500 points to his mental points, his mental attribute value would exceed 5,000 points. He cast an ice freeze spell, freezing 100 filth beasts, followed by a lightning strike spell. Within 700 meters in front of their guard platform, only 7 filth beasts over level 15 and 1 red phantom monster remained. Next, both simultaneously attacked. Jin cast another lightning strike spell, instantly killing the 7 remaining weak filth beasts. Genevieve used transformation technique to entangle the red phantom monster, which dispersed into the air after a minute. Genevieve had gained some experience from killing a red phantom monster previously. This time, she only consumed 1,900 mental points. Jin acted every 5 minutes, while the frequency of red phantoms appearing was roughly once every 10 minutes. After killing 6 red phantoms, Genevieve's mental energy was almost depleted, forcing her to take a grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent. Jin still had 3 hours before his recovery potion cooldown ended, so he drank a grade 1 spirit quality nutrient agent to replenish his mental energy. Being able to drink a grade 1 spirit quality nutrient agent indicated that Jin's constitution value also exceeded 5,000 points. With her current abundant mental energy, whenever Jin's mental consumption became too high, Genevieve cast ice freeze and lightning strike spells to give him more time to recover. However, as the frequency of phantom appearances increased, she began to struggle to keep up. About an hour later, when 2 red phantom monsters appeared within Genevieve and Jin's attack range simultaneously, the others' physical strength and mental energy were fully restored. Once everyone joined the battle, Jin's pressure greatly decreased. He only needed to cast ice freeze on the filth beasts in front of their platform, allowing others to strike. As he cast more ice freeze spells, it consumed fewer than 100 points of mental energy compared to lightning strike. Additionally, it took time for others to kill the frozen filth beasts, giving Jin ample time to recover his mental energy. Since red phantoms began appearing 2 at a time every 5 minutes, Genevieve focused exclusively on dealing with them. She now needed 1700 mental points to kill 1 red phantom, requiring a 3-minute interval between kills under the effects of grade 1 spirit quality drugs. But she had to eliminate 2 red phantoms within 5 minutes, and later, 3 red phantoms appeared simultaneously, leaving her unable to cope. Fortunately, Hindrance Spell could slow down red phantoms, greatly reducing their flight speed and giving Genevieve more time to recover. However, the durability of her purple-grade headband rapidly decreased. After slaughtering 20 red phantoms, its durability dropped to 0, and she immediately switched to a new one. Unbeknownst to everyone, Genevieve gained 20 mental attribute points for each red phantom killed, and it triggered double critical hits. By the time the effects of the grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent wore off, her mental attributes had increased by 2400 points. At this point, killing a single red phantom only required 1300 mental points. However, after the recovery period of the grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent ended, her natural mental recovery rate was only 1 point per second. Drinking a bottle of grade 1 spirit quality nutrient agent increased her recovery rate to 3 points per second, but even this couldn't withstand such heavy consumption. Luckily, Jin's recovery potion cooldown had passed. And because both his mental attribute value and stamina exceeded 5000 points, he could also use a grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent. After consuming a grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent, Jin cast Ice Freeze and Lightning Strike spells, allowing others to meditate and recover. At the same time, he could cast Restraining Spell to pull red phantoms from the sky and immobilize them on the ground for 5 minutes, giving Genevieve more time to recover. Genevieve didn't have time to return to her own platform. She and Jin supported each other on the same platform. When Jin cast Ice Freeze, Genevieve used her sword to cut down the nearby frozen filth beasts. This way, Jin could save a lot of mental power when casting Lightning Strike, and the saved mental power was enough for him to continuously cast Restraining Spell. While Genevieve was using transformation technique to kill 2 or 3 red phantom monsters, she couldn't spare a hand to deal with external dangers. At such times, Jin protected her, preventing filth beasts from harming her. However, both restorative agents and nutrient agents had cooldown periods. It was still manageable for the others, as the 16 of them staggered their consumption times and supported each other. But only Genevieve among them could kill red phantoms, while the others hadn't learned transformation technique. Fortunately, 11 of them had learned Restraining Spell. The most dangerous moment of the day came when Jin's effect of the grade 1 spirit quality restorative agent had worn off, while Genevieve's restorative agent and nutrient agent cooldowns still had 1 hour left. Genevieve needed 15 minutes to kill 1 red phantom monster just by self-recovery. Yet, on the battlefield now, every 5 minutes, 3 red phantoms would appear. Jin and the others had to deal with the swarming filth beasts while taking turns to cast Restraining Spell to prevent over 10 red phantoms from getting closer. Jin had to multitask, casting small-range Ice Freeze and Sword Slash to kill filth beasts in front of his and Genevieve's platform. Without the boost from recovery agents, his mental energy also needed some time to recover naturally. Just that the speed of the red phantoms was very fast. Once the restraining spell was lifted, they would fly several meters forward before the next restraining spell hit them. Seeing the 3 closest red phantoms about to cross the 100-meter distance, everyone was anxious. Restraining Spell could only restrict the movement of wild monsters but couldn't stop them from casting spells. Letting them cross the 100-meter distance would mean trouble for players on 2 adjacent platforms. The effect of the Restraining Spell was about to wear off. Jin kept an eye on the 3 red phantoms while battling, ready to cast Restraining Spell immediately as soon as it wore off to prevent the red phantoms from advancing further. Chapter 154, Beast Tide at the Frontier 5. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Genevieve's cooldown period for using restorative potions finally ended. She hurriedly drank a grade 1 spirit quality restorative potion, and after her mental energy was fully restored, she immediately obliterated the 3 red ghost monsters that were about to cross the boundary. However, just 2 hours later, they found themselves in trouble again. Jin's effects from the grade 1 spirit quality nutrient solution had worn off, and he would enter a 1-hour cooldown period where he couldn't consume either restorative or nutrient potions. Luckily, Jin's mental energy value was high, so his self-recovery speed was faster than others. If he could control the pace well, he could use frost spells and his saber skills within a small range to deal with the filthy monsters approaching their platform. The issue was that 8 people had entered the cooldown period simultaneously after the effects of the restorative potions and nutrient solutions wore off. Without Genevieve's and Jin's skill buffs, the other national team players couldn't handle so many filthy monsters during this beast tide without using frost spells. Even if they could cast frost spells, they could only protect themselves and not support each other simultaneously. Genevieve had no choice but to take on more responsibility. She occasionally cast frost spells to alleviate the besieged condition of the national team players surrounded by filthy monsters while also using shapeshift to eliminate red ghost monsters. She had to carefully calculate the balance between the recovery and consumption of her mental energy, casting spells precisely at the equilibrium point to avoid excessive depletion or delays that might put her teammates in danger. Just as Genevieve struggled to hold on, she suddenly sensed movement from the black hole, emanating an intense pressure. This pressure felt similar to when they first arrived in Ye City and were oppressed by the City Lord's authority. Only now, her strength was more than twice what it was then, so while she felt heavy pressure, it wasn't enough to incapacitate her. The actions of the filthy monsters on the battlefield paused momentarily as they lay prostrate on the ground. Genevieve believed these creatures weren't bowing because they couldn't endure the pressure, Rather, it was out of habitual submission to the existence emitting the pressure. Otherwise, why would the red ghost monsters fall like dumplings, even though they could still move? With the beast tide crisis temporarily paused before her, despite the immense pressure from the black hole weighing heavily on her, Genevieve half turned her body to look at it. The black hole was fluctuating in size, and the strong pressure emanated from within it. When the black hole grew larger, the pressure intensified. When it shrank, the pressure lessened. As Genevieve watched the black hole, she felt a familiar, overwhelming sensation of heart palpitations. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up straight. When she first arrived in the desolate world, there was a day she stayed late gathering materials and almost failed to return to her territory before dark. At that time, looking back at the dark forest gave her the same sense of impending death. Genevieve felt that continuing to watch wouldn't be wise, so she tried to shift her gaze to the 3 grey armored warriors still flying in midair. These 3 armored warriors were closest to the black hole, and they must have been under the strongest pressure. Yet, they remained steadily airborne, proving their power wasn't far below the entity within the black hole. Just as Genevieve forced herself to look away and focus on the 3 armored warriors in the sky, she saw them attack in unison. From a distance, she couldn't see their exact movements clearly, but she saw the 3 armored warriors conjure enormous red spheres which were then thrust into the enlarging black hole. Upon entering the black hole, the red spheres exploded, emitting blinding light. Genevieve squinted slightly as she heard a thunderous explosion that shook the ground beneath her. After the explosion, the pressure from the black hole decreased by half, and the terrifying heart palpitations became mild. Genevieve saw the most advanced armored warrior release another giant red sphere, half the size of the previous ones, hitting the black hole just as it began to reappear. The red sphere exploded once more, producing more blinding light. Following this second explosion, the black hole shrank further, and the pressure from it vanished instantly. Genevieve no longer felt those heart palpitations. However, after the pressure from the black hole dissipated, the filthy monsters lying on the ground sprang up, charging towards the platform with wild ferocity. The red ghost monsters, which had lain like tattered rags, suddenly swelled up and aggressively flew toward the defensive line. In response, the gate-defending warriors unleashed a barrage of skills. As they continued to fight, Genevieve and her team could feel that the number of filthy monsters and red ghost monsters rushing at them gradually decreased. Finally, only filthy monsters were seen, and no more red ghost monsters appeared. After about an hour, no new filthy monsters or red ghost monsters emerged on the battlefield. Genevieve glanced at the black hole again and noticed it had shrunk significantly, almost too small for her eyes to see clearly. She couldn't determine if such a tiny black hole could still emit black shadows. The 3 armored warriors who had been battling in the air for the past 2 days had also vanished. Thank you all for your efforts in guarding the gate. The beast tide has ended, and everyone can now return. Rewards will be distributed this evening based on merit. A voice echoed from afar. Genevieve looked in the direction of the voice but saw nothing. But the tone of this voice. Genevieve glanced uncertainly at Jin, hoping he might have some insight. It's the City Lord's voice, Jin confirmed. One of those armored warriors is likely the City Lord, Genevieve speculated. The strongest one among them should be the City Lord, Jin agreed. The beast tide had ended, but there was no white halo enveloping them from their earlobes, so they returned the way they came. On the way back, they encountered the Dagular people again. This time, the Dagular people were not as energetic as when they had first arrived, eager to surpass them. Seeing the tall Dagular warriors trudging along, looking ready to collapse at any moment, Genevieve could only feel pity for them. Genevieve and Jin counted twice and exchanged gestures. 3 fewer Dagular people were present compared to when they had come. Those missing from the battlefield had most likely made the ultimate sacrifice. When they returned to their territory, Genevieve checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Genevieve and her team had engaged in over 30 hours of intense combat. Due to the nutrient solution, their physical strength hadn't depleted, but the sense of fatigue grew heavier with each step, making it hard for them to move forward. Chapter 155 Post-War Rewards 1. Finally, after walking back to their residence, everyone felt utterly exhausted. They decided to discuss the aftermath of the beast tide after a good rest. Genevieve washed her hair and took a shower with the water she had brought along, then fell asleep right away. It had been a long time since she had such a good night's sleep. When she woke up naturally, she felt extremely comfortable all over. However, her stomach was also growling. Genevieve consumed a bottle of first-grade spiritual quality nutrient solution before checking her gains on the player bracelet. During this border beast tide, she killed a total of 25,020 foul creatures. With double critical hits activated, she earned 1,501,200 experience points and desolate coins, as well as 50,040 merit points. She gained 500 points in strength, agility, and mental attributes each. While killing 87 red ghost beasts, with double critical hits, the calculation was 87 times 100 times 2 is equal to 17,400. She obtained 17,400 experience points and desolate coins, as well as 87 times 2 is equal to 174 merit points. Each red ghost beast provided 20 points of mental attribute value. With critical hits triggered, it was 87 times 20 times 2 is equal to 3,480 points. Genevieve's mental attribute value was now at 8,155 points, while her constitution attribute was only at 8,050. She needed to practice body tempering more in the future. She turned off her player bracelet and touched her earlobe to add the 100 free attribute points from yesterday's kills to her constitution. Jin told her this morning that she received an additional 50 free attribute points due to the trigger of double critical hits, making it 100 points. Because of the intense situation on the battlefield, she hadn't had the time to distribute these 100 free attribute points yet. After tapping her earlobe screen, the first thing that popped up was her personal data. ID, 1. Warrior level, SSS. Damage value, 17,230. Defense value, 8,050. Health value, 100. Stamina value, 5,000,5000. Mental value, 8,155. Free attribute points, 2,100. Desolate coins, 9,001,286. Merit points, 86,505. Why was her desolate coin balance displayed again? Her free attribute points should be 100, why are they showing as 2,100? Where did these extra 2,000 free attribute points come from? Just as Genevieve was trying to figure out why she had so many free attribute points, someone knocked on her door. It was Jin calling her to a meeting. In the hall, most army players were already present, and national players were coming out of their rooms one by one. Everyone looked refreshed and full of energy, having slept and eaten well. Seeing her, Debbie said happily, "Big shot. Because of our excellent performance during the beast tide without letting the red ghost beasts break through our defenses, we've all been rewarded with 600 free attribute points." Genevieve was slightly stunned. She hadn't received this information. How did Debbie know? But hearing this, she knew where the 2,000 free attribute points came from. "I got rewarded with 700 points, Jin said. Genevieve glanced at Jin. With his talent, he would have 7,000 free attribute points after receiving the 700. This was significantly more than what she had gained throughout the entire campaign. Genevieve couldn't help but cast an envious look at Jin, who smiled faintly. "I got 1,000 points, Genevieve truthfully admitted. She didn't want to tell too many lies to Jin and the others. Mainly, her mental attribute had increased drastically, so she needed a plausible explanation. Although everyone tacitly understood that players here likely had talents for extra attribute bonuses, if her increase was too drastic, it would make her stand out negatively. As for how each person's talent boosted their attributes, Genevieve could more or less see some clues, given that the national team members discussed openly in front of her without much reservation. In this border beast tide, Genevieve guessed that Jin probably figured out she might gain attributes from killing monsters. After all, even when not necessary to kill foul creatures, she still rushed to act, unlike her past self who wasn't so enthusiastic. Of course, Genevieve intentionally let Jin discover this. Only by letting him find out would he not assign her to tasks that prevented her from killing monsters directly. If Jin discovered it on his own, regardless of how many speculations he had, they remained unverified. Jin had told Genevieve himself that generally, unverified speculations wouldn't be reported. "You killed all the red ghost beasts on our line of defense. With the number you killed, getting rewarded with 1,000 free attribute points is justified," Jin said. Genevieve glanced at the others. It seemed they thought the same way. Everyone felt a mix of envy and admiration towards her sudden gain of 1,000 free attribute points, but no one felt jealousy. "How did you know this?" Genevieve asked. It appeared everyone in the national team knew about this. From the multiracial information channel, posted by the mayor's deputy. A total of 32 races were praised, including us from Water Blue Star, specifically the third line of defense, Jin explained. This should thank the big shot for clearing out the red ghost beasts on our defense line. When they released ultrasound waves from several hundred meters away, my throat was filled with blood, almost not making it. If we had close contact, we would either be frozen to death by their extreme cold attacks or die from internal organs being shattered by the ultrasound, Cooper remarked. 7 other national team players also thanked Genevieve because of this incident. Their mental values were all below 2,000 points. If not for Genevieve solving those red ghost beasts, their fate would have been uncertain. "Once we return to our territory, after you learn the transformation skill, you can kill the ghost beasts yourself. That way, we don't need to take such risks anymore," Genevieve said. During today's battle, 3 red ghost beasts nearly approached within 100 meters. Cooper was precisely on a platform within that range at the time. He had already been made to spit blood by the red ghost beast's ultrasound attack. The situation was truly critical. Fortunately, Genevieve promptly recovered her mental power and instantly slew those 3 red ghost beasts. "My teammates and I never acquired the transformation skill before. From what we saw on the bracelet mall, it's a control skill that consumes a lot of mental power, so no one wanted to learn it. Never thought it could strangle the ghost beasts," Jin said. In her previous life, they only encountered ghost beasts at night, and they wouldn't dare leave the territory at night. The territory's defensive towers had energy towers, so ghost beasts posed no threat, and no one personally fought them. I obtained the transformation skill not long after entering the wasteland world. At first, I tried controlling them, then wondered if I could turn mental power into spikes to strike directly into the monster's brain, which turned out successful. Later, encountering ghost beasts in a sub-territory, seeing the green quality crystal inside green ghost beasts, I thought about using the transformation skill to grab the crystal inside their bodies and store it in my space backpack. After succeeding, I found that without the crystal, the spirit body of the ghost beast disappeared. Genevieve told everyone about her insights into the transformation skill. She didn't want to keep secrets from these people in the national team right now. Chapter 156 Post-War Rewards 2. In this border, although Mariam's contribution was significant, Jin killed more polluted beasts than she did. Although the others didn't kill as many as these two, their numbers also reached half of what Mariam and Jin achieved. Everyone fought to the best of their ability, with no one trying to shirk their duties. When Mariam's recovery potion cooldown arrived, Jin and the other members of the national team also protected her. If not for everyone's united efforts, Mariam would never have been able to achieve such remarkable results. In large-scale battles like this, unless one's abilities reach the level of those three armored warriors, individual strength is always insignificant. Cooperation within a team is essential for ensuring survival. Given the current disposition of these national team members, Mariam felt that the stronger they became, the less pressure she had. The players on the national team who were convinced by Mariam expressed their willingness to learn new skills as soon as they returned to their territories. Mariam even convinced herself and decided to have the people of Alja territory learn the shape transformation skill upon returning. The drop rate of the shape transformation skill book might be very low, none of the national team members had ever seen one. However, there are green quality shape transformation skill books available in the bracelet mall for 1,000 gold coins each. When they first entered the Wasteland world, a 1,000 gold coin skill book was prohibitively expensive, something most people could only aspire to. Now, for most players, 1,000 gold coins is no longer a concern. At this stage, though, few players would be satisfied with green quality items. Mariam found it more cost-effective to purchase green quality skills because she had numerous red quality skill enhancement cards at her disposal. Do you want to learn the bind spell? I have it, but it's only green quality, Jin said to Mariam. Yes, I was planning to learn it after we return to the territory, Mariam replied. This is a control skill effective even against red spectre monsters. How could Mariam not learn it? Judging from this situation, red spectre monsters seemed to be common in the. Hearing Mariam wanted to learn it, Jin took out a bind skill book from his spatial bag. This is an item I obtained personally. It's just a green quality one, not worth much. I'll give it to you. With Jin saying so, Mariam didn't mention any payment. She had privately given Jin quite a few things already and didn't need to be so formal with him. Everyone, quickly check the multiracial information channel. The mayor has posted a message, Zen said. Hearing this, Mariam immediately touched her right earlobe and clicked into the multiracial information channel. Sure enough, two new messages appeared in the multiracial information channel. One was from the mayor's deputy, and the other was from the mayor himself. After looking at the message from the deputy, which was similar to what Debbie had mentioned, Mariam exited to read the mayor's message. The mayor directly released a contribution ranking list, allowing everyone to gain a clear understanding of the contributions made by various races in Yasai City during this. Naturally, Mariam looked for the Aquamarine people's information first and saw that they topped the third line of defense ranking. The Aquamarine people earned 3,000 contribution points, rewarding all Aquamarine citizens with 300 free attribute points. Seeing this reward, Mariam's eyes nearly bulged out, let alone the national team players. Currently, more than half of human players don't even have 4 attributes valued at 300 points. A sudden reward of 300 attribute points for all Aquamarine players, no one would fail to feel delighted. Wow, the mayor of Yasai City is really generous. With today's reward of 900 free attribute points, my mental value won't lag behind anymore, Cooper said excitedly. Mariam agreed. This meant she now had 2,700 free attribute points, no longer needing to worry about constitution for some time. Mariam continued reading the rewards for other races in the third line of defense. The second place went to the Kinastar people, earning 1,000 contribution points and rewarding all Kinastar citizens with 100 free attribute points. Their neighbors, the Dagular Star people, ranked 53rd with only 20 contribution points, earning the whole Dagular race 2 free attribute points. The last 5 races on the list had no contribution points and received no rewards, as if they hadn't done anything. The Dagular Star people outnumber us, and based on their physical form, they should be far more capable fighters. Why is their ranking so poor? When killing polluted beasts on the border, they didn't kill significantly fewer than we did, Debbie pondered. Did you ask about their levels? Mariam asked, having her own theories. I've asked around. The highest level among their players who have been here the longest is about 16 or 17. Those who came here around the same time as us are at least level 12 or 13. I heard they have a rule that players must reach level 12 to come here. According to the information I gathered, their original attribute values are quite high, averaging at least 20 points, Debbie said. Our average is only 1 at most. This makes them much stronger than us, so why did they perform so poorly? Sylvie asked, somewhat puzzled. During this, I observed that our neighbors on both sides didn't seem to use any spells, Mariam said. Indeed, they mostly relied on weapons in their hands to kill polluted beasts. The weapons they wielded seemed very powerful, similar to energy guns, Jin said. Speaking of energy guns, I find it strange. Back in the human settlements, we had energy bows and energy guns to fight monsters. But after we arrived at the border, the weapons from purple treasure chests were all knives and swords, and even the weapons in the shopping space are cold weapons with no sign of firearms, Mariam said. Red quality energy bows can't even break the defense of an 11th level polluted beast, making them unsuitable for use at the border. Do you mean that they might not have skills like ours, so their actual abilities are weaker than ours, and they rely on the weapons in their hands to kill monsters? Debbie asked. Debbie, being an intelligence analyst, analyzed Mariam's guess even before she finished speaking. Our levels are still 10, but none of us wants to level up. And we, who just arrived, managed to achieve the best results in the third line of defense. I think there must be something special about us, Mariam said. What you say makes sense. I saw a Dagular star person whose weapon ran out of energy and couldn't free his hands to recharge it. He was struggling against 2 polluted beasts. If not for his companion killing those 2 beasts, that Dagular star person would probably have perished there, Jin said. I think spells are the key to fighting the creatures from the black hole. The 3 armored warriors used spells, not weapons. With their abilities, it's impossible for them not to get weapons like those of the Dagular star people, right? Mariam said. Chapter 157, Post-War Rewards 3. In our national team players' precognitive dreams, some orcs mentioned that the Water Blue Star players are different from many other racial players, stating we are Heaven's chosen ones. Jin said thoughtfully. The term Heaven's chosen ones struck Genevieve as critically important. Heaven's chosen ones. Do you know what the orc meant by heaven? Genevieve asked. Not sure. You think this is significant? Jin responded with a question. Yes. Did the player have any other information about the Heaven's chosen ones in their dream? Genevieve pursued. No, but in the precognitive dream, it was to you the orc spoke those words, and the dreamer felt that sentence carried great weight, Jin replied. All members of the national team looked at Genevieve, eager for an answer. Genevieve chuckled and said, it's someone else's dream about me, not my own. I can't provide an explanation. Gerard is one of my villagers. Leader, you don't know how accurate his precognitive dreams have been. Since entering the wasteland world, he has dreamed of you 5 times and of our Lieutenant Lin 3 times. I believe both of you are essential to our future development, Debbie explained. In Gerard's dream, you wore a set of silver armor, Debbie added. Leader still lacks armor, indicating the current timeline isn't yet up to the point of Gerard's dream, Cooper pointed out. It was clear the military players held strong faith in Gerard's dreams. Genevieve recalled that Jin had once told her that Gerard had dreamed that an orc informed her of the conditions for Water Blue Star players to return to their home world. No wonder, despite her repeated corrections, they continued calling her leader. It seemed Gerard's dreams had elevated her status among them. We can be certain that this time we will receive 3,000 contribution points, and all Water Blue Star players will gain 300 attribute points. Leader deserves much of the credit, Sylvie commented. Sylvie had always treated Genevieve well, respecting her regardless of age or former position. Leader is also the first player to activate the border task. Without her, we wouldn't have accessed this information until at least half a month later, Chris remarked. Chris from the national team seldom spoke, yet whenever he did, it was usually in support of Genevieve. She sensed he was closely following Sylvie's lead. Feeling scrutinized by everyone, Genevieve didn't feel particularly capable, only pressured. She found their praise hard to accept because she did not place the survival of human players solely on her shoulders. She merely tried to do beneficial things for humanity when she could, as even selfish individuals would not wish for the extinction of humanity. In fact, normal people would act similarly, unless someone were utterly devoid of empathy or morally bankrupt to watch their fellow humans perish without lifting a finger, criticizing anyone who helps as overly righteous. Such people might wish everyone else dead, believing it makes them cool. I wonder if they've considered that humans are social creatures. When your entire race dies off and you're left alone, do you truly imagine you'll live happily ever after? Have you noticed that 5 races are missing from the 3rd defensive line ranking? Genevieve changed the subject. Yes, originally there were 65 races on the 3rd defense line, now only 60 remain, Zen responded. Based on my inquiries, some races started with just 1 or 2 players arriving here. Unlucky timing led them into a wave during the early stages, making complete annihilation unsurprising. Like us, if we hadn't had so many people, especially not having Leader and Lieutenant Lin, we'd certainly have suffered heavy losses if not total destruction, Zen continued. Another compliment from the national team made Genevieve uncomfortable. With her reluctance to join the military, the national team members grew increasingly enthusiastic about recruiting her. After all, on Water Blue Star, civilians typically sought government assistance. Being familiar with governmental procedures, joining the national team offered less constraint than the military. Sylvie's position in the national team was significant, and her promises were appealing enough to tempt Genevieve. If they were still on Water Blue Star, Genevieve might have agreed. Passing the civil service exam wouldn't be necessary to secure a good job. Unfortunately, this was the wasteland world, and her primary goal since her rebirth was to ensure her family's survival. If she joined the national team, be it the military or the national unit, she would have to fulfill her responsibilities and could not neglect her duties to focus solely on her family. This would seriously conflict with her primary goal. However, the invitation from the national unit gave Genevieve a good excuse that she wanted to join both but preferred to maintain the current situation. The rewards for the 2nd defensive line are much higher than ours, Jin said. He noticed Genevieve's embarrassment and redirected everyone's attention back to the rankings. The Lolirica Star people rank last in the 2nd defensive line. But even as the last, they received 2,000 contribution points, and all Lolirica Star people got 200 free attribute points. As for the first place FS Star people, Genevieve remarked. The FS Star people in first place received 10,000 contribution points, and all FS Star people obtained 1,000 free attribute points. The rewards of the 1st defensive line are mouthwatering. I wonder when we can be promoted to the 1st defensive line, Zen commented. Even the last place in the 1st defensive line earned 10 million contribution points, let alone the 1st place. The GD Star people, who topped the 1st defensive line, received 50,000 contribution points, and all GD Star people got 5,000 free attribute points. 5,000 free attribute points. Genevieve and the rest of the national team members were almost drooling. Initially, seeing that all Water Blue Star people would receive 300 attribute points, they almost broke into cheers. But everything is relative. Under such stark contrast, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. The GD Star people could instantly add 5,000 free attribute points to their entire race. They likely accumulated quite a lot before this. After all, the GD Star people couldn't have entered the first defensive line immediately upon arriving at Yace Border City. So, the GD Star people must have accumulated a considerable number of free attribute points here, probably over 7,000. It was unimaginable how strong the GD Star people were now. Now we know that our efforts at the border can change the fate of the entire human race on Water Blue Star. So everyone should practice diligently and strive to become level 1 warriors as soon as possible so that we can advance to the second defensive line, Jin told the national team members who were all full of longing. Chapter 158, Post-War Rewards 4. Quick, look. Our human survival points have increased by 3 points. Now we have a total of 4 survival points. Debbie shouted excitedly. Hearing Debbie's shout, everyone looked over and indeed it was true. As for why the human survival points had suddenly increased by 3, no one needed to guess much, they knew it must be related to their performance during the recent beast tide at the border. More specifically, it was likely due to the 3,000 contribution points they had earned. This means that if we work a bit harder and increase our survival points by another point, the next beast tide in our human settlement could be delayed by 1 more day, right? Cooper said with excitement. That shouldn't be too difficult, Jin said calmly. Everyone on the scene watched him, waiting for him to continue. So far, including those killed during the beast tides, we have only killed around 700,000 monsters. If we kill another 300,000 filth beasts to make it 1 million, the human race's survival points might increase by another point. This would push back the next beast tide in our human settlement by 1 day, extending the cycle to 12 days, Jin continued. Killing another 300,000 filth beasts was a very achievable goal for Genevieve and her team. However, at the current rate, we won't achieve this before the 9th beast tide arrives, Sylvie said somewhat regretfully. With the addition of 300 free attribute points to all human players and the accumulated improvements from before, the 9th beast tide won't pose much danger to us. We just need to accomplish our tasks before the 10th beast tide, Jin responded. We still have about a dozen vacant positions at the checkpoints we should defend. Now that we've learned ice spells and lightning attacks, we can kill filth beasts from a distance. If we split up and each take responsibility for 2 checkpoints, reaching our goal shouldn't be too hard, Genevieve suggested immediately. With her current spirit power value, it would be wasteful for her to spend time killing individual monsters one by one. That's a good idea, Sylvie agreed. Indeed, Jin also concurred. The group then immediately began discussing this matter further, eventually deciding to operate in shifts to hunt monsters. 15 people would guard the checkpoints during the day, while Jin and Genevieve would take the night shift. This was because Genevieve and Jin both had high enough spirit values to defend 10 checkpoints simultaneously, making the shift system more efficient. After settling the monster hunting shifts, Debbie said, according to the Dagular aliens, there is usually a rest period of 1 or 2 days after each beast tide. During this time, there won't be any filth beasts outside the city. If there are no filth beasts tomorrow, I want to walk around. I wonder what Yasai City's inner city looks like. Have you noticed that the gates under the checkpoints don't lead to the inner city, and there are no entrances on the city walls leading to the inner city? It's not that they don't exist, we're simply not allowed to open them. Entry into the inner city requires a qualification certificate. Typically, only warriors who have made significant contributions can gain access, Zen explained. Genevieve quietly observed the 2 intelligence officers. She felt that Zen seemed slightly more capable than Debbie. Zen appeared as an ordinary young office worker, giving off a harmless vibe. Yet anyone who could unlock such a critical mission like defending the border couldn't possibly be weak. Debbie, perhaps due to her status, was young and beautiful, with an underlying sharpness. Aliens might not understand beauty standards on Water Blue Star, but harmlessness and sharpness were things they should be able to discern. As players from different planets and races, they would naturally feel more willing to share more truth with someone they perceived as harmless when rewards were involved. I wonder what the inner city looks like. We can't see anything from the city walls, it's as if it's shrouded in white mist. Are these mists some kind of defensive formation? Even as border guards, why aren't we allowed to see inside? Cooper complained. Even if we can't enter the inner city, we can still walk along the city walls. I'm curious how long the wall is and how other planetary players normally get by, Debbie remarked. Why are you looking at us like that, Senior? Is there something you want to say? Sylvie asked sensitively. Didn't you guys receive any private messages? Genevieve couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, everyone checked their private chat interfaces. No, I didn't get any private messages. I didn't either. What did you mean, Senior? Did you receive a private message? Jin, however, looked at Genevieve and said, You received one too? Genevieve nodded. You received one too? Yeah. Jin nodded. What did you receive? Debbie couldn't help but ask, wondering what kind of puzzle these two were talking about. Jin looked at everyone's curious gazes and said word by word, the residency permit for Yasai City's inner city. Each person can bring in 10 people. Ah. Debbie jumped up in pleasant surprise. Since both of you have it, doesn't this mean all of us can go in? The other dozen or so people also had looks of excitement on their faces. Everyone was interested in the inner city of Yasai. Shall we go now? Cooper asked, barely able to contain his eagerness. Debbie had introduced Cooper to Genevieve before, saying that he was a king among soldiers, someone whose natural talent alone wouldn't be enough. To Genevieve, Cooper was just a big boy who had just turned 20, still radiating the youthful vigor typical of young adults. But he didn't have the occasional infuriating middle schooler attitude that Li Xiaodao occasionally exhibited. It's already past 11 p.m. Although there's no rule in Yasai City against going out after dark, my gut feeling tells me it's best not to go out at night, Genevieve said. We'll see how things are tomorrow. This is a residency permit, not an entry ticket. There's no expiration date, so we can enter anytime, Jin said. Seeing the logic in Jin's words, Cooper quickly calmed down, displaying remarkable patience as he waited, which impressed Genevieve with the restraint shown by the rest of the national team players. With nothing further to discuss, everyone returned to their respective rooms to practice. Genevieve returned to her room and added all 2,700 free attribute points she had obtained today to her constitution value, which instantly boosted it to 11020. Now she wouldn't need to worry about killing too many filth beasts in the short term. Having spirit points far exceed constitution points might cause physical discomfort. With a constitution of 11,020 and a defensive suit providing 10,000 defense points, even level 19 filth beasts couldn't penetrate her defenses. She wouldn't have to hold back when fighting anymore. Chapter 159, Journey to the Inner City 1. On the 83rd day of the desolate world, everyone had rested well during the night. Early in the morning, Debbie knocked on Genevieve's door. Forget Cooper, even Debbie and the others were eager to enter Yasei's inner city. Boss, I just went out for a look, and there really are no corrupted monsters outside, said Cooper. Then let's go into the inner city. Genevieve didn't dampen the mood, she was curious herself. Thus, everyone got ready and set off. After leaving the room, Genevieve walked to the outer city wall and looked down. Indeed, as Zen had informed them, there were no corrupted monsters outside the walls of Yasei City. This meant they could take a rest today. As for how and where to enter, it wasn't mentioned on the residence card. Everyone looked at Genevieve again. They had already gotten used to waiting for this boss to speak when they were confused or lost. Genevieve activated her prediction talent and walked towards a section of the wall based on her intuition. Looking inward from this section of the wall toward the inner city, everything was still hazy and unclear, with only faint white buildings and green, red, orange, and yellow plants barely visible. Everyone, get into formation, Genevieve said intuitively. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately formed two teams, surrounding Genevieve and Jin respectively. Genevieve noticed that under Jin's glance, Debbie and the military players gathered around her before the national team players did. Unexpecting this move by the military players, the national team players could only gather around Jin. Genevieve felt like laughing. She thought Jin didn't care whether she joined the military or not, but he seemed to be wary of her joining the national team. After forming up, Genevieve took out her residence card, and Jin did the same immediately. Everyone expected to be teleported somewhere again, but instead, a door suddenly appeared on the city wall in front of Genevieve and Jin. It was a double-leaf metal door, approximately 3 meters wide and 5 meters high, towering 4 meters above the wall. I've walked back and forth along this section of the wall several times, and there definitely wasn't this gate here before, Zen affirmed confidently. This part of the wall was adjacent to the checkpoint guarded by the Rolirica Star people, which was a must-pass route for him to gather information from them. Before I took out my residence card, it was just a wall here, Genevieve confirmed Zen's statement. This door appeared out of nowhere. Let's set that aside for now and find a way to get in, Jin said. The two metal doors were tightly shut, and despite their efforts, they couldn't be pushed open. The metal door was spotlessly clean, without even a lock hole. Genevieve quickly sensed something amiss and scanned that spot with her inner city residence card. With a beep, the left side of the metal door opened. She gently pushed the door and then widened her eyes because looking from the wall into the inner city was hazy, like being shrouded in thick fog. But now, they could clearly see the scenery inside the city through the opened metal door, revealing a long staircase leading inward. She stepped boldly through, and the 8 members who were surrounding her followed closely. However, once they entered, the metal door closed behind them, trapping Jin and the others outside. Genevieve and her team weren't worried and waited by the roadside. Sure enough, after a short while, the metal door reopened, and Jin led the other 7 members inside. There were over 100 steps, but for Genevieve and her team, it was just a few strides. Genevieve didn't rush down but stood atop the stairs, overlooking the entire inner city. The streets of the inner city were T-shaped, with a plantation spanning 5 streets wide between 2 roads. Genevieve could clearly see the plants in the plantation, none of which she recognized. All the buildings in the inner city followed a uniform specification, constructed with white materials, each building being a perfect square, standing 3 stories tall. Jin looked at Genevieve and asked, "Where should we go?" She had been standing still, and the others hesitated to move. Genevieve was about to speak when a beastman emerged from the square building opposite the staircase. The beastman placed his hand over his chest and gave them a slight bow before loudly saying, "Welcome, new guests. We are the customer service staff of Yasei City. If you have any needs, feel free to ask us. Please come to our customer service hall to rest." Genevieve and Jin led their group down the stairs, following the beastman to the customer service hall he mentioned. It was indeed a grand hall, with a height of about 10 meters and an area of over 800 square meters. Both the floor and walls were made of white stone material. The starlight shone in from the 4 glass windows, which were 8 meters high, making the hall very bright. Even outside, Genevieve had keenly sensed that the air in the inner city contained a kind of energy that made people feel comfortable. Upon entering this hall, the density of this energy became even stronger. There were many beast men in the hall, all queuing up in front of a teleportation array. Where are these warriors going? Genevieve asked. Recalling how Debbie and Zen had used supplies to bribe aliens for information, Genevieve casually handed over a bottle of Tier 1 Spirit Quality Nutrient Agent to the Beastman customer service while asking her question. The Beastman customer service accepted it without hesitation, and Genevieve felt the aura around the Beastman customer service become more gentle. She chose the Tier 1 Spirit Quality Nutrient Agent because she sensed that the Beastman customer service's presence was not as overwhelming as hers. Though not as strong as her, it was still more powerful than Debbie and the others, so the Tier 1 Spirit Quality Nutrient Agent was quite a good resource for this Beastman customer service. They are heading to the shopping mall. After the beast tide just passed, the warriors are in dire need of supplies. Most of them will come to the shopping mall during this time to buy supplies, the Beastman customer service explained. That's the same shopping mall we went to when we first arrived at the frontier, Genevieve immediately recalled and asked. Yes, after guests complete the residency procedures, they get one opportunity each month to go to the shopping mall. If you want to visit the shopping mall within this month, you can come here. We provide services anytime during the day. However, the shopping privilege cannot be accumulated. You can only go once a month, the Beastman customer service said. What conditions are required to obtain an inner city residence permit? Genevieve asked again. You must be a level 1 warrior. No wonder only she and Jin had residence permits. Among Water Blue Star players currently, only they were level 1 warriors. You Water Blue Star humans seem to be natural-born warriors. Within less than a month of arriving in Yasei City, you already have 2 level 1 warriors, which is extremely rare. It looks like several more warriors will likely reach the level 1 standard after the next beast tide. You can choose a residential area, and in the future, all your clan members residing in Yasei City can live there, the Beastman customer service introduced. Chapter 160, Inner City Trip 2. The Orc customer service representative explained in detail that the houses within Yasei City could only be rented, not sold. The clan settlement area was near the inner city zone, and currently, Manor number 21 and Manor number 22 were still available for rent. Manor number 21 had an area of 20,000 square meters with 10 standard rectangular buildings inside. Manor number 22 covered an area of 40,000 square meters with 20 standard rectangular buildings inside. In a foreign place, sticking together was inevitable, especially since Water Blue Star human players had basically been integrated by the Hua national team. Foreign players, who originally chatted incessantly, realized after nearly 2 waves of beast surges that they could only survive by following the Huasian players. Now, they mostly complied with the Hua national team. After the 10th beast surge in the Water Blue Star human settlement area, there should have been quite a few players with over 1,000 points in all 4 attributes. Therefore, having a Water Blue Star human manor in the inner city of Yasei was essential. But the price was just one word: expensive. Renting Manor number 21 for a year cost 1 million Baron coins, while renting Manor number 22 for a year cost 3 million Baron coins. There's a reason it's expensive. Although ordinary residential areas require fewer Baron coins, they can only increase constitution by 1 point per hour. In the clan settlement area, living here increases constitution by 2 points per hour. Moreover, after renting the clan settlement area, you can issue temporary residence permits for your clansmen. 1 first-class warrior can bring 20 people, the Orc customer service representative added. Genevieve felt a stir in her heart. Could the comfortable energy she sensed upon entering the inner city be something that increased constitution? She knew that constitution had always been a hurdle for Genevieve. Without needing to train, she wondered if practicing body forging technique would enhance its effects even more. We will rent the clan settlement area, Jin said decisively. No one opposed it. Hearing that it could increase constitution, everyone readily agreed. According to their newly allocated guarding schedule, they rested for 12 hours daily. Staying in the inner city meant they could gain 20 constitution points daily on their own, which was significant. Genevieve said, I'll cover 1/10 of the cost and want the residents right to one of the buildings. After we return this time, I should bring 5 colonists with me. The members of the national team looked at Genevieve in surprise, not expecting her colonists to be so powerful. But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange. A leader like Genevieve wouldn't find it difficult to boost a few colonists. Everyone immediately understood why Genevieve didn't want to join the national team. Alright, transfer 1 million Baron coins to me, Jin agreed without hesitation. The national team also requested residency rights to 3 buildings, which Jin and his team agreed to. After completing the rental procedures, although they couldn't see any expression on the Orc customer service representative, they sensed a feeling of joy from it. It seemed the Orc customer service benefited from rentals, possibly receiving a commission for introducing new residents. It even generously gave Genevieve 2 information cards, explaining how to use them. By probing into it with mental energy, one could read the information inside. The guests, let me take you to Manor number 21, the Orc customer service said, leading them to an unoccupied teleportation array. Manor number 21 covered an area of about 20,000 square meters, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall. On either side were 5 rectangular white buildings, each approximately 800 square meters and 5 stories high. There might have been orcs living here before, and between the buildings grew alien plants that looked half-dead due to neglect. The members of the national team unanimously allowed Genevieve to choose first. She chose the last building on the right based on her instinct. The ground floor of the building was a 6-meter-high hall, with glass windows 4 meters high on the walls facing both directions. The hall was very well lit. This hall could serve as a gathering center for the Alger Domain's people in the future. Genevieve wanted to check out the upper floors but found no stairs commonly used by Water Blue Star humans. She stepped out of the hall to inspect the building, wondering how to get upstairs. With her abilities, climbing up would be easy, but a building design wouldn't inconvenience its residents like that. Genevieve quickly noticed a row of palm-sized protrusions between the floors. With her agility, she could easily jump from one to another, reaching the corridors on the 2nd through 5th floors. Trying it out, she indeed jumped effortlessly to the 2nd floor, much faster than climbing stairs. She inspected each floor one by one. Floors 2 to 4 had almost identical specifications, all 4 meters high with 15 rooms per floor. Genevieve had assumed that each room would only be around 30 to 40 square meters. But when she randomly chose a room and walked in, she was surprised to find that the area was over 200 square meters, divided into 2 chambers. Having such a spacious area for rest and cultivation was already quite excellent. The 5th floor differed from the other floors. There was only one room on this long corridor. This room contained another world within it. Inside this room were 4 smaller rooms, and at the center was a massive hall of about 1,000 square meters. Above the hall was a large pane of glass through which the starlight shone directly in. The golden starlight illuminated the white floor, creating an extremely comfortable atmosphere. Genevieve took a deep breath. She felt that the pleasant energy in this building was even more intense than what she had sensed in the customer service building. She thought this hall could be transformed into an aerial garden, and once she brought her mother to Yei City, her mother could grow crops here. Needless to say, Genevieve chose the 5th floor as her living quarters. Her room was the one closest to the main entrance, with windows offering a view of building number 4, about 100 meters away. There were still few human players who could come to Yei City, and they hadn't spread out much. Jin's group chose building number 4, while Sylvie's group chose building number 3. After arranging the room she wanted to live in, Genevieve took out the information card given by the Orc customer service. The Orc customer had mentioned that the information contained within related to the history of Yei City and the origin of the tainted creatures. Since arriving in Yei City, besides learning the city's rules and minimal information from the deputy mayor, Genevieve had nowhere else to gather information about the city. The Dagula and Laurieka seemed to know little about Yei City, as they hadn't provided any useful information. Genevieve had expected reading the information card would be like using a computer to read data from a memory card, going through it piece by piece. So, when she extended her mental energy, she did so without cautiously probing first. Little did she know, as soon as her mental energy touched the information card, a massive flow of information surged into her mind along with her mental energy. Chapter 161, Inner City Trip 3. Genevieve rubbed her slightly swollen and aching forehead. Such a massive amount of information flooding into her mind at once would have been unbearable if not for her mental stamina points already exceeding 8,000. Even so, her head was still throbbing, and she felt a bit nauseous. No wonder the Orc customer service only gave 2 information cards. It was because he noticed that among them, only she and Jin were level 1 warriors. The Orc had mentioned these 2 information cards were enhanced, containing much more content than those typically given to guests. Now, it seemed that the Orc hadn't lied, as the information was indeed abundant. Genevieve could only slowly interpret the vast amount of data that had suddenly poured into her mind. The information began with the origin of Yei City. After arriving in Yei City, they naturally speculated about its history. Debbie and Zen once spent half an hour walking separately in opposite directions along the city wall but failed to reach its end. At their speed, walking for half an hour should have covered over 100 kilometers, yet they still couldn't find the end, only confirming that the city wall was indeed straight. Despite the many mysterious forces in this desolate world, building such an extensive fortress surely wasn't accomplished in a day. Genevieve and the others guessed that Yei's border city might have a history spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. Who would have thought that Yei City was built only 20 years ago? 20 years ago, 5 abnormal black holes suddenly appeared on the wasteland continent. These black holes released several types of monsters capable of consuming all organic matter. As these monsters consumed more and more organic material, the black holes grew larger in volume. With the increasing size of the black holes, more and more monsters emerged from them. This vicious cycle would lead to either the destruction of the world by these monsters or being enveloped by the black holes if left unchecked. Therefore, Stellar Light established a continent to counter the black hole creatures at the 5 locations where the black holes appeared, and the wasteland continent was one of them. There are 5 border cities like Yei City on the wasteland continent. Yei City is a level 5 border city, the lowest level, defending against level 11 to 20 black hole creatures. Level 4 border cities combat level 21 to 40 black hole creatures. Level 3 border cities combat level 41 to 70 black hole creatures. Level 2 border cities combat level 71 to 100 black hole creatures. And it's rumored that level 1 border cities are guarded by Stellar Light itself, battling unknown foes. During the Beast Tide at the border, the warriors of Yei City witnessed only a small black hole, which was just a minor burst during a major eruption of black holes on the wasteland continent. As long as the monsters emerging from the small black hole are destroyed, the small black hole will disappear due to lack of energy supply. The black holes are gradually affecting the universe, especially life-bearing planets impacted by black hole forces, leading them into an apocalyptic era. Therefore, Stellar Light relocates intelligent beings from these planets to the wasteland continent, giving them a year to grow stronger. They hope to cultivate these intelligent beings into warriors capable of combating the forces of the black holes. Only races that can train border guards within a year receive survival points and continue to be protected by stellar light. Level 5 Yace City mainly comprises Level 1 and 2 warriors. Level 3 warriors must go to Level 4 border cities, Level 5 warriors to Level 3 border cities, and Level 8 warriors to Level 2 border cities. The next part of the information described various black hole creatures and details about the different races that entered Yace City over the past few years. The information is extensive and complex but highly significant. The national team would likely be very interested, but it isn't very useful to Genevieve at the moment, so she isn't eager to decipher it. Just then, she received a message from Jin, inviting her to a gathering at the first floor hall of Building 4. Genevieve checked the time. She had been inside the inner city for an hour. She looked at her attributes and noticed that her constitution value had automatically increased by 4 points. This confirmed what the Orc customer service said: staying in the inner city increases constitution by the 1st of February points per hour. What made Genevieve happy was that her double critical strike talent was also triggered, doubling the enhancement. When Genevieve arrived at the first floor hall of Building 4, all the national team members were there. Probably due to the empty rooms having nothing interesting to see or choose from, everyone arrived quickly. Big bro, did you notice our constitution increased by 2 points in just 1 hour? Zen said excitedly. In the future, we can stay here between monster hunts. We won't have to worry too much about our constitution, so I can allocate all my free attribute points to mental stamina, Debbie remarked. It seems that the limitation of constitution points wasn't just her concern. Seeing Genevieve's gaze, Jin smiled and said, "It's a habit of ours as soldiers. When we chose our cultivation methods, we all selected those that could increase strength and agility, only to realize later at the frontier that mental stamina is also very important. This was quite helpless. They came from Aquamarine, a pure technologically advanced civilization, where the development of human physical abilities was limited to strength and speed. From phrases like a force can subdue 10 skills and the fastest martial arts cannot be broken, it's evident how much Aquamarine people valued strength and speed. Even before Genevieve came to the border city, she hadn't thought about excelling solely in mental attributes but wanted a balanced development. The information card Genevieve had read had turned blank. She took out another one and handed it to Jin. This information card can only be used by a level 1 warrior, otherwise, the mental stamina won't bear it. Be careful when you read it, slowly probe with your mental energy. Jin took it without saying much more, following the instructions to probe with his mental energy. Then Genevieve saw Jin's eyes suddenly become dazed, clearly overwhelmed by the massive influx of information. After about a minute, his eyes returned to normal, and he also rubbed his forehead like Genevieve did. "Let's compare the information and see if both cards are the same," Jin said. The information card Jin read was given by the Orc customer service after they completed the rental procedures, who mentioned it was provided for each renter. The card Genevieve read was given by the Orc customer service after she tipped him with a Tier 1 nutritional agent. So Jin specifically asked Genevieve to compare the information to ensure they were the same. Genevieve and Jin started comparing their information, aiming to share what they learned with the national team and help everyone memorize the details about Yace City. Zen wrote so quickly that Genevieve almost thought sparks flew from his pen. Indeed, the information Genevieve obtained differed significantly from Jin's. Jin's information mainly focused on introducing Yace border city, briefly mentioning other border cities. In contrast, Genevieve's card detailed the situations of border cities from level 4 to level 2 and provided thorough descriptions of various races within Yace City. Chapter 162, Inner City Visit 4. After exploring Manor number 21, everyone went out to check the surroundings. Manor number 22 was not currently rented out. Manor number 20 was rented by FC Star people, who were stationed at the second defensive line during this beast tide. It seemed that an invisible mist enveloped each manor from the outside, obscuring the view of what was inside. The pedestrians on the street couldn't see clearly into the manors. The long street in front of the manors stretched endlessly, lined up with manors side by side. Apart from Genevieve and her group, no other living beings could be seen on the street. Genevieve looked around and felt an inexplicable loneliness in the clean and empty street. A bustling scene flashed before her eyes. "Helen, what are you thinking about? Why did you suddenly space out?" Jin called out to her. Genevieve came back to her senses and saw Jin looking at her with a hint of concern in his eyes. Genevieve was silent for 10 seconds before she said, "I was thinking about Water Blue Star, our city." Jin fell silent as well, and the rest of the national team members, who had heard their conversation, also became quiet. Day 84 of the Wasteland World. Early in the morning, Genevieve and her team prepared to go up to the city wall to check if any filth beasts appeared. Just then, they received a message from the deputy mayor instructing the border guards to return to the checkpoint to slay monsters. After gathering together, they left the manor and headed back to the city wall. On the street where there were no visible creatures yesterday morning, quite a few hurriedly passing by today. Every beastman who passed by Genevieve's group would glance at them appraisingly. When Genevieve saw these beast men, information about them would instantly surface in her mind. This information allowed Genevieve to know how to indicate friendliness to them. However, this applied only to those beast men whom Genevieve felt were relatively friendly. Genevieve's distant yet friendly gestures always received friendly responses from those who were inclined towards friendliness. She ignored those who gave off negative vibes or harbored ill intentions towards her group. Although she had only been in Ye City for less than a month, out of the dozen or so beast men she encountered closely in the inner city, only 3 had a stronger presence than her. This showed that her strength wasn't inferior to theirs. The distance from Manor number 21 to gate number 5, the gate they entered the inner city through, was about 20 kilometers. It took Genevieve's group only 5 minutes to arrive there. It wasn't strange that no one used flying vehicles in this large city. Citizens preferred walking, as it was simply unnecessary. The flying vehicles on Water Blue Star weren't even as fast as Genevieve's group walking, let alone their top speed when sprinting. Returning to the city wall where they had stayed for over 20 days felt quite nostalgic. However, after spending 20 hours in the inner city manors, everyone mentioned that their physical constitution values had increased by 40 points. No matter how nostalgic it felt here, no one wanted to live back here. From atop the city wall, they could see that filth beasts were once again swarming outside the walls, though the numbers didn't seem as high as in the days leading up to the beast tide at the border. We've moved into the inner city now, so we need to change our combat schedule. Helen and I will each lead a team, Jin said. Originally, the plan was for Genevieve and Jin to form a team, while the other 15 formed another team. Previously, they split like this because Jin and Genevieve were stationed on the city wall above their checkpoint, making it easy for them to provide immediate support whenever needed. Now, living within the city meant that even getting here quickly would take several minutes, and each team needed to have a powerful expert present. After discussing, they decided that Genevieve would lead the day shift team, including Debbie, Sylvie, and 5 other female players, along with 2 male players, Arthur and Zen. Arthur was an army player, among the first to unlock the border mission. Genevieve hadn't paid much attention to Arthur until Jin specifically assigned him to her team. Only then did she realize that Arthur was extremely strong. His power and talent were only slightly inferior to Jin's. He was the 3rd human player to unlock the border mission, with his attack damage value reaching an impressive 9,900 points, making him the 3rd level 1 warrior among human players. Jin deliberately placed the 3rd strongest human player in Genevieve's team, significantly reducing her burden. Genevieve didn't say anything but secretly thought that Jin might have some macho tendencies, underestimating their female warriors. In reality, both Debbie and Sylvie had excellent strength and talent, with their attack damage values no less than 8,000 points. With their significantly boosted strength, returning to their familiar checkpoints, they dispatched filth beasts smoothly. One could wield the Tang saber here while casting ice spells and lightning spells there, effortlessly defending 2 checkpoints simultaneously. And with ice spells and lightning spells, Genevieve could defend 10 checkpoints at once. She not only attacked the filth beasts that entered the checkpoint but also those within 2 to 300 meters outside the checkpoint. Each time, over 10 filth beasts would be shattered into pieces. Because the number of filth beasts was currently not large, Genevieve's stamina and mental energy recovered at a rate that matched her consumption. She didn't need to take any recovery potions. The other group on the city wall, who had yet to return to the inner city and were watching, were amazed to see that Genevieve could shatter level 16 filth beasts with a single hit without using her mental energy staff. The master's mental value must be over 7,500 points. If anyone deserves to be called a god's favorite, it's the master, Zen couldn't help but say. Our national team's research indicates that players' talents are not randomly activated but are inherent in the player, Jin said indifferently. Genevieve's strength did not come from luck but from the life and death battles she fought on the battlefield. If we say the master's talent is mental energy, her strength is not far off from mine either. This shows she trains very diligently and always charges to the front when clearing monsters. Simply increasing attribute values wouldn't result in such high combat power, Cooper remarked. His talent was strength, now exceeding 5,000 points. He practiced techniques to enhance agility and constitution, but his mental energy became a drag. Jin didn't say anything. As long as Genevieve didn't want to, he wouldn't discuss her talents with others. Jin's team came to relieve them as dusk approached. Genevieve led her team back directly to the manor inside the city. The night in Ye City wasn't as dark as in Alger territory. Looking up at the sky through the glass ceiling of the 5th floor hall, one could see a brilliant star river. Genevieve counted her harvest for the day under the starlight. Since she hadn't killed any beasts all day yesterday, there was no additional 20 points in free attributes this morning. However, after waking up this morning, Genevieve found that her constitution had increased by 380 points. Of these, 300 points came from practicing body forging technique, and the remaining 80 points were due to staying inside the city. According to her experiment last night, practicing body forging technique inside the city provided a slight boost, but there was no such benefit for practicing meditation technique. Chapter 163, 8 more added. Genevieve spent 3 hours less defending the pass today than before the beast tide at the border, but she defended 10 passes alone and killed a total of 5,521 foul creatures. After triggering double critical hits, she gained 552,100 experience points and wasteland coins, with strength, agility, and spirit each absorbing 185 attribute points. She practiced body forging technique for 6 hours back in the inner city and slept for 4 hours, increasing her constitution by 440 points in total. The number of foul creatures on day 85 of the wasteland world was about the same. Genevieve expanded her defense area, simultaneously attacking foul creatures in 16 passes. On this day, Genevieve killed 9,015 foul creatures and, after triggering double critical hits, received 721,200 experience points and wasteland coins. Strength, agility, and spirit each absorbed another 245 attribute points. Since day 87 would be the 9th outbreak of the beast tide at the human settlement, they were going to be teleported back on the evening of day 86. Therefore, on day 86 of the wasteland world, Genevieve and the others went out to kill monsters during the daytime. Genevieve was responsible for 3 passes, while the others handled 2 passes each. Due to fewer foul creatures now, Genevieve only killed 2,608 foul creatures across 3 passes. After triggering double critical hits, she gained 208,640 experience points and wasteland coins, with strength, agility, and spirit each absorbing another 71 attribute points. In the late afternoon, as it was nearly time for the next teleportation, everyone returned to their residences on the city walls to avoid being teleported directly to the passes again. Last time, Genevieve was teleported away from her room, so upon returning to Alger territory, she found herself back in her room. Stepping out of her room, she admired the scenery outside the corridor. The first thing she noticed was that the weather was warmer. During her previous returns from the border, blizzards raged outside. But today, despite being late afternoon, there was no snow. Instead, the sky was bright, indicating a fine day. Checking the temperature displayed on her player bracelet, it read -22 degrees Celsius. Last time she returned, the temperature was well below 100 degrees Celsius. In her past life, Genevieve endured a very harsh winter, forced to go outdoors regardless of the cold to kill wild monsters just to survive. Several times, she nearly froze to death. Her memories of that winter were bitter and cold. This time around, she felt no cold, and the harsh winter had quietly slipped away. The Lee family already knew when Genevieve would return to the territory. Hearing her voice downstairs, her parents came out of the living room to greet her, visibly relieved to see her safe. "Helen, you're back. Your mom has grown many new vegetables these past 10 days that you haven't tried yet," her mother said happily. They all knew about the beast tide at the border and had been worried about their daughter these past few days. Though they learned through information that their warriors performed exceptionally well, resulting in all Water Blue Star players receiving a reward of 300 attribute points. Parents couldn't feel reassured until they saw their daughter safe with their own eyes. Genevieve accepted the lovingly prepared food from her parents. After chatting for a while, Oriv and a youth she hadn't seen before entered the courtyard. The two were conversing and gesturing animatedly, appearing quite harmonious. Seeing Genevieve, both of them showed pleasant surprise. "Sis, you're back." "Hi Sister Jun, I'm Benny." Alger territory had added 8 more temporary residents this time, 7 of whom had arrived in the afternoon waiting for Genevieve. Benny, however, had come through the portal to Alger territory 5 days ago. Benny's height and appearance bore some resemblance to Jin, and standing together, others would surely think they were real brothers rather than cousins. Over the past 5 days, Benny and Oriv had teamed up to go out and kill level 11 monsters. Both felt that the other was a good partner. Being only 2 years apart and sharing the traits of middle school youths, it wasn't surprising that they got along well. A girl around 22 smiled apologetically at Genevieve. "Hello, leader. My ID is I am Wind, I am Rain, I am Princess, my name is Aline. These are my grandparents. I hope you will accept us." Aline's grandparents looked to be in their 70s or 80s, probably intellectuals. They didn't have significant talent attributes and thus showed little signs of rejuvenation. Their demeanor appeared somewhat frail compared to Genevieve's elderly grandfather, seeming almost a generation older. Genevieve heard Lydia whisper to her, explaining that Aline's mother had never been found, and her father had left her grandmother and grandfather to live with another woman. Another woman in her early 30s, carrying a toddler around 1 year old, spoke to Genevieve. "Boss, I'm a villager from village 29999. My name is Philomena, and my ID name is What the World. Although I'm raising my child alone, I'm very capable. It's not that I can't manage my own territory on my own, it's just too lonely without anyone to talk to. I want to join your territory." This was one of the players she met shortly after entering the wasteland world, What the World. Genevieve had always thought they were male, as this sister spoke and thought very much like a man. This sister was indeed formidable. Her territory was already a level 5 territory. She definitely didn't need to rely on anyone else. "You're really impressive, raising such a big kid alone. Where's the father?" Dara Shayla asked sympathetically. Hee. Before coming here, I had some assets and didn't want to get married. So after having a boyfriend and a child, I dumped him, making me a single mom, Philomena said somewhat bashfully. The residents of Alger territory, what a tough person. Aline was also quite strong, her territory was also a level 5 territory. These 2 female players had interacted with Genevieve early on. They both had received Genevieve's help and greatly admired her abilities and character, so they wanted to pledge allegiance to her. Their reasons were that they weren't incapable of surviving but found it too lonely being isolated for long periods and wanted company. The other 2 were young male players, the grandsons of Dara Shayla's niece. Their family only had them left. They accidentally contacted 2nd Sullivan Hamilton through the World Channel. Originally intending to join a military-controlled territory, they ended up here. Genevieve activated her premonition talent and felt these people were fine, so she accepted them. As the old residents of Alger territory grew increasingly powerful, there weren't enough monsters in the beast tide for them to kill. Therefore, more residents needed to be admitted. With increasing personal attributes, everyone's sixth sense gradually strengthened, especially for players with high spirit attributes. All applicants who requested to join Alger territory while Genevieve was away had been pre-screened by her father. In fact, this time, there were 13 applicants to join Alger territory, with the other 5 being persuaded away by her father. Chapter 164 Selection of 3 people. Benny has a special status, and this child is very friendly. He calls Genevieve sister, Oriv brother, and addresses Lee's parents as uncle and aunt. With the unanimous agreement of the family, Genevieve decided to build her home into a 5-story building, with the 4th floor reserved for Benny. Genevieve, the Lord, was back, and everyone had many questions for her. She herself was interested too, so she decided that everyone would have dinner together in the evening. After a hearty meal, it was inevitable that they would discuss the frontier matters. Only then did Genevieve learn that the national team had released information on the side quest at the border on the World Channel. It subtly revealed that completing the side quests might lead to clues about returning to Water Blue Star. No one knew how many players had gone crazy over the information leaked by the national team. The majority of players wanted to return to their own worlds. Everyone in the Herschel territory also looked expectantly at Genevieve, hoping she could give them an accurate answer. Previously, there were only hints from Gerard's premonitory dreams. This time, the information card obtained by Genevieve and the others in Ye City further confirmed the possibility of Gerard's dreams. Genevieve explained to everyone why they had been transported to this world. We weren't randomly sent to this desolate world, nor was it due to any force intending harm to us. Water Blue Star got caught within the influence of a black hole, and our human race's original capabilities simply couldn't withstand its erosion. A mysterious power known as the brought us Water Blue Star inhabitants to this desolate world to give us the ability to save ourselves. We can think about returning to Water Blue Star only after we acquire the capability to save ourselves. Genevieve had already described the process of the border beast wave to them previously. Everyone present knew what a black hole was and how terrifying it was. Seeing the somewhat disheartened looks on everyone's faces, Genevieve consoled them. Our national team's strength has been preserved very well. More and more national team players will embark on the border side quests, earning more survival points for humans. I believe we will eventually be able to return to Water Blue Star. You should know that if our constitution exceeds 200 points, our lifespan won't be less than 200 years, and if it exceeds 1000 points, we'll live for at least 500 years. With such a long time, there isn't much we can't achieve. Old me thought 3 months ago that I wouldn't live many more years. Who would have thought I could still live for 500 more years and even look like I'm middle-aged again? Bron said excitedly. Not necessarily just 500 years. If the constitution value exceeds 10,000 points, 800 years isn't out of the question, Genevieve said. Really? Are you sure, Helen? Amy couldn't help but ask. Yes, it was just speculation before. But this is accurate information we obtained from Ye City, Genevieve affirmed. Not only was this information mentioned on the information card, but Genevieve also had a strong feeling after her constitution exceeded 10,000 points. The appeal of longevity was undeniable, and the young were no exception. Everyone shifted their focus to increasing their lifespan. As Genevieve put it, as long as their lifespan is long enough, they will have ample time to develop and find ways to return to Water Blue Star. Returning home after the dinner, Oriv couldn't resist telling Genevieve. Sis, I consumed more than 1,000 talent activation pills, and finally activated a new talent the day before yesterday. As long as I kill 100 monsters every day, I can gain an additional 10 points in free attributes. I tried it. Killing 99 doesn't get me any free attribute points, but killing 100 does. Killing 150 still only gets me 10 points. I don't know if killing over 200 will give more than 10 points, as it's hard to find 100 monsters around our territory in one day. Sis, you said there are plenty of monsters at the border, and Brother Qingyu can exceed 1,000 points in all 4 attributes after this beast wave. He'll go with you to the border. Could you take me along? My player level will reach 11 after this beast wave. By then, my constitution should be 1,700 points, and my mental power should be 1,600. If it were before this, Genevieve really didn't want to take Oriv to the border now. But knowing why they were transported to the desolate world and considering Oriv's new talent, Genevieve didn't oppose it anymore. Genevieve also called over Bron, Benny, Barkley, Lydia, Stacy, and Hamilton for a small meeting. Feeding them various foods that boost attribute points grown by Jeanette, plus their intense training every day, these few people's 4 attribute values averaged over 800 points each. However, only Bron, Oriv, and Benny had both constitution and mental power exceeding 1,500 points. All 3 of them have special talent boosts to their attribute values. Genevieve decided that after the 10th beast wave, these 3 would be sent to the border first. Hearing Genevieve describe the terrifying red ghost monsters appearing during the border beast waves, the others dared not risk their lives and agreed unanimously to wait until they reached level 12 before starting the border side quests. After the meeting, Genevieve asked Bron, Oriv, and Benny to stay behind. She took out the purple quality freeze skill book, the purple quality lightning strike skill book, the green quality morphing skill book, and the green quality binding skill book, and required all 3 to learn them. Then she gave them red quality skill upgrade cards to enhance the 2 green quality skills to red quality. Since they didn't have enough skill slots, they had to buy additional slots from Genevieve. The 3 obediently accepted and transferred money to Genevieve. Finally, having sent everyone off, Genevieve returned to her room and started reading the messages sent by the national team. While Genevieve was dining with everyone, Jin had already sent her predictions from Gerard and another player with foresight regarding this beast wave. They predicted that this beast wave wouldn't be large and should be similar in scale to the last one, each player facing around 6,000 monsters. In her previous life, during the 9th beast wave, each player faced over 8,000 monsters. According to the prediction, this beast wave wouldn't be larger than the previous one. Players who had survived the last wave had 11 days to develop further and received an additional 300 free attribute points. As long as they didn't recklessly put themselves in danger, surviving this beast wave shouldn't be a problem. Thus, the atmosphere in District 1's group was quite upbeat. Knowing that Genevieve had returned, various members of the national team were calling her, asking her to open treasure chests they had accumulated for a long time. Genevieve placed the materials she needed into the purple treasure chests and used an amplification card again, achieving a 65x amplification. Then, using a 5x critical hit card, she opened the 65 amplified purple treasure chests before helping the national team open gold and silver treasure chests. Needless to say, the results were favorable. With the 5x critical hit card, she only needed to give the national team the equivalent of a 2x critical hit card. The remaining 3x critical hit card rewards belonged to her. Genevieve handed over all the loot obtained from the national team to her father to handle. Ultimately, the players in District 1 benefited the most. Chapter 165, The Ninth Beast Tide 1. Jin, after tomorrow's Beast Tide, I should have enough materials to upgrade our territory to level 8. Make sure you're prepared. Genevieve's territory had actually completed all its construction progress. Once Jin's territory was upgraded to level 8, hers would automatically be upgraded to level 7. A level 8 territory could accommodate 10 million citizens. With just Jin's territory, most players who didn't want to build their own territories could relocate to his land. In the previous life, in the 11th month of entering the Wasteland world, Jin also upgraded his territory to level 8 through crowdfunding, relocating the remaining humans to his territory. Genevieve, okay, I know. How much material does it take to upgrade from level 7 to level 8? Jin, 500 million stones, 300 million iron blocks, 100 million wood planks, 10 million copper blocks, 10,000 silver blocks, 10,000 red quality crystals, 100,000 orange quality crystals, 200,000 blue crystals. This was definitely an astronomical amount. She rarely stayed in the territory these days, and relying on her parents' efforts, it would take a very long time to earn this much. But for the current national team, these materials shouldn't be too much. They should have been able to collect them quite some time ago. However, the national team used those materials to help other national team players upgrade their territories, which is why Jin only now managed to upgrade to level 8. After talking with Jin, another message from Anselm arrived, and they discussed Chase's situation for a while. From the messages sent by the old man, it was clear that Anselm wasn't worried about Chase starting the border mission. The reason was that Chase had a double safety net. First, because he was following Genevieve, this powerhouse who allowed him freedom during ordinary times but promised to assist him if any life-threatening situations arose. Second, his cousin Jin was at the border as well, being the leader of the national team border guards, second only in strength to Genevieve. He wouldn't possibly ignore Chase. After finishing the conversation with Anselm, Genevieve saw the gold coins her father sent her. Her father's alchemy skills were getting stronger. Almost all the equipment and items he crafted now were of orange quality. Over the past 11 days, he sold many pieces of orange quality equipment and items in both the Global Trading Channel and Zone 1 Trading Channel. Her mother planted a large number of crops, providing enough for Alger Territory's residents and still having plenty of green, blue, and orange quality edible plants left over for sale. Though her mother traded in relatively small quantities, these permanently attribute-enhancing foods were highly sought after and sold for very high prices. Seeing the amount of gold coins her parents wanted to transfer to her, Genevieve was surprised. Her parents had earned more than 50 billion gold coins in the past month or so, which was an impressive sum among all players. Perhaps because Genevieve mentioned that ordinary and spirit-grade materials were too expensive, her parents thought she needed the money desperately and wanted to transfer all their savings to her. To be honest, Genevieve now earned more than 1 trillion gold coins per day killing foul creatures at the border. 500 billion wasn't much to her anymore. But parental love was priceless. She didn't want to refuse and upset her parents, so she asked them to transfer the gold coins to Griffin. Griffin was also going to start a border mission and was truly poor, so he needed the money more. On the early morning of December 87th in the Wasteland world, standing on the tall wall, despite the heavy snow inside and outside, no one felt cold, as even the wind brushing against their faces was not chilly. Genevieve guarded the main gate alone, while others guarded the other 3 directions. The wall of Alger territory was extremely long, and even with over 50 people standing on it, it still looked sparse. Soon, dense crowds of beasts appeared, charging towards Alger territory from all sides. The tremors of their movement felt from far away. Having experienced border-level beast tides, this territorial beast tide was nothing to Genevieve. She unleashed her skills freely, and wave after wave of monsters charging at the main gate fell, turning into white light. Lee Bogdan, Oriv, and Chase each defended one direction and exerted their newly learned skills and spells with all their might. If Genevieve had spare time to observe their battles, she would have noticed that their combat power was significantly stronger than the others. Congratulations, player Tianyuamfangung and your citizens for completing the Beast Tide trial first. Rewards, 10 golden treasure chests for the Lord, 5 golden treasure chests for each citizen. Lord gains 9 free attribute points, each citizen gains 6 free attribute points. 3 hours remain until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Players can choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, continuing allows you to end the trial at any time. Despite the addition of 2 new residents with little combat ability, one of whom needed to be carried, the people of Alger territory actually completed the trial task earlier than the last Beast Tide. Genevieve chose to continue the trial. The level 10 monsters made her feel a bit better, because they were at the same level, her rewards were no longer halved. At this point, Genevieve noticed that it had become light outside. The long-awaited starlight shone on the snow-covered land, and the temperature had risen to around -7 degrees Celsius, causing the snow to start melting. The level 10 beast tide surged forward once more, and Genevieve unleashed her full potential again, annihilating all in her path. Not a single monster could breach her defense and reach the range of the arrow towers. After clearing the wild beasts from the main gate, about 5 minutes later, she heard the familiar mechanical voice. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuanguang and its citizens for being the first to complete the challenge trial. Rewards, 20 golden treasure chests for the Lord, 10 for each citizen. Lord gains 18 free attribute points, each citizen gains 9 free attribute points. Lord gains 50 world prestige points, each citizen gains 25 world prestige points. This time, there was no simultaneous announcement of the end of the beast tide. Genevieve saw that there were still 30 minutes left before the trial ended, so she called everyone back to the Citizen Activity Center. Lord, this is my first time experiencing what it feels like to be carried along effortlessly. It's the first time I've gained so many free attribute points during a beast tide and received so many golden treasure chests, Aline said excitedly. Following the Lord, my baby became an expert before turning 3 without ever killing a single wild beast. His 4 attributes are now over 200 points, thanks entirely to the Lord's efforts, Philomena said happily. We're fortunate to be here. So many people apply to enter powerful players' territories but don't succeed, Aline added. Other citizens of Alger territory suddenly realized they didn't know how to speak, never having flattered the Lord before. Could they ask how to properly praise the Lord online? Chapter 166, The Ninth Wave of Beast Tide 2. After returning to the activity center of Alger territory, the 3 children of similar ages were let loose and happily ran around the activity center, making a noisy racket. In the past, everyone might have found it annoyingly loud, but now it felt like a lively human scene. Genevieve sat down and reviewed her harvest. During this wave of beast tide, she killed a total of 155,790 level 9 monsters and 120,586 level 10 monsters. After triggering double critical hits, she received over 600,000 silver treasure chests and dropped resources. She gained 3,969,620 experience points and copper coins. She absorbed 1,324 strength points, 1,321 agility points, and 1,323 spirit points. Indeed, in this wave of the beast tide, the number of human players who died was reduced to a minimum, with only 5 deaths. District 1 even achieved a 0 death rate. As the leader of District 1, Genevieve earned nearly 200 million gold coins in commissions. With little increase in the scale of the beast tide, being able to earn so much more commission meant that the players in District 1 had been leveling up by killing monsters. After such a long battle, everyone was somewhat hungry. They all took out the delicacies they had prepared and stored in their spatial backpacks to share with each other. Genevieve ate the lovingly prepared bento made by her mother. These were all red quality foods she hadn't eaten before. After finishing the meal, Genevieve increased her strength by 80 points, constitution by 120 points, and spirit by 60 points. All the players in Alger territory had eaten and drunk enough. Finally, they heard the announcement, ding, the 9th wave of the beast tide has ended, results are being tallied. The all blue star human contribution ranking list, territory level list, and player level list will open in 2 minutes. The reputation store will open in 10 minutes, limited time purchase of 20 minutes, please see details on the World channel. When the time came, Genevieve looked at the reputation ranking list. 1. Garden Alger, gained 300,000 reputation points, rewarded with 30 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 150,000 reputation points and 20 gold treasure chests. 2. Duo Yi A001, gained 200,000 reputation points, rewarded with 20 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 100,000 reputation points and 12 gold treasure chests. 3. National Compiling J363600, gained 100,000 reputation points, rewarded with 15 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 50,000 reputation points and 10 gold treasure chests. 4. Malia, gained 90,000 reputation points, rewarded with 14 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 45,000 reputation points and 9 gold treasure chests. 5. National Compiling X035798, gained 80,000 reputation points, rewarded with 12 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 40,000 reputation points and 7 gold treasure chests. 6. Junseong A0002, gained 70,000 reputation points, rewarded with 10 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 25,000 reputation points and 5 gold treasure chests. 7. Ebon, gained 60,000 reputation points, rewarded with 8 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 30,000 reputation points and 4 gold treasure chests. 8. Yunyisi 00555, gained 50,000 reputation points, rewarded with 7 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 25,000 reputation points and 3 gold treasure chests. 9. Ningsu A80026, gained 40,000 reputation points, rewarded with 6 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 20,000 reputation points and 2 gold treasure chests. 10. Xianjing A3577, gained 30,000 reputation points, rewarded with 5 gold treasure chests. Each citizen gained 5,000 reputation points and 1 gold treasure chest. The rankings remained largely unchanged. Although Genevieve and Jin went to the border, their territories were managed by trusted deputy leaders, and there was no slowdown or falling behind in the construction of their territories. Next came the lottery draw. With so many reputation points obtained by the people of Alger territory, they could have a good while drawing prizes. Genevieve, who had lost interest in these prizes, casually drew all from the high-level prize disc. However, seeing the joy of other citizens who won red quality items, she still felt happy for them. As the national team accumulated more and more gold treasure chests, Jin's backpack space couldn't hold too much material anymore. Therefore, except for the red material package, Genevieve did not ask him to help duplicate anything this time. However, Genevieve directly helped open the golden treasure chests for everyone on site, and the immediate double harvest was a very pleasant experience. Just as everyone was about to disperse and go out to kill monsters after opening the treasure chests, Genevieve heard the familiar robotic voice in her ear. The territory is upgrading, please do not enter or exit the territory temporarily. At this moment, the players who were about to leave the activity center found that they could not open the door of the activity center. Apart from Genevieve's parents who knew the situation, others all looked at Genevieve in surprise, showing that they had also heard this information. Everyone was surprised. Genevieve had spent the past 20 minutes helping them open treasure chests without touching the player bracelets, so how could the territory initiate an upgrade on its own? Half an hour later, the territory upgrade was completed. When everyone went out to look, they found that except for the main gate direction, all other directions of the wall were no longer visible. A mechanical voice sounded in Genevieve's ear. Congratulations to player Garden Alger for becoming the second level 7 territory lord, rewarded with 9 free attribute points, 9 reputation points, and 1 gold treasure chest. It must be said, this reward held no appeal to Genevieve anymore. This was because their talents were too powerful, leading to rapid development, which caused the rewards given by the desolate world to lag behind. Genevieve opened the bracelet screen to check the upgraded territory information. A level 7 territory covered an area of 25,000 square meters, with ironstone composite walls that were 6 meters thick and 40 meters high, providing a defense value of 1 million points. Looking at the expansive backyard that seemed boundless, Genevieve turned back to her parents and said, "Mom, Ken, you can recruit more helpers. If you don't want people, then recruit heroes." A level 7 territory was more than double the size of a level 6 territory. The land for cultivation and animal farming had already been set up, requiring sufficient manpower. After the territory construction was completed, everyone rushed outside to kill monsters. The national team announced the terrifying data of level 11 monsters on the World Channel 2 days after the end of the 8th wave of Beast Tide, urging players to go out as much as possible to kill monsters and quickly level up to level 11. Now, most players wanted to level up to level 11 before the 11th wave of Beast Tide, taking advantage of the current ease of killing level 10 monsters to get as many kills as possible. Genevieve didn't want to waste this half day either. Thinking about the resource point near District 5's branch territory not being fully mined, she decided to continue her efforts there. Upgrading from a level 7 territory to a level 8 territory required a massive amount of materials. Without even considering other aspects, the energy arrow towers placed along the walls weren't a small number. The national team estimated that at least 240 intermediate and 120 advanced energy arrow towers needed to be placed on the walls of a level 7 territory to firmly protect the entire territory. The building materials Genevieve currently had were just enough to construct these arrow towers, so she took the opportunity to gather more materials. This time, she did not plan to sell the materials she brought back. To be precise, unless she had surplus materials in the future, she would not sell materials anymore. Genevieve wouldn't have so much time to mine materials in the future, and she didn't need those few gold coins earned from selling materials anymore. Moreover, after such a long period of low-price supply, the players in District 1 had already developed well. In the future, she would focus most of her energy on the border and only manage her territory when necessary. Chapter 167, Preparations Before Departure. Because Sammy was present, Oriv actually refrained from mentioning what he wanted to say during dinner and only talked about their experience fighting level 12 wild monsters. It wasn't until Helen returned to her room that he followed up. "Older sister, I carefully counted today. My new talent can add 10 points of free attribute value after killing 100 wild monsters. Another 10 points when killing 300, and another 10 for 500. Following this pattern, besides the first time, every additional 200 kills increase the free attribute value by 10 points, Oriv explained. I killed over 30,000 wild monsters today, gaining 190 points of free attribute value. This suggests my talent might have no upper limit in adding attribute value through monster kills, Oriv added. Listening to her younger brother's systematic analysis of his new talent, Genevieve realized her brother had become more mature and steady. Your new talent, although not the strongest, complements your eating talent. But with this, your attribute value is growing too fast, so you must practice every night, otherwise, you won't be able to maximize your potential. Each player initiating the frontier mission has unique talents, but they all seize every moment to train, Genevieve slowly said. Genevieve didn't want Oriv to develop an overconfident mindset due to his new talent. Therefore, she needed to tone him down. I know, older sister. I'm not proud, and I practice diligently every night. You don't need to constantly remind me, I'm not a child anymore, Oriv responded somewhat discontentedly. He not only grew mature but also smarter. It seemed she couldn't use subtle reminders on him anymore. Older sister also feels you've become more responsible. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree to let you go to the frontier, Genevieve quickly reassured and then changed the topic. Including the free attribute points obtained during today's Beast Tide, you should have over 200 free attribute points now. Add all those 200 points to your mental stamina, and henceforth, allocate your future free attribute points equally between mental stamina and constitution. Understood, Oriv obediently replied. Genevieve then inquired about his current combat situation and brought him to an open area within their territory to demonstrate his talent skills for her. Oriv knew his sister was assessing his true strength, so he gave it his all. Genevieve found that Oriv's mastery of teleportation and spatial blades was very proficient, with high damage output. Upon further questioning, she discovered his mental energy consumption wasn't much either. Genevieve's talents were all supportive, none being active offensive ones. Had it not been for Oriv, she wouldn't have known that derived spells from talents consume little mental energy while providing strong attack power. Understanding the amount of mental energy required for Oriv to perform spatial skill spells, Genevieve quickly calculated that. In the Frontier Beast Tides, if encountering level 18 or higher wild monsters, Oriv could freeze the monster, teleport close, and kill it with one strike. This process consumed 1/3 less mental energy than freezing and then shocking the monster afterward. Through her experiences defending against the Beast Tide at the frontier, Genevieve realized that in higher-level battlefields, mental energy is crucial for victory. Frontier warriors must have high mental stamina and learn how to precisely slay wild monsters, minimizing mental energy loss as much as possible. She was surprised that Oriv had learned how to reduce mental energy consumption without going through these experiences. This was what grandfather taught me. He always hits the fatal point of the wild monsters accurately when he fights. Even though his mental energy value isn't as high as mine, he consumes less, so he lasts longer, Oriv explained. Their family's old man indeed turned out to be quite remarkable. After returning to their room, Genevieve took out purple-grade strength, agility, constitution, and mental stamina enhancement potions, along with ordinary constitution and mental stamina enhancement potions. The purple-grade potions came from opening a purple treasure chest. The ordinary potions were given to her by Jin to boost her constitution and mental stamina before the arrival of the Beast Tide at the frontier. She had saved them. After returning to the territory this time, she used amplification cards and quintuple critical strike cards to multiply the number of both purple-grade and ordinary potions to 325 each. Without asking any questions, Genevieve handed the potions to Oriv, who drank them down. Just as Oriv finished the last potion and hadn't even put the bottle down yet, he suddenly paused, as if listening to something. Then he exclaimed with joy, "Sister, I received a message saying that all 4 of my attribute values exceed 1,000, and I've unlocked the frontier mission." After checking his personal attributes again, Oriv said in pleasant surprise, "Sister, what kind of potions were these? They increased my attribute values so much. My constitution and mental stamina have been boosted to 3,000 points, while strength and agility are around 1,800. These were obtained at the frontier. Go back and practice to familiarize yourself with your enhanced strength. Tomorrow, after you're teleported to the checkpoint, you might directly face the corrupted monsters," Genevieve said. Then Genevieve equipped Oriv with a first-grade spirit quality protective suit, a first-grade spirit quality tang knife, and a first-grade spirit quality mental stamina staff. With so many pieces of equipment and items, along with Oriv's 4 high attribute values and talents, he would be able to survive in the Frontier Beast Tide. After Oriv went back to his room to practice, Genevieve prepared a similar set for Bogdan based on Oriv's standard. "Genevieve, Bogdan, drink these potions now and then change into this gear. Let me know your attribute values after you're done." Bogdan, "Sure thing, thank you, my precious granddaughter." 10 minutes later, Genevieve received the attribute value data from her grandfather. With his 3-fold critical hit talent for free attribute points and another 5-fold critical hit talent every time the affiliated territory leveled up, Bogdan's attributes could be greatly increased. However, it still wasn't as impressive as Oriv's, who had 2 talents that boost attribute points, one being an active ability. Oriv could actively hunt wild monsters to gain attribute points rather than obtaining them passively like Bogdan. Furthermore, Oriv's eating talent, fueled by his mother's diligent feeding, significantly increased his attribute points. In fact, 2/3 of Oriv's attribute points were gained through eating. Therefore, even though Bogdan had accumulated a lot of free attribute points over these past few weeks, his 4 main attribute values still fell short of Oriv's. The potions only boosted Bogdan's constitution and mental stamina to just over 2,800 points, while his strength and agility barely exceeded 1,200. As for Sammy Gregory, with his grandfather and cousin being such powerful figures, Genevieve didn't need to worry too much about him. The purple grade and ordinary potions she had were also available to Jin. So, Sammy Gregory's constitution and mental stamina should have also been boosted to over 2,000 points. Chapter 168, 30 Warriors. After opening over 2 million gold and silver treasure chests for the national teams, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. Only then did Genevieve have the chance to count the number of players who had triggered the border mission in the World Channel, which included 3 players from Alger territory. In total, 13 players had initiated the side quest this time. The national team issued a public announcement at noon today, which included a special requirement. From today onward, every player must reach level 11 before they can start the border side quest. This wasn't a mandatory rule. In the Wasteland world, the national team couldn't enforce any commands on players. However, no one who understood the gravity of the situation would ignore this notice. Without needing any reminders from Genevieve, Oriv and Benny upgraded their levels to 11. Among the 13 people, apart from the 3 from Alger territory, the remaining 10 were all members of the national team. 5 of them were military players, and the other 5 were from the national compiled squad. Genevieve poked Jin idly and said, after we return to the border this time, shouldn't the military players and the national squad players form separate groups? There were now 10 members of the national squad who could enter the border, so they could easily handle forming their own team for monster hunting. Jin responded, that's bound to happen. The first residents of your territory to meet the conditions for initiating the border mission turned out to be your grandfather and little brother. I remember when you were in high school, your brother was still in kindergarten. He should still be a minor now. Impressive. Genevieve explained, it's because he loves playing games. Once I told him that gaming is allowed now, he logged in right away, thus getting 2 relatively good talents. Jin added, I heard from Qingyu that your grandfather is also quite impressive. He's fierce when fighting wild monsters, even better than your father and uncle. He really admires him. Genevieve said, don't let my grandfather's habit of calling himself an ignorant old man from the countryside fool you. He's actually a retired soldier who regularly maintains his fitness through running and training hard after entering the wasteland world. When we initially entered, my grandfather teamed up with my elder uncle, a weak bookworm, but he led the way in monster hunting. Jin nodded, I see. With Bogdan Lee's current physical attributes, he's still vigorous and will only grow stronger. Qingyu has both mental strength and physical values exceeding 2,000 points, so you just need to assign battles to him normally. As long as he doesn't take unnecessary risks, you don't need to worry. Ahil also expressed concern about Benny. As long as both physical and mental values exceeded 2,000 points, even a level 19 corrupt monster wouldn't breach his defense, minimizing the risk of instant death. As long as it wasn't instantaneous death, Genevieve could still rescue Benny no matter how critical the situation. Seeing how Ahil and Jin cared about Benny, Genevieve offered to watch over him more closely since Ahil had provided much support to her father. Sure, don't worry. My family already has a middle 2 youth, and I'm quite experienced with dealing with such characters, Genevieve replied. Jin teased, your brother's online name, Son of Herschel, isn't to spite you, right? Didn't you see that when his ID appeared in the World Channel, many people suspected he was your son? Genevieve could almost hear Jin stifling laughter. He wants to be superior to me, but his lack of cultural knowledge backfired. He says he is the son of Herschel, while I am the countryside under the Alger, so he feels he's above me. On day 88 of the Wasteland World, Genevieve and her group were teleported to the residences on the city walls of Yusei Border City early in the morning. They couldn't stand around doing nothing waiting for new members, so after a brief meeting, they went down to clear the monsters at the checkpoints. An hour later, the 13 newly initiated border mission players appeared at the checkpoint. Whether intentional or not, Bogdan Lee and Oriv ended up standing on either side of Genevieve. Taking a look at the elderly and young pair, she found they seemed very spirited, showing no signs of having been hit by hardship. So, she let them stay at the checkpoint to fight monsters. Both the grandfather and grandson dealt with the corrupt monsters swiftly, using tang knives without any skills, disposing of one in 4 or 5 moves. Genevieve also paid attention to Benny, who was near Jin, engaged in battling monsters. She kept an eye on him while fighting herself and found Benny's actions even more efficient than Oriv's. Now there were 30 human border warriors, with only 5 spots left unfilled. If everyone stayed here during the day, there would be no one to guard the checkpoint at night, and clearing monsters this way wouldn't be efficient. Jin came over from his end to discuss this issue with Genevieve. From the information card provided by the Orc customer service, it was known that if Genevieve and her team completely defended Yusei City's checkpoint, allowing no more than 1,000 corrupted monsters to pass through, the scale of the beast tide in the human settlement would decrease by 1/3. To quickly obtain a survival point and ensure that the scale of the 10th beast tide did not increase but instead decreased, Jin led 4 military players and 10 national squad players back to the estate within the city walls, planning to switch shifts with Genevieve's team in the evening. Although the national squad players might form their own team, they had suffered from receiving internal information a bit late initially and logging into the post-apocalyptic survival game too late. While they produced 10 top-tier experts due to their qualifications, none could match the caliber of Genevieve and Jin as outstanding experts who could stabilize the team. The national squad players had no intention of competing or showing off against the military players. They were always happy to cooperate with the military players and Genevieve. They had no objections to Jin's shift scheduling, just as they didn't today. That night, after returning to the inner city of Yusei, Genevieve arranged for Bogdan Lee, Oriv, and Benny to stay on the 4th floor. Originally, Genevieve wanted to let her grandfather and little brother stay on the 5th floor, but it felt like she was excluding Benny, so she simply had them all stay on the 4th floor. In the afternoon, Jin sent a message to Genevieve, saying his spatial bag could still squeeze in 5 purple treasure chests. Genevieve understood that he meant he had made space to help her grandfather and little brother replicate the purple treasure chests they obtained today. So, Genevieve asked Bogdan Lee and Oriv to open and organize the purple treasure chests they received today, placing useful supplies inside the 5 purple chests before handing them over to Jin. Days spent killing monsters and practicing to increase strength were monotonous and boring yet flew by swiftly. On day 93 of the Wasteland World, Genevieve and her team finally achieved their most urgent goal, killing 1 million corrupted monsters, increasing the Water Blue Star's human survival points to 5. This result extended the cycle of the beast tides at the human settlement again, making it 12 days per cycle. The 10th beast tide was postponed to day 99 of the Wasteland World. Chapter 169 Murder Incident 1. After arriving in Ye City, Oriv could obtain 60 points of free attribute points every day by killing monsters, plus a daily fixed bonus of 10 points, totaling 70 points. and resting in the estate within Ye City at night would grant him a fixed 24 points of constitution value. Practicing blade skills and meditation skills each evening earned him 120 points for strength and mental attributes respectively. Almost every day, he would gain 334 attribute points, resulting in a total of 4,008 points over 12 days. When Oriv was teleported back to Herschel territory, his constitution and spirit values both exceeded 4,000 points. Oriv's stats surpassed those of Mariam when she first arrived in Ye City. However, with a big sister like Mariam and a mother who was an expert at cultivation, his foodie talent could be utilized to its fullest potential. Bronze attribute increase wasn't as much as Oriv's. The daily reward of 10 free attribute points increased to 30 after his talent's critical hit. Staying in the estate within Ye City each night granted him a fixed 24 points of constitution. Additionally, practicing body forging technique and meditation technique resulted in 130 points each for constitution and spirit attributes. Every day, Bron obtained a total of 314 attribute points, accumulating to 3,768 points over 12 days. Therefore, when Bron returned to Herschel territory, his constitution and spirit values only just passed 3,500 points. Benny also performed very well and had almost no objections to Mariam's arrangements. He followed orders without exposing any of the shortcomings that old Gregory used to criticize. Seeing the damage dealt by Benny when fighting corrupted monsters, Mariam noted that his damage and spirit values increased significantly each day, and his total attribute value growth should not be less than 300 points per day. According to Mariam's knowledge, other national team players' daily attribute value growth was around 350 points. Jin had a bit more, probably between 400 and 500 points. Mariam's total attribute value growth each day was no less than 1,500 points. When her constitution value exceeded 12,000 points, her spirit value also surpassed 10,000 points. In the blink of an eye, it was already day 98 of the Wasteland world. That evening, Mariam, Bron, Oriv, and Benny gathered in the living room on the first floor of Herschel territory, where they were previously teleported to the border. After returning to Herschel territory, Oriv and Benny greeted Mariam's parents and then eagerly ran outside. They wanted to take a run while it wasn't too dark yet. During these 12 days, they were confined within Ye's border city, either grinding monsters or training, which was monotonous and boring. Upon returning to Herschel territory, the two young men felt everything here was wonderful. Luolu, this afternoon we received over 100 temporary residents, who have now gone out to socialize. Should I call them back for you to see? Anson asked. Sure, recall them to the activity center. I'll go check the city wall and come back, Mariam said. Though she didn't put on airs like a lord, she still needed to maintain her dignity, otherwise, she couldn't command respect. So waiting for those temporary residents was out of the question. Mariam walked to the perimeter wall facing the main gate and looked out. In just 12 days, the climate of the human settlement changed from winter to spring, with the temperature now rising to over 10 degrees Celsius. All the snow and ice had melted long ago, and grass and trees inside and outside the territory sprouted tender buds. Outside, the forest Mariam had chopped down to stumps had regrown into saplings over 1 meter tall in just a few days, presenting a scene of vibrant green viewed from the city wall. By the time she came back next time, they would grow to 4 or 5 meters tall, forming a forest again, though the trunks would be smaller. Mariam remembered in her previous life that cutting down a newly grown tree in late spring only yielded 4 or 5 pieces of wood, while older trees provided at least 20 pieces each. However, spring in the wasteland world only lasted a month, followed by a long hot summer, during which high temperatures and drought would halt the growth of plants. Mariam saw traces of floodwaters on the exposed ground outside the city wall. Apparently, as in her previous life, the rapid rise in temperature caused all the snow to melt within 2 days, leading to a major flood. Regardless of defense towers or shields, anything above green quality could protect the territory from floods. Standing on the wall, Mariam saw many unfamiliar players hurrying back to the territory. She used her mental power to mask her presence, so none of the strangers noticed her. As dusk fell and all players returned to the territory, Mariam descended from the wall. Humans are social animals, always yearning for places with more people. After Alger territory was upgraded to level 7, a large number of players applied to join the territory. The area of a level 7 territory was indeed too large, and Alger territory desperately lacked talent in agriculture and animal husbandry. Both Mariam and Oriv's talents required killing many monsters, and the scale of the previous 2 waves of monster invasions wasn't enough for them to kill. After Mariam agreed, this time Anson accepted more than 100 people, preparing to increase the total population of Alger territory to 200. When Mariam walked into the activity center of Alger territory, she released her aura. For the official residents, it was still manageable, though they were drenched in cold sweat due to the overwhelming presence of their lord. However, unlike the temporary residents who could barely bear it, after her spirit value exceeded 10,000, Mariam's precognition ability had improved further. She no longer needed to trigger her talent to sense more serious matters. Mariam quickly identified 3 suspicious individuals from the crowd. Then, in front of everyone, Mariam tortured them using her mental power until they confessed their true intentions. It turned out that these 3 players were sent by an anti-Hua country faction from another country to sabotage Alger territory. One of these players possessed a special talent, allowing him to plant explosives within any building within a kilometer without being detected. Their lord, upon learning that Alger territory was recruiting players, used the pretext of checking the migration site to send them here. In just an afternoon, the player with the special talent had planted enough explosives on Alger territory's walls and watchtowers to destroy them all. According to their lord's plan, these explosives were set to detonate just 1 second before the wave of monsters arrived. At that moment, all the residents would be on the walls. Even if the explosion didn't kill the residents, it would be enough to destroy Alger territory's entire defense system. Without walls and watchtowers, nearly 1 million monsters surrounding Alger territory would lead to unimaginable results for everyone inside. This incident was so heinous that everyone present wished to flay the skin off these 3 people. Mariam suppressed these 3 people with her mental power, making them stiff and unable to move. Chapter 170 Murder Incident 2. Chuck, report this incident to the national team and post it on the global channel. Xuanming, QNGU, you take some people to dismantle those bombs. The rest of you should post this information in rotation on the global channel and District 1 channel. Remember, keep these messages at a position where they can be seen as soon as you enter these chat channels, April calmly instructed. With Devon and Doug's physical condition values, plus the fact that they wore first-grade Spirit Class protective suits, even if the bombs exploded, they would remain unscathed. Finally, April lifted 3 players with her hands, 2 with her right hand and 1 with her left, and said to her mother, "Mom, you come with me to deal with these 3. Everyone was somewhat curious about how their leader intended to handle these 3 players. When she mentioned deal with, they thought she might give these 3 players a good beating. They hadn't considered that April would kill these 3 players, only thinking she would punish them before handing them over to the national team for handling. Only Chuck L knew what April was going to do. Lifting the 3 players, April took her mother to a planting greenhouse. Then she threw 1 player onto the ground in front of Krista L and handed a large knife to her. "Mom, kill him." Apart from April and Chuck L, no one else knew that Krista L had just awakened the plunder talent. After upgrading to S rank, the plunder talent allowed selective plundering of the victim's talents upon killing. An S-ranked plunder talent holder could plunder 10 talents, meaning such individuals could possess 14 talents. To be honest, both April and Chuck L were puzzled. They didn't understand how Krista L, who disliked fighting monsters and preferred staying within the territory for farming, managed to awaken this talent. However, evil isn't the talent itself but the person using the talent for wrongdoings, so they never imagined making Krista L use this talent, as one needed to kill someone to plunder their talents. But these were their enemies. Although April did not kill her own kind without reason, when it came to enemies, she would not show mercy. Krista L had never killed anyone before. Even though she understood everything was different in this world, and she didn't believe her daughter's approach was wrong, lifting the knife made her hands tremble, unable to bring it down. April felt troubled. In the end times, being merciful towards enemies could be fatal for Krista L. She wouldn't let her mother off simply because she found her distressed. That would only make her more hesitant to act decisively. However, she didn't urge Krista L and only said, "These people are here to end all our lives, targeting me most. If we spare them, it will give them a chance to retaliate against me." Hearing her daughter's words, Krista L took several deep breaths, and finally brought down the knife forcefully. With her overall attribute values higher than the player lying on the ground, and his protective suit already stripped by April, the player quickly vanished into white light under Krista L's blow. As the dead player turned into white light, his inventory burst open, and many supplies appeared in April's space backpack. After Krista L plundered this player's special talent, April had her use upgrade pills to elevate this talent to S rank. "Mom, those hidden explosives should be very hard to find, but now with this talent, it will be easy for you. Go help Xuanming quickly." April sent her mother away. Even if killing is unavoidable, especially killing one's enemies, the psychological toll is undeniable. April gave her mother something to do, knowing that keeping herself busy would prevent her from standing there, brooding too much. After Krista L left, El Luolu grabbed the player on her left, tapped open his player bracelet with his right hand, and teleported back to their original territory with the 2 players. Upon appearing in the territory, April was immediately attacked. Because she carried murderous intent, the territory's energy arrow turrets were instantly triggered, shooting energy arrows at her. However, each turret only managed 1 volley before freezing into ice towers, losing their ability to shoot. The energy arrows aimed at April couldn't penetrate her defenses. With a slight swing of her saber, all the energy arrows vanished. It had been 2 or 3 minutes since then. April saw figures bustling about in the golden and splendid building at the center of the territory, full of laughter and music. Looking through the wide-open doors, players inside were dancing gracefully, mostly foreigners. In a flash, April reached the building, throwing the 2 players into the hall. Her sudden appearance startled the players in the hall. Many panicked and tried to hide. There was no way April would let them hide. She activated her morphing skill and grabbed all players within the territory, including recruited heroes, throwing them to the ground in front of her before casting binding spell on them. Over 300 players lay sprawled in various positions in front of April, but one thing was common: fear was etched on every single face. A young female player had effortlessly crushed over 300 of them, even sealing off the territory's arrow turrets. What kind of strength was this? They had no room for resistance. "I am Tian Yuan Yangung, the leader of Alger territory. Tell me who wants to destroy my territory," April said. Her tone was indifferent, revealing no emotion, yet her overpowering presence made every player tremble in their hearts. Many residents looked at a blonde male player in his 30s with a "are you crazy" gaze. Some players' eyes were filled with dread, looking at the blonde male player as if recognizing their doom due to an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. April glanced at the blonde male player and immediately recognized him. She had met him a few times in her previous life. If she wasn't mistaken, this man had been an ambitious figure back then, trying to gain a foothold in Jin's territory. Eventually, he was eliminated by Jin. April's hand moved slightly, and the blonde male player seemed to be lifted by an invisible force by the collar right in front of April. She grabbed the blonde male player's hand and tapped open his player bracelet, revealing his personal information. April was somewhat surprised. Braden, it turned out this guy was Braden. April gave a faint smile at everyone. I never show mercy to my enemies. Her voice was gentle, but her hands mercilessly snapped Braden's neck. This action by April terrified the other players to near wetting themselves. Bound by the spell, they couldn't move or speak, yet fear made their entire bodies tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 171, Murder Incident 3. Genevieve glanced around and chose a relatively young male player, asking calmly, if you don't want to die, tell me why you attacked my territory. I don't know. I have no skills. The Lord never lets me do anything. But I know the reason. It's because Arvin wants to become the district leader. The other 14 district leaders are all players from the Flower Nation national team. You're the only civilian player and a female one at that, so Arvin thinks he is better than you. The male player stuttered in fear. This male player looked at Arvin with a glance as if to say you've driven us all mad or you've doomed us all. Genevieve didn't untie him or kill him but threw him aside. She then turned to another middle-aged male player and said, if you don't want to die, tell me your lord's plan. I don't know. I'm just a nobody, barely seeing the lord. The middle-aged male player trembled as he spoke. Without a word, Genevieve cast an electric shock spell, turning the middle-aged player into charcoal before he vanished in white light. The remaining players now trembled even more. Some shivered less while others trembled even harder. They naturally knew the situation of the two men who had been questioned. The man who wasn't close to the Lord survived after answering the question, while the Lord's confidant was killed immediately for not answering clearly. Those who weren't close to the Lord felt relieved that they hadn't participated in this incident, thus fearing less. In contrast, those who were close to the Lord and involved in the incident shivered more fiercely. Genevieve chose another less terrified male player and said, if you don't want to die, tell me your lord's plan. Her tone remained calm, repeating the same words, yet every player felt the immense threat. This male player immediately spilled everything he knew, though he was somewhat afraid since he knew little and doubted if his information was valuable. Fortunately, after he finished speaking, Genevieve neither killed him nor threw him aside but continued questioning the next player. This next player, who was already trembling violently, poured out everything he knew. He was one of the Lord's confidants and had done many bad things alongside the Lord, harming numerous players. If he lied, he would certainly die right away. But by telling the truth, he knew he might not fare well either due to his past actions. However, at least he would still have a chance to live. After finishing, Genevieve carefully examined him but did not kill him, placing him on another side instead. All the players now understood that this female demon could distinguish between truth and lies. As long as you told the truth, she wouldn't kill you. Therefore, every player who was called upon spilled their guts without reservation. Unexpectedly, after the interrogation ended, Genevieve killed those she had thrown to the left side and released those on the right side. Even these released players dared not move. They naturally knew this female demon had executed Arvin and his cronies. The survivors among them hadn't committed significant evils and hadn't participated in the attack on Alja territory. After being warned by the female demon not to commit evil deeds again, they saw her leave Arvin territory carrying a bound male player. Only then did the surviving players collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. For the inhabitants of Arvin territory who harbored no hostility toward her and hadn't participated in attacking Alja territory, Genevieve temporarily let them go. What they would do in the future was none of her concern. Arvin, this lord, and the two deputy lords appointed by him had all died. His territory, although intact, lost control and protection. Without maintenance by its owner, it would rapidly decline under repeated beast tides until all its energy was exhausted, leaving only a dilapidated core for other players to claim. Therefore, these players had to leave this territory before it was destroyed, otherwise, they'd be devoured by monsters when they invaded. Genevieve teleported back to her own territory, bringing along a hostile player with a talent for discerning good and evil. Again, Kinley had to wield the executioner's blade. However, having experienced this once before and knowing how crucial this talent was for integrating outsiders into their territory in the future, she no longer hesitated despite her trembling hands. Genevieve had annihilated a level 6 territory lord and 7 minions within an hour. However, with the promotion by the people in Alja territory and the fueling of players from District 1, this incident became widely known among all human players. Seeing the information on the chat channel, Genevieve was quite satisfied. Although this was the wasteland world rather than Water Blue Star, the people around her were still from Water Blue Star. Her family, relatives, and friends were all beside her. A good reputation was definitely preferred over a bad one. Before she went to Arvin territory, she had already decided that she would not let the culprits and their accomplices off easily. Even if she eliminated all witnesses, she could not guarantee that no news would leak out. When that happened, things might spiral out of control. She might be portrayed as a bloodthirsty demon by some ill-intentioned players. Therefore, it was better to stand on the righteous side from the beginning and let others know why she was enraged and killing. This way, even if others thought she was too ruthless, they wouldn't think she killed indiscriminately. Genevieve believed that in this world, being considered ruthless was actually the best compliment. It was because her previous reputation was too good that Arvin thought she was an easy target and wanted to destroy her to take her place. This time, she stopped it in time. What if she hadn't noticed in time? The outcome would have been disastrous. So Genevieve decided to make a big fuss about this, to set an example for the whole world. In the future, after everyone knew how she handled the matter, no one would dare to underestimate her or think she was an easy target just because she was a female player. This incident caused a huge stir on the World Channel, with many players speculating how she would retaliate. Players from District 1 reacted strongly when they learned someone dared to move against their district leader. Most of them supported Genevieve in clearing out those who dared to scheme against her. With such a big fuss, national team players would definitely hear about it. Genevieve opened the chat channel and, as expected, saw that Jin and Old Master Gregory had sent her numerous messages. Chapter 172, Murder Incident 4. Jin, don't let this person go. This person is still quite capable, and letting him go would be an endless. In his previous life, Jin had suffered a lot from such situations, and he always dealt with them decisively to avoid being controlled by others. However, in this life, he encountered soft knives and was constrained by his identity, which made him feel a bit stifled. Fortunately, he himself had enough ability and background, otherwise, it was hard to say what would have happened. Genevieve caused such a big stir this time also to discourage those soft knives from targeting her. Although because of her exceptional talent and strong ability, the people around her or those who were friendly with her seemed like good people. In secret, there were not a few players who wanted to morally bind her, hoping for her selfless contributions. Party Elder, Little Lee, this incident is too heinous, the mastermind cannot be spared. However, I hope you can hand this over to the national team for handling. The survivors from Arvin territory seemed terrified by her actions. Even though she had been back in Alger territory for more than half an hour, there was no mention of her slaughter in Arvin on the global channel. Genevieve, it's too late, I've already dealt with the mastermind. But I let go of those players who did not participate in this matter and didn't have many human casualties on their hands. Party Elder, that's good, I knew you are a sensible child. Just the impact of such incidents is too significant. Swift justice can be a double-edged sword. We should try to minimize private vendettas as much as possible. Our team has discussed some regulations about this matter, and if you find them reasonable, we hope you can support us. Genevieve, no problem, as long as they are reasonable. Party Elder was the deputy leader of the national team and went to a meeting with the captain and other deputies. About an hour later, news of Genevieve killing Arvin and his confidants began circulating on the global channel. Initially, many Flower Nation players refused to believe it, as in their minds, Alger's Lord was a very positive player. Saying she killed dozens of people single-handedly, no one could believe it. However, as more former residents of Arvin came forward to speak up, and the once active citizens of Alger territory remained silent without any rebuttal, this made everyone start to suspect that this incident might indeed be true. As more and more players questioned Genevieve and the people of Alger territory but received no response, another group of players verified the fact that Arvin and his confidants were indeed dead. Belief in Genevieve's massacre of Arvin grew. This incident led most Aquamarine players to reconsider Genevieve. No wonder she was the top player, with both formidable strength and unyielding character. For Arvin to choose to provoke her, truly asking for death. Seeing the global channel flooded with discussions about this incident, many players supported Genevieve's swift justice. Still, some took the opportunity to stir trouble, trying to portray Genevieve as a female demoness who enjoyed killing. Seeing the chaotic discussions on the global channel, the national team felt quite a headache. They certainly did not want to see vigilante killings, and Genevieve's influence only exacerbated this situation. They had to suppress this rapidly growing negative trend immediately. After a roughly 1 hour discussion, the national team reached a consensus and Party Elder negotiated with Genevieve. In the future, if similar events occur, we hope you can leave them for us to handle. Genevieve, alright, as long as you have relevant regulations and ensure no lingering problems, I have no objections. I acted so strongly this time because Arvin mistook me for an easy target. I had to make it clear that I am not an easy target to avoid my home being robbed while I'm away. If the national team could thoroughly deal with these troubles without any aftermath, Genevieve preferred not to kill herself. Reaching a mutual understanding with Genevieve, the national team issued a strict statement on the global channel, prohibiting anyone or any force from seeking the position of district chief by any means. Should any district chief encounter an accident, the national team would investigate thoroughly. The national team also responded to Genevieve's killing of more than 40 players, stating that it was within Genevieve's responsibility as a lord. In the statement, it also said that as lords, if anyone attempts to invade their territory, they can respond equally after informing the national team. If unable to retaliate, they can request assistance from the national team, who will handle the intruders. The national team's declaration clearly indicated that Genevieve's counterattack was reasonable and approved by the national team. This statement quelled those foreign players who intended to use the national team to harass Genevieve. Given Genevieve's abilities and ferocity, only the Flower Nation national team had the potential to suppress her. Unfortunately for others, this woman had always aligned herself with the Flower Nation national team, making it difficult for anyone to challenge her before finding a countering force. Once the national team issued its statement, those players who were stirring up trouble immediately fell silent. Gradually, discussions about Genevieve killing over 40 people faded away. After all, having been in the wasteland world for so long, human players had more or less adapted to the survival rules here. They did not think it was wrong to retaliate after someone tried to take their lives, so they did not consider Genevieve's actions as being overly ruthless. As World Channel discussions intensified, back in Alger territory, Pauline quickly retrieved all the explosives from Alger territory after obtaining her special ability. Genevieve made one final inspection to ensure no explosives were left behind before everyone returned to the community center with relief. After these trials, 20 or so temporary residents who had yet to officially join Alger territory were frightened off by the incident, leaving the total number of Alger territory residents at 175. Having resolved the issues in Alger territory, Genevieve returned to her room to count her loot. Damn, her trip to Arvin territory filled her almost empty spatial bag to near bursting. Half of it came from Arvin contributions. The materials inside Arvin's spatial bag and 2 orange quality spatial pet rings were indeed plentiful. Besides the materials obtained at the border, the quantity of other materials Genevieve possessed was only 1/3 of what Arvin had. Genevieve carefully sorted through Arvin materials and soon found several good items, 2 duplication cards and 3 enhancement cards. But to Genevieve, the most precious item among these materials was the dungeon scroll. In her previous life, Genevieve knew that dungeon scrolls first appeared after the 15th beast wave, dropped by level 11 and above monsters. In this life, until today, she had never heard anyone mention obtaining a dungeon scroll. She did not expect Arvin to be so lucky to obtain one this early. Unfortunately for him, his ill intentions led to his demise at Genevieve's hands. Chapter 173, The 10th Beast Tide. Mariam opened the dungeon scroll and saw that it was a beginner's single-player dungeon, with the requirement for players to be level 10 or above to enter. In her previous life, she had entered this type of dungeon multiple times when she was at level 14. The monsters inside were between levels 10 and 15, with their health bars being about 2/3 of those outside. For the Mariam of her previous life, a beginner's single-player dungeon was an excellent place to farm experience points, coins, and materials. She managed to raise her player level significantly thanks to these beginner dungeons, barely able to take on wild monsters outside her territory, allowing her to venture out and chop wood. In her previous life, Mariam had been crazy, farming non-stop day and night in beginner dungeons for greater harvests each time, until the allotted time in the dungeon was exhausted. Each time, she would clear more than 3,000 monsters, and for her back then, just the loot from killing monsters alone was a rich bounty. In her previous life, Mariam obtained an orange quality defense tower and 2 orange quality crystals in a dungeon, allowing her level 3 territory to survive until party leader Gregory established his level 6 territory. In this life, the beginner single-player dungeon will be a tool for her and Oriv to boost their stats. After all, except during the beast tide periods, wild monsters around the territory spawned randomly, no one knew where they would appear. It was merely by chance. A player could spend all day and night hunting wild monsters and still only clear up to 100 or so, which was time-consuming and exhausting. In a beginner single-player dungeon, however, no matter what map you were on, you would encounter wild monster groups if you roamed around. Most importantly, dying in the dungeon wasn't real death, allowing people to farm monsters without any reservations. Each dungeon had a duration of 24 hours. After activation, the person who activated it could enter and exit freely until the 24 hours were over. With such treasures, plus new duplication cards and enhancement cards, Li Luoru immediately packed away the newly acquired goods. She proceeded to duplicate and enhance them further, eventually achieving a 5-fold critical hit rate. The number of beginner single-player dungeon scrolls in Mariam's hand increased from 1 to 33,000. She then handed over the original beginner single-player dungeon scroll to Jin, who would give her 20 copies in return. If needed, these 20 copies could also be enhanced and receive the 5-fold critical hit bonus. Mariam gave 500 each to her parents, hoping they could spend 5 hours per day inside, as close combat was the best way to improve combat awareness. Their combat awareness couldn't match Oriv's. Jin naturally understood the benefits of beginner single-player dungeons. Without asking how she obtained them, he instead asked if he could provide her with copies later. Although the 10th Beast Tide might have fewer monsters than the last one, there are now 175 residents in Alger territory, facing a beast tide of at least 5 to 600,000. Mariam guarded the front gate alone, while the back gate was defended by Bron, Oriv, and party leader Gregory. Her father and mother would lead the other residents to defend the side gates. When the dark horde of beasts surged forward, Mariam quickly sensed something amiss. Based on both past experience and present rules, the current wave should consist of level 10 wild monsters. However, in reality, the 10th Beast Tide still consisted of level 9 monsters. Although the reason for the changed pattern was unknown, Mariam speculated it had something to do with them guarding Yasai City and not letting many polluted beasts through the gates. The quantity of wild monsters each person needed to deal with was less than the previous tide. For most players, this was undoubtedly good news, as they weren't ready to face level 11 beasts yet. This time, most players should be able to get through the beast tide easily. Not only this tide but the next one as well should be manageable for players. This tide remained similar to the 9th, and the 11th tide might bring level 10 beasts. Level 11 beasts would likely only appear in the 12th or 13th tides. Now, the beast tide cycle has extended to 12 days. This extended period is enough for most human players to reach level 11 before level 11 monsters appear. Like the wild beasts, human players would see a significant increase in attributes upon reaching level 11, especially constitution and health points, which would increase by 1,000 points. Players would no longer be fragile at that point, which is why the national team required all border guards to reach level 11. Currently, all border guards except Mariam have already reached level 11. Mariam didn't raise her player level to level 11 because her constitution was already over 10,000 points. With such a high constitution value, even level 20 polluted beasts couldn't break her defense. No matter how many attacks hit her, they would cause no damage at all. After reaching level 11, her gains would decrease, so she was in no rush. Jin also had a constitution value as high as 8 or 9,000, he wasn't in a hurry to level up either, but he had to follow orders. Although during this beast tide Mariam still had to kill level 9 wild monsters with only half the rewards, she didn't feel discouraged. With more people in the territory, she could still slaughter freely, and her harvest would not be less than during the 9th beast tide. When it was fully light, Mariam killed all the level 9 wild monsters in front of the main gate and then began to snatch kills from the wild monsters on both sides. The new residents, witnessing their lord's overwhelming strength, were all dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined anyone being so powerful if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang and her residents for completing the Beast Tide trial task first. The Lord is rewarded with 20 gold treasure chests, each resident receives 10 gold treasure chests. The Lord is awarded 10 free attribute points, each resident gets 7 free attribute points. There are still 3.5 hours left before the end of the trial. Players can choose to exit the trial or continue the trial. Note, you can end the trial anytime during continuation. Naturally, Mariam clicked to continue the trial. Because she anticipated that the continuing trial would only involve level 10 monsters, Mariam didn't let her parents use the newly constructed advanced energy arrow towers, as they weren't needed. During the trial, everyone had to deal with about 2,500 wild monsters, totaling over 430,000. 20 minutes before the end of the beast tide, the united residents of Alja territory killed all the level 10 wild monsters. Mariam heard the familiar mechanical voice again. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang and her residents for being the first to complete the challenge trial. The Lord is rewarded with 30 gold treasure chests, each resident gets 15. The Lord gains 20 free attribute points, each resident gains 10. The Lord earns 100 world prestige points, each resident earns 50 world prestige points. Chapter 174, Third Class Warrior. The faces of both old and new residents were filled with the joy of harvest. How could they not be happy after gaining so many free attribute points and gold treasure chests all at once? Especially the new residents, they wore expressions of relief that they had remained steadfast and not left. If not for joining the strong, relying on their own capabilities and territories, they probably wouldn't even know what a gold treasure chest was like until now. Everyone returned to the activity center of Sunnyland, finding seats and waiting for the end of the beast tide. Genevieve looked over her gains. She had killed 313,250 level 9 monsters and 238,428 level 10 monsters during this beast tide. After triggering double critical strikes, she obtained more than 1 million silver treasure chests and dropped materials. She gained 7,901,060 experience points and copper coins. She absorbed 2,635 strength points, 2,634 agility points, and 2,633 mental points. In this beast tide, the number of human players who died fell to its lowest again, just 3 deaths in total. District 1 even achieved a death rate of 0. Adding up the total attribute points, Genevieve silently opened her personal attribute interface. Player, Sunny Fields. Level 10, 14, 8, 19, 676, 000,000. Strength, 10,325.86, plus 1,000. Agility, 10,250.99, plus 1,000. Vitality, 18,210. Mental, 11,269.55, plus 1,000. Attack damage, 31,846.36, plus 3,000. Defense, 18,210, 10,000. HP, 1,000,1,000. Stamina, 4,000,4,000. World prestige value, 3,575. Talents, absorption, S rank, critical strike, S rank, premonition, S rank, insight, S rank. Cultivation methods, S rank, meditation technique level 3, S rank, body forging technique level 5, S rank, sword technique level 2. Skills, lightning strike, purple quality, freeze spell, purple quality, bind spell, red quality, shape change spell, red quality, fireball spell, red quality, ice spike spell, red quality, impede spell, red quality, sword/combo, red quality. Gathering skill, red quality, medicine making skill, red quality. Equipment, first class spirit quality defensive clothing, purple quality agility boots, purple quality strength bracelets, purple quality headband, red quality storage ring, orange quality storage ring. Backup weapons, spiritual power scepter, first class spirit quality, Tang Dao, first class spirit quality, energy bow, purple quality, spear, purple quality. Territory level, 7. Game currency, 71,339.6 billion gold coins. Inventory slots, 122,500. Materials, omitted. Seeing her damage value accidentally surge to 30,000 points, Genevieve glanced worriedly at Bron, Oriv, and Benny. Third-class warriors would likely be forced to go to the fourth-class border. In that case, she wouldn't be able to protect them during the beast tide near Ye City's border. Big sister, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't cause any trouble. I did my best today and killed 110,000 monsters, Oriv said sensitively. Other members of the Lee family also looked worriedly at Genevieve. Since coming to the Wasteland world, they hadn't seen her wear such a troubled expression before. Naturally, Genevieve didn't want to reveal that she had become a third-class warrior in such a situation. Some players with enough information might guess her monster-killing absorption talent upon hearing that her attribute values surged rapidly after the beast tide. At that moment, a ding echoed in their ears. Ding, the 10th beast tide has ended, results are being tallied. In 2 minutes, the Blue Star Human Contribution Rankings, Territory Level Rankings, Player Level Rankings will open. The Prestige Store opens in 10 minutes, with a 20-minute window for purchases. Details please see the Global Channel. However, immediately after the announcement of the beast tide's end, everyone heard another ding. Congratulations to Blue Star Human player Sunnyfields for unlocking the mission to go to the 4th class border 630 days ahead of schedule. Awarding 3,000 free attribute points and 1 second-class spirit treasure chest to Sunnyfields. All Blue Star humans receive 630 free attribute points, and Blue Star humanity survival points increase by 15. Upon hearing the second message, the crowd in Sunnyland first blanked out, then burst into overwhelming joy. They were blank because they had no idea what the 4th class border mission was, they only knew about the Yei City border mission. Overwhelming joy came from unexpectedly gaining 630 free attribute points. Moreover, Blue Star humanity gained 15 survival points, which meant the next beast tide would happen 15 days later. The person who brought them such great rewards was their lord, Genevieve, and the uninformed players of Sunnyland looked at her with admiration. Only Bron, Oriv, and Benny immediately understood why Genevieve was looking at them with worry after hearing the news. It would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. They had been thriving in the checkpoint precisely because they knew they had a powerful protector. Now that the protector was leaving, they would have to fend for themselves, which made them anxious. Now, Genevieve and her group didn't have the heart to look at any rankings. After receiving the prestige value reward, everyone hastily drew senior prizes, using up all their prestige points without even bothering to see what they had drawn. Other residents, unaware of the situation, saw how the Lord looked preoccupied and left one by one to do their own tasks after claiming their rewards. 9 people remained on the scene. Apart from Adham and Mother, there were also the 7 who were about to start the border mission. Genevieve asked Hamilton, Barkley, Lydia, and Stacy, with these 630 free attribute points, your vitality and mental values should all exceed 2,000 points, right? All 4 nodded. Barkley hesitated slightly before saying, we still need to level up our player levels to 12. We're all currently level 7. The experience points we got from this beast tide are enough to level us up to 12. I probably won't go back to Yei City anymore. It's a 5th class border city, and I will likely be directly teleported to a 4th class border city. I won't be able to protect you guys in Yei City anymore, Genevieve said to everyone. Since I have become a 3rd class warrior, Commander Lin has likely advanced to the 2nd class warrior rank. During the beast tide, he might leave the 3rd defense line for the 2nd or 1st lines. If you go to the border, everything will depend on yourselves. So it's up to you whether and when to go, Genevieve continued. The national team mentioned much about the human survival points concerning the border missions on the Global Channel. They called on everyone to kill as many wild monsters as possible, to quickly upgrade their player levels and start the border mission to find a way back to Blue Star sooner. This was highly appealing to most players. Since we've met this condition, let's head for the border. We have various resources given by our Lord, so our situation is much better than others, Barkley said as a representative. Don't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves, Bron said. Big sister, don't worry, I'll definitely listen to Grandpa, Oriv assured her. After Genevieve left Yei City, the leader of the Sunnyland initiating the border mission naturally became Bron. Chapter 175, Spirit Quality Treasure Chest. Several days ago, Genevieve X had them learn all the skills and techniques they needed before heading to the border. She also provided them with the necessary equipment and items. Genevieve X distributed the strengthening potions she had given to Oriv and the others previously. These potions enhanced health points, stamina, physical constitution, and mental strength, one for each of the 4 of them. In the future, allocate your free attribute points between constitution and spirit, Genevieve X said. Don't worry, cousin. We will follow your instructions carefully without acting rashly. If we have any problems, we'll ask you when we return to Sunnerland Domain, Lydia replied. If there's no time, you can also ask Lieutenant Jin. His abilities are just as strong as mine. We're good classmates, so he should be willing to help you if you seek his assistance, Genevieve X added. Jin is my cousin, so even though the Lord isn't in Osei City anymore, we still have someone looking out for us, Benny remarked. Genevieve X smiled at Benny. He always disliked mentioning his grandfather. For all this time at the border, he hadn't revealed Jin was his cousin, nor allowed Lin to openly acknowledge their relationship. But now, for Oriv's sake, he willingly exposed their connection. Clearly, they were truly close friends. Seeing such loyalty from him, Genevieve X couldn't remain stingy. After a moment of thought, she gave each of the 7 people present 100 single-player dungeon scrolls. Thanks to these 630 reward attribute points, after this wave of beasts, over 20 players in the national team might meet the conditions required to unlock the border side quests. As more players unlock these side quests, their time guarding checkpoints will undoubtedly decrease since there are only 35 fixed checkpoints they need to protect. This way, the players from Sunnerland Domain will have enough time to clear dungeons. Especially Oriv, with more free time, his attributes will increase faster. After explaining the importance of dungeons, everyone treasured and stored the scrolls as if they had found a treasure. Sis, I won't go out to kill monsters. I want to enter the dungeon now and come back tonight to talk to you, Oriv, unable to sit still, exclaimed. With level 11 and above monsters inside, why waste time outside? Others were also tempted by Oriv's words. Genevievex told them to proceed on their own, spending 7 hours in the dungeon before coming out. After others left, only Lee's parents remained. Noticing their worried glances, Genevievex didn't know how to reassure them, especially since she herself wasn't sure about the situation at Fourth Border City. However, in her estimation, it wouldn't lead to fatal danger. Sometimes words were too powerless. So Genevievex decided to open a treasure chest to distract her parents, having received a Tier 2 spirit quality treasure chest earlier. First, Genevievex used 100 duplication cards to copy a Tier 2 spirit quality treasure chest into 101 chests. Then, using amplification cards, she amplified 100 of the Tier 2 spirit quality treasure chests. Maybe because of the high grade of the treasure chest, the average amplification this time was only 50 times, compared to 6 to 5 times previously. Finally, Genevievex opened the Tier 2 spirit quality treasure chest after using a 5 times critical card. Naturally, Genevievex wouldn't waste the opportunity with the 5 times critical card. She used it to help all residents of Sunnerland Domain open their gold treasure chests. Then she opened the silver treasure chests acquired during the Beast Wave, distributing all materials from the gold and silver chests to Adham. After the effect of the 5 times critical card wore off, Genevievex reviewed the contents of the Tier 2 spirit quality treasure chest with her parents. Low-grade armor ×1, Tier 2 spirit quality Tang Dao ×1, Tier 2 spirit quality mental force staff ×1, Tier 2 spirit quality recovery potion ×10, Tier 2 spirit quality nutritional agent ×100, spell upgrade card ×10. Low-grade armor, equipped, it can add 20,000 defense points, 1,000 strength, 1,000 agility, and 1,000 spirit points. Capable of flying 100,000 km per hour, in rapid flight mode, consumes 100 spirit points per hour. Requires 10,000 constitution points to equip. Durability, 1,000. This armor is what I've wanted most. It's versatile and very effective against those 8 to 9 meter tall filthy creatures, Genevievex exclaimed joyfully. Seeing the performance of the low-grade armor, Lee's parents felt both happy and relieved. With so many duplicates, it was sufficient for her use. Tier 2 spirit quality Tang Dao can deal 10,000 damage points, requires 10,000 strength points to use. Durability, 1,000. With 10,000 damage points, using this blade to kill monsters, I can deal 40,000 damage points. Only wild monsters above level 40 can withstand one hit from me. The filthy creatures in Fourth Border City should be between level 21 and 30, Genevievex explained to her parents. Second stage spirit quality mental force staff. Holding the staff while casting spells increases spell damage by 70% and reduces mental force consumption by 30%. Requires 10,000 spirit points to use. Durability, 1,000. I have used a first stage version of this staff before. It can enhance spell damage and save mental force, making it very useful, Genevievex concluded. Second stage spirit quality recovery potion. Restores both health points and mental force to full capacity. Over 4 hours, restores 100 health points and mental force per second. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Requires full 10,000 constitution points and spirit points to consume. Second stage spirit quality nutritional agent. Restores 2,000 health points and mental force simultaneously. Over 2 hours, restores 10 health points and mental force per second. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Requires 10,000 constitution points to consume. Drinking for the first time permanently increases constitution by 800 points. Spell upgrade card. Can upgrade skills to spirit level. Requires all 4 attribute values to exceed 10,000 points to use. This is also what I need most. With this spell upgrade card, I won't have to worry about the skill quality not matching my capabilities, Genevievex explained to her parents. Seeing that her daughter had obtained equipment, weapons, and potions suitable for use in Fourth Border City, Trace and mother felt much more relieved. After settling matters with the residents of Sunnerland Domain and her parents, Genevievex turned to check her friend channel and world channel. In the friend channel, apart from residents of Sunnerland Domain, all other friends had sent her numerous messages. Without looking, Genevievex knew they were asking about level 3 warriors and Fourth Border City. Genevievex opened Jin's private message. Jin, first, congratulations on reaching another new level. Then, on behalf of all Aquamarine players, I want to express our sincere gratitude. You have won us time and significantly enhanced the strength of all Aquamarine players. When you're free, please contact me, as there are matters to discuss. Genevievex also had matters to discuss with Jin. She was likely to be directly teleported to Fourth Border City tomorrow, so she needed to discuss the matters in Osei City with Jin. Since she wouldn't be in Osei City anymore, she really needed to entrust the residents of Sunnerland Domain who would go to Osei City to Jin. Chapter 176, Blessed by the Gods. Jin informed Genevieve that the national team was extremely concerned about her becoming a level 3 warrior and heading to the level 4 borderlands. However, the national team had virtually no knowledge of the level 4 border city. The only information they had was what Genevieve and her team learned from the card provided by the Orc customer service. Therefore, in various aspects, the national team couldn't offer any assistance to Genevieve. Jin, ultimately, everyone agreed to reward you with 10 million wasteland coins. 10 million wasteland coins might not even be enough to buy a second-rank spirit-grade equipment, but please don't feel it's too little. This is the maximum amount the national team can currently provide. There are simply too many areas needing funds. Genevieve naturally wasn't someone who would fuss over such matters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handed over the second-rank spirit-grade treasure chest without any conditions to the national team. In her estimation, only the first player to activate the level 4 Borderlands side quest would receive such generous rewards. The second one likely wouldn't get a treasure chest at all. So the supplies within this treasure chest would serve as a guarantee for human players venturing into the level 4 Borderlands. Genevieve, I don't think it's little. I understand the national team's intention, and I will continue to work hard as always. I'll strive to become a level 5 warrior as soon as possible. I have a feeling that activating the side quests for the level 3 Borderlands should happen as soon as possible, just like how I activated the level 4 Borderlands side quest this time. Jin, speaking of which, thank you for allowing me to gain over 6,000 attribute points. Genevieve, how much total damage can you do now, including these 6,000 attribute points? Jin, 28,800 points. Genevieve, you're only 1,200 points short. If you use some enhancement potions, you should be able to reach 30,000 points. Jin, I originally planned to accompany you to the level 4 Borderlands, but I can't just leave Ye City. Wait for me, I'll advance to level 3 in 3 to 4 days. Genevieve could sense Jin's helplessness through his words. He must also yearn to head to the level 4 Borderlands since he has the capability. But duty comes first, and as the leader of the national team in Ye City, Jin truly can't leave at will. Genevieve hadn't anticipated this issue earlier, or she would have been more cautious and not hunted so many wild monsters. Jin, Gerard dreamed about you again last night. In his dream, you were called the child blessed by the gods, bringing luck to your race. Judging by his dream's accuracy, most people in the national team now believe you are our Water Blue Star's legendary predestined daughter. Genevieve, with neither of us in Ye City, I'm worried about the stability of the others. Her primary concern was for her family. Jin, even if I were in Ye City, during a beast wave, I wouldn't be on the third defense line. Level 2 warriors are assigned to the first defense line during the beast waves. Jin, don't worry about your grandfather and brother. With this reward of 630 attribute points, 37 players activated the Borderlands side quests this time. We only need to defend 35 checkpoints on the third defense line, so at least 2 people will defend each platform during the next beast wave. With so many players activating the Borderlands side quests, Genevieve felt somewhat relieved. Genevieve, 3 players here are activating the side quest tonight, my uncle, cousin, and cousin. Jin, that way, 2 people can form a group. Zachary and Sammy know each other well, so I am at ease with them pairing up. Genevieve, I feel apologetic towards Sammy. Jin, your development is paramount in our hearts. And you shouldn't feel guilty, it's because Sammy hasn't kept up with your pace. He's been in the Borderlands for nearly 10 days, and his physical and mental attributes are both over 3,000 points, giving him enough self-defense capability. Jin, my grandfather heard that you initiated the level 4 Borderlands side quest, benefiting all Water Blue Star citizens, and was elated. This implied that the old man wouldn't blame her for breaking any promises. Regardless of whether the old man blamed her or not, after finishing her conversation with Jin, she needed to apologize to the old man. Genevieve gave Jin a second-rank spirit-grade treasure chest, and Jin knew its contents. Regarding the skill upgrade cards, Genevieve and Jin discussed and decided that Genevieve would upgrade all her skills. The upgraded skills gave Genevieve a pleasant surprise. The spirit-grade skills did not increase the required mental power but greatly increased the range and damage. For example, the purple quality lightning strike consumes 100 to 1000 mental points to release 10 to 200 lightning bolts, with damage equal to half the mental points. However, the spirit grade lightning strike consumes 100 to 2000 mental points to release 10 to 200 lightning bolts, with damage equal to 80% of the mental points. As they were about to end the call, Jin, you need to be careful and wait for me. Genevieve was somewhat puzzled. She had already told Jin about her prediction. Why was he still so worried? Genevieve, okay, rest assured. After talking to Jin, Genevieve sent a message to Michael. Xianjing A3577, we are very grateful that you initiated the level 4 Borderlands side quest ahead of time. Rest assured while completing your mission. Whether it's Alger territory or Ye City, we will take good care of everything. Michael was the deputy leader of the national team, and these words represented the entire national team. After ending the call with Michael, Genevieve pondered over Gerard's predictive dreams. Jin mentioned it, and Michael also talked about this matter. Both hinted between the lines that players in the national team believed she had such extraordinary talent because she could be the predestined daughter who would save or reverse the fate of Water Blue Star's humans. They were implying that she shouldn't worry about exposing her talent. To be honest, Genevieve didn't like being labeled as this, as she had no such grand ambitions. But before the Beast Wave, she was just a level 1 warrior, and after the Beast Wave, she became a level 3 warrior. Ordinary players wouldn't know much, but there were so many national team players in Ye City who knew her specific situation. With the national team filled with capable people, someone must have guessed that she had the talent to gain a large number of attribute points by killing monsters. Since it had already been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. She should strive to improve herself as much as possible. As long as she was stronger than other players, even if there were players with a plundering talent similar to Li Mu, they wouldn't dare to target her. Having made up her mind, Genevieve saw that there were more than 4 hours until sunset and entered the beginner solo dungeon herself. Chapter 177, White Mist Platform 1. There was quite similar to the one when they first entered except here, monsters had to be sought out before encountering them. Genevieve, unfortunately, entered a mine dungeon, an extensive and well-connected one at that. With her compulsion for gathering, seeing so many minerals made Genevieve unable to resist. She mined while battling monsters. She stayed in the dungeon for 5 hours, killing 12,348 monsters, ranging from level 11 to 15. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained over 20,000 items as drops. She gained 263 points in strength, 265 points in agility, and 272 points in spirit. Additionally, she obtained 200 million pieces of ore. When Genevieve emerged from the dungeon, it was already dark outside. Bronn and the others had also come out of their dungeons. Benny had left half an hour earlier and went to Patriarch Gregory's territory, planning to teleport back to Alger territory at dawn the next day. Only Oriv remained inside the dungeon. There was no danger within the dungeon, so everyone was not worried about his safety. Genevieve dined with her parents while waiting for Oriv. Ever since news of your promotion to a level 3 warrior spread, those players who hinted you were a murderer on the World Channel have vanished, said Kinley with relief. Most of them are foreign players. Players from our country gave a firm response, especially those from County 299, who strongly support you, Cato added. You don't need to care about those people. The national team has concluded that my actions were justified self-defense. They don't even dare to insult me directly, said Genevieve indifferently. While talking with her parents about matters within Osse City, Oriv finally returned, looking utterly exhausted. He had focused solely on killing monsters in the dungeon, slaying over 20,000 dungeon monsters and gaining more than 100 free attribute points. Today, just by killing monsters, Oriv gained over 600 free attribute points. Including other sources, he accumulated a total of over 1,300 free attribute points. Allocate half of these 1,300 free attribute points to Constitution and the other half to Spirit, Genevieve suggested. After allocating the attribute points as instructed, Oriv asked, Sis, now that my spirit exceeds 5,000 points, can I use the Spirit Force Staff to kill monsters? In normal situations at checkpoints, you can still use freeze spell combined with teleportation. However, during the beast tide at the frontier, you should judge the situation and act accordingly. Remember, don't sacrifice yourself for others. No matter where we are, I will always reserve some of my power, Genevieve advised Oriv. She hadn't expected Oriv's spirit to reach over 5,000 points so quickly. At this rate of advancement, he would soon become a level 1 warrior. That night, after returning to her room, Genevieve considered whether she should further increase her attributes. She hadn't consumed any common or Tier 1 spirit-enhancing potions for Constitution and Spirit yet, especially the Tier 1 spirit-enhancing potion, which had no limit on consumption frequency. However, some national team players who consumed the potion thrice found that its effect decreased with each dose, half effectiveness the second time and only 10% the third time. After careful consideration, Genevieve decided to drink all the potions, increasing both her Constitution and Spirit by 1,800 points. Given the rapid increase in attribute points today, she would likely not gain additional attribute points through cultivation for nearly 10 days. But being alone in a strange place, she dared not practice without caution, so she felt it best to maintain a significantly higher overall attribute value compared to when she just became a level 3 warrior. However, she kept the 3,630 times 2 is equal to 7,260 free attribute points gained from completing the level 4 frontier side mission, intending to decide how to allocate them after visiting the level 4 frontier. Since her body hadn't fully absorbed the sudden increase in attribute points, cultivating accelerated their absorption. Actually, battle and gathering were the best methods of absorption, but she didn't always engage in battles previously. Now, with the existence of the beginner solo dungeon, this issue was resolved. That night, Genevieve spent another 5 hours in the beginner solo dungeon, resting for only 2 hours afterward. During these 5 hours, she killed over 8,000 wild monsters in the dungeon. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained almost 20,000 dropped items, gaining 124 points in strength, 120 points in agility, and 122 points in spirit. This time, despite spending more time in the dungeon, the number of wild monsters she killed was much less because she was devoted to mining, collecting 3 billion pieces of ore. Apart from what was needed for constructing an 8th level territory, Genevieve turned over the rest to her father, as he required a lot of ore for alchemy. On the 100th day of the Wasteland World, at the Residence Activity Center of Alger territory, Genevieve stood together with Bronn, Oriv, Benny, Lydia, Barclay, Hamilton, and Stacy. Surrounding them were their relatives. As soon as the time arrived, all 8 of them were enveloped by a white halo. After the white light dissipated, they vanished without a trace. When Genevieve felt solid ground beneath her feet again, the white halo around her disappeared, and she found herself standing on a platform. The platform was built from white stone material. Genevieve observed that it was circular, covering an area of about 2,000 square meters. She referred to it as a platform rather than the ground because she saw nothing but white fog surrounding it. The sky seemed overcast, possibly due to the mist. However, within the area of the platform and up to 50 to 60 meters above it, there was not a single trace of fog. Genevieve appeared in the center of the platform, and no matter which direction she looked, all she saw was white fog. Genevieve wanted to walk to the edge of the platform for a look, but after just one step, she saw a black shadow emerging from the white fog, rushing towards her. No, it wasn't just one black shadow, they were coming from all directions, at least 100 of them. Genevieve took out her second stage magic staff and cast a lightning strike spell, hitting each black shadow accurately. The black shadows paused for only 2 seconds before continuing their charge towards Genevieve. This brief pause allowed Genevieve to see clearly that these black shadows were actually black avian monsters. Each black avian monster was about 1 meter long, flying so fast it resembled lightning. Although they slowed down significantly after being hit by Genevieve's lightning strike, they were still approaching her in mere blinks. Genevieve immediately cast the lightning strike spell again, and more than half of the 100 or so black flying creatures were struck, dissipating into white light. But the remaining half didn't disappear, they merely paused for about 2 seconds before charging at Genevieve once more. Chapter 178, White Mist Platform 2. After Genevieve used the electric shock spell for the second time, she switched her mental force staff to a second-stage spirit-grade Tang Dao. When the black flying creature darted towards her and attacked with its nearly 1 meter long beak, Genevieve dodged skillfully, slaying each one with a single strike. Whenever she was hit, her health bar didn't decrease at all, but the defense value of her lower-grade armor diminished bit by bit. Genevieve fought until only the last avian monster remained. She cast a binding spell first, preventing the avian monster from flapping its wings. It helplessly glided past her. Genevieve then used a collection spell on it. Corrosive Crow, level 25. Attack, 15,000. Defense, 15,000. Health, 45,000. If not for using the mental force staff when the corrosive crows appeared, casting spells that dealt over 15,600 damage points, she might not have broken the corrosive crow's defenses. Genevieve finished off that corrosive crow with one slash. She looked around, there were no corrosive crows in the white mist. She hurriedly touched her earlobe, checking the amount of mental power and stamina consumed while fighting the corrosive crows. Just now, she had killed 163 corrosive crows, consuming 2,100 points of mental power. She also expended 200 stamina points. Fortunately, this consumption was less than she estimated. There was no time for Genevieve to think further because many black shadows emerged from the white mist again. This time Genevieve didn't use the electric shock spell but instead used slashing strokes with her sword. While casting spells, her body spun 360 degrees, with the blade aura sweeping away most of the corrosive crows, causing them to disappear in white light. The remaining 30 corrosive crows were slain by Genevieve, one by one, until only the last one was left, on which she cast another binding spell and then a collection spell. Corrosive Crow, level 21. Attack, 11,000. Defense, 11,000. Health, 25,000. This time, 135 corrosive crows attacked her. The data of these two different level corrosive crows was different. The interval between the two attacks was about a minute. Genevieve was prepared. Indeed, after roughly 1 minute, many more black shadows appeared in the white mist around the platform, attacking her again. This time Genevieve planned to use an ice spell first, followed by an electric shock spell. Unexpectedly, the ice spell only slowed down the flight speed of the corrosive crows slightly, not completely freezing them as it did to the other creatures. After Genevieve cast the electric shock spell, the corrosive crows continued to fly towards her. When she cast it again, only 2/3 of the corrosive crows disappeared. The rest were killed by Genevieve with her sword. This indicated that the ice spell had almost no effect on the corrosive crows. Genevieve left one corrosive crow alive and cast a collection spell on it. Corrosive Crow, level 24. Attack, 14,000. Defense, 14,000. Health, 40,000. The third attack wave consisted of 189 corrosive crows. The fourth wave came about a minute later, with more than 100 corrosive crows flying toward Genevieve again. This time she used the fireball spell. After upgrading the fireball spell to the spirit grade, it could instantly cast 200 fireballs with only a 1-second cooldown. The fireballs fell onto the corrosive crows and extinguished automatically without causing any visible effect. Genevieve thought the low attack power of the fireballs couldn't even break through the defenses of the corrosive crows, thus failing to inflict any damage. At this moment, the corrosive crows were too close. Genevieve switched her staff back to the Tang Dao, ready to use slashing strokes again. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly erupted from the bodies of the corrosive crows, making them drop onto the platform one by one. After about 5 seconds of struggling, they gradually dissipated into the air. Genevieve stared at the scene, not moving until all the corrosive crows vanished into white light. Then she checked her earlobe for the consumption of mental power. She used the fireball spell to kill 150 corrosive crows, consuming 750 points of mental power. Regardless of whether the corrosive crows were level 21 or 25, she spent almost the same amount of mental power. Then Genevieve tried killing corrosive crows with an ice spike spell. Although the mental power consumption was similar to the fireball spell, the damage inflicted on the corrosive crows was only 1/10 of that caused by the electric shock spell. Now Genevieve could confirm that corrosive crows were resistant to cold but vulnerable to high temperatures. She sensed a chill when the corrosive crows flocked towards her from all sides. Genevieve specifically left one corrosive crow for testing and found its body temperature to be -200 degrees Celsius. This absolutely contradicted the scientific principles she had learned on Aquablue Star, but the wasteland world was a place where normal rules were often broken. The corrosive crows continuously flew at Genevieve, entangling her. However, Genevieve's mental power now recovered about 360 points every minute. She dared to use the fireball spell only after using the slashing strokes twice. Before fully understanding the situation and the challenges she faced, Genevieve didn't dare to rashly take recovery potions since they had a cooldown period. Yet, the corrosive crows kept attacking her in waves. Even with just slashing strokes, each attack required 100 points of mental power, and one set of slashes consumed 200 stamina points. To conserve mental power for continuous slashes, her stamina would quickly be depleted. Only by alternating between two different skills could she minimize the consumption of both mental power and stamina. After killing the 57th wave of corrosive crows, Genevieve checked her stats and found that her mental power and stamina were both down to 1/5 of their maximum. She decided to kill 2 more waves before drinking a second-stage spirit-grade nutritional potion. Although she had only been fighting for over 2 hours, the significant loss of stamina made her feel hungry. When Genevieve used the fireball spell to deal with the 58th wave of corrosive crows, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, restoring her to peak condition. This feeling was very similar to what she experienced when her constitution value increased significantly. Based on her past experience, every 1,000 points increase in constitution would fully restore her body state. Puzzled, Genevieve touched her earlobe and saw that her stamina and mental power had indeed been restored to full. She hurriedly checked her personal attributes on the player bracelet and was surprised to find that her constitution had increased by over 1,000 points in these 2+ hours. Looking at other attribute values, in this over an hour, her strength, agility, and mental power only increased by over 2,600 points, which could only boost her constitution by over 260 points. Where did those extra 700+ constitution points come from? Genevieve thought about it and suspected that these 700+ constitution points might have been gained while killing corrosive crows. Therefore, from then on, after finishing each wave of corrosive crows, Genevieve checked her personal data. She soon noticed differences from before. Chapter 179, Mayor of White Fog City. Genevieve soon discovered that every time she killed a corrosive crow, her constitution, strength, agility, and spirit attributes each increased by 0.02 points after triggering her double critical strike talent. Regardless of whether she killed a level 21 or level 25 corrosive crow, she gained 0.02 points in each attribute, 40 experience points, 40 wasteland coins, and 1 merit point. However, Genevieve could not be certain if the increase in her 4 attributes was due to her extraction talent being triggered. Her extraction talent, unlike the other 3 talents, did not give any sensation when activated. She had to check her attribute values to know if it had been triggered. Looking at these 4 figures, she felt that they were not gained from her extraction talent, but without a reference point, she could not make an accurate judgment. Regardless, this was the first time Genevieve could directly gain constitution points from killing monsters, which made her feel quite exhilarated as someone always constrained by her constitution value. As more corrosive crows appeared, Genevieve added another 1,000 points to her spirit attribute from her unallocated attribute points and continued to kill corrosive crows. With the increases in all 4 attributes, each spell cast by Genevieve consumed less physical strength and spirit energy. After about 2 hours, when her constitution value increased by another 1,000 points, her physical strength and spirit energy consumption was still less than 4/5. When her constitution value increased for the 3rd time by 1,000 points, Genevieve added another 1,000 points from her unallocated attribute points to her spirit attribute. At this point, she had only a little over 5,000 out of her 7,000 unallocated attribute points left to allocate. The boosts in constitution and spirit allowed Genevieve to cast fireball and sword slash with nearly 100 points less spirit and physical energy consumed. The speed at which her spirit energy naturally recovered could support alternating between casting 1 fireball and 1 sword slash. As her income far exceeded her expenditure, Genevieve didn't need to take any potions to aid in combat. However, due to hunger and to mask her true condition, Genevieve first drank a Tier 2 nutrient potion and then, 2 hours later, a Tier 2 enhancement potion. Since this was the first time she had taken either potion, her constitution attribute value instantly increased by 1,800 points. For the remainder of the time, Genevieve no longer used her unallocated attribute points. She kept killing group after group of corrosive crows. By the time she noticed something was off, 19 hours had already passed since she was transported to this platform. Yet the sky remained dimly lit just as when she arrived, neither night nor fully day, like early morning or late afternoon. Surrounding the platform was nothing but white fog, with only corrosive crows appearing every minute bringing any semblance of activity. In this situation, Genevieve had no choice but to keep killing monsters non-stop. While killing corrosive crows, Genevieve gradually moved towards the edge of the platform, standing there to observe the white fog. Visibility in the fog was less than 3 meters, yet it was enough for her to see that the area around the platform was empty. Genevieve also found that when she approached the edge of the platform, an invisible barrier prevented her from leaving. Trying another direction yielded the same result. An invisible barrier stopped her again. Genevieve returned to the center of the platform, where corrosive crows took about 30 seconds to fly in, allowing her to kill them together. Standing at the edge required her to first kill the closer crows before moving on to the farther ones. Initially, Genevieve thought this was the trial for a level 3 warrior first arriving at the border of level 4. However, after over 20 hours, she began to suspect it wasn't a trial. Although her physical strength and spirit energy continuously consumed and recovered without signs of depletion, physical fatigue would accumulate unless she rested. After persisting for 49 hours, Genevieve already felt extremely exhausted. Though not incapacitated, she decided not to continue. In such an unclear situation, she couldn't risk putting herself in a state unable to fight. Feeling fatigued, Genevieve had already devised a solution for her current predicament. In her spatial backpack, she had a safety hut that she had never used before. The safety hut's defense value was 1 million points. Placing a red quality defense tower outside, it would bring the total defense value to 10 million points. This was enough to withstand the full attacks of 150 corrosive crows for about 40 times, roughly half an hour. Half an hour was not enough for Genevieve to have a proper rest, but she had plenty of red quality defense towers. If she placed 10 of them, it would be sufficient for her to rest for over 3 hours. Just as Genevieve took out the safety hut and started placing the red quality defense towers, before she could enter the safety hut, she was suddenly enveloped by a white light orb. Genevieve found herself teleported into a grand hall with over 300 inside. All these were wearing second stage spirit grade armor, their auras strong, indicating they were all warriors level 3 or above. Each one of them stared at her with fierce eyes. Not out of vanity, but Genevieve clearly sensed that these had come here because of her. Among these 132, only 70-odd had a more imposing aura than hers. Sitting on a high platform, the beastman who was obviously the leader had the strongest aura. Genevieve could sense that he hadn't even unleashed his full power. Even so, this leader was already stronger than the mayor of A's city. The leader sized up Genevieve and said to the standing beside him, "This is a lucky child favored by the gods." Genevieve's heart shook. Could this be the scene Gerard had dreamed about in his premonition? Mayor, this divine favorite is from the water blue star in the Milky Way galaxy. When this divine favorite became a level 3 warrior, her race had only been in the wasteland world for 99 days, the respectfully informed. The leader, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat shaken. From the Milky Way galaxy? I didn't know there was such a powerful race hidden there. This statement made all the warriors present look at Genevieve with different gazes. Genevieve even faintly heard some say, "She's from the same galaxy as our mayor." Because they are from the Milky Way galaxy, I paid special attention after they were transported to the wasteland world. I discovered their physiques seem very weak, yet they possess some mysterious power allowing them to grow rapidly. Especially this water blue star player, who advanced to a level 3 warrior in just 100 days. She has the most of this mysterious power, so she grew the fastest, the who called himself a subordinate added. It seemed like this pleased the mayor, as Genevieve distinctly felt his delighted mood. Chapter 180, Jacob 2. Greetings, Your Excellency. My name is Genevieve, from the human race of water blue star. Genevieve placed her fist on her left chest and gave a slight bow to the Jacob. This was the universally acknowledged gesture of respect toward the strong among all races in this desolate world. Each mayor of these frontier cities was a superpowered warrior who survived after making significant contributions following the appearance of black holes. Without these superpowered warriors, the universe would now be filled with black holes of various sizes, and within 100 years, the entire universe would have been completely devoured by them. Genevieve naturally felt genuine respect for this superpowered warrior who had made immense contributions to their galaxy. Welcome to our White Mist City, Genevieve. You performed remarkably well by surviving for 49 hours fighting the corrosive crows during your first visit. Only 2 level 3 warriors have lasted longer since the city's establishment, so you will receive a special reward, the mayor said. After speaking, the mayor flicked his hand, and a thin card-like chip flew towards Genevieve. Attach this to your identity transmission card and merge the two. The chip moved slowly enough that Genevieve caught it easily. Its size resembled the chip on her earlobe. She pressed it against the chip on her earlobe. As soon as it touched the chip on her earlobe, she felt a warmth travel through her fingertips, and the chip she was holding vanished. All the warriors present are the guardians of White Mist City. Divine favorite, during the Beast Tide, you must work with other players to defend White Mist City, the mayor said. Then return to your respective checkpoints. With that, the mayor waved his hand lightly, and everyone, including Genevieve, except him and the beside him, were enveloped in white light orbs and transported away. Genevieve found herself back on the original platform. She confirmed it was the same place because she appeared right at the entrance of the safe house, where she was initially taken away by the white light orb. Looking around, Genevieve noticed that the fog around her had dissipated significantly when she left but was now rolling rapidly and thickening again. She had only spent about 5 minutes in the mayor's palace, yet there were no corrosive crows on the platform. It wasn't clear if the absence of players on the platform caused the corrosive crows not to appear or if they had come and flown away due to lack of targets while she was gone. As Genevieve pondered these questions, the white fog around the platform stopped rolling and became dense again. From the fog, corrosive crows emerged and attacked her. Genevieve cast a fireball spell, watching as the corrosive crows fell onto the platform in flames, then turned and walked into the safe house. The exterior of the safe house looked like it occupied only 4 square meters, but inside, it was approximately 100 square meters with a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The walls of the safe house emitted a soft yellow glow, made of an unknown material. The living room was brightly lit, while the bedrooms were dimly lit. Regardless of the lighting, with Genevieve's current physical condition, she could see everything clearly. Standing in the living room, Genevieve closed her eyes, feeling the soft yellow light bathe her body. It reminded her of the early summer light on Water Blue Star, bringing a comforting sensation. She felt inexplicably comfortable all over. Because of this comfort, Genevieve didn't want to enter the bedroom. Instead, she took out a large fabric sofa from her ring and placed it in the living room. This sofa had a metal frame crafted by her father and cushioning made by her mother. Sleeping on it was also very comfortable. Lying on the sofa, bathed in the soothing light, Genevieve quickly fell into a drowsy state. However, being in an unsafe environment, she only slept for 2 hours before waking up, disturbed by the energy fluctuations of the defensive tower array under intense attack. Exiting the safe house, Genevieve saw that the area outside was densely packed with corrosive crows, blocking out what little light there was, not due to darkness but sheer numbers. Genevieve had expected the 10 red quality defensive towers to last over 3 hours, but after only 2, only one remained with its durability halved. Standing within the defensive formation, Genevieve immediately cast fireball spells at the corrosive crows outside. It took 21 casts of fireball spells to eliminate all the corrosive crows. Fortunately, the corrosive crows disappeared within 2 seconds of being killed, turning into white light. Otherwise, so many corpses would have buried the safe house. After casting the fireball spell so many times consecutively, Genevieve's mental energy was almost depleted. Genevieve didn't rush to drink a recovery potion but instead placed 5 more red quality defensive towers outside the safe house before returning inside. It wasn't the time to go out and kill corrosive crows now. The Jacob had promised her a reward, and she hadn't seen what it was yet. Sitting on the sofa, Genevieve touched her earlobe. To her surprise, she found that besides the 2 original chat channels on the light screen, there was now an unprecedented system mall. This was the reward given to Genevieve by the Jacob. For ordinary warriors, the system mall appeared once every 10 days on their identity card interface. However, as long as Genevieve was in White Mist City, the system mall would always be open, allowing her to buy and sell at any time. Genevieve opened the system mall and first saw the item, a White Mist City information card, priced at 100 wasteland coins. Knowing what an information card was, Genevieve immediately clicked to purchase it. The information card produced by the White Mist City system must be related to the city. Today at the mayor's palace, she had wanted to talk to other Beastmen warriors to see if she could gather useful information, but unfortunately, the mayor didn't give her the chance. Less than 10 minutes after clicking to purchase, an item appeared in the system space of the system mall. Genevieve took it out and saw that it was an information card, looking exactly like the one given to her by the Beastman customer service in Yasei City. Placing the information card on her forehead, powerful information instantly flooded her mind. This time, the card reading process only caused her slight discomfort, not the head congestion or golden flashes in front of her eyes as during the first reading of the information card. This was because the information in this card was less than that in the information card she received in Yasei City. However, it also had to do with the significant increase in her physical constitution and mental attributes. Chapter 181, White Fog Platform 3. The information on this card only briefly mentioned why the water blue planet inhabitants were transported to the wasteland world, repeating some of the content she obtained in Yachi City but delving deeper. This information card contained more about the White Fog City and the superhumans who constructed the frontiers of the wasteland world. White Fog City was built 2 years later than Yachi City. It took the 10,000 races 2 full years to produce 3 warriors after the arrival of superhumans from the starry skies, before they could establish the 4th defensive line, the White Fog Land. White Fog City is actually located in space ahead of Yachi City, already beyond the scope of the wasteland continent. The distance between White Fog City and Yachi City is at least 100,000 kilometers, making it the 4th line of defense before Yachi City. The corrosion crows, polluted beasts, and ghost beasts are no longer living organisms. After the black hole was subjected to a dimensional attack by superhumans and lost most of its energy, it was restricted and unable to move around to devour matter. However, the black hole can periodically generate miniature black holes that can also consume everything in the universe. These miniature black holes, being only 1 cubic centimeter in size, are not constrained by the binding spells cast by superhumans and can roam freely. Yet these miniature black holes did not escape the perception of the superhumans stationed at the 1st defensive line and suffered dimensional attacks. A portion of the mini black holes didn't dissipate after the dimensional attack. Instead, they fragmented into even smaller ultra-mini black holes and dispersed further into space, escaping the superhumans' perception. Despite these ultra-mini black holes being reduced to hair-thin sizes, they remain highly dangerous. The innate consuming nature of ultra-mini black holes draws them towards organic life with the most energy, allowing for rapid expansion. Ultra-mini black holes also erode the brains of highly aggressive creatures, controlling their bodies to kill heat-emitting life forms, then consume them. So the polluted beasts, ghost beasts, and corrosion crows are all dead wasteland continent creatures now controlled by ultra-mini black holes to attack the 10,000 races. This is why, once at the frontier, they can only use cold weapons or spells to attack the polluted beasts, ghost beasts, and corrosion crows. Using thermal weapons would simply provide energy to the ultra-mini black holes. While the spells cast by extraordinary humans are also a form of energy, they have owners and are less easily consumed. Ultra-mini black holes can absorb very little energy, and when damaged, even more energy escapes. Though during the attack, the biological bodies hosting the ultra-mini black holes may be destroyed, most of the ultra-mini black holes still manage to escape. From the 1st defensive line to the 4th, the ultra-mini black holes have expended so much energy that they can barely maintain their shape, shrinking to molecular sizes. The ultra-mini black holes that escape the 4th checkpoint lack the strength to resist the gravity of the wasteland continent and are pulled towards it. Upon landing on the wasteland continent, the ultra-mini black holes either control large creatures to consume others or directly transform into ghost beasts to consume. When attacked, the former might escape again after the biological body is destroyed, while the latter, when destroyed, leaves behind an energy-depleted crystal. If these micro-black holes aren't destroyed, the main black hole will continuously gain energy, eventually consuming all planets. As superhumans and extraordinary humans continually destroy these micro-black holes, the energy supply of the main black hole, which has been decreasing, produces fewer micro-black holes. This is how the 5 lines of defense came about, and why intelligent races from various planets work together without disputes to defend the frontier. Any race that excels or has outstanding extraordinary humans among them receives rewards from superhumans from the starry skies, boosting their overall strength. This is also why every city lord, upon discovering exceptionally talented extraordinary humans in their city, summons them. However, a seer among the starry sky superhumans predicted that in 10 years, the black hole could receive energy from another world, expanding to unprecedented sizes, larger than before the superhumans' dimensional attacks. At that time, the existing superhumans from the starry skies would be unable to combat such a massive black hole. If nothing changes, the entire universe would be swallowed within 20 years. Thus, the starry sky superhumans urgently need to cultivate new superhumans. Since they, as nearly immortal beings, have virtually no descendants, they can only train superhumans from other races. After reading this information, Genevieve felt only one thing: surviving was not easy, the path ahead long and arduous. The information card did not specify what level of strength was required to become a superhuman. Without any clear guidelines, it was evident that the current 3rd or 4th level extraordinaries would need a very long time to grow before they could ascend to superhuman status. This prediction assumed there were no level-up restrictions. If such restrictions existed, the timeline would be even longer. Therefore, excessive contemplation was futile. Her immediate priority should be to clear as many monsters as possible. Genevieve's platform was one of White Fog City's checkpoints, where the warriors would strike the ultra-mini black holes until they were barely perceptible. At the White Fog City checkpoint, each race only needed to defend one platform. If a race had enough 3rd or 4th level warriors, they could apply to defend an additional platform. If this race could consistently maintain their defense, every month, they would receive extra attribute points and survival points as rewards from the Starry Sky superhumans. Genevieve was naturally quite enticed by this reward, but what excited her even more was the increase in attribute points from fighting here. Killing a corrosion crow in White Fog City allowed each warrior to gain 0.01 attribute points in strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, a reward from the Starry Sky superhumans. So Genevieve's intuition was correct. While her siphon talent couldn't trigger in White Fog City, her double critical hit talent did, giving her 0.02 attribute points. If her siphon talent were also granted by the Starry Sky superhumans, it would be reasonable for it not to trigger here, as she would have received too much benefit. After reading more detailed information about black holes and White Fog City, there were still some scattered pieces of information left uninterpreted. Genevieve temporarily set them aside, planning to revisit them when she had free time. She turned back to browse other items in the system mall. All the items for sale here were second-stage spiritual materials, which cost at least 3 times more than first-stage materials. Her wasteland coins could afford only second-stage recovery potions, nutrient potions, and tang knives. She couldn't possibly afford initial-stage armor, as a set required 5 million merit points, whereas she only had slightly over 50,000 merit points. Chapter 182 White Fog Platform 4. Genevieve quickly scanned through all the items and found that, apart from the second-grade spirit level defense tower, she didn't need anything else for the time being. It wasn't that she didn't require them, rather, after purchasing a second-grade spirit level defense tower, she would only have 2 wasteland coins left. Second-grade spirit level defense tower, defensive value of 100 million, can absorb 30% of attack energy to replenish the consumed defensive array energy. Defense range defined by the user. Durability 1000. Genevieve, buy it, I must buy it. Such a perfect defense tower for use on the platform, it's worth selling the kitchen pots to get it. Genevieve immediately arranged to purchase the second-grade spirit level defense tower. However, after receiving it, she did not immediately deploy it. Because using it would decrease its durability. She wanted to return to Sunflower territory first, then replicate, enhance, and unleash critical hits before deploying it. If the durability was reduced after deployment, the replicated and enhanced towers would also suffer from decreased durability. It was too much of a loss. She still had plenty of red-quality defense towers, enough to last until she returned to Sunflower territory. After exiting the system mall, Genevieve noticed that she could now see the information of Water Blue Star human players, including unread messages sent by everyone since she arrived in White Fog City. Being able to see these messages meant she could possibly send messages too. Genevieve, hello everyone, how is everything going? Her message was instantly sent to the group chat without any lag. Zen, what the heck, it's the Great Lord Herschel. You were supposed to be at the 4th level border outpost. How are you still able to log into this group? Have you returned? Genevieve, I am indeed in White Fog City within the 4th level border area. It seems that players in Yasai City and White Fog City can communicate with each other. Zen, this is great news. We can discuss matters if anything comes up. Your grandfather and younger brother are worried sick about you. They will finally feel relieved knowing your situation. Sylvie, Great Lord Herschel, you're chatting with us during the day. Aren't you supposed to be fighting monsters? Genevieve, there is no distinction between day and night in Egret City, nor is there downtime. We fight monsters non-stop. I'm just catching a moment to chat with you all. Jin, how is your situation? If things become overwhelming, immediately take out your safe house and defense tower, enter the safe house to recover. Don't overexert yourself. Genevieve, I'm talking to you from within the safe house. Here in White Fog City, I encounter level 21 to 25 corroded crows, which have attack damage and defense between 21,000 and 25,000, and health points between 25,000 and 50,000. Freezing spells are ineffective, while lightning spells have moderate effects. The Tang Blade can kill them, and fireball spells are fatal. Before coming to White Fog City, make sure to learn Blade and Sword combo and fireball spells. Constitution must exceed 15,000 points. Jin planned to advance to a 3rd grade warrior in 2 or 3 days. Although he was likely to be transported to this platform, she prioritized telling him the most crucial information first and would share less important details later. Jin noted. The 7 border warriors of Sunflower Territory are currently killing monsters at the checkpoint, following Bron's lead. Apart from battling monsters and sleeping, they are either training or entering dungeons. Especially Oriv, he complains about not getting enough practice at the checkpoint and spends the longest time in dungeons. If Genevieve weren't the leader of Sunflower Territory and the top player of Water Blue Star, leadership might have been naturally handed to Bron. Bron was well experienced and a retired soldier. Genevieve, that's good. I've rested enough, but there are too many corroded crows outside. My red quality defense towers are wearing out quickly. Jin, okay, be careful, rest when you're tired. Genevieve, got it, bye. Being able to communicate with her companions alleviated Genevieve's feeling of isolation in this vast world. Genevieve stepped out of the safe house to find hundreds of corroded crows attacking the defense towers. She cast several fireball spells in succession, burning away the corroded crows outside, only to deplete almost 2/3 of her mental power. She drank a 2nd grade spirit level nutritional agent and then put away the safe house and defense towers. During this time, more than 100 corroded crows emerged from the white fog. Genevieve's mental power was insufficient, but her physical strength was still ample. She repeatedly used the Blade and Sword combo skill. After 3 hours, both her mental and physical powers were exhausted, so she drank a 2nd grade spirit level recovery agent. Genevieve continuously switched her combat techniques, fighting without pause. Whenever she felt hungry, she drank nutritional agents. Time passed without her noticing, until she heard the familiar mechanical voice. Congratulations to Water Blue Star player Dory A001 for advancing to a 3rd grade warrior and unlocking the level 4 border checkpoint side quest. As a reward, this player receives 1,000 points of free attributes. All Water Blue Star human players receive 210 points of free attributes, and Water Blue Star's survival points increase by 5. After hearing these rewards, Genevieve sighed, confirming her suspicion was correct. The 2nd upgraded 3rd grade warrior did not receive a 2nd grade spirit level treasure chest. This indicated that if Genevieve hadn't handed over one 2nd grade spirit level treasure chest to the national team, Jin would have had to earn merit points for quite some time after being transported to White Fog City just to buy low-grade armor. During this process, without armor, they might face death at any moment. Due to Jin's promotion, Genevieve gained an additional 420 points of free attributes. After triggering the critical hit, Jin received 12,100 points and would certainly be able to boost his constitution to over 15,000 points. While thinking about this, Genevieve continued killing corroded crows. When the last corroded crow disappeared in a flash of white light, Genevieve saw Jin appear in the center of the platform, only 2 or 3 meters away from her. Seeing Genevieve, Jin's eyes lit up, but he seemed to recall something, looked her over, and frowned, asking, "Have you been continuously fighting monsters for over 20 hours? How do you know?" Genevieve blurted out. "Your family has been calling for you non-stop in the chat channel, and you didn't respond. They were very worried about you. If you didn't reply, it must be because you were busy and couldn't check the chat," Jin said. Having heard this much from Jin, Genevieve didn't want to argue anymore. Besides, there was no need to argue because more corroded crows appeared again, and this time their number seemed twice as many as before. Genevieve threw 200 fireballs at the corroded crows, and the remaining 176 were taken care of by Jin using fireball spells. "When I'm alone, the number of corroded crows is between 120 and 200. With you here, it increased to over 300, Genevieve said. "This clearly depends on the number of people. What's the interval between each batch of corroded crows?" Jin asked. 1 minute, Genevieve replied. "We'll fight back to back. Each of us will handle half of what's in front of us," Jin suggested. Chapter 183, White Mist Platform 5. Genevieve and Jin were talking, but they did not forget to prepare for battle, as 1 minute was almost up. However, after a minute passed, no corrosive crows appeared, so they remained vigilant. After about 2 minutes, the corrosive crows finally emerged from the white mist, once again numbering over 300. It seems that the number of corrosive crows indeed depends on the number of players. The more players on the platform, the more corrosive crows there are. But this is good, I was worried about something else, Genevieve said. "As long as it's within your capability, I can help you kill more corrosive crows," Jin said. Jin understood Genevieve's thoughts. Her talent allowed her to gain attribute points by killing monsters, so she needed to kill more. Genevieve looked at Jin, knowing he hadn't yet realized that killing a single corrosive crow in Fog City could simultaneously increase strength, agility, spirit, and constitution by 0.01 points. Hearing that killing monsters here could boost attributes, Jin immediately checked his player bracelet and confirmed, "My 4 attributes have all increased, just as you said." While discussing midway, the corrosive crows appeared again. The two fought together once more against the corrosive crows. This time, Genevieve confirmed that Jin's fireball took twice as long to burn the corrosive crows to death, during which the crows struggled to fly toward him. Fortunately, caster's spells couldn't harm allies, otherwise, both of them might have caught fire too. At Genevieve's suggestion, Jin upgraded his spirit value to 16,000 points via the player bracelet. Now, when Jin cast his fireball, the corrosive crows were completely immobilized until they burned to death, unable to fly even a few meters like before. After clearing 2 waves of corrosive crows, Jin had adapted to the combat rhythm. He asked Genevieve to cover while he tried handling 360 corrosive crows alone. Jin used a fireball spell to finish off 200 corrosive crows first, then followed up with sword/combo to deal with the remaining 160. Although a dozen managed to escape, he quickly dispatched them one by one. If all attacks are of this intensity, I can handle it completely. Take a break, I'll call you if I need help, Jin said. Seeing how effortlessly Jin handled the situation, Genevieve, who hadn't rested for over 20 hours, naturally agreed. Also, take some time to reply to your brother's and grandfather's spam messages. They both asked me to tell you to send a response, Jin added. Okay. However, where to place the safe house was also a problem. Placing it anywhere would affect Jin's efficiency in fighting. They decided to place the safe house 50 meters away from the center of the platform after discussion. After placing the safe house, Genevieve set up 5 red quality defense towers around it. Seeing the red quality defense towers, Genevieve remembered the 2nd grade spiritual quality defense towers in her spatial backpack and called out to Jin, help me replicate these. As corrosive crows were about to appear, Jin didn't say anything and simply stored them in his spatial backpack. Although Jin's replication ability still only occupied 1 spatial slot, the replication time had decreased to 2 hours thanks to his increased spirit power. Each item could only be replicated 100 times, and there were no drops from monster kills at the border, so his spatial bag would soon have empty slots. Returning to his original position, Jin turned to Genevieve and shouted, don't tell them that killing corrosive crows directly increases 4 attributes. We don't want everyone getting restless and trying to seek quick success. Genevieve gave an okay sign. She wasn't in a hurry to enter the safe house and instead stood at the door watching Jin fight the corrosive crows. Jin used fireballs to clear the corrosive crows near the safe house, then used sword/combo to clear the others. His sword/combo was much stronger than hers, indicating his strength attribute was higher. Seeing Jin easily dispose of over 300 corrosive crows without any damage to the outer defense towers, Genevieve felt relieved and went to rest. Sitting on the sofa, she touched her earlobe and entered the Blue Star chat channel. Indeed, Oriv had sent a barrage of messages, and Bron had also sent her messages. Genevieve, family, I'm in a good situation now and have rendezvoused with Lieutenant Jin. We are both on a platform, which is said to be the checkpoint we Water Blue Star people guard. The 2 of us can handle it completely and can take turns to rest. Earlier, I just wanted to farm more monsters and rested when I was tired, so my rest times were irregular and I didn't see your messages. Please rest assured. Debbie, we all feel relieved that you 2 experts are together. Cooper, they are the top players among our Water Blue Star humans. If they can't make it, who else can? Zen, it's really unfortunate that it's just Bron and Xuanming's turn to guard the checkpoint. It was indeed unfortunate. Genevieve skimmed through her little brother's messages and understood why he was so eager to contact her. Genevieve, to advance to level 4 warrior, one needs at least 30,000 attribute points in each category. Please tell Xuanming not to worry. I will definitely stay on the White Mist platform for a long time. I have enough time to wait for you all to arrive. Based on what Genevieve knew, the beast tide in Fog City was different from the one in Ye City. Without talents like hers and Jin's that allow rapid acquisition of large amounts of attribute points, they should still progress step by step. Under Jin's protection, Genevieve slept soundly for 3 hours before waking up. During this period, the defense value of the red quality defense towers she placed only decreased by more than 50,000 points. It was evident that during these 3 hours, the defense towers had only been scratched by a few corrosive crows. Genevieve walked out of the safe house and saw Jin just finished killing a batch of corrosive crows. She put away the safe house and the defense towers and joined him in the battle against corrosive crows. The 2 cooperated in fighting corrosive crows and took turns to rest and recover. In a place with only day and no night, they relied on their player bracelets to know how many days had passed. Starting from the 2nd day Jin arrived at the White Mist platform, the 2 discovered that although the frequency of corrosive crow appearances did not shorten or lengthen, the number of crows appearing each time gradually increased. By this day, the count began to exceed 400. It's possible that because the Fog City Beast Tide is only 4 days away from being the Border Beast Tide period, the corrosive crows have increased, Jin said. Chapter 184, Miniature Black Hole. Genevieve purchased an information card for Jin from the System Mall in White Fog City, allowing him to understand the origin of the Beast Tide. The black hole would have an energy outburst every 30 days, during which the miniature black holes generated would be 10 to 20 times more than usual. Since the number of suddenly appearing miniature black holes was too large, the superhumans on the first line of defense were unable to dimensionalize all the miniature black holes. Those miniature black holes that weren't dimensionalized escaped to the second line of defense. The warriors on the second line were quasi-superhumans who hadn't yet developed the ability to dimensionalize like full superhumans. However, their attack damage was very high, enough to split a miniature black hole into over a dozen extremely miniature black holes. Though it seemed that splitting one miniature black hole into many smaller ones increased their number. In reality, the destructive power of a miniature black hole was 100 times that of an extremely miniature one. Even though this led to third-line warriors of levels 5 and 6 facing many extremely miniature black holes, these were still within their capabilities. Even level 6 warriors couldn't handle miniature black holes. If the miniature black holes directly escaped to the third line, the level 5 and 6 warriors there would be in danger. The level 5 and 6 warriors on the third line further weakened the extremely miniature black holes, making them quite frail. The level 3 or 4 warriors on the fourth line needed only to deal enough damage, and the extremely miniature black holes would collapse due to excessive energy loss, almost unable to maintain their black hole shape. During the Beast Tide period, the number of extremely miniature black holes was so great that the third line defenders couldn't attack all of them, leading some unweakened extremely miniature black holes to surge towards the fourth line. The defense efforts on the fourth line directly influenced the scale of the Beast Tide on the fifth line, forming a chain reaction. Each line experienced the black hole energy burst approximately 1 day apart. In Wasteland World, the Beast Tide duration was 110 days, with White Fog City experiencing it for 109 days, hence the first line's black hole eruption period was on day 106. In the 5 to 6 days leading up to the eruption, active black holes occasionally had small outbursts. It was already day 105 in the Wasteland World, and black holes had been having small energy bursts for 2 or 3 days now, leading to a gradual increase in the number of corrosive crows. Genevieve and Jin's estimations were correct. On day 106, each wave of corrosive crows attacking them numbered over 450. On day 107, each wave reached over 500, and on day 108, over 550. Genevieve and Jin could manage these numbers together, but individually, they couldn't kill all within the given time. Fortunately, they brought several red quality defensive towers and red crystals. While one rested, the other stood inside the tower to fight off the corrosive crows, avoiding being overwhelmed. Although the corrosive crows couldn't penetrate Genevieve and Jin's defenses, constant attacks by hundreds would gradually wear down lower tier armor. It turned out using the red quality towers was more cost effective. On day 208 of the Wasteland World, at our 189 since Genevieve's arrival in White Fog City, just after she and Jin defeated another wave of crows, the white fog on the platform suddenly dissipated. The fog cleared rapidly, disappearing within moments, and the dim light that resembled twilight vanished, revealing a sky full of stars. Genevieve looked up at the night sky and realized it felt similar to watching the sky from Alger territory, indicating they were under the same sky. She and Jin finally saw the true appearance of the platform. They were atop a mountain peak so high it pierced through the clouds. After the fog cleared, Genevieve first noticed a fierce gale, reaching at least 20 miles per hour. However, such a strong wind barely affected Genevieve and Jin. They stood steady at the edge of the platform. They looked around and discovered platforms like theirs on the peaks to their left and right. Jin said, 3 hours until day 109. The Beast Tide in White Fog City is said to start at dawn, but we don't know the exact time. We need to rest now and prepare for the coming Beast Tide. Genevieve triggered her premonition talent and glanced at Jin. Not feeling good. Jin was perceptive. As a scout, his observational skills and perception became far superior to ordinary people after becoming an extraordinary. It's very dangerous with our current attribute values, Genevieve said. The stronger her mental power, the more detailed and powerful her premonitions and intuition became. I still have over 8,000 unallocated free attribute points. But my constitution value isn't high enough. I need to add at least 3,000 points to it, and the remaining 5,000 points to mental value. Would that work? Jin asked tentatively. Genevieve thought this was good. It should be fine. Can you still level up your player rank? I can still level up twice. Then do it, Genevieve said firmly. Without further ado, Jin opened the player bracelet. When he finished operating it and looked up at her, Genevieve felt much better, though not entirely rid of the sense of crisis. What about you? Can your attribute values exceed mine? Jin asked with some concern. Here, Genevieve couldn't trigger her talent for killing monsters to absorb attributes, so she lost her biggest advantage, making her attribute growth slower than his. The 1210 attribute points reward from the level 4 border defense task had directly multiplied tenfold when he initiated it. And since arriving in White Fog City, killing those corrosive crows had increased his strength, agility, mental, and constitution by 2554 points each. Genevieve's increase was only a bit over 3,000 points, with only 210 additional free attribute points. Looking at Jin, Genevieve noticed the hidden worry in his eyes. But here I can trigger my double critical hit talent, Genevieve hinted. Her 4 attributes had increased by a total of 6,982 points, with her mental value surpassing 20,000 points and her constitution nearing 30,000 points. Now, when she maximally cast Fireball spell, she could produce up to 250 fireballs, requiring only 650 points of mental energy. Understanding Genevieve's hint, a look of comprehension flashed across Jin's eyes. He had previously felt that Genevieve's attribute growth rate far exceeded his estimation. It turned out her double critical hit talent wasn't just triggered when opening treasure chests but also during attribute absorption. Realizing what was going on, Jin didn't press further. This was their tacit understanding. Important matters shouldn't be spoken outright to avoid putting Jin in a difficult position. If not for worrying about Genevieve, Jin wouldn't have asked so many questions just now. Chapter 185, The Black Hole Beast Tide 1. Genevieve still felt that they would be in danger during the Beast Tide, so she added another 1,000 free attribute points to her mental power, which now exceeded 22,000 points. Her sense of impending danger did not diminish like it had for Jin when he boosted his attributes. Genevieve added another 1,000 free attribute points, yet the feeling of danger remained. This won't work. My mental power is already over 20,000, but the sense of danger hasn't lessened. This dangerous feeling must not come from our insufficient combat strength. Jin thought for a moment, scanning the entire platform before turning to Genevieve and saying, Safe haven, second grade defense tower. They both said this almost simultaneously. During a beast tide battle, it's actually allowed to use safety huts or similar rest items, though each person can only use them for 3 hours within 20 hours. The Space Mall in Yasai City also sells first-grade spirit defense towers. After learning these rules, we bought one. I was delayed by a day because I wanted to replicate more first-grade defense towers. Now every team has 2 of them, Jin explained. The teams in Yasai City are now divided into 10-person squads. Arthur is in your Herschel territory squad. Bron is quite impressive, and Arthur respects him. Jin continued. Arthur was the military player with combat capabilities just below Jin, having been a former elite special forces member. Before entering the wasteland world, his military skills surpassed those of Jin. For Arthur to be in the same squad as his fellow settlers, it was clear he aimed to look after Sammy. Regardless, having such a powerhouse in the Herschel squad was a good thing, and Genevieve welcomed it. Arthur will likely become a 3rd-level warrior soon, Genevieve speculated. This man possessed special talents as well. Even if her grandfather was an outstanding veteran, having retired for 40 years, he wouldn't have become the squad leader if Arthur didn't plan on staying long in the Herschel squad. After this beast tide, they should be capable enough to handle things on their own. Debbie and Cooper have grown to the point where they can take charge, Jin said. Genevieve's greatest concern for the Herschel squad was this upcoming beast tide. Once they got through it and gained experience, she wouldn't worry about their safety anymore. These past few days, I've replicated nearly 50 second-grade spirit defense towers. What do you think we should do next? Jin asked. You put these defense towers in the treasure chest, and let me open it, Genevieve replied. Simply using them outright would be too wasteful. Genevieve couldn't bear it, it would be better to use some first. After Genevieve opened the treasure chest, the number of defense towers increased to over 100. We'll place the safe hut in the center of the platform and surround it with second-grade defense towers. We can enter to rest and recover when our physical strength and mental power drop significantly, Genevieve said. They set up the safe hut and arranged 6 second-grade defense towers around it, adding 12 red-quality defense towers further out. This way, when the beast tide's attack wasn't too strong, it would reduce the consumption of the second-grade defense towers. Once the safe shelter was established, the lingering sense of danger finally left Genevieve. Upon hearing from Genevieve that the feeling of possible danger had vanished, Jin sighed in relief. It was good there was a solution. Whether in her previous life or this one, Genevieve's premonition talent was truly exceptional. In this unfamiliar place with limited information, without this talent, they would only know what preparations were lacking once the beast tide came. By then, it would often be too late. With so many second-grade spirit defense towers, even if hundreds of thousands of corrosion crows came, it would take several hours to break through. The two didn't plan to keep watch but instead returned to their respective safe houses to rest and conserve energy for the impending beast tide. While sleeping, a vague sense of crisis abruptly woke Genevieve. As the feeling intensified, she immediately exited her safe house. Outside, the starry sky shone brightly, but everything was eerily silent, as if even the wind had frozen. Less than 2 seconds after Genevieve emerged, Jin also appeared, his expression solemn, sensing something amiss. The mountain breeze has completely stopped. That's not normal. In the wasteland world, the gravity and air composition are similar to water blue star. At such heights, air currents should easily form convection, resulting in at least a gentle breeze, Jin remarked. Genevieve remained silent, focusing intently on a certain part of the sky. Following her gaze, Jin did not see anything unusual at first, but he knew that if Genevieve was staring intently in that direction, something must be wrong. So, he also focused his attention there. Soon, Jin also sensed something amiss. His eyes couldn't detect what was different in the darkness, but he felt an extremely subtle energy fluctuation approaching their position. His pupils suddenly dilated. Fireball! Genevieve shouted. Immediately after speaking, Genevieve launched a huge fireball toward the direction she was looking at, and Jin also quickly fired a large fireball in that direction. The two fireballs struck the source of the subtle energy fluctuations one after another. Though these fireballs were instant cast, they delivered the highest magical damage each could inflict. When the two fireballs collided, they erupted into a blinding light, with flames burning fiercely. However, both of them saw a tiny black dot appear in the center of the flames. This black dot seemed to absorb the flames around it, creating a void where no flame existed. Just 2 seconds later, this black dot appeared to expand slightly before contracting abruptly, and then the flames instantly extinguished. A fireball from the fireball spell would naturally extinguish under 2 circumstances, either when the target disappeared, or when suppressed by a stronger spell. Genevieve and Jin concentrated and felt that the extremely subtle energy fluctuation had rapidly moved away from their platform, weakened to almost imperceptible levels. Could this be an ultra-miniature black hole? Genevieve asked uncertainly. Jin shook his head, he wasn't sure either. The information provided by superhumans about microblack holes was not very detailed. There was some mention of the size of microblack holes, but no specific details about the phenomena accompanying their appearance or the damage they could cause. When I detected this black hole, my scalp went numb. I think if we were to touch that black dot, we wouldn't survive, Genevieve said. Jin also felt an extreme sense of danger. An individual's attack probably can't handle this black dot. Our combined attacks only weakened it but didn't destroy it. Chapter 186, Black Hole Beast Tide 2. Based on the information given to us by the mayor of White Mist City, this micro-black hole should be a non-living entity. But it didn't act like one when it tried to escape just now, Soraya said in confusion. It doesn't seem like a non-organic entity to me. The universe is vast, and there are countless life forms. Not all entities need to conform to our existing knowledge, Jin remarked. This wasn't the time to discuss biology. Soraya checked the status of the defense towers. The extremely tiny black hole was almost invisible to the naked eye, with an incredibly fast speed. If not for the momentary obstruction provided by the defense tower, this minuscule black hole would have charged straight towards her, potentially colliding with her body. Seeing the condition of the defense towers, Soraya sucked in a sharp breath. She had placed 6 second-tier defense towers and 12 red-quality defense towers around the safety shelter for the 2 of them. After merely 1 or 2 collisions from the micro-black hole, only 1 second-tier defense tower remained standing around the safety house. This sole surviving second-tier defense tower's defense value had plummeted, now remaining at only 20 million defense points. It could be seen that the damage inflicted by the micro-black hole was at least 100 million points per hit. This was terrifying. Any contact with it meant certain death. Soraya did not dare delay, immediately setting up 8 second-tier spirit-quality defense towers around both shelters. No wonder I didn't feel that lingering sense of impending doom after setting up the safety shelter and the second-tier spirit-quality defense towers, Soraya muttered, still feeling somewhat frightened. Such a silent and lethal threat was impossible to guard against. Fortunately, her premonition talent was reliable. Otherwise, she and Jin might have silently become organic energy for the micro-black hole's growth. Jin was about to say something, but both sensed something again, their eyes turning towards the darkness sequentially, only to see that the starry sky had disappeared. No, it wasn't gone, but covered by an overwhelming number of black shadows. They soon realized those overwhelming black shadows weren't from the micro-black hole but from corrosion crows. Both heaved a sigh of relief simultaneously. They barely managed to deal with a single micro-black hole. If the entire sky were filled with such threats, they wouldn't stand a chance to flee. Soraya, I'll use fireball, and you use sword/combo. When my mental energy runs low, we'll switch. Soraya's mental energy was higher than Jin's, making her fireballs more damaging. Jin's strength was higher than Soraya's, resulting in his sword slashes being more destructive. Jin, alright. Even without the threat of micro-black holes, the sheer number of corrosion crows prevented them from leaving the range of the second-tier defense towers. Soraya used fireball to kill corrosion crows behind the safety shelter, while Jin used sword/combo to target those directly in front. Although they couldn't eliminate all the crows flying towards the platform, they managed to prevent attacks on the defense towers. However, the corrosion crows were too numerous. One by one, fireballs and the white glow of disappearing crows lit up the entire platform. Within an hour, Soraya's mental energy was nearly depleted. After consuming 4/5 of her mental energy, Soraya switched attack methods with Jin. At her current mental energy regeneration rate, each sword/combo only cost 60 mental energy points, which was insignificant. Furthermore, although her strength value was lower than Jin's, her constitution value exceeded 30,000, ensuring her damage was not too far off from his while preserving more stamina. When Soraya had recovered 2/5 of her mental energy, her expression suddenly tightened, and without turning her head, she shouted, Jin, over there. Jin reacted swiftly. As Soraya fired a massive fireball, he aimed another huge fireball at the same spot. He saw nothing, but that area had fewer corrosion crows, and it was where Soraya directed her fireball, so he followed suit without hesitation. 2 enormous fireballs struck one after the other. Though no crows were visible there, the same phenomenon occurred. 2 great balls of flame ignited something unseen. Amidst the raging fire, a dark point appeared as if absorbing the flames, eventually consumed by the blaze. This time, Soraya reacted quickly enough that the micro-black hole never approached the defense tower range, sparing the structures any damage. But this incident made them more cautious. They initially thought that with the appearance of the corrosion crows, micro-black holes would not show up anymore, but unexpectedly, they continued to appear one after another. The 4th micro-black hole was spotted by Jin since it emerged from his direction. By now, they had developed excellent teamwork. The moment Jin shouted, Soraya instantly cast a fireball in the direction Jin indicated. While killing the corrosion crows, Jin said to Soraya, the frequency of super mini black holes appearing is getting higher and higher. The second one appeared after about 2 hours, the third one after an hour and 40 minutes or so, and the 4th one appeared after an hour and a half. Although Soraya also felt that the intervals between the appearances of super mini black holes seemed to be getting shorter, she did not have Jin's ability to estimate time so accurately. Because of the super mini black holes, the 2 of them did not dare to overexhaust their mental energy. When their mental energy was consumed to 1/3, they would switch attack methods. Jin's estimation was correct. The 5th super mini black hole appeared in less than an hour and a half. At this point, their mental energy had recovered significantly, making it easier for them to deal with the super mini black hole together. However, during this period, the corrosion crows still swarmed without any sign of reduction. In such battles, both were indispensable. Fortunately, they cooperated well and could trust each other, enabling them to work together to use spells and reduce reliance on recovery potions. Recovery potions had a cooldown period, and they didn't plan to use them unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, whenever they felt exhausted while massacring the corrosion crows, a wave of heat would surge through their bodies, instantly restoring their mental and physical energies to full capacity. This was because they had absorbed more than 1,000 constitution points in a short time. With the corrosion crows completely blocking out the light, Soraya did not even know when dawn arrived. It wasn't until they dealt with the 6th super mini black hole, and the direction where the corrosion crows were sparse allowed light to filter through the flock, that they realized dawn had come. But what difference did daylight make? The beast tide had not ended, and whether it was day or night made no difference. The intervals between the appearances of super mini black holes became increasingly short, eventually becoming irregular after about half an hour. Sometimes one would appear every 10 minutes, and other times it would take 45 minutes. This kept Soraya and Jin on edge, as they needed to discover and eliminate these threats immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the second-tier defense towers at risk, but their lives as well. Chapter 187, Black Hole Beast Tide 3. Genevieve and Jin continuously fought the corrupt crows without rest. Both were cautiously guarding against the unpredictable micro-black holes. They later realized that the most dangerous weren't the unpredictable ones, but those that initially made a massive uproar. While fighting the corrupt crows, Genevieve's hairs on the back of her neck suddenly stood up. She abruptly sensed extreme danger. Jin also felt something amiss and abruptly looked in one direction. There appeared a micro-black hole there. Although it was another micro-black hole, the center of this black hole was larger than other micro-black holes. As this micro-black hole charged toward Genevieve, the corrupt crows within 10 meters of the micro-black hole would be sucked into the black hole. The corrupt crows were over a meter long, while the micro-black hole was only as big as a toothpick. Once attracted by the micro-black hole's gravity, the entire body of a corrupt crow would instantly be stretched into a coil like mosquito repellent and be completely absorbed by the micro-black hole within blinks, without even a chance to dissolve into white light. Upon discovering this micro-black hole, Genevieve and Jin started bombarding it with fireballs. But unlike other micro-black holes which would weaken after 2 fireballs hit, this one remained unharmed despite the fireballs extinguishing upon impact. Without discussion, both used lightning spells, causing an extremely violent explosion when the lightning struck the micro-black hole. In the explosion, the micro-black hole seemed to expand and contract several times yet still remained intact, swallowing corrupt crows while continuing to charge towards Genevieve. Fortunately, the sheer number of corrupt crows slowed down the micro-black hole's advance, or else it would have reached Genevieve in mere blinks. "We'll use our full strength to bombard it with fireballs," Jin decisively shouted. Genevieve thought the same. Before Jin finished his sentence, Genevieve had already released 200 fireballs that streaked towards the micro-black hole like lightning, followed by several lightning strikes. Jin's combat awareness was unparalleled. As Genevieve used lightning spells, he continued to release fireballs. Fireballs burned more than half of the platform's corrupt crows, while Genevieve's lightning bolts shot through the flames and exploded upon hitting their targets. On the 5th time Genevieve cast the lightning spell, the explosion sounded especially intense, but the alarming crisis feeling vanished. She sensed 4 tiny energy spheres fleeing from the fire sea towards the edge of the platform. Previous bombings on micro-black holes weakened them into tiny energy spheres, whereas this one split into 4 small energy spheres. Under such intense bombardment, Genevieve's mental energy points dropped by over 5,000, almost bottoming out. She quickly took a Tier 2 spirit strengthening potion. After the crisis passed, Genevieve discovered that out of the Tier 2 spirit defense towers they placed outside the safe house, only one remained. Feeling a wave of fear, they carefully placed 10 Tier 2 spirit defense towers. They destroyed several more micro-black holes, luckily each solved by just 2 fireballs. Only one micro-black hole was slightly larger, prompting Genevieve to add a lightning strike after the 2 fireballs, weakening it into a weak energy sphere. Continuously fighting on, whether Jin was confused Genevieve didn't know, but she herself felt somewhat dazed. At some point, old corrupt crows disappeared without new ones appearing. Genevieve looked blankly at the clear sky and the distant platform now visible, muttering, "It's daylight again." Jin responded, "We've been fighting for 41 hours. It's not just daylight, it's nearly dark." Even so, neither relaxed their vigilance, their mental energies constantly scanning the entire platform for unexpected micro-black hole attacks. No longer needing to cast spells, both their mental energy and physical energy recovered quickly. Despite fighting non-stop for so long, both were merely slightly tired. Genevieve could endure 50 hours of continuous battle in White Fog City back then. Now with significantly improved physical stats, it was easier. As for Jin, it went without saying that he could endure longer than Genevieve. Suddenly, both were enveloped by white light and transported to the hall where the White Fog City Lord resided. Genevieve and Jin belonged to the first batch to be teleported. Subsequently, more players dressed in silver armor appeared. Compared to the last time Genevieve saw these beast players, they all looked weary. After the white light transport stopped, Genevieve glanced around and felt a chill. There were about 40 to 50 fewer beast players. This time, White Fog City has encountered the strongest attack since the beginning of the year, with nearly 100 level 3 extremely micro-black holes bypassing the 3rd border defense checkpoint to reach our White Fog City directly, causing the death of over 40 warriors, the Lord of White Fog City said. Despite being translated by a translator, Genevieve could still hear the gravity in his voice. All warriors who destroy level 3 extremely micro-black holes will receive double rewards. At this moment, a familiar mechanical voice rang in both of their ears. Ding! Congratulations to human players from Water Blue Star for perfectly completing the White Fog City defense task. Each defense warrior receives 10 million Baron coins, 2,000 points of free attribute values, and all Water Blue Star players receive 400 points of free attribute values and 4 survival points. Genevieve and Jin exchanged glances. Despite the peril, such generous rewards made it all worth it. It was indeed fortunate that the interval between beast waves at the human settlement had increased to 17 days. Due to the appearance of level 3 extremely micro black holes, Yei City's beast wave this time will be large in scale. We have decided to open the passage to Yei City, allowing you to decide whether or not to return and support your clansman, the Lord of White Fog City continued. After the Lord finished speaking, a mechanical voice rang in Genevieve and Jin's ears. Ding, the passage to Yei City has been opened. Players of various races can go to Yei City for support and must return to White Fog City immediately after the beast wave in Yei City ends. Genevieve and Jin exchanged another glance, surprise showing in their eyes as they had been worried about the players in Yei City. You may go, the Lord of White Fog City said, waving his hand. Genevieve and Jin were once again enveloped by a white light sphere and sent back to the platform. The platform was still empty, devoid of mist or corrupt crows. I thought we would be directly transported to Yei City, Genevieve said somewhat disappointedly. The Lord said to let us decide for ourselves, meaning we should act on our own. The armor we wear can fly, Jin explained. Without further ado, the two, eager to return, touched their earlobes, and a map interface appeared on the screens. Upon checking, there indeed were coordinates guiding them to Yei City. Chapter 188, Return to Yei City 1. The distance between White Fog City and Yei City is approximately 10,000 kilometers. The low-cost armor can fly at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour. For lower-quality flight suits, the flying speed depends on the player's constitution value. Needless to say, such high-quality armor has a much faster speed. In this wave of beasts in White Fog City, Genevieve gained 4,000 points each in strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, making her constitution value reach an impressive 34,000 points. As for the 2,400 free attribute points reward, Jin received 24,000 points due to his talent for tenfold critical hits. He added 20,000 points of these free attributes to his constitution and spirit values. Although his constitution still couldn't match Genevieve's, his spirit value surpassed hers. However, Genevieve still had over 10,000 free attribute points saved up. With this advantage, Genevieve didn't need to worry about Jin anymore. The two of them flew at full speed and arrived at Yei City in just 40 minutes. Even though they were flying in the sky, they could clearly see that the land beneath them was extremely desolate, appearing as lifeless desert with not even a trace of green. From afar, the two saw Yei City and noticed that its checkpoint seemed infinitely long, one couldn't see either end. Yei City appeared almost deserted. No, they saw an armored Beastman player standing on the city wall. This Beastman player waved at them from afar upon noticing them. The Beastman player's aura was even stronger than theirs, but from his combat stance, it was clear he wasn't just returning from White Fog City. Beast creatures were dashing towards Yei's checkpoint from the battlefield. As they approached the checkpoint, their bodies split into two and then disappeared in a flash of white light. Genevieve and Jin did not know what spell the Beastman player cast, but they felt the energy fluctuations released by him. Not needing to be involved here and being more concerned about their clansmen, the two bowed to the Beastman player and then flew toward the battlefield. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening of the 110th day in the desolate world. Turning toward the direction of the battlefield, they first saw a black hole occupying half the sky. After witnessing it, they realized how limited their previous knowledge was. Having seen the terrible suction and devouring power of a level 3 microblack hole, Genevieve knew that this black hole near Yei City was definitely not a true black hole. If this were a real black hole like the microblack hole, not only would shadows come out from inside, but the entire Yei City would have been swallowed. So, this black hole was not a true black hole but possibly a spatial gateway. Similar to the last beast wave at Yei City, there were 3 silver-armored warriors flying in front of the massive black hole, continuously attacking the black shadows emerging from it with spells. I don't know if it's psychological, but I feel there are more black shadows emerging from the black hole this time, Genevieve said to Jin. There are indeed more, at least 1/5 more than last time, Jin confirmed. As they spoke, they saw platforms extending endlessly in both directions like a long dragon within their sight. From afar, they saw towering beasts ahead of the platforms and players on the platforms looking like ants. Genevieve and Jin did not directly approach the platforms but flew along them, searching for familiar figures. Along the way, they helped any endangered Beastman players they encountered. Although there were many filthy beasts on Yei City's third line of defense, the ones that gave the Beastman players the hardest time were the red ghost monsters. If not for Genevieve and Jin's help, the Beastman players wouldn't have made it through this wave. When Genevieve advised Oriv about the border beast waves, she repeatedly emphasized the importance of being cautious. She also told Oriv to accumulate free attribute points over the next few days and add 1,000 to Constitution when the situation becomes critical. Though Oriv muttered some objections, he followed her advice. Facing the real border beast wave made him realize how right his sister was, and he was glad he listened. In Alger territory, they were safe as long as the territory wasn't breached, avoiding direct melee with the beasts. But in Yei City, they had to confront the beasts directly, especially on the unprotected platforms during the beast wave. At first, dealing with just the filthy beasts was manageable while they had plenty of stamina and energy. However, after the appearance of red ghost monsters, their mental power started to dwindle rapidly. Restorative potions and nutrient agents both have cooldown periods. Even though they staggered the consumption of restorative potions and nutrient agents within their small team, their mental power values were still insufficient, leaving them with no choice but to engage in close combat as much as possible. The result of close combat was that the durability of their first-tier protective suits plummeted drastically, causing them unbearable heartache. But this wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part was that the situation seemed even more severe than what his sister had described. According to the timeline given by his sister, the red ghost monsters shouldn't appear this early, nor should there be this many. Your sister and her group have only experienced the beast wave in Yusei City once. One experience isn't enough to set a standard for measurement. At least 10 or 8 times are needed, Bron said. The grandfather and grandson were on the same platform. As time went on, the number of red ghost monsters increased, and so did the number of filthy beasts. Oriv killed 2 red ghost monsters, and his mental power dropped again to just 1/10 remaining, with his stamina also reduced to 3/10. At this moment, Bron's mental power hadn't recovered even half, but he still forced himself to cast the freeze spell to ease Oriv's pressure. Apart from the deputy team leader Arthur in the Alger squad, all other members were still in the cooldown period for the enhancing potion. After barely dealing with this wave of beast tide, another large group of filthy beasts surged towards them like a tidal wave from afar. In the sea of black, interspersed with fiery red, it was a sight that made everyone's hearts race. Everyone's expressions changed. The filthy beasts were manageable, but there were too many red ghost monsters. With their current mental power, they simply couldn't kill that many red ghost monsters. Oriv considered whether to add 1,000 free attribute points to his constitution value to fully restore all his attributes. He had accumulated over 1,700 free attribute points by grinding dungeons these past few days and killing beasts today. An hour ago, his sister and brother Lin successfully defended against the beast tide in White Fog City, earning them an additional reward of 400 free attribute points. This way, after using 1,000 free attribute points, he would still have 1,000 points left for the next tough situation. As he watched the red ghost monsters approaching them gradually, Oriv was about to tap open his player bracelet when he suddenly saw the surging beast crowd and red ghosts struck by lightning falling from the sky, then fading into white and disappearing. Chapter 189, Return to Yasai Part 2. Just as the Herschel team was about to brace themselves against the creatures rushing towards their platform, a series of lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the beasts in front of them with pinpoint accuracy. It wasn't strange that the contaminated monsters were struck by lightning and turned into white light. The electric shock spells they cast could directly electrocute these creatures to death. However, it was astonishing when even the red ghost monsters were obliterated by the lightning, turning into white light and vanishing. They had never known that electric shocks could eliminate red ghost monsters. The members of the Herschel team quickly realized that the continuous stream of lightning wasn't directly descending from the heavens but was coming from behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look behind. They saw a warrior clad in silver armor flying toward them through the air, wielding a spirit power staff that continuously unleashed electric shock spells. It turned out that an unknown high-level warrior had taken the initiative to help them kill the monsters. As the armored warrior drew closer, it became apparent from the figure that this armored warrior was actually a female warrior. A second later, the face of the armored female warrior became vaguely visible. When Oriv vaguely confirmed that the female warrior's face wasn't beast-like but rather resembled a water blue star inhabitant's face, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be his sister? In this desolate world where everyone was preoccupied with survival, who would come to their aid unless it was another water blue star player? A water blue star female player with such abilities, could it be anyone other than his sister? Sure enough, as she flew closer and he saw her more clearly, Oriv finally confirmed that it was indeed his sister. "Grandpa, that's my sister. My sister is back," Oriv exclaimed excitedly to Bron, who was on the same platform with him. "It really is her," Bron exclaimed, surprised yet delighted. Bron's vision wasn't as good as his grandson's. He had just started to think the armored warrior's face looked like someone from Water Blue Star, when his grandson told him it was his granddaughter Genevieve. Of course, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Not because he was glad his granddaughter had returned and he could slack off, but because he was thrilled at how quickly she had grown, almost reaching the level of a top expert like the mayor of Yasai City. Genevieve flew over and greeted the members of the Herschel team. Seeing that the weaker members of the team were paired with experts and well protected by the national team, she appreciated their effort. When the Water Blue Star players in Yasai City noticed that Genevieve and Jin had returned, their morale soared, and they collectively felt a great reduction in pressure. Although the two armored warriors only helped them kill monsters once, giving them 2 or 3 minutes to recover, they no longer took action unless one of the players encountered danger or requested help. Even if the 2 super experts didn't continually help them battle monsters, having them control the scene in the sky above gave everyone the confidence to fight without too many reservations. Genevieve cast spells roughly every 2 minutes, targeting the monsters responsible for the checkpoints controlled by the Dagular Star people. The Dagular Star people had 70 checkpoints, while they only had 30 to 40 players, far too few to cover all checkpoints. Moreover, the Dagular Star people had chosen to stay near another race's players, leaving a large empty space between them and the Water Blue Star players. This allowed Genevieve to strike freely. Genevieve fought monsters high up in the sky, not only dealing with the contaminated monsters that slipped through to the rear but also providing assistance when the situation for the Dagular Star people became dangerous. While the Dagular Star people managed to handle the contaminated monsters effectively, killing them swiftly, the red ghost monsters posed a particular challenge. The strength and agility values of the Dagular Star people were visibly higher than most Water Blue Star players in Yasai City. However, despite their physical prowess, the Dagular Star people apparently did not know any spells. Genevieve hadn't seen them cast a single spell during her observation. This explained why they struggled so much with the red ghost monsters. Though the Dagular Star people could defeat red ghost monsters with sword energy, fighting these extremely cold creatures up close meant that if they couldn't kill them promptly, they would be frozen solid along with the monsters. Frozen Dagular Star people didn't die, they could regain their senses after about a minute. Unfortunately, there was no time for their companions to rescue each other when frozen, leaving them to rely on fate for a minute. If contaminated monsters attacked during this time, the frozen Dagular Star person would either die or be seriously injured. Seeing this situation, Genevieve would step in to assist, sometimes even clearing the red ghost monsters when there were many on the Dagular Star people's platforms. In Yasai City, Genevieve preferred to fight red ghost monsters, since killing one granted 20 points of spirit value, which was a better deal than in White Fog City. Destroying an extremely micro black hole was so dangerous, yet she only gained 2 points in each of the 4 attributes for destroying one. Jin, on the other hand, only gained 1 point in each of the 4 attributes. Genevieve was very happy to fight red ghost monsters. After a few times, the Dagular Star people even bowed to her from afar, thanking her for her help. On the other side, Jin could not absorb attribute values when killing monsters in Yasai City. Therefore, he didn't rush to fight like Genevieve but instead filled in the gaps, dealing with contaminated monsters that Water Blue Star players couldn't kill and that had crossed the defense lines. He also helped the Rolilica Star people deal with some creatures that slipped through the net. Of course, the Rolilica Star people were much stronger than the Dagular Star people and hardly needed Jin's help. During the last beast tide in Yasai City, the Rolilica Star team went to the second defense line because they had 15 level 1 warriors. This time, however, they only stayed at the third defense line, likely because they no longer had 15 level 1 warriors. Either some level 1 warriors had upgraded to level 2 and moved to the first defense line, or some level 1 warriors had died. Genevieve was very glad that White Fog City connected to Yasai City. This time, the scale of the beast tide in Yasai City was clearly larger than the previous one, with many more red ghosts. By day 111 of the Wasteland world, there were significantly more contaminated monsters, and the number of red ghost monsters was more than double that of the last beast tide. Not only did the Dagular Star players find it tough, but even the Water Blue Star players began to struggle. Long-term combat made their bodies too exhausted, leading to delayed reactions and always insufficient physical and mental energy. Yet, the beast tide kept growing, and the situation became increasingly severe. Genevieve didn't hold back in her attacks, especially against red ghost monsters. Whether they were on the battlefield of Water Blue Star players or Dagular Star people, she fought them all. While Genevieve was going wild killing monsters, Jin remained steady, ensuring that no Water Blue Star player would encounter a fatal danger. Chapter 190, Return to Yei City 3. This time, the monster wave at Yei City not only had more creatures but also lasted longer, continuing all the way until the morning of the 112th day in the Wasteland world. The entire battle lasted a full 50 hours. Toward the end, everyone was barely holding on, nearly falling asleep while fighting. After the wave ended, as for players of other races, we don't know, but players from Aquamarine were so exhausted they could barely move. "Sis, I want to sleep," Oriv said with his eyes almost shut. Genevieve then had everyone take out their safe houses and placed 5 second-grade spirit-grade defense towers, allowing everyone to rest on-site for 3 hours before returning to Yei City. Genevieve set up a safe house for herself as well. She and Jin hadn't rested for over 90 hours, and while she didn't know about Jin, she was utterly worn out and needed some rest to have the energy to fly back to White Fog City. However, her constitution being what it was, despite being so tired, she was fully recovered after just 2 hours of sleep. When Genevieve stepped out of the safe house, she saw that Jin had woken up too. He obviously had slept as well, the fatigue in his eyes gone, looking very spirited. "Should we wait for them to wake up or return to White Fog City now?" asked Jin. "Let's go back first and let them sleep until they naturally wake up. Although there don't seem to be any monsters around, who knows what could happen. Have someone wake up to keep watch," Genevieve said. Jin agreed and turned to wake Arthur. Genevieve thanked Arthur. "Thank you for protecting my townsfolk." Genevieve genuinely appreciated Arthur's efforts. This wave in Yei City was too massive. Without his protection, Lydia and the other new members of the Alger squad arriving in Yei City might have been in grave danger. Arthur arranged Lydia and Hamilton on the high platform to his left and Barclay and Stacy on the right, making sure they were tightly protected. "Helen, you're too polite. It's my duty," Arthur replied courteously. Genevieve found it strange that Arthur, who usually called her leader, had suddenly switched to Helen. But it wasn't important, and she didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on the rewards from the wave, not noticing Jin giving Arthur a meaningful look. The players from Aquamarine maintained their top spot on the third defensive line leaderboard for Yei City players. Thus, the players from Aquamarine received 30,000 contribution points, 600 free attribute points, an additional 300 free attribute points for all Aquamarine players, and 3 free survival points. This meant the interval between waves at the Aquamarine player hub became 18 days. Both Genevieve and Jin received these rewards as well. With her double critical hit, she earned 1,800 free attribute points. And Jin, triggering a tenfold critical hit, earned 9,000 free attribute points. During this border wave at Yei City, she killed a total of 250,200 contaminated monsters, earning 20,016,000 experience and wasteland coins and 500,400 merit points after the double critical hit. Strength, agility, and spirit each gained 6,600 attribute points. When killing 350 red ghosts, she triggered a double critical hit, calculating as 350 times 100 times 2 is equal to 70,000. She obtained 70,000 experience and wasteland coins and 700 merit points. Each red ghost could absorb 20 points of mental attribute, resulting in 350 times 20 times 2 is equal to 14,000 points after the critical hit. In the Yay City wave, Genevieve's total mental attribute increased by 20,600 points. With her mental attribute jumping to 46,600 points, Genevieve had to allocate 12,600 free attribute points to her constitution, bringing it up to 46,666 points. Genevieve's remaining free attribute points were nearly depleted, putting her back in danger of insufficient constitution. With Arthur keeping watch, Genevieve and Jin felt confident enough to return to White Fog City. Jin allocated many free attribute points to his constitution and spirit, raising both attributes to over 40,000 points to avoid falling too far behind Genevieve. It took them only half an hour to fly back to White Fog City. Upon landing on their platform, they noticed that the other platforms were covered in white fog, while theirs remained clear and fog-free. However, as soon as they landed, the surrounding area quickly became engulfed in thick white fog, followed by the appearance of corrosive crows. Now, for Genevieve and Jin, 365 corrosive crows were no match, easily wiped out with a single fireball or lightning spell. Currently, Genevieve's health and spirit power automatically recovered at a rate of 20 points per second. Now, she could release 400 fireballs at once with a full-powered fireball spell, and the consumption of mental power was only 800 points. As long as she could cast a spell every minute, she wouldn't face the dilemma of insufficient mental power and exhaustion. However, due to her inadequate constitution value, she needed to acquire a large amount of constitution value through cultivation. Genevieve and Jin decided to split up to kill corrosive crows. This way, they could stagger their time, one killing corrosive crows while the other cultivated and rested. Genevieve would cultivate for 10 hours after killing corrosive crows for 12 hours, then rest for 2 hours. Jin did the same. A sudden substantial increase in constitution value meant that for 2 full days, Genevieve's bodybuilding technique was merely digesting this increase, without any additional gain in constitution value. But after these 2 days, her body fully digested the constitution value increase, and Genevieve's bodybuilding technique reached level 6. She gained 400 points of constitution value for each hour of cultivation. Days of monster killing and cultivation were monotonous but passed quickly. Before she knew it, it was already the 117th day of the Wasteland world, and as she was about to be teleported back to Alga territory, Genevieve took stock of her recent gains. In these few days, she had killed 432,000 corrosive crows. After triggering double critical hits, she earned 86,400,000 experience points and wasteland coins, along with 864,000 merit points. Each of the 4 attributes absorbed 8,640 attribute points. During these days of diligent cultivation, she obtained 22,000 constitution values. Genevieve checked her player bracelet to see her current attribute values. Just over 10 days ago, she thought it would take a long time for all her attributes to reach 50,000 points. But in just half a month, her strength value was 43,489, agility value 43,414, spirit value 55,240, and constitution value 67,306. If she had exerted herself more during the 11th beast wave in Alga territory, all 4 of her attributes would have surpassed 50,000 points. The only thing holding her back from becoming a level 5 warrior was needing her player level to reach 21. Genevieve only had enough experience points to reach level 17, she still needed about another month to become a level 5 warrior. Jin didn't have Genevieve's talent for doubling experience points, his experience points were only enough to reach level 15. It would take him at least 2 months to become a level 5 warrior. Although Genevieve and Oriv's group of 6 weren't in the same border city, they were teleported back to Alga territory at the same time. Oriv and Lydia immediately came to her upon seeing her, both having things they wanted to discuss with her. Chapter 191 So that's how it is. Big sister, up until today, 21 members of our team have reached level 1 warrior status, including me, Grandpa, and Sammy. Oriv was the first to speak up to his sister. Ever since he knew that Genevieve had been working tirelessly day and night in White Mist City either training or killing monsters, she barely had time to chat with them on the messaging channel. Therefore, Oriv hadn't called her sister over the chat anymore. Oriv was also diligently tackling dungeons, each time earning over 300 free attribute points from them. Now, he had accumulated a total of 5,000 free attribute points. If all these were allocated to strength, agility, or spirit, he would be almost at the level of a level 2 warrior. Unfortunately, his sister didn't allow it, she wanted him to synchronize with Grandpa. Grandpa still lacked some, so he had to wait for him. Genevieve wasn't surprised. After all, during the second borderline beast tide, everyone had gained numerous free attribute points as rewards. According to Jin's estimation, after the 11th beast tide in human settlements, there would be 200 to 300 players with all 4 attributes surpassing 1,000, with military player levels reaching 11, heading to Yasei City. Even civilian players might reach this standard. At that time, they might only get a turn to guard checkpoints every few days. However, it was said that because Genevieve had helped out during the Yasei City beast tide, the Dagular people not only experienced no casualties but also saw their rankings rise by several places. This greatly increased the Dagular's goodwill towards the Water Blue Star people. In Debbie's diplomatic terms, the Dagular expressed immense gratitude for Water Blue Star's promise of enough border warriors who would also help guard checkpoints, presenting many gifts. This could significantly alleviate the predicament faced by Water Blue Star players due to an excess of border warriors and insufficient checkpoints. Of course, apart from cooperating with the Dagula, Water Blue Star players could develop other friendly partnerships. I should need another 10 to 15 days of training to become a level 1 warrior, Lydia said somewhat dejectedly. She didn't have any special talent, everything up until now was thanks to her cousin providing a good environment, rewarding free attribute points from her cousin's territory, and attribute-enhancing food and potions provided by her cousin and Mealy. Unlike someone who had special means to gain attribute points, the rather self-deprecating Lydia completely forgot about her own hard work. Genevieve felt that her usually spirited little cousin seemed abnormal just because of one comment, perhaps the child had something on her mind. When Lydia softly mentioned wanting to sleep with Genevieve tonight, Genevieve immediately agreed. Knowing they had returned, the Lee family and the Shayla family both came over, planning to have dinner together. Stacy wasn't part of the Lee family, but her sister was. As for Benny, due to his cousin's reason, he didn't consider himself an outsider. While the elder members of both families prepared dinner, Genevieve and the others who had gone monster hunting were restless, wanting to take a walk while it wasn't dark yet. Since you left the territory, it has been raining heavily every day. The outside is flooded everywhere, water levels reaching 2 to 3 meters. Luckily, we have defense towers within the territory, so inside it only rains lightly. If the accumulation increases, we cast an ice spell to freeze the water into blocks and store them in space backpacks. Isn't it mentioned in the game guide that the coming months will be scorching hot? We have stored plenty of ice cubes, which should be sufficient for us later, Jeanette explained. Hearing her mother mention this, Genevieve remembered she had collected quite a few ice stones in the dungeon. These were excellent cooling tools. 10 could lower the temperature in a 100 square meter room by 20 degrees for 10 days. The more used, the greater the temperature reduction, better than air conditioning. She planned to replicate, amplify, and enhance her second-tier defense tower tomorrow evening. Then, converting those 2,000 plus ice stones into 80 million, it would be enough for all residents of Herschel territory through a scorching summer. Due to the heavy rain and thunder overhead, Genevieve and the others didn't bother going out, only walking along the walls to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Whether it was Yasay City or White Mist City, the scenery was unbearably monotonous. Yasay City was slightly better. Entering the inner city changed the landscape. White Mist City was truly unbearable. The platform was white, the fog was white, and the corrosion crows were black, making Genevieve feel like her vision was turning black and white. Thus, standing on the wall and looking at the lush green forest that had grown, even with heavy rain causing floods to soak the midsections of trees, Genevieve found it refreshing. Just like in her previous life, it was spring rain at this time. Spring rain in the barren world wasn't as gentle as on Water Blue Star, it always came in torrential downpours. This spring rain had started on day 100 of the barren world and would stop after the 13th beast tide. However, the timing of the beast tides has changed now. In her previous life, the 12th beast tide had already passed by this time, with the 13th beast tide just a few days away. But in this life, the 11th beast tide was only coming tomorrow. Due to the floods, the residents of Herschel territory hadn't ventured out to hunt monsters but were confined to the walls. However, the walls of Herschel territory were very long, and there were few players, so they could farm monsters in this way. Genevieve stayed on the wall for only half an hour before returning. She needed to meet those players who had applied to join Herschel territory. Herschel territory recruited another 100 residents, including Genevieve, making exactly 300 people. Since Genevieve eliminated Arvin and his gang, she was labeled as someone not to be messed with among Water Blue Star players. Messing with her would really cost one's life, and the national team would clean up afterward. Under the scrutiny of Jeanette's good and evil discrimination talent and Genevieve's prediction talent, none of the new residents this time had any issues. Midway through, Jin sent Genevieve a message. The scale of this beast tide isn't large either. Each person should face around 3,000 level 10 wild monsters. A pleasant smile appeared on Genevieve's lips. Their efforts at the border had been remarkably effective, securing at least a month of development time for Water Blue Star human players. She believed that the casualty rate for humans during this beast tide would again be in single digits. This dinner lasted until about 9 o'clock at night. With so many from both families gone to the border, there was too much to talk about. Finally, after the dinner was over, Lydia clung to Genevieve, following her upstairs to the 5th floor. Sis, Lydia seemed somewhat shy. Genevieve, being 4 years older than Lydia, had only a mediocre relationship with her cousin before the apocalypse and didn't understand her well enough to guess what was wrong. Speak your mind, why be shy? Genevieve said. Sis, what do you think of Arthur? Lydia asked, her ears blushing red. In a flash, Genevieve recalled how Arthur suddenly started calling her sister after the Yasay City beast tide. Now it all made sense. Chapter 192, Boomerang. In both her past and present life, Arthur always left a good impression on Genevieve. She never heard of him being involved in any romantic scandals. In her previous life, Arthur had sacrificed earlier than Genevieve, and though they didn't interact much, she admired him as a true man. In this life, while in Yasay City, Jin assigned Arthur to her team, which gave her some understanding of him. He was a reticent but reliable tough guy with a robust physique, presenting a very strong image. Certainly, he would be dependable as a comrade in arms, but as a boyfriend. Genevieve glanced at her lively and cute young cousin, Lydia. These two just didn't seem like a match. Genevieve's long silence made Lydia nervous, the blush fading from her face. Sis, is there something wrong? Not really, I actually don't know him well. He seems like a decent person, but, isn't he a bit older? Genevieve hesitated before speaking. He isn't, he's 1 year younger than you. Lydia protested. Genevieve felt as if she had been hit by a boomerang. I thought he was 30, Genevieve wanted to correct herself. At only 25, in the prime of her youth, how could she be considered old? It must have been Arthur's rugged appearance that misled her. After entering the wasteland world, humans' attribute values continuously increased, making everyone's bodies seem refined and adjusted for their best state. Despite Arthur's high attributes, his skin remained bronze-like, adding to his aura, which was why she felt they were mismatched in age. As she spoke, her premonition talent was triggered, sensing a promising future for this couple. You've only known each other for about 10 days. How did things develop so quickly? Genevieve asked curiously. Relieved that her elder cousin showed no sign of opposition, Lydia breathed a sigh of relief. Last year, when I was mountain climbing with friends, I accidentally rolled down a hill and fractured my leg. Arthur and his team were training there. If he hadn't pulled me up halfway down, I might not have survived. After bandaging my leg, he carried me down the mountain through rain, walking for over 3 hours. Then, he sent me to the hospital, paid the bill, and left without even leaving his name, Lydia recounted. Genevieve knew about this incident too, as she cared for her younger cousin after her injury, staying until her aunt arrived. She never imagined that the unnamed soldier who saved her cousin was Arthur. This could only mean it was fate. I'll look into him further, don't rush your decision, Genevieve advised. Lydia probably thought the same, choosing to secretly inform her instead of directly bringing Arthur home. As for whether Arthur had feelings for Lydia, the fact that he eagerly addressed Genevieve as sister told the story. She hadn't expected such a tough guy like Arthur to be so open and humble. You recognized him and made the first move, Genevieve inquired teasingly. No, it was him. He said that before the apocalypse, his profession made him dare not dream, but in this world, everyone faces the same circumstances. He no longer has to worry about such issues, Lydia admitted shyly. Genevieve mentally added another point for Arthur. If what he said was true, this man was indeed commendable. Lydia knew about her elder cousin's prediction talent. Seeing no signs of opposition from her, she understood that Arthur had passed muster with her sister. Feeling light-hearted, Lydia couldn't resist teasing her cousin. When do you plan to bring your husband back to meet Mel? He's truly wonderful. While you were away from Ye City, he took good care of us. And he's the only one who can keep up with you. Startled, Genevieve asked, what husband? I have no idea what you're talking about. Lydia was equally taken aback. After observing Genevieve carefully, confirming she wasn't pretending, she cautiously said, Lieutenant Jin? Everyone in the national team assumed you two were a couple, and Lieutenant Lin never denied it. Aren't you? Genevieve fell silent, unable to believe she had been so oblivious. Until her cousin mentioned it, she genuinely thought their relationship was purely comradely, different from others only because they shared the experience of rebirth. Regarding Jin's concern for her, she always believed it was due to their unique connection, never considering it in a romantic light. After knowing the fate of the people of Water Blue Planet in her previous life, upon rebirth, Genevieve focused solely on becoming stronger and helping her loved ones and all of humanity reverse their tragic destiny. She never once thought about matters of love and romance. Don't tell me you didn't even realize Lieutenant Lin's feelings, Lydia exclaimed in disbelief. Genevieve didn't answer, but her expression said it all. Wow, sis, are you blind? Anyone could see it except Shueming. You really didn't know? Lydia exclaimed in disbelief. She found it hard to believe that her usually clever cousin could have such a dense moment. Thinking of the occasional teasing from Debbie and others, her own seemingly generous responses to those jokes, and Jin's affectionate gazes at her, Genevieve felt like covering her face. How could she have been so blind? Genevieve decided to salvage her image in front of her little cousin. Your cousin is a decent person. Jin never confessed to me. A proper lady wouldn't overthink it or be self-indulgent. If he didn't confess, then it's no wonder. Lydia acknowledged her cousin's point. A woman being self-indulgent is like digging her own grave. If she can't fill it in, she might just bury herself. Would you reject Lieutenant Lin if he confessed to you? Lydia asked curiously. Imagining the scene as described by her cousin, Genevieve's heart skipped a few beats. She answered decisively, I don't know, let's wait until it happens. Anyway, I never thought about such things before. Then she warned Lydia, you should act as if you know nothing and say nothing. I understand, Lydia replied obediently. Of course, she respected her cousin's wishes, but her aunt had always said her cousin was not enlightened in this aspect, and now it seemed true. Lydia didn't fan the flames by telling her cousin that, besides them, Bron, Mel, and Sullivan also knew about it. They just didn't ask because she didn't speak up. Understood. Go back quickly. I'll check on Arthur for you soon, Genevieve urged. Lydia widened her eyes. She had mentioned staying with her cousin tonight, and her cousin had agreed. Why did her cousin change her mind and rush her out? Was it because she dared to criticize her earlier, making her cousin upset? Unbeknownst to Lydia, the stone she threw stirred up the still waters, leaving Genevieve with no mood to talk any further. Chapter 193, Boyfriend and Girlfriend. After driving Lydia away, Genevieve did not forget the real task she had to do, helping her young cousin inquire about Arthur. Genevieve was stunned again when she opened the private chat with Jin. Since contacting Jin in this lifetime, she had gotten into the habit of asking him all kinds of questions whenever she faced difficulties. Now that she knew their big drama, it seemed rather awkward to ask him such trivial things like whether Arthur had a girlfriend before and how he was reputedly doing. Fortunately, she knew many players from the national team, especially Debbie, who used to be Arthur's instructor. She didn't expect that Debbie really knew something about Arthur, as they were both from the same large courtyard. Debbie gave positive comments on Arthur. Genevieve had known Debbie for quite some time and understood that while she spoke well using jargon, she rarely lied, especially to familiar people. In the end, Debbie said, "Why are you so interested in Arthur, boss? Do you want to set him up?" Looking at Debbie's words, Genevieve imagined her confused expression. She wouldn't explain it to Debbie too soon. She recalled that it was Debbie who first suggested she and Jin made a good pair. However, Debbie had spoken humorously and tactfully, making it seem unintentional. Back then, Genevieve hadn't thought much about it and assumed they were just talking about their schoolmate relationship without correcting Debbie. Now, thinking back, her failure to object might have been interpreted as tacit agreement by others. Though she didn't blame Debbie, it was fun to pique her curiosity. After all, Debbie had a naturally gossipy nature. If she hadn't been born into a military family, she might have become a tabloid paparazzo long ago. Of course, Genevieve didn't just ask one person. She also inquired among several army players she knew well, and eventually asked Jin as well. Although somewhat embarrassing, she trusted Jin more since it concerned her young cousin's happiness, and caution was necessary. While the replies weren't entirely identical, everyone agreed that Arthur was a decent, capable, and reliable person. Such qualities made him an ideal choice in this post-apocalyptic world. Jin added one more sentence. "During the beast tide in Asia City, Arthur called you sister, and I noticed he treated your young cousin differently." Genevieve couldn't help but ponder if Jin's words had hidden meanings. Was he merely sharing his observation, or did he fear she had ideas about Arthur and wanted to warn her? More importantly, what did Jin really think? If she didn't clarify Jin's intentions now, she would keep guessing the meaning behind his ambiguous words in the future. Considering she'd inevitably fight alongside Jin later, Genevieve felt uncomfortable with this uncertainty. She hated ambiguity the most. "Genevieve, today my young cousin burst a big news to me. She said that army players think we're a couple. Did you know about this?" Jin: "Yes, because it has been my dream, so I never tried to clarify it." Jin: "But I knew you didn't care about this, so I planned to wait until you started thinking about these matters and then talk to you." Jin: "Would you be my girlfriend?" Jin replied very quickly, less than a second after Genevieve sent her question. Genevieve hadn't expected Jin to be so straightforward. But since he put it clearly, she decided to give him an answer. She seriously considered her feelings for Jin. Surprisingly, she found him to be the most special person in her life. She couldn't imagine getting along with any other man the way she did with him. She realized that if she rejected Jin, he might become someone else's man, which she couldn't bear. Regardless of whether her feelings toward Jin were love or not, given her possessiveness over him, she couldn't let him go. "Genevieve, okay." This time Jin's reply took longer. It came after about a minute. "Jin, thank you for accepting me. Thank you. In my previous life, I regretted not being able to tell you my feelings in time. Thanks for giving us another chance." He meant he had been thinking this way since his previous life. Yet, she hadn't realized it back then. In her past life, she always believed Jin's kindness towards her was because they were high school classmates. In this life, Genevieve thought Jin's kindness stemmed not only from their classmate relationship but also from their camaraderie from fighting together in their previous life, and their shared experience as reborn individuals. Although the two were very familiar with each other, after breaking that layer of relationship, even sending messages seemed to have a different feel, with endless things to talk about. However, as rational people, they knew they couldn't spend too much time on affectionate exchanges. They needed to work hard to create a better future. "Jin, after tomorrow's beast tide, I want to visit Bron and your aunt and uncle. You can decide on a time." He mentioned meeting the parents right after they started dating. This was too fast. No, from outsiders' perspectives, they had long been a couple. The fact that Jin hadn't visited her parents yet was actually problematic. "Genevieve, okay, I'll let them know." Jin: "See you tomorrow." Genevieve: "See you tomorrow." After ending the private chat with Jin, Genevieve calmed herself down and sent Lydia a message. "I asked a few people about Arthur, and their evaluations are all favorable. But they're looking from a different angle. As for whether he's qualified to be a boyfriend, you'll have to observe that yourself. Don't fall into a trap too quickly." Lydia: "Got it, thanks, cousin." In the wasteland world, there was no entertainment. At 11 o'clock at night, players were either training or resting. Lydia replied almost instantly after she sent the message. She didn't believe Lydia wasn't waiting for her reply all along. At 3:25 a.m. on the 118th day of the wasteland world, 300 players from Alger territory were all on the wall. Although the number of players in the territory had increased significantly, the wall was longer too, so the 300 players were spread out sparsely. Genevieve looked up at the stormy sky through her protective suit, not a single raindrop reaching her face. She found that she no longer felt palpitations when facing the night, feeling like she could now leave the territory without any qualms. Surviving players, after several rounds of adding attribute points for all human players on Water Blue Star, had none of their 4 attributes lower than 400 points. Facing the dense swarm of approaching monsters, even an 8-year-old child could throw fireballs to kill monsters. The 11th beast tide at Alger territory was around 900,000 creatures. Genevieve didn't go all out killing monsters at first, only dealing with flying monsters in the sky. She wanted Oriv to get more kills. Only when the scheduled time arrived did she start slaughtering. Chapter 194, the 11th beast tide. Ding, congratulations to player Tianyuan Landscape and the residents for being the first to complete the 11th beast tide trial mission. The Lord will be rewarded with 30 golden treasure chests, and each resident will receive 15 golden treasure chests. The Lord gains 50 free attribute points, while each resident receives 30 free attribute points. There are still 3.5 hours until the end of the Beast Tide trial. Players may choose to exit the trial or continue. Note, you can end the trial anytime during its continuation. Genevieve naturally chose to continue the trial. Following the pattern, continuing the trial would unleash level 11 monsters in groups around 750,000 strong. However, the level 11 beasts had 10 times the health compared to level 10 ones, making it particularly difficult for players who hadn't reached level 11 yet. For players like Genevieve and Oriv, who had visited Ye City, this posed no problem as they could massacre these beasts effortlessly. Vast numbers of level 11 monsters perished under lightning strikes, then vanished into white light. Genevieve used Ice Spear, which had a larger range but relatively lower damage compared to other spells. Of course, relatively lower only referred to when others cast it. Under Genevieve's Ice Spears, monsters were erased from existence in large patches. An hour before the Beast Tide ended, the familiar robotic voice sounded again in everyone's ears at Alger Domain. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyang and its residents for completing the challenge trial first. The Lord receives 50 golden treasure chests, each resident gets 25, the Lord gains 100 free attribute points, and each resident receives 50 free attribute points. The Lord gains 1000 world prestige points, and each resident gains 500 world prestige points. Genevieve hadn't anticipated such substantial rewards, 150 free attribute points in total. With double the reward triggered, she gained 300 points. Residents of Alger Domain received 80 free attribute points each, a significant amount by ordinary player standards. Genevieve checked her own rewards. During this Beast Tide, she had killed 323,280 level 10 monsters and 323,842 level 11 monsters. Triggering the double reward gave her over 1 million silver treasure chests, over 1 million golden treasure chests, and various dropped items. She also gained 19,419,280 experience points and copper coins, along with 6,475 strength points, 6,472 agility points, and 6,468 mental points. Estimating correctly, after this Beast Tide, her accumulated attribute points put her damage output on par with that of a level 5 warrior. Had it not been for her player level not reaching the criteria, she might have been directly teleported to the third gate. In this particular Beast Tide, there was a slight increase in human player deaths, totaling 23. One death was also recorded in Zone 1. Genevieve, as the leader of Zone 1, saw that she earned 500 million gold coins from this Beast Tide. After 7 hours of monster killing, upon returning to the player activity center, the players from Alger Domain indulged in the food they had brought, enjoying themselves despite the bad weather outside. Even with her current constitution, level 11 beast meat couldn't fill her up, but her parents' delicious cooking satisfied her taste buds thoroughly. Once the players from Alger Domain had their fill, the robotic voice finally echoed in their ears. Ding! The 11th Beast Tide has ended, and results are being calculated. 2 minutes later, the Water Blue Star Human Contribution Ranking, Territory Level Ranking, and Player Level Ranking will open. The Prestige Store opens 10 minutes later for 20-minute purchases. Details can be found on the World Channel. Upon the designated time, Genevieve examined the contribution and prestige ranking. 1. Tianyang earned 900,000 prestige points, rewarded with 200 free attribute points. Residents each earned 450,000 prestige points and were rewarded 120 free attribute points. 2. Dwari A001 earned 800,000 prestige points, rewarded with 150 free attribute points. Residents each earned 200,000 prestige points and were rewarded 100 free attribute points. 3. Guobian J363600 earned 700,000 prestige points, rewarded with 100 free attribute points. Residents each earned 350,000 prestige points and were rewarded 50 free attribute points. 4. Fomu A0003 earned 600,000 prestige points, rewarded with 80 free attribute points. Residents each earned 300,000 prestige points and were rewarded 40 free attribute points. 5. Guobian X035798 earned 500,000 prestige points, rewarded with 70 free attribute points. Residents each earned 250,000 prestige points and were rewarded 35 free attribute points. 6. Juanxiang A0002 earned 400,000 prestige points, rewarded with 60 free attribute points. Residents each earned 200,000 prestige points and were rewarded 30 free attribute points. 7. UNEB 00011 earned 830,000 prestige points, rewarded with 50 free attribute points. Residents each earned 150,000 prestige points and were rewarded 25 free attribute points. 8. UNIC 00555 earned 200,000 prestige points, rewarded with 40 free attribute points. Residents each earned 100,000 prestige points and were rewarded 20 free attribute points. 9. Ningsu A80026 earned 100,000 prestige points, rewarded with 30 free attribute points. Residents each earned 50,000 prestige points and were rewarded 15 free attribute points. 10. Carmine earned 90,000 prestige points, rewarded with 20 free attribute points. Residents each earned 45,000 prestige points and were rewarded 10 free attribute points. Seeing the rewards change from treasure chests to free attribute points made Genevieve overjoyed. In this beast tide, she had obtained over 1 million silver treasure chests and over 1 million golden treasure chests, becoming tired of looking at treasure chests. Her growth far exceeded the normal development line. Even the golden treasure chests she treasured in her previous life were now completely useless to her. If not for the experience points her father could gain from smelting equipment, Genevieve would have directly thrown them into the trading channel after opening the treasure chests. It wasn't like this in her previous life. Treasure chests were always the reward, but unexpectedly, they were different in this life. This made Genevieve eagerly anticipate the territory ranking list. 1. Dwari A001, Level 8 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 80 free attribute points, residents with 40 free attribute points. 2. Tianyuan Landscape, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 90%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 3. Guobian J363600, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 70%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 4. Fengyu A0003, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 5. Guobian X035798, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 6. Juanxiang A0002, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 7. Carmine, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 8. UNEB 00011, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 60%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 9. UNIC 00555, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 50%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. 10. Fangjin S88836, Level 7 Territory, Completion Rate 50%. The Lord is rewarded with 70 free attribute points, residents with 35 free attribute points. Chapter 195 Accidental Achievement. Genevieve never thought her wish would come true. The territory ranking list really did change to reward free attribute points. In her previous life, the territory ranking list had always rewarded gold coins, and later added treasure chest rewards, but until her death, it never rewarded free attribute points. Both the prestige value ranking and the territory ranking had undergone changes in rewards. Genevieve eagerly clicked on the player level ranking, hoping for a pleasant surprise here as well. Whether in her previous or current life, the player level ranking was merely for show, offering no rewards at all. Ever since it became known that capable players deliberately held back their levels, not upgrading unless absolutely necessary, hardly anyone paid attention to the player level ranking. Genevieve couldn't remember how long it had been since she last checked the player level ranking. To her immense delight, the top-ranked player on the leaderboard was Oriv, who received a reward of 100 free attribute points. After going to Yasi City, Oriv upgraded his player level to 13 to kill more wild monsters and gain more free attribute points when farming instances. This made him the highest level human player on the entire Water Blue Star. Second place went to Bron, also at level 13. Second place Bron received 80 free attribute points, which tripled to 240 points due to his threefold critical hit talent. The reason Bron upgraded to level 13 was twofold. First, he wanted to obtain more free attribute points through leveling up, and second, he aimed to have stronger combat capabilities for the beast tide in Yasi City. Third place went to Debbie, at level 12, receiving 70 free attribute points. Fourth place was Benny, also at level 12, with 60 free attribute points. Fifth place went to Barkley, at level 12, with 50 free attribute points. Sixth place went to Lydia, at level 12, with 40 free attribute points. Seventh place went to Hamilton, at level 12, with 40 free attribute points. Eighth place went to Stacy, at level 12, with 40 free attribute points. Ninth place went to Sylvie, at level 12, with 40 free attribute points. 10th place went to Cooper, at level 12, with 40 free attribute points. The 11th ranked Arthur, at level 11, received no reward. Jin ranked 21st, at level 11. Genevieve's player level was only 10, ranking her 127th. This time, the player level ranking turned out to be an unexpected success. Genevieve required the players from Alger territory to reach level 12 before heading to Yasi City because she could not protect them otherwise. Unexpectedly, this led to 7 of the top 10 spots on the player level ranking being occupied by Alger territory players. Oriv proudly said, "I will maintain my number 1 position." Genevieve didn't want to deflate his confidence. The early batch of players arriving in Yasi City had enough experience to reach level 14, but they were just holding back their levels. Debbie, Cooper, and Sylvie reached level 12 because they and Jin went to White Fog City and needed to shoulder leadership responsibilities. As for why Arthur, Jin's successor, was still at level 11, it was because his strength was only second to Jin's, and he didn't need to upgrade. Now that even the top 10 on the player level ranking receive free attribute points, everyone will likely upgrade before the 12th beast tide begins, making it difficult for Oriv to stay in the top 10, let alone hold the first place. However, if Oriv is determined to farm instances diligently, the outcome remains uncertain. During this beast tide, Oriv killed a total of 284,290 wild monsters, earning 1,420 free attribute points. Including the 315 free attribute points from territory and various rankings, he now has over 1,700 free attribute points. Bron, with his threefold free attribute point critical hit talent triggered, received 945 free attribute points. He was only 450 attack damage points away from becoming a level 1 warrior. Grandpa, you and Xianming can both become level 1 warriors. Genevieve believed the more level 1 and level 2 warriors among human players, the better. Genevieve herself obtained a substantial number of free attribute points during the beast tide. After triggering a double critical hit, she accumulated a total of 840 free attribute points, which she kept unallocated. It was just after 11 in the morning when everyone finished checking the rankings and went out to kill more monsters again. Genevieve kept the Lee family members behind, informing them that Jin would visit the Lee family soon. Compared to Oriv's puzzled expression, Anson, Julia, Bron, and Barkley all looked at Genevieve. Barkley even laughed, saying, "You're finally willing to give him the title. We won't have to watch Jin's subordinates boost his popularity anymore." Genevieve. What the heck? Why does it sound like I'm some unfaithful woman? Neither she nor Jin, the two people involved, said anything, yet they came to such conclusions on their own. Bron shot Barkley a glare and said, "My granddaughter is so outstanding, it's only natural to thoroughly test him. You can never judge a book by its cover." Hearing everyone's discussion, Oriv, who had just realized this fact, exclaimed in shock, "What? Brother Lin wants to be my brother-in-law. No wonder he made me call him brother instead of captain, and gave me so many things. But if Brother Lin becomes my sister's husband, that would be fine. Brother Lin is the only one who can keep up with sister," Oriv added. Although he was reluctant for his sister to marry, he did not throw a tantrum. Instead, he gave an honest evaluation. Although as the family of the bride, the Lees were all quite reserved, they did not oppose either. A person like Jin, if Genevieve liked him, there was no way the Lees would object. Though Anson and Julia had not met Jin, they knew him quite well. As the top player of the national team and a major lord, Jin was discussed in the World Channel just as much as Genevieve. Thus, after deliberation among the elders, they decided to invite Jin over for dinner. With a portal available, and both lords authorized, traveling between territories was as simple as stepping through a door. Being the highest level and richest human player lords on Water Blue Star, they could easily afford to use the portal. Anson and Julia learned of Jin's feelings for their daughter from Elder Gregory, who represented Jin's family in expressing their affection towards Genevieve. They also learned that Jin's grandfather held a higher position than Gregory Bogdan, his maternal grandfather. Honestly speaking, the couple was quite hesitant upon learning about this. If not for entering the wasteland world, considering Jin's family background, Anson and Julia would not have agreed to their daughter being with him. After all, with such mismatched social standings, the two would either not be happy together or constantly bump heads. But here in the wasteland world, their daughter was more outstanding than anyone else. She was her own background and support. The couple believed that with their daughter's capabilities, she could match anyone. However, due to this hesitation, the couple never asked their daughter about it. Chapter 196, Full Support. Jin arrived 10 minutes early, and when Anson and Julia saw Jin, they became quite satisfied immediately. As a third-generation military man and himself being a soldier, Jin's demeanor naturally won the hearts of law-abiding citizens who appreciated his discipline. Moreover, this young man was handsome and polite yet warm, making him even more likable. Genevieve could tell that Jin had put effort into building rapport with her grandpa, Oriv, and Barkley from the way they spoke to each other familiarly. During the dinner, the Shaler family was also invited. Lydia, who had no clue beforehand, nearly dropped her jaw when she saw Jin visiting as a prospective son-in-law. Last night, her cousin seemed totally oblivious, but today they were almost communicating telepathically. Who would have thought her cousin knew nothing of Jin's intentions until last night? Lydia began to suspect whether she had been fooled by her cousin on purpose for amusement. Her cousin did have a history of teasing her sometimes. Although their relationship had changed, many things remained the same. After returning from Sunnyfield, Jin and Genevieve only exchanged a few words about the day's events before delving into serious matters. Jin, the national team has decided to fully support your upgrade, aiming to kick off the level 3 border city side quest as soon as possible. At that time, 1/3 of our stored currency and merit points will be rewarded to you. This support was substantial. Given the current strength of the national team, 1/3 of the stored currency alone amounted to over 1 billion desolate coins. Even if Genevieve received no extra rewards from starting the third border mission, such a sum would be enough for her to buy necessary supplies. Merit point rewards were even rarer. After tomorrow, there would be at least 300 national team players in Yashai City, accumulating a considerable amount of merit points, more than what Genevieve could earn on her own. Genevieve, why are you so generous this time? Jin, you know, insiders and outsiders are always different. Genevieve. She really wanted to say she wasn't an insider yet. Because her level hadn't reached, Genevieve couldn't directly upgrade to level 5 warrior. However, she was already a level 4 warrior, unrestricted by levels. She didn't know if the platform in White Fog City would change once she returned. Jin gained 7,900 free attribute points after obtaining 790 and triggering a 10-fold critical hit during the beast wave at the human settlement. If he evenly distributed these free attributes across the 4 attributes, he would just meet the standards for a level 5 warrior. If he didn't distribute the stored free attribute points, he would still be a level 3 warrior, not even meeting the level 4 standard. Jin, of course, wished to fight alongside Genevieve. But he knew it was impossible. Genevieve's talent meant she wouldn't stay in one place for long. His talent and responsibilities as a member of the national team required him to progress steadily, maintaining speed while ensuring safety for followers. After all, only elite players could keep up with his pace, and he needed to ensure their safety first. Genevieve, however, didn't need such considerations. Even if her citizens were among them, the national team players would help settle them. According to their understanding of clues, the sooner they initiated the higher-level border missions, the more benefits humanity on Aqua Blue Star would gain. Therefore, the national team decided to support Genevieve's rapid advancement. Previously, the national team might have hesitated since Genevieve firmly refused to join, fearing she might become an unpredictable factor. However, the change in her relationship with Jin removed this hesitation. Let's follow the direction set by the national team. It has been proven that the policies of the national team are correct, said Genevieve. She understood Jin's dilemma, but she felt no hesitation herself. She never considered slowing down for him. In this life, though she single-handedly altered the fate of millions of players, the decisions made by the national team affected billions of players, proving their strategies to be very accurate. After reaching a formal agreement with the national team, Genevieve received 1 billion desolate coins. Only in the desolate world did the national team operate with such unprecedented efficiency. Once again being transported back to the White Fog City platform, seeing Jin beside her, Genevieve was a little pleased. She still thought she was a level 4 warrior and that she would part ways with Jin, who was still a level 3 warrior. As for the platform showing that half of the corrosive crows were level 21 to 25 and the other half were level 26 to 30 from now on, Genevieve and Jin were rather pleased instead. Although killing corrosive crows above level 25 did not increase the attribute points they could absorb, the experience and desolate coins gained grew exponentially. The change in their relationship did not alter their previous way of cooperation. They still took turns killing monsters, resting, and cultivating, only becoming slightly more intimate in their actions. While the two quietly killed monsters and cultivated, Yasai City was bustling with activity. After the 11th beast wave, the number of Aqua Blue Star human players entering Yasai City reached 330. It was almost impossible to get enough monsters to kill now. Fortunately, on the 119th day of the Desolate World, the mayor and deputy of Yasai City met with the Aqua Blue Star human players again. The mayor praised the Aqua Blue Star human players and adjusted the checkpoints they guarded, assigning 200 checkpoints to the Aqua Blue Star human players. Of course, the additional checkpoints belonged to the Aqua Blue Star players, who had the ability to guard but no penalty if they couldn't. For this, the mayor rewarded the Aqua Blue Star humans with 10 survival points. In Yasai City, the daily free attribute points added for Aqua Blue Star human warriors increased to 20. Thus, the interval between beast waves at the human settlement increased by another 2 days. With the strength of numbers, including Genevieve and Jin, they could obtain the reward of killing 1 million monsters every 5 to 6 days, earning 1 racial survival point. Everyone estimated that the interval between the 12th beast wave might increase by 23 days. On the 123rd day of the Desolate World, Arthur also became a level 3 warrior, appearing on the White Fog platform where Genevieve and Jin were. This time, there was no world announcement, indicating that besides the 1,000 free attribute points awarded to Arthur himself for becoming a level 3 warrior, there were no other rewards. Upon meeting again, although Arthur remained taciturn, he addressed Genevieve as cousin without any of the awkwardness from when he first called her sister. This revealed that the relationship between Arthur and Lydia was not only confirmed but had become very close. Chapter 197, The 12th Beast Tide. Arthur's arrival caused the number of corrosive crows on the White Mist platform to increase again, ranging between 480 and 550. Arthur's attribute values were relatively balanced. Therefore, the fireballs he cast upon his first arrival could still deal with corrosive crows below level 25. However, it required a level 4 warrior to handle corrosive crows above level 25, and Arthur had to cast 2 fireballs to eliminate one. From the edge to the center of the platform, it took corrosive crows no more than 5 seconds, during which all crows had to be dealt with within this period. Jin was still a level 3 warrior, so he fought the corrosive crows alongside Arthur. Genevieve formed her own group. Even for level 30 corrosive crows, her fireball spell proved too powerful for them to resist. The mental energy she consumed while killing corrosive crows now was less than what was restored naturally. She killed corrosive crows for 12 hours straight without stopping to rest or drink any potions, yet her consumption of mental energy and stamina was less than 1/3. On the 128th day of the Wasteland World, the survival points gained by 2 Border City players increased the interval between beast tides in human settlements to 21 days. On the 133rd day, the interval between beast tides in human settlements increased again to 22 days. On the 138th day, the interval increased once more to 23 days. By the 139th day, another beast tide hit White Mist City. Possibly because Genevieve was a level 4 warrior, half of the creatures in this White Mist City beast tide were corrosive crows above level 25. Not only were the levels of corrosive crows higher than the previous White Mist City beast tide, but their numbers also increased. Yet, the 3 of them handled the battle easily, as there were no level 3 micro black holes in this beast tide, and the number of micro black holes was fewer compared to the last time. In the previous White Mist City beast tide, weakening a micro black hole required Genevieve and Jin working together. This time, a single fireball spell directly weakened and dispelled the micro black hole. Jin's fireball initially couldn't weaken the micro black hole in one hit. After clicking his player bracelet, however, one fireball sufficed just like Genevieve. Though Arthur's attack power wasn't as strong as Genevieve's and Jin's, his combat awareness was excellent. When spells didn't cause significant damage, he used a tang dao, a type of saber, to cut down the corrosive crows that approached him efficiently. The White Mist City Beast Tide ended in the early morning of the 141st day of the Wasteland World, 10 hours longer than the previous one. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to Water Blue Star human players for perfectly completing the White Mist City Guard task. Each Guard Warrior receives 10 million Wasteland coins, 2,000 free attribute points, and all Water Blue Star players receive 400 free attribute points, plus 4 survival points. After the last White Mist City Beast Tide ended, we were transported to the City Lord's place. I wonder if it will be the same this time, Jin said to Arthur, asking Genevieve with the latter part of his sentence. Not. Genevieve barely got out these 2 words before they were enveloped in a white light orb. They hadn't even caught their breath yet. When Genevieve appeared in the living room of the Lord Villa in Alger territory, it was already 3:16 a.m. on the 141st day of the Wasteland World. The 12th Beast Tide on Water Blue Star had been ongoing for several minutes. Indeed, as Genevieve predicted, they were teleported back to the territory. All residents of Alger territory were on the wall at this time, with only the recruited heroes taking care of planting and breeding within the territory. Genevieve quietly appeared on the wall of Alger territory and saw all the residents casting skills against the dense tide of beasts outside. She concealed her presence and blurred her existence with mental energy. Even Genevieve's parents failed to notice her. Genevieve did not find the other residents who had gone to Yusei City on the wall, indicating that the beast tide there was still ongoing. Genevieve had foreseen this possibility. If the border beast tide coincided with the territory beast tide, the human warriors at the border might not return to the territory. Therefore, they had prepared various countermeasures. Under the lead of Anson and Krista, the players of Alger territory carried out spells systematically to kill the beast clusters. Energy arrow towers on the wall continuously shot arrows, round after round, sweeping the approaching monsters near the wall. After over 20 days, the players' levels had clearly risen significantly. Half of the residents could eliminate level 11 monster clusters with 2 spells. Genevieve could sense that the players in Alger territory were not afraid of the dense tide of beasts, despite the fact that their strongest 6 experts, including Genevieve, the Lord, were not present. Of course, when they discovered Genevieve had returned just in time, the sudden boost in morale revealed their dependence on her as the Lord. Because Genevieve, the Lord, had not returned before the beast tide started, recent applications to migrate to Alger territory were not accepted. The population of Alger territory remained at 300. This time, only level 11 monsters appeared, and the scale was larger than the last one. Genevieve estimated that there were over 1 million. Genevieve cast spell after spell, drinking potions to restore her mental energy and stamina when they ran low. Despite the absence of the 6 main monster-killing experts, with Genevieve unleashing her full power, Alger territory completed the trial task 40 minutes faster than the previous beast tide. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang and residents for being the first to complete the 12th beast tide trial. Lord Reward, 2 diamond treasure chests, each resident receives 1 diamond treasure chest. Lord Reward, 80 free attribute points, each resident reward, 50 free attribute points. 3 hours remain until the end of the beast tide trial. Players may choose to exit or continue the trial. Note, continuing the trial allows for it to be ended at any time. Genevieve chose to continue the trial. While waiting for the level 12 monsters to appear, she looked up at the exceptionally scorching starlight in the sky. 20 days ago, when she returned to Alger territory, heavy rainstorms were pouring down here, and the forest outside the territory was submerged under floodwaters 3 to 4 meters deep, with only the treetops visible. The temperature back then was around 15 degrees Celsius. Now it must be around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. The forest and ground outside showed clear signs of prolonged drought from excessive exposure to the sun, leaving no trace of the recent floods. The seasonal timeline of this world matched her previous life, almost unchanged. With nearly 1 million level 12 monsters, Genevieve's single spell could eliminate 400 at once, allowing her to kill over 200,000 in an hour. Even if the other residents were not efficient in killing level 12 monsters, 10 minutes before the beast tide ended, Genevieve received the mechanical voice announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyuan Fongguang and residents for being the first to complete the challenge trial. Lord Reward, 2 diamond treasure chests, each resident receives 1 diamond treasure chest. Lord receives 200 free attribute points, each resident receives 100 free attribute points. Lord gains 10,000 world prestige points, each resident gains 5,000 world prestige points. Chapter 198, Tier 5 Warrior. The diamond treasure chest contained red quality supplies, which were still very precious to most human players at this stage. After all, during each beast tide, only the top 20 players on the reputation value leaderboard could obtain enough reputation values to draw from the advanced prize wheel. Most players meticulously saved their reputation points until they had enough to draw from the advanced prize wheel. Only those lucky ones managed to get red quality supplies. It was said that now most players were generally equipped with orange quality gear and items, and blue quality ones had been phased out. Anson would now melt down orange quality materials into red quality materials before selling them. Genevieve remembered that in her previous life, gold chests started being rewarded after the 12th beast tide. Back then, orange quality equipment and items were still extremely rare. In her previous life, it wasn't until around the 30th beast tide that diamond chests began being awarded, and up until her death, the rewards remained diamond chests. This time, diamond chests were being rewarded so early. She really couldn't imagine what kind of rewards would come later. Soon, the beast tide ended, and Genevieve opened the reputation value leaderboard. 1. Rural Herschel earned 2 million reputation points, rewarded 300 free attribute points. Each member earned 1 million reputation points, rewarded 200 free attribute points. 2. Dwari A001 earned 1 million reputation points, rewarded 200 free attribute points. Each member earned 700,000 reputation points, rewarded 120 free attribute points. Territory leaderboard. 1. Dwari A001, level 8 territory, completion rate 70%. Territory Lord rewarded 100 free attribute points, members rewarded 50 free attribute points. 2. Rural Herschel, level 7 territory, completion rate 99.9%. Territory Lord rewarded 80 free attribute points, members rewarded 40 free attribute points. The rewards on the player leaderboard were similar to the last time, except the first place went to Debbie at level 14. Second place was Sylvie, level 14. Third place was Cooper, level 14. Fourth place was Zen, level 14. Fifth place was Oriv, level 13. Sixth place was Bron, level 13. Jin was still level 11, falling to rank 423. Genevieve, who was only level 10, fell even further, ranking 536,222,150. Genevieve was once the first to reach level 10, but now her ranking had fallen below 500 million, indicating that at least 500 million players had advanced to level 11. This showed that human players' development no longer lagged behind the growth of monsters. These past few days, Genevieve had rushed from one beast tide to another, busy fighting monsters without checking her gains. Now she finally had some free time to look over her earnings. In this White Fog City beast tide, Genevieve killed a total of 652,202 corrosive crows. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained 195,660,600 experience points and wasteland coins, along with 1,304,404 merit points. Strength, Agility, Spirit, and Constitution each gained 13,045 attribute points. Rewarded 2,400 times 2 is equal to 4,800 free attribute points. During the 12th group battle against the beast tide, Genevieve killed a total of 542,806 level 11 monsters and 427,893 level 12 monsters. After triggering double critical hits, she obtained 2 million plus gold chests and drops. She gained 27,971,840 experience points and copper coins. Her strength increased by 9,320, agility by 9,325, and spirit by 9,324 points. Thus far, Genevieve's 4 attribute points were: Strength, 101,480. Agility, 101,398. Spirit, 113,231. Constitution, 212,510. The standard for a Tier 5 warrior was to have all 4 attribute points exceed 50,000 and be at player level 21. Genevieve's 4 attributes all exceeded 100,000 points, and her experience points were just enough to level up to 21. Genevieve and Jin both estimated that after this beast tide, Genevieve's experience points would be enough to reach level 21. They had previously agreed that once Genevieve reached the required level, she would immediately level up and initiate the Tier 3 border side mission. Jin couldn't help but worry about Genevieve going to the Tier 3 border alone, but upon hearing that her 4 attribute points were all above 100,000, he felt greatly relieved. With attribute points twice the standard, Genevieve's safety at the Tier 3 border city would increase significantly. Jin, go ahead and level up. I'll catch up as soon as possible. Although Jin's total attribute points met the Tier 5 warrior standard, his player level wasn't high enough. Even though he had killed just as many monsters as Genevieve, he lacked the double experience points. After reaching an agreement, Genevieve unhesitantly leveled up to 11. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 11. Each of the 4 attribute points increased by 11, health points increased by 110, and stamina points increased by 1100. Awarded 11 free attribute points. Celebrations for leveling up to level 12, each of the 4 attribute points increased by 12, health points increased by 120, and stamina points increased by 1200. Awarded 12 free attribute points. Celebrations for leveling up to level 20, each of the 4 attribute points increased by 20, health points increased by 200, and stamina points increased by 2000. Awarded 11 free attribute points. Celebrations for leveling up to level 21, each of the 4 attribute points increased by 210, health points increased by 2100, and stamina points increased by 21,000. Awarded 210 free attribute points. As in her previous life, players' rewards for each level up would significantly increase every 10 levels. When Genevieve reached level 21, she heard the familiar mechanical voice. Beep, congratulations to Water Blue Star human player Rural Herschel for unlocking the level 3 borderside mission 1854 days ahead of schedule. Special award of 9,000 free attribute points and 1 3rd grade spirit quality treasure chest. All Water Blue Star human players are awarded 1854 free attribute points. Water Blue Star survival points increased by 25. Wow, a sudden addition of 25 human survival points extended the interval between beast tides in human settlements to 28 days. A full day's reward had already been given out, and the beast tide in Yusei City hadn't even ended yet. With the current number of human players in Yusei City, they could at least get second place this time. Thus, all human players could expect an additional 200 free attribute points. It was foreseeable that millions, even hundreds of millions, of players with over 1,000 attribute points would be added today. Genevieve couldn't even imagine what the reaction from the city lord of Yusei City would be. Soon, Genevieve found out. Jin, apparently, unlocking the Yusei City side missions is limited to 500 players. Genevieve, do these 500 border warriors include you, me, and Arthur? Jin, no. Genevieve, then it might be possible that the warriors from Yusei City need to level up to a higher border city before new mission slots can be unlocked. Jin, the higher-ups have also made this conjecture. Genevieve handed over the third-grade spirit quality treasure chest she received to Jin for replication. While waiting, she checked her personal data in the side mission. Code, 1. Warrior level, SSS. Damage, 318,471. Defense, 213,110. Health, 83830. Stamina, 13,313,300. Spirit power, 113,991 113,991. Free attribute points, 30,868. Wasteland coins, 9,001,286,020. Merit points, 12,650,556. Because there were almost no opportunities to spend Wasteland coins, Genevieve had inadvertently saved over 9 billion. Her merit points had also exceeded 10 million. Chapter 199, Third Rank Treasure Chest. Jin transmitted a third-rank spirit treasure chest and its copy to Genevieve. Of course, these two third-rank spirit treasure chests had been prepared with items that needed mass duplication placed inside. Genevieve did not open the third-rank spirit treasure chest directly but used the duplication card, enhancement card, and 5x critical hit card to increase the number of items within to tens of thousands. During the effective time of the 5x critical hit card, she also opened many gold treasure chests and sent all the items obtained to her father before finally opening the third-rank spirit treasure chest to inspect its contents. Intermediate armor ×1, third-rank spirit quality tang knife ×1, third-rank spirit quality mental power staff ×1, 10 third-rank spirit quality recovery potions, 100 third-rank spirit quality nutritional agents, and 1 spirit level skill book. The supplies in the third-rank spirit treasure chest were similar to those in the second-rank spirit treasure chest, they only differed by rank. The most significant difference was that the skill upgrade cards had been replaced by a spirit level skill book. After Genevieve's player level rose to 21, she gained 2 more skill slots. However, she could not find any suitable skills for herself until now when she saw the skill book, which piqued her great interest immediately. She first picked up the spirit level skill book to read it. Thunderclap, spirit level consumes 30,000 points of mental energy to draw power from the universe, aiming at the target for an all-out attack with 500% damage. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Requires 50,000 mental points to learn. This is a solo killing skill. With her current mental points, she can deal 570,000 damage when unleashing this skill fully. However, although this skill is powerful, it also consumes a considerable amount of mental energy. Feeling the practicality of this skill, Genevieve instantly decided to learn it. Genevieve and Jin had encountered a third-grade micro-black hole during the beast wave in Fog City, a perilous event that brought chills down Genevieve's spine whenever she recalled it. When the third-grade micro-black hole appeared, both felt extreme danger. At that moment, the situation was so urgent that they didn't have the time to use gathering skills to probe specific data about the black hole. Back then, Genevieve cast spells based on her intuition, and she and Jin unleashed spells continuously for 5 or 6 times to barely resolve the crisis of being swallowed by the micro-black hole. Even so, they only weakened the third-grade micro-black hole without destroying it completely. At that time, their combined spell attack dealt less than 10,000 damage points, leading to an estimate that the third-grade micro-black hole must have had a minimum of 50,000 health points. It was clear that the probability of encountering a third-grade micro-black hole on a third-grade frontier should be high. If a third-grade micro-black hole could appear, there might even be higher-grade micro-black holes. Now that Genevieve had learned the Thunderclap skill, she wouldn't panic if faced with a higher-grade micro-black hole, she could directly unleash it for an instant kill. Intermediate armor. After equipping, it increases defense by 100,000 points, strength by 10,000 points, agility by 10,000 points, and mental energy by 10,000 points. It allows for flying 500,000 kilometers per hour. In fast flight mode, it consumes 100 mental points per hour. Requires constitution points of 50,000 to equip. Durability, 1,000. Third rank spirit quality tang knife, deals 50,000 damage points. Requires strength of 50,000 points to use. Durability, 1,000. Third rank spirit quality mental power staff, wielding this staff enhances spell damage by 100% and reduces mental energy consumption by 50%. Requires 50,000 mental points to use. Durability, 1,000. Third rank spirit quality recovery potion, restores physical and mental energy to full capacity. For 4 hours, it recovers 200 points per second. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Requires constitution and mental points of 50,000 to consume. Third rank spirit quality nutritional agent, Instantly restores 5,000 points of physical and mental energy. Recovers 50 points per second over 3 hours. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Requires constitution points of 50,000 to consume. The first drink permanently increases constitution by 2,000 points. Jin was also satisfied with the thunderclap spell. In Fog City, the corrosive crows were no big deal compared to the third-grade micro-black holes, which posed the greatest danger. With his current mental points, he could also learn this skill, dealing 300,000 damage points, which would suffice to defeat a third-grade micro-black hole in just 2 strikes. Jin, are you ready? My family has been looking forward to meeting you. After the 11th territorial beast wave, Jin visited Genevieve's family in Sunflower Territory. Post this beast wave, he invited Genevieve to visit his territory again. In his previous life, Jin's territory was named Survivor Base. This time around, it was called Water Blue Star Territory. It was clear that Jin didn't choose the name himself. Although he was the Lord, Genevieve estimated that he was only nominal, and the true authority in Water Blue Star Territory wasn't him. Apart from those serving as national team members for various lords, Water Blue Star Territory gathered the highest-ranking officials of the national team. After becoming a regional leader, Jin invited Genevieve to visit Water Blue Star Territory more than once. Genevieve was naturally curious about his territory, but she hesitated every time she thought about the high-ranking officials there. She knew the national team wanted her to join very much. She feared that meeting these bigwigs would leave her dazzled, agreeing to join the national team in a daze. Even through screens, Genevieve felt almost brainwashed before. Face-to-face meetings would be worse. However, since Jin visited her parents in Sunflower Territory, Genevieve had prepared herself to visit Water Blue Star Territory. Now she had some confidence, believing that with enough backbone, she wouldn't be easily swayed. Genevieve stepped through the portal and saw Jin first, but the people behind him made her heart skip a beat. She could hardly imagine anyone else who would meet her boyfriend's family and first see a bunch of national team captains. Fortunately, these bigwigs only talked to her, discussing humanity's future and potential problems she might face at the third-grade frontier without trying to persuade her. Genevieve could tell they regarded her as one of them, not just because of her relationship with Jin. More importantly, her consistent attitude of being a part of Huaxia and seeking protection under a powerful tree. Jin's grandfather, one of the national team captains, sincerely said, "Good girl, your double critical hit talent has doubled our construction progress compared to what we estimated. The national team remembers your selfless contribution clearly." Genevieve felt somewhat embarrassed. "I received payment, so it wasn't selfless." Bron waved his hand. "Those items are trivial to you, not even qualifying as payment. Your contributions to the country go beyond this. The nation remembers each of them. Once we stabilize on the barren continent and no longer face extinction, the nation will honor those who made great contributions one by one." Genevieve believed Bron's words because that day might come soon. Chapter 200 Flowing Light Maple Leaves. Ever since Genevieve initiated the side mission at Ye City's border, many of the national team's confidential information were shared with her by Jin and Michael. This was absolutely not due to their loose lips but a decision made by the national team. The reason was likely to allow her to grasp the latest information and make accurate judgments. The national team had 3 players with prediction talents. Although their predictions varied slightly, after synthesizing their predictions several times, the national team concluded last month that when a territory leader upgrades their land to level 9, it would encompass all other territories within the region. In this way, humans would be equivalent to establishing their own country in the wasteland world. Although no one knew what benefits establishing their own country in the wasteland world would bring, gathering the strength of 1.2 billion players was ultimately better than being scattered and fighting individually. Genevieve's premonition gave even more certainty. She felt that humans building a territory similar to a country on this vast land represented a certain stage that humanity had surpassed. For example, overcoming the survival crisis caused by the lack of inherent racial abilities. Apart from those players who committed evil deeds, for the players who couldn't completely despise humans, this was an exciting thing. Genevieve felt the same. Even though her ability was among the best among the Water Blue Star players, she didn't think she could carry her family through alone. Jin did not resemble his parents much, looking more like Bron. Jin's parents looked quite young, like his brother and sister-in-law. Although Lin Chuck and Lin Krista should have been the hosts of this gathering, in front of the big shots, they were merely guests as well, less noticeable than Genevieve and Jin. Fortunately, the VIPs sat for a while and then dispersed. They actually didn't have that much leisure time. They mainly came to meet Genevieve, the girl they had long been curious about. Only after the VIPs left did Lin Chuck and Lin Krista finally get a chance to talk to Genevieve. Lin Chuck was a lieutenant colonel, and Lin Krista was a military doctor, a major. Given Jin's contributions and his inherent abilities, it was only a matter of time before his rank surpassed that of his parents. Bron, Dara Lin, and Lin Chuck were all very friendly towards Genevieve, indicating a high level of acceptance. Lin Krista spoke less and Genevieve felt she wasn't as fond of her as the rest of the family. However, Genevieve pretended not to notice this. As long as Lin Krista wasn't hostile, she wouldn't mention anything to Jin. Lin Krista simply liked her less, but it didn't mean she didn't accept her. Genevieve had thought about this before coming here. Although she liked Jin, if he couldn't convince his parents to accept her, separation was not impossible. In any case, she would not compromise. After talking with the Lin family for a while, Genevieve toured the Water Blue Star territory accompanied by Jin. Genevieve had only one impression. If she didn't know she was in the wasteland world, she would have thought she was in a big city on Water Blue Star. The city had neatly arranged streets and buildings, pedestrians, and vehicles moving along the streets. There were farmlands and ranches around the city. And under the city walls were orderly barracks, where all army players except for those guarding the city had gone outside the city to kill wild monsters. Near the barracks, there were player mercenary groups who, although not soldiers, still fell under military jurisdiction. The members of these player mercenary groups were players whose talents and abilities met the criteria. These players were unwilling to join the military, so the national team approved them to establish player mercenary groups and venture out to slay wild monsters themselves. There are a few promising prospects in the mercenary groups who have surpassed 4 attributes of over 1,000 after this wave of beasts, said Jin. The two of them visited the farmlands and ranches. Compared to everyone I know, Mel Shayla has the most formidable planting talent. Among the planting talented players I know, only Mel Shayla can grow purple quality plants, said Jin. Among the gifts Genevieve brought today were several purple quality fruits, eating one of which could permanently increase one's attribute points by 100. For most players, this was extremely precious. Finally, Genevieve stood on the wall and surveyed the entire Water Blue Star territory. Even with temperatures reaching 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, the whole city bustled with prosperity. This was definitely not something a wild lord like Genevieve could build up in such a short time. Her territory resembled a small resort. Although she was in the wasteland world, Genevieve still adhered to her habit on Water Blue Star of having dinner and going home. After returning to the Alga territory, Genevieve saw the meeting gifts she received. With so many big shots today, the meeting gifts she received were substantial. What Genevieve did not expect was how valuable Bron's return gift would be. This was a blue maple leaf brooch, seemingly carved from a single piece of blue crystal, sparkling and very beautiful. At that moment, Genevieve smiled as she took it without examining it closely. She was certain it was an item of equipment, one she had never seen before. Although the brooch appeared to be of blue quality, Genevieve didn't think someone like Bron would give her an item of just blue quality. If it were, it would mean this equipment had something extraordinarily special about it. When she finally examined it, Genevieve inhaled sharply. Flowing light maple leaf, special quality, automatically deploys a defensive shield when the player is under lethal attack, maintaining it for 10 seconds. Defense value, 5 billion. Durability, 10. Not replicable, non-amplifiable, no critical hit. So it wasn't surprising that Genevieve inhaled sharply. This flowing light maple leaf brooch could be considered life-saving gear. Especially as she was about to head to board a city of the 3rd level, where the dangers were unknown. This life-saving gear was very suitable for Genevieve. The only regret was that the flowing light maple leaf couldn't be replicated, amplified, or critically boosted, which explained why Genevieve had never heard Jin mention it. Jin, one of our people drew this today. Apparently, it's the only one. I didn't know either until now, and I never thought they'd agree with my grandpa's suggestion to give it to you. This shows how much they value you. With this life-saving brooch, we can all rest assured. Not only did they feel relieved, but knowing that Bron gave such an important life-saving artifact as a return gift made Genevieve's parents incredibly happy. Oriv and the others did not return to the Alga territory, but after Genevieve came back from the Water Blue Star territory, a familiar mechanical voice rang in her ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Water Blue Star players who defended the 3 lines of defense at Yei City. Players of Water Blue Star in Yei City have received 90,000 Wasteland coins and 900 free attribute points. All Water Blue Star players receive a reward of 300 free attribute points and 5 free survival points. From the tone, during the Beast Tide at Yei City, the Water Blue Star players held the 3 lines of defense and completed their tasks well. Combined with the survival points they earned from killing monsters during the Beast Tide, the interval between beast tides in human settlements had been extended to 30 days. 30 days was enough time for the vast majority of human players to level up to level 12. Chapter 201, Black Abyss City 1. On the 142nd day in the Wasteland world, Mariam was enveloped by a white light orb early in the morning. When the white light orb vanished, she found herself floating in the sky, surrounded by darkness. Mariam looked down and around her but saw no planets, only distant top stars far away. This situation couldn't help but make her suspect that she had left the Wasteland world and arrived in space. Her first reaction was to worry about breathing. She was human after all, unable to live without oxygen. She soon discovered that her breathing was normal, and she felt neither weightlessness nor extreme cold, making her doubt her guess again. She examined her surroundings carefully, trying to confirm if she was indeed in space. When she noticed something unusual in the sky on her left side, there were no visible top stars there. After careful identification, Mariam finally confirmed that there was a huge black hole on her left. In the dark universe, black holes are not very obvious, hard to spot with the naked eye, and without the reference of top stars, she might not have discovered it. Of course, once she noticed something amiss, she felt that the blackness of the black hole was slightly deeper than the surrounding blackness. However, this black hole did not have that terrifying gravitational pull. Carefully feeling, Mariam sensed energy radiating from the black hole. All these signs indicated that this was not a real black hole but rather a spatial passage similar to the one that appeared in Yasi City. Mariam was about to explore further, looking for clues as to why she had been transported here, when she noticed 2 objects flying towards her. As they flew closer, Mariam realized that they were armored warriors. "Are you a new 5th-level warrior?" the armored warrior on the left asked. "Yes, I am an extraordinary one from Water Blue Star." "Seniors, hello," Mariam introduced herself. Mariam dared to introduce herself like this because her precognition talent triggered, knowing that befriending these two armored warriors would be beneficial to her. Water Blue Star. Never heard of it, said the armored warrior on the right. This should be a level 1 civilization planet. I recently heard Yasi and White Fog mention that on a level 1 civilization planet, humans who had just entered the wasteland world for 2 or 3 months suddenly had hundreds of frontier warriors, including 2 SSS-class extraordinary ones. You must be one of them, said the armored warrior on the left. Probably. Mariam replied. It sounded like they were talking about people from Water Blue Star. So you're from the race favored by gods, the armored warrior on the right understood, then sized up Mariam. Indeed, a god-favored one, to have intermediate armor so soon upon arriving at Black Abyss. Your Water Blue Star's gods are truly generous. Mariam's heart skipped a beat. Gods. Water Blue Star had various legends about gods, but modern people didn't believe in their existence. Our gods are very generous, right? I thought everyone was the same. Li Luoru pretended not to know. I haven't seen any planet's gods willing to expend the planet's resources to protect its intelligent races. Your planet's gods are indeed generous. Mariam was puzzled. These resources weren't given by the wasteland world but by Water Blue Star's gods. Does Water Blue Star really have gods? Mariam was about to inquire about who the gods of Water Blue Star were when she suddenly sensed something, sharply looking towards the direction of the black hole. 5 micro-black holes shot out from the black hole, rushing toward Mariam and the 2 armored warriors. The 2 armored warriors quickly drew large knives, slicing towards the micro-black holes, splitting them into halves with long waves of blade energy, while the remaining 3 micro-black holes charged at Mariam like picking soft persimmons. Unable to resist, Mariam cast harvesting technique on the 3 micro-black holes, then cast fireball spell followed by lightning bolt spell. Level 3 micro-black hole. Engulfing damage value, 100,000 points. Health bar, 200,000. Level 2 micro-black hole. Engulfing damage value, 300,000 points. Health bar, 500,000. Mariam inwardly cursed. One of them was a level 2 micro-black hole, which her fireball spell and lightning bolt spell couldn't destroy. Sure enough, the level 2 micro-black hole resisted the lightning bolt spell and lunged straight at Mariam's face. Time seemed to slow as Mariam prepared to unleash a powerful attack, when a wave of blade energy swept past her left side, directly hitting the level 2 micro-black hole. The blade energy almost grazed her face, even dropping her armor's durability by 10 points. Mariam turned her head to look at the armored warrior on the left, making a polite gesture. Thank you, senior, for your help. She did not say rescue because she didn't need anyone to save her, she could handle it herself. If the 2 armored warriors truly wanted to help her, they wouldn't have left the only level 2 micro-black hole for her to deal with. Moreover, after they each dealt with a level 3 micro-black hole, they didn't immediately act to handle the other 3 micro-black holes but waited until she took care of 2 level 3 micro-black holes before stepping in. Thus, though these 2 armored warriors didn't mean to kill her, they were clearly intending to make things difficult for her. Mariam's calm response and especially sincere gratitude left the 2 armored warriors feeling somewhat embarrassed, knowing that Mariam had seen through their intentions. The 2 armored warriors were inwardly alarmed as well. This newcomer could simultaneously destroy 2 level 3 micro-black holes and weaken a level 2 micro-black hole. She certainly didn't seem like someone who had just advanced to a 5th level warrior. We take turns defending the Black Abyss passage. You should head to Black Abyss City to report first, said the armored warrior on the left. This time, the 2 warriors did not cause any trouble but accurately pointed out the direction of Black Abyss City. Mariam thanked the 2 and flew towards Black Abyss City. Black Abyss City was built on a small wasteland planet, looking dark and lifeless from afar. Upon entering, however, one found an entirely different world. It was a circular hall with nothing inside, not even chairs or tables. The light from above resembled starlight, with a temperature of over 20 degrees Celsius in the hall. Around the circular walls were doors distributed regularly. Mariam counted about 100 of them. When Mariam entered the hall through the outer door, she encountered no obstruction, because there was no one in the hall. No, wait. Apperson suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Apperson said, "Welcome to our Black Abyss City. I am the steward of Black Abyss City. Here is an identity update card. From now on, your actions in Black Abyss City will depend on this information." "Thank you, steward." Mariam politely replied. In Yasi City and White Fog City, she met with city lords, so she wasn't sure about the rank of the steward, but politeness never hurt. Epperson nodded and then vanished from where he stood without another word. Experienced, Mariam attached the identity update card to her earlobe, integrating it into the identity card already embedded there. Chapter 202, Black Abyss City 2. Genevieve was assigned to room 21. The doors on the circular hall's walls were all numbered, and Genevieve walked towards door 21. She opened the 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide door and saw that inside was a trapezoidal hall of more than 1,000 square meters, with 18 doors along the walls of the hall. Behind each large door was a room configuration of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, covering an area of about 200 square meters. Genevieve chose a room and entered. After activating her premonition talent to ensure the environment was safe, she touched her earlobe. She was disappointed to find that she could not contact White Fog City or Yase City from here. The information she received about Black Abyss City was very simple, containing only details about mission times and coordinates. Genevieve's defense duty was scheduled to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow and end at 8 a.m. the day after. It was only 7:30 a.m. now, giving her a full day of free time. The steward of this Black Abyss city had only provided her with information regarding missions and their coordinates, nothing else. She hadn't seen any beast men in the hall outside. Since mission times were always at 8 a.m., there should be beast men in the hall by then. Coincidentally, 2 of the 10 armored warriors returning were the same beast men who had interacted with Genevieve when she first arrived. Regardless of what these 2 beast men had thought of her before, they were acquaintances now, and it was easier to converse with acquaintances. She remembered the information obtained from Yace City and White Fog City stating that super beings prohibited transcenders from killing each other. Addressing them respectfully as seniors, the 2 beastman warriors reluctantly answered several questions from Genevieve. Firstly, during non-mission periods, everyone stayed in their rooms for cultivation. Secondly, the shopping channel in Black Abyss City would appear at 7 a.m. and disappear by 7:30 a.m. Thirdly, there were currently 21 defense warriors in Black Abyss City. Knowing when and how to use the shopping channel put Genevieve at ease. However, strange occurrences seemed rare in Black Abyss City, making Genevieve, who had been engaged in constant killing since activating the border submission, feel uneasy. Only the destruction of extremely micro black holes earned merit points. Destroying a level 3 extremely micro black hole earned 100 merit points, with no experience points, wasteland coins, or attribute gains. Having just arrived, Genevieve's intuition told her to remain cautious. She didn't wander around but hid in her room cultivating the body tempering technique. After 10 hours, driven by hunger, Genevieve stopped cultivating to drink a 3rd-tier spirit quality nutrient agent. Checking the results of her cultivation today, she was startled. Yesterday, her 4 attributes had increased dramatically, so she thought that cultivating the body tempering technique wouldn't increase her constitution value. Unexpectedly, after 10 hours of cultivation, her constitution value still increased by 100 points. Genevieve then switched to another type of cultivation and continued for another 10 hours, finding her spirit attribute value also increased by 100 points. She wasn't sure if this was good or bad. Normally, with her current state, she shouldn't gain any attribute points from cultivation, yet she gained 100 points. But her feeling was off. She sensed this might be normal. If this were indeed the norm, it wouldn't be favorable because reaching level 6 required all 4 attribute values to exceed 500,000, whereas Genevieve's attributes were only just over 100,000. At the rate of gaining just 100 points daily, she'd need 6 to 7 years stuck in this level to unlock the level 2 border submission. Genevieve unexpectedly found little valuable information when she turned on the shopping channel in Black Abyss City. Failing to obtain information cards through the shopping channel, she planned to gather intel from teammates doing missions with her. If there were only 21 border guards in Black Abyss City, then the 2 acquaintances she met would be part of her team today. These 2 clearly knew Genevieve would be in their group and had left early, while other beastmen paired up, leaving Genevieve unpaired. Genevieve wasn't worried as the mission brief was clear. She only needed to reach the designated coordinates and eliminate the extremely micro black holes emerging from the Black Abyss passage and aiming to devour her. From Black Abyss City to the coordinate point next to the Black Abyss passage, it was at least 200,000 kilometers away. Her guard position was approximately 5 kilometers from the Black Abyss passage. Upon arriving at the coordinates, Genevieve saw no other beast men, assuming they were positioned around the Black Abyss passage. With a diameter of at least 20 kilometers, seeing anyone dozens of kilometers away in the dark universe was normal. She waited for half an hour before a level 3 extremely micro black hole joyfully came towards her. Finally, there was a battle to be fought, and Genevieve almost shed tears of joy. She had felt itchy to fight after not encountering any monsters for a whole day. Unfortunately, after 2 electric shock spells, the level 3 extremely micro black hole weakened to an invisible state and escaped. Then, there was nothing more to fight. Standing around idly was incredibly boring, so Genevieve started practicing her knife skills. As soon as she began practicing, she immediately noticed something was off. Practicing knife skills in space was a completely different experience from practicing on the ground. She didn't know how long she had been practicing when 2 level 3 extremely micro black holes appeared. When the 2 level 3 extremely micro black holes turned and charged towards Genevieve, she countered with a series of sword slashes. The blade energy easily destroyed the 2 level 3 extremely micro black holes. So, Genevieve practiced her knife skills while slashing at extremely micro black holes. 24 hours passed, and Genevieve destroyed a total of 35 extremely micro black holes, all level 3. While practicing knife skills and cutting extremely micro black holes, her strength attribute increased by 1,000 points. In the following days, during her rest periods in Black Abyss City, Genevieve tried practicing knife skills, light body techniques, body tempering techniques, and meditation techniques. She found that no matter whether she practiced for 5 hours or 10 hours, she could only gain 100 attribute points for each type of practice. However, if she practiced in space, she could gain 1,000 attribute points in just 15 hours. Genevieve finally understood why Black Abyss City was so empty. Apart from doing missions, other warriors would go out to practice. Practicing knife skills, light body techniques, and body tempering techniques were fine since she could sense danger and counterattack at any time. But practicing meditation required a relatively safe place, at least giving her time to finish her practice and prepare for a counterattack. Genevieve tried practicing in her spaceship but found that the effect was the same as practicing in Black Abyss City. Only practicing without obstruction in space could produce such results. In the end, Genevieve had to use her premonition talent to determine safer spots for practice, allowing her to practice meditation every few days. Under these conditions, the effect was naturally not obvious. Genevieve needed to practice for 18 hours to gain 1,000 spirit points. Once, while practicing meditation, Genevieve suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly finished her practice and raised her hand, creating a grid of over 400 lightning bolts in front of her, blocking the attack and giving her time to dodge and counterattack. Chapter 203 Black Abyss City 3. When Genevieve discovered that what ambushed her was actually a level 2 ultramicro black hole, she felt a chill of fear. To be honest, this was the most dangerous encounter since she was reborn and entered the desolate world. Previously, no matter what wild beasts she encountered, she wasn't afraid because she knew her defense value was high, so there was no danger to her life. At worst, she would only get exhausted. However, an ultramicro black hole, neither completely biological nor inanimate, had a different level of destructive power compared to ordinary wild beasts. She sensed that her defense value wouldn't be enough to withstand one hit from a level 2 ultramicro black hole. Even if her mid-level armor could intercept it, once its durability dropped too low, Genevieve would either die from direct exposure to the vacuum of space or be swallowed by the ultramicro black hole. She had stayed far away from the Black Abyss channel and believed there was no danger when she came here based on her premonition. But why did this ultramicro black hole appear out of nowhere? She had been practicing body techniques and blade skills at this coordinate without any problems. Why did the ultramicro black hole only show up while she was practicing meditation? After experiencing such danger once, Genevieve no longer fully trusted her premonition talent. Before coming here, she had a premonition that there was no danger and thus trained with great focus, almost losing her life as a result. Genevieve soon realized this was just the beginning. No matter where she went, always staying over 400,000 kilometers away from the Black Abyss channel, ultramicro black holes would still occasionally appear during her meditation training. Fortunately, after her previous experience, Genevieve became more vigilant and noticed the approach of ultramicro black holes earlier. After this incident, Genevieve no longer dared to practice meditation in space. Honestly speaking, Genevieve, whether in her previous life or this one, had never experienced such harsh and difficult conditions for training. Yet, in Black Abyss City, aside from training, there were no other ways to gain attribute points. Was she supposed to give up? Lying down and doing nothing was not an option. She couldn't stop training unless the threat to Blue Water Planet's human population was resolved and they returned home. Until then, she couldn't afford to slack off. So Genevieve decided not to practice meditation in space until she found a solution. Not long after arriving in Black Abyss City, Genevieve noticed that this monotonous and boring lifestyle affected not only her but also the other beast warriors, especially those who had been here longer. Initially, some beast warriors tried to intimidate her upon her arrival, while others observed her closely. As Genevieve carried out missions and trained calmly for some time, meeting and exchanging tasks daily, under her deliberate guidance, beast warriors gradually began communicating with her. Because of mission obligations, these interactions were brief. However, through these exchanges, she gathered useful information about the situation faced by the Black Abyss City border guards. It turned out that all 21 Black Abyss City border guards, including Genevieve, had been upgraded to level 5 warriors within the last 3 months. They, like her, had only seen a steward upon their arrival and no other original residents of Black Abyss City since then. Actually, before you arrived, there should have been 30 border guards here, but several couldn't endure the environment and found a way to leave, said the DK Star Beast Warrior. The DK Star Beast Warrior was one of the 2 warriors Genevieve met when she first arrived. He was the earliest among them to come to Black Abyss City. Other beast warriors discussed where those 10 missing border guards might have gone and whether they successfully reached their destinations. Only Genevieve sensed something amiss. The 5 major border checkpoints had been established for over a decade. Considering that a regular level 3 warrior without special talents could reach level 5 in about a year by killing corrosive crows at White Mist City, many beast warriors should have arrived at Black Abyss City over the years. There's no way only 3 months ago that new arrivals began reaching Black Abyss City. Then, what happened to the level 5 warriors who arrived before then? Genevieve had a terrible feeling about this. She asked this question to the few beast warriors she got along well with. When she asked this question, her eyes were on the DK Star Beast Warrior, as he had been in Black Abyss City the longest. The DK Star Beast Warrior admitted he had also been puzzled but found no one to ask when he first arrived here, as Black Abyss City was deserted at the time. We KA Star people had 5 members reach Black Abyss City within 7 years. However, 4 of them died within half a year, and the remaining 1 went missing. It's been 2 years now, and there's still no news of that missing person, the KA Star Beast Warrior said. Everyone present turned their gaze to the KA Star person, hoping he would say more. This wasn't idle gossip but a matter concerning their safety. None of my predecessors who advanced into Black Abyss City have returned to our territory or managed to contact us. After I entered Black Abyss City, I realized it truly is impossible to communicate with the outside world. Even during a beast tide, I cannot go back, the KA Star person continued. The other 3 beast warriors all affirmed they hadn't left Black Abyss City since coming here either. Genevieve's expression grew grim. Initially, when she discovered she couldn't contact the outside world from Black Abyss City, she wasn't too concerned because she could communicate during the back in her territory. Now she learned that not only could they not contact the outside, but it seemed they were sealed here. How worried her family and Jin must be about her. Fortunately, player avatars could show if she was online. As long as they knew she was alive, others wouldn't despair too much. Genevieve had only been in Black Abyss City for a little over 10 days, so she wasn't sure if she wouldn't be able to return to her territory even during a beast tide. She could only continue gathering information on this topic. Among the 21 warriors in Black Abyss City, apart from the water blue planet humans, the shortest time any of the other 20 races had been in the desolate world was 5 years. The Ka Star people, who had several members become Black Abyss City guards, had been in the desolate world for 13 years. These races' beast tides occurred more than a month apart, and for the Ka Star people, the interval was over 2 months. After the Ka beast race's beast tide level reached 30, the wild beasts remained at level 30, and what appeared next were level-less ghost monsters. From the expressions on the Ka beasts' faces when they talked about these level-less ghost monsters, Genevieve knew these were tough opponents. Chapter 204, Black Abyss City 4. While Mariam was gathering information, she quickly discovered an unpleasant fact. Communication with the outside world was impossible within Black Abyss City, and during the territory beast tide, one could not return to their own territory. Here, entry was possible but not exit, cutting off all contact with the outside world. There weren't many monsters to kill, and cultivation came with significant risks. No wonder the orc warriors here either had looks of endurance or barely concealed discomfort on their faces. Several orc warriors looked at others with furious eyes, almost as if they wished to torment them just to vent their anger. Combining the information she gathered with the sensations her premonition talent constantly triggered, Mariam began to hypothesize about what happened to the border guards who went missing from Black Abyss City before her arrival. She suspected that most of the level 5 warriors who arrived in Black Abyss City before her were dead, and not all of them perished due to micro-black holes. Although there was a rule among superhumans that extraordinaries could not kill each other and anyone caught doing so would be executed. If one used indirect methods like using a micro-black hole, it wouldn't be considered direct killing. Mariam began to suspect why, even when she practiced far away from the Black Abyss passage, she still faced sneak attacks by micro-black holes, and why her premonition talent had failed her in this matter. Micro-black holes should have been destroyed by the border guards as soon as they emerged from the passage. The fact that one appeared silently beside her only deepened her suspicion of foul play. When Mariam first arrived at Black Abyss City, she encountered 2 orc warriors. The one on her left, who deliberately waited until a level 2 micro-black hole nearly hit her before destroying it with a blade energy, was an orc warrior from DK Star. The one on her right, who seemed more friendly but didn't intervene when Mariam was in danger, was an orc warrior from T Star. The Colin initially wanted to tease Mariam but gave up after realizing her strength exceeded his. He later told other orc warriors about her abilities, which contributed to no one else trying to tease her. However, while the Hugh seemed harmless at first, Mariam found through repeated interactions that sometimes he appeared normal, while at other times he would look at other orc warriors with murderous intent. Even with these insights, Mariam remained cautious but decided to change her routine. Whether practicing inside the city or outside became spontaneous decisions, she no longer stuck to a strict schedule. Most of her practice sessions in the city took place within dungeon simulations. After spending too much time in the dark expanse of space, seeing various terrain in dungeons felt like taking a breather for Mariam. However, being level 21 now, the wild monsters in low-level dungeons were only between levels 10 and 15. Killing each monster netted her only 1 point of experience and copper coins, along with a meager 0.001 free attribute value. The gains were minimal. Thus, despite spending 20 hours in dungeons, she gained only around 1,500 free attribute points, less than what she could gain from cultivating in space. The only advantage was the experience points earned from dungeon runs. Even though triggering a critical hit yielded only 2 experience points, the sheer number of kills accumulated millions of experience points each time. Meditation in space was too dangerous, so the free attribute points from dungeons were added to her mental stat. This way, Mariam only needed to practice body tempering techniques and knife skills in space, occasionally training her agility. Indeed, since she stopped meditating in space, she no longer encountered micro-black holes appearing out of nowhere. However, a constant feeling of being watched lingered, though she couldn't pinpoint what was observing her. While no incidents occurred during her practice sessions, she encountered unexpected events while completing missions. One day, Mariam went to her usual mission coordinates. Just as she hadn't fully stopped flying, 3 level 2 micro-black holes simultaneously appeared around her. This time, she vaguely sensed the energy fluctuations of the spell, but there was no time to think about it. She quickly created an electric grid around herself to prevent the micro-black holes from directly hitting her, then used lightning attacks to deal with them. This electric grid skill was developed when a level 2 micro-black hole suddenly appeared during her meditation, and she instinctively transformed her lightning attack into a defensive shield. It worked effectively, as the grid could not destroy the micro-black hole directly but restrained it, preventing it from directly impacting Mariam. After dealing with the 3 level 2 micro-black holes, Mariam searched the surroundings but found no traces of any creature that had been there. When Mariam mentioned this incident to a few familiar orc warriors during her shift change, she was surprised to learn they had all experienced similar occurrences. They also reported encountering level 2 micro-black holes appearing out of nowhere while practicing in space or completing missions. If it weren't for sensing the spell fluctuations, Mariam might have believed this was just a coincidence, a peculiar way these micro-black holes manifested. But based on her observations and predictions, she felt she was being targeted by some unseen danger. Driven by this sense of peril, Mariam mostly focused on practicing body tempering techniques, adding the free attribute points from dungeon runs to her mental stat. Mariam felt that time in Black Abyss City dragged on interminably. It seemed like an eternity before the Beast Tide period finally arrived in Black Abyss City. On the 168th, 169th, and 170th days in the desolate world, the Black Abyss passage remained as usual, with only the occasional appearance of a micro-black hole. No beast tide occurred. On the 171st day, while on a mission, Mariam noticed her free attribute points had mysteriously increased by 400. At this moment, she reasonably suspected this sudden gain was the reward for players in White Mist City perfectly completing their beast tide tasks. Before Mariam arrived in Black Abyss City, the interval between beast tides in Water Blue Star's human settlement had already shortened to 30 days. Following the routine in White Mist City, Mariam should have been teleported back to Alger territory that afternoon. However, that afternoon, Mariam did not return to her territory. She remained relatively calm at this point. With so many Water Blue Star players killing monsters in Yarsecheng and White Mist City, it would likely take only 5 or 6 days to accumulate enough kills to earn 1 survival point. Given that 30 days had already passed, the interval between beast tides in the human player settlement might have extended to 31 or 32 days. Yet, even by the 172nd, 173rd, and 174th days, Mariam still hadn't been teleported back to Alger territory. Only then did she despairingly realize she was truly trapped in Black Abyss City. Chapter 205, City of the Black Abyss 5. On the 175th day in the desolate world, Genevieve woke up early in the morning with a very uneasy feeling. Such a clear sense of unease indicated that a significant event might be about to happen. Genevieve triggered her premonition talent and foresaw that she would face difficulties today. Though her premonition talent occasionally failed, every failure happened when she felt utterly safe but ended up encountering danger. And whenever her premonition foretold trouble, it inevitably meant bad luck was coming her way. So, she was destined to encounter major trouble today. As for what kind of trouble it would be, Genevieve had some premonitions, while the rest wasn't hard to guess. Initially, Genevieve thought about staying hidden within the Black Abyss City to avoid this difficulty. But then she remembered that even if she didn't go out to train, she still had to complete missions every other day. She couldn't avoid their schemes forever. It would be better to solve this trouble now, hoping it could reduce future hassles during her training. Therefore, Genevieve proceeded as planned to meditate in space. While Genevieve was meditating in the universe, the T-Star Beast Men suddenly appeared out of nowhere to attack her. They didn't wait until she was deeply immersed in meditation before attacking. Instead, they attacked her the moment she got into position. Although Genevieve had long suspected that the T-Star Beast Men were spatial talent users who secretly lurked somewhere, guiding micro-black holes from the Black Abyss passage towards her, she had prepared measures to counter such skills. However, the T-Star people were both bold and cunning. They almost appeared right behind Genevieve. Even though Genevieve pretended to be meditating and sensed something amiss behind her in time to dodge. The Beastman was too close. Genevieve's dodging movement was slow by a step, and she was stabbed in the back by the T-Star person. The damage from the Beastman's stab exceeded 250,000 points. If Genevieve were just a rookie warrior with only slightly over 50,000 points in each attribute and recently promoted to level 5, she would have either died or been seriously injured. However, Genevieve only lost over 100 durability points on her armor, and even the flowing radiance brooch she wore wasn't triggered. Before Genevieve could turn around to attack the T-Star person, he disappeared into thin air again, reappearing in front of her and swinging his blade at her neck. Genevieve reacted swiftly, raising her blade to block the attack from the T-Star Beastman, but another Beastman attacked her from behind. She was hit with a slow spell. Immediately, the T-Star man raised his blade and hacked down forcefully at Genevieve. The attacking Beastman from behind didn't have teleportation, but his flying speed was incredibly fast, and she could feel the cold gleam coming from behind. Both attacks from the two Beastmen dealt over 200,000 points of damage. If Genevieve were caught between them, she might have met her end. But she was affected by the slow spell, missing the optimal time to dodge. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, yet everything happened so quickly. At the instant Genevieve was hit with the slow spell, she cast Thunder Strike at the T-Star man in front of her. Just as the big blade of the T-Star Beastman was about to strike Genevieve's head, she tilted her head to the left. The blade missed and swung down toward her shoulder. At that moment, a lightning bolt 1 meter thick struck the T-Star man, followed by a violent explosion. The T-Star man's body was blasted into thousands of pieces and turned into white light that merged into Genevieve's body. As the caster, Genevieve wasn't affected by the Thunder Strike's violent explosion. But the Beastman attacking her from behind, whose knife tip was about to pierce her, was thrown off by the explosion's blast wave. That Beastman flew backward rapidly with the blast wave, trying to escape. How could Genevieve let him escape and leave behind a threat? She chased after him and gave him a massive fireball, burning the Beastman alive. This Beastman also turned into white light and merged into Genevieve's body upon death. Genevieve remained vigilant even after killing 2 Beastmen. Only when she confirmed no other Beastmen were hiding did she slightly relax and quickly leave the scene. Previously, when she killed players in the Water Blue Star human settlement, their bodies vanished into white light. However, after killing the Beastmen, their bodies turned into white light that merged into her brow. For the first Beastman, the white light caught her off guard, leaving her unable to dodge. But for the second Beastman's white light, although she tried to evade, it seemed to predict her movements accurately and merged into her brow without fail. Genevieve was concerned about what effects the absorbed white light would have on her body, but she didn't want to linger at the murder site. She flew over 100,000 kilometers away, took out her airship, and entered it. She didn't know what consequences killing the 2 T-Star Beastman warriors would bring. Would the other TE-star Beastman warriors in Black Abyss City become her enemies once they knew about this? Would there be psychics coming to Black Abyss City to capture her? So Genevieve needed to ensure that there was nothing wrong with her body before returning to Black Abyss City so she could respond promptly to any emergencies. This airship was obtained by Genevieve during her first golden treasure chest opening in Alger territory. The area of the airship was more than 200 square meters, and its interior setup didn't resemble that of a flying machine. Instead, it felt like being inside a safe house. The gravity inside the airship was similar to that on Water Blue Star, and there were large transparent windows on both sides for stargazing. Genevieve carefully examined her body and found no abnormalities. Then she checked her spatial shoulder backpack and discovered several tens of thousands of unfamiliar items. So these belonged to those two beast men. Genevieve then opened her player bracelet. The bracelet still couldn't communicate with the outside world while in Black Abyss City, but it could display changes in her attribute values. After she killed those two beast men and their white light merged into her body, Genevieve felt a warm sensation all over as her consumed stamina and spirit values were immediately restored to full. This was the feeling she got each time her constitution value increased by 1,000 points. This made Genevieve suspect that she could absorb these beastmen's attributes. Even though she had some guesses, Genevieve gasped when she saw the actual increase in her attribute values. Her strength, agility, spirit, and constitution attribute values all increased by 10,000 points at once. Her health points also increased by 1,000 points. Most importantly and terrifyingly, she had acquired the spatial talent of the TE-star beastmen. This information was frightening. Genevieve now understood why psychics strictly prohibited extranormals of all ranks from killing each other. If everyone knew that killing one's own kind could yield such significant rewards, the desolate world might soon lack extranormals. However, Genevieve felt something wasn't right. When she killed Arvin and his minions, not only did she gain no attribute points, but she didn't even get the supplies in their spatial backpacks. Could it be that killing one's own kind yielded no rewards, only killing beastmen did? Chapter 206, The 13th Beast Tide. Mariam dared to kill the two beastmen because the information cards of Ye City and White Mist City mentioned that superhumans were extraordinarily powerful, and all paragons knew their rules. This indicated that when the two beast men attacked Mariam, the superhumans were aware. Although the information card did not explicitly say victims could retaliate, in this desolate world, waiting for death without fighting back was out of the question. Mariam initially refrained from dealing severe blows to the two beast men because she knew they couldn't instantly kill her. She wanted to keep these two beasts alive as evidence for them attempting to kill her. Before acting, she activated her premonition talent and sensed that killing these two beast men wouldn't lead to fatal punishment. Only then did Mariam decide to eliminate the two beast men. After some thought, Mariam decided to conceal the fact that killing different races of beast men allowed for the plundering of their talents and spatial backpack resources. Regarding the spatial backpack resources, it wasn't too big a deal for wealthy individuals. However, who wouldn't want better talents? In an environment like Black Abyss City, destroying a miniature black hole barely offers any rewards, and cultivation comes with significant limitations. They were trapped here, and no one knew how to leave. The only method they could think of was to advance to level 7 warriors and activate the second-grade Border City line quest, which would allow them to be taken away by the white light orb. If the beast warriors of Black Abyss City knew that killing a different race of beast men increased all attributes by 50-100 points, Black Abyss City would surely not remain peaceful, and everyone would be on edge. Mariam began to suspect how the 10 people who previously went missing had vanished. Could they have been killed by these two beast men? It wasn't until the second day that the warriors of Black Abyss City noticed their team had lost 2 more members. The warriors searched the surrounding universe but returned empty-handed. Mariam didn't reveal to anyone that she had killed the 2 beast men. When everyone went out to search for the 2 beast men, Mariam joined them, calmly listening as the beast men discussed why those 2 had gone missing. On Aquamarine Planet, the interval between beast tides was extended to 31 days. The day before the 13th beast tide, players from Ye City and White Mist City returned to their territories, except for Mariam who had gone to Black Abyss City. Why hasn't your sister come back? Is there also a beast tide at her border? Kinley asked, somewhat worried. Because during the previous beast tide, her son hadn't returned either, due to Ye City experiencing a beast tide. Kinley wasn't overly concerned about the safety of Alger territory since her daughter couldn't return. She didn't come back. After going to the 3rd grade border city, we've lost contact with her, Oriv said, somewhat worried. After both parties explained the situation, everyone realized that Mariam had been unreachable ever since she went to the 3rd grade border city. She hadn't communicated with the players from Ye City or White Mist City, nor had any information reached Alger territory. Everyone's expressions changed. Mariam was like a pillar supporting them, and none could bear to lose her. Oriv opened his player bracelet to ask Jin if he knew anything about Mariam but found several messages asking about her. Brother Lin doesn't know about my sister either. He messaged me asking if she had returned. Upon hearing her daughter seemed to have gone missing, Kinley's face turned pale, almost collapsing. Oriv's eyes reddened. Don't panic. Look at Luo's avatar, it shows she is still online and fine. You should trust her abilities and safeguard Alger territory so she doesn't need to worry, Bogdan Lee barked loudly. Everyone then remembered this and checked their player bracelets, entering the world chat channel. Seeing that Mariam's avatar, though unreachable, was still online and greenish-yellow, made everyone feel better. Jin, having lost contact with Mariam, immediately tried to reach her after being teleported back to Aquamarine Planet territory, only to find her still uncontactable. His heart sank, knowing something might have gone wrong. The information card from White Mist City clearly stated that the third-grade border city's beast tide started earlier than by Lugo City, specifically on the 168th day in the desolate world. Whether it was Ye City or White Mist City, no beast tide lasted more than 3 days. Jin, however, knew little about the third-grade border city. And now, it was already the 172nd day, 5 whole days. Without news of rewards after the beast tide or her return. If it weren't for the prolonged duration of the third-grade border city's beast tide preventing her return to Alger territory, she must be trapped and unable to be teleported back. Regardless of the reason, if she still doesn't return by tomorrow, he will go ahead and head to the third-grade border city. In this beast tide, as long as he kills more wild monsters, his player level should be able to reach level 21. Regarding White Mist City, over the past month, Arthur's attribute values have greatly increased, and he can now fully handle it. Moreover, after this beast tide, 3 players from the national team should be able to go to White Mist City. Jin made up his mind and planned to apply for an early trip to the third-grade border city once the beast tide was over, to meet up with Mariam. Contribution Reputation Value Ranking List. 1. Duo Yi A001, obtained 5 million reputation points, rewarded with 400 free attribute points. Each of his subjects received 2,500,000 reputation points and 300 free attribute points. 2. Tian Yuan Herschel, obtained 4 million reputation points, rewarded with 300 free attribute points. Each of his subjects received 2 million reputation points and 200 free attribute points. Many players looked again and again before they could confirm that the reputation value ranking list, where the first and second places had never changed, had finally seen a change. The mighty Tian Yuan Herschel had fallen behind the top army player. Everyone couldn't help but speculate on what happened to Alger Territory's lord. Why couldn't he maintain the first place? Wouldn't all 3 top ranks belong to national team players now? No, Alger Territory's lord still held one first place, the player ranking list's number 1, at level 21. Those who saw this ranking found it hard to imagine how Alger Territory's lord had killed monsters. Their current levels were just enough to reach level 12, while Alger Territory's lord had already reached level 21 a month ago. Not only did the players of Alger Territory feel downcast due to the lack of news from their lord and dropping to second place on the most important reputation chart, even Jin, who rose from the perennial second place to the first, felt no joy. The only thing that brought him some relief was the approval for his early promotion to 5th grade warrior, which meant he would soon see Mariam. No matter what difficulties she faced, she would no longer be alone. After Jin upgraded to level 21, a familiar mechanical voice quickly rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to Aquamarine Planet human player Duo Yi A001 for being the second to unlock the advanced third-grade border city side quest earlier than expected. Special reward, 5,000 free attribute points to Duo Yi A001, 1 grade 3 spiritual treasure chest. All Aquamarine Planet human players receive 911 free attribute points, and 15 Aquamarine Planet survival points. Chapter 207 The Finale. The human players on Water Blue Star never expected that after Genevieve disappeared, Jin would also vanish without a trace. The only consolation was that the avatars of both individuals remained online but unreachable. In Gerard's prophetic dream, he saw Genevieve and Jin each training in separate dimensional spaces. Despite the disappearance of these 2 top-ranked players, the development of others progressed positively. As the border guards killed more wild monsters, the intervals between beast waves grew longer, and fewer human players died. Arthur reached the level of a 5th-tier warrior 2 months later. Although he knew that going to the third-class border might result in being trapped, he followed orders without hesitation. Sure enough, as expected, Arthur also did not return. This caused the national team to hesitate and refrain from allowing players who met the conditions to upgrade to level 21. Days turned into weeks, then months. A year passed quickly, marking the end of the survival strategy for the Apocalypse survival game. The 3 missing players still had no news. The human players once again felt the pressure of survival. On the 400th day of the desolate world, the monsters appearing at human settlements were no longer the usual wild ones but ghostly beasts and foul beasts. These 2 types of monsters dropped nothing, provided no experience or copper coins, only a small amount of merit points. Foul beasts were manageable, but ghostly beasts were terrifying and unpredictable, causing many initial casualties among human players. As a result, most players dared not venture out anymore. Killing these wild beasts brought no rewards. Why take such risks? However, soon they fell into a crisis of depleting resources without replenishment. Though they had accumulated much during the previous year by killing monsters and earning money, the consumption by over 1 billion big eaters was enormous. Equipment and item usage was also high, especially for arrow towers. Because players no longer ventured out much, the death toll dropped again. Days passed one by one. Ordinary players were still fine, sustained by resources from the national team, but life became increasingly difficult outside. The scale of beast waves grew larger, while resources dwindled rapidly with no means of replenishment. Once supplies were exhausted, they too faced certain death. The national team had to reconsider focusing on the third-class border, the only way they could find to break the current impasse. Finally, on the 600th day of the desolate world, 15 national team players were simultaneously upgraded to level 21 and sent to the third-class border. The result was the same, all national team players did not return. By the 900th day, more than 90% of the resources at human settlements had been consumed. The next beast wave would likely see many territories fall due to insufficient crystals to reactivate energy arrow towers. Energy arrow towers were essential for killing ghostly beasts, and players alone could not eliminate so many. Ghostly beasts dealt significant damage to defense towers, and without enough crystals to repair durability, the destruction of these towers would mean the end for humans within those territories. Just as human players faced dire shortages of ammunition and food, everyone suddenly noticed that the sky of the desolate world seemed to be distorting. Powerful shockwaves constantly erupted, strong enough to affect the entire sky of the desolate world. Though everyone looked up searching for the source of these shockwaves, they found nothing. Although these shockwaves posed no immediate danger, they induced a sense of unease, as if changes were imminent. These irregular and intermittent shockwaves persisted for 7 days and nights. On the 8th day, their frequency increased, affecting even the territories and causing defense tower values to drop. Human players huddled inside their territories, watching the increasingly twisted sky with worry. After an extremely intense shockwave eruption, the sky seemed to tear apart. Then, long-missing Genevieve, Jin, Arthur, along with the 15 national team players who later went to the third-class border, appeared in the sky. Genevieve, Jin, and Arthur waved their hands lightly, releasing large white light orbs that enveloped all human players. The human players, wrapped in the white light orbs, clearly felt themselves being teleported. After about a minute, the light orbs disappeared. When everyone finally saw the scene before them, they thought they must be seeing things. This place seemed like their Water Blue Star, but when they left Water Blue Star, the entire planet was full of vitality. Now, wild grass grew everywhere in the cities, looking desolate as if there had been no trace of humanity for over a decade. Yet, the sun rising slowly from the east was filled with vibrant energy. End of the book.